After my father went missing, the family lost its income, and life became tight. Every meal consisted of bland and simple dishes. My mother and younger sister's faces had turned sallow, and I, still growing, felt hunger pangs quickly. But in these chaotic times, making money was difficult. I decided to reopen the medical clinic to earn some income. At first, no one came. Just as I thought I'd return empty-handed, a dark-skinned man hurried in with a patient. He had expected my father to be the one treating him, and his face fell when he saw me. As for me, looking at the plain and meager meal on the table, a plate of boiled greens with barely any oil and 3 bowls of sorghum rice, I felt a wave of helplessness. Glancing at my younger sister Su Lu and my mother, Lu Shi, with their sallow complexions, my chest tightened with discomfort. A flicker of embarrassment and helplessness crossed my mother Lu Shi's face as she asked softly, "Dower, are you still hungry?" I shook my head. "I can eat my fill, I just get hungry faster." Beside me, my 5-year-old sister Su Lu nodded in agreement. Though young, she understood the feeling of hunger once you've experienced it, you know its true weight. Mother sighed helplessly. These days, the outside world is in chaos, and food prices have risen again. The money at home. Her voice trailed off. I understood. Ever since my father, Su Tianyuan, disappeared outside the city, our family had lost its source of income. Originally, father had run a small medical clinic at home, more of a modest practice, really. He gathered and prepared his own herbs, barely scraping by, but life had been manageable. All that changed with his disappearance. I reassured her, I'll figure out a way to earn money. As for father, there is still no concrete news, right? In times like these, no news is the best news. Don't worry, let us eat first. To be honest, the coarse sorghum rice was hard to swallow, but I was already grateful. Before crossing over, I'd been picky about food, rarely eating animal fat, let alone fatty meat. But now, these things I once looked down on were beyond my reach. Only now did I understand the primal, instinctive craving for fat and grease during times of famine. Though our family struggled, we were still better off than many, at least we had enough to eat at every meal. But I was at an age where my body needed more nutrients, and hunger struck quickly. These sparse, oil-deficient meals only made things worse. Yet I couldn't complain. Mother was already doing her best. My portion was always the largest, while hers and my sister's were smaller. After father's disappearance, I became the pillar of the family. Though not yet fully grown, resources were prioritized for the household's labor force and men. This was how families survived. I resolved silently that I had to start earning money. With expenses but no income, our savings wouldn't last long, and our food stores were dwindling. Only a small part of the year had passed. How would we make it through the rest? Worse, we had no farmland to grow our own food. In these times, even farmers struggled to feed themselves under heavy taxes, and disasters made it even harder. This year, Yanghua County had suffered months of drought, and the autumn harvest would surely suffer, yet the government showed no mercy in collecting taxes. What troubled me more was that this world had supernatural forces, cultivators who could soar through the skies and demons who devoured hearts. This made the world even more chaotic, weakening government control and leaving society unstable, with ordinary people struggling to survive. After the meal, my sister and I helped mother clean up before returning to our bedroom. It was sparsely furnished, just a bed and a crude desk with a few books father had left behind, some medical texts and a martial arts manual called the Nourishing Life Technique. It was this technique that had allowed father to reach the 9th rank, his foundation. Though only 9th rank, the difference between him and an ordinary person was vast. Even local thugs and gangs dared not provoke him lightly. His medical skills were merely a means of livelihood. I sat cross-legged on the bed, closed my eyes, and let my consciousness drift into a shadowy realm. Here lay a great secret, one I hadn't even shared with those closest to me. Looking up, a colossal bronze tree towered into the sky, its trunk so massive that dozens of people couldn't encircle it. Standing before it, I felt as insignificant as an ant. At that moment, the pitch-black base of the bronze tree had already been partially dyed with a faint, glowing green hue, exuding an air of profound mystery. This bronze tree had existed since my birth, and the glowing section slowly expanded each day. I discovered that eating or taking tonics could accelerate the dying process. As the glowing area grew, I, too, began to change. My strength increased, my spirit improved, and the benefits became even more pronounced after practicing the Nourishing Life Technique. I reached out to touch the bronze trunk, and as the glow flickered, a stream of information flowed into my mind. The Nourishing Life Technique had reached the 4th level mastery, my martial arts had entered the 9th rank, my immortal path remained unranked, my lifespan was capped at 100 years, and my medical skills were also at the 4th level mastery. Currently, I had yet to awaken any supernatural abilities. Who would have thought that at just 13 years old, I had already reached the 9th rank in martial arts? In the Great Li Empire, children were generally forbidden from practicing martial arts before 13, as it could hinder their growth. I had adhered to this rule, only receiving the cultivation manual after turning 13 last month, yet, in just 1 month, I had already broken through to the 9th rank. The 9th rank in martial arts was also known as the Bronze Skin Realm, granting the strength of 1,000 pounds and skin as tough as leather. Even dozens of ordinary people would be no match for me. My rapid breakthrough was all thanks to this bronze tree. After practicing the nourishing life technique, the food I consumed was converted into vital energy, and combined with my previous accumulations, I managed to advance. Moreover, cultivation accelerated the dying process of the bronze tree, which in turn made my training even faster. However, I dared not reveal my martial arts prowess. While a common man's innocence may be his own, his treasures invite disaster. If someone powerful took notice of me, it would surely bring calamity upon my family. Medical skills finally, mastery. I let out a sigh of relief. Since childhood, I had studied medicine under my father, Su Tianyuan. Though I lacked practical experience, I had learned a great deal. While my father forbade me from practicing martial arts before 13, he held nothing back when it came to medicine. After breaking through in rank, my mental acuity and comprehension soared, allowing me to learn at an even faster pace. Now, I had finally reached the 4th level. The only reason I hadn't progressed further was due to a lack of practical experience. Opening my eyes, I withdrew from the mental space and decided that today, the clinic would officially reopen with me as the attending physician, earning money to support the family. This was the safest plan I could think of. Though a 13-year-old running a clinic might seem unusual, the fact that I had grown up by my father's side made it somewhat plausible. Leaving my bedroom, I shared my plan with my mother, Lu Shi. Worry clouded her face. "Dare, are you really capable?" "Trust me, mother. In medicine, I have a natural gift." "Then give it a try." She had no choice but to agree, knowing full well that once I set my mind to something, it was hard to dissuade me. But healing the sick was no easy task. I had never actually treated anyone before. Could I really do it with just a few medical texts? Yet, there was no other option. If I succeeded, perhaps I could change our family's dire financial situation. Grain prices were skyrocketing, our income couldn't cover expenses, and our food reserves were dwindling. My mother had to meticulously ration our meals. She took on odd jobs like washing and mending clothes, but the pay was meager after all. Most of our neighbors were just as poor. I made my way to the front courtyard, opened the clinic's doors, hung up the sign, and prepared to wait. Running a clinic relied on luck and reputation. The Su family clinic had been closed for a long time since my father's disappearance, and its reopening today drew quite a bit of attention. The reason was simple: our prices were affordable. My father had always served the common folk, prioritizing quantity over exclusivity. After the clinic closed, people realized just how much they had taken such convenience for granted. Seeking treatment at the city's major clinics meant exorbitant consultation and medicine fees that left many hesitant. Time passed slowly. The clinic had been open for most of the day, yet not a single patient had come. To make the most of the idle time, I quietly circulated the nourishing life technique, refining my cultivation. The technique balanced movement and stillness, so it wasn't a waste. As my vital energy surged, my strength continued to grow. In these chaotic times, power was the foundation. Studying medicine and treating illnesses were merely means to an end. Everything was for the sake of cultivation. Just as I thought the day would end in futility, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. I suddenly opened my eyes and straightened my posture. It seemed there was hope. That day, I was at the clinic when a dark-skinned man hurried to the door. He first called out, "Dr. Su," but upon seeing me, he paused before realizing. I nodded and said, "It's me. My father hasn't returned yet, so I'm running the clinic today." The man's mouth fell open, disappointment written all over his face. I knew what he was thinking. He had expected my father, Su Tianyuan, to be back in charge, not a 13-year-old boy like me. His elderly father had been ill for days and was on the brink of death. Hearing the clinic was open, he had hoped for a lifeline, only to be sorely disappointed. As he hesitated, several men behind him carried in an old man on a door plank. I smiled and said, "Let me take a look first. If I'm confident, I'll treat him. If not, you can find another way." He hesitated for a moment before nodding helplessly. After all, he had no other options. There were many renowned physicians in the city's other clinics, but his family couldn't afford them. If he sold everything to pay for treatment, how would his wife and children survive? Our clinic was his only hope. I had them lay the door plank on the ground and began examining the old man. His face was sallow, his breathing uneven. Clearly, he didn't have much time left. The dark-skinned man and the others watched me take the pulse, exchanging uneasy glances. Someone seemed about to speak, but the man shook his head to stop them. After a moment, I withdrew my fingers and nodded. "He can be saved." Then I looked up at the man, my meaning clear. I could save his father, but did he trust me? Was he willing to take the risk? The man gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Su, do whatever you must." I stood up, unrolled a cloth bundle from the table, and took out silver needles. Without hesitation, I inserted them into specific points on the old man's body, then channeled a strand of nourishing qi through the needles into his system. In this world, medicine was an extension of martial arts. Unlike the medical principles of my past life, many illnesses could be treated with martial techniques. That was why I dared to run the clinic. Once the root cause of the illness was identified, martial methods could eliminate it, severing the disease at its source, supplemented by medicinal herbs. The nourishing cultivation technique I practiced, the week in combat, was exceptionally effective for healing. Before long, the old man, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and coughed up a thick phlegm. He took a deep breath, his breathing stabilizing, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. I withdrew the needles and said, "He is out of danger now. Some medicine will ensure a full recovery, but he must avoid exertion in the coming days." The men stared in disbelief. The dark-skinned man was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked me. "Thank you, young Master Su." "No thank you, Dr. Su." He hadn't expected me to succeed, let alone cure his father so effortlessly. Such a scene was something he only witnessed with my father, Su Tianyuan. I waved it off, inwardly relieved. The hardest part was getting started. Once the first case went well, the rest would be easier. I prescribed some herbs, explaining the preparation and dosage. "That'll be 100 coins." The man quickly dug the money out of his pocket. After he left, I checked the sky and figured no more patients would come that day, so I closed the clinic and headed home. My mother, Madame Lu, was cooking when I returned. "You're back?" she asked, delighted. "Yes, I'm back. Here is today's earnings." I pulled out the 100 coins from my sleeve to show her. She froze for a moment before joy flooded her face, though tears welled in her eyes. "Dower, you've grown up." I smiled. "From now on, mother, you won't have to worry about our livelihood. I can support the family. And don't skimp on food. My sister is still growing. She needs proper meals." She nodded repeatedly. "Good, I'll listen to you. I'll listen." I knew that after my father's disappearance, my mother had borne immense pressure. She couldn't afford to collapse. If she faltered, the family would fall apart. Today, her tears were a mix of joy and pent-up sorrow. The dinner was indeed more lavish than usual. The staple was sorghum rice, accompanied by a plate of stir-fried greens and an extra dish of dried bamboo shoots with cured pork. My younger sister, Sulu, squirmed in her chair, not daring to pick up her chopsticks until Mother and I gave the word. "Go ahead and eat," I said with a smile. The little girl wasn't actually ugly, but malnutrition had left her complexion sallow and her hair as dry as straw. Mother placed a slice of cured pork on Sulu's plate, 2 on mine, and took only a bite of bamboo shoots for herself. I shook my head and added a few more slices to both their plates. From now on, our family won't lack for meat. Mother, don't hold back when cooking. Make more for every meal. The clinic has reopened to a good start, and earning money will be easier from here on out. Mother hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, I'll listen to you." I knew she wasn't entirely convinced. After all, the clinic had just opened, and even when father was alive, we'd barely scraped by. But I had confidence. My cultivation of health-preserving techniques was improving daily, and I'd likely break through to the 8th rank soon. With enough strength, what was a few meals with meat? Chapter 3, Making a Living and Opening Doors. Dr. Su. Su family Dalong? A dark man, footsteps hurriedly came to the door of the medical center, first called a Dr. Su, and then after seeing Su Dao, after a pause this only reacted. Su Dao nodded, "It's me. My father hasn't returned yet, so I'll be sitting in the hospital today." The dark man opened his mouth. Originally he heard that the Su family medical center had opened its doors today. He thought that it was Su Tianyuan who had come back, but he had not thought that it was actually Su Dao, a teenager who was sitting in the center, although this teenager was afraid to be half a head taller than he was, but the size of the man could be seen but not eaten. Han Hart cannot help but disappointment. The old father, at home sick for several days, looked to hold out. Today heard that the medical center opened the door, thought the old father should not be killed, but did not expect to be today's situation. This Su family can see the doctor? He is only 13 years old. Too young. Just as he hesitated, unsure of what to say, a few more people from the back carried an old man in on a door panel. Su Dao naturally understood this Han's thoughts. He smiled, "Let me take a look at it first. I'll cure it if I'm sure, if not, you find another way." The Han was silent for a moment and nodded. In fact, nowadays it can only be like this. Where does he have any other way? There are other medical centers in the city, and there are many famous doctors, but with his family's financial resources, simply cannot afford it. If you give up your family and give up your business to fully heal, perhaps enough, but the family's wife and children are still alive? The Su family medical center here may be able to try. Su Dao let a few people put the door plate on the ground, and then began to check the pulse of the old man. The old man's face is like gold paper, his breathing is thick and thin, it looks like he doesn't have much time left. The dark man and a few other men who helped carry the man looked at the 13-year-old Su Dao checking the pulse of the man. They all looked at each other in disbelief. Some wanted to speak, but the man shook his head to stop them. What else could be done at this time? It would be better to believe that this Su family Dalong had learned some real skills from his father Su Tianyuan, and was truly able to take on his mantle at such an age. However, a moment later, Su Dao withdrew his finger and nodded, "It can be saved." Saying this, he looked up at the Han. The meaning was obvious, he can save this person, but do you believe it or not? After all, this healing and saving people is risky in the end. Can he take this risk? The man clenched his teeth. Su family's eldest son can do as he pleases. Su Dao got up and picked up a roll of cloth from the table and unfolded it, took out a silver needle and stabbed the old man in several acupoints without hesitation, and then operated the body nurturing technique. A ray of nurturing vitality probed into the old man's body along with the silver needle. In fact, this world medical art is said to be a medical art. It is better to say that it is an extension of the martial arts, and the previous life of the medical theory is very different, so a lot of things, in fact, can be solved with the martial arts, which is why he dared to sit in the museum. Most of the time, find the lesion, find the cause of the disease, and then use the method of martial arts to get rid of the lesion, cut off the root of the disease, and finally with the use of medicinal herbs in order to assist, or for the lesion to configure the appropriate drugs will be able to. Even, as long as the cause of the disease did not involve transcendent power, most mortal diseases could be solved with martial arts. As for the body nurturing gong that Su Dao practiced, it was actually not good at killing and destroying, but it was extremely effective when used to cure illnesses. But a few moments, that originally closed his eyes sleeping old man suddenly opened his eyes, and then violently coughed out a mouthful of thick phlegm, long out of breath. The breath steeply will be calmed down. The original ugly face also gradually returned to normal, although there is still a little pale, but it is much better. Su Dao closed the needle, there is no big problem, and then into some medicine, can be cured, but in recent days cannot be strenuous. The crowd of Han looked at this godly scene, their eyes were wide, somewhat incredulous. It was truly amazing that this Su family Dalong had such medical skills, bearing in mind that he was only 13 years old. Many thanks to Daolang Su. No, thank you Dr. Su. The man was overjoyed and thanked him. In fact, he didn't expect Su Dao to be able to cure him at the beginning, but he didn't expect that the Su family's eldest son would have this kind of means of getting rid of the disease. This kind of scene he had only seen in Dr. Su Tianyuan Su's place. Su Dao waved his hand. His heart is also a sigh of relief. The beginning of everything is difficult, but as long as the first single good, then the back is water to the canal. He also opened some herbs, and the man said the boiling method in dose. $100 together. The Hanyu sniffed and hastily pulled money out of his pocket. In fact, this money wasn't much, knowing that it included the Jin fee and the Erg fee, and this was still the reason why Su Dao didn't prescribe him those famous and expensive herbs. Of course, the expensive medicines or other people want, he is not here. Everyone knows that good medicine is effective, but the average person simply can't afford to use it. When the man left, Su Dao looked at the sky, knowing that no one would come today. He closed the clinic and returned home. His mother, Lu, was cooking and was overjoyed to see Su Dao return. Back? This is today's consultation fee. Su Dao took out the 100 pence from his sleeve and showed it to Lu. Lu first stared blankly, then joy surged on her cheeks, but her eyes could not help but contain tears. Daoer, you have grown up. Su Dao smiled. In the future, a mother will not have to worry about the livelihood of the family. I have been able to support the family. I've been able to provide for my family, and I've been generous with my food. My sister is just growing up, I can't eat poorly. Lu nodded repeatedly. Good, listen to you. Listen to you. Who doesn't know, after Su Tianyuan's disappearance, this woman who seems to be quite calm, in the end how much pressure she has endured these days, just that she can't fall down. Once she can't hold on, then this family will be finished. At that time, what should the two children do? At this time, tears is a surprise, and why not aggrieved? Today's dinner really sumptuous some, but also just sumptuous some only. The main food is still sorghum rice, the dish is a plate of fried green vegetables, but more than a dish of dried bamboo shoots bacon. Bacon is only a few thin slices, but this is already a rare meat dish. That's why younger sister Su Lu sat on the chair and twisted around, but Lu and her brother didn't say anything, so she never dared to move her chopsticks. Eat. Su Dao smiled. The little girl was actually not ugly, but extremely lacking in nutrition. Her face was yellow and her hair was like withered grass. Lu gave the little girl a slice of bacon, gave Su Dao 2 slices, but she herself just had chopsticks of bamboo shoots. Su Dao shook his head, so he gave the little girl a few more slices, then gave Lu a few more. In the future, there will definitely be no shortage of meat in the house. In the future, Anyang will only be able to cook with more generosity, and cook more for each meal. Now that the medical center has reopened its doors and has gotten off to a good start, it will be easy to make money later on. Lu hesitated before nodding. Okay, listen to you. In fact, this is not much she believes. After all, the medical center has just opened. Even when the head of the family is still there, the family's expenses are just enough. Where can we eat meat all the time? But only Su Dao himself knows. He did not brag. He dared to say that this is the bottom, and the source of the bottom, after all, is the strength. He practiced health gong one day more than one day. I'm afraid that in a short time, we'll break through the 8 products. As long as the strength is enough, what's the point of eating meat all the time? Chapter 4, Doubling Taxes, Good Business. After having dinner, Su Dao started practicing his nourishing kung fu. Even though he cultivated very fast, he never slacked off in this aspect. He never forgot that strength was the foundation of his existence. Moreover, this world is too dangerous. There are martial artists who traverse heaven and earth, but the biggest threat is still the demons and devils weirdly ringing around. Although the city was much safer than the outside of the city, who knew if it would always be safe here, and for some reason, there had been more and more rumors lately of demons and devils bizarrely injuring people outside of the city. If it was just 1 or 2 cases, then maybe it was really just rumors, but if the rumors were all over the place, then it can only mean that the weirdness was really rampant outside the city. The reason why Father Su Tianyuan had disappeared, I'm afraid that this was also the reason why, otherwise an entry-grade martial artist, who normally didn't have any grudges against people, where would he go missing so easily? On the second day, Su Dao did his usual boxing in the courtyard and practiced his nourishing kung fu before starting his meal. Probably because the news that he saved that old man yesterday had already spread out, today business was indeed better. Although these patients' conditions were very serious in the eyes of ordinary people, in fact, in the eyes of a martial artist like him, it wasn't that tricky. By the evening, there were already 5 patients who left the Su Family Medical Center thanking him profusely, and Su Dao counted and found that he had collected a total of 530 large sums of money today. Not bad, but not really much. After all, it included the cost of medicinal materials, and there weren't this many patients coming to the door every day. This was the case with medical centers, especially if they were not well known. Sometimes it was possible to have no one come to your door for several days in a row. Moreover, the poor people are not so delicate. They will not have a little illness, a little discomfort. They will go to the medical center to see a doctor, are delayed again and again to see, really cannot delay, cannot hold out before coming to the medical center. But Su Dao is still very happy, especially he knows, when these patients are cured, to the medical center to bring the reputation of the impact, will further feed the medical center business. In the future, the medical center every month down to earn a 10 to 2 silver should not be a big problem. Do not underestimate the purchasing power of the 10 taels of silver. We must know that on weekdays, the price of a stone of brown rice is only 6 or 700 words, round grained rice is only 1 or 2 taels of silver. Nowadays the price of food has risen quite a lot, but 10 taels of silver is enough for mothers and children to eat and drink 3 people in January. If you buy sorghum, corn and other coarse grains, you can buy more. Of course, the most expensive or meat oil, meat, the price of this thing is expensive. Even the cheapest pork, a catty also want 50, and now in the midst of the disaster, is 100 a catty, and there is no market. In fact, every month can earn a few taels of silver through the medical center. Su Dao will be satisfied. The reason why he is willing to do this, but also just to tide over their own strength week period. The second is used to cover their own, to make money but do not have to make a splash. In this way, earning too much is not good, it will attract eyeballs. Su Dao put the money away, ready to go home and give it to Anyang, so that she can buy some grain and meat to improve her food. However, at that moment, a noise came from outside. Su Dao raised an eyebrow and got up to look at the entrance of the medical center. He then saw several fierce and vicious men on the street, staggering over from that side. One person at the head was wearing a black official uniform with a large tax character on his chest. And one of them was carrying a broken gong. Dang it! Listen up, all of you, it's time to collect this month's stinko tax. One person 201. Don't even think about escaping. If I find out that someone is evading the tax. You don't think of yourself as a human being, then I really don't think of you as a human being. The man's tone was harsh, and his fierce gaze swept both sides of the street. Su Dao frowned. It's gone up again, damn, last month it was only 101 per person, this month it's directly doubled. In other words, his family would have to pay 601 at once, almost as much as a stone of brown rice. He also knows what these people follow. Do not look at these guys look like a dog, they think they are the government. In fact, in addition to the front of the man, the other is a few Black Tiger Gang Club members. But what they collect is indeed tax. This club has long been in collusion with the government. The government wants to collect taxes, the club wants to collect filial piety and protection fees. That is not a coincidence, then simply collect together. Wouldn't it be great to join forces? The government is rotten to the core, the stench is unbearable, and those gangs are all stinky fish and shrimp. They can't do anything, but they are good at collecting money and bullying the people. The whole street clamor, some people whispered to complain how this tax suddenly rose so much. Do not look at Su Dao. A month can earn a few taels of silver, or even a dozen taels, then feel very easy, but for most people, 201 is also a huge sum of money. This tax directly doubled. Many people are afraid that directly cannot afford to pay, before a person to pay 100, perhaps barely able to feed. Now the price of food, taxes also rose, only the price of labor did not rise. This is a huge gap. A month is just, if the month so, it will starve to death. What are you yelling about? You don't want to pay? If you don't want to pay, get out of the city, it's cheaper outside, only 101. The first tax collector, looking around, said expressionlessly. What's the situation outside? You've probably heard about it. Already don't know how many people have died in the hands of demons and devils and weirdness. You guys can live in the city and have the chance to reckon with us for this measly 101 of tax. It's already us being merciful. At once, the noisy street went quiet, and everyone dared to be angry. In the city, cannot afford to pay the tax, then work harder, eat worse, more hungry a few meals, and then do not help, looking for someone to turn over some, or borrowing. The big deal is to sell their bodies, but ultimately can live. But if you go to the outside of the city, encountered the demons and weird, that is death. In the daytime, many demons do not come out in the daytime, but at night, even in the city are in danger, let alone outside the city. Su Dao's eyes flickered. Although he had come to this world for more than 10 years, to be honest, his understanding of this world was actually not much, limited to the Yang and the county. He hadn't even gone out of the city since he grew up until now, just because there were demons outside the city. He raised his head to look at the distant rolling mountain range outside the city, near dusk under the light of the sky, did not make this rolling, cannot see the end of the mountain range how majestic, can only give a person a kind of oppression and bizarre. As if a hideous beast prostrate there, at any time will be this small Yanghe county swallowed. Dower, the tax collector is here? Lu's voice rang in his ears. Su Dao snapped back to his senses, then winced again at the thought he had just dispersed. Well, the tax has doubled. However, I have it here, so don't worry about it, auntie. Su Dao fished out the money pouch from his pocket and took 601 from it. This tax was a bit heavier, but Su Dao didn't intend to resist the tax. It wasn't something he could consider with this current strength. At least, for now, he could afford it. It was only 601 a month. Chapter 5, Gaining an Inch, Killing Heart Blazing. Collected that much today? Lu was first startled, but quickly lowered her voice again. Well, yesterday got off to a good start, and with a few more days, more people will believe in my medical skills. The income of the medical center should be able to be guaranteed in the future. Su Dao nodded his head. Lu nodded her head repeatedly. She had thought that this son of hers was able to earn money yesterday just because the blind cat met the dead rat, but judging from today's income, I'm afraid that this kid's medical skills have really reached a certain level. Only she didn't really understand. Su Dao obviously never saw a disease and had no practical experience at all. How could he achieve this step just by relying on a few books? It seems to be like what my son said, he really is a genius in the medical path. Just as Su Dao was talking with Lu, the tax collectors also cast their eyes here. Hey Z, that Su Family Medical Center is actually open? The tax collector, named Wang Gong, looked towards the Su Family Medical Center with a slightly condensed gaze, his brows furrowed. Hey Z froze at his words, looking towards the Su Family Medical Center was also startled. I'll ask. A moment later, Blackie returned, asked the people below, this medical center only opened its doors yesterday. Oh? Su Tianyuan has returned? The person who has been missing for more than a month has returned? Wang Gong was surprised. Blackie shook his head. He didn't come back. I heard that Su Tianyuan's son is sitting in the pavilion. His son? How old? Su Dao, just turned 13. Oh. Wang Gong let out a long breath. Looks like an ordinary person? An ordinary person wants to open a medical center here? Blackie's eyes rolled at the words, and he instantly understood Wang Gong's meaning. I see, Brother Wang, just leave this matter to me, and make sure that he won't be able to open it. Wang Gong nodded. In this medical center to see the doctor although are some bitter, but the medical center is a medical center, in the end can earn a lot of money. This Su Tianyuan is afraid of accumulating a lot of family money, at that time, that Lu to me to keep. Black Sun froze, and then look at the distance that Lu's, said this Lu's age is actually not big as 30 years old, and these years followed Su Tianyuan did not eat too much suffering, but also quite a bit of color. And he knows that the king's favorite widows and mature women, and the more serious people, the more chaste and strong women, the more they like. Understood. When the time comes, that Su family Dalong, beaten to death and thrown to the outside of the city. As for that little girl of his family, sold to the greenhouse, I'm afraid it can be worth 10 taels of silver. Wang Gong patted He Zi's shoulder, then continued to walk forward. Just as several people frequently looked at the Su family medical center, Su Dao also turned back suddenly. Malice? Su Dao's heart stared slightly as he sensed a wave of pure malice, and then he saw the Wang Palace party. They have bad intentions? Since entering the product, his perception had long been incomparable, and his perception of malice was even clearer. If the person emitting malice was not as strong as himself, it was as conspicuous as a light in the night. Su Dao didn't move, although he didn't understand why this group of people had malice towards him. It didn't stop him from being vigilant. Indeed, he had always practiced the principle of living as long as he could, but he wouldn't pretend to be a shrinking violet once someone was a threat to him. At that exact moment, Wang Gong and Blackie and the others also arrived in front of the Su family medical center. My lords, this is my family's tax money. Su Dao handed Wang Gong the 600 wen, but Wang Gong didn't take it, and He Zi, who was standing beside Wang Gong, reached out and took it. Just when Su Dao thought it was over, that He Zi was bursting into tears. The count is not right. Question mark. Su Dao were stunned, although he had long sensed that this line of people had bad intentions towards them. This unfolding was still beyond his expectations. How is the count wrong? Su Dao pretended to be flustered, but Lu on the side was really a bit flustered, and even more angry. This number she had just counted several times, just for fear of being deliberately made difficult. Now in the end there is a problem. How many people in your family? 3. 3 bites, not 4? Your old man, your mother, your sister, and yourself. Do you think I don't know how to count? 4 bites, that's 801. Blackie sneered. Rao Su Dao boasted of being well informed, but at this moment, he was confused for a moment. This Blackie, really talented My father has been missing for more than a month. Dead? Before Su Dao could finish, He Zi interrupted. Life and death unknown. Su Dao thought for a moment and responded. In fact, he knew that the probability was that his father was already dead. But now that there was no definite news, there was still a thought after all. Then it's possible that he's still alive, and since he's still alive, regardless of whether he's here or not, then this tax has to be paid. What do you say? Kid? Blackie looked at Su Dao. Lu was about to argue, but was stopped by Su Dao, who nodded his head, disgusted in his heart, but on his face, he did not show a single bit. I'll make it up right away. Saying that, Su Dao counted another 200 out and handed it to He Zi. Blackie took the money and threw it in his hand, laughing. Count on your kid's understanding. Do a good job. How to say that your old man in this street is also considered to be a bit of prestige. You must not degrade your father's reputation. Su Dao nodded repeatedly. A trace of trepidation flashed across his face. Got it, my lord. After the group of people left, the trepidation on Su Dao's face faded away, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Malice was clear. It seems that his perception was correct. Since this was the case, then don't blame yourself for striking first. Su Dao sighed. He only wanted to be an honest sitting doctor and make money honestly. Why should he be forced? With his mood disturbed and no desire to continue seeing patients, Su Dao closed the medical center and returned to the backyard. While walking, he also comforted Lu. It's just a few scoundrels, don't be angry with them, just pay it. It's only 200 won. Wouldn't it be more troublesome to provoke them? Lu's eyes are red and swollen. When your father was here, how could they dare to be so reckless? And I don't know your father. Lu finally did not say anything. In fact, how she does not understand, Su Tianyuan can come back, the chances have been very slim. When Su Dao heard Lu's ramblings, the killing intent in his heart was even fiercer. After eating and taking a bath, Su Dao went back to his bedroom early. He first changed into an old dress, put on a pair of old shoes, put on his gloves, and took down a piece of masonry from the corner of the wall. Then he took out a small package from that small hole. Opening the parcel, there was a short dagger and several cloth bags inside. He put the short dagger on his body and put it away, and then hung the cloth bags on his body one by one. Then he extinguished the lamp and sat cross-legged on the bed and couch to start practicing the nourishing soul technique. In fact, his heart was a bit chaotic, although he had already made up his mind to kill, but in the end, he was just an ordinary person in his last life, never did any killing and crossing the border, not the kind of person who is bold and daring. It is impossible not to be panicked in his heart. But he likewise understands that to survive in such a world, he must learn to kill. A heart is not ruthless, cannot stand firm. Su Dao let out a long breath, and his body's nourishing life gong operated a few points faster. If a man wants to accomplish something, he must be decisive. If he hesitates, he will lose. Chapter 6, Murder in the Dark and Windy Nights. At midnight, Su Dao suddenly opened his eyes, and in the middle of the dark night, it was as if a light flashed by. After listening with his side ear, his mother and little sister next door were sleeping peacefully. Su Dao got up from the bed and checked the equipment on his body. The dagger was there and the quicklime was fine. And then, he took out 2 pieces of cloth to cover his head and chin respectively, only revealing a pair of eyes, before he gently pushed open the door of the room. After coming to the courtyard, he didn't choose to go through the door, but instead, with a gentle leap, he went over the fence. Following the shadows, Su Dao darted all the way. The strength of a ninth-grade martial artist not only allowed his strength and speed to exceed that of an ordinary person by several times, but it also allowed his five senses to be greatly strengthened, his hearing, his sense of smell to be greatly strengthened, and his eyesight to reach an inhuman level. Although he can't see at night, as long as there is a little light source in the darkness, he will be able to do it like walking in the daytime, walking recklessly. Perhaps when he broke through the realm of the 8th rank, he would be able to truly see in the dark. However, in half a quarter of an hour, Su Dao suddenly stopped and came outside a small courtyard. Looking around, no one was around. It was known that this world was dangerous at night, and this gave him great convenience. At this moment, Su Dao was able to clearly hear his heartbeat, as if it was beating a drum, with a rush. He let out a breath. Before him was the residence of Blackie. After all, he had lived here for more than 10 years. Although he couldn't know the place like the back of his hand, the residences of some acquaintances were still clear. And that line of people today, he happened to know Blackie's residence. Su Dao's feet exerted force, gently leaped, crossed the wall, tumbled into the courtyard, vertical height over 10 feet, but landed like a feather. Yard is not small, looks much richer than Su Dao's house. To know that the Black Sun is also a black tiger gang of a common gangster, although practiced boxing, but ultimately did not enter the product, surprisingly, accumulated such a large piece of family business. He listened to the side ear. There is only one breathing sound in the room. Su Dao had a plan in his mind, and came to the door of that room, gently pushed, and saw that the door was bolted inside the room, so he no longer hesitated, and spat out strength in his hand, forcibly interrupting that bolt. Who? Between the Black Sun half asleep, heard the sound, suddenly woke up, was about to exclaim. But there is a black shadow suddenly burst in from the doorway, not waiting for him to have extra action, directly a palm pressed to his mouth. The palm is like a bear's paw and tiger's claw. The power is amazing, actually brought up a gust of evil wind. Black Sun opened his mouth to bite, but found that the palm of the hand hard amazing, simply cannot bite. Black Z's heart was horrified. Entry-level martial artists, only entry-level martial artists have this kind of tough skin. I heard that they are all copper skin and iron bones. But that palm covering his mouth wasn't enough. Then that black shadow raised his other hand and first broke all of Blackie's limbs. Blackie's eyes almost protruded out, and severe pain surged from all his limbs, but he couldn't make any sound. Only a slight whimper. Ask you something, answer truthfully or die, and die if you dare to shout. Su Dao's heartbeat, which had just been violent, suddenly calmed down at this moment. You know, in front of an entry-grade martial artist, there are no flukes. He Zi moved. Although his head was pressed down dead, he couldn't nod his head, but the meaning was conveyed. What did the king's palace say to you today? Su Dao had one hand around He Zi's neck, and he knew that as long as he did this, without completely strangling him, he could make He Zi barely speak, but not too loudly. If He Zi played a trick, he could also take He Zi's dog's life in a matter of moments. Blackie was first startled, but it was too late to think about it, and the hand covering his mouth slightly loosened. So Blackie painstakingly said word for word what was said in the king's palace today. Where the Wang Gong and the others live? Su Dao asked again. East of the city. Good man, spare my life, I promise that I will not tell. What happened today after the Black Sun finished? He suddenly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. But the next moment the mouth was covered again. Actually, you've already guessed who I am, right? Su Dao said softly. Indeed, Blackie already had some guesses, but his heart was even more shocked and incredulous. Because that kid was clearly only 13 years old. Martial Dao into the grade. It's just a matter of martial arts, but to have the guts to do such a thing, what kind of demon is this? Having the strength to kill and having the guts to kill are two completely different things. At this time, he only had endless fear and remorse. Originally thought that it was a good to bully the orphans and widows, but unexpectedly, the young is young, but not a toddler but a young dragon. Just Su Dao did not give him more time to think. His hand violently forced. Black Sun's cervical vertebrae will be broken. Su Dao felt under his hand. Blackie's body gave up its chi in an instant and loosened up, but he still didn't stop. Lifting his hand and pressing it on Blackie's forehead, his strength was violently spat out before he completely let go of his hand. Through the dim light, Su Dao briefly searched the room. 1 ingot of gold, 15 taels of silver, and more than 4 guan of copper. Su Dao thought about only take the gold and silver. The copper value is not big. The key is also heavy. Some affect the action, can only be discarded. Did not do more stay. Su Dao turned out of the black residence, continued to the next place. Tonight there are still a lot of things, need to hurry up. Half an hour later, Su Dao arrived outside of the king's palace residence. Last one. Apart from Blackie, he had solved 3 more people, and this royal palace was the last place. One life after another passed away in his hands, but Su Dao was not only not the least bit terrified, instead, he became more and more calm, and his techniques became more and more skillful. Over the courtyard wall, Su Dao's footsteps lurched, and there were actually 2 breathing sounds in the house. This Wang Gong actually has a family, but think about it, is also black. Those people, to put it bluntly, is also the Black Tiger Gang gangsters, used to free days, drunkenness, money will have to spend days and days. This is also the reason why he did not see too much money in those people's homes. Then again, if these people had homes and families, where would they join the club? On the contrary, the royal palace, although it is only a tax collector, but in the end, it belongs to the people and the government, even if it is only the bottom, that is very different. Su Dao only hesitated for a moment, then continued forward with the same maneuver, interrupting the doorbolt. Who? Ha? Two voices, a man and a woman, the two were awakened back and forth, but Su Dao, who had already had 4 similar experiences, didn't panic because of the extra person. Hand strength a spit, respectively reflected in the bed that man and woman had, the voice abruptly stopped. Poor Wang Gong did not even have time to say a word, then no life, even that black sun is worse. The meticulous and prudent Su Dao made up the knife again separately, and only then searched in Wang Gong's house. Although different from the original plan, killed one more person, but Su Dao did not hesitate, but also at most a moment of guilt, but on second thought, since this woman enjoys the provision of the royal palace, will need to bear the cost. 10 taels of gold, 30 taels of silver, and not a few copper coins. As for other things, they were not found. Yes, although the king's palace in a few streets, but in the end is only a tax collector, home, and what good treasure cannot? The kind of randomly kill a person can get a rare treasure thing after all did not fall on his head. Chapter 7. It's easy to kill someone and hard to dump their body. Receiving all his belongings on his body, Su Dao no longer stayed, but returned home in half a quarter of an hour. Jumped into the small courtyard, listening, mother and sister are still asleep, did not wake up, only then gently back to the room. Light up the oil lamp, Su Dao will be on the body of property and short dagger with the several cloth bags all removed, a slight count, 11 gold, silver 97 2, copper 5 yuan. Copper money is not only found so much, but he only took so much, is really inconvenient to carry, think about it as a pity. As for the back of the 5 coins, that is the last in the king's palace home to take, you can stay in the usual spending, after all, silver and gold without really eye-catching. Su Dao picked up those gold ingots, hand rubbed hard, the gold ingots will become a gold bar, the rest of the gold and silver or so, and then this is careful to put the property and short dagger and other things into the corner of the hole, and will be plugged with bricks, and then covered with miscellaneous things. After these Su Dao did not sleep, but will be on the clothes changed down, and take down the towel to the corner of the small courtyard, dug a pit, together with the fire burned, and then buried the ashes, by the way, also from the side of the transplantation of a few herbs in this place. Although the whole process made some noise, but ultimately still within control. After doing all of this, Su Dao once again returned to his room, only then did he let out a long breath. Well, the danger is lifted. Su Dao then began to review the disc, and a moment later, his brows gradually furrowed. It's not right. The more Su Dao thought about it, the more wrong it was. He realized that he had done this job a little rough. After all, it was his first time killing someone, he had little experience. Even though he had already thought about it a lot, there were still oversights. There were no witnesses, which was good, and not much was said during the whole process, and the people who heard him were all dead, that is, a few of them had cats and dogs, and they were likewise killed, and there was no need to think about that. As for the traces of the scene, he had already cleaned it up. Every time he did something, he would clean it up, and he even had gloves on his hands, and old shoes on his feet, with no shoe prints, and his clothes didn't hang on the wall when he went over it. Killing method, he will consciously change the use of force habits when he struck, and also deliberately destroyed the trauma place, so that it is difficult to see the head. However, there are a few points he did not do well. One is the body is not dealt with after all. If you can use some kind of body water to melt away the best, destroy the body, the least should be burned with fire. But it's not his fault. It's easy to kill someone, it's hard to throw away the body. The first time to kill someone, and kill too much, there is really no way. Can't all light a fire to burn the house, appoint 5 houses, I'm afraid the whole county must be in chaos. If the fire cannot be controlled, it will be even more troublesome. The last one is the breath, he has overlooked before. This is a transcendental world, whether there is a means to track people according to the breath? Moreover, what if those people he killed, although dead, but their souls are still there, what should they do if they are recruited to ask for their souls? But Su Dao shook his head. Even if he thought of it now, he couldn't do anything about it, at least he didn't have the means to deal with these problems at the moment. And let's wait and see what happens. Moreover, in the end, he had only killed a group of ordinary people, not cultivators, so he thought that no matter whether it was the government or the Black Tiger Gang, they shouldn't spend too much to track them down. After reviewing everything, Su Dao returned to his bed to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Dao woke up and did his usual fist fight, practiced his nourishing kung fu once, and then took another shower. Looking at the sky, it was just dawn. His mother and little sister had not yet gotten up, so he took a few coins and went out the door. There is not much food in the house, so he bought some, and now the price of food is changing day by day, so it's good to hoard some. If not worried about buying too much will be striking, he really want to buy him a few dozen stone put home. The only way to not panic is to have food in hand. First to the market, rented a carriage, came to the grain store, bought 3 stone brown rice, loaded, and went to the butcher store, bought 2 altars of lard, 20 pounds of pork. A total of 6 coins were spent, and the 5 coins I picked up yesterday were gone before they were even warmed up, and it wasn't enough. When he thought of the dozens of coins he gave up yesterday for the sake of convenience, he wanted to slap himself twice. That's a lot of rice and meat. Back home, while there were still not many people on the street, Su Dao moved the brown rice and meat into the house, and went to the market to return the carriage, before hurrying back home. At this time, his mother Lu and his little sister Su Lu got up, and then they saw the rice and meat pile up in the courtyard for a while. Seeing Su Dao come in, Lu directly asked, "Why did you buy so much?" "Bought 3 stones of rice, enough for us to eat for a while. I see this weather, I'm afraid that the drought is going to continue, and then later, even if it rains, we'll miss the season, and then the grain production will decrease. I'm afraid that the price of food will still go up. Moreover, even if the production is not reduced, those grain merchants will take advantage of the disaster to speculate the price of grain up. That group of people on this nature cannot be changed. Is the money enough? I still have." There Lu reacted, "By these things, Su Dao did not take money from her hand, that can only be taken by themselves. How much money can there be in the hands of a child?" Su Dao waved his hand, "I still have in my hand, a mother do not need to care about me. Well, later, but also to continue to buy, only can no longer buy this large quantities, small quantities of buy, lest attract attention." Right, you're right, if people know about it, they're only afraid that they'll start mischief. Lu was busy saying, "Anyang, go cook. Eat meat this morning. I'll take care of this grain. It's not safe to leave it here." Su Dao found a hoe. Eat meat, eat meat." As soon as Su Lu heard that there was meat to eat, his eyes, which were still sleepy, instantly flashed with luster, reaching out and grabbing Lu's lapel and shaking it. Su Dao smiled, "Yes, eat meat, Anyang, remember to make more, and then go buy more when you're done." After Lu left, Su Lu came to Su Dao, "Big brother, what are you going to do?" "Dig a cellar." Su Dao had long thought about it. He must dig a hidden cellar in the corner of the courtyard, firstly, for the convenience of storing food, and secondly, to use it to hide from trouble. Seeing that the situation outside is getting more and more chaotic, he knows that he must pay action. Time is not on his side. The strength of the 9th grade Wufu realm allowed him to dig up the earth with ease, as if he was cutting tofu with a knife, barely exerting much effort. Soon a huge cellar was dug. A main body with 3 ear chambers, it was also barely 3 chambers. And he used the hammer again to tamp down the floor and walls. The powerful force made the walls as if they were as hard as concrete. The only problem was that there was a large pile of extra soil in the courtyard, which was not easy to handle, and if it was transported out, it would in turn be noticeable. "I'm afraid that by then, everyone will know that there is something fishy in this courtyard." After thinking about it, he was going to use all that soil to make brick blanks, buy some materials along the way, and then build a firewood house just to cover the hole in that cellar. In order to dig this cellar, he had spent half a day. If it wasn't for the fact that the martial realm had entered the grade, an ordinary person would have to do it for half a month. Chapter 8, I'm on a job, so is Demon Guile. Coming to such a strange and weird world, even after living for more than 10 years, he still didn't have much sense of security, always feeling that danger would come the next moment. This feeling had been with him for more than 10 years, and even now that he had begun to cultivate, his strength had been improved, and he had barely gained some self-protection, it had only slightly weakened that uneasiness. Having gotten used to that kind of safety, coming here, the instinct of survival made him not dare to be half relaxed. After eating, Su Dao once again opened the medical center to the public, but this time Su Lu followed him here. His mother Lu had gone to purchase food, and by the way, she sent the clothes she had picked up last time back to the main house, so she didn't have time to care about her. Su Dao began to teach Su Lu how to read and write. These days, it is difficult for men to read, let alone women. Lu heard about this, but did not stop. Su Dao has the time, willing to teach, and does not cost money. Su Dao's idea is also very simple, that is, first teach the little sister literacy learning medicine, and then wait for the age to, will begin to practice martial arts. This world, strength is the greatest wealth. However, ordinary people learning martial arts certainly will not be as simple as he is. The talent and how not to mention, alone as a resource is a problem. Other people do not have a bronze tree, do not need to take tonic medicine to cultivate, can get that strong blood. Without the aid of medication, forcibly practicing will kill you. However, Su Dao believed that by the time Su Lu was able to practice martial arts, he already had the ability to provide her with enough resources. Then, Su Dao was pleasantly surprised to find out that this sister of his seemed to be quite talented and smart, and she knew many things once she was taught, which was a relief to him. "I'm afraid of a stubborn stone that can't be splashed with water." Thus, Su Dao took the time to teach his little sister how to read and write, while helping people to see the doctor and grab medicines, and at the same time, he also left a part of his mind to keep an eye on the news in the city. By this time, both the Black Tiger Gang and the government offices should have reacted. After all, 6 people died in one night. Thinking of this, his heart is again a burst of regret. Last night also missed a little bit, the relationship of these 5 people. He should then kill these people, and then kill a few more of the worst offenders, to stir up the water, cover up the ears of the people. These 5 people are close, now all killed. If the smart people see the clues, may not be used as a breakthrough to find out something. Why don't we go back tonight? No, it's too late now. It's better to wait and see what happens. At a time like this, instead of one move, the more you do, the more wrong you are. Sure enough, in the evening, there began to be scattered news spread. I heard that a dozen people died last night in the east of the city. Ha! How did so many people die all of a sudden? It's haunted by demons. Is there a demon in town that's so fierce? The government doesn't care. Are we safe here? Who knows? Someone sighed, "This is fate, God wants to take you, you can't escape even if you want to. When you encounter demons, even those martial arts lords only have the life to run away, what can we do?" Another person also came over at this time. "It's not all bad news, I heard that the group of people who came here yesterday to collect taxes were also killed by demons." Wang Gong, the black ones? Well, that's them. That's really the old sky opening up. Su Dao. This news passed on. How to die a dozen people. He clearly killed 6 people only. This passes on, more than a dozen. If it passes on, I am afraid that it is not dozens of people, but the demon harms people, but it is also a good cover. Have been waiting until the evening, also did not see anyone come here to ask about the search. Su Dao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this time there is no danger. Bringing his sister back to the house, his mother, Luz, was just about to finish the meal. In fact, that is Su Dao has long heard the commotion, know that this side of the meal is almost ready, that is why he came back. At the dinner table, Lu lowered her voice and said, "Today I went to buy dozens of pounds of rice again, and I bought some meat and oil, but I didn't dare to buy more." "Well, go and buy some every other day, brown rice, corn clip, and buy. If you can't eat it all, then hoard it, even if you put it away for a year and a half, as long as it doesn't get moldy and rot. It tastes worse, but it can save your life." Su Dao gave Su Lu a chopstick of meat. "Don't always spoil her, eat more yourself. Now that you are the backbone of the family, you should eat more meat." Lu whispered a reminder. It's not that she is biased, but the reality is like this. Now the person who earns money in the family is Su Dao. "Don't worry, I'll eat well. Anyang also eat more. It's been hard on Anyang these days." After another moment, Lu suddenly wanted to speak. "Is there anything else? The east side of the city was haunted by demonic shenanigans last night, 19 people died." Lu finally spoke in a low voice, but only in a voice that Su Dao could hear, not letting Su Lu hear. This thing of life and death demonic shenanigans was not suitable for children to hear. Su Dao smiled at the words. He knew what was going on, so he didn't take it seriously. 19 people died, blind rumor, right? Where could so many have died? Just a few at most. It must be whoever is blackmailing the number is growing. Moreover, it is not necessarily a demon. Before he finished speaking, Lu shook her head. "No, I saw the bodies, it's 19, it's really haunted by demons." Su Dao froze in place for a moment, and then there was a chill, and a white-haired sweat rose violently in the ditch of his back. That is to say, last night, he was doing business, the demonic guile was also doing business, but also in the same East City, only he was lucky, did not run into? Although he has never seen it with his own eyes, he has heard of its power, not to mention the ordinary people, even the entry-level martial artists, they have to walk around it. Although the 9th grade martial artist is much more powerful than ordinary people, but facing the lowest level of demonic weirdness, also have to retreat, not retreat, then die. Martial artists have reached the 7th grade realm, the blood is extremely strong, and barely able to release, which began to threaten the demon bazaar, but the same realm, is still a weak martial artist. What did the government say? It only said that the people should not go out at night, and that they would ask a high-ranking person to eradicate the rebellious demons and shenanigans at an early date. Su Dao shook his head. With that efficiency of the official government, I'm afraid it's hard to count on. Do you think? We are here, is it also dangerous? Lu was a little worried. The orphans and widows in the family, losing the martial artist as a C-pin is really reassuring. Su Dao shook his head. "Anyang, don't worry, I have the ability to protect Anyang and my little sister." After eating, Su Dao hurriedly returned to his bedroom, then started practicing without stopping. An unprecedented sense of urgency made him not dare to relax at all. He must break through the 8th grade martial artist realm as soon as possible, and then break through the 7th grade. The stronger the strength, the more certain he could be, to protect his family and to protect himself. The nourishing life gong was running endlessly. In that dark space, the glittering green light was dipping into the bronze giant tree. Although compared to the huge size of the bronze giant tree, the speed of this dipping appeared to be very slow, but in reality it was already very fast, and every point of the bronze giant tree's dipping, it would feed back to Su Dao with a peculiar power, and that power would return to Su Dao's body, and it would be transformed into a majestic chi and blood, which would be transported and transformed into a special chi and blood under the nourishing life gong, and would be transformed into a special chi and blood. The power would be transformed into majestic chi and blood, and then under the transportation of the life-nurturing technique, it would be transformed into a special chi and blood strength. It was unending, returning and recurring. Chapter 9, The Wind Passes, Calmness Returns. Yanghe County Magistrate's Office. Your Honor, it's been checked out. Of those 19 people, there is 1 tax collector, 7 members of the Black Tiger Gang, 4 members of the Three Rivers Gang, 2 government officials errand boys, and the rest are all people. County dignitary Cheng Yun held the scroll, gathered in front of the oil lamp reading, heard the report, just gently nodded, determined to be a demonic trick to harm people? Yes and no. The visitor hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, he didn't sell out. In front of his boss, selling out had to be timed, and at times like this it was best not to. After being examined by the coroner of the Jin Demon Division, it was found that 6 of these people belonged to those killed by people, and the rest were victimized by demonic shenanigans. Oh? Are you saying that someone is fishing in troubled waters? Yen Changyun looked up. It is possible to think. But it's more likely that it's still a coincidence. After all, how could the person who took the shot know that the demon trickster was going to harm people that night? Ding Qi thought for a moment and said, moreover, those people happened to be a tax collector and a few helpers. Yan Shangyan stroked his beard. Tax collection led to this? How much has Ding Ko taxed this month? 501 for one person in the inner place, 201 for one person in the outer place, 101 for one person in the outer city, and 51 for one person in each of the villages below it. Why did it go up so much? Can we collect them? Don't push them back and cause chaos, inviting trouble for me. Yan Changyan frowned. The demonic shenanigans have been making a lot of noise lately, so a tax hike would rather put people's minds at ease. Ding Qi said. Well, then let's do this. You go and bring a message to the head of the clearance division, offer Yunwen, and tell him to do things in a measured way. This Yanghe County can't be in chaos, at least not within the county. Then go to the demon suppression division and tell Wang Xian, whether he is truly suppressing demons or falsely editing them, at least make some moves. It doesn't matter if I see it or not, let others see it. Yan Shangyan waved his hand and continued reading. That outlaw is not pursued? This person is secretly resisting taxes. This wind is afraid that it cannot rise. There are clues on the side of the inspection division? Ding Qi shook his head. For the time being, there is no. Out of that person, decisive and ruthless, careful and meticulous, did not leave any clues, but also cannot see what genre moves. Very tricky. You said no clues, how to check? Send people to secretly visit some, can check then check, can't check then discard, focus, or that demon case, you go down later, take people to patrol the city wall, see if there is negligence protection loophole, if there is, plug in time. Yes, prefect. Ding Qi arched his hand and was about to leave. Now you are also the county minister of a county, in charge of a county's troops, horses, food and fodder. You don't need to report everything to me, you can make your own decisions. Yan Shengyan looked at Ding Qi. Ding Qi but smiled. County honors, how capable I am. You are not clear. I can sit on this position, but not you lift, everything without your nod. I have no idea. Yan Shengyan stared at Ding Qi for a moment. His face was expressionless, and there was no change of emotion under his eyes. He just nodded again. All right, you go down. Only then did Ding Qi bow out and leave, and kept walking out a long way before muttering, saying that you don't care about anything, but in reality, everything is in your eyes. Ha! He raised his hand and waved. Immediately someone came up. You go and tell Song Tong, the master of the Black Tiger Gang, and Lu Jian, the master of the Three Rivers Gang, to let them come to the mansion for a reminder. This time, he didn't intend to let the Yamen side of the demon case, that group of gangs will not say, with the government to rule the ocean in it? Precisely, now is the time for them to contribute. It is never easy to eliminate the demonic trickster. It will kill people, even if it is only a lowest level demonic trickster. It may make many people lose their lives. Ding Qi stopped and looked around. The entire Yanghe County, although there are some lights, but in the end most places are rendered by the darkness, looks like an abyss giant mouth, to swallow this city of people like. Have someone light up more lights in the city. The darkness is unpleasant. Yes. It wasn't really that there was too much darkness to look at, but compared to the land of light, demons and weirdos preferred to hang out in the land of darkness, and even, the darkness itself could easily lead to the breeding of evil things. Just like those disgusting gangs, although Ding Qi is very disgusted with them, but never wanted to completely eradicate them. In addition to the strength of those gangs is good, forcible eradication may bring losses to the government, is that he understands that this kind of thing cannot be eradicated clean. There is good and evil in human nature, there is darkness in a city with light, and the existence of those gangs is not a reflection of the evil side of the city? Things were a bit out of Su Dao's expectation. The fact that he had killed 6 people in a row in one night surprisingly did not cause any ripples in the city. It was as if it had been ignored. Come to think of it, the people he took out were less than a fraction of what a head of creepy had casually done. For a few days in a row, Su Dao didn't find anything out of the ordinary, so he knew that he was considered to be over the top in this matter. In the future, this kind of thing should be done sparingly, although he had made a lot of money that night. To be honest, all that money was in passing and not the main purpose. It's better to focus on go, keep a low profile, cultivate well, accumulate strength in secret, and try not to come out if you can, except for eradicating threats in advance. This kind of thing to do more will eventually leave traces. Furthermore, the appearance of demonic shenanigans in the city is what he is really worried about. Although Yanghe County is not a big city, there are protective formations on top of the city walls. That kind of formation, and cannot prevent people, but for the demons and ghosts, but has a strange effect. In fact, in past years, the city is not without a demon weird things, and not a few, but really let Su Dao worried about is that he is afraid of this kind of thing will be more and more in the future, and finally that the protective spell formation completely lost its effect. The truth is that over the years, the plague constantly, the world is getting more and more difficult, and now outside the demon more and more rampant, the people's days are getting more and more difficult, the tax is heavier than one day, the price of food is higher than one day, and always give a kind of building will be tumbling, heaven and earth will be collapsed feeling, cannot help but think about it. If there is a day when the protective spell formation within this county city completely loses its effect, and can no longer isolate the invasion of those demons and monsters, then the fate of the people in the city is not difficult to imagine. At that time, if you want to save your life, the only way is to rely on yourself, to rely on your own cultivated strength. The government is not to be expected, they have never done real work. As for those clubs, that is even more needless to mention, can save their own, even if they have the ability. Su Dao placed the last tile, covering the rafters of the firewood room. He spent a few days, finally built this firewood room. This firewood room was just built in the cellar at the exit, and he put a huge lapis lazuli to cover. This side of the lapis lazuli is 10,000 pounds of weight, even if he can only barely move at the moment. And then put a lot of firewood on it, so it is inconspicuous. It always feels like this outer workshop isn't safe anymore either. Su Dao said in his heart, it seems like I need to find a way to go to the inner workshop to find another place to land. This county was divided into the inner square and the outer square, and it was heard that the protection of the inner square was another level higher than the outer square. Chapter 10, Breaking Through the 8th Grade, Far Beyond the Same Realm. A cunning rabbit has 3 holes in it, so save for a rainy day. With the times getting more and more turbulent, he had already thought of a lot. This was also for the sake of Anyang and his little sister Su Lu's consideration. As he became stronger and stronger, perhaps the creepy monster would be less and less of a threat to him. But mother and little sister were only ordinary people after all. The threat of the demons and monsters to them was too great, and even if he was confident that he could protect them, he was ultimately only one person. It was impossible to be foolproof, and there were times when he had to act alone, so finding a new place to live in the inner place became a small short-term goal for him. In order to accomplish this small goal, first of all, he must have money. The house price in the inner square is not comparable to the outer square, but the money he has on him now is probably barely enough. At least not for comfort. There's enough money for just a place to land. For a yard, that's definitely not enough. Right now, the average daily flow of water in the medical center is about 5 to 600 won. After removing the costs, there is also a profit of about 3 to 400 won, which is already a very good profit, but this is almost at the top. It is hard to go higher. In these nearby streets, there are only so many families, and all of them are mostly bitter, and those who have money go to the big medical center to see a doctor, unless his fame rises one more time. And those poor he cannot charge too much, really conscience. He wasn't the kind of rotten good guy with a saintly heart, but he felt that it was right to give just the right amount of kindness to others under the premise that he had the ability to do so. This was also considered a kind of favor, and was the foundation for this medical center of his to gain a foothold here. If his reputation was poor, he wouldn't be able to make any money either. The best way was to make money and a reputation at the same time. Every day to earn so much money, it is not possible to save all. Weekdays still have to spend, buy rice, buy oil, buy salt is to spend money. And he also had to continue to hoard grain. There was still not enough food at home at the moment. Although he and his mother Lu had been secretly picking full. Today, they had only accumulated 4 stones of grain, or 480 pounds, which was far from enough. At least a dozen stones of grain had to be saved up to be enough for a family of 3 to eat for a year, which was not like the world he was originally in, where this grain was the main source of energy, and therefore consumed much more. And he as a martial artist, the amount of food was originally large, that is, fortunately he has a bronze giant tree in the body, can provide themselves with cultivation energy, otherwise the light meal cannot afford to eat. Half a big boy eat poor old man, and practicing martial arts half a big boy, that is even more can make people eat all the money. Why poor people cannot practice martial arts? Not because of what secret book is difficult to obtain. There is no master teacher. Teaching is not the main reason, the key is still no money. Can't even eat enough food and still practicing martial arts, that can only be practiced to death. Like when his father was still alive. In fact, the income of the medical center was not low, but the expenses were much higher than now. The bulk of that income was eaten by Su Tianyuan. It was all eaten by Su Tianyuan, and he was still only in 9th rank. In the evening Su Dao brought Su Lu back from the medical center and started to eat, now the Su family's dinner table. It had become a little more sumptuous, there was bacon and chicken, and the staple food had been replaced with brown rice. Although compared to refined rice is far worse, but then sorghum rice is again more than one step stronger. After this period of rest and recuperation, Lu's face looks a lot better. The little girl Su Lu's cheeks are also beginning to have some meat, hair has also become much softer, gradually turning from yellow to black. This is probably the best period of time that the little girl has grown up eating. Even in the past when Su Tianyuan was around, it was impossible to eat meat and chicken all the time. After Su Tianyuan's disappearance, their days had become much better instead, but Su Dao didn't blame his father either. After all, Su Tianyuan didn't have this kind of great chance on himself, and there was only so much one could do if one wanted to ensure that one's strength didn't regress. Su Dao looked at Su Lu, burying his head down in a bowl that was bigger than her head as he struggled to pick up his meal. The clothes were obviously a bit old, and they also appeared to be small. Children always grow up quickly. Moreover, there were a few holes in the sleeves, which means that Anyang was diligent and often washed them. Even though it was worn out, it still looked clean. Anyang, tomorrow go to the cloth bank to buy some cloth and come back to make a garment for Su Lu and myself. If I do, then I don't need to. The clothes from my father's place can be worn even if they are altered. Su Dao said to Lu. Lu hesitated for a moment. The family buys food every day, but also go to buy cloth. Isn't the spending too much? Don't worry, I have money here, my business is on track, I can afford it. Good, I'll forget about myself, I don't like clothes to wear, make one for the girl. Su Dao sniffed and didn't bother to persuade anymore. In the end, Anyang was still worried. We still have to continue to buy food, try to buy as much as possible while the price of food is not too high. Aha! Meat and chicken too, don't spare them, the world is getting more and more chaotic, and having a good body is better than anything else. After eating and washing up, returning to his bedroom, Su Dao once again practiced his nourishing gong. Today, as soon as he started to run his gong, he felt a difference. Su Dao. His spirit was revitalized, he knew that he was about to make a breakthrough. Calculating the time, it has been almost a month since his last breakthrough. In itself, his base was here, and with the speed of his cultivation, one day was faster than the next. Now that he had broken through, it wasn't that unusual. He sensed that the qi and blood in his body had become unusually active. The speed at which the nourishing life gong was running was also getting faster and faster. Those qi and blood left Su Dao's meridians and skin membranes and began to crazily stimulate his flesh. The ninth grade of martial arts, also known as refining the skin, when the qi and blood strength penetrated through the entire body and reached the skin membrane, one would enter the ninth grade, and when one had finished quenching the skin membrane, and the qi and blood strength had turned to quenching the muscles, one would be refining the flesh, thus entering the eighth grade. With a loud boom, Su Dao only felt his own qi and blood violently shaking. It was as if the entire person had entered a whole new heaven and earth, and the qi and blood strength, in a watery manner, stabbed from the dermal membrane to the muscles around his body, and the entire process was smooth and incomparable, without any stagnation. However, he already clearly felt that he had made a breakthrough, and had successfully stepped into the realm of the 8th rank. After sitting in meditation for a few moments, and after his own qi and blood regained their equanimity, he stood up from the bed. Sensing himself, his qi and blood had grown several times larger than that, and he felt that he now seemed to have inexhaustible strength. This was martial arts cultivation, 1 grade, and 1 heaven. Every breakthrough would be a leap of progress, and as the realm increased, the span would be even more terrifying. It was just that he still had a little doubt. Was an ordinary 8th grade of martial Dao as powerful as himself? Qi and blood rushing like a river, strength reaching 10,000 pounds, this didn't seem quite right. At least when his own father, Su Tianyuan, was at the 9th rank, he was also far inferior to his own 9th rank realm. Perhaps it was due to the bronze giant tree. One must know that the nurturing technique was only a very unusual technique to be right, and was even much weaker than many cultivation techniques that were specifically used for attacking and destroying, not to mention being invincible in the same realm, and not being the weakest would be burning high incense. And now his situation was reversed. He felt that his 8th product seemed to be much stronger than an unusual 8th product, both in terms of qi and blood and strength. He couldn't figure out why, so he could only attribute it to the bronze giant tree. Chapter 11 Martial Artist's Injury, Prefectural Soldier's Entrance. Sitting on his knees once again, closing his eyes and sinking his mind, Su Dao's consciousness came back to the giant bronze tree. The height of the green fluorescent light-soaked bronze giant tree had risen another notch, and was surprisingly almost halfway to the first branch. It was also unknown if there would be any other changes after reaching the first branch. He placed his hand on the bronze giant tree and sensed it carefully. Nourishing Kung Fu, Wu Hearth and Flame. Realm, Wu Dao, 8th grade. Immortal Path, no grade. Lifespan, 120 years. Medical skill, Ing Pure Fire. Avatar, none. Sure enough, this time, the information fed back from the bronze giant tree changed again. First of all, the nourishing Kung Fu went from the Ascension to the Hearth and Flame realm, the martial Dao went from the 9th grade to the 8th grade, and his lifespan was increased by 20 years, and the medical arts likewise ascended to the Hearth and Flame realm. It seems that these days, not only is his cultivation progressing, but his medical skills have also progressed greatly. After all, he used to just read books, but now he practices a lot every day, so it's only natural that there is growth. Exiting the dark space, Su Dao began to think about what to do next. The general direction was definitely unchanged. I should probably find a few offensive arts to practice. Su Dao realized his shortcomings. He only practiced the nourishing fist technique and incidentally practiced a set of fist techniques from the nourishing fist technique, which was only a nourishing fist from the nourishing fist technique, and was not useful for killing or injuring. So he hadn't systematically learned the art of attacking and destroying so far, which was a very fatal weakness. When he killed Blackie, it wasn't that his martial arts were so skillful, it was simply because his realm was high enough to have strength and speed that far exceeded that of Blackie and Wang Gong and the others. When he fought low with high, the role of martial arts was not so obvious. Just like how he was now going up against a 9th grade martial artist with his 8th grade martial arts realm strength, even though he hadn't learned any sword, palm or fist techniques. But he could still rely on his more vigorous qi and blood, more massive strength, and more terrifying speed to crush them alive. But this was not enough. Once he encountered someone whose strength was similar to his own, then he would definitely be the one to suffer. Inexperience in battle could very well be fatal. So he must now find a few effective offensive techniques to make up for his shortcomings. Luckily, this kind of martial skill wasn't too hard to find, and although it was unlikely to find a top-notch martial skill, or some kind of divine skill treasure codex, it would be enough to use. In the end, he still preferred to use his realm to suppress people. After all, it was safer. Learning martial skills at this time was also just a precautionary measure. Ordinary martial arts skills can be bought, and it is not expensive, or the same sentence, even if an ordinary person, to get what the sacred treasures, it is unlikely to use this to leap to become any martial arts master. The most crucial thing is still to have resources. The people in this world who could truly climb to the peak of martial arts would always be only that small group of people. The solidification of class had reached an unprecedented peak in the transcendent world, and this solidification had existed from the moment transcendent power appeared, and would always exist. This kind of solidification was different from the feudal dynasty class solidification, but it was even more terrifying and dark. Early in the morning of the second day, Su Dao spent 2 taels of silver in the county town, so he plucked 2 martial arts books. A sword technique named Phantom Sea Silent Blade, a boxing technique Open Mountain Pounding Sea Fist. Well, the name is really loud, but in reality, it's just 2 lousy martial arts techniques. Although it's not bad, but it's also not really a secret book of godly skills, it's just a very mainstream kind of thing. As for why to take such a cattle coaxing name, of course, is for good sales. Fooling do not understand the line, only thought it was what amazing sword in boxing. After breakfast, Su Dao came to the medical center again. This time, he taught Su Lu how to read and write while studying the 2 martial arts books. It wasn't too difficult and seemed like it was easy to get started. He felt that he should be able to quickly get started and cultivate to a not-so-shallow realm. Just as he was mesmerized by what he was reading, footsteps came from outside the door, and they were interspersed with the sound of armor clashing. Could it be that the east window has come to light? The matter of one's murder has been investigated? Su Dao's heart tightened, but he didn't panic and simply told Su Lu to go back to the backyard. After waiting for the little sister to leave, Su Dao began to think about the response. Running is not able to run, that will only involve the family, but fight. Do not know if it is not the opponent. Between the electric thought, not waiting for him to have excess reaction, he saw a group of people fish through the door. Help! Su Dao froze. It seemed like he wasn't here to arrest himself. This was to find himself to cure him? Come a total of 5 people, all are big-waisted man, covered in armor. Armor is still a variety of stained blood and knife and axe traces left behind. A tragic atmosphere came, obviously just experienced a big battle. And 4 of them carrying the 5th. The man's eyes closed, the body armor was cut open a big hole, a hideous wound in the chest, blood dripping and falling. Froze for what? Let you save the people. One of them was obviously in a hurry. Seeing Su Dao sniffing and not moving, he immediately spoke out. The fellow officer beside him reached out and pulled. Only then did the man stop his anger. I heard that you are good at medicine. Hurry up and save the people. If you can cure them, there will be a heavy reward. This lord, I'm just a small medical center. I've never treated any serious patients. My medical skills are even more average. Why don't you go to the big medical center in the city? Why don't you go to one of the big medical centers in the city? The doctors there are more powerful. Su Dao was a little reluctant to provoke this group of people. He took a look at the armor style. He knew that this group of people is the county and the army, is the real military origin, not those shifts Yaman can be compared. You think I don't want to? Hearing this, the man who spoke at the beginning, his anger surged again. The whole city is full of big medical centers. If there is no way, why would I come to you? Quickly treat your wounds. If you talk nonsense again, Grandpa will chop you up with a knife. You shut up. The man's fellow colleague finally spoke up, joking off the Hanyo's seizure. Only then did he turn his head to look at Su Dao. Little doctor, my big brother is quite seriously injured and in critical condition. Please do your best. As long as you do your best, even if you can't cure him, we won't be blamed for it. It was fine to hear this, but at least it was listenable. Strip him of his armor. Put it on the ground. Su Dao knew that he couldn't hide this time. Not curing would be to see death and offend people to the death. If he made a move to cure him, there might be a chance to turn things around. Su Dao reached out just a hitch. His heart was shocked. Martial artist. Although it was only the 9th grade, it was indeed a martial artist, and how did it look like it had just broken through? He looked at the wound again. It was deep and had injured his internal organs, quite fatal. However, it was not without a solution. If it was an ordinary person, the possibility of saving his life might be very small. After all, his nourishing kung fu was not omnipotent, but the other party was a martial artist. That would be a good thing. The life force of a martial artist is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died from such an injury. Su Dao took salt water and started to rinse the wound for him, and then used silver needles to seal his blood veins, so that the blood would no longer flow out. Chapter 12. I admit that I just spoke a bit loudly. Then it was to take the needle and thread to sew up. Su Dao was after all an 8th grade martial artist. At this time, he was carrying the needle like a fly. He first sewed up the wounds on the internal organs before sewing up the external wounds on his person's chest layer by layer. The whole process is flowing, but let the sight of the waiting group of Hanzi amazed by the heavenly man. Mother, this is treating big brother like a cloth sewing. The man who made a sound at the beginning muttered in a low voice. Don't make a sound. If it affects the doctor's ability to save the patient, I'll beat you to death. The colleague next to him directly pushed his elbow over. After being stitched up, Su Dao pinched the silver needles that had just sealed the blood veins. Outsiders only think that what he just did is to save people. In fact, the real treatment is just beginning. Revolving the nourishing life gong, Su Dao's unique qi energy probed into his body along with the silver needles and began to slowly repair his internal organs. The truly fatal wounds were precisely the wounds on the internal organs. As for the external wounds, he was too lazy to care. Just a few moments later, he was suddenly startled in his heart. What is this? He sensed a peculiar aura, strange and deadly, lingering at the place of this person's visceral wounds. It was also this aura that prevented the internal organs from recovering from the wounds, supposedly with the flesh of a ninth-grade martial artist. Although he couldn't do it to recover from the wounds in an instant, it wasn't so bad either. The powerful life of a martial artist will allow the martial artist to recover at a speed that far exceeds the speed of normal people by several times after being injured, but the wound of this person in front of him only worsened. Looks like this is the main course. However, the moment he probed the wisp of aura, it was as if the aura had instantly come to life, and then it recoiled along the silver needle, rushing into Su Dao's body before he could react. Su Dao was shocked and furious in his heart, and was about to react, but then he suppressed this anger, because he realized that the bronze giant tree, which hadn't reacted to the outside world in any noticeable way, was even gently trembling at this moment, although it quickly returned to calm. The bronze giant tree had actually eaten that wisp of breath? What in the world was this thing? Su Dao carefully examined his body and realized that there was nothing wrong with it, and only then did he slightly put his heart down. And then he continued to bury his head to heal the injured person in front of him. It seemed that because the wisp of breath that caused the wound to keep deteriorating was pulled out, the breath of the injured person suddenly grew a few points, and the originally dead internal organs had the vitality that belonged to a martial artist, and the speed of recovery was rapidly accelerated. Seeing the good, Su Dao immediately withdrew all of his own qi, and then removed all of the silver needles. The crowd of onlookers saw that the injured person who was just breathing weakly and his breath was as faint as a candle flame was gradually breathing steadily at this moment, and they were suddenly overjoyed. Surprisingly really let this kid to save the life. They thought that the big brother is dead. In fact, they just let Su Dao out to save, but also just a dead horse. After all, that injury is too serious, coupled with those big medical halls are now stuffed, too many people in front of them, can only wait, but big brother simply cannot wait. Take good care of it, listen to some drugs that replenish qi and blood, for the time being, not a big supplement, step by step. Su Dao put the needle away and said to the remaining few people, "Big brother is fine?" The one who had stopped his companion from getting angry in the beginning opened his mouth and asked, "It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Thank you for the doctor's hand, the doctor is really wonderful. Wu Laoshi, take the money." The man shouted again at the person who had started to speak unfavorably to Su Dao. Oh, right. Wu Laoshi first froze, then joyfully pulled out an ingot of gold from his bosom. Is this enough? It was 10 taels an ingot. Well, more. Enough is enough. Take it, I'll buy you a drink for the rest. Just now, it was me, Wu Laoshi, who was wrong and spoke a bit louder, scaring you, doctor. Wu Laoshi directly shoved the gold into Su Dao's hand. Su Dao pulled the corner of his mouth and suddenly felt that this person was not bad. So, he added, within 12 hours, do not eat, after 12 hours, enter some liquid food. Normal food, his internal organs can't take it. We'll take note of this. Today, I am obliged to your little doctor's love. In the future, if there is a need, you can look for me in the north camp of the city. My name is Wang Yun, and the person you saved is my elder brother Li Yuan. Su Dao immediately drew a mouthful of cool air. This name, he again looked down at the man who was still sleeping. What's wrong? Little doctor? Wang Yun asked out loud when he saw Su Dao suddenly make such a big reaction. Nothing, it's just a feeling that, this Li Yuan, is a good name. Mother also really dare to take, this name is not afraid of pressure. Then we will take our leave. After saying that, Wang Yun left with Wu Laoshi and the others. Only after they were completely gone did Su Dao joyfully put the gold ingot into his arms. This is 10 taels, rich. However, it was really unexpected that this group of chowderheads would be this rich. Perhaps, he only felt so because he was poor himself? Not far from the Su Family Medical Center, on the second floor of a small building, a window was opened a slit, and at that moment, someone reached out to close that slit completely. I didn't see it, this kid actually has this kind of medical skill, saving a person who was almost bound to die. Look away. A voice said. It's only temporarily saved, whether he can live or not, we still have to wait and see. What if he deteriorates again later? Another voice retorted. That's also enough to show that this son's medical skills are amazing. Alright, we're not here to discuss this Su Dao's medical skills. That said, why are you staring at this person? Alas, this damn well isn't the aftermath of the last demon dial case. Of the 19 people who died that time, 6 of them weren't victimized by demonic shenanigans. I know all this without your bull. I'm asking you, why are you staring at Su Dao? Is it hard to believe that this kid is the murderer? Another person interrupted him. I checked and checked. The evening of the day that Wang Gong and the others died, they happened to be here to collect taxes, and they also had a dispute with the Su family. Do you want to think about what you're farting about? That kid is only 13 years old, he went to kill people, but also night slaughter 6? What do you think killing is? But after looking around, it's the Su family that's the most suspicious. Although I have no proof. Forget it, I'm going for a drink, you can keep an eye on it if you like. This is a job that no one has taken up, and we're sent by the higher-ups to muddle through, so it doesn't really matter if we find the murderer or not. Alas, wait, even if it's not Su Dao, maybe it's Su Tianyuan? His father? Isn't he missing? He died long ago. Who knows, what if he's not dead? Well, that's possible, but it's none of my business. Saying that, the man directly pushed open the door of the room. A bearded man wearing a wrinkled official robe rubbed his nose, stood at the door and looked at it, then turned back. Lu Matzi, are you serious about not going? Yen Barbarian, go by yourself, I'll stare for a while longer. Lu Matzi waved his hand, signaling Yen Barbarians to go first. You're just a deadbeat, even if you do solve the case, the top won't give you a reward, so what if you're capable? If you can't lick the hook, you're a mandarin for the rest of your life. The room was silent for a while. After a long time, a voice came out, you're so ruthless that you even curse yourself? You are not a lowly official? I am, so I drink to go. Going or not, Chunman Lu. The Chunman mansion, that's it. Oatmeal grinned, it would have been better if you had said so, you have to be scolded, sheep. Chapter 13, doubtful at heart, going out of town to explore. Yen Barbarians, whose real name is Yen Mai, and Lu Matzi, whose real name is Lu Si, are subordinate to the Yanghe County Inspection Division. The two of them staggered out of the attic, then headed straight for Chunman House. Say, what did those chowderheads do just now, getting so badly injured? Yen Barbarian asked. This matter I really know, that is not one person injured, but a lot of people are injured. The city's big medical center can't live, simply can't save over, they send people here. Lu Si laughed. War? It was ed by the Demon Guile. Not to mention the wounded, dozens of them died. Hiss, it's Demon Guile again, damn it, the world is getting more and more chaotic. Who says it isn't? It's not right, that group of chowderheads would seek out demonic shenanigans to do battle? It's not that they're looking for Demon Gue, it's that Demon Gue is looking for them. I'm not sure about the specifics, anyway, it's something that hasn't happened for a long time. Then how do you know? I have a plan. Off, you don't want to talk about it. In the corner not far behind them, Su Dao stopped his steps before turning away, his face thoughtful. Surprisingly, someone really suspected him. No, it should be Su Tianyuan. And there were even 2 ninth ranks, it's unbelievable. Are all the officials this strong? 2 random people have entered the ranks. Before today, he hadn't realized it, but since last night's breakthrough to the 8th rank, his perception had been greatly strengthened, which was why he felt the obvious prying eyes. Now it was finally found by him. There is no evidence, it is just a guess, not even close to the level of suspicion, not much of a problem, but we'll need to pay attention to it in the future. Just now those 2 people still have some skills, at least considered intelligent people. To this kind of people again, careful is not too much. Once reveal the cracks, it is easy to be caught. As long as they didn't reveal any cracks during the period of being watched, plus Su Tianyuan was indeed missing as well, they wouldn't be able to find anything. After all, who would have thought that Su Dao wasn't an ordinary 13-year-old teenager, but a deeply hidden 8th grade martial artist? This matter was just a slight thought before he completely put it aside. He had no intention of taking action against these 2. At this time, not only would he not be able to solve the problem, instead, he would actually expose himself. What he was truly concerned about was another matter: Demon Guile. The demonic Guile had actually attacked the military camp. It's so fierce. The city is getting dangerous. But is that sent from the Demon Guile? It seems one's guess was right. Returning to the medical center, Su Dao closed his eyes and settled down. His consciousness came to the dark space, under the bronze giant tree. Su Dao looked up. Hiss, the degree of immersion has unexpectedly increased by a sliver. Su Dao was very surprised. At this moment, on top of that bronze giant tree, the green fluorescence was raised by a very obvious sliver compared to before, although it was like a tiny bit compared to the entire tree trunk, but it was still very obvious. At the same time, he was also very happy. He finally found a way to accelerate the speed of the bronze giant tree light up, and it is exactly, and he avoided the demonic trick related. Although he still didn't know what exactly was affecting the bronze giant tree, as long as he found the direction, it would be enough. As for his current strength, he definitely didn't dare to go looking for the Demon Guile, but his strength would increase. Just because he didn't dare now didn't mean he wouldn't dare in the future. Looking at the sky still early, Su Dao however did not return to the medical center, but instead walked down the street towards the outside of the city. He had to go outside to have a look. Speaking of which, he had come to this world for 13 years, but to be honest, the scope of his activities had always been this Yanghe County, which meant that he hadn't even left the city gates in 13 years. This thing is actually the opposite of lucky. There is a martial artist father, is considered to be extremely well protected. Anyone knows that outside the city is dangerous, even during the day, equally dangerous, just not as powerful as at night, but if unlucky or careless, the same will lose their lives. Therefore, all along, his father Su Tianyuan was not allowed to go out of the city, and he was not even allowed to run around in the city, and now that his strength had reached the 8th grade, he felt that he should go out and have a look. To be a man of the Godao, to develop silently, but not to be an ostrich, but to be fully familiar with the surrounding environment, to look for what is favorable to oneself, to look for lurking dangers, and to use the most low-key and covert means to get rid of the dangers, or to uproot all hidden dangers in advance. When passing through the east of the city, he deliberately paid attention to a few places that were haunted by demonic shenanigans a few days ago. At this time, naturally, he could not see any abnormality, and it had long been cleaned up by the officials and the gangs. The city died, the body will not be put in the city for a long time. If it is murder and death, then to determine the cause of death, it will be sent to the incinerator room unified burning. If the death of a demon, then after the investigation is over, the unified sent to the Department of Jin Demon Handling. In other words, no matter how poor or rich, if you die here, no matter whether the deceased still has family or not, you do not have the right to dispose of the body. Su Family Medical Center next street there is a family surnamed Ma. The old mother died, not in accordance with the rules of the body to the incinerator, just secretly buried, and then buried the next day. The dead mother came back. Not only came back, but also the family surnamed Ma all taken away. The big furnace of the incinerator, which could be seen from any place in the city, was naturally visible here, and Su Dao felt that it was somewhat like the blast furnaces in that world in his previous life, only not as high and as big. That incinerator was always smoking, almost never stopping. In the past it was better. This year he only felt that the black smoke was bigger and thicker. Did not intentionally stay in the east of the city, directly out of the east city gate. Hiss. As soon as he stepped out of the range of the city walls, Su Dao shivered violently as a strange feeling surfaced in his heart. This is... Su Dao was surprised, and he was certain that he had this feeling, not for psychological reasons, but to actually feel the difference between the city and the outside of the city. At this time, it was clearly midday, the sun was shining brightly on the land below. He had just felt that this sun was shining so much that it felt hot inside the city, but outside of the city, he only felt a coldness. What a living hell! Can't the people outside the city, or those leaving the city feel it? He looked at the crowds coming and going at the city gates. The mind wondered. Perhaps. He can feel it because he is a martial artist, and the higher his strength, the more sensitive he is to this kind of breath instead. Dao Gur? A voice came from behind him. It carried a hint of surprise and a point of surprise. Su Dao turned his head and saw a teenager leading a huge black bull out of the city. The black bull was more than a few heads taller than the teenager, with long and sharp horns, bulging muscles, and green scales on his forehead, giving off a huge sense of oppression. Wayman? What are you? The teenager Su Dao called Wayman scratched his head. I'm not as capable as you, and I can't do any heavy work for the time being, so I can only help the master's family herd the cows, and my father said that he'd let me mingle for a few years first, and grow up a bit before going to work with him. This is the neighboring Ali Lujian family's second boy, not much close, but also familiar. He said these days why not see it. The original also began to earn money to support the family. Chapter 14 Temporary Conscription, to the Shang Medical Bureau. You're out of town for something? I heard that your family's medical center has opened up? Wayman tugged Black Ox to Su Dao. Well, it's opened up, learning medicine from my father since I was a kid, it's always of some use. You are a capable, those streets, the same age of the little friends, you are the most powerful, can support the family. Wayman laughed nervously. Going out of town to herd cattle? Well, this thing is a big eater, it's not enough to just eat grain, eating grass is a supplement. Then let's join together. I happen to go out of the city to take a look. Su Dao nodded his head. It just so happens that he is not familiar with the outside, it's quite good to have a guide. Okay, don't wander around, it's chaotic outside, recently many stragglers have come here, I heard they eat children. Wayman pointed to the dilapidated shacks not far away. Those were all built by the nearby stragglers themselves, although they couldn't enter the city, being a little closer to the city wall was also a point of peace of mind. This is not false, there are protective spells on top of the city walls to drive away demons and ghosts, although the protection outside the city can't catch up with the city, but close to the position of the city walls, there is still a weak effect. I heard that the people of several villages nearby were almost eaten up by the demons, and had no choice but to flee. They fled here and came to the city to work as laborers for jobs. Wayman said as he walked, he often went out of the city for these news. Instead, he was more informed than Su Dao. Came as here, the wages are just enough to feed and clothe, and there is no place for them to live in the city, and even if there is, the tax can't be paid, so they can only live here. Su Dao nodded his head. These people can enter the city to work as laborers, but they don't have the right to live in the city. Don't look at those streets near Su Dao are bitter, but honestly speaking, compared to these people in more than one ship, at least they can get a foothold in the city, even if they are poorer and more difficult. I heard that outside the city is haunted by demonic shenanigans. You go out of the city every day, aren't you afraid? Wayman was silent at his words. I'm afraid, but there's nothing I can do. I'm not the only one who goes out of the city. I'm still just herding cows. Those who farm outside the city are the ones who are miserable. If you go out of the city, you may be killed by the demons, but if you don't go out of the city, you can only starve to death. One may die, one is bound to die, little cutie. All know how to choose. Ever seen a demon? You're kidding. If I saw a demon guile, how could I still be alive? I'm not a martial artist. Wayman said, you can practice martial arts now. There was envy in Wayman's eyes. Su Dao's age for practicing martial arts had been fulfilled and he had the medical center as support to practice. Regardless of whether or not they could enter the grade, even if they couldn't, those were much stronger than ordinary people who didn't have cultivation, and when the time came, the gap between them would only be wider. Su Dao nodded his head with a calm face, not denying it, and did not flaunt in front of his former companions that he had actually entered the grade. Su Dao walked all the way and looked all the way. The environment outside the city was much harsher than he had imagined. It hadn't rained for several months, such as today, and it was getting hotter and hotter. A lot of the ground had dried up to the point of cracking, and the grasses and trees were also withered and yellowed. On the contrary, it was the Black Mountain in the distance, which was still green and oily. What are you looking at there for? Are you not thinking of going to find Uncle Su? Don't go. Wayman became anxious as soon as he looked at him. Su Dao froze and realized that it was Wayman who misunderstood. I'm not going. You really can't go, that Black Mountain is much more dangerous than here. A martial artist can easily go in and not come out. We're afraid that we'll go in and there won't be any dregs left. Wayman's tone was serious, and in the midst of the seriousness, there was also trepidation. Su Dao had also heard a lot of legends about Black Mountain. It was a truly ominous and dangerous place. He naturally wouldn't go, at least not at the moment, although he was now in the realm of the 8th rank, but in front of those demons and weirdness, it was still just a dish. A Black Mountain almost separated Yanghe County from the outside world. Su Dao had a feeling as if the Yanghe County he was in was a cage, and they were living in this cage. Thinking about this, Su Dao felt that the oppressive feeling of that terrifying Black Mountain had gotten a little stronger, giving people a chilling feeling. Su Dao had a bad feeling about the Black Mountain, not because of the horrible legends about those Black Mountains, but from his own intuition. It was fine before, but after he stepped into the martial arts and had practiced with success, and succeeded in entering the grade, this feeling became stronger and stronger, and it always felt that this mountain was like a prostrate beast. After chatting a lot, Su Dao also saw what he wanted to see, so he bid farewell to Wayman and walked towards the city. Although I am curious about the outside of the city, but he does not have the idea of exploring it right now, nor does he have that strength. Back in the city, just arrived at the door of the medical center, I saw a small official standing in front of the medical center. Before he could ask, the minor official spoke first. Su Dao, Dr. Su? Su Dao nodded, yes, what's the matter, Your Honor? I'm just an errand boy, I can't be called a lord. That minor official waved his hand, but obviously was quite happy to hear this title. This morning, it was you who stepped in to save County Soldier Li Yuan? Su Dao's heart secretly said, could it be that guy died? He nodded, exactly. Good, you've been drafted now. The city's medical center is too busy, and is in need of a talent like you. That minor official nodded and directly waved his hand. This can still be messed up like this, direct conscription? Seeing Su Dao's hesitant face, the minor official let out a laugh. Don't be ungrateful, there are benefits to going, as long as you do a good job. Not only do you have a reward, but you can also be exempt from taxes for a year, all the taxes for the whole family. Su Dao's heart was moved, not because of the illusory reward, not to mention because of the tax exemption, but he guessed that this trip must be for the purpose of treating those soldiers who were injured because of the demonic weirdness. Wouldn't that be a chance to get that weird breath? That kind of breath was exactly what he was lacking right now. Not only could it speed up the lighting of the bronze giant tree, but after the bronze giant tree was lit up, it could in turn promote the progress of his martial arts cultivation. He had now entered the 8th rank, and although the speed of his cultivation was already terrifying, who could not want to go faster? It would be best to have strength that could defend himself in a very short period of time. In addition to this, the method to accelerate the speed of martial cultivation is not without, but it has to cost money, such as going to buy the precious Dan of martial cultivation, or the spirit medicine that replenishes the chi and blood. Those things have a role to play for him, and they can also be utilized much more efficiently with the help of the bronze giant tree. But doesn't he have no money? At least to take medicine, is really can't afford to eat. An ordinary medicine, do not do any processing, can be sold dozens of hundreds of taels of silver, but also a mouthful of things. How much family business can afford to spend like this? Su Dao nodded his head. Please also lead the way ahead, my lord. Alright, let's go. There's no need to bring anything else, it's all over there. Thus, Su Dao entered the door and gave a word to his mother, Lu, before following behind that petty official towards the north of the city. Until he reached his destination, he realized that it was not to the north of the city among the military camps, but to the Shang Medical Bureau. Just as he arrived, he heard continuous wailing, mournful yet horrifying. Chapter 15 Love of Talent, Elder Ji's Kindness. How many people were injured in this? Su Dao didn't delay and walked straight into the Shanghai Bureau. After he entered, his eyes were filled with injured soldiers, and the wounds of those injured were similar to those of Li Yuan, whom he had saved earlier, only they were not as serious as that. So many of them did not fall unconscious, and thus were able to wail. The injured is very much, but the healer is less than pitiful, only 4 or 5 people. These 4 or 5 people are busy in the meantime, already tried to speed up, but compared to the huge number of injured, still a drop in the bucket. Where did that kid come from? A doctor who was treating someone looked up at Su Dao. This person's hair was slightly white, he didn't look young, but he was extremely spirited, and his eyes were incomparably sharp. Didn't I say it, all the idle people here are out. Kid Su Dao opened a small medical center in the south of the city. I was drafted to come here. Su Dao hastily opened his voice. Oh? Su Dao? That Li Yuan is your hand to save? The healer paused in his hands, somewhat curious. Precisely under me. How did you save him? That Li Yuan was injured in his internal organs. Commoners are afraid that they simply don't have that ability to save it. Sealing the veins with silver needles, using fish intestines to sew up the internal organs in flesh injuries. Then use silver needles to stab acupuncture points to awaken the body's instincts and speed up recovery. It's not enough. If it's just this, it can't be saved. That old man shook his head, not believing it at all. That Li Yuan has entered the grade. Su Dao added in a small voice. HM? So that's how it is. That old man came to a realization. That explains it. Martial artists are different from normal people, their life force is amazing, and then according to what you said, it makes sense. Su Dao thought to himself, this old man in front of him is powerful, but he is not good at bluffing. Fortunately, he had thought of something to say long ago on his way here. When that Li Yuan was sent back, I also just hurriedly swept a glance and didn't get on to check. I didn't expect to look away. That old man nodded, and then pointed at the injuries all over the place. Since that's the case, it means that you have some skills, so you quickly help to administer help. Take your own tools and medicinal herbs at your disposal. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Su Dao. Su Dao did not disturb him, and directly chose a person nearby and began to cast his means. All are some traumatic injuries. There are martial artists, there are ordinary people, wounds or light or heavy. Treatment is also those means. However, he didn't dare to use his own strength here. Fortunately, there were other things that could be used instead. There was a kind of soup provided here, all of which could boost the patient's spirit, replenish the qi and blood, and enhance the vitality of the good stuff, which could greatly improve the survivability of the injured patients. Sealing the veins, suturing, and then silver needle stabbing the acupuncture points, in reality, secretly pulling out the weird qi in these people's bodies. His movements were very skillful, and the effect was also very conspicuous, and soon the first person was finished. And the old man who had just spoken to him, only then did he secretly nod his head, withdrawing his gaze of concern. This kid named Su Dao indeed has some skills. When he saw the breath of the person saved by Su Dao, his breath smoothened out almost as if it was visible to the naked eye. He knew that Su Dao's means were effective. This busy is from the afternoon busy to the evening. Here is too many people. Wait until the last person to complete the rescue. Su Dao looked up. It is already midnight. Su Dao got up to move his aching arms, and at this time, other doctors in the Shang Medical Bureau also got up. Mother, finally I'm done. If it wasn't for those big medical centers in the city apportioning a lot of them, they wouldn't have been able to save them at all. A healer muttered. More than 100 people were injured and 50 or 2 died. It's been a long time since there was a demonic and bizarre scourge of this magnitude in the city. Another person took over. The man who had previously struck up a conversation with Su Dao similarly got up. Alright, let's go to the back hall to eat together. Go rest early after eating. There are so many injured here. Tomorrow will not be free either. Yes, medical minister. The crowd answered yes. Su Dao realized that this person was still an official. That medical prime minister nodded, and then turned his gaze to Su Dao. You will also go to have your meal with us, and after that, I will send someone to send you back. As for home, you don't have to worry, someone will go to the news. Su Dao nodded his head and did not excuse himself. He was also really hungry. He still ate some in the morning, and did not eat any water or rice behind him. Honestly followed that medical chancellor and the 4 medical officials towards the backyard of the Shang Medical Bureau. That medical chancellor said again, my surname is Gu, as the medical chancellor of the Shang Medical Bureau. Greetings, Elder Gu. Su Dao hastened to re-see his strength. Well, how old are you? 13. Su Dao had asked and answered. He had already seen that this Gu Lao in front of him was also a martial artist, and the realm was not low, coupled with the fact that he had not yet Shang Medical Bureau medical chancellor, and had a proper official status. That was someone he could not afford to offend. 13? Really? Gu could not help but look back at Su Dao. There is surprise in his eyes, although Su Dao is now only 13 years old, but the height of 8 feet, early an adult. In addition to the color of the face of the childish, thin body, there are no abnormalities. And there is such a medical skill person, actually only 13 years old, really led a person incredibly. Kid doesn't dare to deceive Gu Lao. This medical skill of yours is a family heirloom? Thinking that there was only one reason why a young age could have such medical skills. Exactly. Then how is it that you are the one who came, but the elders of the family who know medicine didn't come? Gu Lao wondered. Su Dao pursed his lips. Kid's medical skills were passed down from my father, but my father disappeared a few months ago when he left the city, his life and death unknown. Gu Lao nodded at his words. He finally understood what was going on, so he stopped speaking, and when he didn't speak, the crowd was silent as well. Coming to the backyard, a feast had long been prepared here, and the table was quite sumptuous. A minor official had already waited here, precisely the one who had gone to the Su family's medical center earlier. Greetings to you, medical superintendent, all medical officials. His Excellency, the county governor, knows that you all have worked hard today, and has specially asked me to prepare a banquet to raise thanks. After saying that, he did not stay too long and left the place. Well, it's quite sumptuous. It seems that this prefectural honorable lord has still put some thought into it. Don't just stand there, sit down and eat. Elder Go waved his hand, signaling the crowd not to be polite. Su Dao wasn't formal either. He directly sat at the very end of the seat and directly buried his head to eat. He could not usually eat this kind of noodles by himself. Rice is fine rice, that is, grinding off the germ layer, the color of snow white, delicate taste of rice. This rice may not be rare in Su Dao's past life in that world, but in fact, in this world, the processing difficulty is quite high, and thus sell expensive. The current price seems to be 1.5 silver a stone. In addition, there are many dishes Su Dao simply do not recognize, especially in addition to beef and mutton. There is a meat he does not know, but eat in the mouth is particularly sweet, and after entering the abdomen, there is a heat rises up. This meat can accelerate the cultivation of martial arts. It seems that the origin of this meat is not bad. Just as Su Dao was surprised, another plate of the same meat was placed in front of him. He looked up, but it was Elder Gu. Chapter 16. This old man is strangely good. But Gu Lao brought the plate of meat in front of him to Su Dao. This meat was originally all for one person. This meat is a good thing, that is, if a martial artist consumes it, it can speed up cultivation, replenish qi and blood, and strengthen the body. It's just right for you to consume now. Thank you, Elder Gu. Su Dao hurriedly thanked him. This old man was strangely nice. He could tell that this meat should be quite precious, knowing that the other beef and mutton were all extremely large portions, but only this meat, a portion, was actually not much at all. Would you like to join the Shan Medical Bureau and be my disciple? Elder Gu suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Su Dao. Su Dao stared blankly, while the others at the banquet similarly stopped their bowls and chopsticks, their faces astonished. However, when they thought about it, they felt that it was reasonable that this Su Dao was so young and had such medical skills, so it was no wonder that he would be valued by the Minister of Medicine. Su Dao only pondered a little, then immediately got up and returned. Disciple has met teacher. How could this kind of thigh not be grabbed? If it was someone else, he might have hesitated, but this Shang Medical Bureau was an extremely appropriate place. It wouldn't be involved in killing, there wasn't much fighting, and it was very much in line with what he thought of as a person in the Godao. Although he does not see the government as, but does not reject to become the government, he is also a common man. And become Gu old disciple, one is a layer of official face identity, can get shelter, reduce a lot of trouble. Secondly, this place he really want to come, to know. Just one afternoon today, he sucked 14 weird breaths from the injured, thought he could light up a section of the bronze giant tree. It is simply a blessing for him. If he had stayed within his own medical center, he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to have access to this kind of thing, but he was afraid that it would not be rare in this Shang Medical Bureau. Good, good, good. A smile finally appeared on Gu Lao's face as he stroked his beard. Hurry up and eat. It's late today, go back early after dinner and talk tomorrow. At this time, everyone else also voiced out their congratulations, but it was not to congratulate Su Dao for becoming Elder Ge's disciple, but to congratulate Elder Gu for accepting a good disciple. After the meal, Gu Lao only told Su Dao that he would go to his residence to look for him tomorrow, and then sent someone to send him back to his home in the south of the city. Along the way, Su Dao was in a good mood. I did not expect today there is such a harvest. The small official beside him also opened his mouth enviously at this time. Congratulations to Mr. Su. You've actually gained the attention of the Minister of Medicine. If you can learn the skills of the medical minister in refining medicines, you will definitely be on your way to the top in the future. Medicine refining? Su Dao was stunned. He also did not expect that little old man to have such a skill. It seemed that he had underestimated Gu Lao. That's right, healing the sick and saving people is only Gu Lao's most common skill. What his old man is really good at is refining medicines, supplying them to martial artists for cultivation. With this skill, even the county governor is respectful to Gu Lao. Su Dao then realized how thick a thigh he had hugged, but this is not what Su Dao wanted. Sometimes the thigh is too thick, it is not all good for him. However, it was too late now. He had even called his teacher. I'm grateful for teacher's regard, and I don't take it as my kid's stupidity. Su Dao had a happy look on his face. That's also because Mr. Su is gifted, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten the eye of Elder Gu. The minor official carried a lantern to illuminate Su Dao's path, and flattered Su Dao again. Your Excellency, let's hurry up, it's not safe at night lately. In the future, if Your Excellency comes out at night, you should also pay attention. When he returned to the Su family medical center, sure enough, his mother was still awake, but it was his little sister who had already fallen asleep on his mother's lap and was drooling. Auntie, I'm back. Phew, finally back. What happened today? Why are you so late? They didn't give you a hard time, right? Lu had a concerned look on her face, but she quietly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Su Dao safe and sound. Su Dao then talked about today's events. Lu was happy to hear this. You are actually valued by Lord Medical Chancellor and want to accept you as a disciple? Aha! Su Dao nodded. Lu could naturally only see the benefits and ignore the possible risks involved, but it had to be said that this was definitely a straight path through the heavens for the Su family. Let's talk about one of the most obvious benefits. Once Su Dao became a medical officer within the Shang Medical Bureau and gained official status, then the whole family would no longer have to pay taxes. The family's yearly taxes will add up to 10 taels of silver, which is not a small amount, enough to buy a lot of rice and grain. After washing up, Su Dao returned to his bedroom, sat on his knees, and his mind came to that dark space. Only to see that the range of that bronze giant tree being lit up had been raised another notch. And Su Dao's martial cultivation had also increased to the mid-8th grade along the way. This kind of speed was truly terrifying, bearing in mind that he had only broken through the 8th rank a few days ago. This is a shortcut. Su Dao exited the dark space inside. This was much more effective than any precious elixir. If he came a few more times, he was afraid that Su Dao would be able to break through the 7th grade realm. At that time, he would have the backbone to face the lower-ranked demonic shenanigans. Although he still didn't have much confidence in facing the middle and high-ranked weirdnesses, in the end, there wouldn't be any weirdnesses that powerful in the city at the moment. The next morning, Su Dao woke up early and started to wash up and changed into the cleanest and most decent clothes. Today was the day he was going to pay homage to his master, so naturally, he had to be a bit more solemn, even if Elder Gu probably didn't care. Lu was already preparing the 6 gifts of tuition, even though these things may not be worth much, but the gift should not be wasted. After a simple breakfast, Su Dao carried the tuition to a residence in the inner square of the city, which is Gu Lao's residence in the city. This is what Gu Lao told him yesterday when they parted. After all, this kind of thing, or private house is more appropriate. The government office is obviously not appropriate. Is it Mr. Su Dao? An old servant opened the door for Su Dao. Exactly, boy. Well, come on in, master and madam are waiting for you. This was a 4-entry mansion, quite grand, so it was evident that this cheap teacher of his was quite a family man. When he came to the front hall, he saw Elder Gu sitting there with a woman who already had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Coming? This is your master's wife. Elder Gu pointed to the woman on the side and said, Disciple greets teacher. Teacher mother. Su Daoxing bowed with a big salute. Elder Gu stepped forward to help Su Dao up. Good. Get up. The woman smiled and nodded as well. What a talent. Su Dao got up and handed over the tuition again, but Gu Lao didn't dislike it. Instead, he happily accepted it. Then he took out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Su Dao. I don't have anything good to give you. Take this bottle of pills. It can strengthen your body and cultivate your vitality, and strengthen your qi and blood. I think that you are practicing martial arts nowadays, and this is just the right thing for you to use. Speaking of which, with the bronze tree, Su Dao has not really been seen through their own cultivation. As long as he wants, it is easy to hide their own cultivation, wait until the right time, and then reveal their own cultivation will be good. Although this thing may not be of much use to him, Su Dao was still happy to accept it. That's not all. The always smiling Shern Yang, however, waved her hand, and then a maidservant directly brought up a wooden case covered with red silk. Your teacher can still send you pills, but I would really have nothing to give you. But I thought about it, whether it's practicing martial arts or learning medicine, you need money to rely on, these mundane things you take. The teacher's wife lifted the red silk, only to see that under the red silk, there are 10 ingots of gold, all 10 taels per ingot, that is to say, there are 100 taels of gold here. Good guy, really tacky, but Su Dao likes it. Great love for the teacher's wife. This gold was much stronger to Su Dao than that bottle of elixir. Chapter 17, Worshipping the Master and Getting an Officer, 9th Grade Doctor. You will come to the Shang Medical Bureau every morning from now on, to learn from me, and then go back to run your medical center in the afternoon. Elder Gu opened his mouth to make arrangements for Su Dao. My medical center can still continue to open? Su Dao was very surprised. In order to worship his master, he was actually ready to close down his medical center. Unexpectedly, Elder Gu actually let him continue to open the medical center. Of course you can open it. Every medical officer of the Shang Medical Bureau actually has properties outside. That 100 medicine workshop in the city is mine. Su Dao was really surprised. He still knew about the 100 medicine workshop. It was the largest medical hall in Yanghua County. No wonder Shern Yang is 100 taels of gold in her hand. Your medical hall, well run, is also regarded as an industry. Martial arts practitioners cultivate as the resources. That medical hall, although cannot earn big money, but as a supplement is good. Gu Lao stroked his beard. Yes, teacher. Su Dao nodded his head, feeling that this old man was really good. He felt respect. His teacher knew that Su Dao's family wasn't really a wealthy family, yet he didn't make a big deal of saying that he would be responsible for Su Dao's resources. Instead, he let him try to earn his own living. This was called teaching a man to fish. My master's greatest ability is not healing, but refining medicine. As long as you can learn 30% of my skills, it's also enough for you to earn a lot of money. Gu Lao then said, as for the Shang Medical Bureau, although you are my disciple, you can't be given an official position indiscriminately, so you can be a doctor first. Doctor, 9th grade proper official body, can give the official disc kind, already can, although this is only the lowest official position of the Shang Medical Bureau. As for the mandarins, they were mandarins, not officials. Completely different two sets of systems. The most common difference was that the official's salary was paid by the Ministry of Revenue, but the mandarins were the responsibility of the superior officer. Although, in fact, both are allocated by the local government finance, but the meaning is very different. A mandarin could be dismissed at any time, but an official's official body could not be easily stripped away. Even if they have committed a crime, they need someone to come down specifically to investigate, and then they are approved at several levels and verified several times. On top of the doctor there is the physician, that is from the 8th grade name of the great physician, and on top of that there is the 7th grade great medical officer, the 6th grade great medical chancellor. And the teacher is from the 6th grade doctor. This was quite a rank. This is already the highest rank of medical officer in this small Manhwa county. Although this from the 6th grade medical officer's power, only limited to the small Shang Medical Bureau, but the official is an official, who have to give a few thin face, and even his grade than the county zun is still half a level higher. The county zun is also only the 7th grade only. Of course, these two cannot be compared to the promotion system is different, although the grade of the county zun half a level lower, but the real power is many times greater. Although it is only a small county zun, but since ancient times this position can be called the 100-mile marquee, it can explain a lot of things. Many thanks, teacher. Well, what technique are you practicing now? Elder Gu asked again. The body nurturing gong. Su Dao didn't hide it, it's not like it's some divine secret technique that can't be revealed. Well, it's quite suitable for healers to cultivate. Elder Gu nodded, although practicing this gong is not as good as other gong methods in terms of killing and fighting, it is better in terms of being neutral and peaceful, and it is extremely beneficial to nourishing and prolonging one's life. Your gong method is full? Su Dao shook his head, there are only 5 layers, the highest that can be practiced is up to the 5th grade. Don't worry, there is a complete copy of this gongfu in the official government. However, I remember that the highest is only 8 layers, that is to say, theoretically, with this gongfu, you can only cultivate to the 2nd grade martial artist realm. Speaking here, Gulao first laughed. What's the point of thinking so much? If you really have the talent to cultivate to the 2nd grade, the subsequent techniques can be created and continued by yourself. The gongfu I practiced is called Pine Crane Extension Sutra, also only has 8 layers, which is also available in the government. It doesn't seem to be better than your health improving gong, so I won't let you switch to it. Gulao waved his hand. Let's go, follow me to the duty. Su Dao hurriedly followed. And Chernyang also voiced out behind him, Su Dao, whenever you have time in the future, follow your master to come to the house for meals, and the house won't be short of a bite of food for you. Many thanks, senior mistress. This senior mistress was still good. The pills and gold that he had just received had already been ordered by his senior Nyang to be sent to Su Dao's home, and it was inconvenient to bring those things up in value. Walking on the road, the atmosphere was a bit silent. Su Dao wasn't a nagging person and Gulao wasn't a talkative person either. So, there was some awkwardness for a while. Teacher, that creepy one that rebelled in the city, has it been resolved? Su Dao asked a question that he himself was concerned about. No. However, after such a big incident this time, the Devil Suppressor Division will solve it, and it must be solved, otherwise, the Prefecture Zun won't be able to spare them. Gulao spoke in a casual tone. Usually no accident is just, let them have malfeasance, the county honors will not care, but now the accident, then there must be someone to take responsibility, and is responsible for removing the devil to get rid of the tricky Jinmusi culpability is hard to escape. There is no particularly effective way to deal with demons and shenanigans? Yes. Gulao nodded his head, but seemed a bit hesitant. In the Demon Suppression Division, apart from martial artists, there is another category of cultivators. They call themselves seekers. Seekers of the way? Not bad, that's a bunch of lunatic chi refiners, shouting for longevity and eternal life every day, but practicing bizarre gong methods. The more they practice, the less they look like human beings. Elder Gu shook his head, but he scoffed at that what chi refiners. When Su Dao heard the 3 words chi refiner, he was originally quite excited. After all, that was cultivating immortality, long life and eternal life, but when he heard the teacher's words afterward, he immediately shuddered. It seemed that that path of cultivation had a great deal of problems. Not like a human? Well, that's the literal meaning. You don't want to think about going that way, practicing unlike a human, unlike a ghost, not to mention that they didn't seek longevity. Even if they did, it doesn't mean much. Gulao warned. I understand. Su Dao then stopped asking more questions. You don't have to worry either. When a martial artist cultivates to a high enough realm, the martial artist's chi and blood and strength also have a killing power against demons and weirdness. Although the effect is not as good, it is enough for you to protect yourself. Elder Gu saw that Su Dao was a little disappointed, so he spoke out to comfort him. When they entered the Shang Medical Bureau, there were medical officials who immediately came forward to greet their teacher, and when they saw Su Dao, they also nodded their heads in greeting. As for those officials, they were even more courteous to Su Dao. Gulao first took Su Dao to receive the official uniform and disc and waistplate, and only then continued to take him to other places. Medical Minister, the condition of those injured has stabilized, and I think they will soon be out of danger. Gulao nodded. Continue to enter the evil dispelling soup. We need to completely pull out the bizarre chi in their bodies, lest we leave behind future problems. Guile chi? Su Dao's heart stirred slightly. He seemed to know what the wisp of breath he had absorbed during his treatment was. Just, can't they perceive it? Why didn't they just find a way to pluck it out, but instead used a soup to get rid of it? Afterward, Su Dao secretly probed those injured people, and sure enough, some of them still had remnants of Guiqi in their bodies, only that not much was left. It seemed that this was the effect of that evil expelling soup, and although they couldn't perceive it, they had found a suitable treatment. The standard know-it-all, but don't know why. Chapter 18, I don't eat beef. In fact, this kind of situation is still very common in medicine together, even in Su Dao's last life. In the era when technology was not so advanced, the treatment of illnesses was the same, that's why the right medicine was given. And the symptoms here, most of the time is just the symptom. After seeing the wounded, Elder Gu led Su Dao into his own official lighthouse. He pointed at a few huge bookshelves. You can read all the medical books here, and ask me if you can't understand them, although you have a medical inheritance, but in the end, your foundation is weak, and if you want to learn how to refine medicines, your current situation is still far from adequate. Wait until when you pass my examination. Thus, Su Dao began to learn on his own. Medicine is an extremely complex system, even in the ancient times when medicine was not developed, plus this world also has transcendent powers, which involves things, that's even more. Su Dao himself is gifted, strong memory, coupled with the bronze tree, martial arts breakthroughs, and make the spirit of growth, clear and active thinking, or else face this room of books, afraid of wanting to die of heart. These things, I am afraid that many people cannot finish learning for a lifetime. That is, Su Dao also dare not say that you can learn in a short period of time. Learn to learn, not read, but also have to remember, understand, and then learn to live, or else just rote memorization is not considered to learn as well. Guold saw Su Dao just sat down, will be immersed in the books, very satisfied nodded. They really did not see the wrong, this child aura of darkness, and the youth early wisdom, otherwise it would not be at this age have this kind of medical skills, only this kind of talent can inherit their mantle. He has not met gifted people, also not met intelligent children, but these people will not come to learn medicine, practice martial arts, practice future is not more far-reaching? And those who want to learn are too stupid to be seen by him. Thought he had this body of skills, no chance to pass out, which thought surprisingly in this small Yanghe county encountered such a good seedling. It is really rare, this is up to the mind of the apprentice. Refining medicine and making Dan seems to belong to the medical road, but in fact belongs to the medical road and martial arts sublimation of the fusion of the talent is not enough to learn. And this way also need to spend a lot of time. Everyone's time and energy are limited. Martial artists only practicing martial arts or too much time is not enough. Where there is the mind to study these, medical and martial arts together, the benefits of anyone can see, but the bad place is also obvious. Martial artist low realm, life expectancy increase is also limited. The 7 product life stops 150, 6 products also only have a life of 200, 5 products 250 years, even the 4 products is only 300 loads. Seems like a lot, in fact, really not much, and martial arts realm breakthrough is to take advantage of the young, because with the age of martial arts approaching the lifespan, chi and blood will decline, which will lead to breakthrough failure. In the lifespan of half before the breakthrough for the best, after 2/3 of the time, is little hope. In other words, if a 4th grade martial artist cannot break through to the 3rd grade before the age of 150, then the chances of breaking through will be reduced, and if he cannot break through at the age of 200, then the hope will be very slim. The decline of chi and blood might still be solved with precious medicines, but the loss of spirit could not be solved by precious medicines. By midday, Gu Lao called a halt to Su Dao. Is there anything you don't understand? Su Dao then asked for advice on all the doubts he had when he was reading the book, and Gu Lao answered them carefully, waiting for Su Dao to be completely free of doubts before taking him to the backyard to have his meal. Not bad, the government is eating 3 meals. Su Dao's family life is already considered generous, but only eat 2 meals. Even those poor people, even 2 meals are very difficult to do. Real, busy, too dry, idle, a thin, a dry, or even too thin, starvation is not into. After the meal, Gu Lao then signaled Su Dao can go home. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the morning on the yamen can be. At 3 o'clock in the morning, that is, 7:45 in the morning, if there is no big deal in the medical bureau, only need to stay until the end of the afternoon, that is, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then you can leave. It's quite early for work, Su Dao thought in his heart. On the way home, Su Dao took out money to buy a roast goose, although he ate it, but Yang and little sister certainly did not eat it. The family is now better food, but the roast goose has not eaten for a long time. A roasted goose costs 200 won, really expensive. According to the current price of food, you can buy 120 pounds of rice. But this goose has more than 4 pounds, he thinks it's worth it. After thinking about it, he simply bought another pastry. This one is even more expensive, half a taels of silver a box, also belongs to the rich people can afford to eat. This is to buy for Su Lu. That girl has not eaten anything good, and now the hand is generous, he naturally also spare. He is now a doctor of the 9th grade, monthly salary of 15 taels of silver, 1 stone of fine rice, 10 pounds of oil, and cloth at the end of the year. Can be said to be quite generous. And usually if you eat at the government office, you don't have to pay, and the food is not bad. Together with the income from the medical center, his current monthly income could probably reach around 30 taels. Well, that's pretty high. In his previous life, that would be a proper monthly income of over 10,000. The days had suddenly gotten faster. Sure enough, back home, the youngest sister Sulu saw the roast goose in Su Dao's hands and immediately drooled, and when she called her big brother, she was much more affectionate. When she saw the pastries again, she climbed directly onto Su Dao. Big brother, you're so nice. No, I'm not nice, it's the roast goose and pastries that are nice. Well, big brother is also good. Sulu pondered for a while, said very solemnly. Su Dao rolled his eyes, he was already happy that this girl could say this. You have this body. Mother Lu looked at the official clothes on Su Dao and was a little incredulous. My son has become an official, the 9th rank. Then you can't spend money recklessly. Lu Mother's heart is happy and distressed, but she knows that this point of things, but it's not cheap, adding up to almost 1 or 2 silver, I'm afraid. It's not like you buy it every day, buy it and let your little girl taste it. He can't afford to buy it every day. If he bought it every day, it would cost him more than 20 taels a month, and he would lose a month's salary. However, buying it every few days was still fine. Someone just sent a box of gold to the house, and a bottle of medicine, only saying it was from your master. What's going on? Lu asked again. The master teacher's wife gave a meeting gift, feel free to accept it is, this favor since I come to return, you don't need to care. Su Dao puts Lu's mind at ease. Lu nodded, I've already received those things in your room, even if you don't say it, I know that I don't have the ability to repay this favor. You are a capable one, but remember, there is no goodness in this world without a reason, nor is there any unrequited favor, so you can't forget your roots and be negative. Don't worry, auntie, go and try the roasted goose, the good days of the family are still ahead. Su Dao understands that Lu is still worried, her heart is not bottomless, she is not clear about Su Dao's strength, naturally she feels that this wealth is too easy to come, and bring it to the hand is not at ease, not solid. In accordance with the reasoning, it is true, he is now Gu Lao's disciple, with the official body, seems to rest on his laurels, but once there is a big change, this layer of seemingly solid shelter also has to break open the time, cannot keep the rich and powerful, in the final analysis, or to look at their own strength. If he now has the strength of the first grade of martial arts, he also does not eat beef. Chapter 19, Frequent Guile Incidents, Gaining Guile Chi Again. Came to the front to continue to sit in the pavilion, while secretly practicing nourishing gong. It is fortunate that the nourishing gong is the majority of quiet gong, otherwise it is really not good to practice. Soon there will be patients door to door. Da! Lord! A woman who brought her elderly mother to the doctor's office stuttered a bit. Su Dao then reacted to the fact that he didn't seem to have changed his clothes and was still wearing his official uniform. However, he didn't explain, but honestly finished treating the old man, prescribed medicine, and collected the money. So what if he became a medical official? Still have to help people to see the doctor, it's hard not to raise the price? It is not impossible. He did not want to give the poor price increases, but thought that with his official body, I'm afraid that the fame will become more and more, I'm afraid that soon there will be rich people to find their own medical treatment, although there will not be too much, but certainly there is. When you meet a rich person, it's okay to charge a little bit more, and it's okay to charge a little bit more for the medicines. In a flash of time, 3 more days passed. These 3 days he went up to the government office every day to eat, read books, go home to sit in the museum, practicing martial arts and cultivation. It was very boring, but very fulfilling. And these days he has met a lot of big people in the county minister Ding Qi. He came to visit those wounded soldiers in the Shang Medical Bureau. Knowing that Su Dao is Gu Lao's disciple, he also praised him for his hidden spirit and bones. What be waist, ape arm and mantis leg, is a good material for martial arts. He also knew from his teacher's mouth, the entire Yanghe County government forces, in fact, is divided into 3 factions. One is the County Honors Line, the County Magistrate Ding Qi, Jinmu Si belongs to this line. And another Inspector Division, Cleaner Division, River Park, Household Registration Division belongs to another faction. This faction behind most of the local forces with the Yanghe County is very deeply involved, some of which is the local people elected up. Inspection Department in charge of criminal prison security, clean officials in charge of official salaries and taxes, the River Park Water Control, Household Registration Department in charge of the household land. These 2 factions, one with military power and the other with the money bag, are not a good match. County Zun's line is actually not weak, holding the military power, but also not lack of money, because there is a 3rd faction, that is, the Shang Medical Bureau, although the Shang Medical Bureau does not have a clear label of the faction, but Gu Lao itself and the County Zun closer. The Shang Medical Bureau is in control of the pricing, acquisition, and manufacture of medicinal herbs, and is considered to be the existence of 2 factions that want to draw in goodwill. As for why Gu Lao slightly favored the County Honored Department, naturally, because they all belong to the outsiders, naturally, they have to embrace the warmth of the group. The local faction wasn't weak, and in some aspects, it even had a bit more say than the prefecture honors faction. Therefore, the county those luxury family, the most bad to mess with, the official face someone, secretly support the club, can be said to be black and white. The Shang Medical Bureau is currently able to stand alone and not get involved, but once the conflict between these 2 factions intensifies, it will be impossible to stay out of it. There was another reason for the Shang Medical Bureau's supreme status, Gu Lao's strength 6th grade martial master realm. Placed within the entire Manhwa County, that was also a resounding big shot. Looking at the time, it was almost lunchtime again. Su Dao put the book away and was about to go to the back with his teacher to eat when he heard a clamor in the front hall. What happened? Su Dao inquired. A mandarin hurriedly ran out to check the situation, and before he could return, he saw his teacher hurrying in. Take the medicine chest and follow me. Su Dao hurriedly put his own medicine box on his back and went forward to take the teacher's medicine box over and put it on his back. How can he let the teacher take it by himself? It's not like that. Gulao didn't push back. He only felt that this disciple hadn't been accepted in vain, although it wouldn't be too much trouble for him to carry it himself. He always felt that the child was thoughtful and filial. Where to go? Teacher. The Demon Suppression Division. Today the Demon Suppression Division's Wang Xian led a strike against that demon, and someone was injured, so we have to go there. That demonic guile was resolved? Su Dao was concerned about this. The only thing he was worried about in the past few days was this: with such a big bomb catapulted in the city, he always felt that one day it would fall on his head. That thing didn't recognize who his teacher was, much less give face. With Wang Xian himself, naturally it was resolved, and that was pushing it. The county dignitary then gave 3 days. Today is the deadline. If it's not resolved, he, Wang Xian, will have to eat the hanging drop. Gulao said as he walked. Along the way, other medical officials and mandarins also hurriedly traveled, heading straight to the Demon Suppression Division. Su Dao let out a sigh of relief. It was finally resolved and he could sleep well tonight. Just after entering the Jin Demon Division, Su Dao couldn't help but shiver. The sweaty hairs on his neck rose, and he always felt that this place was a bit cold and weird. They all deal with demons and weirdness often. It's natural that this place is a bit different. Elder Gu seemed to have seen Su Dao's discomfort. Su Dao quickly adjusted. He was only like this because his senses were too sharp. When he entered the gate, he heard a faint howl of misery, and there were dripping bits of fishy blood on the road. Elder Gu, thanks for the trouble. Demon Suppression Division Master Wang Xian personally went out to greet him. First, he greeted Elder Gu before turning his gaze towards Su Dao. This is Elder Ge's senior disciple? Truly an extraordinary sight to see. Su Dao laughed in his heart. These people really are. Now that they see Elder Gu, they would come up with such a sentence. Greetings to Division Master Wang. Su Dao saluted. Alright, the injuries don't wait. Save people first. Elder Gu waved his hand. This kind of false salute was especially troublesome and could sometimes get people killed. You're also injured? That demonic trickster is this powerful? Gulao froze and spoke out in shock. Elder Ge's discerning eyes, I am indeed injured, but it is not serious. You'd better take a look at those sons and daughters first. I'll wait here. Wang Xian nodded his head. He was indeed injured, and the demonic trickster was unusually powerful. That demonic trick is not at all the beginner level as the county soldiers said, but the middle level. If not for the fact that his strength has reached the 5th grade of the Great Martial Master realm, I'm afraid that today is going to be planted. Su Dao and his teacher stopped talking nonsense and started to give first aid to the injured, because that demon guile was the same, so the injuries of the injured were similar to the last time. The method of treatment also remained the same as before. But this time, just as soon as he got started, Su Dao's spirit was shaken. What happened to the concentration of this weird gas? The quality seems to be one step higher than last time. Wouldn't the effect be better then? Thinking of this, Su Dao couldn't help but accelerate his speed. Soon after the 5 patients were finished, he got 5 strands of weird qi, and then he went to take 6 more strands of weird qi from those who were treated by the teacher. As for the other people who were saved, they have to wait a little bit. They can go later when people are not paying attention. Now they go. Others are afraid that they will be more concerned. Those medical officers are of a higher grade than he is, and they hastily come up to the top. And be careful of others who think that he doesn't care about their medical skills. Sure enough, when it was almost over, he obtained another 8 strands of weird qi from him, and this time he obtained a total of 19 strands of weird qi. These strands of guile qi entered his body, and immediately the bronze giant tree reacted, and a pleasurable feeling surged through his heart. Qi and blood began to stir and grow wildly. Not good. If you eat too much at once, I'm afraid that you'll directly break through the 7th grade? Not here. Su Dao forced down the urge to break through. It was best to go home first. Chapter 20 Martial Arts Dao 7th grade, Writing in the Dust. Su Dao unhurriedly carried out the finishing touches with Elder Gu before being personally escorted out of the gate of the Demon Suppression Division by Wang Xian. I'm sorry for troubling Elder Gu today. It's just a matter of duty. Little brother Su. Wang Xian looked at Su Dao again. You can also come often in the future, medicine together. We naturally do not dare to intervene, but if there is a lack of understanding on the martial arts attack, we can still help some help. Gulao on the side of the word is not opposed, although he has the 6th grade martial arts master realm, but to say the way of fighting and killing, he is really not good at it. Thank you, Director Wang. I will definitely bother you often in the future. Su Dao nodded, and then followed Gulao as he prepared to leave. At this moment, above the attic of the Devil Suppressing Division, in a room, a middle-aged man shrouded in black robes pushed open the window and looked downwards. How come there's a new face in the Shang Medical Bureau? A hoarse voice came out from under the hood. A petty official standing not far behind the black-robed man shivered involuntarily when he heard this voice. But still, he was too busy to reply. Provider Huang, there is indeed a new person, that is Su Dao, the newly accepted disciple of Dr. Gu of the Shang Medical Bureau. Ge Yanyan's disciple? The black-robed man known as Provider Huang spoke, but his gaze kept moving along with Su Dao's figure below. Su Dao, who was following Gu Lao below, suddenly frowned, and the sweaty hairs at the back of his neck abruptly trembled. This feeling is so obviously malicious, but Su Dao strongly resisted the urge to turn his head and walked out of the Zhenmu division's gate without moving. Who is it? Who is it that has such great malice towards me? Shouldn't be one doesn't have much of a crossroads with the Demon Suppression Division, much less a crossroads. As for a conflict of interest, it doesn't exist, plus he's Gu Lao's disciple, and people in general, even if they don't like him, they'll still give a few points of face. But this kind of pure malice, even more obvious than that day Blackie and his party. What do I have that's worth thinking about? Su Dao couldn't figure it out. What he had shown now was only his talent in the medical course. His martial arts cultivation was half revealed. He didn't believe that anyone could see through his disguise, because not only did his teacher, a 6th grade martial artist, not see it, even Ding Qi and Wang Xian, who were at the 5th grade grand martial artist realm, didn't see the slightest bit of it either. Malice was like a maggot that possessed his bones, making Su Dao's body uncomfortable, and only disappeared when he walked to a place where the people in the Zhen Demon division couldn't see him. This matter must be investigated clearly. There is a threat, must find a way to eliminate. Su Dao is not that kind of passive person. The best way to deal with the threat is in the danger to their own before the threat, it will be resolved. The best way to deal with a threat is to solve it before it becomes a threat to you. The low-end method of eliminating danger is to hide and avoid it. High-end danger elimination methods: direct killing, physical elimination. Teacher, I will go back first. After Su Dao secretly made up his mind, he bid farewell to Elder Gu. Gu Lao looked at the sky and realized that it was almost an hour, so he nodded. Go back quickly. Then teacher, take care. Oh yeah, come with me to the house for dinner tomorrow after duty. Your teacher's wife has already said it several times. Elder Gu called out to Su Dao. Good. This teacher was quite considerate, calling him to go to the house for dinner and saying it a day in advance. Returning home, Su Dao gave Nyang a greeting and immediately returned to his bedroom, already on the verge of suppressing it. Sitting on his knees and running the nourishing life gong, the qi and blood that had been suppressed by him once again began to boil, rushing around in his body. Boom! The qi and blood in his body kept growing and strengthening, and finally, as if it had accumulated to some sort of limit, the rushing qi and blood seemed to surge towards the dam as if it was a tidal wave, and then slammed it with vigor. The dam that was hard to shake for others was so fragile in front of Su Dao, only a roar could be heard, and it immediately shattered, and then Su Dao felt that his qi and blood and power were once again strong. At this moment, Su Dao only felt an unprecedented pleasure. Not only did his strength increase greatly, his qi and blood seemed to be rushing in his body as if it was a big river, bringing out a thunderous sound, and his perception was also strengthened several times again. It was as if he had been trapped in a cage for a long time, but today he finally got out. Su Dao lifted his hand and operated his nourishing life gong, only to see a red mist rising above his palm, which looked fragile, but actually had a sense of scorching heat and grandeur. This is the qi and blood externalization. Su Dao stretched out a finger and pointed it toward the ground. Shoo! With a soft sound, a red qi spewed out at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye and didn't enter the ground before Su Dao saw an additional smooth round hole on the ground. Su Dao bedroom floor is paved with green bricks. The texture is very hard, although it is not comparable to the natural green stone, but it is not an unusual means to penetrate. Now he also finally understood why his teacher and others told him, martial artists to the 7th grade of the realm will have to deal with the bizarre means of the demons, even if they cannot win is barely able to protect themselves. Crossing his knees, closing his eyes, his consciousness came to the dark space where the bronze giant tree was located. Looking up, sure enough, the bronze giant tree, lit up with a large increase in height. The quality of the Gui Qi absorbed today was much higher than the quality of the Gui Qi absorbed for the first time, hence this progress increase. It's getting closer to the first branch. Su Dao looked at the first branch on the bronze giant tree. He wasn't sure what exactly it would do and what would change after lighting up to the first branch, but he was looking forward to it. I believe that the bronze giant tree wouldn't let him down. Su Dao reached out and touched the bronze tree trunk, and immediately, information came back. Nourishing Kung Fu, Wu Hearth and Flame. Martial Arts, Mirage Sea Silent Blade, perfected. Open Mountain and Pouncy Fist, perfected. Realm, Martial Arts, 7th grade. Immortal Path, no grade. Lifespan, 150 years. Healing Arts, Lu Deng Xiaofeng. Avatar, none. The martial realm had indeed successfully reached the 7th level, and his lifespan had increased by another 30 years to 150 years. The feedback, more martial arts item, these two martial arts, he has always had time to practice, now also reached the 5th level of the furnace, medical skills or even reached the 6th level, the peak of the peak. It is evident that these days of medical skills are not in vain. He can also feel the huge progress in his medical skills, but after reaching the peak of the realm, the improvement has also begun to slow down. Want to reach a higher realm? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Su Dao inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Has been tense heart, also finally relaxed a little. Since the city began to haunt the demon Gue, his heart has been tense. After knowing that the 7th grade of the martial arts can have an effect on the demon Gue, has not been relaxed cultivation, and now finally succeeded in breaking through the 7th grade. This kind of cultivation speed, it's really fast. Su Dao sighed in his heart and had a feeling of dreaming. He felt that using the bronze giant tree to aid in martial arts cultivation was a bit of a descending blow. This bronze giant tree might not be specifically used to aid in martial cultivation. He rested his gaze on the immortal Dao and divine power columns. These two columns were the first to appear, yet they hadn't changed yet either. Could it be that it was really necessary to look for the Qi refiner's inheritance? But he always felt that something wasn't right. Teacher had said that that thing couldn't be cultivated. Nor did he know what the reason was. Chapter 21, Hiding Something, Unknown Reason. On the second day, Su Dao went on duty as usual, and by lunchtime, he didn't take his meal at the Shang Medical Bureau, but followed his teacher back home. They had just arrived and were still at the door when they smelled the aroma of the meal. Senior Maiden's craftsmanship is so good. Su Dao moved his nose and praised. Gu Lao's figure slightly stumbled. Your senior mistress doesn't know how to cook. Su Dao was immediately embarrassed. Fortunately, it was only in front of his teacher that he was kissing his senior's mother's ass, then if he did it in front of his senior's mother, how could he end up back? The food is ready, quickly take your seat. Senior Nyang came to greet him with great enthusiasm. Senior Maiden. Well, how have you been feeling on duty these past few days? Having a teacher to look after me, I feel quite good, and I feel that I have made quite a bit of progress in my medical path. Su Dao answered honestly. That's good. If something happens, tell your teacher. Although your teacher is not very capable, but within this Yanghe County, he still has some face. As long as you don't mess around, I think he can protect you. Gu Lao heard the words of his teacher's wife, but did not refute. We are all medical students, the practice is to save lives. There are many opportunities to give grace. Generally people will give a few points of face, but you have to remember, do things on weekdays as a human being, to think about it 3 times, especially do not want to intervene in the fight between the county Zun line and the local factions. That's a puddle of muddy water, get involved in it, in addition to causing a dirty, useless. This is estimated that Gu Lao has the qualification to say, money, not to say rich and ocean, but also enough to use, resources, no need to rely on others, he himself is the alchemist, power, not how much, but protect themselves no problem, strength, not invincible, but at least self-protection without worry. Therefore, he is qualified to say this kind of words. Of course, Su Dao as his disciple, now also can be qualified to say this sentence. The meal prepared by Senior Nyang was extraordinarily sumptuous, and all of them were things that Su Dao couldn't eat on a regular basis, so it seemed that it was prepared with intention, or perhaps this meal was originally meant to be used to give Su Dao a toothsome meal. Su Dao's family situation, master teacher's wife, has long been clear. There are a lot of things, not to mention Su Dao's own money is not too rich, even money cannot buy. Eat more, I prepared an extra portion of many dishes, go back later and bring your mother and sister to try. In the future, when you have the chance, bring your sister to let me take a look. Senior Nyang didn't eat much, instead, she kept pinching dishes for Su Dao. Good. Su Dao buried his head and ate bitterly. The reason why Shi Nyang mentioned Su Lu, it was because the old servant Zhong Bo once went to Su Dao's house and came back to say that Su Dao's little sister also looked quite extraordinary, the spirit of the bell body, and Shi Nyang then remembered it. Have you packed all your things? Elder Ge had already finished eating, put down his chopsticks and asked Shi Nyang. Shi Nyang nodded, it's already packed. Then let's leave tomorrow, have I Zhong drive you, the roads have been chaotic lately. So urgent? Isn't there still time? There's no harm in waiting a few more days. Shi Nyang frowned. Gu Lao shook his head, it's better to leave earlier, don't pinpoint the days, lest something goes wrong and it's troublesome. Alright, then we'll leave first thing in the morning. There are quite a few on the same road, so there will be a care along the way. Gu Lao nodded, that's fine. Su Dao then realized that it seemed as if Senior Nyang was leaving, no wonder he was asked to come to the door for dinner today. Where is Senior Mother going? Su Dao was a little curious, he always felt that this leaving in such a hurry, was there some change in the county that he didn't know about? You don't have to worry, there's nothing happening in the county, it's just that your Senior Nyang has to go back to her mother's home every year. Gu Lao signaled Su Dao to be at ease. However, Su Dao still felt strange, but his teacher seemed to have some concerns and didn't tell the reason, so he didn't pursue the question any further. He still trusted this teacher. If his teacher felt the need to tell him, he probably would. After having a meal and chatting with his teacher and his mother for a while, Uncle Zhong drove his carriage to take him home, bringing a little too much, tons of packed meals, snacks, and the teacher gave Su Dao another bottle of blood-strengthening elixir. The teacher's wife also want to give more gold to come. Was Su Dao excused? He is now not rich, but also not a lack of money. Weekday spending, home expenses, are sufficient, life has also improved a lot, and then take this money would be excessive. People have to be contented, cannot be greedy. Although the teacher's wife gave this amount of money, they themselves may not care, but Su Dao cannot think like this. Money was easy to come by, but the heart was hard to overcome. After Su Dao left, the teacher's wife looked at Gu Lao. He is a good boy, contented and kind-hearted. I heard that his medical center is still giving medical treatment to the poor, and not only did it not raise prices, but it even lowered them a bit. What he earns less, he makes up from the rich. Well, the heart is really good, not anxious, hardworking, talented, future achievements will not be low. Gu Lao stroked his beard, a rare wisp of smile appeared on his face. Then why didn't you just tell him the truth? It's too early and too urgent, he still has time, telling him now will instead tend to mess him up. This is really a haunted place. Shernyan raised her eyes to look at the towering black mountain in the distance and muttered. You shouldn't talk too much in the future, when the time comes, I'll say something, after all, it's my disciple. Elder Gu frowned. You have a solution? Not yet. Elder Gu shook his head, but there will always be a way to find it. If it doesn't work now with the 6th grade, then we'll see with the 5th grade. Nearly breaking through? Well, it's been a little loose lately. I told you that child is a blessing. With great luck, look, aren't you about to break through? Okay, you're right. Elder Gu couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. He didn't know why, but he really seemed to have good luck lately, and the bottleneck of martial arts that hadn't been moving was actually showing signs of loosening, and it seemed to have started from accepting Su Dao as his disciple. At home, Lu was a little dumbfounded as she watched Su Dao carry in so many meals and snacks from outside. How can this be eaten up? Those lunchboxes are specially customized, able to be put away for 2 or 3 days without going bad, and the taste won't even change much. Don't worry, eat slowly. This kind of thing had already been taken into consideration by Master Teacher. I heard that these lunchboxes alone were worth 5 taels of gold apiece, and these special lunchboxes added up to be many times more expensive than the meals. It's a long time coming. These lunchboxes definitely need to be returned, they're so expensive, they're about as close to being made of gold as you can get. As for the bottle of elixir, he temporarily put it away. In fact, he had already tasted one of this blood-strengthening elixir. It had some effect, able to accelerate the speed of the bronze giant tree lighting up, but compared to the Guichi, it's just like that. The speed of his cultivation is fast enough right now, there's no need to eat this stuff. So these pills were crushed by him every time, half dissolved into the home drinking water inside, let his mother and little sister drink. This stuff could strengthen the body and strengthen the chi and blood, and even though neither his mother nor his little sister had ever practiced martial arts, it could also strengthen the body and strengthen the vitality of the body. After eating this stuff, Lu and her little sister usually wouldn't even get sick, but instead, their bodies became healthier and their spirits got better and better. Chapter 22, The Lord is a Good Judge of Character. Although his little sister was not yet old enough to cultivate, but taking this kind of thing from a young age to build a firm foundation, when she could cultivate, it would also be beneficial. Just like he grew up with a bronze giant tree to grow his foundation, after cultivating, he would naturally grow by leaps and bounds in a day. Today's Su Lu had already changed greatly compared to a few months ago. Her hair was soft and black, her face was rosy and glossy, and she had a kind of powdered feeling. And Lu also seems to be much younger. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes have disappeared. In fact, she herself is not very old, just too tired. In previous years, the body has suffered some losses. The changes in the family's life are visible to the naked eye. The meals on the table are becoming more and more plentiful. Meat, oil, eggs and vegetables were not lacking every day. And their family also began to get used to 3 meals a day. Although it was certainly not as good as Master Teacher's wife's house, but comparing it to those neighbors around them, it was also a heaven and a hell. Su Dao purposely took out a box from those meals that contained meat, but it wasn't ordinary pork, beef or mutton, but spirit beast meat. He gave a small slice to Anyang and his little sister, and then he recovered it. What is this, precious? Lu looked dumbfounded. Usually this son of his is very generous, he spends money when he needs to, never soft. What's wrong with him today? It's not that I can't spare it, but this meat, you and your little sister can only eat this piece, eat more grams can't melt, unless it's a martial arts body and stomach, otherwise it will die. This spirit beast meat is not only expensive, but also not easy to buy. Eat on the body is extremely good, that is, the martial artist also has a great effect, compared with the potion, perhaps not as effective as that, but belongs to the dietary supplement. There is no dan toxicity. This is a real piece of meat, 10 taels of gold. Spirit beast meat was not demon beast meat. The evaluation standard was very strict. Even if someone specialized in breeding spirit beasts for meat, the production was not high. Sure enough, when the youngest sister swallowed that slice of meat, it didn't take long before her little face was flushed as if she was drunk, and Lu was similar. Early the next morning, Su Dao got up early. Today, his master's wife was leaving, he had to go and see her off. When he arrived at his teacher's house, the place had indeed started loading the luggage into the car. Sensei ma'am. Coming. Gu Lao nodded his head. Shernyan, however, said, what are you doing here? I don't need to send you off, just sleep a bit more on your own. Although you are now 13 years old, your body will still grow, it's just not as obvious. I've already gotten enough sleep. Every day, I wake up around this time as well, and then get up to practice martial arts and cultivate. And then Su Dao worked with his teacher to send Nyang's carriage to the city gates, but when he arrived near the city gates, Su Dao was shocked in his heart because it seemed that it wasn't just Nyang alone who was going to leave, nor was it just 2 or 3 people, but rather, it was a large group of people. A large number of carriages were converging on the open space outside the city gates, and looking at the carriages, they were all families of officials. This was somewhat unusual. Elder Gu? Your wife is also leaving today? A voice rang out from not far away. Su Dao turned his head to look over. He didn't recognize it, but he recognized the one beside this person, County Minister Ding Qi. In that case, this person is that godly dragon's county honorable lord. This looked really like the face of the crown jade, elegant, is the beard are trimmed extremely detailed. And this martial arts realm, so high up. 5th grade? Or 4th grade? How could such a powerful person exist in the small Yanha county? Moreover, I don't know why, other martial arts realm profound person, one close to have a kind of chi and blood burning agitation feeling, only in front of the eyes of this even close to, is also light, as if the spring breeze and warmth. Your honor. Greetings, county honor. Su Dao followed suit and saluted. Well, there's no need to be polite, your elder Ji's disciple? It's really extraordinary, this kind of spirituality. Hiss, Gu Lao, you found a treasure. Saying this county honorable lord even stepped forward, patted Su Dao's shoulder, and touched his arms, waist and back. Excellent roots and bones, martial arts cultivation will surely grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. I didn't even realize that there is still such a good talent and beautiful jade in this small place. Su Dao noticed that something was wrong. At first he thought that this was just a flattering comment from the county governor, but soon he felt that this was not sincere. County honor is flattering, this kid still needs to sharpen up. Gu Lao calmly waved his hand. Su Dao directly pretended to be a quail and didn't say anything. He couldn't pick up on this either, much less pick up on it. Could it be that, your honor the prefecture, you are really accurate in reading people? Several people exchanged a few more pleasantries, and when His Excellency left, Su Dao said goodbye to his teacher's wife, and then he followed his teacher to prepare to go to the courthouse. Well, today you will go back early. Elder Gu said. Going back, not on duty? Today is a day off. Gu Lao looked at Su Dao like a little cutie. Generally looking at Su Dao. Su Dao was stunned, counting the days, it seemed to be true. He was on duty for 6 days, but he could take a day off, so as long as there was nothing going on in the Shang Medical Bureau, he could stay at home. These days I see that you are learning very seriously. Today you will rest, combine labor and rest, the effect is better. Many thanks, teacher. Su Dao nodded his head repeatedly. By the way, speaking of cultivation, how are you doing nowadays? I feel like I'm about to enter the grade. Oh? Elder Go was surprised, reaching out and grabbing Su Dao's wrist, sensing it. It's true, the chi and blood is majestic, the foundation is deep, not far from the 9th grade. Well, I also feel that it's probably just a matter of days. Good, this cultivation speed of yours, even if you put it in a big place, it's also considered to be one of the top geniuses. He knew that this kid had only turned 13 not long ago. Even if Su Dao had just turned 13 and started practicing, it would only be a few months from now. Although there are also a month or two to enter the product outside, but what are those people? That is the big family, the big faction, cultivated from childhood. The root is so deep that even he envied, is not practicing, can be grabbed as the existence of human body medicine. He does not think that Su Dao has that condition. Think of the first time I saw this child's thin body. I know that this child did not starve to death or good, where there is money to build a foundation. As soon as possible to break through, martial artists into the grade and not into the grade, that is 2 worlds, without strength, I do not feel at ease, and medical skills cannot be slack. Furthermore, after entering the grade, it will be helpful for healing the sick and saving people. Revealing the martial arts cultivation that is about to enter the grade, this was originally what Su Dao had thought through. It was impossible for him to reveal his true grade. He was afraid of being caught slicing and dicing, but he couldn't keep it hidden either. He had studied the progress of those geniuses when they practiced the martial arts, and that's why he pinched the time to inform his teacher that he was going to reveal his talent. Talented enough to be a genius, but not a demon. He wanted to reveal his talent, enough to be a genius, but not a demon. He was able to cause his teacher to look at him further, but not so much that people would suspect that he had some kind of miraculous chance. Disguise is a necessary lesson for people in the Go Dao. This is not difficult for Su Dao, who has been pretending to be a child for more than 10 years but has never shown any abnormality. At the most, he would only appear to be early in life and slightly mature in mind. Chapter 23. The mansion is too big, I'm scared. After bidding farewell to his teacher, Su Dao walked home, thinking about things as he walked. What he had seen today had left him in a state of shock and uncertainty in his heart. The fact that his teacher's mother had left this place was by no means simply to go back to visit her family. If she had been the only one to leave, he might have believed it. He did not believe that so many officials and eunuchs all go to visit relatives, and also walk all the way. Moreover, this time of the year is still early for the new year, and not close to any special festivals, so it's not like a family visit at all. Elder birthday can be an excuse, but can not so many officials and eunuchs family elders all together birthday? I do not understand. Su Dao knows too little information. The current income is only master teacher's wife at the dinner table, only words, but only that only words revealed the information is extraordinary. The ordinary people may not take it seriously when they hear it, and they will not think much about it, but who let Su Dao is not an ordinary person. But he still didn't understand why so many people had to leave Yunhe County. The key to this lies in the word must. There must be some reason why they must leave. Su Dao intuited that this matter may not be simple, and may be closely related to himself, but the current conditions are not enough to penetrate the mystery. And even if this matter concerns himself, but should not be so urgent, otherwise the teacher will not choose to cover up. That's a lot of things. Su Dao shook off the chaotic thoughts in his head and did some calculations. He realized that he still had a lot to do. For one thing, a breakthrough in cultivation was not only his own true martial arts cultivation, but the realm that he manifested externally should also change. 2. About the medical art together, but also continue to work hard. The teacher's hands of the art of refining medicine must learn, that is the way to money. Thirdly, must continue to find ways to collect weird chi, light up the bronze giant tree, and he wants to see light up to the first branch. What exactly is the role? Fourth, secretly find out who the snoopers of the Jin Demon Division were, find the threat, and eliminate it. Lastly, it was necessary to continue to the county's perimeter. As his strength grew stronger, his range of activities could be further increased. As the place where he had been living for long years, he had to be sufficiently investigated and familiarized with it, lest things come to a head and one panics. So far, he had never really come into real contact with an existence like the Demon Guile, but just from the several casualties of his soldiers, he knew that this thing was truly terrifying. However, he felt that he should still know in advance. Preparedness is the only way to avoid danger. The demonic trickery will not find his head just because he go. Thinking all the way back to his home, but did not stay at home for a long time, just used breakfast, then took out the gold and silver from his home, and came to the inner workshop, where he is going to look for a new place to settle down today. This was planned a long time ago. Although the demonic trickster that was ravaging the city had already been put to death, he still decided to buy a place as a retreat. He first found the mansion house and presented his needs, and soon a toothman came out to receive him. "This lord, please have some tea." The pupils of this toothman shrank when he took a look at the official robes on Su Dao. To be honest, these people actually wanted to deal with officials, but were afraid of dealing with these types of people. Although these types of people had money in their hands, once they came to the door, they all really wanted to buy. However, when the official is not good to offend, the money does not dare to earn more. Once the price is high, will offend these people hard. Is not dead also want to take off layers of skin. Su Dao took a sip of tea, then put down the cup. "Your Excellency wants to buy a mansion?" Su Dao nodded. "For the location, does Your Excellency have any requests?" Su Dao pondered for a moment. "As long as it is in the inner workshop." "What about the size?" "Just enough for a family of 3. Su Dao actually didn't have a specific and clear perception of the house prices in the inner square. "Oh, then a small courtyard of 1 entry will be enough." The toothman nodded. "How is your lordship addressed?" "Su Dao. HM? But the senior disciple of Dr. Gu of the Shang Medical Bureau?" "Exactly." The toothman, however, was suddenly a bit speechless. "Then why did Your Excellency come to the bank in search of a mansion?" Su Dao froze. "What do you mean? Could it be that this mansion line has a grudge against the teacher?" Seeing Su Dao's puzzlement, the toothman explained, "There are mansions for sale under your master's command, and for you to come to me is a complete waste of time." "Ha?" Su Dao is a little speechless. Teacher is not a seller of medicine, and now involved in real estate? This is really... Ho hum ah. He just went out of the house. He saw a person waiting at the door. Su Dao looked a little familiar. This is not the teacher's family underlings? "Young master, master wants you to go to the house." That person was indeed from his teacher's house. Su Dao hurriedly followed and arrived at the teacher's residence. He saw that the teacher was waiting in the front hall. "You want to buy a mansion?" Before Su Dao could say anything, Elder Gu spoke first. Su Dao nodded his head. "I want to buy a place to stay in the inner square. Nowadays demons are becoming more and more rampant. I want to let my mother and little sister at home go and live in the inner square, so I can feel more at ease." "Aha!" Gu Lao nodded. "The inner workshop is indeed safer. Since you want a mansion, why don't you come to me?" Su Dao was speechless. How could he answer this? He could only say that he had thought that his teacher was just quite wealthy, but now it seemed that it might be a little more than quite wealthy. "Ah Quan!" Gu Lao directly shouted, and the subordinate who had just led Su Dao here immediately walked in. "Master! Go pack down that mansion in the neighboring alley and give it to him." Elder Gu pointed at Su Dao. Su Dao hurriedly got up. "Teacher, how much is that mansion?" "Off!" Su Dao was scolded before he was half dragged out by Quan. "Young master, just now it was the little man who saw you enter the mansion house and told the master." Ah Quan whispered. "This, master has already given a lot." Ah Quan laughed. "Young master is the master's disciple. If you want to find a place to live and still go to another mansion house to buy it, if outsiders know about it, they will poke the master's spine." Indeed, in this era, the meaning of master-disciple relationship is different. Disciple is like a son, master is like a father. "But I didn't really know beforehand." I understand, young master is not that kind of greedy person. Master also doesn't give away mansions to everyone. Ah Quan led Su Dao into a mansion in a neighboring alley. This place was not far from the teacher's residence, just a few hundred steps away. And when Su Dao opened the door, his heart jumped. This is too big. This was clearly a 3-entry mansion. 3 people living in a 3-entry mansion scared him. Is there a smaller one? This mansion can't be lived in, it's creepy for 3 people to stay inside. Ah Quan also froze, thought for a moment, there is a small one near here, 2 courtyards, a family of 3, it's spacious enough to live in. Go and take a look. Su Dao twisted his head and laughed, what a joke, so big to live with 3 people, he was afraid of being haunted. This kind of place to live up, want to have popularity, afraid of light servants maidservants have to find 10 or so, the key is that he cannot afford to hire a. Chapter 20 for the family teacher, quite a family capital. The set of 2 courtyards that Ah Quan had mentioned was not far from here, about the same distance as the teacher's house. Push open the gate to enter, next to the gate is a row of inverted seat room, forward is the front yard shadow wall, the west side of the front yard was made into a water pavilion, the pond led to live water and ditch connection. And through the hanging flower door, then to the inner courtyard. East room connected to the ear room is the kitchen, the west room of the south ear room is the thatched room, the inner courtyard is not small, surrounded by corridors hooked up, the main room and the hall atmosphere, open view, excellent lighting, the east ear room is also for the thatched room, and the west ear room was made into a study. Su Dao nodded, this is it. He was very satisfied with this mansion, compared to the mansion just now this was much smaller, but it definitely didn't seem crowded, on the contrary 3 people living here was definitely more than enough. Even, still some too big, but he cannot say, and then go to find a one into them, for fear that the teacher's hand is not so small. Well then, I'll go and reply to the master first, and then send someone to tidy up the place a bit. Your son can move in this afternoon. Ah Quan saw that Su Dao was satisfied before he spoke out. Then thank you very much. Young master is out of place. Ah Quan even said he didn't dare. Su Dao also followed Ah Quan back to his teacher's home, taking someone's house, he couldn't just say nothing. You didn't ask for that 3-entry mansion? Go Lao raised his eyebrows. It's too big, my family consists of only 3 people, I'm not ready to find any maidservants, it's too cold and unpopular to live in. Su Dao wasn't unaware of this, I'll take the 2-entry set on the east side, that one is suitable. Then as you wish. Go Lao waved his hand, signaling that Su Dao could leave. Su Dao could only leave, he knew that if he talked about money again, Go Lao would really get angry. Back home, Su Dao told Lu about this matter. Lu wanted to say, You know yourself on the line. The teacher is giving money in a mansion again, making her a little unsure of what to say, not to mention An Yang, or Su Dao himself. Are we moving? Lu asked again. Su Dao shook his head, well, moving over, but this place remains, the medical center won't close. It's not too far away anyway, if An Yang misses this place, she can come back at any time. He could see that Lu was very reluctant to let go of this place, after all, it was a place where he had lived for decades, where it was so easy to let go, that is, he was used to being here for more than 10 years. He always felt that every inch of this place was dear to him. Why don't you move over there yourself? No, both go over there, I looked for that place originally because I wasn't worried about An Yang and my little sister. It's an inner workshop and it's close to Master's house, so it's safer. The other day when the city was haunted by demonic shenanigans, did An Yang forget? Su Dao hurriedly pinched his words. Lu could only agree. In the afternoon Su Dao began to move, many things on this side do not need to move, the furniture side is complete, but when they went over there, they realized that not only the furniture is complete, dishes and tea utensils also bought new, and Ah Quan even prepared bedding, even the rice and grain are replenished for several months. Truly turnkey. Su Dao understood that this must have been ordered by his teacher, that was a meticulous person, although he didn't talk much. Lu looked at this big mansion, a little stunned, and after a long time, only squeezed out a sentence, this mansion is really good. Really big. As for Su Lu, she had long been spreading her joy in the courtyard. Young master, I'll leave this key to you. Ah Quan handed the key to Su Dao. Su Dao touched out a silver ingot, I've kept you busy all day, take it and drink. Good, this is the Chao Qian reward money, so I'll take it. Ah Quan smiled and excused himself. An Yang will cook dinner at night and I'll go invite the teacher over. Good. Just, does that teacher of yours have any taboos? And my handicraft. People are afraid that they are not used to eating. Lu responded dryly, but reacted with some apprehension. An Yang don't need to think so much, what to do is what to do, teacher is not the kind of person who picks and chooses. Su Dao waved his hand, signaling An Yang to feel at ease. In the evening, Su Dao arrived at his new home with Elder Gu. Lu hurriedly went out to greet them and gave a somewhat formal salute. My concubine has met Elder Gu, and I'm more than grateful for Elder Ge's regard for my canine son. Su Lu also curtsied in a decent manner. Elder Gu waved his hand, there's no need to talk about so many manners, Su Dao is also fighting for himself. Elder Gu signaled Lu to get up, and then he turned his gaze to Su Lu, his eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to grab his beard. This is your sister? Su Dao nodded, precisely my sister. What a high spirituality. What happened to your family? Did you bury your ancestors well? Elder Gu was genuinely surprised. It's just as well that this Su family produced a Su Dao, with extraordinary spirituality and amazing bones. How come this little girl is also like this? Su Dao was speechless. Where is the ancestral grave? Yanghe County people passed away, have to be taken to the incinerator to burn a time, and then a canister loaded home, and then find a place to bury is, and finally is a small bag of dirt. It's good that the ancestors don't swear at each other underground. Cultivate well, don't waste the good talent. Gulao raised his hand and touched the little girl's head. This meal Gulao ate quite happily, and also drank some wine. Not that the meal is so delicious, and even more delicious things he has eaten, even if Lu's handiwork is not bad, but not so good that even he feels delicious. The key is that this trip, but also found a genius, which is the reason why he is happy, and there is a kind of his own luck is extremely good illusion. After the meal, it was already evening. Gulao ate his meal and was about to leave. Su Dao was about to send Gulao home, but Gulao waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to send him, and then Gulao leapt and disappeared into the courtyard. Su Dao froze in the courtyard for a long time, this damn good hardcore way of rushing. He is now a 7th grade, a vertical leap is also several feet high, a step can span 3 or 5 feet, but the teacher like this step across dozens of feet away, is really some exaggeration. A 6th rank shouldn't be able to do it either. Su Dao couldn't help but scratch his head straight, and Lu and his little sister on the side were even more dumbfounded. What a powerful old gentleman! That old grandpa is a god? Su Lu's eyes seemed to have light in them. It wasn't that they hadn't seen martial artists before. Su Tianyuan was a martial artist, but they hadn't seen such a powerful martial artist. At this time, Lu suddenly understood why Su Dao's teacher was giving money and houses, perhaps to their realm. Money and wealth are really just things outside the body, and are not considered precious at all. For such people, with such terrifying strength, yellow and white things were just things that could be taken at hand. This is the martial artist, Su Dao casually said, but he didn't say that he actually wasn't too far away from that realm. Although he had just broken through to the 7th grade not long ago, he who possessed the bronze giant tree was just this unreasonable. As long as there was sufficient Guichi, the 6th grade was just a realm within reach. Chapter 25 Really? I don't believe it. Moreover, even if it was said, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. On the first night in the new home, Su Dao had some insomnia. He got up and came to the courtyard, saw that the lights in the east room had been extinguished, but he could still hear the ringing sound of Anyang's frequent turning over, so he knew that Anyang also had insomnia. She has never thought of living in such a compound in her life, and it's fortunate that Su Dao didn't say that he had rejected a 3-story compound before, but if she were in that compound, she would be even more unable to sleep, I'm afraid. Su Dao couldn't sleep, so he started practicing his sword in the courtyard, still using the same set of sword techniques that had a big mouth, but were not actually top-notch. In order to practice this knife skill, he also spent 50 taels to buy a knife, which is not considered to be a sharp weapon, but it is also a good 30-forged knife. The more he practiced, the more peaceful Su Dao became, and the restlessness in his heart was gradually smoothed out, so he couldn't help but enter a state of forgetfulness. The hand knife danced ceaselessly, but the heart has already no knife method, but the knife momentum is a burst of stronger than a burst, and finally even in the courtyard to blow a gust of wind. After a long time, Su Dao suddenly came to his senses, looking down at the knife in his hand, somewhat stunned. Knife intent? Sure enough, when his mind sank into that dark space and touched the bronze tree, the feedback he received was that his illusory silent blade had entered the peak from the hearth and flame level. And I don't know if it was an illusion, he felt that the saber intent he had comprehended actually had a kind of dream like the sea, the meaning of silence and lifelessness, although it was still very weak, but there was just there. Could it be that this blade technique is really some divine secret? I have this luck? Su Dao shook his head, I don't believe it. Inside the lighthouse of the inspection department, at this time, most of the people here had either gone out to patrol the night or gone home to sleep, and there were only a few people on duty here. The head of the inspection department, Yin Mai, and the head of the inspection department, Lu Jian, were on duty, or rather, for such a long time, the night shift of the inspection department had been taken up by the two of them. Who let them have no background backing it, and do not know to send gifts to soften, they are not on duty. Who is on duty? Night duty is not an easy job, not only tired, but also dangerous. The dark night is always a high incidence of demonic weird time. Even in the inner workshop, demonic weirdness also exists. After all, such a big county, there are always all kinds of strange and weird things, but most of these demonic weirdness is newborn, the strength is not too strong, can be found in time to deal with it. It is not that the most recent demon weird is only the one that was exterminated by the Jin Demon Division, but the thing has made a big fuss, and made it known to all the people on that one only. Luma Z, let's go out for a spin. Lest those boys down there neglect their duties. Oatmeal yawned. Lucy nodded, picking up his saber and hanging it on his waist. That is, the demonic trickster killed by the Demon Suppression Division is only wreaking havoc in the outer workshop. If something happens in the inner workshop, none of us will be able to escape. If it wreaks havoc, then so be it. What can we do? If we can solve it, why do we need the Demon Suppression Division? Why do we need the County Soldier Battalion? I'd say the same thing if we were to be held accountable from above. Yenmai skimmed his lips, not taking it seriously. They were just the inspection department. Getting rid of demons and shenanigans was only incidental. Their main occupation was to maintain law and order in the city, and arresting criminals and pursuing thieves, which meant that their main business was to control people. As for demonic and bizarre, the specialty is not the right one. Those adults above won't care about this. Lucy picked out 2 lanterns, first checked the candles inside, found that they are all new, and only then lit and Yenmai one person a pick out of the inspection department gate. Ugh, do you remember that kid you were staring at before? Walking on the road, Yenmai suddenly opened his mouth to mention something. Su Dao? What's going on? His old man is back? Lucy was really hooked. No, that kid is rich. Yenmai shook his head, full of emotion. His tone was even more full of envy. That kid was taken in as a disciple by Gulao of the Shang Medical Bureau, and now he is already a 9th grade doctor, a proper official body, a colleague of ours. Lucy sniffed a stare. This can really mother. Let a person difficult Yes, the 2 of us in the mandarins that admire struggle for how long, and now this is only mixed a 9 official body. His kid is a step to heaven. Yen might only feel toothache. And then he looked at Lucy. I mean, you don't stare at him in the future. If you don't have an official body, you stare then stare, but with an official body, you go again. It's out of order. Lucy nodded. I understand. I really didn't see anything behind me either, and had long planned to give up. It's good that you understand. We can't afford to offend the people in that place. All of our cultivation resources come from there, and if we get injured or sick, we have to look at their faces. If we offend them, isn't that looking for death? In our line of work, who knows if we'll suddenly run into a demon? Ha! As soon as Oatmeal's words fell, he saw Lucy somehow suddenly stop and slowly turn his body towards a mansion on the side of the street. Yenmai was about to open his mouth to inquire, but he saw Lu Jian's hand had already clenched the hilt of the sword at his waist. The movement was slow but firm, and the entire process barely made any unnecessary noise. Upon seeing Lucy's posture, Yenmai's entire body shook, as if his body was electrified, his hair stood on end, and he also slowly drew out the sword at his waist. Tricky thing? Yenmai once again moved a few steps closer to Lucy, facilitating mutual illumination and cover. Could it be that he himself is a crow's mouth, and this has just been talked about? And then he has really encountered it? Lucy did not answer. His entire body was tense, slightly leaning forward, as if he was hunting, about to pounce out of the beast. Oatmeal instantly understood that it was behind the door. And it was confronting Lucy. And he instantly knew what to do. He decisively took down a cylinder from his waist, and then bit down on the bottom thread of the cylinder with his mouth and pulled. Shoo! Bang! This is a small cannon, portable, used to send a message to command, or to call for help in case of an enemy. Moreover, this cannon powder is specially made. After it is fired, it will immediately echo with the demon-seeking bells in the Inspection Division and Jin Demon Division, and respond. Dang! A bell suddenly resounded throughout the entire Inspection Division, which was strangely loud but bizarrely restricted to the confines of the Inspection Division. The night watchman within the Inspection Division snapped out of his drowsy state, and then his face changed drastically. Red alert, inner square. Jin Demon Division, Wang Xian has not yet slept, because the last time to catch the demon creeps, the division casualties are quite large. Jin Demon Division's strength is greatly reduced, he naturally do not feel at ease, so these days he has been living in the division. We must know that there are a lot of injured people here. If they were to be pulled out of the lair, then he can go to hell. Dang! A bell ringing resounded through the Jin Demon Division. Wang Xian heard the bell first, froze for a split second, and then reacted. His face was bitter. Mother, there is no end to it. Right, this time it is directly the inner workshop. He can already imagine how the county dignitary will scold people tomorrow. Those who can still breathe and fight gather for me. The demon shenanigans. Wang Xian let out a furious shout. And in the new family courtyard, Su Dao looked up at the sky hundreds of paces away, watching the red flare explode, his eyes flickering. Looks like he's not the only one who hasn't slept. Is this finding a late-night hitchhiker? Chapter 26, What a Lucky. Su Dao's mind was spinning. After all these days of mixing, and Gulao's teaching, he was no longer that uneducated brat. Naturally, he knew what this flare meant. This is the warning signal of the Inspection Division and the Demon Suppression Division when there is a demon in the inner workshop. If it's the outer workshop, a yellow flare is used. There's a demonic monster again. Su Dao only pondered for a split second, forcibly suppressing the idea of going to take a look, even though he wanted to go and see for himself what exactly a demonic trickster was. But now was obviously not a good time. He could already clearly see that there were already flames swaying in the distance. Over there was exactly the direction of the Inspection Division and the Jin Demon Division, and there were also a few more lights approaching at a terrifying speed towards the direction where the flare had risen. Those were the true experts of the Inspection Division and the Demon Suppression Division. I'm afraid that it's the Demon Suppression Division's Division Master as well as the Inspection Division's Division Master who are personally out in force. If it was the outer workshop, they might have been dispatched depending on the situation, but this was the inner workshop, and if there were massive casualties in the inner workshop, with dozens of deaths in a single night, then they would all have to be held accountable. Although his strength is good, but this kind of time to go up, afraid of not have a bag in the brain. Do not go, resolutely cannot go, on other people fight life and death. He is just a small 9th grade medical officer, just into the grade. However, he did not enter the house. He will be the sword on the front of his body, and then sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. What if they didn't manage to kill that demon Gue and let that demon Gue run away, and then happen to come here? In that case, he himself might be able to run, but Yang and little sister would not be able to run away. The moment Oatmeal sent out the horn cannon, a loud boom could be heard as the demonic trickster pressed on. Straight away, it launched an attack. Only to see a black shadow, in a moment crash through the gate of the mansion, to know that these rich people's gate can be made of top quality pear wood or even ironwood, at least a fist thick, but in front of this demon, is as brittle as paper. However, the two of them are the first to face is not the demon's attack, but the gate on top of the animal head door ring and the countless copper nails, these things as if a torrential downpour of general shooting out, in the air with a whistling sound, scalp numbness. Knife light flashes, two people, a hand pick lamp, a hand holding a knife, fast blocking, lanterns cannot be lost. In the night, the light is the waste of the Gaul, and the two of them are only the realm of the 9th grade, cannot yet be seen in the night. Once the lanterns are extinguished, the field of vision will be affected. We must know that those demons do not need light. At that time, their disadvantage will be even more serious. Lucy managed to split a copper nail that was heading straight for his face crookedly, then he saw that a black shadow had already come close to him. He was shocked, so fast that he had to hastily cross his sword to block. With a muffled grunt, Yanmai saw that Lu Jian, who had just stood beside him, had already flown out backwards, hitting the wall at the back. He did not have time to worry, because the next moment he felt a gust of wind from the back of the diagonal attack. He held the knife and threw his hand as a chop. This time also does not care about the accuracy of the cuts, but any hesitation for a moment will be dead. Boom! Then Yanmai similarly flew out diagonally and crashed into the hitching post at the gate. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yanmai's wow, his whole body in severe pain, and he didn't know how many bones were left unbroken. Finished, today is considered finished. This demon trick than he imagined is also much more powerful, although he knows that the Inspector Division, Jin Demon Division's help must have been on the way. Maybe the Division Master Qin Shop and the Jin Demon Division Master Wang Xian have already come in person, but he was afraid that he couldn't hold out at that time. Sinful animal! Watch out! With a furious shout, Yanmai saw Lucy, who was sitting under the wall, violently throwing the broken lantern in his hand out into the darkness, and Yanmai also took this opportunity to see the original face of that demonic trickster. Like a man is not a man, like a beast is not a beast, hair and whiskers, between them and scaly armor, fangs turned out, claws half a foot long, sharp, bloody mouth is constantly dripping down blood and saliva, but the most frightening thing is that the horror of the beast's face is full of black eye pupils, but also can be like the human eye general roll blinking. Seeing that this creepy thing was about to make another move, Yanmai's heart crossed, and he also shouted, "Sins! Die!" And then he similarly threw the lantern at the hideous creepy creature. Then he raised his sword and prepared to fight to the death. There is no way to run, both he and Lucy have been seriously injured. Even if they are not injured, they can't run away from this demonic monster with amazing speed. Just at the moment when he was ready to die generously, a thunderous long whistle came from far and near. The sound shook Yanmai's head, but at this moment, he was like hearing the voice of an immortal. The head of the Demon Suppression Division, Wang Xian, had come. A figure landed on the ground with a loud bang. "Where is the demon guile?" Wang Xian opened his mouth, his voice sounding like gold and iron striking each other. Yanmai and Lucy pointed at the same time. But where was there any demonic guile left there? Only a puddle of foul-smelling saliva and ebony blood remained. "Into your mother!" Wang Xian cursed, but was ultimately a step too late. Can you see which direction it ran from? If this thing runs away tonight, it won't be so simple to find it later on, unless we wait for it to harm people again. Yanmai and Lucy how do not know where this demon ghost ran away from? They don't even know when it left, they only know that it was gone in a flash. Wang Xian was speechless and was about to curse again when another figure landed beside him. "Ran away?" Qin Zhan asked. "One step slower." Wang Xian blackened his face. "Look for it, let the Inspection Division, the Demon Suppression Division, spread all the manpower out to look for it. If this thing is not done today, you and I can't explain upwards." Qin Zhan also directly said. Wang Xian nodded and directly began to give orders to the Jin Demon Division's Jin Demons who arrived behind him, while Qin Zhan gave orders to the Inspection Division's inspectors. This is the inner square, this inside live, either officials and bureaucrats, or local rich big family, or foreign merchants, or what big man's relations, or worse, but also in this Yanghe County has some doorway. Everywhere can be chaotic, only here cannot. Outside the workshop of the people died then died, here people can also die, but if they die more, they cannot run to eat melon fall. The whole Yanghe County began to bustle, countless torches gathered together, forming fire dragons, weaving in and out of the streets and alleys, ready to go from door to door to ask for an inspection. And then more and more mansions lit up. Today's commotion is destined to be small, no one can cover it up, and no one dares to cover it up. At this time, Su Dao was located in the small courtyard, but a dead silence. This was because Su Dao was holding his precious sword, facing off with a black shadow above the courtyard wall from afar. Borrowing the light from the corner of the courtyard, he also got a clear look at this so-called demonic guile's appearance, hideous and ghastly. He also didn't expect that he had clearly resolved not to get involved in tonight's matter, yet by mistake he had actually encountered the demonic trickster that he had only heard of, but had never seen. It was really a surprise. After all, no one would believe that he had originally come to the inner workshop to avoid the demon Gue. However, he had lived in the outer workshop for more than 10 years without encountering it, and today he had just moved here and encountered it. Chapter 27. I dislike your eyes very much. Some might say that he had too much luck, but Su Dao understood that it wasn't a matter of luck, I'm afraid. Although he had just decided not to get involved, he was also still paying attention to the situation in that direction, and at the same time, he had also seen the demon Gao running away at a fast pace along the courtyard walls and roofs of the various mansions. Although the direction in which the demon was fleeing was roughly the same as where Su Dao's mansion was located, in fact, it didn't come towards Su Dao in the beginning, but rather intended to pass by here, merely borrowing the courtyard wall of his house for a footing, and originally, he had thought that the demon would run far away from here and then disappear without a trace. But he did not expect, this demon ghost in the middle of running twisted his head and glanced, and then suddenly stopped. This demon's gaze, however, was always on Su Dao in the east room location back and forth. Su Dao actually saw a chilling greed in this animal's eyes. He had been pondering in his mind, what exactly attracted the fleeing demon Guile, causing it to stop at the risk of being surrounded and killed? He was pretty sure that there were no treasures in his home, and as for the bronze giant tree on him, it was impossible for the creep to see through it. And even if it really was a bronze giant tree, what was in the east room? He couldn't say that there was also something on his mother and little sister, could he? Wholesale? No way. He was pretty sure it was exclusive to him. Then there is only one explanation left. What attracts it is not something else, it is the person itself, and he suddenly thought, before the teacher said, he and his little sister, the body is full of spirituality, the god Shou Zhong body, the roots and bones are amazing. This may be the reason for attracting the demonic Guile. Originally, the talent is good, but also life-threatening Between the electric thoughts, Su Dao did not let down his guard, he has no reservations, the momentum is open, the hands of the sword, even more knife intent surrounded, giving people a very dangerous feeling. This was the reason why the demon Gue was hesitant to move, it felt threatened by the creature in front of it. As for Su Dao, since he didn't know the details of the demon Gue, he also didn't dare to act rashly, so the two sides were at a stalemate. Just this kind of stalemate is going to end eventually. In the absence of full certainty of the premise, Su Dao is unwilling to move, because he does not dare to guarantee that he can win, and even more do not dare to guarantee the safety of the yin yang and the little sister. However, when there was a commotion from the east room and the lights were lit up, Su Dao knew that he couldn't wait any longer. And that demonic trickster had the same idea. Whoosh! With a soft sound, that demonic Guile had already disappeared in place. What a fast speed! Su Dao was secretly shocked, but he did not hesitate as his speed was equally not slow. Moreover, that demonic Guile's target was precisely the east room, not Su Dao himself. Daoer, what happened? An Yang's voice came from inside the house. Don't come out. Su Dao still had the strength left to shout. Me so. The sharp claws collided with the sword, making a piercing scraping sound. Su Dao was the first to arrive, appearing in front of that demon Gue in a flash, interrupting the demon Gue's intention of rushing into the east room. It knew that the person in front of it was not to be messed with, but its instincts made it unwilling to leave, so it chose a weak breath to start with. The chi and blood rushed, and the intent of the blade flourished. As soon as he struck, Su Dao went all out. He wasn't sure just how powerful this demon Guile was, so he didn't dare to hold back at all. Boom! With a loud bang and waves of air rolling, that demonic Guile was actually sent flying out by Su Dao's slash, while he himself remained unmoving. A few broken sharp claws fell to the ground, making the sound of metal clashing. Su Dao was puzzled in his heart. It didn't seem to be as strong as imagined. Didn't he say that the 7th grade martial arts realm could only barely defend itself? But this demon trickster in front of me, it seems to be a little weak. The momentum is not spared. Su Dao this time took the initiative to attack, not give the demon Gue time to react, and again a knife after a knife split down. The knife light is like a pike, the knife intent ripples and rises, there is a kind of unrivaled aura. Roar! The demon Guile let out a miserable scream, because Su Dao's knife was too terrifying. It tried to block it with its sharp claws of its forelimbs, but the next moment those sharp claws that sliced rocks and broke bones like tofu were directly chopped off by that knife. And then the blade sliced through the scale armor and chopped off the tendons and flesh, like tearing the defeated leather. Throughout the entire process, that demonic trickster didn't even have the power to fight back. Swish! Another blade came down, and the entire head of that demon Guile was sliced open by him. Su Dao still didn't stop, then another 2 knives simply split the demon's body into 2 halves. Phew! Only after watching the demonic Guile's body fall to the ground, completely losing its ability to resist, did Su Dao let out a long breath. Although this demon Guile was split into such a way, but still not dead, the 2 pieces of rotten meat on the ground, still constantly trembling, and its head of the dense eyeballs, at this time it is constantly blinking, dead staring at Su Dao, showing endless resentment and anger. Su Dao frowned and directly waved his sword again to cut through those eyeballs. I dislike your eyes a lot. After he blinded all of the demon guile's eyeballs, the demon guile finally died completely, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch the demon guile's corpse. Then a familiar weird chi surged out from the demonic guile's corpse and straight into Su Dao's body, which was then absorbed by the bronze giant tree. Although there was only one piece of guile chi, the quality seemed to be very high, probably about the same as the effect of the dozen or so strands he had absorbed when he had gone to the demon suppression division to rescue someone last time. Sure enough, he felt that his martial realm had once again surged upwards, but it was clear that he was still far from the mid-7th grade. And after he had absorbed that trickster chi, the corpse of that trickster had actually started to gray out at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, this thing can't stay here. Su Dao listened to the entire county bustling with activity and knew that these people were afraid that they were all looking for this creepy thing. They were afraid that they wouldn't rest until they found it. Su Dao thought for a moment and lifted his fist to smash the body of this creepy thing until he couldn't see the slash marks. Then he lifted the corpse, leapt and tumbled out of the mansion, quietly ran out a long way, which was casually thrown in a gutter. When he came back, he removed the traces left behind when he came over. Returning to the mansion, Su Dao again erased the traces of the battle on the ground with his strength, and the small amount of dirt with bloodstains was poured into the pond in the front yard. Only after everything was done was he able to push open the door of the east room. Daoer, are you alright? Lu was sitting in a state of anxiety. Seeing Su Dao push open the door, she immediately raised her voice to inquire. In fact, she was still unclear about what exactly had just happened. Because Su Dao struck too quickly and ended too quickly, in just a moment's time, the courtyard was quiet again. Before she could go out to investigate, Su Dao came in. Su Lu was sleepy, wrapped in a quilt and sitting on the bed. Big brother, it's dawn? No, you keep sleeping. I'll call you when it's dawn. Su Dao signaled Su Lu to continue sleeping. The little girl hadn't woken up, and when she heard that she could continue sleeping, she immediately fell back to sleep. As for Su Dao, it was only then that he and Anyang walked out of the room. What exactly happened? Lu asked again. A demonic guile just came, but it was already beheaded by me. Su Dao smiled and comforted. Demon guile? Are you injured? Lu lowered her voice and exclaimed, you decapitated it? Well, auntie, I've already entered the grade. No injuries either. Su Dao continued to give a reassuring pill. That's good, that's good. By the way, don't tell outsiders about this matter. It's good that auntie knows herself. Nothing happened in this courtyard today, no matter who asks. Su Dao purposely instructed. Only he himself understood that if he was really only in the 9th grade martial artist realm, then he was bound to die today, and if outsiders knew that this demon Gue died in his hands, then the problem would be troublesome. Lu nodded repeatedly. I won't say anything to anyone. Chapter 28 can't read, but greatly shocked. This matter must be made clear to Anyang. If he chose to hide it from the world, when the time came, there would in turn be a breach. After all, Anyang was not deaf, she must have heard the sounds of the fight in the courtyard. He just still hid the realm. As long as Anyang did not speak out, then everything would be safe. Moreover, I think those people shouldn't be able to suspect Su Dao. After all, even if he enters the realm, it's still only the 9th rank, saying that the demonic guile was killed by him. Who would believe it? Su Dao comforted some, then let Anyang go back to sleep, while he was holding the knife expression of grave sitting in the courtyard, a look of waiting. Really not long, a broken sound came, and then a figure fell on Su Dao. Teacher? Well, there's nothing going on here, right? Elder Gu looked around, then at the intact Su Dao, before letting out a sigh of relief. There's nothing wrong with me, I just heard the commotion outside. I don't know what's going on. I was a little worried in my heart, so I stood guard here. Su Dao hurriedly got up and saluted Elder Gu. It's good that you're fine. A demonic guile appeared in the inner workshop today, and the people from the Demon Suppression Division and the Inspection Division are searching for it. You should not walk around carelessly. I will stay here today, so you don't have to worry. Elder Gu nodded, and then suddenly his eyes flashed. You've entered the grade? Well, just now when I was in an apprehensive mood, between the agitation of my chi and blood, I somehow entered the grade. Gu Lao. How else can it be? Is this ing genius? He couldn't read it, but was greatly shocked. I'll go make a cup of tea for teacher. Su Dao casually threw his sword aside before he was ready to go boil water to make tea. Don't bother, do you have any wine? Just bring some wine. Su Dao fetched a jug of wine and poured a cup for Elder Gu. Elder Gu took a sip before continuing. After dining at your place today, I was in a happy mood, so I suddenly felt that my bottleneck was loosening, and I had a feeling that I was about to make a breakthrough, and I was in the middle of my seclusion when the incident happened just now. If not for that, I should have come earlier. Teacher has made a breakthrough? Congratulations, teacher. As for my side, isn't this nothing? Su Dao was genuinely surprised. If Gu Lao had made another breakthrough, wouldn't that be a 5th grade Grand Martial Master? Wouldn't his own thigh be even thicker? No breakthrough, it's still a hair short, but I think it's just for the last few days. I'm going to take a vacation in these few days and focus on closed door breakthroughs. Gu Lao shook his head. Speaking here, he paused. If this matter of demonic guile cannot be resolved in a short period of time, you will take your auntie and sister and live in my home, that way it's safer. Good. Su Dao didn't push back because he knew that the demon guile was already dead. It was just a matter of waiting for them to find its corpse. Bang bang bang. A knock came from the doorway, interrupting their conversation. Su Dao opened the door and realized that it was someone from the Demon Suppression Division. Before he could say anything, Gu Lao had already appeared behind him. Elder Gu. The crowd outside hurriedly saluted. Well, that demonic guile hasn't been found yet? Not yet. This time I came here precisely to collect clues of the demonic guile. I don't know if Elder Gu has seen that demonic guile trail? Elder Gu shook his head. I have not seen it, it should not have come here. Su Dao also shook his head. I heard the commotion and immediately got dressed and came out, waited in the courtyard, and didn't realize it either. Well, that should be the case. We came all the way along with the traces left behind by the demonic guile, but it suddenly broke off a cut ahead. I also wanted to come and ask to see if I could provide some information. Since there is none, then I will go to the next place. The leader didn't suspect anything. Furthermore, Elder Gu was right here. Gu Lao and Su Dao returned to the courtyard, and after waiting for about half an hour, there was a sudden commotion somewhere in the city. Su Dao took a look at the location, and it was exactly where he had discarded the demon guile's corpse. Su Dao pretended to be curious and looked around, but it was Gu Lao who drank calmly. After another quarter of an hour, some people started to announce that the demonic shenanigans had been removed, allowing people to return to their homes and sleep peacefully. Su Dao let out a sigh of relief, as if he had finally let go of his heart. Alright, the demonic shenanigans have been removed, so I'll go back. Gu Lao got up. I'll be in seclusion soon, a few days short, half a month long. If there's something wrong and you can't find me, go to the mansion and look for Aquan. I'm sorry for troubling Master today. It's good that you're fine. You can't slack off in martial arts. The 9th rank is just a start in martial arts. After all, it's safest to have strength on your own, and I can't stay by your side every day. Elder Go once again admonished, are there any more pills? There's more. I will say if I need it. On the other side, Wang Xian of the Department of Demon Suppression and Qin Zhan of the Department of Inspection were surrounded by the already faceless demonic and bizarre corpses with grave expressions. And beside them, Yan Mai and Lu Si were lying on the door panel, being carried by others who had come to recognize the corpse. Although this was indeed the corpse of a demonic monster, they were not sure if it was the one that caused the trouble tonight. This required Yan Mai and Lu Jian, who had seen the appearance of the demonic monster with their own eyes, to identify it. Is this really the demonic monster you just encountered? Wang Xian once again asked. This question was not the first time he had asked it. Indeed it is, that demonic trickster has very distinctive features. It gave birth to more than a dozen eyes in total, and nowadays, these eyes are blind, but they can still be seen. Lu Si nodded. Oatmeal did the same, I saw it too. Alright, take them down to treat their injuries. Qin Zhan, who was at the side, waved his hand. He was afraid that if he delayed any further, these two guys under his command would have to die here. After all, both of them were not lightly injured. After Yan Mai and Lu Si left, Wang Xian looked at Qin Zhan. What do you think about this? I'm standing and watching. Qin Zhan rolled his eyes. You asked me, how would I know? I didn't do it. Although this demonic guile has not yet reached the middle rank, it has also reached the peak of the low rank, and is only one step away from the middle rank. Such a ferocious creature, even if I were to face it alone, I would need to be more careful, or else I would be injured. One must know that Wang Xian was at the 5th grade Grand Martial Master realm. And now, before we could even make a move, this demonic guile died. You tell me, just who did this? I don't know. Qin Zhan shook his head. To be able to kill this demon guile means that its strength, I'm afraid, is no less than 6th grade. There aren't many such strengths in the entire Yanha County. And with leaving the body here and not taking it to collect the reward, that shouldn't be an official person either. Could it be that someone from the local big clans made a move? I don't know. Qin Zhan still shook his head. Then what do you know? Wang Xian finally became angry. Don't know. Oh no, you care who did it. Someone helped us to solve the matter. Do good deeds without leaving a name. You still care about people's identity? Qin Chop skimmed his mouth. He really does not care, because to subdue demons and get rid of devils and shenanigans, it is not his duty. That is just a side business. These are not his turn to worry at all. Forget it. We'd better report back to the county honors as soon as possible. His Excellency has been waiting at the yamen. Seeing that Qin Zhan didn't want to care about this matter at all, Wang Xian also didn't bother to talk nonsense. Chapter 29, Mysterious Expert, Misty. Within the county courthouse, above the high hall. Wang Xian looked up, the county dignitary Cheng Yin sitting on it, still holding the book in his hand. It seems that the book was folded in the hands of the thickness did not increase. The county minister Ding Qi stood below, eyes downcast. When you guys arrived, that demonic trickster was already dead? Hearing Wang Xian's report, Yan Changyan finally put down his book, and his tone lifted by half a degree. To be precise, someone decapitated the demon Gue in a very short period of time, and not only that, they also deliberately picked a place to discard the demon Gue's body. Wang Xian nodded. The place where he and Qin Zhan had found the demon guile's corpse did not have any traces of battle, nor did it look like the first scene, because the place was too conspicuous, and once a battle occurred, it was impossible not to leave clues behind. It was as if someone had killed the demon Gue and was worried that they wouldn't be able to find the body, but had deliberately thrown it in a conspicuous place so that they would be able to find it and hand it over with just a little bit of care. Can you tell anything from the wound? Can't, but it should have been done with a knife, no matter how that person covers it up, but a demon Guile corpse in 2 can't be covered up. What experts with knives are there in the county? And ones that can exterminate the demon Guile in such a short period of time and still have enough time to transfer the corpse? Wang Xian thought for a moment. None. At least the ones that have this ability, we've checked them all and they've all been ruled out as suspects. Moreover, if it was really their hand, why would they bother? Yan Shangyan stood up, cupping his books and putting his hands behind his back as he paced slowly in the hall, deep in thought. Have there been any powerful outsiders recently? No. If it were elsewhere, there might have been oversights, but this Yanghe County. Yanghe County's population mobility was horribly low, and once an outsider came out, it would become extremely conspicuous. It's simply impossible to cover it up. Unless that person didn't eat or drink, didn't talk to anyone, and didn't even leave any traces. And experts secretly cultivated by those great clans? That doesn't make sense. Since they were secretly cultivated, they would naturally be used as a killer and would expose their traces for a demonic guile? And they wouldn't use such a clumsy way to hide their identities either. Yan Shangyun raised an idea but quickly dismissed it himself. Wang Xian just listened. This matter was confusing and probably involved the game between the county honors and the local big clan forces. He couldn't get involved. Okay, it's always good to have the demon Gue solved. After you go down, continue to secretly investigate and make sure to find this person. Such an expert secretly hiding, what exactly is his purpose, need to figure out. However, even if you look for it, don't act rashly, that person is not necessarily an enemy. Yan Shangyun waved his hand, signaling that Wang Xian could leave. Subordinate will leave. Wang Xian cupped his fists and excused himself. Only Yan Changyun and Ding Qi were left in the hall. Ding Qi, what do you think? Can't figure it out, but it shouldn't be the handiwork of those great clans. But it's simple to speculate on the origins of such experts, and after eliminating most possibilities, there are only a few possibilities. One is that there are reclusive experts who are extremely quiet and think about movement, and the other is a newly broken through expert. Yan Shangyan nodded his head at his words. Reasonable. What else? No more. This person's methods we say are clumsy, but in reality we all know that this person cannot be underestimated. Meticulous and comprehensive consideration, ruthless and decisive, did not leave too many clues at all. From this, we can also see that this person is extremely calm and wise. Such a person is terrifying. Silence once again descended on the hall, as Yan Changyun and Ding Qi both pondered their respective matters of the heart. After a long time, Yan Shangyun spoke again. Do you know that Gu Yongyan just sent someone over to take his leave? Elder Gu? Why did he suddenly take his leave? Ding Qi was puzzled. He's about to make a breakthrough. Ding Qi's spirit lifted. Elder Gu is going to break through the 5th rank? Well, I also didn't expect that he would be the first among those few to break through the 5th rank. However, Gu Yongyan is a genius in his own right. Yan Shangyun sighed. After he breaks through, I'm afraid that the medical officer rank will be raised by another half a grade, to the 6th rank. Ding Qi shook his head. In the end, the promotion of medical officials is different from the rest of us. There is too much water in the rank. He could understand why the county governor was depressed, because the county governor's grade was only 7th grade, and Gu Lao had become a 6th grade doctor, so that was 2 whole grades higher. Don't underestimate the Shang Medical Bureau. It may seem like the Shang Medical Bureau doesn't have much power, but it's actually extremely important. Especially since Gu Yongyan is also a pill refiner. If it is an ordinary physician, not to mention the 6th grade, even the 5th grade in front of him, he will not care in the slightest, but Gu Yongyan is special, especially in this Yanghe County, the pharmacist that is even more precious. That disciple of his you take care of more on weekdays. Well, I'll take care of it, that kid's roots and bones are really good. Also, you'll make a trip to the Demon Suppression Division for me later on, and look for Huang Ji to ask what's going on with the protective spell formation, and why even the inner workshop is having problems now. Yan Shangyun couldn't help but frown at the mention of this. Ding Qi similarly frowned, as to why Yan Shangyun wanted him to go instead of just speaking directly to Wang Xian. The reason was also simple, because Wang Xian and that Huang Ji were simply not on the right path. That Huang Ji had a special status because he was an envoy, and he never paid any attention to Wang Xian's transfer orders. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cross paths with that Huang Ji. It was really because every time he saw Huang Ji, he felt uncomfortable. It was an existence that was even more terrifying than a demon Gue. Good. Ding Qi left from the county courthouse and paused at the entrance for a moment before turning to the Demon Suppression Division. When he arrived at the Department of Devil Suppression, he didn't startle Wang Xian, but simply came straight to the top of an attic building in the Department of Devil Suppression. Is Officiant Huang here? Ding Qi asked a Mandarin. Yes, Your Excellency, wait a moment, I'll go in and inform immediately. A few moments later, the door was pushed open again and the junior official invited him in. As soon as he entered, Ding Chi's nose couldn't help but twitch, a nauseating smell rushed straight to his nostrils, so disgusting that he almost couldn't help but spit it out. And for some reason, as soon as he entered this place, he felt wet all over, as if his entire skin was sticky. One had to know that he was at the 5th grade Grand Martial Master realm. But this feeling had never changed no matter how many times he came here. What is it that Lord Ding has come to see me about? Next to a long case, Huang Ji, who was dressed in a black robe with a hood, his entire person covered tightly, opened his mouth. The voice was hoarse and gloomy, very hard to hear. Ding Chi frowned and came in front of Huang Ji. His Excellency, the county governor asked me to ask the yellow provider why the demonic and bizarre things appear in the county town every now and then, but is there a problem with the protective spell formation? Please sit down. Huang Ji raised his arm, a palm peeking out from under his black robe, signaling Ding Chi to take a seat. It was a palm that did not look like a human's, a curled feather growing out from underneath the skin and flesh, with stars of yellow fat at the root of the feather. Ding Chi glanced at it and immediately averted his eyes, cursing in his heart, this damn thing, damn it, is even more bizarre than many demonic shenanigans. Chapter 30 True Immortal Way, Chi Refining Lineage. Huang Ji poured Ding Chi a cup of tea without haste, but Ding Chi didn't dare to drink it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but spit it out. These few times of demonic shenanigans, I already know about them and have been paying attention to them, because I felt that they were all within Wang Xian's capabilities, so I didn't take any action. As for the things that the prefectural honorable lord is worried about, there is no need to worry, the spell formation does not have any problems. Huang Ji's voice once again came from under the black robe. As Ding Chi sat in front of him, he only felt as if there were two substantial lines of sight constantly sweeping back and forth over him. It was not a gaze that looked at a human being, it was more like a feeling of looking at food, which made him uncomfortable. Then I will return to the prefecture honorable lord in this manner. I also request that provider Huang take more care. He just wanted to get out of here quickly now. Staying in front of this surname Huang gave him a sense of absurdity of sitting down with creepy. Huang Ji didn't stop Ding Chi from leaving. Instead, he looked at Ding Chi's back and let out a low hoarse soft laugh. And then, he got up again and watched Ding Chi completely leave the Jin Demon division from his window position before closing the window. Huang Ji came to an otherwise extinguished candlestick, and with a point in the air, the candlestick was lit up, and once lit up, the specially made thick candlestick illuminated the entire room. The small official waiting at the door looked back to make sure the door was closed, then turned around and left without looking back. Within the room, not far from that candlestick, there was a large floor-to-ceiling bronze mirror. Huang Ji slowly pushed back his hood, and then unzipped his black robe again, removing as much clothing as he could from his body. A hideous, disgusting body was then reflected in the mirror. Countless curled feathers grew out of the skin and flesh, yellow fat dotted the roots of the hairs, in some places the feathers had already rotted, and there was also yellow grease flowing down from above. Yellow Pole obsessively admiring the body in the mirror, as if it could not see enough, and then, he turned around, craning his neck to look at the back, where there was a pair of curled deformed small meat wings. At this moment, Huang Ji, as if a fledgling bird had just broken out of its shell, and it was also an obese, sickly, foul-smelling fowl. Just how long will it take me to reach the 4th realm? If I don't become a Dao fetus, I can't pursue that so-called realm of the Valley of Rescue, and how can I live long enough to become an immortal? Those who eat Qi are godly and live, those who don't eat don't die and become godly. The true immortal way, the first realm is Qi nascent, the second realm is light opening, the third realm is vein passing, the fourth realm is Dao fetus, and the fifth realm is valley opening. According to the records in the sect had once produced a true immortal great cultivator of the 6th realm of the Violet Mansion. As for Huang Ji, he was currently still stuck in the 3rd realm of passing veins, delayed in forming a Dao fetus, and was far from the so-called Reshin grain and Qi eating. I need better sustenance. Huang Ji's face was hideous and maniacal. In fact, he had already felt it. If according to his current condition, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through to the 4th realm for the rest of his life, and would never be able to form a Dao fetus. Not enough talent, his root bones were too poor, and he was still too far away from being a true Dao-seeking genius. Although just the 3rd realm had brought his lifespan to 500 years, he still felt that it was not enough. He had been stuck in this realm for too long, so long that he had begun to get impatient. And for some reason, he clearly still had hundreds of years of life left in him, but his body was rotting away, although this rotting was slow, although he himself didn't really feel anything about this rotting. But he still desperately wanted to break through, wanted to step into a higher realm. In fact, this kind of problem had also been encountered by his master, and he had watched his master, who was rotting all over his body, like a rotting corpse, but was still alive. It was precisely to solve this problem that he went down the mountain to join the court's demon suppression division, but after so long had passed, he had gained very little. Thus there was only one solution left, and that was to break through to a higher realm. After a long time, the whispering and hissing in the room gradually subsided, and Huang Ji's face once again regained its calmness as he slowly and methodically put on his robes, once again shrouding his entire person under the black robe. He actually knew that the group of people outside were afraid of him, loathed him, and even found him disgusting, but he didn't care about those gazes. They were a group of short-sighted and despicable people. He was walking on the true path of longevity. That group of people wouldn't understand at all. As dawn broke, Su Dao opened his eyes and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar room, then reacted with a jolt that this was his new home. And then there was a strong sense of fulfillment and relaxation. In fact, he was not an ambitious person, nor did he have any great ideals or ambitions. The only thing he wanted was for his family to be happy and safe, and to be clothed and fed without any worries, and if he could live a long life under these circumstances, then it would be even better. Only briefly lingered on the soft bed, he immediately got up and dressed. Because he could already smell the aroma of the meal. Although it was still early, as soon as he pushed open the door, a hot air still clearly came in. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, especially since the heavens never rained. This heat was even more restless and hard to tame. Sometimes he would wonder how those ordinary people could survive in such an environment, but it was just a thought, there wasn't much he could do. To be able to reduce or waive the medical fees for the poor people and give them some cheap medicinal herbs was already the greatest kindness he could do. He didn't ask for rewards, nor did he ask for fame, all he asked for was to have a clear mind. As Su Dao, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, as Su Dao, who had received a complete modern education in the previous world, he always had his own moral code and bottom line. Although he also kills people and shows no mercy when he strikes, he will never kill for no reason, and that bottom line has never been lost. Even the drastic increase in strength didn't change this point. This might be the so-called Taoist heart. Especially in this world full of demons and weirdness, he thought that this bottom line was rather more important. That was the Tao standard he left for himself. He was afraid that he would get lost and never find his way back. Big brother, get up, it's time to eat. A burst of cheerful footsteps sounded outside the door, and then there was the sound of that girl Su Lu pounding on the door. Su Dao opened the door, reached out against that girl's head, and pushed it away somewhat in disgust. You slept well and woke up early. Remember what happened last night? Su Lu froze. What happened? I don't know, huh? Big brother, you secretly ate something delicious behind my back? Su Dao's heart was relieved. He really didn't remember anything. The last break was gone. He nodded. I secretly ate a roast goose last night. If you don't believe me, smell it. He let out a breath, and Su Lu immediately waved her hand in disgust and ran away. Nowadays, the weather is hot. Su Lu is wearing a short shirt, and her lower pants are also shortened by a section, revealing her arms and legs that are as white as lotus root, and when she runs thumping, she is extremely cute. Finally raised some mold. These months of nutrition hadn't been in vain. However, he felt that the biggest contributors should be those blood-strengthening pills. However, even though the blood-strengthening pills were good, he planned to stop, not that he couldn't part with them, but in the end, this thing was still medicine, and medicine was 3 times more poisonous, so it wasn't necessarily good to eat too much of it. As for giving Su Lu a foundation, he would think of a way to do it again, preferably the kind that didn't have any hidden dangers. Chapter 31 Small Merit Book, Exchange Book. If one was a martial artist, taking pills, although there would also be Dan poison, after all, martial artists were strong and had amazing digestive abilities, so they could minimize the effects of Dan poison. On the other hand, Anyang and little sister could not, they could only rely on their body's instincts to absorb it, thus taking too many pills would instead damage their foundation. Anyang is just a matter of time, the little sister has excellent talent, the future is definitely to cultivate martial arts, if it has tainted the foundation of the Tao, it is really a pity. In fact, the best way is the dietary supplement, a spirit animal meat, spirit animals to eat the medicine, absorb the medicine power. This process, the medicine in the medicine of the fierce part will be the same spirit animal absorption dissolution, and human consumption of spirit animal meat will be left with only the most mild, the most harmless components. This amounts to an additional filtering process, a process that alchemists and pill makers cannot match by virtue of their skill. The other was certain special heavenly materials and treasures that could reform the sinews and bones, enhance talent, and strengthen the foundation. After having breakfast, Su Dao went to the Shang Healing Bureau for his duty against the rising and tumbling hot air, and then he met 2 acquaintances here. These are the 2 chiefs of the inspection division, Yan Mai and Lu Si, who were seriously injured last night while killing the demon guile. A medical officer saw that it was Su Dao and spoke out to explain. Su Dao clearly felt that these medical officials were treating him more cordially, and with just a little thought, he understood that it was probably because his teacher was about to make a breakthrough. As for these 2 people in front of him, although he had seen them before, he didn't really recognize them, he only knew that these 2 people had secretly spied on him. Although he had discovered it early on, he had not poked and prodded. After all, people did not find him trouble. Su Dao helped the 2 of them check and drew a trace of Gui Qi from their bodies. It seemed that it had already been dealt with and there was not much left. There's no big problem. Just recuperate well. Thank you, Dr. Su. The 2 hurriedly thanked him. Yanmai was fine, but Lu Si was a bit embarrassed. After all, he had spied on people, but now he was meeting the rightful owner. Fortunately, Su Dao intentionally turned a blind eye, then returned to his teacher's official lighthouse to continue reading his medical books. Not long after, a minor official enters. Lord Su, the weather has been hot lately, the bureau has prepared some ice for all the adults, should I send it to your home? There's still this good thing, the welfare of this medical bureau is really good. As it happened, he also felt that the weather was too hot these days, he could still endure it because he was a martial artist, but Niang and his little sister could not. With ice, it was better. Why isn't this official lighthouse hot? Thinking about this, Su Dao couldn't help but be a little curious. No matter how hot it was outside and how unbearable it was at home, it was always cool and very comfortable inside this public house, which was amazing because he didn't find out where the ice was placed. The official was stunned. Your Honor, you don't know? This lighthouse is labeled with a cold ice talisman. Saying this, the minor official raised his hand and pointed to a yellow talisman on the beam of the room. This cold ice talisman, one can be used for 12 hours, and we will replace it with a new one every time late at night. This is how we can ensure that this official lighthouse is always cool. What is the value of this talisman? It's worth 20 taels of silver. So expensive? Su Dao staggered. 20 taels a day. When compared to this damn thing, air conditioning is nothing. It can't be helped. This cold ice talisman can only be made by the yellow provider of the Demon Suppression Division in the entire Yanghe County, so it's naturally more expensive. The price is naturally more expensive. And the talismans of other divisions are even more expensive. It's because it's so expensive that the adults in the Demon Suppression Division rarely use it. This thing, we can't draw it? Su Dao pointed to the yellow talisman. This thing was a profitable industry. He didn't believe that the value of this thing itself was this high. And as soon as he heard that this thing was something that could be made in large quantities, its own value couldn't be too high. No, martial artists have no way to make talismans, but they can use them. This wasn't the first time someone had asked this. All those who had seen something like a talisman for the first time had asked something similar. There were even those who were delusional enough to want to learn. After all, once they heard that this thing was so valuable, anyone would want to try it. Su Dao nodded. I see. In that case, those chi refiners still had some skills. But I'm afraid that having skills is true, and so is being weird. In fact, if Your Excellency really wants to understand, just go to the county office treasury and exchange a book about talismans. Seeing that Su Dao was indeed interested, the junior official spoke out to remind him. This can be casually exchanged? Yes, it's not a precious thing. It can be exchanged with a few small merits. Su Dao's heart stirred. Speaking of which, the feats of nourishment that he practiced was not complete, only the first 5 layers, because he did not need it urgently, so he also had not been exchanging it. It was just that today, after getting off duty, he went to exchange it to see. The small merit thing is easy to get. Like him as a medical officer of the Shang Medical Bureau, each time to save people as long as more than a certain number will be credited with a small merit. As for the big merit, this thing is difficult. For the medical officer, want big merit, either to invent a new drug, or conquer a stubborn disease, or create a certain kind of elixir that has a miraculous effect on the martial artist, or there is a big event, the court issued a mission with big merit. Finally, there is the simplest way. When the grade reaches the 7th rank, the imperial court will release a small amount of great merits every year. This big merit and small merit is considered to be a supplement to the official salary. Internal resource exchange, with big merit and small merit, can be much more cost-effective than spending silver. The court territory is so large, even if the stormy recent years, but ultimately the family is big, there are a lot of things are outside the system money cannot buy. This way is actually very effective for the rule of the dynasty. The court controls the resources, and then through this way, the world's capable people, tied to their own ship, do not need you have much loyalty, only need you can enjoy the benefits, and then you will involuntarily maintain the interests of the court. Although it is not yet to the point of an honor and a loss of exaggerated, but into this system of people, absolutely do not want to see the court fall apart. In this way, the court can seem to be shaky, but never fall. At noon, Su Dao is not in a hurry. First in the Shang Medical Bureau with lunch. After all, do not spend money on meals, do not eat, so as not to go back to the more costly rice and food. And then go to the county government treasury. Treasury left near the county government. Guards are still quite tight. At least he can feel this treasury in several not weak breath. At least is the 8th grade to start, which there is actually is not weaker than his teacher Gulao, that is the 6th grade. However, thinking about this place has this kind of guarding power, it is not unusual. Explaining the purpose of the visit, a small official immediately presented a small merit exchange atlas, looking at the hands of the atlas thicker than a brick. Su Dao was surprised in his heart. It seems that this place has a lot of good things. The entire atlas is divided into 4 categories: martial arts, Dao, pills, and materials. The last 3 layers of the nutritional skills he wanted to exchange belong to the martial arts branch of cultivation skills. It was quite cheap. The whole book exchange was only 1 small merit. He did find other cultivation techniques that required a few small merits to exchange, but he thought about it and gave up. This cultivation technique is important to him, said important, but said not important is not important. His strength is still the most important to rely on the bronze tree. The bronze tree, even if the cultivation of this general technique can make his strength far more than the same realm, with the advantages and disadvantages of the technique has nothing to do with. Moreover, those feats that are worth a few minor feats, although the total number of layers is more than 8, theoretically able to cultivate to the realm above the 2nd grade of the martial arts, but what can be exchanged here is only given to the 8 layers, and higher. He didn't see it on the book of minor feats. Chapter 32, with food in hand, there is no panic in the heart. Maybe that thing is in the book of great merits, and maybe it's not necessarily in the book of great merits. Even he guessed that if someone could really cultivate to the second grade but could not continue to break through to a higher realm because there was no subsequent merit, it would have been what the court wanted to see, a means of checks and balances. Then he found what he wanted in the Tao category, the general knowledge of talismans, a book that recorded 30 common basic talismans. As for the chi refiner cultivation method that he was most curious about, he didn't find it. This was interesting. Was this too precious to be exchanged for minor merits, or did the government not allow cultivation for some reason? He felt that the probability was the latter. From the attitude of Elder Gu and the others towards this Tao, one could see a lot of things. The imperial court was not very fond of and supportive of this Tao. Fortunately, although Su Dao was a little disappointed but also did not take it to heart, he did want to know more about the so-called chi refiner, but before he had a full understanding of it, even if there is a gongfa, he did not dare to practice. Teacher's sentence that people are not human and ghosts are not ghosts, he has always remembered in his heart. The talisman general knowledge was a bit more expensive than the nourishing merit, it even cost 3 minor merits. He asked about the number of minor merits he had, there were 9 in total, the number was sufficient. After exchanging, there were still 5 left, and he flipped through the back of the elixir category and material category. The elixir category was further divided into refined elixirs and heavenly materials and unrefined elixirs. There weren't many types of pills, and they were all damn well refined by his own master. The materials category, on the other hand, was divided into primitive materials and some weapons. These weapons he didn't have much need for the time being. After thinking about it, he exchanged 3 triple pure lotus seeds from the heavenly materials, plus a bottle of spirit ink and a tie of talisman paper. The 3 pure lotus seeds was the result of the 3 pure lotus of heavenly materia medica, known as the 3 purities of purifying the heart, purifying the mind and purifying the body, and taking it had the efficacy of cleansing the hair and removing the marrow. Ordinary people and martial artists can use, the value is not low, a small merit A. Spirit ink and talisman paper are prepared for talisman, those talisman writing, not that just find a piece of paper and draw on it, but also need special talisman paper and spirit ink. This cost him 2 kongs. In this way, all 9 kongs were spent. After the minor official brought all the things he exchanged, Su Dao left the place. A few petty officials looked at Su Dao's distant back and couldn't help but shake their heads, another one who was stupid enough to want to draw a talisman. Wasting 5 great merits for nothing, isn't it good to exchange some pills? The petty official who received Su Dao bristled. What do you know? Do you know who he is? This small merit may be precious to others, but to him, it's really nothing. Oh? Who is he? Why do you say that? Someone came over curiously. That's elder disciple Gu of the Shan Medical Bureau, you're saying he'll lack pills? He just doesn't have a single minor merit, and he won't lack pills. Oh, I see, if I had a master like Elder Gu, I'd also spend my minor feats frivolously for fun. It was truly a case of people being more angry than people. I'm afraid that Su Dao is the only one who doesn't take minor merits seriously. After all, as long as other people cultivate, the demand for resources is huge, so as long as those people get minor merits, the first thing they do is to exchange them for pills to enhance their cultivation. They don't even know that Su Dao doesn't even have much need for pills, at least not for these low-quality pills. Because of this, he didn't think that these small feats were actually that valuable. Back home, he first ate a lotus seed by himself, then was a bit disappointed. There was a hint of effect, but not much, even weak. Thinking about it, his body itself was scrubbed by the bronze giant tree for more than 10 years, it was normal to have no effect. So he then gave 1 lotus seed each to An Yang and his little sister. As soon as the 2 of them took the lotus seeds, they were flushed, and then on top of their skin, a trace of dirt also appeared from their pores. It's working. And it's not bad. Su Dao had a number in his heart. It seemed that he would need to exchange more of this lotus seed in the future when he had minor achievements. The effect of one of this lotus seed is actually very effective, not to mention for Su Dao, even for ordinary people, it needs to be taken in large quantities in order to truly achieve easy to use. He is actually buying it today to try the effect. After seeing the effect, Su Dao didn't stay at home, but went to the outside medical center. He didn't intend to shut down this medical center, and opened it for half a day every day. In addition to making money, he could also improve his medical skills. Moreover, he doesn't need to worry about the medicinal materials of the medical center nowadays. The 100 Medicines Pavilion has special supplies. Gu felt that letting him pick his own medicines and buy them was too much trouble and a waste of time, so he let the 100 Medicines Pavilion deliver the medicines he needed to his doorstep every month, at a real cost price. Nowadays, his reputation is getting bigger and bigger, his medical skills are good, and he is also cheap, so sometimes before he arrives, there are already patients waiting in front of the door, and if it is not an emergency, there will be an independent queue. Busy until evening, send away the last patient, Su Dao cannot help but stretch, another full day, and today earned another 700 or 800 won. Don't look at him as a cheap doctor, but he can't help but have a lot of people. Sometimes, if a rich person came, the income could be multiplied several times. If the rich don't make money, how many coins can those poor people have when their blood and sweat are drained? On the way home, Su Dao bought a roasted chicken, because there is a greedy girl at home. He has been habitually on the road to buy some things to bring home, not necessarily very expensive, sometimes even just roadside farmers sell wild fruits on the mountain. But always bring some back, to the little girl teeth. Back at home, the meal was almost ready. Was about to go call you. Lu saw Su Dao return and took the roasted chicken from him. Why did you buy these again? It's not like there's not enough food in the house. Su Lu wants to eat. Su Dao pushed it directly to Su Lu. Lu glared hard at Su Lu. The little girl was unsure, but when she saw the roasted chicken in her amanuensis hands, she jumped up. Now Su family's dinner table is another layer better than before. The staple food has been replaced with refined rice. As for the rest, there is not much change. 3 dishes and 1 soup, meat and vegetables, oil and water is not lacking. Certainly not considered luxurious. Even in this kind of mansion to eat this, it seems a little stingy. But the nutrition is enough. Su Dao will no longer ask for better. Even on this, Anyang felt heartbroken when she ate it. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Dao's monthly salary included a stone of refined rice, she probably wouldn't have been willing to replace her staple food with this. 1 stone of refined rice a month was definitely not enough, but buying some more to make up for it would be fine. And even the life is better now. Lu is still buying and hoarding grain. Su Dao is also supportive. Now, it seems to have an iron rice bowl, but grain this thing, hoard some more, he can only rest assured. This mansion has a special basement for storing rice and grain, which is more hidden and more suitable for storage. Su Dao's family, under Su Dao's subtle influence, was like a family of squirrels that liked to hoard food, a little bit at a time, a little bit every day, constantly hoarding food. Only when you have food in hand can you not panic in your heart. Chapter 33, Basic Ice Charm, Using the Air Conditioner. Now that the weather is hot, can you sleep at night? At the dinner table, Su Dao asked Anyang. I'm fine, this girl can't, every day I have to fan her to sleep. Today a petty official sent a piece of ice to the house, she was so happy about it, but unfortunately it's just too hot and melts fast. Lu shook her head. She wasn't that kind of pampered person, she had suffered a lot, not to mention the heat, she couldn't sleep, even if it was hotter, she could still endure it, but Su Lu obviously couldn't. The child was afraid of the heat, and every day she had to be fanned by Anyang until the early hours of the morning before she could barely fall asleep. Su Dao nodded. The idea of drawing talismans became more urgent in his heart. He actually didn't think of earning money by drawing talismans, he just thought of drawing a few cold talismans and installing a few air conditioners in his home. After all, he also felt hot. Every day when he woke up, his mattress was wet, it was hard. After staying in the house for a long time, his body became sticky. After eating and returning to his bedroom, Su Dao took out the talisman general knowledge that he had redeemed today as well as the talisman paper and spirit ink. The first one in the general knowledge of talismans was the cold ice talisman, the simplest and most basic talisman, and the second one was called the flame talisman. After looking at it and realizing that it was quite simple, he drew on the white paper with a brush and ink many times, confirming that he could draw the pattern without any stagnation, before taking out the talisman paper and spirit ink. He dipped the pen into the ink, and then the chi and blood power in his body spewed out, lingering on the tip of the pen. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire piece of talisman paper on the table exploded, and the brush in his hand exploded into nothing but a stump. Su Dao's entire body was a bit confused. Good lord, it scared him. In fact, he had already thought that he would fail, because the opening chapter of the general knowledge of talismans said that in order to draw a talisman, one must first fulfill 2 conditions. Firstly, the power of the divine soul is sufficient, and secondly, one possesses magical power. He didn't know if he could fulfill the first one, but the second one, he definitely couldn't fulfill it, so he tried with martial arts chi and blood, and then blew up. Mana, originally, is the power obtained from the alchemist's inhalation of heaven and earth's aura and cultivation. Naturally, it can be hooked up with the aura in the air, so that it can become a talisman, which is why it is necessary to have mana. This is the reason why it is necessary to have mana. Moreover, mana is naturally gentle, while the martial artist's chi and blood are tyrannical and scorching. One is suitable for writing talismans, while the other will directly explode the spirit of the spirit ink and the spirit in the talisman paper. Sure enough, Su Dao went on to try a few more times, and still couldn't succeed. The talisman paper always blew up, and after blowing up 5 or 6 times, it made him a little numb. Picking up the last pen in his study, Su Dao was a bit helpless, his mind was racing, thinking, since martial arts chi and blood won't work, can he borrow a sliver of power from the bronze giant tree? As soon as he thought of it, his mind moved, and with great difficulty, he was able to separate a sliver of power from the bronze giant tree's feedback, and instead of mingling with the martial chi and blood, he directly converged into the tip of the pen. This time, the tip of the pen was dipped in spirit ink and moved smoothly across the talisman paper. It can be done, Su Dao's heart rejoiced. Sure enough, when he finished drawing this cold ice talisman, the talisman paper did not explode. It's done! Su Dao flicked up the cold ice talisman and shook it. He could vaguely feel the spiritual light flowing on it. He thought about exercising his martial chi and blood and gently tapped on the talisman paper, which was the method of excitation of the talisman. And then, he could feel a distinct coolness emanating from that talisman paper. Not long after, the entire room became cooler. Su Dao's mind sank into the dark space, and sure enough, there was an additional talisman item in the feedback of that bronze giant tree, under which were the words Cold Ice Talisman Beginner's Threshold. Su Dao hurriedly drew another one, then holding the Cold Ice Talisman, he came to Wen Yang's room. When he entered, Lu was still not asleep, but was sitting on the edge of the bed, fanning Su Lu. Even though she had been fanning herself, Su Lu was still flushed and had beads of sweat hanging on her face. Su Dao did not say much, directly activated the talisman, and then pasted it on the beams of the room, and then in just a few moments, the entire room cooled down. What is this thing? So magical? Lu was surprised. A talisman. With this, Yang and little sister will be able to sleep well. It's precious, isn't it? Lu's first concern was still the price. Painted it myself, it's not worth much. It was indeed worthless, only the spirit ink and talisman paper were slightly more valuable, but a bottle of spirit ink could draw a lot of talismans, and the talisman paper still had quite a lot left. That's good, that's good. What doesn't cost money is good. This was Lu's thought. If she knew that this one talisman could be sold for 20 taels outside, she would die of heartache. Burning money is not as fast as this. To know, even in the treasury, the finished talisman, 5 ice charm exchange also need a small work, and this ice charm in addition to cooling is not much effect, cannot be used in combat. Seeing that the temperature in the room had dropped, Su Dao returned to the room to continue drawing talismans. At the same time, he was also pondering, what exactly was the power fed back by the bronze giant tree? Why could it be used to draw talismans? It couldn't be mana, could it? Or perhaps it was a higher power than mana. As for why he had this judgment, it was because of the 2 talismans he had drawn. According to what the junior official in the Shang Medical Bureau said earlier. According to what the minor official in the Shang Medical Bureau had said earlier, an ice-cold talisman could be used for 12 hours, that is, 24 hours, 1 day, and 1 night. However, when he felt the rate of depletion of the spirit energy on the ice charms he drew, he was afraid that he could use it for a few days without exhausting it. It couldn't be because his talisman-making skills were too high, he had only just started. So the only explanation is that the essence of that trace of power that was pulled out by himself was extremely high. With their own strength, see more and more, not only did not let their hearts become less doubt, but for that bronze giant tree more and more doubts. There is a kind of frog at the bottom of the well out of the mouth of the well only to realize that the unreachable sky he saw is only a corner of the whole sky. Early on, he had guessed that his bronze tree was not specifically used to assist in martial arts cultivation, but rather to cultivate the immortal way, and now, through the matter of drawing the talisman, he was even more confirmed. However, even so, he did not think to immediately find a book of chi refining method to practice. Before figuring out the taboos and internal information of the chi refining way, he did not dare to fix it indiscriminately. However, it was fine to not cultivate for the time being, but it was necessary to speed up his understanding of the way of chi refining. If there was no such thing as this bronze giant tree, it would be just as well, naturally practicing the martial arts path properly and getting down to earth without any nonsense, but since there was such a chance, it could not be given up so easily. The task is heavy and the road is long. After initiating a few more talismans, and then Su Dao put these things down for the time being and began to continue practicing the martial arts. Martial Dao was the easiest power for him to obtain and the fastest way to improve right now. It was the capital for him to gain a foothold in this world, and it was also the prerequisite for the subsequent exploration of chi refiners. In any case, one had to be alive first so that he could explore the deeper secrets, otherwise everything was just empty talk. After all, he is not completely safe now, the surrounding is not without danger hidden. For example, from the covetousness of the demon Gue, from the Jin demon division of the mysterious man spying. Chapter 34 Special Patient, Bowl of Rice Porridge. On the 5th day after Gulao's seclusion, these days, Su Dao's life remained uneventful and without any waves. He was not averse to this kind of calm life. While some people might find it boring, he knew how rare this kind of world and this kind of calmness was. God still did not rain, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Walking on the road, the eye can see the heat steam, those stone plate as if burning red iron. Many places have dried and cracked palm width cracks. This ghost weather has lasted for a long time, but do not know how long it will continue. There were more and more stragglers outside the city, but more stragglers instead brought false prosperity to the county. Because more and more stragglers poured into the city to do labor and seek work. I heard that the price of labor on the docks and in the marketplace is getting lower and lower, but even so, there are still a lot of people who can't find work. These people who have no money left, once they can't find work, they can only go hungry. That is, it's not winter now, cold and hunger are the 2 things that are most likely to take the lives of ordinary people. The entire outer square seemed to be suddenly in turmoil, a change that was obvious, and more than once he had seen the corpses of starving people by the side of the road. The horrible heat made these people swell and stink without half a day after death, and they needed to be cleaned up as soon as possible, so the streets were suddenly filled with many more body carriers, sending them to the incinerator by the carload. The black smoke from the towering chimneys of the incinerators became thicker and denser. Even if he was actually far away, he still had the illusion that he could smell the stench born from the burning of the corpses. In such a situation, death was inevitable. After all, the heat could also kill people. On both sides of the road, the trees that were originally thickly branched and leafy had become bare at some point, and even their bark had been stripped bare. The grass and trees outside the city were actually the same. He had gone out to see that those trees that had survived the drought and high temperatures had not been spared under the starving people after all. Those who had fled the famine had stuffed their stomachs with everything they could eat on the ground. The only thing he could be thankful for was that the river outside of the city hadn't broken. In fact, the Black Mountain not far away was still green and lush, and there was plenty to eat. It was just that these hungry people never wanted to go there, as if it was like a taboo. They would only think about staying away from that big rolling mountain. Those hungry people may not have much knowledge, but there is one thing, that is, the danger of the Black Mountain and weird, but because of the generations of the old and the old have survived and rooted into the soul from childhood. But Su Dao also understands that this kind of restraint and fear, there will eventually be a limit. Hunger will really make people go crazy. Let them forget the fear, forget those taboos. When he came to the front of the medical center, it hadn't even opened yet, but there were already customers waiting here. A withered woman was huddled on a tattered reed mat, and another tiny figure was sitting next to her, hugging her knees and cowering, hiding her entire body in the shade under the eaves of the house to avoid the hot sun. Pitch black, dry skin, tightly pressed against the child's tiny bones, Su Dao almost thought he saw a living skeleton, only the eyes were still bright. Seeing Su Dao come, the child did not open his mouth, did not beg, also did not have extra movements, just raised an arm, spread out like a chicken claw palm, revealing a few pennies inside, and then his eyes were looking at the woman on the reed mat. Su Dao did not take the money, but came to the reed mat next to the hand on the woman's wrist. After a long time, he shook his head. It is hopeless, this woman. If earlier, he probably can be saved back, just more good herbs, but now the internal organs withered and died, God's mind exhausted, that is, he conveyed the vitality of the energy is also not helpful. This is like a leaky bottom of the tank, no matter how much water poured in, are not filled with. The light in the child's eyes suddenly dimmed. Even if Su Dao boasted that he had already honed his heart of stone, he could not help but be a little intolerant. But hopeless is hopeless. The child will hand over a few coins in his hand again. Su Dao does not take. He then placed on the stone plate under the eaves, then hard to get up, tugging the two corners of the reed mat ready to leave. Only then did Su Dao realize that this was the consultation fee he had paid. Su Dao reached out and picked up a few pennies on the ground and shoved it back into the child's hand. If you don't see the disease, you don't get paid. The child was puzzled, but didn't refuse, just dragged the reed mat again and prepared to leave. Then, again, he planted himself straight down less than 10 feet away from the medical center. Alas! Su Dao sighed, to have this meeting is fate. He gave himself an excuse, then came to the son, picked up the child with one hand and brought him back, while later carrying the woman on the reed mat back to the medical center. First, he checked the child's pulse. Fortunately, it was just starvation, but the woman, he really couldn't do anything about it. Besides feeding some water, he couldn't seem to do much. Su Dao went to the backyard to boil some meat porridge. Before the 2 bowls of meat porridge cold, the child woke up. Drink that porridge first. Su Dao held the medical book and didn't turn his head back. The boy looked down at the 2 bowls of meat porridge in front of him, the knots in his throat rolling involuntarily, but he shook his head. I don't have any money, I still have to keep those few pennies. This was the first time the child opened his mouth, then Su Dao sniffed in surprise. It was actually a maid. Don't have money. You drink it first and we'll talk. The bowl next to it is for your mother. The little girl was silent for a long time again, and then holding the bowl of porridge, she swallowed the bowl of porridge in 3 or 2 bites, almost in a pouring manner. As for the spoon prepared for her on the side, it was not used at all. Su Dao stiffened for a moment, put down his book, got up and came to the little girl's body, and then stabbed the acupoints with a silver needle, forcibly awakening the woman who had already fallen into a mortal state. Looking at the surprise in the little girl's eyes, Su Dao mercilessly breaks. This is me forcibly intercepting her breath. When this breath dissipates, your mother will die. The woman leisurely opened her eyes and looked around, first seeing the little girl in front of her, and then looking at Su Dao. She was about to speak, but Su Dao waved his hand. Drink a bowl of porridge first. The little girl began to feed the woman the porridge, one mouthful after another, and the woman ate incredibly sweetly, not seeing that this was a person who was about to die. When she finished the last mouthful of porridge, she sighed contentedly, and then suddenly held the little girl's hand. And then without a word, she died of gas. There were no touching last words, no begging or thanking, just with the satisfaction of having eaten enough, she died that way. Perhaps she had used all her desire for life to endure until the last mouthful of porridge into the stomach. The little girl looked at the woman who took her last breath, a little stunned, could not see the sadness, nor pain, no tears in her eyes, just staring blankly at the woman still grasping the hand on her arm. Chapter 35 Surname Wu Bao, start hard to take in. What's the name? Su Dao asked. No name, mother called me Fuller. Then what's your father's last name? Wu. Oh, Wu Bauer, okay, sounds okay, then I'll call you Bao. Su Dao casually wrote down the 3 words Wu Bauer on a piece of paper before handing it to the little girl. The little girl was at a loss for words, rubbing her hands carefully on her clothes before accepting the clean paper. Recognize words? As soon as Su Dao's words left his mouth, he knew that he had said a load of. The little girl shook her head. This is your name. Su Dao pointed to the 3 words on the paper. Can you work? Sweep the floor, wipe the table? The little girl nodded her head. Okay, then from now on, you'll help me sweep the floor and wipe the table here, and you'll have food to eat. Is that a good idea? The little girl seemed a bit surprised, but still hurriedly nodded her head. It just so happens that I'm short of a caretaker here, so you can live here from now on. Su Dao signaled for Bao to follow and led her into the backyard before pointing to the house where his little sister used to live. However, that girl was standing at the door not daring to enter. Go in and take a look? Po walked in then, but really only looked, didn't dare touch anything, and then walked out. Su Dao asked again, can you cook? Yes. That's just right. There's rice, flour, and oil here, but you'll have to make it yourself. 3 meals a day, eat as much as you like. Su Dao sighed in relief, knowing how to cook, that would save a lot of work. The little girl seemed surprised. Su Dao reacted, nowadays who in the average family could eat 3 meals? Even in his family, these days hadn't started for long. Don't worry, you heard right, 3 meals a day. Su Dao nodded and affirmed. And then, Su Dao went from his room and found a few old clothes that he had worn. These were his clothes from when he was 6 or 7 years old. They were too small to wear, but it was just right for Bao to wear. This is a change of clothes, it's just a bit old. After arranging it, Su Dao no longer paid attention to Bao, who was still holding the clothes at a loss for words, and went to the medical center in front of him. Why? Bao murmured in a small voice, but she was the only one left here and no one would give her an answer. Su Dao, who had come to the front yard, took a look at the corpse still lying on the ground and shook his head. Half an hour later, the corpse transportation car from the inspection division came from that end of the street. When the car approached, he realized that it was still a familiar face. Capital Yen, capital Lu? The visitors were none other than Yen Mai and Lu Si, with a few mandarins, who were searching along the streets to pick up corpses. Medical Officer Su? Why are you doing this? The 2 capitals personally came out to search for corpses? This. Cough. Yen Mai and Lu Si relative speechless, the truth they cannot speak, they can't say that the 2 of them were not liked by the superior officer and were sent here casually, right? In fact, as in the past, like this kind of no oil and water, dirty and tired work, both of them are doing. Well, Su Dao probably got it, so he immediately changed the topic. The things that just happened, briefly said, that child I left behind, that woman's corpse will be handed over to you, well. If the ashes can be brought back. No problem, we will send her ashes to Dr. Su later. Yen Mai directly patted his chest. This was a good opportunity to get online with the Shang Medical Bureau. And the most crucial thing was that he didn't have any aversion to Su Dao, at least, those who saw the poor child and were able to rise up to take her and wouldn't be bad people. On the side of the Lu Si similarly nodded, this matter is not a big deal, purely a show of hands. After the incinerator side of the body burned, the family of the deceased, if they need to bring back the ashes, can bring back, if not, then directly raised fertilizer field. Su Dao took out a silver ingot from his pocket. I'm sorry to trouble you too, this money buys you 2 a drink. Yen Mai and Lu Si are waving their hands. What is Dr. Su doing? It's just a small favor, how can you accept money? Seeing that the 2 of them refused to accept the money, Su Dao took the silver back. In that case, after the 2 of you are off duty, I will treat you to a drink, how about it? Yen Mai and Lu Jian glanced at each other, their eyes flashed with joy, and they quickly nodded their heads. In that case, then it's a deal. Sure enough, in the evening, Su Dao saw Yen Mai and Lu Si walking over with a small altar from afar. Fortunately, Yen Mai handed that small altar over to Su Dao. Thank you both, please stay a moment. Su Dao turned around and went back to the backyard, finding Bao who was washing clothes. At this time, Bao had taken a bath and changed his clothes, but he was still ugly and terribly thin, making people not believe that this person was still alive. These are your mother's ashes, decide for yourself what to do with them. Su Dao placed the ashes on the table and turned around to go out before leaving the medical center along with Yen Mai and Lu Si. Bao watched Su Dao's figure disappear into the courtyard, and after another long time, she stood up, wiped the water on her hands dry on her clothes, held up the urn on the table, and held it in her arms for a long time before putting it down again, and turned around to go back and continue to wash her clothes. Auntie, I can eat. She murmured, washing her clothes a little more vigorously. Yen Lai Lu, Su Dao purposely asked for a private room. Both of you, please, I'll trouble you both for today's matter. Su Dao raised his wine cup. Yen Mai and the 2 of them, however, did not even dare to say, Your Excellency is too polite. Alas, in this world, human life is really worthless. After 3 rounds of wine, Yen Mai also gradually relaxed, without the initial constraints. Su Dao nodded his head as he sniffed. Indeed, it's not worth much. In the past few days, the 2 of us, Asako and I, have been pulling people to the incinerator by the truckload. In fact, no matter what kind of people, as long as they are dead, take them and burn them, they can also fill up an altar. Oatmeal continued to drink painfully, his heart in the right place. Su Dao sniffed in silence. During this period of time, he had already seen too many dead people. That group up there, no one cares how many people die every day. Oatmeal slapped the table. Lu Si on the side quickly reached out to pull. This guy is drunk again, this is something that can be said nonsense? Still think that their situation today is not miserable enough? What are you pulling me for? That group cannot say it? Still talking about what parental officials put his mother's fart, they are only the rich people's parental officials, but those stragglers outside are not. Yen Mai is already drunk. Lord Su, I'm sorry to see you laugh. When this guy is drunk, he speaks out of turn, don't take it to heart. Lu Si's eyelids fluttered. Su Dao waved his hand and let out a light laugh. Brother Yen is true to his character. Brother Lu doesn't need to worry that I will mind. Lu Si saw that Su Dao indeed did not look like he was telling a lie, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. And as a result, he felt much better about Su Dao again. To be able to make friends with Dr. Su today is truly a blessing in my life. In the future, if Dr. Su has any orders, the two of us will never excuse ourselves. Lu Si sincerely lifted his wine cup and toasted Su Dao. In fact, Su Dao's perception of these two people was not bad, because he realized that even though these two people were already officials, they still had some goodness in their hearts, which was really too rare in this kind of world. Chapter 36, You Bold-Eyed One. Su Dao and Lu Si drank until the early lights, and only then stopped, as for oatmeal has long been lying on the table unconscious. When dispersing, Lu Si personally sent Su Dao to the door of the restaurant. Today has been enjoyable, it is I and other roughnecks are afraid to make Dr. Su laugh. Su Dao staggered a couple steps. I quite like Brother Yan's temper, let's meet again another day. Good. Lu Si nodded his head. Just as Su Dao turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Right, Medical Officer Su, there is one more thing, I just focused on drinking and forgot about it. Su Dao stopped his steps. You say? Does Dr. Su have any children at home? Lu Si, however, was not asking for something. Instead, he asked a windy question. In fact, Lu Si is aware of Su Dao's family situation, because he also secretly monitors Su family for a period of time, but this naturally cannot be said, and thus first have this question. Su Dao nodded. There is also a young sister at home. What's wrong? Dr. Su knows that recently, some people in the city suddenly went to the inspection department to report the disappearance of a child at home. And it's not an isolated case, the inspection department's investigation was fruitless, and now it's still an open case. Since Dr. Su has a child at home, he needs to pay some attention. Lu Si lowered his voice. Su Dao froze at his words. Is it the work of a demon or an outlaw? Or is it the work of an outlaw? Lu Si shook his head. I don't know, but there is indeed a demonic and bizarre chi remaining at the scene. Su Dao nodded his head and arched his hand in thanks. Thank you for reminding Brother Lu. I'll keep this favor in mind. In the future, if something happens, you can look for me at the Shang Medical Bureau. Seeing Su Dao walking away, Lu Si then returned to the box where he just drank. He saw the unconscious Yen Mai lying on the table, shaking his head. He was ready to help him back to his residence. The two of them originally lived not far from each other, which was also convenient. But unexpectedly his hand has not yet touched Yen Mai. That Yen Mai is slow and easy to sit up by himself. Gone? You are not drunk? Lu Si was dumbfounded and at the same time shocked in his heart. Say you stupid, you don't believe, you don't know the amount of my alcohol? I just drink fast, but the truth is not much. Look fierce, but the amount is extremely small. With my amount of alcohol, that is to come back to such a few rounds, but also not to the personnel. Yen Mai skimmed his mouth. Why? Lu Si was puzzled. This was not necessary at all. Naturally, it's to try out this Lord Su's nature. I spoke some nonsense through my drunkenness, but those words can roughly tell what kind of person this medical officer Su really is. Yen Mai picked up her chopsticks and picked up a dish that had already gone cold and brought it into her mouth. If I haven't misjudged the person, then what I said before, Medical Officer Su wouldn't have said much and wouldn't have disliked us because of it. If I've misjudged the person, then I've misjudged the person. Can we be in a worse situation? And that nonsense is just my drunken ramblings. Although it offends people, it is not guilty. Lu Si as if for the first time to recognize this person in front of him. He has been with him for many years. I think I know him like the back of my hand. Only today I found out that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually had this kind of city. I see that Medical Officer Su is not the same as those above him, pure-hearted and simple. Such a person is really rare in the officialdom. Lu Si shook his head. Well, I also think he's not bad. In the future, we can also rest assured that we can get closer to him. Yen Mai nodded in agreement. However, if you say that he has a good heart, I recognize it, but if you say that he is simple-minded, then I don't recognize it. When did I ever say that Medical Officer Su was simple-minded? Isn't that what you meant in your words? You mustn't underestimate this Medical Officer Su. Could it be that you have found something? Lu Si was puzzled as to why Yen Mai was so certain. In fact, Lu Si also really felt that Su Dao was relatively simple-minded. After all, Su Dao is actually only 13 years old now, not yet 14. At such an age, even if he is experienced in handling things, how deep can he be in the city of mind? Intuition. Yen Mai shook his head and pulled all the leftover food from the plate on the dining table into his mouth. He didn't give any further explanation, nor could he give an explanation. It was really just because of intuition. Do you remember last month's tax recovery case? Oatmeal, who had eaten and drunk enough, asked coldly. Lucy had a strange face and nodded. Naturally, I remember. I've been following this matter for a long time. Why did you bring up this matter? Could it be that you suspect Medical Officer Su Dao-su? Yenmai nodded and did not deny it. Lucy was speechless. When I suspected on Medical Officer Su, you said I was stupid. Today you suspected on the contrary. Are you not sick, or are you drinking stupidly? Yenmai got up and patted his clothes, and walked out of the box together with Lucy to go downstairs. At that time, I did think that you had lost your mind, but nowadays I feel that you are not necessarily looking in the wrong direction. Do you remember a detail from the dossier? Which one? Su Dao's father, who had obviously been missing for more than a month at that point, but that day the tax book collected taxes from 4 people. Lucy sniffed and froze in place, and then, the wave of people who went to collect taxes together that night, all died. But soon he shook his head again. Maybe it's just a coincidence. You've also climbed up from a veteran official. Do you believe in coincidences? Of course, if Dr. Su kills someone, it doesn't mean that he's doing something wrong. After my observation, with Dr. Su as a person, since he has a killing intent, there must be a reason behind it. As for this reason, it's nothing more than those bull things. What kind of tax collectors don't you know? That. Lucy opened his mouth. He actually couldn't find half of the reason to retort, because Yenmai had already found even Su Dao's motive to kill. In fact, this matter seems to be complex and hidden, but in fact, it is also equally simple. As long as you peel off the fog to see the essence, to figure out one thing, it will be enough. That is the motive for murder. This one-time murder of 5 people, and there is a connection between the victims. As long as you find the motive for murder, it will be easy to find the murderer. As for other cover-ups, other irrationality, that is just the appearance, it does not matter. This matter you know on the line, rotten in the stomach, not to say that we have no evidence. Even if there is evidence, so what? People are now killing a few helpers and tax collectors in the street, and they can still get away with it. Yenmai shook his head, signaling that this matter was over. Lucy sniffed and also reacted. Yeah, this matter might have been important before, but by now, after Su Dao had become an old good disciple of the Shang Medical Bureau, it was already irrelevant. Because no one would care about the deaths of a few trash, the truth was actually often the least valuable thing. Lucy's gaze looked at Oatmeal strangely. He was really impressed today. What are you looking at me like this for? Admiring. Lucy arched his hand. Oatmeal coughed, put his hands behind his back and nodded. Not bad, insightful. Now you know how powerful I am, right? On weekdays it's just that I'm too lazy to bother with you. Roll. You're still serious. Lucy couldn't help but curse. And not far away, Su Dao silently concealed his figure into the darkness. Chapter 37, A Friendship at First Sight? Mutual friendship? A meeting of minds? A mutual love? What a joke. Su Dao in this world can really trust not many people. In addition to parents and little sister at home, is the teacher he just recognized. He also only limited trust. Of course, more secrets that only belong to him alone. That is to say, the only person in this world that he could really trust completely was actually himself. He admitted that he admired the 2 capitals of this inspection division, but that didn't mean that he trusted these 2, especially since these 2 had secretly spied on him before. The reason why he invited the 2 men to drink today and was willing to befriend them. The purpose was also very simple, and that was to probe the bottom of these 2. He needed to know why these 2 had suddenly set their sights on him last time. Although there was no follow-up on this matter, he needed to know more specifics and reasons. Just this result, he also did not expect that these 2 people, although their grade was not high, and their strength was only at the 9th grade martial artist realm, but they had a real skill. Of course, even if these 2 people know the truth, now he does not care, not to mention that the 2 people simply do not have the meaning and intention of this matter to the public. That is, really choose to denounce also as that Yenmai said, also simply cannot shake the current Su Dao. If it was before Su Dao became Gu Lao's disciple and obtained the 9th rank official body, he might really kill to silence him, but now it was completely unnecessary. These 2 were smart people. He could tell that these 2 were browbeating themselves. Although the tactics were raw and dry, he felt that it was not bad, and at the very least, he did need some channels outside of the Shang Medical Bureau. It was sort of a case of each taking what they needed and being in love with each other. Oatmeal and Lucy would be very suitable to be his pegs and eyes in the inspection division, marginal characters, not valued by their superiors, ostracized by their peers, inconspicuous, yet with access to some confidential information. Su Dao walks on the street, his steps are steady, his eyes are clear, which has half a bit of drunkenness. We must know that he is a 7th grade martial artist. How can that bit of alcohol make him drunk? The matter of Yenmai pretending to be drunk could not be hidden from him. He only needed to listen to Yenmai's breathing and heartbeat changes to know whether he was really drunk or fake drunk. Originally, he was going to go back to the mansion in the inner neighborhood, but after walking for a while, he stopped and turned towards the Su Family Medical Center in the outer neighborhood. He quietly climbed over the wall and entered. With his current cultivation, even if there were martial artists here, as long as their realm was not higher than his, they would not be able to discover his traces. The backyard of the medical center has long been extinguished, a darkness. However, it has no effect on Su Dao. When he was in the 8th grade, he was already able to see things in the night, just like observing patterns on the palm of his hand. Now at the 7th level, his nighttime vision is comparable to that of the daytime. This is all sorts of miraculous, not enough for outsiders to know. And perhaps because of the bronze giant tree, his 5 senses are much more powerful than cultivators in the same realm. At least the other 7 grades certainly cannot do it to the same extent as him. Inside the room where his little sister used to be, Bao had long since fallen asleep. Su Dao looked at the little girl who was curled up on the bed, at the tiny figure that was as withered as a ghost, and at the urn that was held in her arms for dear life. His heart couldn't help but soften, and then, he took out a talisman from his arms to activate it, and affixed it on top of the beam of the room. This place was actually even more stuffy than the mansion in the inner workshop, because it was even more narrow and cramped, but apparently Pa didn't feel that the environment here was poor. Instead, she felt that it was already very good, so good that it was a bit unbelievable. Su Dao looked at the bowl of rice porridge that was placed on the bedside again and shook his head, crying and laughing. But without saying anything, he turned around and left, going straight back to the inner workshop. Back, why did you remember to go out drinking today? Lu was still awake, and just as he entered the door, An Yang came out. Feasting on my colleagues, I can't put it off, don't worry, they saw that I was young and didn't persuade me to drink, I just tasted a little bit, I didn't get drunk. Su Dao smiled and comforted. Lu saw that Su Dao was indeed not drunk at all, and his face was normal, so he was obviously convinced. Su Lu was also still awake, still recognizing words under the oil lamp. Seeing Su Dao enter the door, Su Lu threw the book away. Big brother, why has it suddenly gotten cooler in this house? Outside in the yard, it's still hot? Of course it's because your big brother I know spells. Su Dao raised an eyebrow and looked at the girl who thumped and ran over, pressing her head with one hand to keep her away. Su Lu endeavored to reach out her small short hand to pick at it twice, couldn't reach it, so she gave up. Recognize words well, then learn medicine, and when you grow up a bit, you'll follow me to practice martial arts. She still wants to practice martial arts? Lu was surprised at her words. The reason why she asked this question was simply because practicing martial arts was too costly. Having Su Dao practicing martial arts alone in the family was already enough pressure. Raising another martial artist was feared to be tough. Lu didn't know that Su Dao practicing martial arts actually didn't require too many resources at all, thus she had always measured her spending with what Su Tianyuan spent when practicing martial arts. Well, to practice. This world is becoming more and more unintelligible to me and more dangerous. Having a body of strength is the only way to protect yourself. Su Dao didn't intend to discuss with An Yang on this matter. This was originally something he had decided on a long time ago. When he was stronger, he would inevitably go out. He could not bring his family with him at all times. At that time, having a reassuring martial artist at home was a guarantee. As expected, when An Yang heard this, she stopped talking. Su Dao had already made up his mind, and there was no way for her to change it even if she didn't agree. She could not change it even if she did not agree. It was just a matter of going back to eating chaff and food again, and it was not like she could not endure hardship. Furthermore, practicing martial arts was ultimately a good thing. During this period of time, don't go out without anything, the streets are not peaceful. Su Dao reminded again, as he remembered what Lu Si had said to him earlier. The case of the missing children was still confusing. Even the inspection department had not found any clues, and he was not even completely sure if the perpetrator was a demon or a human, so he naturally had to be more careful. Specifically, he will have to go to the inspection department tomorrow to ask, to see if he can see the clues. If it is a demon for the trouble, it would be fine, but simple, dare to come on the extermination. But if it is man-made, but need to be careful. The human heart of the tricky and poisonous, especially more than the demon. But what happened? Lu's heart immediately lifted at his words. Don't worry, it's fine, it's just that there are too many stragglers on the streets, it's not safe. Su Dao did not tell the truth. It is useless to talk about this matter, but will make An Yang worry. He just let An Yang and little sister cannot go out as much as possible not to go out. As for those things to buy, leave it to him. I don't know when the teacher will come out. This is already the 5th day of the teacher's retreat. If Gulao breaks through the 5th grade, then his thighs will be harder for a few points, so that you can also have a few more points of peace of mind. If it was an outlaw, then those in the shadows would have to think twice before laying their hands on the Su family. If you really want to anger Gulao, who says that medical officials can't kill people? Who says a medical officer can't kill someone? Chapter 38, Martial Arts Eyes, Secret Method of Detection. The next day, Su Dao arrived at the Gu mansion. Young Master Su. The one who opened the door was none other than Ah Quan. Teacher hasn't come out yet? Su Dao asked. In fact, he had been coming to ask every day for the past few days. Not yet. Ah Quan shook his head. Young master, come in and have a cup of tea before going on duty. No need. Only before he finished his words, he heard a familiar voice coming from the Gu mansion's inner courtyard. Su Dao? Come in. Teacher? You're out of the customs? Su Dao was a little surprised. He didn't expect Elder Gu to really come out on the 6th day. This was really efficient. Moreover, he had come at a coincidental time. When he walked into the inner courtyard, he really saw Gulao standing in the front hall. Compared to the last time they met, Gulao was obviously energized, as if he was several years younger. Congratulations, teacher, for going further. Elder Gu stroked his beard, clearly trying to restrain the smile on his face, but unfortunately failing. The upturned corners of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. Come to think of it, a breakthrough in the martial realm was a cause for joy no matter how one looked at it. How have you been these past few days? Is it possible to slack off on your medical skills and martial arts? I don't dare to slack off. I've already finished reading a small half of the medical arts in the light of my teacher's official house. As for martial arts, there has also been a slight improvement. Elder Gu grabbed Su Dao's arm and felt it for a moment, nodding his head, realizing that Su Dao had not been credulous. His martial arts chi and blood were much thicker than a few days ago, and his progress was obvious. Have you ever used a meal? Gulao asked again. Not yet, planning to use it at the Shang Medical Bureau. Then use some here with me before we go on duty. Gulao immediately ordered Aquan to go down and prepare the meal. Su Dao naturally did not excuse himself, and there was no need to excuse himself at all. On top of the dinner table, Su Dao talked about the recent situation where there were more and more stragglers in the city. The government didn't step in to provide kanji to relieve the disaster? Gulao frowned. No. Alas, these people. Gulao shook his head. Later I will let Aquan go outside the city to open a kanji shed to give kanji. Teacher's great righteousness. Su Dao arched his hand admiringly. I'll also take some silver later, as a token of appreciation. It's only a slight relief, and it's a drop in the bucket. Gulao shook his head. If it never rains, the two of us alone simply can't save it. This weather this year, it's too abnormal. Surprisingly, it hasn't rained for months on end. I haven't encountered this kind of climate even after growing up here for over 10 years. Su Dao twisted his head to look out the door. Above the sky, it was so blue that there was not even a single cloud. Gulao looked into the distance and was silent. Su Dao followed his line of sight and looked over Black Mountain. Teacher, that Black Mountain. Elder Gu waved his hand to interrupt, his eyes carrying a warning. Don't ask, at least for the time being. And don't look into it yourself. Su Dao looked at Gulao's serious expression and nodded. Good. And then, Su Dao talked about the missing children in the city. This matter. Gulao gazed at his eyebrows and thought, I will give a command to Aquan later, let him go to your residence during the day to stay. Although Aquan talent is not as good as you, but now there is also the realm of the 8th grade, so you will feel more at ease. Many thanks, master. This was originally the purpose of him talking about this matter. It was only the people in his teacher's house that he could be relatively at ease with. As for asking other martial artists to help look after his home, he was simply not at ease. If you're still not at ease, it's fine to let him stay at your residence. I don't need him to serve here every day anyway. That's not necessary. I also have a 9th rank realm now. I can handle general situations, and my place is not far from teacher's place. If something really happens, I'll call out and teacher will be able to hear me. Su Dao naturally refused. It was fine during the day, but if Aquan was also there at night, it would obviously form a hindrance to him. He was carrying a big secret. Even if it wasn't easy to expose, he still needed to be extra cautious. Furthermore, if the family encountered another demonic trickster at their door, would he take action or not? Alright, I'll let you do it. By the way, have you really finished reading half of the books in the official lighthouse? Aha! I have indeed finished, and as I read enough medical books, I read faster. I believe that before long, I will be able to finish all those books. Then read all the books as soon as possible, and then I will teach you the art of refining medicine. Elder Gu was greatly relieved. The art of pill making and alchemy was originally born out of the medical path, yet transcends the medical path, and then merges with the martial path, thus the requirements for the alchemist's medical path were very high. An ordinary person would have to spend a tremendous amount of effort just to learn the medical Dao through. And more importantly, talent. Although Su Dao did not understand what exactly this talent was, Elder Gu seemed to be certain that he had it, even though he had not conducted any tests from the beginning to the end. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Would it be possible that when it came time to actually start pharmaceutical alchemy, Elder Gu suddenly realized that he was a loser in terms of refining medicines? After thinking about it, Su Dao simply asked directly, Teacher, what exactly is the talent in pill refining that you mentioned? If I don't really have this kind of talent, wouldn't I be letting teacher down? Elder Gu shook his head. There is no need for you to worry about this. If I say you have it, you will definitely have it. In fact, the so-called talent is also spirituality. Spirituality? Su Dao suddenly realized the original talent needed to become a pill refiner was actually this thing. Then how does spirituality check? It wasn't the first time he had heard this word. Some people had complimented him for his dark spirituality, and his teacher had also complimented his little sister Su Lu for her deep spirituality. But why couldn't he see it? Even though he was now at the 7th grade realm, he still couldn't tell the difference. Elder Gu didn't answer. Instead, he got up and walked into the study, and after a while, he pinched a piece of paper and walked out. Take this, the martial Dao Dharma I cultivation method. This is something that is even more precious than normal cultivation techniques. If one were to exchange such techniques in the imperial treasury, it would take roughly 10 Xiao Gong. So precious? Su Dao was genuinely surprised. This thing didn't even look like it was written all over a piece of paper, but it had the nerve to charge 10 small merits? That's natural. Once the eyes of the martial arts are opened, they can see through the spirituality, roots, and bones of a person, the concentration of qi and blood, detect the grade of a person, and even when practiced to a high level, they can also look at a person's qi and luck, and tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. Gu Lao glanced at Su Dao. Do you think this technique is precious? Su Dao nodded his head repeatedly, carefully folding the paper in his hand and putting it into his bosom, storing it close to his body. Thank you, teacher, for giving me this technique. This dharma was obtained by my teacher when he was wandering around back then. Compared to the dharma of the imperial court, it is not weak at all. You practice well, this dharma is very useful. Su Dao naturally understood that after practicing this dharma, he was able to inspect other people's qi and blood, and surmise the realm, which would be very helpful when fighting against the enemy. At the very least, there would not be a situation where the enemy's realm would be unknown and the situation of sending food to the dish ignorantly would not occur. That spirituality can have the method of covering up. I heard that the demon guile, this kind of thing, seems to be extremely favored by people with thick spirituality. I don't matter, but the little sister's side. Gu Lao thought about it and shook his head. No. At least not in my master's hands, maybe there will be in the court's hands. You'll pay more attention then, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Chapter 39, The Case of the Missing Child. Probing type spells were precious, but spells of this concealing nature were significantly more valuable and rare. Changing places, if Su Dao was the court, he would probably choose the same. A martial artist in the open would not pose much of a threat at all, but a hidden martial artist would be too terrifying. For example, Su Dao like Old Six. And only Old Six truly hates Old Six the most. Because Old Six's greatest wish is that there is only one Old Six in the whole world. Su Dao himself is able to use the bronze giant tree to conceal his own breath cultivation, but this ability cannot be applied to his sister. If it is really as teacher said, sister's body spirituality is very thick, then she is afraid that in the eyes of those demons and monsters, she is very conspicuous. After having his meal, Su Dao went to the Shang Medical Bureau with his teacher to go on duty, and his teacher's sudden appearance immediately triggered agitation in the Shang Medical Bureau. Previously, they had also received the news that Gu Lao was going into seclusion to make a breakthrough, and now that Gu Lao had reappeared after disappearing for 5 days, it meant that Gu Lao had already succeeded in breaking through to the realm of the 5th grade. This is the 5th grade realm, the entire Yanghua County. The 5th grade martial arts masters are only a few people. In fact, not to mention Yanghua County, even in the capital city, the 5th grade is also a very high realm. 9th to 7th grade is the 3rd realm of martial artists, while 6th to 4th grade is the 3rd realm of martial masters, of which the 5th grade is also known as Grand Martial Master. A Grand Martial Master, no matter where he was a pivotal figure now. In fact, when it comes to this, Su Dao still has some doubts. That is, this Yanghua County is not too big a place, but there are several cultivators of the 5th grade realm here. Could it be that there is something special about this place? The 3rd grade of the martial arts, and is not a cabbage, but now is gathered in this place, is really abnormal. Congratulations, Elder Gu, on reaching the next level. Elder Gu is great, now I have a 5th grade within the Shang Medical Bureau. While the crowd spoke out to congratulate Gu Lao, and Gu Lao responded one by one, Su Dao could see the helplessness hidden under Gu Lao's smile. He didn't want to be this high profile, and he didn't want to compete with others in Yanghua County for anything after his breakthrough. He was just a pill refiner, and only wanted to be a simple pill refiner, not wanting to get too deeply involved in the struggles of several forces. However, Su Dao understood that this was impossible. If his teacher had not yet become a 5th grade and was only a 6th grade, then there would be more room to turn things around, but after becoming a 5th grade, his teacher's existence became conspicuous, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. This is not all. After Gu Lao finished dealing with these colleagues from the Shang Medical Bureau, it did not take long for someone else to send a gift. County Dignity Chang Yun, Inspection Division Master Qin Zhan, Demon Suppression Division Master Wang Xian, Clearance Division Master Xiao Yunwen, County Chancellor Ding Qi, one by one, all sent congratulatory gifts. And this is still not the end. Wait until noon. The gifts of those big clans in Yanghua County also arrived. Thus, in Gu Lao's official lighthouse, the gifts were directly piled up into a small mountain. This group of people, they can really. Su Dao looked at them and scratched his head. Gu Lao was not surprised. I seldom socialize with them on weekdays. Those people can't find a reason even if they want to send gifts. In fact, the last time I accepted you as a disciple, there were already people inquiring in secret, but then that master worship ceremony was arranged by me in a simplified manner. Now that I've broken through the 5th rank, it's just what they want. And this group of people choose to send gifts to the location is also very interesting. Choose the Shang Medical Bureau rather than the mansion. That is because they know Gu Lao's temperament. If they send it privately, instead, it may be rejected. And now this kind of fanfare, Gu Lao needs to take into account the face of the gift giver. Private refusal, that is called the road, is not the same. Openly fall face, that is called a feud. After getting off duty, Su Dao said goodbye to his teacher and then went to the inspection division. Mr. Xiao Su? How did you have the time to come to the inspection division today? As soon as Su Dao entered the gate of the inspection division, an officer of the inspection division asked out loud. Su Dao did not recognize this person, and was certain that the two sides had never crossed paths. This lord knows me? Lord Xiaosu is joking. How many people in the Yamen don't know Lord Xiaosu? The man smiled. This was true. Su Dao might only have a 9th grade martial arts cultivation on the surface, and his official rank was only a small 9th grade, but he was a disciple of Elder Go, and this alone was enough to make many people treat him politely. In fact, the superior officials of the various divisions had specifically explained that they could not offend Su Dao, because to offend Su Dao was to offend Elder Gu. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Dao explained his intentions. Oh? The man sniffed thoughtfully, but was not surprised. This matter has a lot of attention right now. After all, many families have children. These people would be worried that this kind of thing falls on their heads, so it's for this matter. Little Lord Su, come with me. The man led Su Dao into a quiet room and ordered someone to serve tea before he went to carry the dossier. Su Dao began to carefully look through. This look will notice the wrong. These missing children age span is very large, from a few months just born, to the age of 10 or so are. The family situation is also very complicated. There are big families, there are also poor people's families, there is no special target. In addition, the gender of these children is both male and female, and their birth dates are not date specific. And what were the outlaw's criteria for selecting children? Not bad. Su Dao just looked through it once, and in his heart, he was sure that this wasn't any demonic trickery at all. It was impossible for demonic shenanigans to harm people in such a targeted manner, only striking out at children without harming the children's families. Especially when he saw that in one of the cases, the child had disappeared from his home, the child had slept with his mother, and in the end, the child had disappeared, but the mother was unharmed. Perhaps there was some kind of demonic spirit that was only interested in children, but he didn't believe that the demonic spirit would choose to let go when it saw a living person lying defenseless in front of it. If that was true, then this demonic trickster, too kind. Su Dao closed the dossier and lifted his teacup, sipping the tea while pondering. Has Your Excellency made any gains? The man walked in again. Su Dao shook his head, not for now. Has your division made any new gains in the past few days? Again, nothing. The man sighed. So far in this matter, the number of missing children has exceeded 30. We have never relaxed our inspections. But there are currently no clues. Didn't you say that you found demonic and weird aura residue at the scene? Su Dao put down his teacup. The man was stunned at his words. This matter was not noted on the dossier. How did this medical officer Su know about it? He did not suspect that this matter was Su Dao's doing, but it could show that Su Dao had other channels of information. Indeed there is, but the residual scent is very weak. Trying to find the culprit based on this is too difficult. The man shook his head. Su Dao asked for some more advice, and seeing that he could no longer get any more useful information, he excused himself and left the inspection division, heading straight to the Outer Square Medical Center. Chapter 40, A First Glimpse, The Black Hand Behind the Scenes. This was a transcendent world where all events had the most basic logic since they existed. And in this case, Su Dao believed that there was some sort of logic hidden as well. Otherwise, why would the murderer only strike at children and not adults? Why only strike at these children and not the others? The number of children in the entire county was actually quite large. Although the world has been in turmoil for the past few years, life has been extremely unsettled, and the people's fertility rate has dropped a lot. But when the time span stretched from just being born all the way to about 10 years old, a whole decade, the number of children accumulated was very considerable. After all, the first few years were days. The people were poor, but they were still quite peaceful. There was no problem in ensuring that they lived above the subsistence line. And this kind of life would greatly increase the number of children born. Under such a world, the rate of children dying young is extremely high. So no matter what kind of family, whether he was rich or poor, he liked to have children. Because only in this way can one ensure that one's bloodline can continue, and that the family's fragrance can be passed on. Under such circumstances, why did the man only take those 30 or so children captive? Of course, the number of children might increase, but even if it did, the number would still be very small compared to the total number of children in the entire group. Was it because he didn't dare? That man had dared to strike out in the inner defense. What else would he not dare to do? This kind of approach to the county office that was close to provocation was done. He didn't believe that this was a timid person. Coupled with this person's extraordinary strength, this possibility would be even less. One must know that in order to catch the culprit behind this disappearance, even the head of the inspection division, Qin Zhan, had personally gone out. But the end result was still nothing, and a precious middle-ranked talisman, the tracking talisman, was used during the investigation. However, the tracking talisman tracking result was also broken halfway, which was also the reason why the previous inspector general said that it was hard to find with that little bit of scent alone, because they did use all the methods they could. So it seemed that there was bound to be a reason why that person had struck out at these children, eliminating all the wrong answers. It wasn't family, it wasn't gender, it wasn't birth date, it wasn't enmity, and it wasn't random, so there was only one left talent. For example, martial arts talent, such as spirituality. Thinking about this, Su Dao's brows stretched and frowned. stretching because he felt that he had guessed the answer, and frowning because he wasn't able to find the real culprit based on this, and if the miscreant picked the child really based on spirituality, then the little sister or even himself could become that person's target. This kind of world where transcendent existed was this unreasonable. You didn't do anything, just because you yourself possessed a talent, you might become someone else's target and attract others to strike. Without realizing it, he had already arrived in the medical hall. Su Dao pushed open the door and walked in, but quickly turned back out, looked at the signboard to make sure he hadn't made a mistake, and then walked into the medical hall again. It was so clean, just now he thought he had gone wrong. Whether it was the counter, medicine cabinet, tables and chairs or the floor, it was all that clean, as if it had been washed. There was a feeling of being brand new. The corners and edges, some crevices that no one paid attention to, had all been carefully wiped over. This can put Su Dao whole will not, are a little uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he walked into the backyard, and sure enough, this backyard is also new. Dirt and slag were all cleaned up, and all the places that could be cleaned were cleaned, and even the 2 pillars in front of the outhouse were clean and dry. And the person who did all of this, at this time is sitting in front of the dining room on the green stone steps to eat. Ba was holding a large bowl, no, that should be called a basin, which was probably as big as her 2 heads, and the rice in it piled up to the top. There was also a kitten in front of Pa, wailing. Bao glanced at the gray kitten and then looked at his large bowl, then used his chopsticks to pick out a small ball of rice and placed it in front of that kitten. The kitten swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites while continuing to purr. Bao glanced at his big bowl again, then once again picked out a ball of rice that was even smaller than just now and placed it in front of the kitten. Then he stopped paying attention to the cat's purring and began to frantically pick at the rice. Su Dao didn't know what it meant to eat like a starving ghost before, but now he thought he saw it. As he looked at the scene, he suddenly couldn't help but smile. It was only when he arrived in front of Bao that Bao raised her head as an afterthought. Seeing that it was Su Dao, she hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Where did the civet slave come from? Pa was at a loss for words as he held his rice bowl. I can share mine with it without extra rice. Su Dao understood what Bao meant as soon as he heard it. She was afraid that she wouldn't let her keep it, so she would gouge out cat food from her own ration. Unexpectedly understanding, after all, even if it's just 1 more civet slave, that's 1 more ration, even if it's not much, but it can't be let out of Su Dao's hands, because it's Su Dao's, not hers. However, she could save a portion of her rations to feed the civet slave, which was in line with the rules. I quite like it, keep it. Su Dao no longer said anything more. The civet slave was dirty and couldn't even tell what color it really was. And just like Bao, it was skinny, bony and ugly. Wash it later. Yes. Bao nodded in a hurry. Only then did Su Dao notice that there was only white rice in that big bowl of Bao's. There were no dishes, not to mention the meat. Even the slightest bit of oil could not be seen. He raised an eyebrow and entered the kitchen, slicing a strip of bacon and frying it. Beckoning towards Bao, who was standing at the entrance of the kitchen, come here. When Bao approached, he served all that bacon into Bao's rice bowl. What you were told to do, you did well. This is your reward, feel free to eat it. In fact, he said yesterday, the meat, vegetables, rice and oil here can be taken as much as you want, but this girl seems to have drawn a line for herself. The rice is open for eating, but the oil, meat and vegetables are not touched at all. In the future, if you do well every day, you can reward a meal of meat. Bao, however, just lowered his head and didn't say anything, and Su Dao didn't say much. Turning around and leaving the backyard, after walking out a long way, the soft sound of blah 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 was vaguely heard. Su Dao's footsteps slightly paused for a moment, and then returned to normal. Arriving in the medical center, sure enough there were already patients here waiting to be seen. Now they also knew that Su Dao would come to sit in the afternoon every day. As long as there was no delay, he would come almost every day, and if there was a holiday, he could even sit in the hospital for the whole day. So these people gradually won't wait in line in the morning. With his medical skills getting higher and higher, many conditions he has been able to do hand-to-hand, and even do not even use the martial arts power to assist, can be very good solution, but the price has never gone up. Although those people didn't say it on their lips, they were actually very grateful to him in their hearts. There were even those who had erected a life shrine to him at home. He had even seen it. That was what he saw when he took an outside consultation. Chapter 41, Golden Pupil of the Martial Way, Beginner's Threshold. Although it was a bit strange for someone to set up a tablet and offer incense to himself while he was still alive, Su Dao didn't stop it, and this feeling of being appreciated was still weirdly good. It was another busy afternoon, and it was only in the evening that Su Dao was able to free himself. When he returned to the inner workshop, Aquan saw him coming back and was ready to leave. Stay for dinner. Su Dao and Aquan were already familiar with each other, and Aquan did help him a lot. Helping him pack up the mansion, running before and after, and now helping to look after the house. After all, Aquan was only a Go family attendant, not his Su Dao's servant, and although he came here at the command of Elder Go, he also belonged to helping out. Aquan shook his head and politely refused, some other day. If young master has the heart, treating me to a drink some other day is, so I won't bother you today. After Aquan left, Mother Lu then asked worriedly, what is going on? This man claimed to be a member of Ji's household, and when he came here he just sat under the eaves of the room, not even entering the door, and when he was asked to eat and drink, he just refused. When asked, he only said that he came to protect us. No big deal, I have to be on duty every day during the day, no one is guarding my home, I don't feel at ease, so I begged my teacher for a guard to come. In the future, if I'm not at home, Anyang can speak to him if she has something to say. If it's not convenient to speak, then wait for me to return. There were some things that there was no way to say at all. Anyang was just an ordinary person, and there were many things that would be useless to say. After nightfall, Su Dao sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind sunk down and entered the giant tree space. At this time, the height of the bronze giant tree being lit up had increased again, and it was infinitely close to the first branch of the bronze giant tree. Su Dao projected that if he could kill one more low-ranked demon guile and absorb its guile chi, he would be able to completely light up the first branch. These days, he still had some gains, although on weekdays, when Shin Demon Division kills demons and devils, the casualties will not be as big as those times, but he was still able to absorb some devious chi, although the quantity was not much, but it still added up to a very considerable amount. Nourishing Kung Fu, Wu Pure Flame. Martial Arts, Mirage Sea Silent Blade, Peak, Open Mountain and Pound the Sea Fist, Pure Fire. Realm, Martial Arts, Grade 7 Medium. Immortal Path, No Grade. Lifespan, 150 years. Healing Arts, Lu Deng Xiaofeng. Avatar, none. Talisman, Basic Talisman, 2 handy. The martial realm logically breaks through the middle of the 7th grade, and the basic talisman enters the 2nd realm from the threshold of the 1st to the 2nd, with ease. The most significant benefit of this enhancement was that he was able to draw talismans faster, and the talismans were more powerful. At the beginning, he was able to use the cold ice talisman he drew for nearly 24 hours, but now the cold ice talisman he drew was able to be used for roughly 3 to 4 days. Of course, he is also clear, the reason why his talisman can have this kind of heaven-defying effect, the main reason is still because the power level of the bronze giant tree is too high, but his own talisman skill is only a very small factor. Nowadays, every day within the Shang Healer's Bureau, he was probably able to obtain 1 or 2 strands of Gui Qi, although it was not much, but it was better than a thin stream of water, and he didn't have to go looking for the demon Gui himself to fight for his life. However, this also shows that the frequency of demonic shenanigans is quite high, just because the range is small or handled in a timely manner, thus it did not make everyone know like the previous times. Su Dao exited the dark space, and then took out a piece of paper from his bosom. This was the Martial Dao Dharma Eye cultivation method given by Elder Gu, named Martial Dao Golden Pupil, which was considered a special martial art. Cultivation is also very simple, that is to mobilize the body's chi and blood, in accordance with a specific way to stimulate the nourishment of their own eyeballs, so that it will slowly give birth to the divine. This is a water grinding work, after all, involves the most fragile part of the human body, cannot be anxious, once too hasty, but will bring harm to the eyeballs. The cultivation of the first 1 or 2 layers of this Wudao Golden Pupil is actually very simple, but from the 3rd layer onwards it becomes troublesome, because the subsequent cultivation has begun to require special heavenly materials and treasures to assist. He looked at the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were in demand, very precious. Only the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for the 3rd layer he had seen in the small merit book. It was something called Earth Gallbladder Golden Liquid. The exchange price of this thing in the small merit book was 30 small merits and 10 drops. And Martial Way Golden Pupil want to cultivate into the 3rd layer, need at least 60 drops, 2 drops per day, continue for a month, before the eyeballs from the mortal pupil metamorphosis into a golden pupil. 60 drops, converted into a small merit, is 108, hiss. Su Dao realized that he is really poor. Let's practice the first 2 layers first. Su Dao began to move his chi and blood to nourish his own eyeballs as stated in the Gong method, and a few moments later, he felt a hint of warmth arise in his eyes. However, opening his eyes and looking over, it seemed like nothing had changed. This is an extremely slow process. For that matter, it is still because his realm is high enough and his chi and blood are sufficient to produce a feeling so quickly. If the general 9 products, just to produce the obvious burning sensation, it would take several months and half a year. And to fully practice the first layer, it would also take 1 or 2 years. However, the effect of the first layer was just average, being able to see things in the dark and distinguish simple breaths. To the 2nd layer only really began to reveal the miracle, can distinguish people's breath, peeping people's spirituality, inspecting people's chi and blood, breaking the illusion to find the enemy's effect. The 3rd layer, the so-called golden pupil, can find people's weaknesses, watch people's fortune, witness against the enemy, and more importantly, to be able to break through a lot of concealment hidden. As long as the target concealment method realm is not deep enough, the level is not high enough, will be able to be golden pupil. And the higher 4th and 5th layer, according to the above statement, can peep through the appearance, straight into the essence, inspect the change of heaven and earth, view the universe of the opportunity, a view of 1,000 miles, as if the avatar. Su Dao roughly estimated, not to mention the 2nd layer, even if the 1st layer was cultivated, according to the current speed, he would need 1 or 2 months. It's too slow. He wanted this thing because he desperately needed it, and this speed was too slow. Could he use the power of the bronze giant tree to directly nourish it? After only a slight hesitation, he made up his mind and then carefully pulled out a trace of power from the bronze giant tree as he had done before with the talisman. Then, following the martial Dao golden pupil cultivation method, he began to nourish his eyes. In an instant, torrents of burning heat rolled over his eyes, intense pain came from his eyes. Su Dao was so shocked in his heart that tears involuntarily welled up from the corners of his eyes, he simply couldn't help it. Su Dao forced himself to endure this intense pain, but did not stop. It had come to this point, that is, there is no way to regret. If he gave up now, he was afraid that the power would directly blow his eyeballs open. He could only follow the cultivation method. The trace of power will be completely exhausted before stopping. Su Dao opened his eyes with apprehension, and then his heart was relieved. He wasn't blind. Not only was he not blind, but he felt better than ever. The mind sank into the dark space and touched the bronze giant tree, and sure enough, there was an additional martial Dao golden pupil in the item of martial skills, and this martial Dao golden pupil had already turned into a beginner's threshold. Chapter 42, Middle Grade Talisman Breath Convergence Talisman. This speed, compared to the previous cultivation with martial Qi and blood, was unknown how much faster. Thus, Su Dao rested for a moment, and after the discomfort in his eyes completely disappeared, he began to continue pulling power from the bronze giant tree. As long as he couldn't go blind, he would practice to death. The night passed, and by the early morning of the next day, Su Dao stopped practicing and opened his eyes, in which a divine light blazed out. The martial Dao golden pupil had successfully moved from the threshold of the first layer directly into the second layer with ease, but wanting to move straight into the third layer was impossible. Even though the power of the bronze giant tree was extraordinary, it couldn't completely replace the special nature of the heavenly material treasure, and it could only accelerate the process of cultivation. Now he had actually cultivated this technique to the peak of the second layer overnight. Gazing down at his own body, he then saw a very different picture. He saw the red aura running endlessly within his body. That should be the martial Dao Qi and blood. With a thought, the rushing martial Dao Qi and blood completely disappeared. This was his concealment technique working. In addition to the red aura in his body, there was also a milky white aura, which was only deeper, but the amount was very large, as if it would erupt at any time. This was probably the so-called spirituality. Then he tried to converge those spirituality. Sure enough, in fact, spirituality can also be converged. Just before, he simply did not know and do not understand this kind of thing, cannot feel this kind of thing exists, naturally cannot talk about hidden convergence. However, in the end, he still did not choose to cover it up. Someone can see his spirituality. With the 9th grade of the martial realm, if his spirituality completely disappeared in one day, that is not to say that one has the method of hiding and converging. Currently, the second level of martial Dao golden pupil was already enough to be able to view people's spirituality, inspect people's Qi and blood, distinguish the enemy's breath, and also be able to pierce through illusions. It was already enough to deal with most situations in a regular environment. As for the third level of golden pupils, he currently does not have so many small merits in hand to exchange for the Earth's gallbladder golden liquid, and for the time being, he can't repair it. However, there's no rush, so he can change it later when he has it. When he was having breakfast, Su Dao purposely opened his martial Dharma eye to take a look at Su Lu. The result was as the teacher said, this little sister of his own body Qi and blood is weak and not worth mentioning, but the spirituality is very abundant, and even through the body, hanging 3 feet from the top. In terms of Qi and blood, that's because she has not practiced martial arts. Qi and blood is naturally weak and insufficient, but her spirituality is really thick and incomparable. He could probably imagine that his own little sister was afraid to be as conspicuous as an oil lamplet in the dark of night in the eyes of the demons. This made him feel tricky, and he had to find a way to cover it up a bit, but he simply didn't have such a means on hand right now. Looking at his little sister still mindlessly eating her breakfast, Su Dao was helpless. This matter could still only be relied on by himself, so he would go look for it later. A few days passed in a hurry. As it happens, today is another day off from work, so there is no need to be on duty. After breakfast, Channels came to the teacher's residence and asked some questions about the cultivation of the golden pupil of martial arts. It was then that he realized that in fact, his teacher had only cultivated this martial Dao golden pupil to the peak of the second layer. Why is this? With teacher's ability, he should have enough minor merits to exchange for the Earth Guts golden liquid, right? Not to mention the 4th and 5th layers, but the 3rd layer shouldn't be difficult for Elder Gu, right? Why should I continue practicing? The 2nd layer is enough. Gu Lao shook his head. Furthermore, do you think it's purely because I'm unwilling? Do you know that even after redeeming the Earth Guts golden liquid and dropping the eyes for a month, that is only the beginning of the 3rd layer, and the follow-up is still unknown as to how long it will take to truly cultivate the 3rd layer? And it took me 5 whole years to cultivate this technique to the peak of the 2nd layer. It's too time-consuming. For martial artists, the most important thing is still to raise the realm, focusing one's main energy on martial realm advancement in order to go farther. Elder Gu spoke at length. You should do the same. This martial Dao golden pupil you cultivate is fine sense, but you can't spend too much spirit and time on it. As quickly as possible, you should raise your martial Dao realm, and you should know that at a low martial Dao realm, the increase in lifespan is extremely limited. The bit of increased lifespan will never be enough for a martial artist. In this way, Su Dao also understood why teacher did not continue to go deeper on this art. After all, Mr. Su didn't have a huge chance like himself, so if he wanted to cultivate this art, he could only rely on his own water grinding skills. The time and effort spent was enormous, and this was still because Gu Lao himself was extremely talented. And compared to his speed of entering the second layer overnight, 5 years into the second layer was ridiculously slow. And the second level of Dharma I was already enough for daily use. In itself, Elder Gu was only a pill refiner and rarely participated in fighting and killing. The third level's Martial Dao Golden Pupil, however, was specifically created for fighting. Of course, the teacher chose to give up cultivation, but Su Dao would not give up. In the future, as long as there was an opportunity to redeem the Earthspile Golden Liquid, he would continue to cultivate this technique, only that the matter did not need to be too urgent. By the way, when you asked me about the spiritual concealment method yesterday, I thought for a long time and did not come up with the relevant method. Then I went to look in the Great Merit book, and the corresponding method was not found, but I did find another thing that might also have a role in this regard. Elder Gu spoke of another thing. When Su Dao heard this, his spirit immediately lifted. What kind of thing? The breath-converting talisman. Breath-converting talisman? Su Dao was stunned. He did not expect that the method his teacher found was actually a talisman. Just how did he not find this kind of talisman in the talisman general knowledge? Then it could only be a higher-level talisman. Sure enough, Elder Gu nodded. It's a middle-ranked talisman. It's very precious, 1 great merit. I don't have any extra great merits on hand, so I only exchanged it for 1. Saying that, he took out a small box from his bosom, and what was contained in the box was precisely the breath-converting talisman. This is too precious. I can't take it. Su Dao was touched in his heart. The great merit was not like the small merit thing. Its value could not be measured with money at all, and the things in the great merit book could not be bought with money at all. The things in there, even for the 5th grade realm of Gu Lao, also had a great effect. Take it, this is for Su Lu, not for you. Gu Lao, however, directly threw that box over. However, this talisman is just this one can be used for 7 days, and then it will completely lose its effect. It's just to save the day. If you want to use it continuously, you can't afford it at all. I'll continue to keep an eye out for other methods for you. Indeed, 7 days to consume a great merit, it was also too extravagant. It was simply impossible to rely on this thing to cover up little sister's spirituality on a daily basis. This was no longer even a matter of money. Anyone else would have to suffer a flesh wound. This is the means of a chi refiner, right? Su Dao opened the box and took a look. Not bad, although those things are inhuman and ghostly, they're talismans, they are really good and have all sorts of magical effects. In fact, my medicine refining technique, likewise, originates from the Qi refining monad. Chapter 43, Xinjiang injured, saw Guile Qi. Gu Lao's words of contempt and dislike for Qi refiners remained undisguised, but the same. Su Dao could also hear the appreciation for talismans and medicine refining in his words. These two are not in conflict. And Su Dao realized at this time that the so-called way of pill refining in his teacher's mouth was actually closely related to Qi refiners as well. I've heard that the priest in the Demon Suppression Division is a Qi refiner? Huang Jia, that donor in the Demon Suppression Division. I've only met him a few times, I don't like him, facing that person is like facing some demon. Gu Lao nodded, you don't want to go over to the side of the Demon Suppression Division even if you're fine. Then, does he know how to make talismans? Naturally he will. This talisman in your hand is made by him. Put it into the Great Merit book for people to exchange, and he can get half of the Great Merit for 1 astringent talisman. In fact, the talismans in the entire Yanghe County are all made by him, and he is the only one who has this ability. A martial artist must not be able to make talismans? Su Dao was curious. He didn't believe that other martial artists had tried it with their martial chi and blood. That's not absolute. After the 2nd grade of a martial artist, it's also possible to make talismans. Su Dao. 2nd grade, to be able to enter the 2nd grade of martial arts, that is, in the entire Dili, that is also considered to be an expert among experts. Wudao cultivation, the next 3 grades is the easiest, has been cultivated to the 7th grade realm. As long as the resources are enough, talent is good, there will not be too many ups and downs, there will not be too much bottleneck. However, if you want to break through from the 7th grade to the 6th grade, it will be a bit difficult. This is a big threshold from the low grade to the middle grade. At least half of the martial arts cultivators will be stopped outside this door. And after breaking through the 6th grade, although the difficulty of cultivation would be much greater compared to the lower grades, but all the way to the 4th grade, again, there would not be much of a bottleneck. However, from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade, the difficulty is directly skyrocketed, which can be called a heavenly moat. 90% of the people would not be able to break through this threshold in their lifetime. As for the realms above the 3rd grade, each realm was separated by a chasm, which could be called a realm and a sky. The upper 3 realms were also known as the sovereign realm. The sovereign master can be based on a mountain, call the clan as an ancestor, open up the clan inheritance. Sovereign master, not talented, martial arts slut plus body and cannot become. Like Gu Lao, this life can break through the 4th grade is almost to the limit, the 3rd grade he did not even think about, as for the 2nd grade, that is even more out of reach. This is also the reason why when Gu Lao heard that Su Dao's Gongfu was only at the 8th level, he didn't let Su Dao change his Gongfu. In fact, when it comes to the realm of the Sovereign Master, the Gongfa doesn't seem so important, it can only be used as a reference. The Sovereign Master needs to find the right path and cultivation method for himself, and cultivating in full accordance with the Gongfa can only lead to falling into the rut of the Gongfa, and in the end, it will be difficult to climb up to the real peak. If Su Dao was really able to cultivate to the realm of the 2nd grade of martial arts, then whether it was the 8th, 7th, or 10th level of the nourishing Gong, it was actually not that important anymore. Seeing Su Dao's silence, Elder Gu smiled and said, "Don't think so much, cultivate well, the 2nd grade of martial Dao may be difficult to reach for me, but I think you should be able to, your talent is much better than mine." Gu Lao's words, half true and half false, the true part was that he was indeed optimistic about Su Dao, and felt that Su Dao's future achievement would not be lower than the 4th rank, while the false part was that the 2nd rank was too far away from Su Dao, and was also too difficult to reach, the possibility of reaching it was extremely low. "I will work hard." What else could Su Dao say? Even if his cultivation speed was fast, he was still very far away from the 2nd grade, and it was imperative that he broke through to the 6th grade as soon as possible to continue enhancing his strength. He was already ready to say goodbye, and it was just time to go back and study this breath-converting talisman to see if he could make it himself. If this thing can be made by himself, then the little sister's problem will be solved. Only just as he got up, he saw a servant coming with hurried footsteps. "Master, young Master Su," a minor official from the Shang Medical Bureau came to the door to deliver a message asking Master to rush to the inspection division as soon as possible. It should be that something has happened over there. Su Dao and Elder Gu glanced at each other with doubts in their eyes, but knowing that today was a day off, they still sent someone to find out. It seems that the matter is important and urgent. It was just another person who had suffered a loss at the hands of a demonic trickster and had been seriously injured. And the injured person's status is not low, otherwise there is no need to come to Gu Lao. Shang Medical Bureau is not without other medical officers. "I'll go with teacher." Su Dao opened his mouth. If it was very much the demon Gue who had injured the person, then he would be able to take the opportunity to go and absorb another wave of Gue Qi, completely lighting up the first branch. Elder Gu naturally wouldn't refuse, as Su Dao was his disciple. Taking him out to the clinic was the right thing to do, and it would also allow Su Dao to follow and learn something. When Gu Lao prepared his medicine box and went out with Su Dao, there were already underlings preparing the car. Although Su Dao felt that the preparation of the car was completely redundant, with the teacher's realm, a step of nearly 100 feet could be reached in an instant, and although Su Dao's realm was lower, it was still faster than taking a car. The inspection department is actually not far away from the Monk Medical Bureau, just a street or alley away. It didn't take them long to get there from Gu Mansion. Sure enough, when they arrived at the gate of the inspection division, one look at the formation here, Su Dao knew that, as he had expected before, something big had indeed happened here. Inspection division of the size of the officials, officers, almost all in this, and all of them cloak hard and sharp, eyes around, as if in defense of the enemy will appear at any time. "Qin Zhan?" As soon as Gu Lao got off the bus, he asked the person who came to greet him. The man didn't deny it, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. "Indeed, it's Division Master." Su Dao looked around and also found the two capitals, Yen Mai and Lu Si, in the crowd. At this moment, these two were pretending to hold the hilt of their swords and scanning around. Upon seeing Su Dao's figure, the two men's eyes lit up, but they did not move to avert their gaze. Su Dao didn't greet them either, but followed behind Gu Lao and entered inside the inspection division. Qin Zhan, the master of the inspection division, was currently lying on a bed couch. His entire face was ashen, and the clothes on his body were drenched in dirty blood. Gu Lao approached the bed, then reached out and lifted Qin Zhan's clothes, only to see several hideous wounds on Qin Zhan's chest, almost cutting him into several sections. But this is not the most troublesome. Qin Zhan is at the 6th grade martial artist realm, and is only one step away from the 5th grade, and martial artists who have reached this realm have amazing resilience themselves, and possess a strong life force, which is also the reason why Qin Zhan is still alive after receiving this serious injury. If it was a normal person, he would have been in the incinerator by now. The real trouble was that it was as if there was some kind of power preventing its wounds from healing, and the wounds also gave off a feeling of decay and dirtiness. Su Dao subconsciously opened his martial Dao Dharma eye, and then he immediately made a discovery. A grayish-black aura lingered on top of his wound, a grayish-black aura that was filled with ominousness and filth, and it was as if it was a living thing. Could this be the Guile Chi? Chapter 44, Suspicions Abound, Light Up the Branches. What an overbearing and bizarre power. Elder Gu frowned as he was about to step forward to remove it. Su Dao stepped forward. "Teacher, I'll do it." Elder Gu thought about it and nodded. "Yes, you try." Just in time, he also wanted to see Su Dao's progress. Su Dao came to Qin Zhan's side, took out the silver needle, and began to remove the weird qi near his wound. As soon as those grayish-black qi came into contact with the silver needle, it immediately followed the qi on the needle and surged into Su Dao's body. Sure enough, these gray-black breaths were the Gui Qi, and the quality was surprisingly high. After those gray-black breaths entered his body, they were immediately swallowed by that bronze giant tree, and then Su Dao felt that the bronze giant tree shook violently. This feeling. The first branch of the bronze giant tree was lit up. Su Dao forced down the excitement in his heart and motionlessly went through the entire removal process before standing aside. Elder Gu stepped forward and examined it, and was somewhat surprised as he realized that the removal was unexpectedly effective. Even if he were to do it himself, he wouldn't necessarily be able to achieve this level. Gu Lao didn't suspect anything, and only thought that Su Dao was incredibly talented above the medical path. After removing those weird forces, it did not mean that Qin Zhan was out of danger. The flesh and blood near his wounds had long since been eroded and corrupted away, and needed to be completely cut away. Gu Lao's hands danced deftly, removing those filthy flesh and blood one by one, a scene that made Su Dao involuntarily think of those porkers cutting meat. However, it was also true that in front of those great doctors who had experienced too many patients and seen too many deaths, there was actually not much difference between a human and a pig. After removing the rotting meat, Gu Lao sewed up his wound with the help of Su Dao. Then he took out a bottle of elixir from his pocket and poured 2 pills, one was stuffed into Qin Zhan's mouth and one was crushed and sprinkled onto those wounds. Afterward, Gu Lao did not take back the bottle of pills, but handed it directly to Su Dao. This is a 2nd-grade healing elixir. Elder Gu pointed at the bottle of elixir. Take the rest, if you are injured, this is not bad. Wait for a few days, I'll refine some better ones. Currently, there are still a few herbs missing. Of all the pills, the ones with the highest value were actually not cultivation-enhancing pills, but healing pills that could save one's life at critical times, especially high-quality healing pills. What Elder Gu said, a better wound healing pill, that would be at least a 3rd grade. A 3rd-grade healing elixir was already enough for middle 3rd realm martial arts cultivators. In fact, the 2nd grade could also solve most of the problems of middle-ranked cultivators, it was just that the effect wasn't as good as the 3rd-grade healing elixir. The reason why Elder Gu was motivated to refine a better batch of healing pills was also because he had received quite a few congratulatory gifts in the past few days. Those congratulatory gifts were all goodies that some bigwigs in Yanghua County had gone to great lengths to get, and considering Gu Lao's profession, these people all coincidentally chose to send elixirs. As a result, without realizing it, there was almost enough for a furnace of healing Dan. Watching Qin Zhan's breath gradually stabilize, the two of them came to the outer room. Qin Zhan has encountered a demonic trickster? The peak of the 6th grade, but he also suffered such a heavy injury that demonic guile is afraid to be of the middle rank? Elder Gu inquired to the deputy master of the inspection division. Deputy Division Master Chen Zhu nodded. Division Master was investigating the case of the missing child when he was suddenly attacked by a demonic trickster. By the time we rushed there, other than Division Master surviving, a few other brothers had already been killed in the line of duty. What level was that demonic trickster? Peak of the middle rank. Peak middle order? Elder Gu raised an eyebrow. This thing, the demon guile, was already incredibly powerful, and the division of its rank was actually very vague, and the gap between the beginning of the middle rank and the peak of the middle rank was even greater. Not to mention that Qin Zhan was only at the peak of the 6th grade, or even a 5th grade Grand Martial Master, facing the peak of the middle grade of the demon guile, would not dare to say that he would be able to retreat in one piece. Now, Qin Zun had told him that a peak mid-stage demon guile had appeared in the city. This matter has been taken over by the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Zun nodded his head, although he didn't want to admit it, this matter was indeed beyond their capabilities. Su Dao, on the other hand, could not help but frown at what he heard. Demonic shenanigans appearing in a missing child case? Was this a coincidence or what? Could it be that his previous assumptions were wrong? Could this case really be the work of a demonic trickster? Moreover, after this matter, even if it wasn't the work of the demonic guile, it must be the work of the demonic guile. Deputy Division Master Chen, does your division have something like the Demon Guile Atlas? Su Dao spoke at the right time. There are, although our inspection division is not as good as the Demon Suppression Division, we often deal with Demon Gue, and after encountering or removing Demon Gue, we will make an atlas to make it easier for the officers to understand from time to time in order to deal with them. Chen Zun nodded. Go fetch a copy for Medical Officer Su. Not long after, a minor official fetched an atlas over. Seeing Su Dao take the atlas, Chen Zun then continued, in fact, in terms of demonic and bizarre atlases, the atlas in the Department of Devil Suppression is more complete and more specific. However, Su Dao just nodded and did not take the words. He was now avoiding the Jin Demon Division, and even forced himself not to explore that secret snooper, so how could he possibly take the initiative to send it to his door? At the very least, it would have to wait until his martial arts Dao entered the 6th grade. That person who was spying in the dark, with such obvious and pure malice, but never made a move, then it meant that he had scruples, or was very patient. Whichever reason it was a good thing for Su Dao because, with every day that passed by, he would become 1 point stronger. I'm afraid that person wouldn't have thought that Su Dao would be able to drastically increase his strength in a short period of time. Leaving from the inspection division, Su Dao was in an uplifted mood, but Elder Go obviously didn't look too good. Teacher, what's wrong? A peak middle ranked demonic guile, it's terrifying. My teacher had encountered it back then, and I paid a great price to escape from death. Nowadays, even though I've entered the 5th rank, I still can't cope with a demonic guile of this level. Elder Gu sighed. His cultivation technique was not good at attacking, and it was not like Su Dao, who had a bronze giant tree to add to his strength, so his strength was actually slightly inferior to other 5th grade grand martial masters. However, his profession dictated that the most suitable technique for him was this type of technique, and if he switched to another technique, it would be an obstacle to refining medicines. Furthermore, it was actually too late to change his cultivation now. To truly realize the essence of a method, or even to find a suitable cultivation method for oneself from it, required a great deal of time and effort. If one switched cultivation now, it might not only fail to be an aid, but instead become a drag. This would not be worth the loss. Aren't there still the Prefecture Zun and the others? Don't worry, they might not care about the other things, but they have to care about this matter. A peak middle-ranked demonic guile wreaking havoc in the city. I'm afraid that the county dignitary won't be able to sleep peacefully. What Su Dao was thinking in his heart was that this matter was full of suspicions, and the inner workings of it were still unknown and yet to be investigated. This demon Gui's appearance was a bit abnormal. On the contrary, it is like a cover-up, and that demon Gui is more like a scapegoat. Chapter 45, Investigation begins, lurking in the shadows. Of course, even if it was really as he expected, not only did this matter not become simple, but it became more complicated and dangerous. Such a black hand behind the scenes that was good at hiding was even more terrifying and fearful than a peak middle-ranked demon guile. Moreover, what worried him the most was that there was a great possibility that this black hand behind the scenes was someone from the government. That person was like a poisonous snake that had been hiding amongst them, just unnoticed by them, which would make him even more harmful. After thinking about it, Su Dao simply told Gu Lao about his guess. He felt that Gu Lao shouldn't be that kind of person. Gu Lao's kindness to himself, he could feel it, and should be trustworthy. He talked about what he found in the inspection division's dossier, and his own conjecture. Do you mean to say that there is something else behind this matter? Not bad. The timing of this demonic guile's appearance was too appropriate, favoring Lord Qin Si to encounter it, and in the end, Lord Qin Si happened to survive. It's as if it's to use his mouth to tell the crowd that this matter is the work of the demon guile. Your speculation does make sense. Wait. Elder Gu nodded before ordering the subordinate at the side, go to the Su family. Teacher, this? I'm going to ask Chen to look into something for me. He's the most careful and cautious. I'm most comfortable with him. Arriving at Su Dao's home, Gu Lao summoned Quan, go and help me check how gifted those missing children are, mainly check the children of those big families and rich families, pay attention to be more covert, be more euphemistic, don't expose your intentions, just make side attacks. After Quan left, Gu Lao explained to Su Dao, only those big families and rich and noble families will pay attention to their children's talent, some will even specialize in testing, those children from ordinary families, even if they really have talent, but they are all missing now, and we don't know about it. At this time, Su Lu came from outside with a tea bowl and offered tea to Elder Gu. Grandpa, good drink tea. The originally serious Gu Lao, a smile suddenly surfaced on his face, took the tea and put it aside, rubbed Su Lu's head again, and took out a small bag from his sleeve. Take it, I didn't give you a gift last time I came over, this time is considered a makeup. Su Lu stared at the bag and didn't dare to take it, and then looked her gaze to Su Dao, who nodded, and only then did she take it with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa. Aha! The smile on Elder Ge's face became even more pronounced. This was the true purpose of his coming over today. It would be a pity if this waif's spirituality was nourished and wasted. Although it was still early for him to be able to practice martial arts, his foundation could be laid earlier. Although his alchemy art already has a Su Dao as a mantle heir, but there is no harm in having one more. Anyway, it's not like he can't afford to raise it, he really doesn't want to waste it. What did teacher send? Su Dao signaled Su Lu to bring that small bag over for him to see. Su Lu was well behaved and immediately ran to his side and handed it over. Su Dao opened it and was instantly surprised because in that bag was actually a handful of 3 pure lotus seeds, about a couple dozen of them. Some 3 pure lotus seeds, best suited for her to consume, one a day, easy to cut down the marrow, tamp down the foundation, and without any hidden problems. Elder Gu spoke in a flat tone before warning, this is for her, don't grab it from her. Your foundation is already very deep, this 3 pure lotus seeds doesn't have much of an effect on you, eating it would be in vain. Su Dao bristled, I know, teacher, I tried it, it really doesn't have much effect. Well, when she finishes these lotus seeds, I'll find some others for her. Su Dao couldn't help but speak, teacher doesn't have to be like this. Elder Gu shook his head, that's why you met me a little late. Some of the initiatives to build a foundation is to start at a young age, and by the time you reach your age, it will start to be stereotyped, and it will be too difficult to change. This child is like a blank sheet of paper, not to mention that I can afford it, even if I have to sell the pot to sell the iron, I have to cultivate. Maybe by then her talent will be even stronger than yours. Many thanks, teacher. Su Dao thanked from the bottom of his heart. He also wanted to give Su Lu a firm foundation, but the reality was that he currently did not have that ability. Or rather, he didn't have the means to transform his strength into resources yet, as there was no way to expose his strength. You don't have to be envious, I'm also looking for something suitable for you to use. After the bone age has passed 13, many things have already been finalized, and although there are subsequent changes, they are all inconsequential details. So it's a bit hard to make your talented roots and bones go further. The average person wouldn't keep such a thing even if they did have it, either for their own use or to train their offspring. I'll let teacher take the trouble. I actually don't need to rush, I think my talent is already very good. These words were true. In fact, Su Dao, who had possessed the bronze giant tree since he was a child, his talent had always been being cleansed and strengthened, and he was afraid that unusual precious medicines would not work for him at all. You don't need to care about this matter, just cultivate at ease. Gu Lao was simply too lazy to listen to this. No one had ever disliked their qualifications for being too good. Between the two of them, unbeknownst to them, it was noon. Anyang prepared a meal. Gu Lao stayed at home to eat. While they were eating, Quan came back. Master, it's been checked out. What's the situation? Elder Gu put down his chopsticks. Because I had to do it covertly, I didn't dare to make a big show of probing. I could only make side trips. However, there are still some gains. None of those missing children were extremely talented. Even those children from ordinary families were all smart and bright from a young age. Elder Go asked Quan to step back, then looked at Su Dao. It seems that your speculation was correct. There is indeed a hidden agenda in this matter. Just who is this person, and what does he want to do by taking so many gifted children captive? Cultivate evil skills? Su Dao whispered. As to why he had this idea, of course, wasn't that what was written in those talking books and novels, so he just blurted it out. But Elder Gu actually didn't object. It is indeed possible. If this is the case, then the range is much smaller, either those who are very close to the minimum breakthrough years, those who are stuck in a certain realm and cannot advance an inch, or those whose strength has suddenly gained a substantial increase recently. It is none other than these types of people who would use such evil means. I will continue to secretly investigate this matter. You don't have to, since it's man-made and you're investigating without authorization. There's a possibility that you'll be discovered, so I'm afraid that it's dangerous. Go Lao uttered a warning. Alright, if teacher has any progress, let me know. I'll increase my efforts to find a method to conceal my aura. You don't have to worry about that either. Elder Go looked at the spirituality erupting from Su Lu's body and was also distressed. It was hard not to be targeted with such outstanding talent. Also, you should be careful yourself. Never be careless. Your talent isn't bad. If you notice something wrong, be sure to tell me in time. Must find that guy out as soon as possible. Nowadays this kind of fear is really hard to bear. Gu Lao raked the rice into his mouth in 3 bites, then left with hurried footsteps. Su Dao also finally had time to check his harvest. He had been waiting for the bronze giant tree to light up the first branch. His intuition told him that once the first branch was lit up, the bronze giant tree would definitely produce some kind of change, and might bring him a surprise, and now was the time to verify it. Chapter 46, Divine Power Generates Itself, Guiding Serving. The mind sinks into the dark space. In fact, for this space, he also has some guesses. This should be where the human body's purple house, the so-called purple house, that is, the mud pill palace, is the residence of the human soul. He is here in this body, is his own soul manifestation. To know the fact that at the beginning, he was only able to probe into the mind here, and cannot manifest the body here, to the age of 7 or 8 years old, this is able to do this step. This is probably his soul as he grows older, with the nourishment of the bronze tree, gradually growing, to have this effect. And later on, when he started martial arts cultivation, his body here became more and more solid, as if it was no different from his body outside. Once again coming into this dark space, Su Dao raised his head to look upwards, and sure enough, the first branch of that bronze giant tree had already been lit up. The branch was glowing with a glittering light, and at the top of the branch, there was also a luminescent light cluster that seemed to be a fruit. What is this? And how should I take it off? His mind had just begun to think, when he saw that branch shaking for a moment, and then, the fruit fell from the branch, directly falling into his body. Su Dao was startled, but without waiting for him to figure out what was going on, a message suddenly emerged from his heart. Avatar, guided serving. It was as simple as that, with no more extra information, and Su Dao tried for half a day, but didn't gain anything. Is this the avatar? Just how to use this avatar? Su Dao couldn't help but get a big headache. This thing doesn't come with instructions? He reached out and touched the bronze tree trunk again, but that is, the column of avatars was no longer blank, and the words avatar, guiding serving uninitiated appeared. Su Dao, who was full of doubts, exited the dark space and sat cross-legged on his bed, frowning and pondering. He wanted to sense the so-called divine ability, but there was no response, as if it did not exist. However, he soon discovered something abnormal. It was when he was breathing. As he breathed, a weak breath suddenly appeared in his body, and that breath then began to autonomously flow in his body, first flowing along the meridians, and then being accepted by the bronze giant tree, as if performing some kind of processing and filtering. The bronze giant tree then fed back a new breath. That breath with his breathing, gradually increased, and do not need to maintain how he himself, only need to still breathe will be able to autonomously flow in the body, growing. Guiding and serving? Is this the way of chi refining? Su Dao was pleasantly surprised. He moved his mind and went to pull the still weak breath in his body, and sure enough, that breath was very obediently mobilized by it, with a feeling of commanding it like an arm. How to verify? Thinking of this, he took out the remaining talisman paper and spirit ink from earlier. If it was really as he thought, then this force should be able to be used to make talismans. Sure enough, he skillfully spent a cold ice talisman on the paper, and the whole process went smoothly and did not explode. Is this the so-called mana of a chi refiner? But this doesn't seem to be wrong. But why did his teacher repeatedly warn him against practicing the so-called chi refining way? Thinking of this, he opened his martial Dao Dharma eyes again and looked at the entire process of that flow of chi. Then, Su Dao's heart shook tremendously, only to see a chi entering his body with his breath, but that chi was refuted. But after that chi flowed into the bronze giant tree, it steeply became clean and pure. And after he carefully distinguished it, then he felt a somewhat familiar chi in that refuted and unbearable chi flow Gui chi. That was the same kind of guile chi that was generally found in Demon Guile's body, only that it was not obvious because the amount was very small and had not converged into a strand. And he then carefully experienced, sure enough, as he pulled the heaven and earth chi into his body and absorbed those intermingled weird chi. In fact, the bronze giant tree had been giving feedback, only because the feedback was very, very little, not as obvious as every time he absorbed the weird chi, which was why it wasn't detected in the first place. In this way, he probably understood why his teacher did not allow him to cultivate the way of chi refining, and why everyone was so secretive about the way of chi refining. If these weird chi with the absorption of heaven and earth spiritual energy, and no Su Dao this kind of purification method, then day by day again accumulated in the body together, in the end how will it be? Will it turn into a humanoid demon? That's why Mr. Su said that those chi refiners are not human or ghosts. This side of heaven and earth can be really some peta. He just didn't know if other people would have a purification method like his. However, he was also clear that it was difficult to purify and filter out the bizarre chi in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, because those bizarre chi were actually essentially a type of spiritual energy, and the two were entangled with each other, almost indistinguishable from each other. Therefore, even if such a purification method did exist, it would be impossible for it to exist on a large scale. The probability was that it could only be held in the hands of a few. And then, after some experimentation, he discovered that if he was in the middle of concentrating and calming his mind, the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth would become higher, whereas with normal breathing, the efficiency was actually very low, and the effect on the growth of mana was very weak. Refinement of chi is a true immortal path to longevity. The first time into this path, Su Dao naturally on the heart, feel the body mana gradually grow, the heart naturally surface joy, so, unconsciously time flies by. When he opened his eyes again and woke up from his meditation, it was already dusk outside. Once again, he entered the dark space and touched the bronze tree trunk, and this time the feedback changed. Nourishing Kung Fu, Ing Hearth and Flame. Martial Arts, Mirage Sea Silent Blade, Peak, Open Mountain and Pound the Sea Fist, Perfected, Golden Pupil of Martial Arts, Mastered. Realm, Wudao, Grade 7 Medium. Immortal Path, Nascent Soul, Early Stage. Lifespan, 150 years. Healing Arts, Lu Deng Xiaofeng. Avatar, Guiding and Serving, Beginner's Threshold. Talisman, Basic Talisman, 3 Fluent. One's guess was indeed correct. One's gain was precisely related to the chi refining Dao, and it was also a divine ability in terms of cultivation. He probably also understood the beauty of this divine ability. This divine ability is first obtained, but does not require him to learn the hard way, but as if it was born, as if instinct, as long as the constant use of cultivation, it will gradually grow in strength. The benefits of this naturally speak for themselves. To know the legend of the divine power, all are difficult and obscure. Ordinary people simply cannot understand. If you let Su Dao to learn just the threshold of this threshold, I'm afraid that it is very difficult to cross. Pushing open the door, in the small courtyard, the little sister Su Lu is carrying a small bucket, constantly sprinkling water on the ground. As soon as the cold well water touched the still scorching ground, it immediately vaporized hot air. What are you doing? This cools down fast. It'll be cooler in a while. Su Lu's tone was cheerful. In fact, cooling down was secondary, it was mainly fun. Nowadays, many houses were cooled down by the cold ice talisman that Su Dao had put in, so there was no need to use this method to cool down. Mother, I'm going to make a trip to the outer workshop. Su Dao no longer paid attention to his cheerful little sister and shouted to the kitchen. Lu poked her head out. What's the point of going to the medical center at this hour? The meal will be ready soon. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Chapter 47, Deciding to Teach Martial Arts and Cultivate Helpers. In the backyard of the Su Family Medical Center, Bao looked at the door with some disappointment and then turned his gaze to the large bowl in his hand, which only had white rice in it. Yesterday, that person had promised that as long as he cleaned the medical center and the backyard every day, he would be able to eat meat, but that person didn't come today. However, this loss only lasted for an instant, and then it was suppressed by her again, and she turned her head down to look at the white civet slave that was whirling around her feet. Not bad, white. Yesterday after she washed this civet slave, she was also taken aback. That grayish little thing actually grew a snowy white fur, quite eye-catching. If it grows some more flesh, it will definitely become good-looking. Bao picked a ball of white rice from her bowl and threw it in front of the civet slave. The civet slave is not picky about food, even if it is white rice. He also swallowed it with a big mouth. Looking at the way the slave ate, Bao felt happy, although she didn't know what she was happy about. If Su Dao was here, he would have told her, because the two of them actually looked very similar to each other when they ate. Both of them looked like starving ghosts. Bao was stuffing a chopstick of white rice into her mouth when she saw a figure push open the courtyard door and walk in. Su Dao pretended to look around the courtyard, checked around, and nodded. Came a bit late, so I won't eat bacon today. How about roast goose? He raised the oil paper bag in his hand, then added, today's cooking was also good, this is a reward. Bao couldn't help but reveal a smile, only the smile appeared on her face and was ugly as hell. Su Dao didn't like to be broken by others, even if it was just a very small appointment, so he also didn't like to break other people's appointments, even if the appointment was insignificant to himself. Watching Bao somewhat greedily stuffing the goose meat with abundant grease into his mouth and chewing on it, Su Dao actually felt a little hungry. He sat down on the green stone slab next to Bao, and his heart was actually at peace like never before. Watching Bao take a big mouthful of dry rice, he threw the goosebone to that civet slave again, so the civet slave also began to stomp its hind legs and start gnawing. The fragrance of the roasted goose made it whimper involuntarily. Just that the roast goosebone was gnawed by Bao extremely clean, there is no meat left on it, even the cartilage was also chewed and swallowed by her. The civet slave can also taste a flavor only. Su Dao pulled the civet slave, even some good looking, is too thin. You give it a piece of meat, ah? This goose is 3 or 4 pounds, it's enough to eat? Bao sniffed and moved, somewhat reluctantly picking and choosing half a dozen things from the paper bag, and threw that goose head down. Seeing Su Dao's eyes staring at her oddly, she whispered in defense, the civet slave feeds it meat, it won't eat later. Su Dao reluctantly believed this explanation, that's right, but don't gnaw your bones so cleanly, at least give it a little bit left over so that it can taste the saltiness as well. Good. Pa nodded, then continued to take a big bite of his rice. Seeing this, Su Dao also did not say anything more. Instead, he opened his martial Dao Dharma eyes and scanned the surroundings. He wanted to see if there could be anything wrong around here. After all, this was also an important landing point, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye to the hidden dangers and potential dangers. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities in the surroundings, only, when he swept his line of sight over Bao, the whole person froze for a moment. This Bao body spirituality actually is not weak, although not as good as himself, also not as good as the little sister Su Lu, but stronger than the average person a big cut to. Confused for a long time, Su Dao opened his mouth and asked, how old are you? 12. 12? Su Dao couldn't believe it, 12 years old, but this short and skinny, this wasn't at all like the physique a 12-year-old child should have. Well, 12, the day my mother left, it turned full. Bao nodded his head to confirm. Su Dao was silent for a long time and spoke, do you want to learn martial arts? Pa froze, frowning and thought for a long time, no, it costs money. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he doesn't have the money, then he wants to. Su Dao nodded, starting tomorrow, recognize words with me, will nourish your body, when you are 13, start practicing martial arts. I have no money. Pa shook his head. I'll pay. I can't pay it back. Po's voice trailed off for a minute. There's no need to pay it back, when you learn it, help me protect my family, how about it? This was Su Dao's intention from the start. Little sister's talent is high, but she is too young, and is still far from 13, so distant water can't quench the thirst of the near. Anyang's talent is still okay, in the future, he can learn to strengthen his body, but he definitely can't kill, and he doesn't feel at ease. It is not easy for her to live a few days of peace and quiet, he cannot be heartless. On the contrary, this girl in front of me, talented, age is not much difference, if the good cultivation, the future can be put to great use. We can't let Aquan stay in the mansion all the time to protect Anyang and little sister, that's not a long-term plan. As for spending money to hire a guard outside, it is not safe to use. If the conditions allow it, one that one cultivates on one's own is more trustworthy. As for resources, when he learned the art of pill refining from his teacher, everything would not be a problem. Not to mention providing for one Pa, even if there were a few more, it wouldn't be difficult. At least in the early stages, it would definitely be enough. And it wasn't like his strength would remain stagnant, it would also continue to progress, and at that time, there would only be more resources. Pa took his chopsticks and stirred them in the large bowl, seemingly after deep thought, and nodded, good. Su Dao gave her rice to eat, gave her meat to eat, and taught her to practice martial arts, so there seemed to be nothing wrong with her fighting for Su Dao's family. She wasn't afraid of death, she was only afraid of starvation, and she was actually worried that if she didn't agree, she would never have enough to eat again. You don't need to think too much, if you don't want to, I won't force you, you can still stay here, as long as you do a good job cleaning the medical center every day, my agreement won't change. Su Dao couldn't help but remind. However, Pa froze, then shook his head, I've already promised. This. Su Dao was speechless, alright then. You continue eating, I'll go back. Right, remember not to run around at night. Bao didn't respond, he just took a big mouthful of rice into his mouth, puffing his cheeks out. For her, and the reaver slave at her feet, eating was the biggest thing, and beyond that, no big thing. Back home, just in time for the meal to be served. What happened that you rushed out? Lu served Su Dao his meal. A mother still remembers the child I took in? The one whose mother died of illness and had no one to turn to? Lu nodded, is that child alright? quite well and quite able to eat. Anyone who has been starved can eat. Lu smiled, and being able to eat is a blessing. In the back, I plan to teach her to practice martial arts. Can you afford to raise her? Can, the family is not short of money right now. And by the time she's practicing martial arts, I should have learned my teacher's skills as well, so there won't be a shortage of resources. You are trying to train a helper, right? Lu was the one who instantly thought of the root cause. Well, it's hard to find a trustworthy martial cultivator, so it's better to cultivate your own. It's fine if you decide. Su Dao had always been the one to take the decisions in the family. Lu was already used to it. Anyang wants to learn too. Ha! Chapter 48 Advancement in Healing, Art of Pill Refining. No wonder Anyang was surprised, after all, how she had never thought that she would have to practice martial arts as well. I'll just forget about it, right? Lu shook her head, she herself was only not that material. Su Dao understood that Anyang might have misunderstood, so he explained, I let Anyang practice martial arts, not to let Anyang kill and fight, but to use it to strengthen her body and prolong her life to avoid disasters. I'm afraid I can't learn. Lu spat out her heart. She felt that she didn't have much talent, and she wasn't as smart as the two children, so where is the path of martial arts that people like herself can take? The martial arts path is not as difficult as imagined. I will personally teach Anyang. Anyang will definitely be able to learn. Su Dao comforted. In fact, Lu is now over 30 years old, and it is a bit late to practice martial arts, but he does not want Anyang to achieve much, even if he cannot enter the grade. As long as he can have a better body and not be attacked by diseases, it is also good. Although he himself was a master of the healing arts, it was best not to get sick if he could. If he got sick a few times, his vitality would be greatly reduced, and his body would collapse. Furthermore, as long as one's qualifications were not so bad as to be extreme, coupled with sufficient resources, entering the product was actually not difficult at all. For those who have no money and lack resources, martial arts is something that is out of reach, and it is even more difficult to enter the product, but as long as you have the resources, it will be a breeze. If Anyang is a good person, she should practice the nutritious life technique, which is suitable for prolonging her life. On the contrary, a Bao need to find her a martial arts technique, a good at attacking and fighting technique. As for resources, even if Bao practiced martial arts, he would have to wait until a year later. Anyang started now. The resources she needed were not much, his teacher gave him quite a few, and since he couldn't use them, he kept them all, and it was perfectly fine for Anyang to use them. It was Su Dao who felt that he was getting busier and busier. He himself needed to cultivate. Now he not only had to continue practicing martial arts, he also needed to practice the way of qi refining. The former was a way to quickly increase his strength, it was a matter of his own safety, and he could provide himself with the power of self-preservation as soon as possible, and the latter was a matter of the future, and he could not afford to be sloppy. However, he also discovered that the feedback from the bronze giant tree was fixed. If this feedback was supplied to the qi refining tree at full strength, then in terms of martial arts, the progress would be slow. Therefore, Su Dao temporarily decided to split this feedback into two parts, one part to enhance the martial Dao and one part to enhance the qi refining cultivation. After all, he had also discovered that although the qi refining Dao was powerful, the rate of enhancement was actually far inferior to the martial Dao enhancement. This was also a stopgap measure, and after the subsequent stabilization, adjustments would be made. Su Dao was actually helpless, although he had already kept a low profile, the external environment was unstable from start to finish. In addition to his own cultivation, he also needs to be on daily duty and sit in the clinic in the afternoon, and now with the addition of teaching Bao and his little sister to read and write, and teaching Anyang to practice martial arts, a day is actually filled to the brim. After dinner, Su Dao began to give Anyang a martial arts initiation, and by the way, he continued to teach his little sister how to read and write. In fact, Su Lu was very smart, and now he already recognized a lot of words, and after a while, his little sister would probably be able to read on her own. And then, it was Su Dao's own cultivation time. Sleeping was impossible to sleep. Before obtaining the method of qi refining cultivation, he only slept for 1 or 2 hours a day, and now that he realized that the effective meditation was comparable to sleep when he was practicing qi refining cultivation, then he simply eliminated the sleeping time completely. Under this kind of pressure, how could he possibly sleep? Time rushes, more than half a month passes silently in Su Dao's busyness. And during this half a month or so, Su Dao had finally raised his martial Dao to the peak of the 7th grade, just a step away from the 6th grade. As for qi refining cultivation, the rate of improvement was far less than that of martial Dao, but it had also made considerable progress, and the mana in his body had increased by as much as several times, successfully entering the middle stage of nascent soul. As for divine power guiding serving, the progress was also not much elevated, just from the initial threshold, stepping into the 2nd realm with ease. The speed of the divine aptitude enhancement was far slower than expected. In fact, Su Dao was being standardly greedy. This speed of his was already very fast. Although the qi refining Dao was powerful, it was also notoriously slow to improve. Some people, even after stepping into the threshold of nascent soul, could take a year or even several years to raise a small realm. Of course, the rewards of this slow progress were also enormous in the Dao of qi refining. Every realm breakthrough could bring about a huge increase in longevity. And apart from the huge improvement in cultivation, Su Dao had also finally finished reading those medical books in the lighthouse of his teacher's official, and his medical Dao had also improved to the 6th realm limit. However, it seemed to be a bit difficult to ascend to the 7th realm. After all, the 7th realm was the realm of the unrivaled in the world. If he really reached this realm, perhaps he could become a great man in this world with just his medical skills. But it was almost impossible. This medical skill of his actually represented mundane medical skills and did not include the true transcendent part. If he counted the true transcendent part, this level of medical skill would be average. It was important to realize that there were many diseases in this world that could not be solved with mundane medical arts. You've already read all of these books? Elder Go was very surprised. Although most of these books were just mundane medical books, the content they contained was also extremely broad, and it was still difficult to learn through them. Teacher can test at any time. Su Dao was still quite confident in this point, and those books he was also practically learning. Elder Go then began to ask questions, and throughout the process, Su Dao almost answered them without any lag. Elder Ge's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Originally he thought that when Su Dao finished learning these basics, he was afraid that it would take a few more months, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Good, very good. Gulao grabbed his beard and nodded repeatedly. You come with me. Su Dao followed Gulao towards a side hall of the Shang Medical Bureau. This side hall was Gulao's exclusive place. Even Su Dao had never gone in before. After entering, he realized that the layout inside was quite simple. From small to large 3-dan furnace, row in the center of the room, under which the flame burning. On both sides there are a few bookshelves, on which placed a lot of books. This is the alchemy room that Prefecture Zun specially built for me, exclusively for my use alone. Gulao pointed at the room. This was natural. After all, in the entire Yanghe County, Gulao was the only one who knew how to refine pills. But even so, it was indicative of the teacher's platitude. I believe you've already discovered that among those books you've read before, there's a part of them that's specialized in books about the medicinal properties of various medicinal herbs. This part, in fact, is the real focus. Su Dao nodded his head. That part of the books not only contained ordinary medicinal herbs, it likewise contained a portion of spirit medicines. Now, you have already passed my examination, so from now on, you can start following me to learn pill refining. It just so happens that the ingredients for the furnace of 4th grade healing pills that I collected are complete, and the furnace can be opened tomorrow, so you can just follow and learn. Even if you can't learn, you can still gain quite a bit. Even if it's just an eye-opening experience, it's still not bad. Chapter 49, Object of Suspicion, basically confirmed. A 4th grade healing elixir was already a middle-ranked elixir, belonging to the treasure elixir level. This level of elixir, even Elder Go was not able to refine it at any time. One was that the materials were precious and hard to come by. Even with the teacher's financial resources, it would be difficult to collect the herbs for a furnace of the elixir. Furthermore, it is extremely difficult to refine a treasure pill, and it requires a great deal of effort. Even if you are a teacher, you will need to rest for a long time to recover after refining it once. In fact, so far, Master has only successfully refined a 4th grade elixir once. At that time, I clearly felt that there was no problem with my own skills, but my mind was having trouble sustaining it. Now that there has been a breakthrough in martial arts, that's why I'm thinking of refining another precious elixir. In regards to Su Dao, Elder Go was frank. Gulao was rated as an intermediate alchemist, but there was more or less some water in it because from the beginning to the end, he had only succeeded that one time, and it might have been extremely fortuitous. Now, after the martial Dao had broken through the 5th grade, only then did he have the courage to refine the precious pills. Then, I wish teacher success. Alright, go back today and tell your mother that you are afraid that you won't be able to go home for a few days during this alchemy. The arrangements that should be made, go back today and make them. Alright, I know. Alchemy was a very strict matter. Once the furnace was opened, one needed to be fully concentrated and could not be disturbed easily. That's why Elder Go urged him to make the arrangements in advance, lest Yang worry. That matter, Master has been looking into it, but not much has been gained. That person seems to have subsided, and the number of missing children in the city has not increased recently. Elder Go and Su Dao were walking home. Elder Go said to him with the sound transmission method. Voice transmission, a very simple martial arts technique, not even a martial arts skill, it only requires excellent control over the power. Inspector General's department, the same is true on the side of the Demon Suppression Division, there hasn't been any progress recently. It's as if that person has disappeared and stopped there. But similarly, there is no trace of the so-called peak mid-stage demonic guile that Qin Zhan encountered last time. Su Dao was not surprised by this result. With the means that person had displayed, it would be too disappointing if it was so easy to be discovered. Most of the people I suspected were ruled out as suspects, even those luxurious homes in the county. I didn't spare them, but I still didn't find any clues. That's all the more reason why this person is affiliated with the government. It's hidden amongst us. That's good, that's what my master is thinking now, and now my master feels that there are a few people who are suspected of this. Which ones? Prefectural Dignity Chang Yun, Jin Demon Division's Huang Ji, and Patrol Division's Qin Chop. Ah, Qin Zhan? Not bad, he's been stuck at the peak of the 6th rank for a long time. Even if he's injured because of this matter, it doesn't rule out suspicion. And who knows that the attack wasn't directed by him? Su Dao surprisingly felt that it made sense, but if it was really Qin Zhan, it didn't seem to make sense in certain places. What about county honor? Why is he also suspected? Because this person, I can't see through, his strength should be quite not weak, perhaps already stepped into the 4th grade, if it is really the 4th grade, such an expert, it is to be a prefectural governor, also more than enough, but yet willingly nestled in this small place, it really makes people have to think more. 4th grade, indeed remarkable. The more Su Dao thought about it, the bigger his head felt. This Yanghai County was really something. There were so many martial arts experts entrenched. I think that Huang Ji is very suspicious. Su Dao inexplicably recalled the malice he felt in the Demon Suppression Division back then. At that time, he didn't know about Huang Ji's existence, but later on, after learning about it, he realized that this person was most likely the one who had generated malice towards Su Dao. And after the case of the missing child, which was in a way a kind of confirmation, then why did Huang Ji suddenly develop malice towards him? That was naturally because of this spiritual nature of his own. These days, through his side conversations, he also knew the realm that this Huang Ji was in, the 3rd realm of the Qi refining Dao, the pulse-passing realm. Don't look at just the 3rd realm, but this realm is a direct counterpart to the 5th realm of martial artists, and due to the bizarre and unpredictable means of Qi refiners, it is even more difficult to deal with than an ordinary 5th grade Grand Martial Master. If you count the talismanic path that he specializes in, then Huang Ji's dangers are even higher. Therefore, even if Su Dao has already had a guess, but still not moving, because he also dare not act rashly, once the fruit really tear the skin, revealing the true face of that person, for fear that the entire Yanghai County will also be the county Zun have the ability to protect him, even his own teacher cannot. However, the county dignity of transportation will be reliable? Su Dao does not think so. As the teacher said, the county honors this person is also hidden very deep, is not a good with, simply cannot count on, also dare not count on. Gulao nodded. That person is indeed bizarre and highly suspicious, but I don't have much contact with him, and the information I have is small. Coupled with his bizarre methods, I don't dare to investigate in depth, lest I frighten the snakes. Then let's wait and see what happens. That person will definitely strike again. Once he has tasted the convenience of the evil method, it is impossible for him to hold back. If it's really Huang Ji, then things are really troublesome. Elder Gu frowned, also having a headache. However, you can also rest assured that even if he is powerful, he will eventually have scruples, and he will never take action against you until he has to. Nowadays, although the imperial court is not peaceful internally and externally, it's not something that he dares to shake up with a small tongue vein. This word Su Dao believe, before not into the court, before the official body, only feel that this court immediately to collapse and destruction, but really into it, after understanding more, only to find that the court is indeed unstable now, but the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, the rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails, want the dynasty to overthrow, the order collapsed, not so easy. Even if it is lingering, that can still breathe not a short time. Senior mother will be back soon, right? Su Dao changed the topic at the right time. Elder Ge nodded, it is soon. Counting the time, it's just a few days away. Previously, when Shernyan left, she said that she would only be gone for a month, and now, the time is similar to what was said at the beginning. Speaking of this matter, for some reason, Gulao's eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Dao's face, but then moved away a moment later. Su Dao sensed that his teacher's line of sight was different, and was about to observe, but his teacher's line of sight had already moved away, and there was no more difference. Su Dao had doubts in his heart. I'm afraid that it's about the inside story of his teacher's mother's departure again. What the hell is going on here? Separating from his teacher in front of the Gu mansion, Su Dao went straight home while Elder Gu stood at the doorway, looking at Su Dao's back as he left, his countenance gradually becoming a bit gloomy. 5th grade is surprisingly not even enough? How high does it have to be then? 4th grade, or even 3rd grade? It's really tricky. If that was the case, then it would be really troublesome. He had only just broken through the 5th grade today, and was still far away from the 4th grade. It was not something that could be broken through in a short period of time, and as for the even higher 3rd grade, that would be even more difficult, and it was even he who didn't dare to say that he would be able to cross the threshold in the end. Chapter 50 Convergence Talisman becomes a success, solving the hidden dangers. In the afternoon, he still went to the medical center to sit in the clinic, and in the evening, he went home to have dinner, and then taught Anyang how to practice martial arts, and his little sister how to read and write. He also took this opportunity to tell Anyang about his need to learn alchemy for a few days and not being able to return, so that she wouldn't worry about it later. Nowadays, Lu's nourishing kung fu was also practiced, and those pills that his teacher gave to Su Dao were also used by Lu. The effect was good, the progress was pleasing, although it was still far from entering the grade, but the chi and blood had grown a lot. And he also found that his mana, for ordinary people to ease the tendons and marrow, has a good effect, perhaps because of the bronze giant tree. His mana has this kind of mutation. This is also considered a good thing, although the effect is far less than the power of the bronze giant tree itself. But the power of the bronze giant tree can only be used by himself, but the mana can be given to the next person to use. So these days, he will exhaust his own mana every day to give the three of Anyang to wash and refine the qualifications, even if each time can only be a little bit of improvement, but the days and days down the road, but it is also a huge improvement. That's how he was able to do so, who in general would be willing to waste their hard-earned mana like this, but Su Dao was able to waste it like this because he had a guide to take his food and a bronze giant tree to add to it, which made his mana recovery speed amazing. At midnight, Su Dao was in a rare situation where he didn't meditate to refine his chi, but was instead drawing talismans. Ever since his teacher gave him that breath-converting talisman, he had been studying and imitating it, and since there were no detailed steps for making talismans, he could only work backwards from the finished talisman, which became extremely difficult. And by itself, the complexity of a middle-rank talisman was many times greater than that of a basic talisman. Above the basic talisman, there was the lower-grade talisman, which meant that the basic talisman did not even enter the grade, whereas he was now crossing two grades and directly researching the middle-grade talisman, the difficulty of which could be imagined. However, even if it was difficult, Su Dao didn't give up. This thing was the most likely way he had found so far to solve the problem of spirituality manifesting on his little sister. Su Dao picked up the talisman pen and dipped it into the spirit ink, while then mobilizing the mana in his body, he began to sketch on the talisman paper. This talisman pen was exchanged by him the day before yesterday at the government storehouse. The spirit ink was also exchanged for middle-rank spirit ink, and the talisman paper was even exchanged for the more advanced red talisman paper. For this reason, he has accumulated more than half a month's worth of small merits, and then consumed all of them. It is also that this thing is less in demand, the value is not so high that the degree of outrageous, otherwise he really cannot afford to exchange. In fact, these things were mainly prepared for Huang Ji, however, Huang Ji couldn't use that much every month, so he had the opportunity to exchange some of them. Of course, even if there was a lot left over, he didn't dare to exchange too much. Exchanging a small amount was just fine. At most, it was considered that he didn't know the sky, and wanted to try to use higher quality spirit ink and talisman paper, and try to make talismans. However, if he exchanges more, that is not to beat himself up. It means that he really knows how to make talismans. Mana flowed along the tip of the brush, the front had been smooth, but soon, Su Dao felt something was wrong. It wasn't that he drew wrongly or that his efforts over the past few days were in vain, but he clearly felt that his own mana was unsustainable. This middle-rank talisman making was much more difficult than he had imagined, but it was the pressure on his spirit that he didn't feel. It should be due to the fact that his divine soul was far more powerful than the average person. Could he just give up? If he had enough mana, he felt that he should be able to succeed this time. Su Dao's heart crossed and he remembered the old method. He simply mobilized a trace of the power of the bronze giant tree directly. Although this power was only a trace, its quality and quantity still far exceeded his own mana. The power smoothly passed through the tip of the pen and was injected into the pattern on the talisman paper. Su Dao was relieved that there was no conflict between the power of the bronze giant tree and his own mana. This was the thing he was most worried about. After all, although these two forces could be called the same source, they were ultimately different. However, he did not expect that the two would be so harmonious, or rather it was not harmonious, but rather that the power of the bronze giant tree was too overbearing and directly generalized and devoured the mana that he had infused beforehand. But no matter what, it was good that it succeeded. And having succeeded once, he would be able to succeed many more times. As for the power of the bronze giant tree, there was more than enough of it anyway, and borrowing it a few more times, it didn't matter. Now it was up to him to see how effective the talisman was, and if he guessed correctly, the effect of this talisman was actually far better than the breath-converting talisman made by the average person. This was because Su Dao had invoked the power belonging to a higher level of the bronze giant tree, just like the ice-cold talisman from last time. Su Dao proceeded to meditate and refine his chi to recover his mana, and then he struck the iron while it was hot and made a few more breath-converting talismans before calling it a day. Regardless of how effective this talisman ended up being, it should be able to last for a while, and as long as this talisman was in the door, he would be able to quickly raise his realm by practicing it, and the results should be even better at that time. While eating breakfast, Su Dao activated a breath-converting talisman, then put it into a small pocket, tied a red string, and let Su Lu hang it around her neck. Then he opened his martial Dao Dharma eye to observe. Sure enough, it had an effect. The spirituality of the little sister that came out through her body, at this time, it was converged as much as possible and could no longer be observed, so as long as other people's pupil skills didn't exceed the current Su Dao, it would probably be very difficult to find out. Then he did as he had done, and got one for Anyang as well, and instructed the two to keep this close to their bodies, and in addition to bathing, absolutely not to remove it. He just read, after activating this talisman, it can be used for about 5 days. This is probably because his talisman realm is too low, but then again, because the level of power used is very high, in order to achieve this kind of effect. Otherwise, with the beginner's threshold realm of the middle-rank talisman, he is afraid that it can only be used for 1 or 2 days, and then it will be scrapped. As for the astringent talisman that Elder Gu had given him, it was clearly of good quality, and could be used for 7 days, and from this, it could also be seen that Huang Ji's attainments in the talisman course were definitely not weak. This is still just the astringent talisman. We must know that unlike the basic talisman, there are a lot of talismans that have entered the grade that have offensive effects. If this person has accumulated a large number of middle-order killing talismans in his hands, then I'm afraid that it will be very strong if he really has to fight. If such a person was a friend or teammate, then naturally everyone would be happy, but if he was an enemy, then it would be damn hard. This is also the reason why the teacher said that this matter is difficult to handle. Because this guy is still really like a giant in this Manhwa county, lacking checks and balances. And then, Su Dao went to the outer workshop and prepared to send a breath-constraining talisman to Bao. This child's spirituality is not weak, although so far the children that person has taken away have not exceeded the age of 10, but what if? What's this? Bao pinched that one talisman bag, a little curious, wanting to open it and take a look, but not daring to. It's not money anyway. Keep this close to your body and don't remove it normally. Su Dao looked at Bao, who finally had some flesh on his face. His mood improved a lot. These days he was not only teaching Bao to read and write, but also some medical basics, and he was also using the blood-strengthening pill to temper her body. Although Bao's spirituality was sufficient and her roots and bones were still okay, her body's deficit was too great, and she still needed the aid of the elixir to recuperate, or at least to return to the level of a normal person. Chapter 51, 4th Grade Fire Crystal, Treasure Pill will become a reality. I'll remember. Pa nodded his head and carefully stowed the talisman bag in his arms. This girl didn't have any other merit, she was obedient, and as long as Su Dao ordered her, she would fulfill it without fail. In fact, of the 3 people he was currently teaching, it was instead the least qualified, Anyang, who was making the most progress. Anyang was able to read and write, and she also knew some of the basics of the medical path. After all, she had followed her father Su Tianyuan for so many years, and even if she could not heal and save people, she still understood some of the human body's acupoints and the direction of the meridians. That's why Anyang can be so fast to get started on the healthcare work. On the contrary, it is the little sister and Bao, not only to start learning from recognizing words, but also have to learn a certain amount of general knowledge of the medical path. Not to say that you have to learn the medical skills to save lives, but at least you have to understand the human body acupuncture points and meridians, otherwise you can't even understand the terminology in the Gongfu. How can you practice martial arts? Blindly practicing will die. Did you memorize the words you were taught yesterday? Pa nodded, then he grabbed a branch and drew it on the ground. Su Dao nodded his head when he saw this. Even though it was an ugly character, he did write it correctly. I have something to do in these few days. I can't come to the medical center, but your meals will still be according to the standard of these days. I don't need you to save those meat and meat oil for me. Your current body is still far from the standard for practicing martial arts. If you delay your progress in practicing martial arts because of this, you will be mistaken. Su Dao urged again, fearing that this girl would be distressed by the meat and only eat white rice. Now is the time to step up to make up for the body's deficiencies. Meat can't be cut off. Take these pills, half a grain each time, blend them into the drinking water and drink them normally. Su Dao took a few more pills and gave them to her. Bao just nodded her head, indicating that she had memorized it. Thus, Su Dao did not delay any longer and went directly to Gu Mansion to join his teacher at the Shang Medical Bureau. As soon as he entered the Shang Medical Bureau, Gu Lao announced that he was going to be closed for alchemy and arranged the affairs of the various clans in the Shang Medical Bureau before entering the alchemy room on the side with Su Dao. In the alchemy room, the flames were blazing and the heat waves were rolling around, making it quite unbearable. Su Dao couldn't help but wipe his sweat. This weather was already hot, and this place was even hotter because of the fire. Teacher, what kind of flame is this? It's actually not going out all the time? 4th Grade Fire Crystal Spirit Flame. Fire crystal is something that only the Heavenly Flame County in Dili has output. A 4th grade fire crystal can burn for a year without going out. Its flame is stable, spiritual, easy to manipulate, and it's an excellent choice for refining medicine. One fire crystal can burn for a year? What a magical thing. It's also for this reason that Heavenly Flame County is the large county with the most pill refiners and weapon refiners in Dili. It's expensive, isn't it? Gu Lao nodded. Indeed expensive. Fire crystal, this thing. Mining is not easy, preservation is not easy, transportation is not easy, so in the outer counties, the price is extremely high. I heard that the county Zun, in order to exchange these fire crystals, spent a lot of great work. It is also because of this alchemy room. It is not easy to prepare and build. I promise to make pills for him every year. And then Gu Lao signaled Su Dao to take out the medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs are extremely precious. All of them are packed in special jade boxes, although most of them are sent by others as gifts. But in order to collect the rest of the several kinds of medicinal herbs, he also spent a lot of effort, or else he wouldn't be able to procrastinate until today. After all, a lot of medicinal herbs need to go outside the Yanghe County to get. Local cannot be found. Don't look at just a few kinds of difference in the medicinal herbs, but all for the sky. Gu Lao opened the box. Are careful, so I can see. This thing is worth a lot. Once damaged, he also meet pain. And then Su Dao stopped bothering Gu Lao, just helping to handle the medicinal materials under Gu Lao's command, and then put them into the biggest Dan furnace according to the order, and also at the right time. Gu Lao was sitting in front of the furnace, his martial arts chi and blood bursting out, connecting to the flame below the furnace, thus manipulating the size of the fire and the temperature inside the furnace. Feel it carefully, not only observe my techniques, but also feel my fire control, feel the changes within the furnace. Elder Gu reminded Su Dao that alchemy was never a meticulous process, it wasn't like throwing herbs into the furnace and getting a pill. One needs to understand the medicinal properties of the herbs, the pharmacology, and the changes and medicinal conflicts resulting from the fusion of several herbs. No wonder Gu Lao asked Su Dao to read through those medical books, those are the foundation. If the foundation is not solid, I am afraid that I cannot see a reason. The medical principles and pharmacology involved in them were simply ever-changing. You have to know that each herb is unique, the nature of the medicine is also unique, the so-called order of the steps can only be used as a reference, but not as a guideline, requiring the alchemist to make changes and adjustments according to the actual situation. The timing of adding herbs, the amount, the fusion technique, the speed, it's a learning curve everywhere. It's no wonder that pill refiners need to have sufficient spirituality as a talent. The so-called spirituality, in fact, is the strength of the soul, perception strength. If you do not even reach this threshold, then the refining of pills and making pills is blind. However, this was not so difficult for Su Dao. For one thing, he himself had been fed by the bronze giant tree since he was a child. The strength of his soul far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his real martial arts realm is also at the peak of the 7th grade, plus he has also practiced chi refining. To know that alchemy is inherited from the lineage of chi refining, this is a professional counterpart. Therefore, just by watching from the side, Su Dao felt that he had benefited a lot. For the art of pill refining, there is also a more specific knowledge. He was like a dry sponge, constantly drawing in water, and that water was the knowledge that Elder Gu was explaining while operating. There were some things that Su Dao actually couldn't use right now, but they were able to grow his insights and open up his mind. Watching the refining of the precious pills and having someone to explain it to you, no matter where you put it, it can be called a chance, and Su Dao seized this chance. He even had the energy to take down books from the bookshelf on the side and rummage through them, then corroborate with what his teacher had said. Time came to the 3rd day, even Gu Lao this time also began to feel strained. The explanation time is getting shorter and shorter, the words are also getting more and more refined, the face began to beads of sweat rolled down. Refining treasure pills for the martial artist's heart strength requirements is very scary. Su Dao feels that even if he now has the skills to refine treasure pills, will also fall into the same situation as the teacher, empty skills, but not enough heart strength to support a refining. In these 3 days, Su Dao had already felt exhausted just by observing. Because he had to observe and perceive, the 3 days of no sleep and no rest were also extremely difficult to bear, and it was hard to imagine the pressure the teacher was facing right now. One must know that there could not be the slightest mistake in the refining process. Once there was a mistake, a furnace of precious pills would be ruined. Therefore, these days, Gu Lao was completely without drinking or eating, relying on his martial arts physique to hold him up. Su Dao, on the contrary, was able to eat and drink, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted at all. Another 2 days passed, this was already the 6th day, the teacher's state was getting worse and worse, and it looked like he was about to reach his limit, but Su Dao wasn't worried because this furnace of pills was about to come out as well. Chapter 52, The Precious Elixir is finally completed, late stage of nascent sensation. Finally, Elder Gu raised his hand and pressed down, his strength was pushed out, and below the Dan furnace, the fire was suddenly withdrawn. Fetch the Dan. Gu Lao commanded Su Dao. Su Dao hurriedly tugged on the iron cable and pulled up the lid of the furnace, then against the rolling heat waves, he used a copper spoon to scoop up the pills in the furnace and put them into the jade bottle that had been prepared long ago. It's done. Elder Gu received the jade bottle and took a look at it, then let out a long sigh of relief. Chengdan 10, each one is only the size of a raspberry, but here each one can make a high-level martial artist in a very short period of time to recover from their injuries, even if only the last breath left, but also can hang alive for half a day. It can be called life-saving and life-preserving divine medicine. Gu Lao took out a small jade bottle, divided 3 and loaded them up and handed them to Su Dao. Put this away, don't let anyone know that you have this on you, just say that I've only made 7 pills this time. Teacher, this is too expensive. Su Dao was not pushing back, it was really that this pill was really expensive, this was a treasure pill, to be able to add the word treasure in front of the pill, in itself was very telling, and those herbs were also so precious and scary, even the teacher would find it hard to collect all of them by one person alone. It could be said that this pill, under certain circumstances, one is a life. Whether Gu Lao took it for his own use, or took it to exchange for resource benefits, it would definitely make people rush for it. Moreover, the teacher's alchemy this time hadn't avoided people, so I'm afraid that there are already many people staring at this place right now. No matter what kind of price you pay in exchange for a pill, it is definitely cost-effective. Take it if I tell you to, what's with the mother-in-law? Thus, Elder Gu casually threw the jade bottle, and Su Dao hurriedly reached out and grabbed it, while thanking his teacher before carefully placing it in his arms. Have you gained anything from this spectating? Seeing Su Dao accept it, Gu Lao's face finally looked a little better. He was most concerned about this question, the reason why he was so good to Su Dao. In the end, what he was asking for was nothing more than a true successor of the mantle. Although he had always thought that Su Dao had talent in this area, it was hard to say just how high this talent was, so he asked this with both apprehension and anticipation. Great harvest. Su Dao then unreservedly told his epiphanies over the past few days. Elder Ge nodded his head while listening, and then as Su Dao kept talking, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Remarkable, remarkable, your talent in the Dan Dao is even stronger than I imagined. You have never touched alchemy yet, and you have gained so much from just watching a single alchemy. Your future accomplishments will surely surpass that of my master. Elder Ge grabbed Su Dao's arm, his voice actually trembled a little. Su Dao was a bit confused. He just talked about his own epiphany. How could he make his teacher so excited? In fact, he was able to have this kind of gain thanks to his powerful perception ability and the power of his divine soul that far exceeded that of the others. It should be known that ordinary people's divine souls were born strong or weak, which was why it was said that some people were gifted while others were not. Moreover, in the early stage of the martial artist, even if the realm to improve the divine soul aspect of the growth is also extremely small. Because martial artists in the early stage of cultivation does not involve the divine soul, only through the physical body to improve, and passive feedback divine soul. This enhancement is extremely limited, so no talent is no talent, unless you cultivate to the second grade realm of the martial arts path, because this realm, also known as the God-refining realm, the divine soul will grow tremendously. This is also the reason why martial artists can make talismans in alchemy after the second grade of martial Dao. Why did Elder Ge find it hard to find a successor? Because having such spirituality at Su Dao's age was really rare. He couldn't go and find a martial Dao second grade and accept it as his heir, could he? To have someone at that level recognize himself as a master, that would probably result in a direct slap from a second-grade patriarch. If you have this talent, then don't waste it. This Dao will allow you to walk farther and more steadily. You don't have an outstanding family background, you don't have a heavenly background. If you want to step into the realm of a third-grade sovereign, you need to have a ladder to heaven. And the Dao of Dan is the ladder to heaven. Elder Ge said in a heartfelt manner. Su Dao nodded his head at his words. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely not slack off, even if it's not for climbing to the peak of martial arts, but only to make money. I will definitely not give up on this Dan Dao. Even if his current need for pills is very low, it doesn't mean that there isn't much need for it in the future as well, and since he still has to let Anian, little sister, and Bao practice martial arts as much as they can, this is something that is indeed very important. Not to say that if one person achieves the Dao, the chickens and dogs will rise, but for the closest people around him, Su Dao still wanted to do his best so that they could keep up with him. Even if they couldn't keep up, they couldn't lag behind too much. After all, Xiang Dao was not heartless. If one were to give up all affection for the sake of seeking the Dao, that would be too pathetic. Of course, it could not be ruled out that there were those whose hearts were as cold as iron, and who were heartless and unsympathetic, who could give up everything in order to achieve the Dao, but Su Dao thought that he could not do so. It's good that you remember. Let's go, leave this place first. Master is also tired. After I take a rest, I will come back to let you personally try your hand at alchemy. Elder Ge nodded his head in relief. The two left the alchemy room and didn't stay at the Shang Medical Bureau, but directly returned home. In these 6 days, both of them had a great deal of mental and spiritual exertion, and at times like this, what was desperately needed was rest and sleep. Su Dao's return naturally made Anyang and her little sister extremely surprised, although Su Dao had said that he would be delayed for a few days before he left, but a day or two was fine. After a long time, Anyang still couldn't help but start worrying. Now that Su Dao had returned safely, she was finally relieved. Is the family okay? Everything is fine. Lu brought dishes to the table as she watched Su Dao wolf down his food. Her heart in turn felt at peace. That's good. His biggest worry was still the safety of his home. Now that he heard that the family was safe, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Bao in the outer workshop, I also went to see him. He's doing well too, you don't need to worry. Because Su Dao was late in returning, Lu went to the outer workshop to see Bao a few times, and because she felt that the child was really pitiful, she also brought a lot of meat and oil over. And then, when Su Dao saw that the breath-converting talismans on Anyang and his little sister had lost their effectiveness, he drew a few more talismans to replace the talisman paper in their talisman bags. Then only then did he feel relieved and fall into a deep sleep, a sleep that lasted until the early morning of the next day. After getting enough sleep, Su Dao felt incomparably refreshed, and the operation of his body's mana was a few points smoother, this feeling, unprecedentedly good. After carefully sensing it, Su Dao was suddenly surprised. Late nascent soul stage? Su Dao also didn't expect that he hadn't yet broken through the 6th grade in his martial Dao, but he had made a breakthrough in the Qi refining Dao first. The mana in his body had indeed grown more than double. Although the breakthrough was not in the martial Dao that he desperately wanted to improve, Su Dao was still happy. After all, it was actually more difficult to improve the Qi refining Dao, and now he was satisfied with the breakthrough. And although the breakthrough in Qi refining cultivation did not bring about a leap in strength for him at this stage, it was still not a small increase. Chapter 53 Unlimited Cup Renewal, Simple Logic. Alchemy Qi together, in the nascent soul stage strength is actually not obvious to improve. Nascent soul is also only the strength of a 9th grade martial artist. But once the chi refining cultivation breakthrough to open light realm, the strength will usher in a rapid increase. The peak of the open light can be comparable to the 7th grade of the realm of martial artists, and to the pulse is directly comparable to the 5th grade of the great masters of martial arts. This kind of strength jump, quite exaggerated, but accordingly, refining chi together want to improve. The difficulty is also very great, on the cultivator's talent requirements are even more exaggerated. Some people spent their entire lives circling the nascent soul realm, wanting to break through to the second rank of the immortal Tao without being able to do so. Su Dao, which still put half of his mind on martial arts, this still broke through to the late stage of nascent soul chi in such a short period of time. His talent was one aspect, but more than that, it was the bronze giant tree's merit. After having breakfast, Su Dao first went to visit a Bao in the outer square medical center, and incidentally helped her replace her breath-converting talisman, which was also a sign that he had returned, so that she could feel at ease. Afterwards, Su Dao went directly to the Shang Medical Bureau to work. Today his teacher didn't come, his mind and spirit were quite depleted, and unlike Su Dao, he is not a Taoist and martial arts dual cultivator. He can recover his spirit as soon as possible, so he still needs a few days to recuperate. And just as he arrived at the Shang Medical Bureau, a medical officer came up to him and asked, "Mr. Xiao Su, I heard that Go Lao refined the 4th grade Baodan this time, and made 7 pills at a time?" Su Dao's heart stirred, the news spread so quickly? But soon, he realized with just a little thought that this was probably the news put out by his teacher himself. Not bad, this time, teacher succeeded in refining the treasure pill and his mind was quite depleted, so he is still recuperating at home. Truly remarkable, Elder Ji's name as a middle-ranked pill refiner lives up to its name. The man immediately praised. Su Dao could only barely cope with these nutritionless flattery. In fact, these people were nothing more than pathfinders. What they really cared about was the whereabouts of the 7 precious pills, or rather, it was the people behind them who were concerned about it. And Su Dao could only say that those precious pills were handled by his teacher, and he couldn't say anything. As for those who wanted to find out from him how the teacher would deal with the precious Dan, they were even more disappointed, because Su Dao was truly unclear. There was really no need to keep all 7 precious pills in his hands. At most, he would leave 1 or 2 for his own use, while the rest would be used to exchange for resources, which was most reasonable. After all, unlike Su Dao was currently unable to refine a 4th grade treasure Dan, so more of this stuff would be better, but unlike his teacher, he had already proved that he could refine it at any time, and only needed to gather the medicinal ingredients. So it would be unnecessary to keep all of this in his hands. In the past, teacher's title of a middle-ranked pill refiner was still a bit watered down, and even those who had a need for refining pills were afraid that they would be hesitant to look for him for fear that teacher would fail in refining. But now that teacher had already proved himself to be worthy of his name, it was estimated that there would soon be people coming to his door with medicinal herbs to ask for pills. This kind of oneself provides the medicinal materials to beg the alchemist to refine the elixir, not to say give money on the line, generally is no matter how much of the Dan, the person who provides the medicinal materials can only take part of the elixir. For example, now someone with the 4th grade healing pills of herbs to beg the teacher refining pills, then in the end, the person who provides the herbs, at most, can get 2 to 3 pills, the rest, no matter how much, belongs to the teacher's own. Some alchemists are even darker, either directly one to send off, or directly say that the alchemy failed, no, and most of the time the person who begs for the Dan can only leave it at that. That's why pill refiners are a profitable industry, and the teacher's family business was earned back with this. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more difficult it is to refine, the higher the profit. If a certain kind of elixir, the whole world only you can refine, then congratulations, you have mastered the wealth code. Monopolize this kind of thing, no matter when and where it is placed, it is the most profiteering way. Take the healing treasure Dan that the teacher refined this time as an example. The value of a finished Dan outside can be exchanged for a portion of herbs, and a portion of herbs can be finished into 7 to 15 Dan. Taking a minimum of 7 pills, that would be 7 times the profit. And in places where there was a scarcity of alchemists, this profit would be further magnified. So it really wasn't a joke to say that sometimes an alchemist could earn half of someone's life's worth in 1 pot of elixir. This is still their own collection of medicinal materials, while if someone else provides the medicinal materials, then as long as you are not afraid of alchemy failure to be hacked to death, you cannot bear any risk, but for nothing to get several times the profit. Su Dao could already foresee that his teacher's fortune was about to skyrocket again, knowing that his teacher had only relied on the lower 3rd grade pills to accumulate the wealth he had today. Today, the Shang Medical Bureau is still idle, except for the 2 inspectors who encountered a demonic trick during their night patrol and came to ask for medical attention, because the demonic trick was extremely weak, so these 2 people didn't suffer from any serious injuries, and only came to run a trip because they were worried about leaving hidden dangers. Su Dao naturally absorbed 2 more wisps of weak gui qi, the quality of which was not high, so it was evident that, as the 2 men had said, the demonic gui was really weak. However, it was better than nothing, and he was 1 step closer to the 6th grade of martial arts. Coupled with his own cultivation these days, he thought that he must not be far from a breakthrough. Harvests like this, regardless of quantity, regardless of quality, were almost daily. When accumulated over the course of days and months, it was also an extremely sizable number. It was not easy to make it to midday. Su Dao dabbled in another meal at the Shang Medical Bureau before he was ready to go home and go to the Outer Square Medical Center. Only when he arrived at the medical center, he realized that there was actually someone waiting for him here. It was none other than the two of them, Yan Mai and Lucy. These two were sitting unimaginatively on the green stone slab in front of the door of the medical center, each with a cup of tea in their hands. Seeing Su Dao come over, they actually let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Medical Officer Su, what's wrong with this little girl of yours? What's wrong? Su Dao was surprised. When we first came, that girl served us tea, and when we just finished drinking, she added water, and then when we finished drinking, she added water again, and so on, 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 and so on. Yan Mai shook her stomach and could already hear the water rattling. Su Dao somewhat wanted to laugh. That girl said she was smart, and still smart, but in certain things, she was slow. Moreover, when a guest comes, he has to serve tea, and after serving tea, he also has to add water, which is also what he ordered, but she is really obedient and executes it well. The sight of Lucy also bitter smile shook his head. Is also we too stupid? Su Medical Officer cannot blame her. Of course not. If you guys can't drink anymore, you can actually tell her directly. After she refills the water and sees you guys proceed to finish it, she will think that it's you guys who are thirsty, and naturally refill it non-stop. Su Dao explained the logic of Bao's behavior, which was actually really simple. It's just that the average person wouldn't think this way is all. Then again, the reason why these two people would make this kind of joke was also because of the unequal status between them and Su Dao. If not for the fact that they had reacted later, I was afraid that they would still think that this girl's behavior of constantly adding tea and refilling water represented some kind of deep meaning from the master's family. Their status is not compared to Su Dao, naturally shorter than a head. Then this time, Su Dao's home maidservant, constantly refill your teacups, this tea you drink or not drink? Chapter 54 Secretive, Active. Looking at the fact that the inside of this medical center was still spotless, Su Dao was still quite happy. He invited the two of them to take their seats, and let Bao, who was at a loss for words as he carried a water bottle, go to the backyard. Only then did he ask, "Why are you two free to come to my place today? Didn't Medical Officer Su say earlier that if there was any update on the missing child case, he would come and inform Medical Officer Su?" Yan Mai put down the tea bowl in her hands and shook her wrists, which were already a bit sore. There's a breakthrough in the missing child case? Su Dao straightened up at the words. There is no breakthrough, but rather, children have started to go missing in the city again. Lucy's expression was grave. I see. Su Dao thought to himself that sure enough, that person had struck again after all, and he knew that as long as one had tried the benefits brought about by the evil laws, it would be impossible to hold back. After all, the marrow of the stomach is the taste of the heart. The greed in human nature was difficult to measure. Does Dr. Su think this matter is man-made or a demonic scourge? Lucy lowered his voice. Su Dao was surprised, but not too surprised that Lucy could think of this level. What does Brother Lu have in mind? Lucy looked around and saw that there were no outsiders here before he said, if we follow the previous clues and the results of several pursuits, it should be a demonic trickster who is responsible for the scourge. But if we look into the logic, I think it's more likely to be man-made. Father and son in the same bed, capturing the son without hurting the father, this kind of demonic trick, really unheard of. If this is really a demon trick, then this demon trick, but also quite exquisite, said only rob the child, the other one does not move. Lucy touched. Brother Lu did not probe privately, right? Su Dao looked serious. No, and the clues are insufficient. Lucy shook his head. Su Dao then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, it's good that the two of you know about this matter, don't probe and pursue it privately for fear of being killed. In fact, he was worried that the two of them did not know the depths and really found out something, causing that person to fix his gaze along this line to him. Is Medical Officer Su aware of something? Yan Mai and Lucy spoke in unison. Su Dao shook his head. Not so, but this matter can be understood by thinking a little. If it is really man-made, then the trail of this person, even the Inspector Division, Jin Demon Division, the Division of the Lord, the full force of the probe are no income, visible this person is extremely deep hidden, and the strength of the powerful, the means is extraordinary, such a person, two people to mess with it? I can't afford to mess with him anyway. Yan Mai and Lucy nodded, indeed. At the same time, the two of them were still a bit scared, because they had really thought about following their thoughts and ideas to investigate before, and maybe they could even get credit for it. However, they had overlooked the hidden danger behind it. Then we'll just ignore it? Yan Mai was still a bit unwilling. If that person had done it to other people, he might have tolerated it, but to do it to a child was too much. Naturally not. The two of you can find a way to tell this train of thought to Master Qin and Master Wang of the Demon Suppression Division to test the waters first, but remember not to expose your own identities. It wouldn't do to let that person keep messing around like this. One must find a way to create some hindrance and trouble for him, or at least not be able to be that rampant, and incidentally divert the pressure from one's own side. That person, as long as there is no idea and intention to completely break with the imperial government, that will certainly be jealous of the rat. Appropriately give pressure, but cannot directly puncture poke. He is worried that this small Yangha county will not be able to carry. At that time, Su Dao, who had long been targeted by this person, was afraid that he would face danger. This is inconsistent with his expectations. Even if this person once breaks with the court, in the end, will certainly attract the courtmasters to pursue the wanted, but at that time it is already too late. Dying is dead, so there is no point in taking revenge. In fact, the most fundamental purpose of him letting Yan Mai and the two of them reveal their thoughts to Qin Zhan and Wang Xian was still to test the attitudes of the county Zun and the local big clan forces. Qin Chop did not belong to the county dignitary's lineage. Behind him was the local luxury clan, while behind Wang Xian was the county dignitary Changyun. After the two knew about this matter, they would definitely inform the people behind them, and at that time, the attitudes of the two parties would be crucial. Yan Mai and Lucy nodded. Many thanks to Medical Officer Su for mentioning this. We will quietly disclose the information to Division Master Qin and Division Master Wang. This matter could only be covered by a tall man. A small body like theirs wouldn't be able to carry it. Even Su Dao's teacher, I'm afraid he couldn't carry that person's backlash. After all, a rabbit will bite if it is cornered, let alone that person is not a rabbit, but a cunning and ferocious beast. It seems like I need to break through the 6th grade as soon as possible. Su Dao's thoughts of wanting to break through the 6th grade of martial Dao became even more urgent at this moment. His own strength was still not enough, otherwise where was the need for this kind of trouble? Wouldn't it be better to directly kill the door in the night? Based on the little bit of weird chi absorbed in the Shang Medical Bureau every day, it's still not fast enough. Su Dao had already decided to try his luck outside of the city or in the outer neighborhoods from this evening onwards, to see if he could come across any weaker demon guile. Preferably the kind that can be resolved quickly and without making a big commotion that would alert the night watchman of the inspection department. That way, it would be safe, and at the same time, you could quickly increase your strength. As for whether or not he would encounter a powerful demon guile due to bad luck, Su Dao wasn't too worried. Nowadays, as long as he didn't encounter the legendary high-level demon guile, but only the middle-level and below-level demon guile, even if he couldn't beat them, it wasn't difficult to run. Furthermore, his martial arts eyes are not practiced for nothing. Just be vigilant and avoid them from afar, and in the worst-case scenario, if there is a demonic monster that he can't defeat that is chasing after him, then he will directly lead it to the Jin Demon Division. Isn't that yellow provider very powerful? It was just time to try to see if he was powerful, or if the demon guile was powerful. In the afternoon, Su Dao taught Bao some new words. Now that the most basic literacy stage is almost over, he will start to let him learn to read and gradually start teaching basic medical knowledge. In fact, by this step, it will become relatively simple. Bao is not the kind of child who is 3 or 4 years old, but already has her own worldview and her own mode of thinking. She just can't recognize and can't write, but when these are learned, the difficulty of reading and comprehension will not be too great instead. On the contrary, the little sister's side is very troublesome. Small children have very little knowledge of the world, many things have not experienced, do not have a sound mind. Even if she learns to write, learns to recognize, but she is actually only recognizing the font itself, and it does not mean that she can understand the true meaning behind the words. Therefore, he also had to help it structure a relatively complete worldview, which was a big project, much more troublesome than teaching someone to practice martial arts. Why was Su Dao known by many as early wisdom? It was because he possessed a complete worldview and values from the moment he was born, and then even if he came to a completely new world, he could quickly rebuild it with his strong cognitive abilities. Chapter 55, Time to Save, Time to Spend. What do you think about this matter? The two of them, Yan Mai and Lucy, who had excused themselves from the medical center, were walking while talking in low voices. What can I think? Of course it's according to what Mr. Su said. Yan Mai raised an eyebrow. What? You still want to check it yourself? Don't you dare harm me. Lucy shook his head. Am I that stupid? Obviously this puddle of water, it's muddy and deep, even eunuch Su doesn't dare to stir it up, so naturally I wouldn't dare either. I'm asking, do you think Mr. Su knows the true identity of that person? Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't, but it doesn't matter. What matters is knowing that we can't afford to mess with that person. That's enough. Let's leave those big shots up there to have a headache. Oatmeal didn't take this matter to heart at all. If Su Dao really knew the identity of that person, but still chose to play the game in such a euphemistic and covert way, instead of directly breaking it down, it could only mean that Su Dao was very jealous of that person. Alas, let's just keep paddling. This Yanghai County is getting more and more dangerous. Lucy nodded his head. Demonic guile, they couldn't fight. Outlaws, they couldn't fight either. They were all existences they couldn't afford to mess with, or their strength was too low. I've heard that Mr. Su has already started to follow Elder Gu to learn medicine refining. Yan Mai was more concerned about this. Well, it should be. Good thing, when this medical officer Su learns how to make pills, when that time comes, even if it's just some leakage from his fingers, it'll be enough for us to be promoted to the 8th rank. They were friends with Su Dao, but they never thought of going through Su Dao to get the resources for pills from Elder Gu. It wasn't like they didn't know their own portion, and they weren't blind yet. They were waiting for Su Dao to learn alchemy and pharmaceuticals on his own. With Medical Officer Sue's talent, I don't think we'll have to wait long. The two of them had average talent, so the demand for resources was also greater, and the resources that could be exchanged for the small merits accumulated from their daily duty were actually very few. After all, the two of them were just in ninth grade, and 1 or 2 blood-strengthening pills for a month's worth of small merits would be gone. After all, the two of them are not liked by their superiors, the real easy to complete, and the number of small merits of the task, it is simply not their turn. What effect could 1 or 2 blood-strengthening pills have in a month? That's why the two of them are still stuck in the ninth grade realm. You should know that after Su Dao worshipped Gu Lao, the meeting gift is a bottle of blood-strengthening pills, and then every week to give a bottle, fearing that he has not enough pills. Even after he entered the ninth grade, Gu Lao had already begun to prepare the tendon elixir, bone-forging pill, and marrow-cleansing pill, which were the pills required for the 7th, 6th, and 5th grades of martial arts cultivation, respectively. The realm is still a cut short, but the resources have been prepared. This kind of treatment, even the biological sun is estimated to be like this. Not to mention the two of them, just ask who in this Yanhua County is not envious? You should know that the marrow elixir is a 3rd grade elixir, not the kind of cabbage on the street. Even if the two of them sold themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be worth as much as a marrow cleansing pill. You say, aren't we still too reserved, too shameless? If we just bow our heads and become traders under Dr. Su's door, wouldn't we have everything? Yan Mai's tone was slightly tangled. He could see that Su Dao was really not bad as a person, remembering friendship and righteousness, giving service to such a person, not knocking the dope. Based on their several visits and seeing the changes in that little girl, Bao, they could see a lot of things. Not only grow meat, even began to read and write. This is simply great good people. Lucy shook his head. You're overthinking it. I'm not talking about how Dr. Su's character is, but I think we might not be a match. Do you have any outstanding qualities? Good talent? Good character? My talent may be average, but I think my character is not bad. Although I can't be considered cynical and do a good deed every day, I haven't done anything to harm the heavens and the earth either. Oatmeal was a little dissatisfied. That's true, but I think this is also quite good. Let nature take its course. Lucy shook his head. He thought to himself that the two of them did not have any outstanding features, average talent, average ability. Why do people look at you in favor of you? If you want to be valued, you need to have something worth investing in. Why did Su Dao become Gu Lao's disciple, and why did he get Gu Lao's vigorous training? That's because of his outstanding talent and future. Forget it, listen to you. Chun Man Lu? It's not impossible. But going there 4 times a month, how will your pocketbook hold up? It's not like I have a little lady at home to support, so naturally it will hold up. Then why did I see you always dining in the public kitchen of the inspection department late last month? The public kitchen of the inspection department is not compared to the Shang Medical Bureau. The Shang Medical Bureau is rich, the food is naturally very good, and the Shang Medical Bureau, because of the existence of Gu Lao, the standard of food has to be raised by 1 level. Therefore, the public kitchen of the Shang Medical Bureau is probably the best place for food in the government offices. The inspection department, on the other hand, is far worse, just enough to eat, but the flavor is hard to say. As long as they had money in their hands, the inspectors of the inspection department would not usually choose to eat there. Oatmeal blushed. It's time to save, it's time to spend. Besides, didn't you also eat at the public kitchen for a decade last month? Do you think I'm blind? The two could not help but fall into silence, and the atmosphere began to become awkward. But I didn't deny it, my money bag is really a bit unable to hold up. After a long time, Lucy said in a despondent tone. Let's do it for the last time today, and then we won't go in the future. Oatmeal proposed in a small voice. Okay, listen to you. Lucy readily agreed. It was late in the day. Su Dao stopped meditating and woke up from his meditation. He nimbly changed his clothes, covered his face with a black scarf, and wore his sword before pushing the door open. Although he wasn't going to kill anyone this time, he still had to have a disguise. Arriving at the courtyard, he made sure that his auntie and little sister were already asleep, and only then did he cross the courtyard wall silently. His peak 7th grade martial arts realm, coupled with his late-stage chi refining cultivation, made him as light as a willow floss and more flexible than a flying swallow, walking between the roofs and alleys as if he were walking on the ground. He also brought 2 breath-constraining talismans on his body. Although he had a bronze giant tree, this thing could not be used, but then he was worried that his breath would escape when he fought, so it was considered to be a precautionary measure. Without going far, he saw 2 drunken figures swaying in the middle of the street. They smelled of alcohol and cosmetics, which Su Dao could smell even from a long distance away. Isn't this Lucy and Oatmeal? These 2 guys are even outside at this time? Looked at the distant still brightly lit Chunman building, he probably knew what these 2 did to go. These 2 small life is quite nourishing. Avoiding these 2 people, as well as a few teams of night patrols from the inspection division and the demon suppression division, he went straight out of the inner workshop. Compared to the inner workshop, the outer workshop was much more laxly defended, several times the range of the inner workshop, but the number of night patrolmen was in turn twice less. Su Dao searched all the way, but did not find anything. Recently, although the frequency of demonic shenanigans, but also not every day, especially here, is also part of the city. It seems that one can only go outside the city. Chapter 56, Exterminating the Brain-Eating Creeps, not much to show for it. Yangha County has a city wall, and it's quite high, close to 2 feet, and there are county soldiers stationed on it at all times, patrolling every half hour. And in a few array nodes, it is closely guarded, belonging to the Jin Demon Division and the county soldiers jointly guarded. Because this formation is the foundation of Yangha County, once destroyed, extremely difficult to repair. Only the capital city can set up this kind of spell formation that covers a city. Even if it is the yellow pole of the Magic Town Division, although he understands some knowledge of the spell formation, but he can only maintain and repair it, let him set up from scratch, he can't do it either. This kind of spell formation was not originally something that a person could set up either. This spell formation was not too effective in protecting martial artists and cultivators, it targeted demonic guile, and the spell formation was able to release a special aura that made the demonic guile feel disgusted, so that most of the demonic guile could be driven away. In addition to that, it could also dispel the Yin Fury Chi from the city. Aside from eating people, the thing that the demon guile liked the most was the sinister aura. If the Yin and Fury Chi is too rich, it will also give birth to demons and devils. As for the killing power of this spell formation on demonic guile, it was negligible, even some weak demonic guile could not be killed. Yangha County, in the end, is only a county compared to the capital city, too far. It is also impossible for the spell formation to be too advanced. I've heard that the magic formations of the capital city, low-level demons and devils will be seriously injured even if they don't die when they touch it. Su Dao didn't choose to directly cross the city wall, although he could do it, it would be too rampant. What if there happened to be an expert inspecting the city? He took the underground drainage ditches, these sewers could lead straight to the outside of the city, and it was only because he now had the 7th grade realm that he dared to go through here. The underground road did not see the light of day for many years, and was considered to be the place in the city with the most dense Yin and demonic chi, and thus was also extremely prone to harboring demonic shenanigans. Without a certain level, one would not dare to go down there at all. Entering the sewer, Su Dao involuntarily shivered. This is because of the Yin Fury Chi. He also felt this way when he left the city for the first time. This sewer was even wider than he had imagined, and walking through it, he didn't even have to bend over and bow his head, but the smell was a bit unpleasant. In addition to feeling a bit cold, the whole process is very smooth, and did not encounter any demons. Su Dao was a bit depressed. When he didn't want to encounter any demons, they were there every day, and when he wanted to encounter them now, he couldn't find them. This luck of his, it seems like it really isn't good. When he came out from one of the drainage outlets and looked around, he was already outside the city. Not far away were the low and dilapidated shacks built by those stragglers. Some of the huts didn't even have doors, and with his strong eyesight, he could still see many people lying naked on the ground sleeping because of the heat. He could vaguely see the jagged and protruding ribs of those stragglers, and if it wasn't for the fact that those people's abdomens were still undulating regularly, he would have thought that these were all corpses. These stragglers lacked food, and the only way to alleviate their hunger was to go to sleep early. If they didn't go to sleep early, they would starve even faster. In fact, how to recognize the starving people is also very simple. These starving people often other parts of the skinny bones, but on the contrary, the stomach will be high bulging, but their belly is not loaded with any food, but because of the serious lack of nutrients and enlarged. Su Dao traveled through them. His speed was fast, but he did not startle anyone, and it was impossible for these people to notice Su Dao's presence, whether it was in their mental state or strength. But soon, Su Dao could not help but frown. He had finished looking for a shantytown, but found nothing, not to mention seeing the weirdness. Even a wisp of breath was not there. After that, Su Dao searched several more shantytowns in succession, but still had no luck, as if those demons and weirdness had suddenly disappeared. The area outside the city was still very large, and by the time Su Dao had wandered through all the shantytowns, it was already an hour later. Only, now Su Dao was somewhat skeptical of life. His luck was too bad, he hadn't even found a single hair by now. Wait a little longer, if we don't find anything, we'll have to wait for tomorrow. Su Dao was somewhat helpless and could only find a hidden place, sit on his knees and refine his chi to cultivate. Until the early hours of the morning, it seems that there are still a few hours to dawn, but there is still no movement here. Su Dao, full of disappointment, followed the sewers back to the city. It seems that this night is going to be a waste of time. Su Dao, who was walking in the outer workshop, suddenly stopped in his footsteps, and a subtle sucking and chewing sound entered Su Dao's ears. Su Dao raised his head and looked at the sky. Could it be that someone was eating at such a time? His gaze was deep, and he directly opened his golden pupil of martial arts, looking to his left within a small courtyard. Tay Motherer, finally. Found it. Su Dao leaped and entered within that small courtyard. In one of the houses facing the courtyard door, the door was open, and on top of the bed, several figures were lying on their backs, motionless, and a black shadow the size of a cat or dog was perched on the head of one of the corpses. That person's eyeballs have been swallowed, and even the skin and flesh of the face has been licked off, leaving only white bones. A long and thin tongue was following that person's eye socket, deep into his skull, sucking the brain marrow. Brain-eating trickster. Brain-eating creepy small size, covered with black hair, but ferocious personality, when harming people, will first give the prey injected a special toxin, so that people are awake but cannot move, and then start from the skin and flesh of the face, inch by inch licking, and then eat the eyeballs, and finally sucking the brain marrow, as the main meal. Su Dao frowned tightly, because this family, the family of 4, has been all killed. The brain-eater did not notice Su Dao's arrival and continued to savor his food. Later, a palm seemed to come from behind like an iron clamp, easily pinching the brain-eater's neck. The whole process was silent. The brain-eater wasn't strong, belonging to a very weak category of demons. With Su Dao's strength, he didn't need to use his sword at all. Ka-wa! With a soft sound, the brain-eater's neck was easily crushed by Su Dao, and that wasn't all. Su Dao twisted his hands and directly twisted this brain-eater's body into a twist. When this ghost thing completely stopped moving, he threw it on the ground. A guile chi had already been absorbed by him, only that both the quantity and quality disappointed him a little. This little bit of guile chi wasn't enough for him to break through the 6th grade. Breaking through the 6th grade from the 7th grade was breaking through the middle grade from the lower 3rd realm, the difficulty of which was far more difficult than normal realm breakthroughs. Of course, when the breakthrough was made, the increase in strength was also tremendous. It's going to be about 2 or 3 more passes of weird gas like today. Looks like a couple more trips out the back. Today was still unlucky to have encountered this one. If he could have encountered 2 or 3, he might have directly broken through. If he didn't use the help of the guile chi and the bronze giant tree, and only practiced on his own, if he wanted to break through to the 6th grade, it would probably take him more than a month. After all, it was a major barrier breakthrough, which was already very fast. Many people, even if their cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th rank, would still be stuck in this realm for a year and a half. And even more people, due to a lack of talent and insufficient accumulation, were afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through for the rest of their lives. Chapter 57, Emphasis on Intent not Skill, Intent to Skill Invincible. Although this night's harvest was not great, Su Dao was still quite happy that he wasn't returning empty-handed after all. Turning eyes is another 3 days. Within these 3 days, Su Dao is still on duty in the daytime, taking Anyang to practice martial arts, teaching his little sister and Aba to recognize words and read, and at night, he sneaks out of the city and hunts for demonic shenanigans. Luck is not good, not every time there is a harvest, and even if you really encountered, but only some low-order bazaar, but in any case, is finally put together. In the night, as Su Dao split the corpse of a heart-eater demon in half, a wisp of bizarre chi surged into the torso. And then the familiar feeling came again, the chi and blood rolled over and seemed to be boiling. To break through, he was about to cross into the realm of the 6th grade and become a martial master realm expert. Su Dao barely stopped and returned to the mansion in the inner workshop as fast as he could. Su Dao, who was sitting cross-legged, only felt that the chi and blood in his body was like magma rolling and rushing, and between the agitation, there were thunderous explosions. Boom! The chi and blood were like a python dragon struggling, finally breaking free from the fence, and his body suddenly underwent a sea change. The 9th grade refines the skin, the 8th grade refines the flesh, the 7th grade refines the tendons, while the 6th grade forges the bones, and the 5th grade begins to wash the marrow and replace the blood. The cultivation process of a martial artist is a process of continuous transformation from the outside to the inside, from the surface to the inside. As the saying goes, bone is the trunk, vein is the camp, tendon is the rigidity, and flesh is the wall. It is also said that bone is the capital of the marrow and the kidney. This shows the importance of the bone forging level to martial arts cultivation. For this reason, once one enters the bone forging level, one can be called a martial master. This is a very different level from the 3rd realm of the martial artist, and the strength of the martial artist will also see a surge. The mind sank into the mud pill palace and raised his hand to touch the bronze ancient tree. Nourishing Kung Fu, Wu Hearth and Flame. Martial Arts, Mirage Sea Silent Blade, Peak, Open Mountain and Pound the Sea Fist, Perfected, Golden Pupil of Martial Arts, Mastered. Realm, Wu Dao, 6th Grade Beginner. Immortal Path, Nascent Soul, Late Stage. Lifespan, 200 years. Healing Arts, Lu Deng Xiaofeng. Aptitude, Guiding and Eating, 2 Skillful. Talisman, Basic Talisman, 3, Handy. Medium-ranked Breath Containment Talisman. Dan Dao, 1, Beginner's Threshold. The martial Dao realm has successfully broken through to the early 6th grade, and his lifespan has even increased by 50 years directly to 200 years. Previously, with 150 years of longevity, Su Dao was slightly surprised, but not so much that he was moved by it, but now with 200 years of longevity, it allowed him to truly feel where the transcendent joy was. Because in his previous life, the medical condition is extremely developed. In fact, there are a lot of old people live more than 100 years, and even 123 years old, so he is on the life limit of 150 years, not too much feeling. But now these 200 years, it is a lifespan limit that no one was able to reach in the previous life. It was only until now that he truly had a feeling of gradually transcending the mundane. This kind of pleasure was something that no amount of wealth could bring. Therefore, until the morning when he was having his meal with Anyang and the girls, he had a smile on his face that was hard to hide. What's so happy? I've broken through to the 8th rank of the martial Dao. Su Dao responded with a smile. Really? Lu was stunned at first, then fell into surprise. Su Tianyuan had spent half of his life running around at the 9th rank, dreaming of breaking through to the 8th rank, but in the end, he still hadn't fulfilled his dream. But how long has Su Dao been practicing martial arts? He has stepped into the realm that Su Tianyuan has only dreamed of. This is a big happy event, we must celebrate. What do you want to eat at night? Amma will make it for you. Su Dao hadn't replied yet. Su Lu on the side spoke first, mushroom stewed chicken. Su Dao laughed and looked at Su Lu, and Yang also turned her gaze away and even glared at her. Su Lu looked at the gazes of the two of them and inexplicably felt a little weak, but still added in a small voice, and honey pear balls. Not waiting for Yang to open her mouth to reprimand, Su Dao however nodded, just do what little sister said. Add another dish of stir-fried shrimp. Lu reached out and gave Su Lu a hard point on her forehead, a greedy girl. Su Lu gave a giggle and continued to bury her head to eat. After Su Dao finished eating, he went directly to the Gu mansion. Today the teacher's vacation ended and he also had to go back to work, so he happened to be on the same road. When I went, the teacher was eating. Have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, then have some together. Elder Gu pointed to the dining table. Even though he was the only one eating, the food on the dining table was still sumptuous, several times more sumptuous than the food for the 3 members of Su Daojia. If it wasn't for the fact that this was his teacher, he would have been unable to resist cursing the dog Dao Tu. Already ate. Su Dao sat aside with his tea. What are you smiling about early in the morning? Elder Gu looked at Su Dao with some doubt. What's wrong with master? No, I've broken through the 8th grade. Oh, 8 products. Well, 8 products? Gulao gazed at, really is the 8th grade breath, and then still not sure, and then a step across to Su Dao's side, carefully probed, is indeed the 8th grade undoubtedly. Did you eat all the pills I gave you? Strongly push up? Su Dao quickly shook his head. No, there's still quite a lot of those pills left, it's just that I couldn't sleep last night and got up to practice my sword. I don't know how it happened, by the time I reacted, it was the 8th rank, and even my sword technique has greatly improved. What blade technique? Practicing to see. Su Dao then took a sword from the weapon rack on the side and juggled the illusory sea silent blade in the courtyard. Blade intent. This Thai blade technique, can it even be practiced to produce blade intent? Elder Go had long ago put down his rice bowl and grabbed his beard, his face full of disbelief. When Su Dao finished performing a set of blade techniques, he said, you have fallen into the realm of epiphany. Not only is your cultivation breaking through smoothly, even your blade techniques have skyrocketed, and you have even practiced blade intent. Is it hard to practice blade intent? 10,000 people practice the blade, but those who can comprehend the blade intent are less than 10,000. The intent, the realm of intent, is the remainder of God, the beginning of the Tao. This is considered the key to opening the door to the path of the Tao of the blade. Gulao's eyelids jumped. This blade technique of yours, is it the illusory sea silence blade? Gulao asked again. Su Dao nodded his head, then was a little surprised. Teacher also knows this blade technique? Is it possible that this blade technique is very powerful and is a divine technique secret that has been dusted off? Awesome my ass, it's just a trashy broken blade technique. Gulao was speechless. This blade law is called illusory sea silence. In reality, the content has nothing to do with this name. How did you comprehend the meaning of illusory sea silence? I don't know just practiced. Accordingly. Gulao eyelids fluttered even more. This sword method is only Su Dao's talent and enlightenment to practice, to be able to practice this kind of name. As for letting others practice? One practicing one does not squeak. Sure enough, the world of geniuses is different, although not understand, but greatly shocked. This blade technique of yours is already the true illusory sea silent blade. Continue to deepen your senses, and then pick up the best of the best, and by then this blade technique will be uniquely your own personal stance. Once one comprehends the realm of intent, all moves become aids, so to speak, emphasizing intent over technique. Intent to technique is invincible. Unless it is the legendary extreme skill to the poor, skill is close to the road. Chapter 58, Am I unworthy? Su Dao also didn't expect his teacher to react so much. He thought that something like blade intent wasn't rare. After all, he somehow knew how to do it at that time. What he had just said to his teacher was also a half-truth. He had indeed fallen into an epiphany that day, thus comprehending the blade intent, but his cultivation level was not the 8th grade as he had said, but the 6th grade. He directly concealed 2 ranks. After all, in this kind of world, if you don't become an old 6, you are afraid that you won't live long. At that time, I thought that even if I didn't have to kill often, there would eventually be a time when I would need it, so I casually bought 2 martial arts to cultivate. Who knew that there would be this kind of harvest? Su Dao scratched his head. What's the other martial skill? A fist technique called open mountain and pound the sea fist. Gulao. What the hell is this boxing? A listen in trash goods. Opening is to open the mountain, pounding the sea. If it is really some kind of divine secret method, must have long been famous all over the world, but this function mouth is so big, he actually did not hear of it. That can only mean a problem. This name is afraid not the same as that knife law, blind JB take. You wouldn't have practiced the fist meaning of that boxing method as well, right? Gulao asked tentatively. Su Dao shook his head. That's not true. But it should be soon, he said in his heart. When he practiced this boxing technique recently, he vaguely had this feeling, it just seemed like it was still a drop short. That's good. Elder Gu breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Dao had even practiced this whatever crappy fist technique to develop a fist meaning, then he would really be shocked. Alright, let's go to the Shang Medical Bureau. Teacher isn't eating? Su Dao reminded that the teacher had just not finished eating before putting down his chopsticks. No. Gu Lao waved his hand. How could he have any appetite now? Go to the Shang Medical Bureau, I'll teach you to refine medicine. This was probably the only skill he could hold in front of this disciple. To speak of martial arts, although his current realm was still above Su Dao, but with this disciple's talent and enlightenment, surpassing himself would be a matter of time, and the process would only be quick. Of course, maybe not only martial arts, in the Dan Dao, Su Dao's talent is also not weak, if he is in the Dan Dao also. Thinking of this, Gu Lao was a little disappointed in his heart, but he quickly reacted, isn't this a good thing? Therefore, Gu Lao, who had just been a little depressed, suddenly couldn't help but be happy again. Su Dao followed his teacher to the Shang Medical Bureau, and then Su Dao began to refine the first potion in his life under his teacher's guidance. The elixir that Elder Gu selected for him was called the Qi Replenishing Elixir, which was not in the first grade, but was extremely close to a first grade elixir, and was the most suitable for refining at the time of initiation. It wasn't that Gu Lao underestimated Su Dao and didn't choose a more difficult elixir. Rather, alchemy was originally a gradual process. He needed to learn flame control first and familiarize himself with some of the techniques involved in the pill-making process. Just because one could read something, it did not mean that one could do it. Even though Su Dao had learned a lot last time when he watched Elder Gu refine the 4th grade Dan, it was the first time he actually got his hands on it. Thinking and doing were two completely different concepts. Even though it was just the simplest Qi replenishing Dan, Su Dao nearly made a mistake a few times, and if it wasn't for his teacher reminding him from time to time, he would have failed. The first furnace of Qi replenishing Dan came out of the furnace. Elder Gu looked at the 10 Qi replenishing Dan and nodded his head with a bland expression. It's not bad, the quality is only up to the minimum standard though. But after all, this is the first time. The words were so, but Gu Lao was actually very shocked in his heart, because it made him not help but remember his first time of refining pills, even if it was the same first time of refining pills, and the same were all the simplest Qi replenishing pills, but he boasted that he had good talent, and he also wasted 4 whole furnaces of herbs before succeeding in the 5th time. Su Dao, on the other hand, succeeded in one go. Continue refining, this time I won't raise my voice to remind you. Elder Gu casually packed up the Qi replenishing pill in a wooden box and walked all the way to the outside of the hall before lifting his somewhat trembling arm and pinching his beard. Am I somewhat unworthy of being his master? Elder Gu muttered with a feeling of doubting his life. He didn't even notice that he had already pinched off several of his whiskers raw in his hands. While at this moment, Su Dao's mind was completely sunk into the alchemy furnace in front of him. In fact, he knew that the reason why he was able to succeed in one go was not only because his divine soul was strong enough and his perceptions were sharp enough, but also because he had a Qi refining cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Nascent realm although low, but he found that this thing manipulation of mana fire control temperature, fusion of medicinal properties is really good. It is not like the martial arts Qi and blood that kind of violent and difficult to tame, more suitable for the fine operation, can really do with the idea of the heart and move. Martial arts Qi blood after leaving the body, the farther the distance, the lower the maneuverability, until more than a limit will be completely out of control. This is not the case with mana. Every strand of a Qi cultivator's mana seems to be imprinted with the cultivator's own will, which is gentle and calm in the body, and can change its nature outside the body according to the cultivator's thoughts, becoming a kind of extension of the cultivator outside the body. And mana of this nature, used for alchemy and pharmaceuticals, that is simply perfect match, even if he is outside the furnace, but for the inside of the furnace, but like a finger in the palm of your hand, like an arm command. After the first attempt, Su Dao also gradually understood the trick of alchemy. To put it simply, every kind of elixir has a theoretically optimal ratio, and when refined according to this optimal ratio, it is the case that an elixir has the best efficacy and the highest quality. This ratio can float within a certain range, and this is also why all are refined successfully, but the quality of each high and low reasons. It is simple to say, but it is very difficult to get infinitely close to this optimal ratio, because even the same kind of medicinal herbs can have subtle differences in their medicinal properties due to different growing environments and different years of growth. So when you put in an herb, you have to adjust the amount of the subsequent herbs to harmonize the overall medicinal properties according to the medicinal properties and effects of the herb. In addition, there is also to pay attention to the temperature changes, the length of time, humidity easier for the integration of the various medicinal properties of the impact, and so on and so forth, are learning. When you take all these into account, your elixir will be successfully refined. Bang! Su Dao pulled open the lid of the Dan furnace and simply raised his hand and slapped it on the furnace wall, which shook out the pills inside the furnace. This time, it should be pretty good, right? Su Dao looked down and surveyed the newly released Qi replenishing Dan in his hand. Let's see. Elder Gu did not know when he came behind Su Dao, stretching his neck and probing to watch. Su Dao handed the 11 chi replenishing dan to his teacher, who scrutinized it for a long time, but was silent and didn't say anything. Teacher, did it fail? Su Dao was a little apprehensive. I'll refine another furnace. No need, tomorrow we will start refining the first grade blood strengthening pill. Elder Go waved his hand, then pinched the chi replenishing pill and turned around. When he reached the door, he turned back and shouted, Your master's wife is coming back today, come with me to pick her up. Chapter 59 Super Grade Demon Guile, Return of the Master's Mother. Su Dao hurriedly cleaned up the Dan room before going out to catch up with his teacher. Counting the time, Teacher Maiden had been gone for more than a month, and now she was finally coming back. Having not seen her for a long time, it was still strange to miss her. After all, that is in his body the most tight time, directly gave 100 taels of gold to the pro-master mother. Don't be proud. Walking on the road, Gu Lao inexplicably said to Su Dao. Su Dao froze for a moment, not reacting. Was he proud? His caution and fear of death was engraved in his bones, a phobia of lack of strength that was only alleviated, never cured. He thought about improving his strength and enhancing his cultivation all the time. As long as he had not yet lifted the world, how could he dare to be proud? Whether it is practicing martial arts or cultivation, whether it is making talismans or refining medicine, he is fully committed to it, without ever slacking off, because he knows that these are the capital for him to settle down in this world. He wasn't the genius young master of any great family, he wasn't a royal relative of the Dili dynasty, and he wasn't the only son of any supreme expert's heart. The only thing he could rely on was himself, and now his own master. But he did not speak out to refute, but began to reflect. Originally thought that after breaking through the 6th grade realm, he would first rest for a day to come. Now think about it, is he qualified to rest? The outlaws have not been removed, the threat has not been exhausted. Could it be that when that person comes to his door, he also begs for a day's rest? He couldn't stop. If he didn't achieve the 5th rank, he wouldn't stop for a day. Su Dao pushed the joy that came from his martial arts breakthrough, the increase in strength, and the joy that came from learning to refine the chi replenishing pill into the depths of his heart, and his face became serious and solemn. Elder Go watched this disciple's reaction from the side with his afterimage, and when he saw how serious this disciple was, his heart thumped. What was the situation? How could he see a faint sense of madness in Su Dao? Was it because he had pushed too hard? Too strict? But Gu Lao thought about it and still didn't say anything. This child was more understanding than he had imagined. There were many things that he didn't even need to say, he himself understood what to do. Not long after, the two had arrived at the city gates. Looking to the side, they saw a row of kanji sheds. This is all the porridge shed set up by the teacher? Su Dao was shocked. This scale of porridge, how much food must be spent in a day? Of course not, I only set up 2 kanji huts in the beginning, but the next day the government started to set up kanji huts, and then those big clans in the county followed. So much so that there are so many. I see, he said, this kind of kanji scale, even with the teacher's wealth open for so long, also need to hemorrhage. But this is also teacher's merit. Without teacher taking the lead, they are afraid that they would rather let the grain rot in the barn than use it to give kanji. Su Dao sighed. Not to mention the government, but only those big clans, they actually really looked at teacher's face to open the kanji shed so early. Regardless of what purpose or idea these great clans, or the government, set up the shed to give porridge. But in the end, it is a good thing to do, so that many people will not starve to death. But this is not a long-term solution, still need to rain. Now it rains although it has already missed the agricultural time, but after all, can plant some things in the ground, muddle down the belly is no problem. Even if we can't grow food, but only grow some vegetables, we can still survive a lot of people. Gu Lao raised his head to look at the sky, it was still cloudless, there was no intention of rain. This drought this year is somewhat abnormal. There has never been such a great drought in previous years. Su Dao was also helpless, this drought had already lasted for months, if it didn't rain again, people would really go crazy. Indeed there is something abnormal. Elder Go frowned and thought, there was actually no warning beforehand. It can't be a demonic trick, right? Su Dao blurted out. It shouldn't be, right? If this is really a demonic haunt, then how powerful an existence must it be? Gu Lao's tone was also a bit uncertain. And then, both of them looked up at the bright sun and fell into silence. After waiting for about half an hour again, a carriage finally appeared on the official road in the distance. Senior Maiden. Su Dao hurriedly saluted. Su Dao has also come? The curtain lifted and a blast of cool air gushed out from inside the car. Shirnyang was inside the car, smiling as she greeted the two of them as they boarded the car. Su Dao didn't push back and squeezed into the carriage with his teacher. Why is it so cool? Su Dao was surprised in his heart, this is damn cooler than the ice-cold charm. He then locked his eyes on a jade box with a hole placed in the center of the carriage. A burst of cold air gushed out from it, blowing the entire carriage cold. Cold jade box? They're sold in the prefecture city? Elder Gu spoke up first. Knowing that it's hot over here, I bought 2. It's expensive, but it's less aggravating. Shirnyang nodded. Shirnyang, how much does this what cold jade box cost? Su Dao asked. 1,500 taels of gold apiece. Master Auntie bought one for you as well. Hiss. Su Dao. True. Inverted a mouthful of cool air. Even Elder Gu, who was on the side, had his face slightly twitching, and only after a long time did he squeeze out a sentence, well, it's quite good. Seeing this, Yang rolled her eyes. Don't worry, it didn't cost you any money, I have plenty of my own. This is really true, the teacher's wife herself is from a large family. I heard that when she married the teacher, the dowry alone was loaded with dozens of cars. As for why the teacher's wife is a gold but married the teacher, a teacher that year is also 10 miles 8 townships of the famous handsome student. In addition, the teacher at that time, the martial arts talent is not low, can be called a genius, but also got the heritage of the alchemist, is definitely the future can be expected. At first, when Su Dao worshipped the teacher's wife sent a meet and greet gift. In fact, it is also the teacher's wife's own money, not as Su Dao guessed, it is the money earned by the 100-pill pavilion, which is also what he learned later. At this time, Su Dao, shrinking his neck, did not dare to make a sound. This kind of high-end topic, he couldn't interject. How are the in-laws? All quite well. My younger brother is now in the 5th rank. He's holding up the family. At least it's no problem to gain a foothold in the prefecture. Yang nodded her head. I've also entered the 5th rank. Elder Go haughtily stroked his beard. Really? Yang was pleasantly surprised. Well, there's more, Su Dao has also entered the 8th rank. Really? The surprise in Yang's eyes increased. Su Dao hurriedly nodded his head to indicate his presence. A great joyous event, tonight the family is hosting a banquet to celebrate. Su Dao, let your Yang little sister come as well. Senior Yang sealed the deal. Su Dao was in a difficult position and had to speak out to explain. Before I left home in the morning, I also told Yang about this news, and Yang also said that we should celebrate today. Is that so? Then it's fine, then it's just as well to go directly to your house. Could it be that you're not welcome? Yang looked at Su Dao. Of course I won't, it's a pleasure to have Senior Yang there. It just so happened that Senior Yang hadn't been a guest at her home yet, but Master had already been there a few times, and if this matter was known to Senior Yang, he was afraid that she would be unhappy. The whole process Gu Lao did not say a word. In this kind of matter, he did not have a say. It has always been the Master Nyang to take the idea. Chapter 60, Abnormal Weather, Affecting the Heavens. After sending Yang back to Gu Mansion, Su Dao went ahead and rushed back home, telling Yang about the fact that Master Shifu and Yang were also coming to the banquet. Adding dishes was for sure. If it was just their family of 3, it didn't matter no matter what they ate, but with a guest coming, and also Su Dao's master teacher's wife, it was natural that they had to be solemn. This was a truly honored guest. Seeing that Yang was too busy alone, Su Dao simply stayed at home to help. In the evening, Master and Auntie came in a carriage. Only Su Dao looked at the situation and inexplicably had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as Yang got off the carriage, she let the servant girl beside her carry things down from the car. It was all big bags of gifts, and Su Dao, who was at the door with his Yang and little sister to greet them, only felt his scalp tingle as he watched the scene. The gifts alone were loaded with nearly a carriage. What does it mean to be rich and generous? This is what it means. Lu was also stunned. I've never seen this kind of gift giving. Yang, you this. They are all what I picked up from the prefecture. Many things Yanghe did not have, so I prepared a copy for your side as well, just in time to bring it here today. Senior Yang signaled for him not to take it to heart. And then she cast him aside and went straight up to exchange pleasantries with Lu. Lu was obviously a bit formal at first, but what kind of person is Yang? Just 3 or 2 sentences made her relax and started to talk about her family. And then, her gaze was fixed on her little sister Su Lu. This is your sister? Su Lu? Su Dao nodded his head. When he came back today, he asked Yang and his little sister to remove the breath-converting talisman from their bodies. He couldn't let his teacher know that he could make talismans, otherwise it would not be easy to explain. No wonder your master told me that this younger sister of yours is negatively chi-containing spirit and has amazing talent. Is it true that your family's ancestors didn't have any supreme characters? Su Dao laughed awkwardly. How would he know about this? It was only at this time that Elder Gu slowly leaned over. It is indeed rare to have 2 supreme geniuses in one generation. It's evident that the Su family is blessed with great fortune. Senior Yang nodded repeatedly. By the way, that mansion your teacher gave you in the beginning, why don't you want it? It's still a bit small here. Senior Yang, there are only 3 people in the family, living here is enough. Then why don't you find some servants and maidservants, so that it's easier for your auntie too? Nowadays, the world is in turmoil, and I don't feel comfortable looking for people outside. Su Dao explained his thoughts. Yang nodded. That's true, the squires and maids, they still need to be cultivated from a young age. At worst, they must be homegrown. Do you want me to divide some of the ones from the mansion over? No need, this is fine for now. Su Dao hastily refused. Before digressing, let's eat first, the food is all ready. The dinner was sumptuous, but it was definitely not as good as the teacher's home, where the teacher's home was filled with spirit rice, spirit wine, and spirit beast meat, but Su Dao's home was filled with ordinary dishes, not to mention the lack of these. Lu looked a little ashamed, but Su Dao felt that there was no need to be so. This was already the best thing that his family could get, so why should he feel ashamed? In fact, the master and the master's wife didn't particularly care how the meal was. The reason why the master's wife wanted to come to Su Dao's home today was simply because Su Dao hadn't walked around the two homes after he had paid his respects to the master, and this time she came to recognize the door on purpose, that's all. After the meal, Anyang and her little sister went to accompany Shenyang to catch up, while Su Dao went to the water pavilion in the front yard with his teacher. You're teaching your Anyang to practice martial arts? Teacher had definitely noticed. However, this matter Su Dao did not intend to hide. He nodded. Yes, nowadays, this Yanghe County is in a lot of strife. Thought of letting Anyang practice martial arts, one can strengthen her body, and the other can protect herself. That's fine. Elder Gu did feel that he had a point. Furthermore, with Su Dao's talent, it was estimated that he would soon be able to refine his own blood strengthening pills, so that at least Lu's pills before the 8th grade could be completely taken care of by Su Dao himself. When Lu breaks through the 9th grade, at that time, not to mention the 2nd grade blood strengthening pill needed for the 8th grade, maybe even the later Ishan Dan and bone forging pill can be refined. However, he still said, if there is anything missing, you can tell me. Shifu Maiden also practiced martial arts, right? Well, but your teacher's wife isn't very motivated and is only at the peak of the 8th grade right now, and entering the 7th grade is a long way off. By all accounts, with the qualifications of the senior Nyang, coupled with the fact that the teacher himself was an alchemist, there was no shortage of pills and resources. It shouldn't be just in such a realm, but unfortunately, the senior Nyang wasn't very interested in martial arts cultivation. Practicing martial arts is a very tiring thing. It's like rowing a boat against the current. One day without practicing, you will retreat 1,000 feet. Even if someone like Su Dao, who had top qualifications and was blessed with chance, practiced every day without slacking off, an ordinary person would only be more tired, and the amount of energy needed to be spent on martial arts would be greater. I heard from Aquan that you also took in a little girl in the outer workshop. That one also intends to practice martial arts? Su Dao then told the beginning and end of the reasons for taking in Bao, and then added, disciple was lucky, that child is actually talented as well, and not bad at all, cultivated a bit and lead it as a beloved, it can save a lot of things in the future. Elder Gu nodded his head. A beloved one like this that one cultivates slowly is worth entrusting and trusting when something happens. Just like the teacher's family, Zheng Bo, Quan and the others, all of them are the true believers cultivated by the teacher. They were able to guard the mansion and entrust each other with important matters. When my mother went back to her mother's house, it was the 7th grade realm Zheng Bo who escorted her all the way, so that she could be safe and sound. You are an opinionated person, I don't need to say much about the others, but only one thing, martial arts promotion must not be delayed, pill refining can be put in the 2nd place, for the master always feel that there will be a big event in this Yanghe County. Su Dao had noticed, since he had just talked to his teacher at the city gates, Elder Gu was obviously a bit distracted, although he hid it well, the worry in the bottom of his eyes showed up from time to time. Don't worry, teacher, I don't fall behind in my cultivation for a single day. I purposely asked your teacher's wife, although the prefecture city side is not considered to be favorable, but it has not suffered a major drought, and in the Yanghe County surrounding hundreds of miles away from the other places, it is also the same, that is to say, this side of the territory, the only Yanghe one county, there is such a major disaster. Guold play with the teacup, said his own worries, before I have not been much attention in this area of things, even the official residence newspaper is lazy to read, today heard you say that fear is the demon bazaar haunting, only deliberately went to turn over, although did not find any concrete evidence, but really very wrong, I'm afraid that you really let you give the unfortunate words in. Can affect a place round hundreds of miles of heavenly phenomena of the demon bazaar? Su Dao gulped, how powerful must it be? I'm only afraid that it has passed the high level and entered the super grade, anyway, I'm sure that master can't beat it. Super grade? Su Dao was speechless, this kind of existence, if teacher can't even defeat it, even if I cultivate faster, I'm no match. Super grade demon guile, a truly great demon, every time it comes out, it can set off a huge disaster. One who had not entered the martial Dao 3rd grade patriarchal realm could not be defeated. Su Dao is really tired of his heart, he is not even sure of dealing with a Huang Ji right now, how did another super grade demon guile pop up? Who said for you to fight a super grade, asking you to raise your strength as soon as possible is to save your life. Chapter 61 Terrifying Conjecture, Hunting Demon Guile. Not to mention Su Dao, who was only in 8th grade on the surface, even if all of the experts in the entire Yanghe County were pulled out, it wouldn't be enough for the super grade demon guile to swallow in one bite. Once that kind of existence comes out, which time is not a corpse everywhere, all the spirits wail? The thought that this Yanghe County nearby is likely to hide such a horrible demon and has already awakened signs of coming out really makes one's head a little big. Master, why don't we find a way to run away? Su Dao simply voiced out his thoughts, this kind of danger lurking, even if it wouldn't break out for a while, he felt like sitting on pins and needles. As a Go Dao powerhouse, the first thing Su Dao thought of was to leave this place and avoid it from afar. Elder Go wanted to speak, but after a moment, he shook his head, no. Why? Su Dao was puzzled, how could he hesitate at a time like this? A second of hesitation was a disrespect to one's life. Because we have an official body, we are imperial officials. Leaving our post without permission is a great crime. It is not possible to directly run away until it is absolutely necessary, at least not yet. Now it is still just a drought. Do you dare to be sure that it must be a demon? Go Lao shook his head, but also gave an explanation. Just this explanation. Su Dao always feel a little wrong when listening. It feels more like a casual now made up. Furthermore, you don't have to be so nervous. That demonic guile is still very early from completely awakening and coming out. We have plenty of time. Gu Lao continued to comfort. Su Dao was doubtful in his heart, but on his face, he nodded. When Elder Gu saw Su Dao nod his head and seemed to believe what he said, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't good for this disciple to be too smart. It wasn't easy to fool him. However, what he had just said was not all lies. As officials, they really couldn't just run away. That would be pursued by the court. But there is one thing he didn't say. In fact, with his power and rank, just find an excuse. He can take Su Dao away from this place. They were just the Shang Medical Bureau and not the Demon Suppression Division, the Inspection Division, or any other government offices. In this regard, the degree of freedom was actually very high. As it neared the hour of midnight, Su Dao, along with An Yang and little sister, sent master and mistress away. Before still some rusty An Yang and the teacher, this time has been close to a lot, but also agreed to have time will definitely come again, and let Su Dao weekdays to go to the house must bring Su Lu and so on clouds. Su Dao, on the other hand, after sending his master and his wife away, he was sitting in the courtyard, deep in thought. Why? Su Dao frowned. His teacher was not a good liar. Even though he had just given a timely reason and response, in his opinion, it was broken. In response to the reason given by the teacher, Su Dao was able to think of no less than 10 solutions, which would not pose any obstacle to running at all. He did not believe that the teacher could not think of it. Teacher is just not good at lying, but does not mean that he is stupid. If he is really stupid, how can he break through the 5th grade realm, and also be able to practice all the alchemy techniques to such a high level? The last time the teacher was so abnormal, or the teacher's wife to leave Manhwa, the teacher at the dinner table to give the answer. Afterwards, when he had politely inquired about the reason for his wife's departure, he had not explained the real reason. And this time again, once may just be a coincidence, but again and again, then it means that there is really a big problem. Was it because the senior mother couldn't leave for some reason? It couldn't be. Senior maiden had just returned. Was it the teacher who couldn't leave here for some reason? It wasn't like that either. As far as he knew, in the last year, teacher had even gone to the prefecture to exchange the art of pill refining with someone. In that case, the reason why teacher did not agree to leave Yanghua County could only be because of Su Dao himself? Su Dao stood up brightly. If that was the case, then I'm afraid that the one who couldn't leave this place was not only himself, but should also have his family, including a ma and little sister. Further, Su Dao didn't feel that his family would become a special case. It was impossible to say that, in the entire Yanghua County, everyone else could leave this place, only their family couldn't. There was no such reasoning. If this reasoning was followed, wouldn't that mean that, in fact, the entire Yanghua County, no one could leave here? Previously, he hadn't paid attention to this issue, but now that he had noticed it, he began to carefully recall all the information he had. Then, he was inwardly shaken with horror. Because he realized that over the years, the entire Yanghua County surprisingly had almost no outflow of population. Even if there were people traveling with the outside world, it was only those outsiders who stayed for a short period of time. Speaking of which, Gu Lao was actually also an outsider, just serving here. There is also a corroborating evidence. The capital city and Yanghua County are far apart, and the road from Yanghua to the capital city is very difficult to travel. If the opening of the commercial road, in order to have nothing, will certainly be able to earn a lot of money. But the county's so many luxury big family, actually no one set up a merchant team. On the contrary, the entire commercial road is controlled by foreign merchants. This situation is rare. The so-called strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. Generally speaking, these local luxury clans have an advantage over foreign merchants in a certain area. But in Yanghua County, those luxury families even allowed those foreign traders to control the business path. Is it that they do not see those profits? Or is it that those luxury families have all become good people overnight? Can appear this kind of situation, that must be the local luxury big family in this way, has the irreparable defect. For example, neither they themselves, nor the people under them, can leave the Yanghua County area. In this way, they can only watch the foreign traders gradually hold the commercial road, and finally completely lose the right to speak. This is just his speculation. It still needs to be verified, and even if this speculation is right, but the reason behind this, he did not figure out. Su Dao's mind was restless as he looked at the big black mountain in the distance, which was even more majestic in the night color. He only felt as if he was living in a cage. Thinking that he had been elevated to the 6th grade, although he was not so invincible, he could at least obtain a certain degree of freedom, but now, it seemed that his thoughts were even that ridiculous. Under the fluctuating state of mind, even meditating and practicing is also affected. Su Dao simply changed into a nightclothes, carrying a sword, quietly out of the city. Since it was difficult to cultivate, he would go out of the city to hunt demons and shenanigans, and anyway, this method would increase his strength faster. Whether it was martial arts or chi refining, he needed a lot of weird chi to speed up. Moreover, now that he is already a 6th grade, his strength has increased tremendously, and as long as he is not too unlucky and encounters a high-level demonic guile that is hard to compete with, he will be able to retreat at any time. After breaking through the 6th grade, together with his chi refining cultivation, his strength could probably be on par with a weak 5th grade, that is to say, he could fight against a 5th grade like his teacher head-on. As for those 5th grade that were good at fighting head-on, he was certainly no match. Although he wasn't considered invincible in Yonghwa County, he could definitely barely rank in the 2nd tier. Chapter 62 Hands like electricity, mysterious strong man. With this kind of strength, going against Huang Ji might be close, but there should be a chance of escaping from this person. If he had the chance to learn all the middle-ranked talismans, his grasp would be even greater. As a fellow chi refining cultivator, he was naturally able to understand the potential of this path, and because of this, he was even more jealous. After the 6th grade, Su Dao can also do a step across 30 zhang, coupled with his late-stage chi cultivation as an aid, he can really do, running like smoke, walking like the wind. Now as the front encounter those night patrol people, I am afraid that they will not be able to react, just think of it as a strange wind blowing by. He still first turned around in the outer workshop, this time it seems to be good luck, this is just the beginning of the discovery. According to what the martial dharma I could see, there was a bizarre aura rising just a few hundred meters away. Su Dao flew close to it, and it was only when he was close to it that he could see that a bazaar was hanging upside down above the eaves of the room, peering at the people inside the room, peering at the people inside the room. It's the right time to come, if it's half a moment later, I'm afraid that this weirdness will have to lay hands on the owner's family here. He did not hesitate, his body suddenly flashed, accelerated violently, came to the bazaar body, and then drew the knife to chop. As if thunderbolt explosion, half of the street can hear the sound, countless people from sleep was awakened, but only a short shrieking inquiries, and then immediately returned to quiet. They were all smart people, even if they didn't know what was going on outside, they definitely wouldn't open the door to snoop out of curiosity, that would be looking for death. However, they were not the only ones who were startled, there were also the night watchmen in the distance, and the moment the thunderbolt exploded, they immediately reacted and then cautiously approached Su Dao's side. These same smart people, rushing this way was their duty, to be slower was to be responsible for their own lives. Therefore, Su Dao had plenty of time to deal with the trickster bat in front of him. The bazaar bat is shaped like a bat, with sharp claws and teeth, except for its head, which is shaped like a human face and has 8 pairs of ears. That's why it's also known as the human-faced guile bat. This guile bat was only at the peak of the low stage, not much different from the demon guile that he had killed in his own yard at the beginning. This thing, no eyes, really no eyes, but bore 8 pairs of ears, hearing exceptionally developed, so even if there is no vision, but someone close, it can instead faster reaction. Even amongst all the peak low-ranked guile, it was an extremely poorly dealt with existence. But Su Dao didn't give it a chance to play, he hadn't meant to sneak closer to launch a sneak attack, vaguely sensing that it was only low-ranked, he had no qualms about directly mangling over. From the discovery, to rush to the side of the bazaar bat, draw the knife and split, the whole process is almost no pause, that is, the bazaar bat did not react, will be the first to receive a knife. However, Su Dao's unreserved slash was not that good. In an instant, one side of the bat's wing was completely chopped off, and then another knife followed, slashing the bat's head. The bazaar bat was able to sense the trajectory of Su Dao's downward chop, and was able to sense Su Dao's target, but it was useless, it was able to sense it, but was unable to avoid it. Poof! With a soft sound, the head of the human-faced guinea bat was directly sliced off with a single slash, and then with 3 more slashes, the guinea bat was completely dismembered. After that, Su Dao absorbed the weird chi, urged his body's mana to destroy the corpse, and then turned around to leave. The whole process was almost without any pause, and by the time those night watchmen arrived, he had already run away to who knows how far away he was. What happened? Several teams of night rangers met, then each looked at each other. They had only vaguely heard a loud noise from this side in the distance, as if it was thunder, and immediately came over to check, but now there was actually nothing. Go in and take a look. One of the capitals suggested. So the 2 teams of night patrollers approached each other and pushed open the courtyard door, and then they saw the shapeless remnants of the bazaar bats on the ground. Mother demon trickster? I think it's, like, someone killed a demon? Just for a while? From the time they heard the sound, to rushing over, it didn't take much time at all, and although they didn't dare to go too fast out of caution, they weren't slow either. And then they invited the owner of the house here out of the room. Do you know what's going on here? As soon as that house owner saw the demonic guile corpse, he directly paralyzed to the ground, and the 2 teams of night patrollers looked at each other with disappointment in their eyes that it wasn't this person who did it. In fact, it was also right, when this person just came out, they realized that this was an ordinary person, where could he have this ability? However, they didn't give up on this, but continued to ask, did you see anything? Or heard anything? The owner of the house shook his head, he did hear a movement just now, but didn't dare to open the window, and that movement came suddenly and went even faster, not giving him any time to react. Then have you met any high-profile people lately? Or strange people? Although the odds were that this was just a passing action by the person who had struck out, and not a beheading of a demonic weirdo for the purpose of helping the house owner, they decided to ask anyway. Lords, what big people can I know? The house owner shook his head. The biggest official I know is that Dr. Su 2 streets away. The two capitals of the inspection department looked at each other and each nodded, not lying, but also worthless. Alright, you go back to sleep, and that medical officer Su is really something. One of the capital heads waved his hand. The house owner was stunned. He only knew that Su family Dalong had become a medical officer, but it seemed like he was only a ninth grade officer. How did he suddenly become a big shot? However, he quickly reacted. Two lords, what I said just now won't have any effect on Dr. Su, right? The two capitals snorted at the same time. What are we, that we can bring trouble to Dr. Su? Go back to your sleep. After the master of the house left, the two capitals were worried. How the hell are we going to explain this to the public? The demon guile is dead, how can we explain this? A subordinate picked up the conversation. You don't know, do you still remember that multi-eyed monster from last time? Yes. That demonic guile was killed by a mysterious powerhouse, and now we're afraid we've met that powerhouse again. You suspect it's the same person? The other capital came closer. Can't there be many more mysterious powerhouses in this rotten Gunyanha County? This is a martial artist that can kill a creepy bat, do you think there will be many? Then what should we do? Such a person, as long as they don't want to be discovered by us, we have no recourse. If only Oatmeal or Lucy were here. What's the point of them coming? They'd know if they came? They don't know, but they can push this on them. Good point. I don't know what these two have been up to. Haven't seen much of them lately. The two capitals glanced at each other. They were both a bit frustrated. After that mysterious strong man struck last time, they had actually been secretly checking on them, but with no luck, and now that they had encountered them again, wouldn't it be the case that the checking operation, which had just faded and cooled down, would have to continue again? Chapter 63 Peak Nascent Soul, Middle Great Demon Guile. Su Dao did not know how much waves would be triggered by this strike, not to mention that since his last strike, the Inspection Division and the Demon Suppression Division had never given up on tracking down his identity. He has already avoided the inspector's men, balked at the outer square, and then saw no more discoveries, then directly from the sewers out of the city, came to the outside of the city. Just after killing a demon trick, he completely put down the uncertainty in his heart. He realized that he thought too much, no matter what is behind that matter. Since the teacher refused to say it explicitly, it means that the matter is very tricky, that is, the teacher cannot be solved for a while. Teacher cannot be solved, then he can now be solved? Not really. So, no matter what happens in the end, it all comes down to strength, the realm. If the 6th grade can't be solved, then the 5th grade. If the 5th grade can't be solved, then the 4th grade. If the martial arts can't be solved, then refining the chi. If the nativity is not enough, then opening the light. And if opening the light is not enough, then the veins will be opened. What's more, he still has the bronze giant tree, and he can also obtain the divine power. The martial arts and chi refining can't work, then get the divine power. As long as the strength up, not to mention the time cannot take the family to leave Yangha County, even if not, he directly lift the knife will be what super quality demon trick chopped is. So, what's the point of thinking too much? Except for affecting the cultivation, there is no use. Su Dao flew through the shantytowns outside the city, his pair of martial dharma eyes scanning around. All demons and shenanigans would have nothing to hide. Found it. Su Dao felt that he was really lucky today, encountering one head in the outer workshop and another one here. It was actually very different from the previous times he came out. Middle rank. Sensing the demon guile's strength, Su Dao's footsteps lurched, slightly hesitant. The main reason was that he hadn't fought with a middle-ranked demon guile either, so he didn't know exactly how powerful it was. No, how can I give up at this time? It was true that the middle-ranked demon guile was stronger and harder to deal with, but its guile chi was also of a higher quality, and its enhancement to him was also greater, and he himself was in dire need of strength now, so how could he give up? And then Su Dao pulled out the saber on his waist, puffed up his whole body's chi and blood, mobilized his body's magic power, urged the illusory sea silent blade intent, took one step to cross 30 zhang, and slashed down with the saber. He struck with all his might, leaving no room for error. Usually can hide the cultivation, but when fighting, facing a strong enemy, the bottom card left without is to wait for the death of the use again? Is it possible to fight him for 300 rounds and then use it when you feel you are outmatched? You're sick in the head. When fighting an enemy, one must be as quiet as a virgin, as invisible as dust, and move like a thunderbolt, destroying the earth. Why wait for the second blade if you can solve it in one? Why wait for a second when you can do it in a second? Moreover, the first knife down, can you beat? The heart will probably have a number. If you can beat, a knife does not die, and then make up a knife. If you cannot beat, turn around and run, without hesitation. This is the strategy Su Dao set for himself against the enemy. Anyway, so far, it is still very good to use. Starting without zooming? Flat A scraping? Boom! With a loud bang, the head of the creepy thing flew straight backwards and smashed into the shed on the side, collapsing that shed directly and landing on the ground again with a loud bang, causing smoke and dust to rise up in all directions. As for the people inside the shack? Creepy thing are damn fast eaten, where there are people, and even this creepy thing near a dozen shacks, there are no living people. And Su Dao cut down after a knife, only to see the appearance of this creepy thing, is a black hair goat, feet upright, mouth with canine teeth, the top of the head tentacles flying. The demonic atlas given by the inspection department did not contain any records of this thing, so Su Dao knew nothing about its characteristics and abilities. However, Su Dao felt that it shouldn't be too much of a problem, although it was much stronger than the previous creepy bat, it could be dealt with. Another full-force slash, cutting into the smoke, that black mountain goat hastily dodged, one of its hind hooves, was directly chopped off. A hiss resounded through the entire shantytown, class sheep call, like human roar, bizarre very. Su Dao's attack was even more urgent, this black goat had already been injured, so he couldn't let it recover. Although a limb is broken, but the reason why the creepy thing is called a creepy thing is that it is often unreasonable. Facing Su Dao's third blade, the black goat finally reacted this time. Using its horns to resist the blade, it shot its wrist into an arrow straight at the top of Su Dao's head. There was a ding. This knife did not build up, the curved horn of this black goat was actually very hard. Su Dao lowered his head to dodge the tentacle attack, and with a flash of his body, he slashed again from its back. This time, the black goat had no choice but to receive it hard with its flesh. So a huge gaping hole appeared on its back, and fishy black blood splashed out. The black goat had already been heavily injured. In the next moment, the blade light was like a pipe, bringing up a ghastly whistling sound and enveloping the entirety of that black mountain goat. Phew! After a set of blade slashes, Su Dao let out a long sigh of relief, finally resolved, this creepy thing was a bit formidable. There was very little mana left in his body, his chi was severely depleted, and he was already nearing his limit. If there were 3 or 4 more slashes and he couldn't build up his strength, he would have to withdraw. However, soon he was happy again, this tricky chi is so thick. Su Dao felt the bronze giant tree in his body rejoice like never before, and then a huge energy feedback surged out from it. Su Dao thought about it and decided to supply it all to chi refining cultivation. His martial arts had just broken through, although this energy feedback was much, it was not so much as to allow him to break through to the 5th grade, but his own chi refining cultivation had already reached the late stage of nascent soul, and it was not far from the opening of the light, so he would first break through with all his might to the 2nd realm of chi refining. Su Dao didn't stay here, the power in his body had already been depleted by half, even he needed a few hours to recover to his peak state. It was too dangerous to stay here at this time. Thus, Su Dao's figure disappeared like the wind, followed the sewers into the city, and returned to the inner mansion. Su Dao, who was sitting cross-legged, felt the mana in his body begin to rush, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it increased and grew. He felt that his chi refining cultivation was infinitely approaching the light opening realm, but in the end, he was still a drop short. Refining chi can be so difficult. Su Dao sighed, and his chi refining cultivation ended up stopping at the peak of nascent soul, 1 foot short of opening light. It's fine, I'll get another demon guile tomorrow. Today, he has already verified that he can deal with even a middle-ranked demon guile, so he can be more daring in the future. In addition, people's chi refining from the beginning to the peak of nativity are counted in years. How long has he been here? He should also be satisfied. Moreover, he would soon be able to break through the light opening and step into the 2nd realm. This kind of speed, if Huang Ji knew about it, he was afraid that he would have to cry to death. If refining chi is really that simple, even if there are shortcomings in this path, it will train people to be inhuman, not ghost. I'm afraid that there will be a large number of people who will rush to do so. Su Dao raised his head to look at the bronze giant tree. After the tree lit up the first branch, the speed of that fluorescent immersion accelerated by a few more points, and at this time, the height of the lighting has already exceeded the first branch by a cut. However, he could also sense that there was still a long way to go if he wanted to light up the 2nd branch and obtain the 2nd divine ability. As the height of the immersion increased, the difficulty of lighting it up also increased, and today it was only a 10th of the way past the 2nd cut-off trunk. Chapter 64. I don't recognize it, but the elixir does. It's a long way to go. I just don't know what the 2nd avatar is. If this avatar can solve the problems on myself and Anyang, my little sister, it would be good. When Su Dao thought of this, he couldn't help but bow his head to the bronze giant tree. Brother tree, no, tree ancestor, please also help me. I'll get you more guile chi next time. Although he knew that the odds were that it wouldn't work, Su Dao still paid his respects and said a good word. Maybe this bronze giant tree was a spiritual supreme treasure? In those novels he had read in his previous life, the spirit of the artifact could not only talk, but could also warm the bed. What's wrong with making a small request himself? It's not like anyone is here to see it anyway. And at this time, inside the Gu mansion, Elder Go and Su Dao's teacher's mother, and had not rested either. They were sitting beside the cold jade box and talking. What's going on? This time as soon as I came back I noticed that you were restless. Did something happen? The great drought in Yanghe County this time may have been triggered by demonic shenanigans. Are you sure? If that's really the case, then I'm afraid that if it's not a super great demon, it's very close. And couldn't help but sit up straight. It's still just a guess at the moment, but I'm already 7% certain that I can be sure. Elder Ge's gaze was solemn. What should we do then? Why don't we run away? And held onto Gulao's arm, slightly nervous. Gulao. No wonder that kid recognized you as his master's wife, it's really a good match. We can run, what about Su Dao and the others? Elder Gu shook his head and reminded. This. I forgot. Anne's face changed, you couldn't solve it even after you broke through the 5th rank? I can't, not to mention solving it, I can't even find it. Moreover, with that brat's cleverness, I'm only afraid that he has already noticed something. Then when are you going to tell him the truth? It's not a good idea to hide it all the time. But telling him will solve it? This Thai place, it's really a cage. And let out a low curse, so how are you going to fix it? Find someone. If the 5th rank doesn't work, then find a 4th rank to try. You know an expert of the 4th grade? No, but my pills do. The next day was another day of rest. But instead of resting, Su Dao followed his teacher to the alchemy room of the Shang Medical Bureau, and today he was going to start learning to refine the blood strengthening pill. The blood strengthening pill is a serious 1st grade elixir, and it, along with the 2nd grade blood strengthening pill, is the most in-demand elixir for martial artists in the early stages. At the same time, due to the large number of low-ranked martial artists, making the blood strengthening pill, even if it is only a 1st grade, is still in short supply. Even if Su Dao couldn't learn all the pills behind him, just learning this blood strengthening pill would be enough to make a fortune. Unlike refining the qi replenishing pill, this time, it was Elder Gu who refined it first while Su Dao watched from the side. Then Su Dao would go on to refine it and Gu Lao would instruct from the side. In the end, Su Dao refined it himself, while Gu Lao watched from the sidelines. The difficulty of refining a 1st grade elixir was more than a few times greater than that whatever qi replenishing elixir. There are as many as 10 types of herbs required alone, while the qi replenishing pill only has 4. The blood strengthening pill is considered a moderately difficult pill amongst the 1st grade pills. The reason why I'm letting you refine this is because I think your talent is still good, and secondly, you need this pill now. Gu Lao didn't know that Su Dao hadn't actually used much of the elixir up to this point in his cultivation, and thought that he had allowed Lu to practice martial arts and used what was left over from his own exhaustion, and that the quantity was definitely not enough. That's why he said that this is what Su Dao needs at the moment. Thank you, teacher. Then prepare to begin. Elder Gu said this. In fact, he also wanted to give Su Dao some pressure. If Su Dao couldn't learn in a short period of time, it's not like he couldn't afford to give the pills Lu needed, it's just a 1st grade pill. However, it was better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Wouldn't it be better if Su Dao could refine it himself? Gu Lao began to refine the blood strengthening pill. He was now a veritable middle-ranked pill refiner, and refining a 1st-ranked pill could be described as a snap. The entire process was smooth and flowing, giving Su Dao a feeling of elegance. Whether it was controlling the fire and temperature or intermingling the medicinal properties, there was a sense of ease, a sense of spontaneity. Su Dao watched attentively as all sorts of details flashed through his mind. After watching it once, Su Dao first closed his eyes in contemplation and began to recall every process in detail of his teacher's previous alchemy, first finding out everything that was easy to go wrong and where he could go wrong. Elder Gu didn't disturb from the side. He had long ago found out that Su Dao was good at observing, good at thinking, and terribly logical, although he didn't understand, at Su Dao's age, why his thinking would be so perfect and logical, and according to his observation, with Su Dao's previous family conditions, it didn't seem like it was due to tutelage either. On the contrary, Su Lu, whom Su Dao had personally taught, was now beginning to have a little bit of this meaning. Although it wasn't obvious yet, it was beginning to appear. As for Su Dao, he could only categorize him as a heavenly ordained talent. It's ready! Su Dao opened his eyes, glowing with vigor, and directly began to refine the 1st furnace of blood-strengthening pills in his life. Then, Elder Gu fell into self-doubt on the side, one time, and you know it? Originally, this time he should have reminded from the side in time to ensure that Su Dao's furnace of pills came out smoothly, not for quality, but only for success. However, every time he tried to remind him, he realized that Su Dao had already made adjustments and reactions at the same time. Although the entire process was slightly raw, he did not find any obvious faults. An hour later, the blood-strengthening pill came out in inferior quality, obviously in a slightly hasty manner as it was wrapping up, but Gu Lao pinched the pill in front of him and was very sure that this was the blood-strengthening pill. Can eat, even most martial artists, can eat the elixir. In fact, this is the quality, although the Dan poison more, but definitely not poisonous. Gu Lao commented dryly, then left the alchemy room. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. He had a premonition that Su Dao's next pot of elixir would be at least of medium quality. After a few more times and familiarizing himself with the refining process, he was only afraid that he would soon be able to produce a top-quality Dan. Sure enough, another hour passed, and Su Dao handed over the 2nd furnace of blood-strengthening Dan, which was of medium quality, almost entering the upper-grade quality, with just a little bit of flaws. Gu Lao's face was expressionless as he threw the pills back to Su Dao. Not bad, that's it for today. Have a good time savoring the process just now. Tomorrow we will refine another furnace, and if it comes out as a superior quality, we will start learning about the other 1st-grade Dan. After saying that, he turned around and left. This teacher of his was quite meaningless. He had originally thought of letting Su Dao learn how to refine the blood-strengthening pill within a week. This requirement wasn't low, he had spent 2 weeks back then before actually successfully refining the first furnace of the blood-strengthening pill. Now, it seemed that 1 week? 1 week was enough for Su Dao to learn most of the first grade Dan. Su Dao didn't leave with his teacher, he cleaned the alchemy room at the back before locking the hall door and leaving. Medical Officer Su? Isn't the Shang Medical Bureau closed today? Yen Mai and Lucy stopped at the entrance of the Shang Medical Bureau. Well, it's off from work, yes, but I still have to learn alchemy from my master. Su Dao responded with a smile. Chapter 65, A Relic Produces a Fine Product. What are you guys doing here? Injured? The time of recess for each yamen was staggered, and even if it was a recess, there would be someone on duty in each yamen so that there would not be a situation where one could not be found at a moment's notice due to an unexpected incident. Yen Mai and Lucy exchanged a glance and smiled awkwardly. No injuries, I just heard that the food at the Shang Medical Bureau is good, so I came over to take a look. Oh, dabbling Although this kind of interdepartmental dabbling was indeed rare, it was not unheard of. Moreover, every day the public kitchen prepares more than enough meals. After all, many people may eat, there may be something delayed that they can't eat, or someone may not be able to treat them to a meal, so they would rather prepare more than less, and if that day suddenly a lot of people are eating, but there are not enough meals, isn't that an offense? The leftovers from the public kitchen will not be wasted, but will be shared by the cooks in the public kitchen and brought back. Don't look at the leftovers, but they are actually good food, and ordinary people can't eat them at all. Like Yen Mai and Lucy too run over to rub rice is actually okay, no one will care. As long as it is not every day, or large-scale, group of freeloaders. Whether it was the people from the public kitchen or the people from the Shang Medical Bureau, they would turn a blind eye. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either, let's go together. Su Dao looked at the time, just after noon, it was mealtime, and he happened to be a little hungry after being busy all morning. Yen Mai and Lucy hurriedly let Su Dao in front. To be honest, because they disliked the poor food in the public kitchen of the inspection division, for a few days in a row, they ate so much that they wanted to vomit, so they really couldn't do anything about it, so they thought of sneaking to the Shang Medical Bureau to improve the food, and didn't think that they would also encounter acquaintances, which would be very embarrassing. Came to the dining room, at once the Shang Medical Bureau to stay in the medical officer and officials, all came forward to greet. That enthusiasm is followed behind him Lucy and Yen Mai, all feel goosebumps. However, this can also show one thing, don't look at Su Dao as only a 9th grade medical officer, but to say that in the status of the Shang Medical Bureau, absolutely only second to Go Lao. There is no way, Su Dao can only say to this, the family teacher has so billion point awesome. I've heard that Dr. Su has already begun to start refining pills? Well, I made 2 pots today, and with a bit of luck, they both came true. The dining hall, which was still somewhat lively, suddenly quieted down as a whole. Are all done? The inquiring medical officer, his tone was a little trembling. Su Dao nodded, it's become, but the quality is average. Congratulations to Medical Officer Su, so, now Medical Officer Su can also call himself a beginner alchemist. At once, all the medical officials came forward to congratulate him, several times more enthusiastic than just a moment ago. There was no way, the previous enthusiasm was because he was Elder Ji's disciple, but this time, it was towards Su Dao himself. This matter can't be hidden, Su Dao's alchemy is not a private matter, it's not too much to say that it's well known. They all know that Go received a close disciple and treated him like a son or nephew. They also know that Su Dao has an outstanding talent for alchemy, so how can he hide it? He will not hide, after all, he also rely on pills to make money. After all, he still has to rely on pills to make money. He can't sell pills secretly. Moreover, it was only by appropriately displaying his excellence that he could hide the part of himself that he wanted to hide the most, even more deeply. Sometimes, disguises were overdone, and were actually quite eye-catching. The label of a pill refining genius, this was something that definitely needed to be carried, and by becoming a primary alchemist, one's official rank could also be raised, at least a positive 8th grade grand physician to start with. One's teacher's positive 6th grade confessional had already been sent, moreover, I heard that his teacher's confessional from the 5th grade was also on its way. The promotion of officials of the 6th rank and below could be decided by the county governor of the county, but above the 6th rank, and below the 3rd rank, it needed to be reported to the court, and only after the Ministry of the Household had passed the examination and sent down the seal, would it be counted. Above the 3rd rank, all of them are authorized by the emperor to use the seal, and the Ministry of Revenue only has the right to promote them. Official rank this thing, or useful, even if the system is no longer how corrupt and backward, but within this system, will absolutely only feel that this system is very good. Even to a certain extent, the more corrupt a system is, the easier it is for an official to get benefits from being in it. Of course, provided that your promotion channel is not blocked. When the crowd dispersed, Su Dao then began to eat, while Yen Mai and Lucy, who were on the side, were woodenly holding their chopsticks, not knowing how to react. Eat the food here is really good. Su Dao reminded. Only then did the two of them react and hurriedly lowered their heads to pick up their food. After finishing their meal, several people went out together, and when they were about to part ways, Su Dao took out a bottle of blood-strengthening elixir from his bosom and threw it to Yen Mai. A piece of practice, if you don't mind, take it. Divide it amongst yourselves. The two men looked at each other in dismay. This bottle of blood strengthening pill had done 10 pieces, and it was just thrown to them casually. This is a big thank you to Dr. Su. The first time I refined it, my hands are a bit raw. The quality of this elixir can only be considered inferior. If you don't want to eat it, sell it for a good one. It's already good. Where would the two men be willing to exchange it? In fact, the lower quality elixir was about the same as the medium quality medicinal effect, just because the poison was slightly more, but it was definitely not deadly to eat. This so-called Dan poison will just accumulate in the body for a long period of time, having no effect in the short term, but tainting the foundation and affecting the future. But for most people, the future? What is that thing? You have a future if you don't eat? You can't even enter the 8th grade after a lifetime of beating around at the 9th grade, you have a future. Yenmai and Lu see this kind of, the qualification is not too good, resources and less, not to mention the lower grade of the Dan, or poisonous Dan, as long as you can break through, and poison does not kill people, they dare to eat. In the future, if Dr. Su has any orders, we will do whatever we are told. Yenmai and Lucy looked at each other, simultaneously clasped their fists and said in unison. If you don't crawl up the pole and take the initiative at such a time, when else can you wait? Get up, it's just a bottle of elixir, why bother? Su Dao helped the two men up. A bottle of elixir naturally wasn't worth it for them to be like this, but Su Dao could refine it himself. These two had average strength, but good ability and qualified character, so if their strength was improved a little more, it could come in handy. Big things dare not be entrusted to them, but small things are absolutely fine, which is why Su Dao is willing to give them pills. General people want Su Dao to give it for nothing? Thinking too much, either buy or exchange. Anyway, it was just a bottle of lower grade Dan that he couldn't look down on. As for the pills that Anyang and the others used to practice martial arts, it was naturally impossible for them to use lower quality ones. Not to mention the lower quality, even the middle quality is not good, at least it must be the upper quality. The top quality potency is strong, the poison is less, and the damage to the foundation will be minimized. Moreover, I heard that above the top quality, there is also the best quality. That is the elixir that truly removes the poison and does not cause any damage to the foundation. Taking extreme quality pills is like taking a dietary supplement, which is truly beneficial without any harm. However, Su Dao didn't know how to refine a very high-grade elixir, and even Elder Good didn't know either. This is because he has never made a superb elixir either. You have to know that when you refine a potion, even if you do the best ratio, the most suitable fire, the whole process, every detail is perfect, it can only make the potion reach the strongest effect, but cannot pull out the poison. As for why no one has ever refined it, but everyone knows that such a grade exists, the explanation given by Gu Lao is that although no one has ever refined it, some people have seen it and even eaten it. It could only be said that when a relic is produced, it must be a fine product. Chapter 66, Redeeming Minor Merits, The Way of Talismans. Su Dao went to the county office treasury again. Pills can not only be sold for money, but can also be exchanged for merit, 3rd grade and below, can be exchanged for small merit, 3rd grade and above, can be exchanged for large merit. So, in the future, Gu Lao probably won't be short of big merits, because he can already refine 4th grade treasure pills. As long as the pills are of medium quality, they can be exchanged for small merits, that is, 1st grade pills, which are not very valuable, 1 pill, which is only half a small merit, and if the quality reaches the top grade, it is 1 small merit apiece. And this thing, if someone else comes to redeem it, the medium quality will cost 1 small merit, while the top quality will cost 2 small merits, directly doubling. It's still them who make the money. Doing nothing, directly eating the difference in price. He had 12 medium-quality blood-strengthening pills and 12 top-quality blood-strengthening pills in his hand, which was the one that his teacher had refined, and also gave it to him in passing. Therefore, the pills exchange small merits 18, plus this period of time to complete the work, healing the sick to save people, get small merits 11, add up to half, 29. Then he flipped to the Taoism category, the Talisman Book. Low-order talismans contains 30 common low-order talismans, worth 7 kongs. Middle-order talismans contains 12 common middle-order talismans, worth 20 small merits. To redeem all of them, 27 small merits were needed, and there were still 2 left. Your Excellency really wants to redeem these 2 books? The junior official was a little hesitant. He remembered that this Lord Su, it seemed that last time, he had also redeemed the general knowledge of talismans, his own spirit ink talisman brush. Surprisingly, he hadn't given up yet, and wanted to redeem the even more difficult low-order talismans and middle-order talismans again? What is this person thinking? Can't it be redeemed? Su Dao asked rhetorically. That's not true, it's just that for martial artists to make talismans, it's not possible for them to make a 2nd grade, Your Honor might as well exchange it for some other resources. That petty official shook his head repeatedly. Su Dao pretended to be in thought, and after a long time, he asked, then what do you think I should exchange? Pills, I can refine them myself, I won't exchange them for a short period of time for my techniques, I don't have a shortage of martial skills for now, and for weapons and divine weapons, my teacher's family has a bunch of them. That petty official stuttered at his words and opened his mouth. He almost forgot, this person in front of him, does he look like someone who would lack cultivation resources? It's me who spoke too much. The petty official hastily confessed. It's alright, I have also recently gained a little bit of knowledge on pill refining, so I thought that since the Dan Dao also started from the Qi refining Dao, and talismans also belong to this category, it's hard to say that there won't be any connection between the two. It's a good time to study it, maybe I can learn from it. The junior official nodded. Your honor has a high opinion. Other than that, what else could he say? What else could he dare to say? Do you know of anyone in this Yanghua County who is good at the talismanic art? Su Dao asked again. The minor official immediately replied, for talismans, it would only be the yellow provider of the Demon Suppression Division. So? Su Dao nodded. I'm slow to enter this path, so I can't help but ask for some advice, but I'm not familiar with it. The junior official was silent. He couldn't take this, because he wasn't familiar with it either. That kind of character normally would not even look at himself. Forget it, what's the point of talking to you about this? First give me the things I exchanged. Su Dao took the things and left without stopping. If it wasn't for the fact that his Qi refining cultivation couldn't be exposed, why would he need to cover it up so much? So he simply redeemed all the 2 required talisman books at once. Drawing suspicion was a certainty, but the cover-ups he had done should be able to dispel such suspicions. Moreover, I'm afraid that no one would think that Su Daojin possessed a Qi refining cultivation. There was no other reason, because Su Dao was too normal, with no abnormalities appearing on his body from start to finish. On the other hand, once one practiced the Qi refining technique, all sorts of problems would inevitably appear in the body, which could not be covered up even if one wanted to. In addition to changes in appearance and shape, there is also a change in breath. The breath of a Qi refiner is very different. It is easy to perceive that feeling is not compatible with the breath of the martial artist, leaning towards the cold and bizarre, somewhat similar to the demons. That minor official held the small merit book, watched Su Dao leave the gate of the government storehouse, and finally shook his head. What, being embarrassed? A fellow official saw this and asked out loud. That's not true, this medical officer Su isn't the type to bully. The junior official then recounted what had just happened. And then many people fell into silence in unison. Truly, people are more angry than people. With this person's wealth, even if he uses all his minor merits to exchange for something useless, it's nothing. That's also his ability. That junior official listened to the endless stream of sour words and flattery from his fellow officials, shook his head, and turned away. What's the use of talking about this? One point alone, Su Dao is an official, while they are still officials. This gap alone is enough for them to struggle for a long time. It was possible to change official bodies if you became a top official in a Mandarin exam and had a recommendation from a superior official. But it's hard, and very few people can do it unless you're really, really good. The minor official put the book of minor merits back into the public room and then prepared to go to have his meal. He had to move faster. If he waited a little longer, the public kitchen would run out of food. Stop! A voice came from the side, not harsh and not too loud, as if it was just a casual remark. But on the contrary, the petty official was stationed at the sound of the voice, and he stiffly turned his head, and then he saw a person whose entire body was shrouded in black robes, standing not far away. Huang! Huang offering. The petty official was startled, although he had not been in contact with this Huang Feng, but recognized. Huang Feng every time to come over, do not need them to receive, are received by the government treasury officials personally. It is not the turn of their officials to come forward. Just, this big man, why would he find him a small mandarin today? Huang Jie nodded, then beckoned to the mandarin. The mandarin stiffened his head and took a few steps closer to Huang Ji. What did that Dr. Su Dao Su exchange here just now? A book of low-order talismans and a book of middle-order talismans. The junior official didn't dare to hide it and told him the truth. Then what did he say to you? Don't leave anything out, don't hide it. Huang Ji asked again. The junior official then repeated the conversation he just had with Su Dao from beginning to end. Huang Ji nodded, you can go now. There should still be rice in the public kitchen. The junior official was like an amnesty, and immediately walked quickly towards the public kitchen. Only just now, he walked quickly for the sake of eating, but now, it was to stay away from this Huang provider. That aura was too terrifying. Just now he felt like he was being stared at by a creepy, with the illusion that he would die at any moment. Huang Ji watched the junior official leave, but he himself stood still, lost in thought. Talisman? What is this little guy trying to do? Huang Ji muttered. When he had just entered the door, he had heard the words of a few petty officials from afar, and hadn't taken it seriously, but when they were talking about it, they mentioned a name that he was very concerned about. Su Dao. This, then, made him somewhat interested. Chapter 67. What the are you talking about? In fact, if one were to simply redeem the general knowledge of talismans, it wouldn't be noticeable. In fact, there were many people who, upon learning of the existence of such things as talismans, would become curious, especially like the cold ice talisman that could cool down the temperature, and the blazing flame talisman that could keep them warm in winter. Although these talismans did not enter the product, they were magical in their effects and were also expensive. Anyone who looked at them would be interested, thinking of buying a book of basic talismans and trying them out to see if they could make it. If it is a success, the natural wealth to hand. If it cannot be a success, but also a few small work, the big deal is that the month of January for nothing, but also not a loss of anything. But like Su Dao, after exchanging general knowledge of talismans, he continued to exchange low-order talismans and middle-order talismans. There is no such thing. After all, the amount of minor merits needed for this was too much, and no matter how worthless minor merits were, they were not something that came from the wind. Not to mention, the value of minor merits was never low. Many people relied on earning minor merits to raise their realm and become a party expert. There was no way to cultivate this thing without cultivating the chi technique, so it was a waste to exchange it. Most people, after exchanging it for the first time, no longer cared about it. This was also the reason why Huang Ji was curious. As for the reason Su Dao gave, he belonged to the category of half-hearted. Could it be that Su Dao had also practiced the chi refining technique? Huang Ji shook his head. Unlike. He himself was a chi refining cultivator, and he was still in the third realm of the passing vein. If Su Dao had really practiced this Dao, it was impossible for him to not perceive it. However, no matter what, if that Su Dao was really interested in the talismanic path, he was only afraid that it would eventually come around to him. After all, in the entire Yanghe County, he was the only chi refining cultivator, at least on the surface, and he was the only one who knew how to make talismans. It was also with this skill that he had made a fortune here. Like pharmaceuticals and alchemy, both martial artists and chi refiners could do it, but not so for talisman making, and before a martial Dao entered the second grade, it was impossible to make talismans at all. But how many of those martial Dao second grade grandmasters would turn their heads to study the way of talismans? They would only think about how to break through to a first grade grandmaster as soon as possible. And after they managed to break through to the first grade, they would then think about exploring the road ahead in pursuing a higher realm. Martial artists had a limited lifespan, and there was never enough time. So in a sense, talisman making was a skill that belonged exclusively to chi refining cultivators. A basic ice talisman, he dared to sell 20 taels. Why? Why? It's not because things are more expensive than they are rare, and in reality, this thing is worthless in his place, and he can draw a bunch of them with his hands. On the contrary, it is the low-grade talisman, middle-grade talisman, because it can be used in battle, greatly enhance the strength, the value is higher, but this thing can afford to use but not many. A low-order talisman is dozens of hundreds of taels, a middle-order talisman hundreds of taels or even thousands of taels ranging from hand to hand, is to lose money to hit people, the heart and liver trembles. Talismans are so expensive, both the scarcity of talismans, the reason for the scarcity of goods, there are also geographical reasons. Outside of Yanghe County, although the price of talismans is also high, but not to this extent. Huang Ji returned to the front hall silently, while there were already officials waiting here. Offering Huang, inside please. That official seemed to have long been accustomed to Huang Ji's black robe that he had not taken off for years, as well as the almost overflowing grim aura. There was no aversion or fear of an onlooker. Or perhaps, he was hiding it well? Huang Ji's trip was still for the purpose of exchanging great merits. Middle-ranked talismans were never too much no matter when, and if Yanghe County couldn't consume them, they could still be mobilized elsewhere. If Yanghe County can't consume it, it can still be shipped elsewhere. There is no worry about selling this stuff. There are many rich people who are willing to pay for this kind of thing that can enhance their combat power. Moreover, as the person in charge of the government treasury, being able to provide this kind of rare material upwards can also gain rewards and merits. What does provider Huan want to exchange this time? Or the Bisha Dan? The official registered the talismans that Huang Ji had surrendered, and then asked. Bisha Dan, from the Chi refining sect Bisha sect, a 4th grade treasure pill, extremely precious. Before Huang Ji had been exchanging Bisha Dan for his own use. Huang Ji shook his head. Exchange it for an error-breaking Dan. The official was slightly stunned, but did not say much, although he was a little curious as to why this Huang provider wanted to exchange this 5th grade treasure Dan. He knew that there were some things that were better left unknown. By restraining his curiosity and not prying into the privacy of his guests, he could live longer and stay more stable. 5th grade treasure Dan, it needs to be transferred from the prefecture city. Provider Huang may need to wait for a few days. The official looked towards Huang Ji. Although he couldn't see Huang Ji's face, this would also allow him to see Huang Ji's mood and attitude through some details. Huang Ji nodded. It will take a few days? At least 5 days. As soon as he heard this, the official understood that with this elixir, provider Huang wanted it urgently. Yes, after 5 days, I'll come pick it up. Huang Ji then directly got up and left. In a restaurant, Qin Zhan and Wang Xian sat opposite each other and drank wine. Seeing that both of them only drank individually without speaking, Qin Zhan took the lead to break the ice. You asked me to come, I came, and you didn't open your mouth. What are you doing? Idle? Wang Xian put down his wine glass and laughed. Look, you're in a hurry again. Qin Zhan gave his wine glass a hard thump on the table, then made a gesture to get up and leave. Alright, I'm looking for you for a serious matter. Listen before deciding whether or not to leave. Qin Zhan immediately returned to his seat again, as if he had just done it for show. I received a message the day before yesterday that the case of the missing child was not the work of a demonic trickster but was man-made. Shinjan's face changed. What? You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe it, but I got it too. The two looked at each other, then sighed at the same time. It was also mentioned in that message that this person is hiding right in our midst. Shinjan still nodded at his words. That message I received also said the same thing. So, this is the same person who sent the message? Both of their faces didn't look too good. I've already secretly lined up some of the people over the past few days, but there's not much to be gained so far. Wang Xian tapped his fingers on the desktop. Although you and I are not in the same lineage, but in the end, we are both officials in Manhwa County, so it's time for you to contribute. What kind of bull are you talking about? What do you mean we are not a lineage? We are both serving the court, doing our duty for the Son of Heaven. You and I are not in the same lineage, so what path are you on? To do what? Xinjiang gave Wang Xian a sidelong glance. The smile on Wang Xian's face disappeared in a fleshly manner. Is it fun to say this? I'm only asking you, to check or not to check? Xinjiang was silent for a long time and nodded. I will investigate. Good, although according to what that message said, this person is a member of the government, but it's not like those big clans behind you can't do this kind of thing. Wang Xian nodded. Those people will be left to you to screen, if in the end I find out that it was those old nobodies from those luxurious clans that did it, but you didn't find out. No need to agitate and squeeze, since I, Shinchop, said to check, then naturally do my best. Chapter 68, One wave rises before the wave is settled. We have all worked together for several years as colleagues, although not in the same government office, nor a faction, but in the end, the head is not seen by the head, and we understand each other's character. Shinchop belongs to the kind of people who don't like to pay attention to things that don't come to a head. He was able to ascend to the position of the head of the inspection division, the local forces in which a lot of effort, a lot of money. Therefore, when he did things, he first had to consider the interests of the local faction before anything else. As for what loyalty to the king's affairs, that was just a casual remark that he himself didn't believe. Therefore, he actually does not like to be in charge of things. There is a county governor and county minister above him, and a group of heads below him are poking and prodding, encouraging and clamoring, which is really hard to bear. He is a native family, but neither can suppress those native forces, but also cannot resist the county honors, belong to both ends are not pleasing. But this person's character is actually good, not the kind of eyes without a son, ambition rampant people. At least he can do what he said, keep his promise. And the reason why he chose to agree on this matter, also because now this case, is no longer a simple demonic case. If it was a demonic case, then Xinjiang turned around and left. This is the work of the Jin Demon Division, looking for him to do what? But if it is man-made, then it belongs to the scope of duties of the Inspection Division. While it is still not completely sure that it is not a demon or a trick, it can still borrow the wind of the Department of Jinmu Division. If Wang Xian is sure that it is not a demon or a trick, it may be directly thrown to the Inspection Division regardless. At that time more trouble, now at least there is someone to help bear the pressure. Have you found the person who passed the message yet? Xinjiang asked. Didn't find one. The slips of paper that person passed on the message were all pieced together from words cut out of a book. Mine too. Xinjiang nodded. Even the handwriting has not been revealed, that's all. That message was done a long time ago, but placed with a mechanism. The time is not enough, will not be triggered, such as the time of triggering, but there is no longer any breath. Cautious so, means old. The process of Wang Xian getting the message was similar. One could only say that the person who delivered the message, even the means they possessed were very well understood. Therefore, there was a high probability that it was some fellow subordinate. But that just goes to show that the message has some reliability. Even if Xinjiang had indeed encountered a demon Gui during his previous pursuit, he could be sure that it was a demon Gui without a doubt and not a human in disguise. However, this news was clear and convincing, so he couldn't help but think about it. We have such capable people under our command and we don't know about it, how interesting. Xinjiang shook his head and prepared to leave. And a Demon Suppression envoy came with hurried footsteps and was about to come in, but when he saw that in addition to Wang Xian there was also Xinjiang in the room, he stopped his footsteps and waited on the sidelines. Come in. Public or private business? That devil suppressor envoy came in quickly. Business. Then let's talk straight, it's not something unseemly. Do we still need to avoid Master Qin Si? Wang Xian waved his hand. The question of public and private here did not really refer to the difference between public and private, but rather was asking if it could be said publicly, or only privately. Sure enough, originally wanted to go Xinjiang also not go, reached out and picked up the teacup in front of him, only the cup has long been no water, just drank it dry. Last night at Chinaur, the night patrol people outside the workshop encountered a bazaar bat, and then today during the day came the news, still last night, outside the city also has a demon bazaar for the scourge. Was it the people from the inspection division who discovered it? Or was it the demon suppression division? Wang Xian just nodded his head when he heard this. Whether it was the inspection division or the Jin demon division, there were night patrols. As long as they found traces of demons and devils, or after exterminating demons and devils, they all needed to be reported to the Jin demon division for investigation and unified credit. The court may be stingy in other areas, but the reward for killing demonic shenanigans is generous. That is the real work, according to the level of demonic shenanigans, explicitly set. Want to deduct cannot be deducted. It's someone from the inspection division. That Jin demon envoy glanced at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhang's face immediately darkened. The people from the inspection division had discovered the demon guile, and he hadn't even known about it in the first place. Wang Xian watched Qin Zhan's face change in color with some amusement. How are the casualties? Wang Xian forced himself to hold back his laughter and continue to ask. That time in the outer workshop, no one suffered any casualties, and when the inspection division arrived, that demonic trickster had already been killed. That time outside the city, dozens of stragglers were killed, but that demon guile had also been killed. Wang Xian's smile disappeared, but Qin Zhan's face steeply eased. However, they all recalled something: the slain multi-eyed guile. At first, when they arrived, it had likewise been exterminated. How similar the two were. There's no need to say that that tricky bat is at the peak low rank level. But the one outside the city has a peak middle rank. The devil suppressor envoy continued. Wang Xian and Qin Zhan got up at the same time, their gazes dead set on that demon suppression envoy. Fruity? What was the concept of a peak middle rank demon guile, not to mention Qin Zhan, who was only at the peak of the 6th rank? Even Wang Xian would have to retreat. Last time, Qin Zhan was seriously injured and nearly died because he encountered a peak middle order demon guile, and only recovered his life after he was lucky in the end. Wang Xian had once killed a middle-ranked demonic monster, for which he had suffered some injuries, and that demonic monster was still a bit short of the peak. Go take a look. The two of them first went to the outer workshop to have a look, because they knew that this matter was not trivial, and now this weird bat corpse had not been dealt with or moved, it was just retained in its original state, that is, it was specially kept for Wang Xian and the others. And then they went to the outside of the city. Here is the same, just surrounded the scene, the peak of the middle rank of the demon bazaar corpse, the same has not been moved. As for before the government came to the people, the stragglers also did not move, in fact, is to let them touch, they do not dare to touch. This is not what gold, silver, rice and grain, but let a person fear of the demon weird. Indeed is the peak level of the intermediate level of the demon trick. With just a slight sensing, Wang Xian nodded his head. And Qin Zhan shook his head woodenly. It's not the one that injured me. Can you see anything else? Are you asking if it's that guy from last time? Wang Xian nodded. Yes, although it has been covered up, I think that this creepy thing died from a sword technique, only the damage is so severe that it is no longer possible to tell what path it is on. What does this person want? Last time, it could be said that he happened to pass by and did it in passing, but what about this time? 2 in a row, it can't still be a coincidence, right? They hunted demonic guile for the reward in credit. Even if there was a reward to be had, they wouldn't take the initiative to hunt demonic guile until it was absolutely necessary. After all, even if the reward is good, it's not as important as their lives. And this person hunts the demon trick, but does not expose his identity, not to mention to go to exchange reward. So what is it for? Because it's fun? I don't know, report it. Recently this Yanha County, I can't understand it anymore. It feels like one thing after another. Qin Zhan sighed, only feeling tired. Wang Xian was actually about the same. He had thought that after that person's last outburst, he would lay down, but he didn't expect that he would pop up again now. He was both happy that someone was hunting demonic shenanigans, but he also found it difficult to do so, because the county dignitary would definitely ask him to step up his efforts to track down the identity of the person who had struck. Chapter 69 Post Progress, A Moment's Peace. Su Dao watched as Per wrote on the ground with a wooden stick. When he said 1, Per wrote 1, and so far there had been no mistakes. When Su Dao finished the last word, Bao managed to write it, although the word was still ugly and even the order of the strokes was messed up, but even if it was a drawing, she drew it correctly. Not bad, doesn't seem to be lazy. Su Dao was very happy. At the literacy stage, Bao was considered to have passed completely. However, he obviously felt that when he was talking, Bao's mind was not on this side, and his gaze was also fixed on the oil paper bag on the side. Ugh, you eat it first. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Su Dao sighed, and just now, when he had asked Bao to write, he had actually been a little distracted. But that was it. Surprisingly, it also passed smoothly without making any mistakes, so it was evident that its memory was still very good. Pa nodded his head and dropped the wooden stick in his hand, so he was ready to go get the oil paper bag. Wash your hands first. Bao's movement was a beat, immediately rushed to the side of the water tank, scooped up water to wash his hands, then directly opened the still steaming oil paper bag. This is the roasted chicken Su Dao bought on the way here. He specially picked the fattest one. Bao likes more oil, the better her appetite. Seeing that Bao had already eaten, Su Dao spoke again. Nowadays, you can recognize almost all the words, but you need to continue to strengthen your memory, and you need to start learning how to read books later on. And then he took out a pile of paper and a set of pen and ink from his sleeve. This is for you, use it for practicing your writing on weekdays. Your writing, although it's all written correctly, is as ugly as a dog crawling. Ah Bao looked at the white paper, wanted to reach out to pick it up, but seeing the grease on his hands, he hastily retracted. Running to rewash his hands and wipe them clean with a rag, he then carefully took it. Su Dao watched as she cherished the ink, paper, and inkstone and sent it back to her room to put it away, and then only then did he come back to continue eating the roasted chicken. That civet slave can catch mice. Ah Bao suddenly spoke in a small voice. Su Dao was surprised. This was the first time that Ah Bao had taken the initiative to speak. Before, she rarely spoke, and even when she did, it was only when he opened his mouth to ask first that she answered. Is that so? So you're not going to give it your roasted chicken? Su Dao looked at the white civet slave, already smelling the smell and running from afar. While running, he also barked. In fact, when he had just come over, the civet slave had already smelled the smell of the roasted chicken and had been surrounding the oil paper bag, sniffing around, and had it not been for Ah Bao chasing it away, I was afraid that it would have been ready to get its hands on it. Ah Bao really quite liked this civet slave, but if the civet slave and her grab food, she is not the slightest bit merciless, especially, even she has not eaten it, the civet slave also dared a first mouth? Looking at the civet slave that had already come over, spinning around her feet and rubbing its head against her ankle, Ah Bao thought for a moment, but still unscrewed the head of the chicken and threw it to it. The civet slave stopped screaming at once, took the chicken head in its mouth, then withdrew to the side, then let out a rhythmic tearing whimpering sound, which was also a gluttonous one. Shouldn't have given it meat, now when it smells meat and oil, it screams. Ah Bao was a bit distressed. At this time, Ah Bao is no longer as skinny and bony as when we first met, although still very thin, but much fuller. His face is not so scary, and there is more meat on his arms, not too different from normal people. And that civet slave grew a little better than Ah Bao, furry and fleshy, and every few days, Ah Bao would still give it a bath, so it was very eye-pleasing. It's a blessed one. If it was outside, it wouldn't have survived and would have been captured by others for meat. Su Dao reached out and stroked the beaver slave's back, and the beaver slave let out a comfortable hum. When I brought it in at first, I was going to use it for food as well. Pa was unexpectedly honest. Su Dao was not surprised. Then why did you suddenly change your mind? Suddenly there's no shortage of food, and the cat meat is sour, it doesn't taste good. After saying this, she added, my lord likes this civet slave, I won't eat it. Su Dao nodded his head in belief, my sister should like it too. My lord can take it back. Pa thought about it. Su Dao shook his head, that's not necessary. Alright, I'm going to go see someone, so eat slowly. He could see, although at first, Ah Bao took in this civet slave, really as a spare food, but later, day and night, also gradually have feelings, even their own in love with the chicken, are willing to feed, even if it is just a chicken head, before it was just her shivering clean bones. For Pa, as long as you can eat part, is the top good, there is no good part, poor part, are important. Therefore, he did not choose to take this civet slave away, which was probably the only thing Pa had here that was her own. Sitting in the medical center until dusk, business was good today as usual. With his reputation spreading, more and more people came to see him nowadays. The number of people who come to see him is not limited to the poor people, there are also many rich people who come to see him. So, nowadays, every day could probably bring him an income of 1 or 2 silver. It wasn't that every day had an income of 1 or 2 silver, but after averaging it out, there was this amount. This was definitely considered a good income, and in the past, he would probably be very happy before bringing snacks back to his little sister. After all, at that time, the income from this medical center was the financial source he relied on to survive. However, as he gained official status and had a salary, his life became much more generous, and now that he had learned to refine elixirs, it was foreseeable that this bit of income from the medical center would gradually become inconsequential. The amount of money that could be earned from a single furnace of pills, this medical center wouldn't even be able to earn it back in half a year. But he didn't intend to close it down, it would still be open, just that the hours might not be as regular as they were today. It was his foundation, and he couldn't forget his roots. And he kinda liked healing and seeing patients. As long as he sat in front of a patient, he felt serene in his heart, free of distractions. When he was treating others, he was also treating himself, but one was a disease of the flesh, while the other was a disease of the heart. All the time, his mind was tense, hardly ever relaxed, and that had been the case since he had opened his eyes in this world. And when he gradually came to know things, and began to learn something of the reality of this world, that tightness further intensified. From that moment onwards, he was always thinking about growing up as soon as possible, practicing martial arts hard, increasing his strength, and gaining the power of self-preservation. Putting one's own safety on others was not a good choice. And then, when his father disappeared, the pressure of the entire family slammed onto Su Dao, and that sense of urgency, for a time, reached its limit. Even now that his strength had increased greatly and he had gained a good status, he didn't dare to relax. He was like a clockwork toy. As he kept running, he was still twisting the clockwork for himself constantly. Treating people and curing them didn't cure his own illness, but it gave him a moment of peace in the middle of the day. Chapter 70 Martial Intuition, Reaching a Consensus. At midnight, Su Dao stopped meditating, changed his clothes again, pinned his saber, quietly pushed open the door of his room, and the next moment the heat wave hit his face. In his ears, he could vaguely hear his little sister talking in her sleep, nothing more than chicken legs and other food. Su Dao crossed over the wall and skillfully exited the inner workshop. Then he was a bit surprised. This night's outer release was so lively. The night patrol was more than twice as many as yesterday. Lucy and Yen, my two acquaintances, were also among them. There were also a few demon suppressor ambassadors that he had also seen around Wang Xian. After a brief thought, he realized that the probability was that he had killed 2 demonic guile in a row last night, which had triggered the ripple. Perhaps at this time, Qin Zhan and Wang Xian were hiding somewhere. Su Dao simply opened his martial dharma eye and scanned inch by inch. Then sure enough, in an attic, he found 2 clusters of obviously more powerful qi and blood. Martial Dao Qi blood, scorching hot and masculine, under the Martial Dao Dharma eye, it was actually far more conspicuous than bizarre. His Martial Dao Dharma eye, although it was also only at the peak level of the second realm, perhaps because it had been infused with the power of the bronze giant tree by him, it had become far more divine than an ordinary peak of the second realm. At least his teacher's second realm Dharma eye couldn't do what he did. The observation of breath was much more sensitive and detailed, and the other party was almost invisible even if they were hiding in the shadows. Seeing this kind of scene, he didn't stay in the outer workshop. There was no need to maneuver with them here. Is it not good to go directly to the outside of the city? He didn't believe that this group of people could still go outside the city. Although this group of people didn't necessarily have any malicious intent towards him, it was highly likely that they would expose their identities. Following the sewers, he came to the outside of the city. The shantytown was still as messy as ever. Almost everyone was asleep, even though everyone knew that yesterday there was a demonic trick outside of the city, and dozens of people died at once. But so what? Even if they don't sleep, the demons and shenanigans will still come, and they will still harm people. Can they fight back and run away if they are awake? This kind of numbness is almost engraved into the bones, because the gap in strength will not be narrowed because they have the will to resist. Unless they could be given the opportunity to practice martial arts, but was that possible? Impossible. If all of these people had the opportunity to practice martial arts, the ones who couldn't sleep would be those above them, who would farm the land for them, who would manage the medicinal fields for them, and who would be their oxen and horses. Su Dao traveled through them, his eyes scanning around before his gaze settled. That is a beauty fox. This weird fox body human face, generally beautiful face, can seduce the mind, can send a human voice, such as a woman sobbing, especially provoke pity. This kind of beauty fox is especially abundant in the range of Black Mountain, because this thing is different from the unusual weirdness. It exists as a colony, that is to say, they have not bad intelligence, and have established a simple order. The beauty fox's pack relies on the number of tails to determine their status in the pack. The more tails they have, the higher their status and the stronger they are. This type of demonic guile may not be the strongest, but it is definitely the most dangerous, and when a demonic guile possesses intelligence, its threat will immediately skyrocket. As for the one Su Dao saw, it had 2 tails, however, one was long and one was short. It seemed that it had just entered the middle stage not long ago. In that case, he would not be polite and enter the light opening realm today. A knife passed, and a wail came out, as if a woman was in pain. Hearing this sound, even Su Dao froze for a moment. Good bizarre power. There is a kind of blindness, the ability to confuse people's souls, but Su Dao's soul is strong, just a few moments to break free from it. That beauty fox had delicate beauty cheeks at this time has been cut off a small half, no longer beautiful, but instead became unusually frightening. The human-faced bizarre bat was only like a human face, but this thing in front of him was really growing a human face. A beautiful human face on top of a fox body. How to see how disgusting, how to see how thrilling. Su Dao attacked again. That beautiful fox seemed to be surprised why Su Dao was unaffected, then immediately let out another cry, but Su Dao's knife penetrated through its mouth the next moment. I don't want to run, but even dare to resist. Then the 2 knives split its entire body into pieces of flesh, and then familiarly began to suck in the bizarre chi. The next moment, a familiar feeling of restlessness came from within. It was going to break through. Su Dao turned around without any attachment and left. His goal for this night had already been accomplished. Although staying here would probably lead to encountering more weird things, the priority was to break through first. And shortly after he left, 2 figures appeared on the city wall closest to here. You heard the commotion, didn't you? With so much commotion outside the city, I naturally heard it. Su Dao's killing was not loud and fast, but there were still stragglers who were awakened. After that, it triggered a chain reaction, and more stragglers woke up from their sleep, and after hearing that there were demonic shenanigans again, they immediately clamored. The commotion here finally caught the attention of the guards on the city wall, and Wang Xian and Xinjian, who had gotten the news, also rushed here. Go out and take a look? Wang Xian suggested. Xinjian thought about it and nodded, okay. The 2 of them, one after the other, leapt down the city and arrived at the place where Su Dao had beheaded the beauty fox. Beauty fox. Xinjian picked up a piece of broken meat. Wang Xian only felt his scalp numb. It's the middle rank again. Just now I asked. It was only a split second before and after. Just how high is that person's strength? Very high anyway. I could probably only take 1 slash from him. Xinjian thought about it. 2 slashes for me then? Wang Xian scratched his head. Tracking a ruthless person like this, will he really not be cut to death? That person is in a good mood, odds are he won't. Shin Chop actually had the fun of laughing. Do you think that this person could be the murderer of the missing child case? Wang Xian mentioned a very constructive idea. Xinjiang sniffed and fell into thought, and after a long time, shook his head, no. Oh, tell me your opinion. In my opinion, they are all godly, prefer to act at night, and are all very strong. And they know enough about our inspection division, the demon suppression division. Wang Xian said while breaking his fingers, look, do these two look alike? Xinjiang shook his head, not like it. What about the reason? Intuition. This time, Wang Xian didn't make fun of Xinjiang, but instead fell into deep thought himself. To a martial artist, intuition was no longer just an excuse, a prevarication. Rather, it was something that truly existed, and a martial artist's intuition was even more life-saving. The kind where you clearly don't understand what's going on, but intuition tells you what's right, what's wrong, what you can and can't do. It doesn't make sense, and it's surprisingly accurate. After a long time, Wang Xian even nodded his head. Indeed, as you said, it shouldn't be, my intuition is the same. Even though they act in similar styles, the feeling they give me is very different. Xinjiang nodded, his feelings were also the same. Even though these two were both godly and secretive in their movements, they gave off different sensations. Even though neither of them could find evidence that could come to prove it, it was rare that they reached a consensus on the matter. Chapter 71 Qi Refinement Second Realm, Nourishing the Desolate Fields. Mana rushed through his body, growing and expanding. Su Dao suppressed the exhilaration in his heart, discarded distracting thoughts, and focused on the breakthrough. The second realm of Qi refining is called Opening Light. In this realm, Qi refining cultivators will light up the lower dantian, and the mana will converge into the lower dantian. If not practiced, one's dantian will be like a barren land, dark and dusty. The realm of enlightenment is to light up the dantian, nourish it with mana, open it up, as if watering a field with water, so that it can be transformed from a barren field to a blessed one. After opening up the dantian, the cultivator will be able to store more mana, compared to the nascent soul realm, which can only use the meridians to store mana, and the amount of mana has increased several times. This was also the reason why when a Qi refining cultivator broke through from the nascent soul Qi to the light opening realm, his strength increased so much. Su Dao looked into his own body internally, and he clearly felt that a strand of mana surged out of his meridians like a tentacle, and then probed into a dark place, as if he had entered a strange space. After that strand of mana successfully entered that space, that dark place immediately changed, and a little fluorescent light was lit up in the darkness. Thus, the next moment more mana flowed out from the meridians and merged into that bit of fluorescence, and that fluorescence became more and more prevalent, finally illuminating that barren land. Su Dao's mind sank into that barren place, and he saw a huge, barren, and dry land. And a strand of mana was converging into this place from his meridians, like a spring, constantly nourishing this barren land. This was an extremely huge project, and he probably understood why those Qi refining cultivators were so slow in their cultivation. He looked at the spring of mana, and the barren land that he couldn't see the edge of, and felt his scalp tingle. One must know that at this time, he had already successfully broken through the light opening realm, and his body's mana had grown several times more, but compared to that piece of earth, it still felt like a drop in the bucket. Even he had this feeling, so how desperate should others be when facing this wasteland? In fact, this wasteland is not really a wasteland, but a kind of heart phase manifestation. Some people will be a dry lake, some people will be a deserted mountain. Everyone's heart phase is different, the manifestation of the scene is naturally different. But there is one thing, no matter what the heart phase is, want to turn the wasteland into a blessed land, fill the dry lake with water, and plant the barren mountain with grasses and trees, it is a very difficult thing. Su Dao roughly estimated that if he didn't use the power of the bronze giant tree, didn't use the power of the elixir, and relied solely on his own cultivation, he was afraid that it would take several years to nourish this endless wasteland into a blessed land. No wonder those people were walking around this realm for more than 10 years, decades at a time. For that matter, it was also thanks to their own method of Qi refining, which was essentially a divine ability, with its own divine differences, and was by no means comparable to any Qi refining method. Su Dao's mind withdrew from the lower dantian, entered the mud pill palace, and came under the bronze giant tree. People had 3 dantians. The mud ball palace was the upper dantian, the tanjiang was the middle dantian, also known as the jiang palace. And the lower dantian is also known as the sea of Qi. Therefore, when one refines Qi cultivation and breaks through the enlightenment realm, he will first penetrate the lower dantian, i.e. penetrate the sea of Qi. Now, the lower dantian had been illuminated, but this mud pill palace was still dark, except for the range of the bronze giant tree, the rest of the place was only dark. Even Su Dao couldn't see through it, so he thought that only when the mud pill palace was truly illuminated would this place change. Su Dao raised his hand and touched the bronze giant tree, and immediately, information came back. Nourishing Kung Fu, Wu Hearth and Flame. Martial Arts, Mirage Sea Silent Blade, Peak, Open Mountain and Pound the Sea Fist, Perfected, Golden Pupil of Martial Arts, Mastered. Realm, Wu Dao, 6th Grade Beginner. Immortal Path, Kaito, Early Stage. Lifespan, 250 years. Healing Arts, Lu Dengfeng. Aptitude, Guiding, 3 with Ease. Talisman, Basic Talisman, Ru Denjiki. Medium-ranked Breath Restraining Talisman, 2, Handy. Dandao, 2, Mastery. Aside from the Qi Refining Realm being raised to the Opening Light Realm, the other changes were minor. The Dandao improved slightly to the Second Realm, while the lifespan increased by 50 years. As far as he knew, the lifespan of the Enlightened Light Realm was 200 years, while the 6th rank of the Martial Dao was likewise a lifespan of 200 years, and he had thought that the lifespan would turn out to be 400 years, but now it seemed that it wasn't as simple as just adding them up. However, this is also very good, to know that the 5th rank of Martial Dao, the lifespan is only 250 years. In other words, he had 50 more years of longevity than an ordinary Enlightenment realm, and Martial Dao 6th grade. Su Dao's mind withdrew from the Mud Pill Palace, only to feel a sense of relief. The benefits of refining Qi cultivation to reach the realm of enlightened light were obvious. The mana in his body was rushing around, and he reached the 3rd realm of the Avatar Guiding Serving, which was even more efficient at absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. The body has also become more vibrant. If he is injured now, his recovery power will certainly be very amazing, far beyond the ordinary martial arts 6th grade. Nowadays, with his 6th grade Martial Dao realm, coupled with his Qi refining cultivation of the Light Opening realm, his comprehensive strength should have reached the strength of the 5th grade of Martial Dao, and even a little bit stronger than the average 5th grade, though there was still a gap from the 4th grade. If you can use the talisman, perhaps you can save your life when facing the 4th grade. So now cannot slacken, the task is long and difficult. The hunt for demonic guile definitely can't stop. This is about his cultivation speed, whether it's martial arts promotion or the more difficult Qi refining cultivation. Without the feedback from the bronze giant tree, if he wants to make a breakthrough, the time he needs to spend will be very long. And right now, what he lacked the most was time. Seeing that the sky in the east was already slightly white, Su Dao simply started practicing boxing in the courtyard. Whenever he had time, he would practice the open mountain and pound the sea fist, and he was also thinking of practicing his fist intent. After practicing the illusory sea silent blade, the power of the blade intent was really amazing, even he was a bit surprised. So this set of boxing, he also did not give up, but wanting to practice the intention is indeed difficult. That time he was able to practice the 9th intention, it was really because of good luck, entered the state of epiphany. Anyway, he now feels that the distance from practicing the fist intention is just a little bit short, but it is this little bit of delay cannot be reached. When the sky was slightly bright, Lu got up. Now she got up very early every day and started practicing boxing before she started preparing breakfast. As soon as she went out, she saw Su Dao practicing boxing in the courtyard, then froze for a moment and inquired in a low voice, "Something on your mind?" How does a mother know? Every time you have something on your mind, you either practice boxing or sword training, or you go to the medical center to sit in. Although Lu didn't say anything on weekdays, but in reality, she saw everything in her eyes. After all, it was the meat that fell off her body. She understood too well. Su Dao always seemed to be in a hurry. This kind of hurry wasn't an impatient personality, doing things aggressively, but it felt like he was always chasing after something. Therefore, even though she wasn't interested in martial arts, she still continued to work on it daily, thinking that perhaps this could put Su Dao at ease a bit. She could no longer help Su Dao with what he was doing outside nowadays, so she could only work hard on practicing martial arts so that Su Dao would have less ties and drags. Chapter 72 Crazy Night. Everything we have now is unimaginable in a normal person's lifetime. Anyang looked at Su Dao. So, you don't have to be burdened and pressurized because of Xiao Lu and me. If at any point, you feel that she and I have become a drag on you, you can just let go. Su Dao's rate of improvement was faster than many people could imagine. Onlookers did not understand, but Lu, as a mother, had a vague guess that it was only Su Dao's martial realm had long exceeded the 8th rank. This was a kind of intuition, and also because of this confidence in her own child. It was just that all along, Su Dao seemed to be intentionally camouflaging it, so she would never say anything about it. After all, this was a good thing. Later, after they had moved here, Su Dao had killed demonic guile and made talismans, and these all corroborated her suspicions. Therefore, she knew that in fact, she and Su Lu, not only were they not of any help to the current Su Dao, they would instead become a drag and a bust. This was also the reason why she said those words. Su Dao smiled at her words. "Auntie, what are you talking about? Only the weak would say that their family members are a drag on them. What I'm worried about has never been about my family either." Really? Lu was clearly not convinced. Su Dao nodded his head. "Teacher said that this weather continues to be a major drought, probably because of demons. I feel that it's true." This. Lu subconsciously looked up to the sky, the sun that had already risen. It can't be. "Don't worry, if it's really a demonic trick, I can't win, but I can't run away? The big deal is that I'll take Anyang, my little sister, and leave Yanghe County together." Su Dao comforted. In fact, this was the real key, but he had no way to explain it to his mother. If he could really run, regardless of the flood, he would run first. But it was because he couldn't run, that was why he was working this desperately hard to improve his strength. Unless he could solve the problem on his body. But so far, he hadn't found an entry point. After breakfast, Su Dao did everything as usual and followed his teacher to learn alchemy. The first furnace of the Dan, the first grade blood strengthening Dan, the Dan became the top grade, the fire, the medicinal properties, all presented the top, the Dan poison has been very rare. This elixir could already be given to Enyang, and then he began to follow his teacher to learn the refining of other first grade elixirs. This was much simpler, because the first grade pills had already been successfully refined, and although all the other first grade pills were different, they were all on the same path, with the same source of Taoist wonders. All that was needed was some detailed adjustments, and they could be successfully concocted. There were many different types of first-grade pills, so Su Dao naturally couldn't learn every kind, and would only learn the most commonly used, mainstream types of pills. Blood-strengthening pill, antidote pill, rejuvenation pill, wound-healing pill, evil-repelling pill, fury-breaking pill, chi-explosion pill. In fact, learning these is enough. Having time to delve into the other first-grade pills, it would be better to learn the second-grade pills earlier. One kind of pill per day. About a week later, Su Dao could start trying to refine second-grade pills. With the talent Su Dao was displaying right now, first and second grade pills would barely hinder him. Rather, it was the third grade pills that might be a bit difficult, but this was not because of any other reason, but rather, Elder Go was worried about whether Su Dao's current spirituality and mind would be able to support the process of concocting a furnace of third grade pills. Who let Su Dao's current manifested realm only be the 8th grade realm? If he had truly revealed his true cultivation level, Gu Lao definitely wouldn't have this concern. At noon, Gu Lao left, while Su Dao did not return home after cleaning up the alchemy room, but instead turned to the civil registry department. The household registration department was a very non-existent government office in Yanghe County, but it had the entire Yanghe County's household registers and field books. The Department of Household Registration was a bit surprised by Su Dao's sudden visit, but when he heard that Su Dao wanted to borrow the yellow book of household registration to find the details of a child's footsteps, he agreed without hesitation. Not only that, but he also sent someone to the nearby tea house to buy some good tea and snacks. Makes Su Dao a little embarrassed, is really attentive to some of the excess. He also does not think, the county in the 6 divisions of a bureau, only the household registration division is the grandmother does not love, uncle does not love, manpower is small, lack of money and food, treatment is poor. Now comes a weighty, naturally want to perform well, even if not much role, that will not be worse than now. Su Dao flipped through the entire Yanghe County's household register yellow book, extracting the information he needed from it. Every 2 years, the Household Registration Department would conduct a household organization, also known as a population census. If it was during wartime, it would be once a year, while in some remote places where management was negligent, it might also be conducted once every 5 years, or even once every 10 years. In Yanghe County, the census was conducted once every 5 years, and then Su Dao realized a problem. In the entire Yanghe County, none of the ordinary people could live longer than 50 years old. With low productivity and backward medical conditions, the average life expectancy of the people is really not long, and a disease or a natural disaster can kill countless people. However, the average life expectancy is the average life expectancy, and there are always some exceptions that can live a long and blessed life. But Yanghe County is not, if only the poor people so also just. The key is that those rich and noble families, as long as they have not practiced martial arts, life expectancy will not exceed 50. It's like someone has drawn a line, and whenever they touch that line, they will die. This is true for ordinary people, but what about martial artists? Su Dao focused his attention to the ranks of martial artists again, and this time, his heart was even more shocked, because he realized that all the 9th grade martial artists had a life expectancy of 70. The 8th grade martial artists' life expectancy is not more than 100, the 7th grade has less records, but the 2 that have records are all life expectancy stops at 102. One must know that a 9th grade martial artist's lifespan is limited to 100, which means that as long as he is not poisoned or killed, he can be completely disease and disaster free until he is 100 years old. 8th grade lifespan is limited to 102, 7th grade lifespan is limited to 105, but all the martial artists of Yanghe County, no matter how high or low they are, never really make it to the end of their lives. As for the higher 6th grade martial artists, there was no record of them in the household registers, so he didn't know. But he looked at his longevity figure of 250 and felt ridiculous. Putting down the household register, Su Dao walked out of the household registration department and looked up at the bright sun, and then at the great black mountain in the distance. After scrutinizing it for a long time, Su Dao suddenly laughed. Well, interesting. There was actually some madness in that smile. In the middle of the night, before the midnight hour, Su Dao opened his eyes, and those eyes were glowing in the night color, unprecedentedly bright. Su Dao pinned his saber back on, his heart fuming. From today onwards, the entire Yanghe County, as well as the county surrounding 10 miles, but where there is a demon guile alive to go back, Su Dao is not hard enough. So, half an hour later, nearly half of the county was alarmed, because someone in the inner workshop in a middle-ranking demon guile killed, directly collapsed a mansion. When a large number of inspectors from the Department of Inspection, as well as demon suppressors from the Department of Demon Suppression rushed over, all they saw was the collapsed mansion and the split body of the demon. Chapter 73, It's Raining. After less than 2/4 of an hour, the killing in the outer square started again. Someone slashed and killed a peak low-ranked demonic guile, and incidentally split a large crack in the street. The night watchman was clearly outside the street and heard the noise, but he didn't dare to approach. When Qin Chop and Wang Xian arrived, there was no trace of them. Crazy, is that person crazy? Wang Xian looked at the ground full of wolves in front of him and muttered as if he was crazy. Is it possible that you are going crazy? That person struck out before, cautiously and carefully, not revealing his behavior, but today, look, it all doesn't matter. Wang Xian kicked the demonic guile corpse away and scratched his hair in some distress. Why? Is it because our pursuit has caused this one to recoil, and this is a warning? Xin Zhan didn't answer because he didn't know either. Another hour later, the great battle outside the city resumed. This time the commotion was even greater than before. The whistling of swords and the hissing of demonic guile in pain resounded through the wilderness. Countless stragglers were awakened and then fled madly towards the city wall, just wanting to get farther away from the battlefield. Su Dao swallowed down a mouthful of blood. Damn, bad luck, encountered a high-level demonic monster iron-armored demon. Although it was only at the beginning of the high rank, it was still terrifyingly strong. It was a completely different concept from the middle rank, and the peak of the middle rank was not even worthy of lifting its shoes. However, this demon guile was also finished. He used all his means, and even ended up having to forcefully invoke the power of the bronze giant tree and infuse it into his blade before he could slash it into a serious injury. And after being seriously injured, the high-grade demonic guile was finally no match for him. However, he was also injured, and even his sword was ruined. This 30 refined treasure blade that had been accompanying him in battle was now full of openings, and several places were about to break. That was injured by the iron-armored demon's sharp claws. Su Dao slightly calmed his qi and blood, and then absorbed the gui qi and turned to leave. A quarter of an hour later, a group of people came here. However, at this time, it wasn't just Wang Xian and Qin Zhan, there was also County Dignity Chang Yun who also came. High rank. Yan Shengyan just took a glance and spoke out. Wang Xian froze in place, for no other reason than that he couldn't beat a high-ranked demon guile. Qin Zhan simply didn't even come up to look at him. The demon guile that man had casually chopped off could have killed him several times over. The strength displayed by that person had once again refreshed their cognition. Yan Shengyan crouched down in an attempt to find the clues he needed from the corpse, but ultimately got nowhere. Alright, let's go. Let's have someone send this demonic trickster corpse to the incinerator. Are we still checking on that guy? Check. But don't make a big deal about laying down a defense. You personally keep an eye on it, and I'll pay attention to it. There was no way for Yan Shengyan not to be concerned. Previously, he thought that person was only of 6th grade strength, and although he had people visit him, he did not pay attention to it, and then he thought that person had 5th grade strength, so he asked Wang Xian to pay more attention to it. Now, looking at it again, he thinks that person is afraid to have entered the threshold of the 4th grade. This kind of person appeared in the county, how can he sit back and watch? At this time, Su Dao has long returned to the mansion, hid the torn clothes, and then began to adjust his injuries. The strong vitality brought about by the concurrent cultivation of Dao and martial arts allowed him to recover from his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark wounds in his body were also rapidly improving. The probability was that it wouldn't affect tomorrow night's hunt. Although today was treacherous, the harvest was quite rich. The height of the bronze giant tree being lit up had directly increased by a large amount, and had already passed 2/10 of the second section. As for the martial strength, straight into the middle of the 6th grade, it was mainly the benefit brought by that high-grade demonic guile. The guile gas in the body of that demonic guile was so thick that it was already as thick as water. When he started to use his hands to contact, there is a kind of obvious tingling sensation, and the flesh cannot help but twist and wriggle. Fortunately, that weird gas into the body in the moment will be the bronze giant tree sucked away, otherwise he is really worried. Contact that thing will not directly cause mutation of the flesh. Half a month has passed in a hurry. During this half-month period, Su Dao seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, going around killing demonic shenanigans, and the knights in the county town were, as a result, bustling for half a month. Su Dao even met Yan Shengyan halfway once, but he turned around and ran out of the city without meeting this county honorable lord. Su Dao, whose qi-refining cultivation had entered the light opening realm, was already extremely fast, and even Yan Shengyan didn't catch up with him. But of course, I don't know if he really couldn't catch up or didn't want to chase after him. He didn't have the heart to tangle with these people, he only thought about hunting the demonic guile and harvesting the guile energy. And this half-month's harvest was quite pleasing. His martial cultivation had been successfully pushed to the peak of the 6th grade by his force, and the second section of the bronze giant tree's trunk had been lit up by 2/3. Now, the entire Yanghe County knew that a mysterious expert had appeared in the county, and every night, he hunted around to kill demons and weirdness, not killing people, not setting fires, but only targeting demons and weirdness. After killing the demons, he doesn't go to the government office to collect the reward, even if the notice informing the reward has been posted all over the city. That person is not moved, as if he simply kills for fun. About one more night, Su Dao will be able to enter the realm of the 5th rank of the martial arts. At this moment, he was refining a furnace of 2nd grade healing pills. Elder Gu was at the side, drowsy, not even looking at it. Su Dao had already successfully refined a second-grade blood-strengthening Dan the other day, and the Dan had become a top grade. He had become a second-grade alchemist, and now that he was refining the healing Dan, even though it was his first time, Gulao didn't feel that he would fail. A clamor rang out from outside. Su Dao frowned but continued to skillfully manipulate the flames. Elder Gu, who was dozing off at the side, woke up with a start and looked up at Su Dao. What? It's done? So fast? It's not me, it's outside. Su Dao still had the strength left to talk back. Elder Gu was filled with doubts as he got up and pushed open the door of the alchemy room. And then directly froze in place. The sounds of the clamor outside also intermittently came in from outside. It's raining, it's raining. Thief God, it's finally raining. We're saved, we're saved. Su Dao's heart shook tremendously, and underneath the Dan furnace, the flames fluctuated violently, and then black smoke rolled inside the Dan furnace. This furnace is ruined. But Su Dao didn't even pay attention to how the pills were doing. Instead, he took a step to stand beside Elder Gu and looked towards the door. Sure enough, he saw that there were black clouds filling the sky above, and a line of rain was dropping down from the sky, smashing into the dry and hot ground, bringing up a wave of heat. Damp heat pounded on his face, and those steaming water vapors sent heat into the alchemy room, giving people a feeling of being drenched in wetness. But neither Su Dao, nor Elder Gu on the side, cared about this matter. Instead, they stared blankly at the lines of rain that smashed down from the sky. There was no joy, no pleasure of sudden rain after months of drought, only a serious face, and the gloom hidden in the bottom of the eyes. Su Dao a dead hand pinch in the side of the door. He is how much hope, this rain came a little later off. But other people didn't think so, such as this city full of people, such as this field of disaster victims, and also such as County Dignity Changyun. Hearing the raindrops fall on the roof, Yen Changyun directly threw the books in his hand aside. Taking one step out of the house, he came into the courtyard and let the rain fall on his body. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Yen Changyun, where there is still half of the usual gentle and elegant, only endless ecstasy. Countless attendants and maidservants in the courtyard saw such a family head, all looked at each other in dismay, but then each lowered their heads, not daring to look at it again at all. Chapter 74, Trading Sincerity for Sincerity. At the entrance of the alchemy room, Elder Gu suddenly turned around. You go back first, I have something to do. After saying that, without waiting for Su Dao to reply, Gulao directly left. He didn't even hold an umbrella and left directly in the rain. Of course, there are no umbrellas here either. After all, there has been a drought for several months in a row, and no one expected it to rain today. Naturally, they wouldn't have an umbrella here. Su Dao watched his teacher go away, forced down the restlessness in his heart, and methodically began to clean the Dan furnace. He had previously discussed with his teacher that if this drought was truly the work of a demonic trickster, then once the sky changed and it started to rain on any given day, it would mean that an unprecedented trickster disaster was about to begin. Therefore, Su Dao and his teacher, faced with this sudden downpour, did not have a trace of joy. Watching the rain get heavier and heavier, from a light rain at the beginning, it turned into a moderate rain, and finally turned into a torrential rain, as if it was going to pay back all the rain owed from the previous months in one go. The black clouds had completely obscured the sky, and it was obviously midday, but it was like it was dark all of a sudden. Su Dao packed up the Dan furnace and closed the door of the hall, one hand behind his back, one hand reaching forward to catch those rainwater, which at this time was still hot and not cool at all. For half a year, the summer heat that had accumulated in this land was not something that could be suppressed so easily. He didn't know what the teacher was doing, but he thought that it should be for the problems that existed in him and in Yang and little sister, or even the problems that existed in everyone in Yanghe Prefecture. But this problem, whether it could be solved or not, he was not sure, only that even the teacher himself was not sure. Su Dao felt the rain gradually getting cooler, so he stopped stopping and went straight through the rain. When she returned to the mansion in the inner workshop, her little sister was splashing around in the rain, and Yang stood under the gable porch, constantly shouting, telling her to go inside quickly and not get wet, but Su Lu ignored her. Su Dao went forward and carried her back. Big brother, it's raining ugh. Su Lu was excited even though she was caught. Those scorching hot days had lasted for months and months, and today it suddenly rained, so she was naturally happy, and this happiness was pure. She didn't have to worry about the things Su Dao needed to worry about. Well, it's raining, go bathe and then change your clothes. You can't go out in the rain again. If you don't listen, I won't buy you roast duck in the future. To deal with a child of Su Lu's age, one had to pinpoint her soft underbelly, and Su Lu's soft underbelly was food. And then, he took out the umbrella from his home and went to the outer square medical center again. Come with me, we can't stay here. Su Dao said to Pa, who was cowering under the eaves of the house watching the rain. And that civet slave was opening his mouth to catch the water dripping from the eaves to drink. Bao first froze, but didn't ask why, and directly went in the door and wrapped those old clothes Su Dao gave her, while the ink, paper, and inkstone Su Dao gave her were wrapped in the innermost part of the bag, and after that was the small altar of his mother's ashes. After coming out and carrying that civet slave into her arms, she signaled that she was ready. Su Dao handed her an umbrella and led her back to the inner place mansion. Looking at the new residence, which was several times more elegant than the small courtyard in the outer square, Abao's eyes were not happy, but only deeply hidden fear. Everything here was unfamiliar to her, and there was a feeling of being out of place. Instead, Anyang treated her like her own child, taking the bag in Bao's hand and packing up the west wing of the house, ready for her to stay. This is the place where only the master's family can live, while the servants and maidservants can only live in the inverted room in the front yard. However, it seemed that Su Daoya had never said that Bao was a servant. Instead, Pa just stood at a loss for words under the gable porch looking down at the reaver slave in his arms. The little sister, who had finished her bath, looked at this new sister in the family, but was happy. On weekdays, Su Dao and Anyang control strictly, easily not let her go out. Naturally there will be no playmates of similar age. If it was an ordinary person, hearing Sulu call her sister, she would probably claim that she didn't dare, and then bow her head and ask for forgiveness, but Bao didn't understand this, and the only reaction she could give was the dismay in the bottom of her eyes. Because Su Dao never raised her as a slave, but rather taught her to read and write, and in the future, he would also teach her to practice martial arts. So she naturally did not know what kind of reaction a slave girl should have at this time. "Sister, can I have your cat to play with?" As expected by Su Dao, Sulu fell in love with Abao's civet slave at a glance. This time, Abao reacted and directly handed the civet slave in his hand over to Sulu. Then, Sulu asked, "What does the civet slave eat on a regular basis? What does it drink? Can it catch rats?" It seemed as if there were endless questions, and then, Bao uttered his first words in this new home. It was still dry, but it was a good start. Did something happen? When they reached a secluded spot, Nyang inquired about Su Dao, her tone filled with worry. Su Dao had uncharacteristically received all of Bao, who had been living in the outer workshop here, so if she said that nothing had happened, she would not believe it. "Well, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of demonic shenanigans in the next few days, and the outer workshop is no longer safe. But there's not much of a problem here, don't worry about it, a mother." What came with this heavy rain was not just coolness, but also the countless demonic shenanigans. According to the teacher's words, in the court's records, almost every time a super-grade demonic guile awakens or travels, it will trigger a riot of all the demonic guiles within a 100-mile radius. Those realm strength is lower than the super quality of the demon, will be out of fear, by instinct constantly away from the super quality of the demon, so that the formation of the tide of weird things, to the surrounding waves, that is, the people said the scourge of the weird. However, in order to reassure Anyang, Su Dao whispered again, "Anyang, I estimate that I will be able to break through the 7th grade tonight." Anyang nodded, but wasn't really surprised. She just turned around and went to cook. The dinner was sumptuous, but Bao was standing by the side, not daring to get on the table. "Do you remember the deal we made?" Su Dao asked. Pa nodded his head. Naturally he wouldn't forget. It was right to say it was a deal, and it was right to say it was an agreement. "Then come to the table and eat, and from now on, you will eat what we eat, and what she has, you will have. This is also considered part of the deal." Su Dao pointed at Su Lu again. If he just needed to cultivate a slave, he didn't have to go to such great lengths at all. What he needed was someone who could be entrusted with the family's household affairs and had the ability to stand alone. The best way to turn such a person into a family member was to turn them into a family member. He had been examining her character over the past few months, and only when she passed would he bring her back to this courtyard. If she did not pass, then she would never be able to come here in her life. At most, she would stay in the outer workshop and look at the courtyard. As for teaching her martial arts when the time came, and the elixir consumed, was it considered a waste? What was this to the current Su Dao? Bao was still pondering, but Sulu couldn't wait any longer and, slipping out of her chair, she pulled Bao to the table and tugged on her sleeve again to make her sit down. And Anyang placed a large bowl, specially prepared for Bao, in front of her, already laden with dishes. "Eat quickly. How do you eat in the outer workshop? Eat here." Anyang smiled and rubbed Bao's head. Bao then picked up his chopsticks and buried his head in his rice, only today's rice was so salty and savory. Su Dao had a smile on his face. The most expensive thing in the world was never pills, talismans, or gold, silver, or treasure, but rather, it was true heart. From the time Sulu called her sister, from the time Anyang treated her as her daughter, from the time she picked up her rice bowl and took her first bite, she was already a member of the Su family. Chapter 75 Martial Dao 5th Grade, Marrow Cleansing and Blood Transformation. At night, Su Dao, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, listened to the sound of the rain outside the house, which had been raining from midday until now, with no intention of abating. On the contrary, it is also getting bigger and bigger, as if it is pouring buckets and buckets, and it is already big and obviously somewhat abnormal. However, Su Dao listened to the sound of the raindrops smashing down on the tiles, and instead, his heart grew more and more peaceful. So what if it was raining? It couldn't stop Su Dao's mind from hunting demonic guile in the slightest. Calculating the time, Anyang and the others had probably already fallen asleep. Su Dao pushed the door and went out, and then collided with the little civet slave, who was wandering around in his new home at night. "I had forgotten that there was such a small thing in the house that didn't like to sleep at night." Civet Slave's eyes glowed in the darkness of the night, half curious, half doubtful, staring at the person in front of him, smelling the scent of an acquaintance, and was about to lean over to purr twice to see if he could get a burst of caresses in return. Su Dao has already stepped into the courtyard and then over the wall and away. Looking at the figure that suddenly disappeared, the civet slave shivered in fear, let out a mournful cry, and then turned his head towards the room where Abba was rushing towards. The sound was indeed mournful enough, but it was unobtrusive in the rumbling rain, and did not startle any ripples. The people in the house, or especially asleep, did not pay attention to the strange encounter of a civet slave in the night. At this moment, Su Dao was standing on top of the ridge of a house, watching the rain pouring down on the ground as if it were a pail. This kind of environment brought him some trouble, but at the same time, it also provided great convenience. Under such an environment, even if a battle occurred, as long as the distance was a little far away, the noise of the battle would be covered by the sound of the rain, and even the traces of the aftermath would also be washed away by the heavy rain. Sure enough, it's gotten a lot better. Su Dao wasn't surprised that he was able to encounter a demonic guile infestation as soon as he came out today. From the moment the heavy rain fell, the trickster's scourge had already begun. In the inner place alone, he had spotted no less than 3 heads. And so the tussle began. His newly replaced 100 refinement treasure blade split through the rain, and with an unprecedented momentum, he chopped at the nearest demon guile. Headless guile, I heard that it was transformed by a person with a severed head. No one knew if it was true or not, but the appearance was indeed quite appalling. Its strength was average, but it ranked in the middle of the middle-ranked demon guile. Nowadays, when he faces a middle-ranked demon guile, below the peak, 1 slash is enough, and if he is at the peak, he will need 2 slashes. In just a few moments, the 3 demonic guile were all put to death. In addition to the headless guile, there were also 2 multi-eyed guiles. The multi-eyed creeps, the kind that he had killed the first time, were of average strength. Even though one of them had already reached the middle rank level, it was still not enough to look at. After absorbing the guile chi, Su Dao went to the outer workshop again. At this time, the number of demonic guile rampaging in the outer workshop was even greater, large and small, and their strengths varied from strong to weak. Among them, there were both peak middle-ranked demonic guile, as well as small guile creatures that didn't make it to the top of the rankings. Su Dao didn't care about that much and directly cleared them one by one. The front and back added up to as many as a dozen heads, and with so much weird chi entering his body, he also felt a familiar sense of restlessness. The martial Dao was about to break through. Su Dao didn't go home, he directly found a hidden place and started to make a breakthrough on the spot. Today, the number of demonic guile was so high that he couldn't afford to go back. Before there were any powerful demonic guile that he couldn't deal with, he hunted and killed as many as possible. This kind of opportunity didn't come around very often. As this heavy rain continued, the number of demonic monsters that appeared afterward would become more and more numerous, and their strength would also become stronger and stronger. The 5th realm of the martial Dao was called the Grand Martial Master, also known as the Marrow Refining Realm. 6th grade martial masters were bone forging, while the 5th grade was a step further from the 6th grade, quenching the bone marrow from the outside and the inside. After the great completion of marrow refining, the blood of the whole body of the martial artist can be replaced, replacing the blood of the whole body of the martial artist with precious blood, that is, the 9 passes of blood exchange, and if the 9 passes of blood exchange are completed, then one can enter the 4th realm. The 5th grade is a special node, and the cultivation is extremely difficult, roughly divided into 2 steps. One is to quench the marrow, and the other is to replace the blood 9 passes. Changing blood 9 passes is an imaginary finger. In fact, not everyone can really change blood 9 times. Many people change 5 or 6 times will also top the sky, either not enough resources, or not enough talent. Change blood 9 times, although it is only a theoretical limit, very few people can reach, also is not necessary to reach, but at least also need to change blood more than 3 times, because 3 times below, difficult to enter the 4th grade, only 3 times above, there is a certain chance to enter the 4th grade. And the fewer the number of times the blood is changed, then the subsequent cultivation, the slower the speed. This is a realm that extremely tests talent, tests financial resources, and is also a watershed. Whether or not a martial artist could have the opportunity to ascend to the 3rd realm of the Sovereign Master all depended on this level. Those who had just broken through like Teacher were naturally still at the stage where they had just started refining their marrow, while Wang Xian had only changed his blood once. It's not that he doesn't want to continue, it's mainly because it's too financially draining, whereas this blood exchange, it's simply bloodletting. The resources needed to change blood once is enough to make many people feel pain. A few more times, it is the 5th grade will have to dump their money, unless you and Gulao generally have a skill. In addition, there is also a great risk of blood exchange. With the increase in the number of times of blood exchange, the risk will also soar. Therefore, the vast majority of people, blood change 5 or 6 times, is already the limit, not cannot continue, but do not dare. This is an example of records. There is a martial artist successfully changed blood 7 times. Everyone said, this person has a product of the capital, but this person changed blood 7 times, especially not satisfied, have to carry out the 8th blood change. He really wants to be 9 times perfect. But in the eighth blood for blood, the person's whole body blood out of control, burst and died. After its death, blood on the ground condensation beads, rolled and not scattered, like mercury pulp, and like a living thing, writhing for 3 days before stopping. Internal vision of his own body, Su Dao can see his own body bones, but his bones at this time has been very different from normal people. It's bone crystal jade, his whole skeleton is like carved with sheep fat white jade, flawless, delicate and dirt-free. This is the appearance of forging bone into a great success. And now countless crimson chi and blood, lingering on top of the jade bone, and gradually invade the bone, immersed into the bone marrow. When this step is reached, it is the so-called marrow cleansing. The process of marrow cleansing is to use martial arts chi and blood to continuously flush the bone marrow to complete its metamorphosis, which is also a big project. Adults have 206 bones around the body. Marrow cleansing pass is to wash these 206 bones marrow all refined, before you can enter the blood change pass. Bone marrow is the main blood energy, not complete the marrow. How to change the blood? Su Dao could feel the tingling and stinging sensation brought about by those chi and blood when they entered the bone marrow portion, but soon the sensation disappeared again. The chi and blood also grew dramatically in the process, and his strength skyrocketed. And this process would continue as the subsequent progress of marrow cleansing increased and the number of blood exchanges grew. It was conceivable that if Su Dao could complete all of the marrow cleansing and blood replacement passes, then his strength would receive a leap. It was no wonder that the difference in strength would be so great when they were at the same 5th grade realm. Chapter 76, I Wish to Hunt the Augur. Nourishing Kung Fu, Lu Ascending Peak. Martial Arts, Sea of Illusion Silent Blade, perfected. Open Mountain and Pound the Sea Fist, perfected. Golden Pupil of Martial Arts, perfected. Realm, Wudao, 5th grade beginner. Immortal Path, Enlightenment, early stage. Lifespan, 300 years. Healing Arts, Lu Deng Xiaofeng. Aptitude, Guiding, 3 with ease. Talisman, Basic Talisman, Ru Denjiki. Medium-ranked Breath Restraining Talisman, 2, Handy. Dandao, 2, Mastery. Su Dao took his hand back from the bronze giant tree, and for a moment, he was a bit baffled that he had actually used more than half a month to break through from the mid-6th grade to the 5th grade realm, and of course, in order to accomplish this breakthrough, he had killed nearly 100 demonic guile for it. Looking at the second branch of the bronze giant tree, Su Dao decided to work harder tonight. At this time, from completely lighting up this branch, is still nearly 1/5, although he does not know what the second divine ability is, but he is full of anticipation for this. This is a divine ability, no matter what it is, it will not be weak. As his mind exited the mud pill palace, Su Dao once again carried his sword into the pouring rain. At this time, he had just made a breakthrough, and was at his best. If we don't do it now, when will we wait? Within the county government office, Gu Lao was sitting in the flower hall, listening to the sound of rain outside the window, holding a tea bowl and sipping it without a sip. Although the cup was the finest Mingqian spirit tea, he seemed to be drinking bland and tasteless plain water. Obviously his mind was not on the tea. He also looked up at the door, still not see the figure of the county dignity Chang Yun, and he has been waiting here for nearly an hour. Even the tea has been changed twice. Each county office has for the county honor to prepare the official residence in the backyard of the county office. This is in order to facilitate the county honor to deal with the affairs of the county office in a timely manner, at the same time is also regarded as the county official welfare. But generally this residence is small, the arrangement is not enough luxury and comfort. Many rich county officials do not live in the official residence, but rent or buy another one. Yen Changyun is not a person who lacks money. His family is a neighboring family, rich, but since he came to Yanghe County, he has been living in the official residence issued by the imperial court to the county honors. Even if there is a big family for it, send a few into the mansion, also where he refused. And likewise, in the 4 years since he had been here, he had hardly ever left the county office. That's why some people jokingly call him the clay bodhisattva county zun, which means that he sits on top, wooden as a wooden tire and clay sculpture, and doesn't care much about things at all. And many people who come to see the county zun every time will also find that this county zun seems to love reading, always holding a book in his hand, almost never leave his hand. I'm sorry, let Go Lao wait for a long time. Today a sudden rainfall, the heart is overjoyed, so I went out to watch the rain. First there was a sound of footsteps, and then the voice of county dignity Chang Yun resounded at the door. Gu old surprised to find this county dignity clad in straw raincoat, head hat, wearing straw shoes, pants leg pulled up to the calf. The hand has not been put down the book, today finally put down, and has always been unsmiling face, is actually unprecedented with a smile. County honors good mood. Gu Lao had doubts in his heart. He didn't believe that even himself and Su Dao could tell that this rain was unusual, while this county dignitary couldn't. Yen Changyan smiled and waved his hand, removed his straw raincoat, took off his bucket hat, and without changing his clothes, he directly entered the flower hall, took the hot tea handed up by his servant, and took a sip. Seeing out, he was in a really good mood. Elder Gu came here late at night, is there something he wants? Elder Gu nodded, but did not speak, only turning his gaze to the slave maidservants standing solemnly at the side. Yen Chengyun was a bit surprised, but still waved his hand, so the servants went out in a line, and when they went out, they even deliberately closed the flower hall door. Only Yen Changyun and Elder Gu were left in the entire flower hall. I came to seek county honor today because I have a request. Gulao looked towards Yin Changyun and cupped his fists in salute. Yin Changyun quickly waved his hand. Gulao has something to say. There is no need to be like this. As long as it is something I can help with, I will certainly not excuse myself. Does county honor know about the Black Mountain Seal? Yin Changyun's hand, which was holding the tea bowl, froze in midair, and then he gently placed the tea bowl on the table. Elder Gu actually came here for this reason? Let me think, it must be for that disciple of yours. Not bad. I know that your county honors realm should have already entered the 4th grade, or there may be a solution. If your county honor is willing to make a move, I am willing to offer these 7 precious pills. Saying that, Gulao took out a treasure box from his sleeve, in which there were 7 jade bottles, and within each one, there was a 4th grade healing dan. Yin Changyun gently tapped his fingers on the desktop and didn't answer immediately, but after a long time, he gently shook his head. Not enough. Gulao not only did not get angry at this, instead he was a bit happy. Please also ask the county honors to make it clear, as long as I can give, but by the county honors to open their mouths. In fact, Gulao wasn't sure if the 4th grade martial Dao realm could solve this problem. Originally he was only holding the idea of taking a chance to try, but he didn't realize that Yin Changyun actually had a way. As long as there was a way, then he would be willing to pay any price. Although Su Dao had been his disciple for less than a year, he had already treated him like his own son. It could be said that Su Dao's talent and character were all superior, enough to inherit his mantle. Therefore, for the sake of this child, Elder Gu was already prepared to lose his family's fortune. Elder Gu is trying to send Su Dao away from Yanha County, right? Yin Changyun's fingers gently rattled the tea. Gulao sniffed without saying anything, but his heart was shaken. The county governor really did know, whether it was the previous severe drought or the current heavy rain, it was all unusual. Then why is this county magistrate so happy today? Could it be that he originally came here for this reason? Gulao felt as if he was close to the truth. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Yin Changyun speak quietly. This rain will still fall for half a month. County honor, what is the meaning of this? I don't quite understand. Gulao's face was puzzled. Elder Gu is really joking. If Elder Gu really didn't know, would he have come here? Yin Changyun smiled and spoke. Gulao fell into silence. In the eastern foothills of Black Mountain, there is a 100-headed guile snake that entered the peak of the high rank 300 years ago, and today, 300 years later, this snake is about to transform into a jiao. Yin Changyun got up, came to the door, pushed the flower hall door open, looked at the rain curtain in the courtyard, and spoke softly. Once it accomplishes its feat, it will be a superb product. To transform a snake into a jiao, it must raise clouds and rain, and to transform a dragon into a jiao, it must walk the rivers and blasphemies. This snake is strong in hundreds of miles around the land, nearly half a year all the water vapor, so as to travel clouds and rain, in order to perform the dragon avatar. That's why there is a drought in Yanha County in the past 6 months, and that's why there is this heavy rain. Gulao's heart shook. So this was the case. The previous speculation he had made with Su Dao was only half right. This great drought was indeed related to a demon, but that demon Gue was not a super grade, but a high grade peak demon Gue that was about to break through the super grade. What does that county honor intend to do? Yin Changyun turned around and said with a smile, I want to hunt scaly scales. Chapter 77 The Deal. Elder Gu heard the words and was directly dumbfounded. The gaze that looked at Yin Changyun was filled with disbelief. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Not to mention that it was a super grade. Even if that 100-headed guile serpent failed to transform into a jiao, it was still a peak of the high grade that was one step away from being a super grade. High-ranking demon guile and high-ranking peak are two completely different concepts. The difference in strength between the same high-ranking demon guile and a high-ranking peak is completely different. The demarcation of the strength of demonic guile was originally fuzzy and crude, which is why it often appears that the strength of demonic guile in the same rank is very different. The peak of the high-ranking demonic guile, not into the 3rd grade, how can it be defeated? And if it is a super grade great demonic guile, the 3rd grade in front of it is also a dish, only the 2nd grade can match it. And what realm is Yin Changyun in? He didn't believe that this county governor had already entered the 3rd grade, or even the 2nd grade. If he really had this strength, he could at least be the head of a government, or even a county governor. Would he come to this hole of a place to be a county magistrate? Gulao looked at Yin Changyun and forced himself not to curse out the word crazy, but only said, Prefectural governor, that's a super grade demon guile, not a 2nd grade can't be defeated. There was another sentence he didn't say, even if you really have any means against the Gue Jiao, then you must have at least the 3rd grade realm to be qualified to scheme. A super grade demon guile will form a layer of guile domain around its body, and the stronger it is, the bigger the guile domain will be, and under the 3rd grade, it is simply impossible to break through this layer of guile domain, which means that one is not even qualified to see a guile jiao. And after a martial artist steps into the 3rd grade, he will also cultivate his own sectarian domain. Therefore, the only way to break the super grade demon guile is to break the domain with the domain. Yin Changyun nodded. I know, it is indeed difficult to deal with the super grade guile, but I have my own means. I just might need some helpers. Gulao finally understood this Prefecture Zun's wishful thinking. He actually wanted him to help to deal with the super grade demonic creeps. Wasn't it too much to look down on him? Cool, I'll think about it. This heavy rain will not stop for another half a month, but I can only give you 10 days to think about it, because uprooting the Black Mountain seal also requires time to prepare. Yan Shangyun did not ask Gu Lao to agree on the spot, but specially left time. Of course, this was all predicated on the fact that Gu Yongyan really loved that disciple of his and refused to give up, knowing that hunting the Gui Jiao was a 9 deaths to 1. After all, the strength gap is too big. Gu Yongyan is only a 5th grade. Yan Shangyun didn't even think that Gu Lao would agree. People have selfishness, and very few people would value other people's lives more than their own. This was merely an idle move on his part. After all, when hunting Gui Jiao, naturally the more helpers the better. Even though Gu Yongyan was only a newly promoted 5th rank, that was still one of the few experts in Yanghe County, definitely a not insignificant help. Yan Shangyun pushed the treasure box on the table back to Elder Gu. This Dan Elder Gu had better take it back first. Gu Lao was a little lost in thought and just subconsciously reached out for the treasure box, but halfway there, he violently retracted his hand back. Prefect, I want you to remove the Black Mountain seal for 3 people, no, 4 people. This time it was Yan Shangyun's turn to be surprised. He looked at Gu Yongyan, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Because the meaning of Gu Lao's words is a promise. Elder Gu, it's really a surprise to Yan that he's willing to go to this extent for his disciple. That disciple of mine is more talented than me. What I can't do, he should have no problem. Back then, when my master inherited the Danding sect to me, his only last wish was to refine the legendary Saint Grade pills and achieve the rank of Saint Grade alchemist to revitalize the sect. After making the decision, Gu Lao seemed to be much relieved. His tone instead became lighter. Moreover, since the prefecture Zun dared to plan for the tricky augur, he must have prepared for it as well, right? Maybe this trip isn't that dangerous. Yan Shangyun nodded. I have been preparing for this operation for 20 whole years. Naturally, I already have the means to target Gui Jiao. What he didn't say was that he wasn't the one who discovered this Gui Jiao, but it was discovered by an old ancestor of the Yin family when he passed by the Black Mountain 300 years ago. That 100-headed Gui snake had already shown signs of transforming into a Jiao, and so the idea of hunting for the Jiao arose, but no one would have imagined that the wait would be hundreds of years. The old ancestor of the Yin family has long since passed away, and he discovered this matter when he was looking through his ancestors' books. And coincided with his stuck at the peak of the 4th grade for more than 10 years, cannot be inch, so again rose to the heart of hunting scaly, and then after the operation to the Yanghe County, became a small magistrate. His luck was very good. He also did not expect that he only came here for more than 4 years, and then waited for the last moment of the tricky snake transforming into a Jiao. Then I am relieved. Gu Lao nodded. As long as Prefecture Zun doesn't mind that my strength is low and I can't be of much use. Where, Gu Lao should go back first. After 5 days, I will go out and remove the Black Mountain seal for Su Dao's family. And after that, Gu Lao will be able to send them away from Yanghe County. Gu Lao can absolutely wait until he confirms that they have successfully left the range of the Black Mountain before coming back to assist me in my augur hunt. How is that? That's very good. After Elder Gu excused himself and left, Yan Shangyun looked at the treasure box in his hand and suddenly snorted. What are you laughing at? A voice abruptly sounded in the room. Naturally, I'm laughing at his foolishness. Yan Shangyun put the treasure box away. It's just a disciple. Even if he dies, he can just accept another one. There is a shortage of everything in this world, just not a shortage of people, not a shortage of geniuses. He even disregarded himself for someone who has only been his disciple for a few months. A black robe sat down on the chair next to Yan Shangyun, and after hearing Yan Shangyun's words, he did not utter a voice of approval, but instead said, that child called Su Dao is indeed extremely gifted, with a heavenly spiritual root and a saintly root bone. Whether it's cultivation or practicing martial arts, his future achievements will be very high. Have you collected enough of the spirit children needed for your son and mother spirit snatching formation? Yan Shangyun had no interest in discussing Su Dao's talent with him. It's almost done, but there's still one main ingredient missing. You have your eyes on that Su Dao? Yan Shangyun raised his eyebrows, finally realizing why the person in front of him had specifically mentioned the child called Su Dao. Not bad, heavenly grade spiritual root, that kind of spirituality, as the main ingredient, it will definitely allow me to break through the 4th realm, or even change the grade of the spiritual root. Huang Ji's voice even carried a sense of anticipation. I don't have any opinion, but before he leaves Yanghe County, you can't make a move on him, Gu Yongyan, although his strength is worse, but as long as he is willing to contribute, it will be of no small help to my plan. What, could it be that you can really help him pull out the Black Mountain seal? This time it was Huang Ji who was surprised. He thought that Yan Shangyun had just casually perfunctory that Gu Yongyan. But now, listening to the meaning of these words, it was as if he could really do it. Yan Shangyun shook his head. Naturally I can't do it, that's something that even the 1st grade can't remove. How can I? Chapter 78 Own Backhand, Ruthless and Ruthless. Since you can't do it, how dare you boast about it? If that Su Dao directly died violently when he left Yanghe County, do you still expect Gu Yongyan to help you hunt the scaly scales? Huang Ji was puzzled. I can't pull it out, but I can seal it, at least for half a month without a problem. After half a month, so what if the Black Mountain seal revives, so what if Su Dao dies? At that time, my plan is already complete. Yan Shangyun laughed. Huang Ji also laughed. You really are still this shameless. However, I can't possibly wait for him for half a month. After Gu Yongyan receives the news, I will make my move, and anyway, being 2 places apart, Gu Yongyan can't be too far off to realize it. This matter is up to you. But don't forget the agreement between you and me. Don't worry, after I finish him off, I'll come back immediately to help you. The tricky Jiao Jiao Dan belongs to you, and the Jiao Soul belongs to me, so we'll take what we need. When Gu Lao returned home, and was also still awake and had been waiting in the front hall, and when she heard a commotion in the front yard, she immediately went to greet him. And dusted off the rainwater on Gu Lao's body, and asked her maidservant to take the umbrella that was drenched in rainwater. Returning to the bedroom and waiting for Gu Lao to finish dressing, it was only then that An asked in a low voice, "Have things been resolved?" She had just been observing Gu Lao's face, but seeing that the sadness had slightly disappeared, and it was already very different from when she left home just now, she had a guess in her heart that it was probably because there was progress in that matter. Gu Lao nodded and squeezed out a smile. He has already promised that after 5 days, he will remove the Black Mountain seal for Su Dao's family, and after that, you will leave Yanghe County together with them. I will escort you out of the Black Mountain territory. Anne's face first looked happy, and then suddenly changed greatly. What did you just say? What do you mean I'll leave with them? What about you? You're not going? I still have things to do. I'll find you guys later. Gu Lao pretended to be relaxed. But who isn't? As the person next to her pillow, she could understand Gu Lao's meaning even if he coughed. Something's wrong? What is it? Shan Medical Bureau or 100 Medicine Pavilion? Both? And you're going to lie to me? And Hyung sobbed. Gu Lao sighed when he saw this, that Yin Chengyun was bold enough to want to hunt the super-grade demon guile, and I've already promised to help him with this. You? Where are you putting me like this? And was filled with shock. Gu Lao was only at the 5th grade realm, to go hunting for super-grade demon guile. What was that if not looking for death? Don't be so hasty. Since I dared to promise, would I not consider the dangers involved? Then why did you still agree? Is that something you should be involved in with your strength? Anne's willow eyebrows raised, not believing what Elder Gu said at all. So what if you consider it? That kind of gap in strength could not be erased no matter how much consideration was given. Listen to me first. Elder Gu did his best to calm him. If I wasn't sure, how would I dare to agree? And looked up in doubt. Gu Lao then smiled and took out a box from a hidden compartment in the room. What's this? The legacy my master left me. Elder Gu placed the box on the table, his face suddenly a little complicated. That old thing still left you something? And was surprised. Gu Lao was speechless. How can you disrespect his old man? He was the one who said that we weren't suitable for marriage in the first place, and said that I wasn't the kind of woman who would teach her children. And skimmed her lips, but soon she laughed again. However, he did admit his mistake to me later. That old man is still weirdly cute. Gu Lao was also a bit reminiscent. He opened the box on the table and went over to look at it, but she saw that the contents were pitifully small, a few books and a few pieces of talisman paper. This is it? These things can help you save your life? Gu Lao nodded his head as he reached out and took out a piece of talisman paper from it. 5 elements transportation talisman, a super-grade talisman. One of these will allow me to transport 100 miles in an instant. Although the Danding sect is gone, the family base is starting to have some. And was surprised, the Danding sect can still make talismans? Naturally not, but the Danding sect has money. When it was in its heyday, not to mention super-grade talismans, it even had saint-level talismans. Unfortunately, when it was passed down to Master's generation, there wasn't much left, and the only ones that could be left to me were these few super-grade talismans. I thought the odds were that I wouldn't be able to use this in my life. Anne's face obviously looked much better, but still shook her head. Having this thing isn't insurance either. Listening to what you just said, I know that this county dignitary, with his deep mind and deceitful character, is by no means a simple person. Trading with him always feels like seeking skin with a tiger. I naturally know. Before I felt that I couldn't see through this person. Now I understand the purpose of this person coming here, but also more scrupulous. For a tricky augur, even planning for decades, this kind of patience, let a person shudder. However, this is an opportunity. Su Dao's Black Mountain seal on them always needs to be pulled out, otherwise it will always be a shackle. There is an opportunity this time, how can we let it go? It's not like there aren't any other 4th grade martial artists within the prefecture city. And frowned. But time is running out. When I sensed something was amiss earlier, I had already sent people to the prefecture city to look for 4th grade, or even 3rd grade martial artists who were willing to come to Yanghe County, but so far, there has been no luck. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until today to find Yin Chengyun. Then you must be careful. It's not like I'm stupid. I'll just hide at the back, and once I see that the situation is not right, I'll just run away, and I'll just make a show of it. I may not be able to catch up to him in terms of strength, but if he wants to count on me, it won't be that easy. But since he dares to go hunting for super-grade demon guile, maybe he really does have a way to deal with it? In that case, wouldn't it not matter if we leave or not? And still had some doubts, that way you wouldn't have to take the risk. Gu Lao's face was complicated. Guess where in the entire Yanghe County is most suitable to be used as a battlefield? It can't be the county town, right? Not bad. I expect that with his cautious character, he will definitely not take the initiative to go to the Black Mountain to hunt the Gui Jiao, but will think of a way to lure the demonic Gui to the county before he strikes. This is his home turf, and it is estimated that there is a setup long ago in the county as well. If that's the case, then what about the people in this county town? Anne was dumbfounded that there was such a ruthless person in the world. What does the life and death of ordinary people have to do with him? As for those big clans, isn't this just the right time to be tied onto his chariot? Other than helping him against the demonic guile, what else can be done? And fell into silence at his words. Those ordinary people in the county town, I'm afraid they don't even know that they are about to be in big trouble. They were probably still happy about the heavy rain at this time. He really deserves to die. Go outside, I can't save them. Nor can I stop them. Can't we just go to the prefecture city and ask for help? As long as someone comes from above, I don't believe he'll dare to be so reckless. This Yanghai County is originally a piece of abandoned land. Moreover, there is no one in the prefecture city who can deal with the super-grade demon guile, so it's hard to say if they're reliable or not. If we have enough time, we can go to Xian County, but it's too late. Chapter 79 The Second Avatar. Su Dao gasped violently, and the thick black bizarre blood on his blade was so thick that it couldn't even be washed away by this heavy rain. There were too many demon guile, and the city outside this night had simply become a paradise for demon guile. From the time he left the city, he had never stopped. Even though many of the demonic devils were of average strength, they could not cope with the sheer number of them, and at this time, his hand holding the sword was numb. This is only the first day, really dare not imagine, after a few more days, how many weird things will appear here. Su Dao absorbed the demonic weird chi in front of him and continued to the next place. Along the way, he had already seen too many corpses. Countless stragglers had died in this night's scourge in the past days, even if there were demons that caused harm to people, but the number was limited, and the number of people who died wasn't that much compared to this huge group of stragglers. Later, he went out to hunt every night, so the casualty figures of the displaced people have been within control, but not tonight. The number is too large, that is, Su Dao has the intention to save, but also lack of ability. This damn world. Su Dao cursed in a low voice, but his voice was completely covered by the rumbling rain. No one could hear it except himself. Watching these stragglers being hunted and devoured by the demonic guile like pigs and dogs, even though he boasted that he was already accustomed to seeing death, he couldn't help but have a heartfelt sympathy. If he didn't have the bronze tree and didn't practice martial arts, probably himself, his mother and his little sister wouldn't be much better than them. The more he thought, the more he killed in his heart, the more he blazed. Even the rain could not extinguish the fire of anger in his heart, and the fatigue of his body was also suppressed by his death. Not dawn, not seal the sword. Early in the morning, Paul opened his eyes and looked at his unfamiliar surroundings, and his thoughts were suddenly a little confused. Looking down, she looked at the fluffy bed and couch underneath her, the new clothes that had been put aside and already folded, and the white civet slave that was curled up at the end of the bed, sleeping. She finally reacted. This was no longer that medical center in the outer workshop, but that Lord Su's home in the inner workshop. Then, her mind began to flash back to the events of yesterday, and as she thought about it, an ugly and silly smile couldn't help but bloom on her face. However, she couldn't see any of this for herself. With a lift of her foot, Pa lifted the still sleeping civet slave a foot high. The white civet slave, with a dumbfounded look, looked back at his suddenly mad master, completely unaware of what was happening. Pa put on her clothes. The new clothes were extraordinarily soft, but she felt uncomfortable in them, so she took them off again and then found the bag of old clothes she had brought in a side closet. So it hadn't been thrown away. Pa was inexplicably relieved. Changing into her old clothes, she was instantly at ease. What should she do next? She sat on the couch and froze for a long time, thinking about it for half a day, but she couldn't think of anything. Cooking? She couldn't cook the food she ate last night and clean up? She didn't even know where those tools were. The civet slave, who had already reclined and was ready to go back to sleep, probably saw Pa sitting in a daze and got up and came over to her side, barking sweetly twice before jumping towards her lap. But the result was the same as usual. Its form was still in mid-air when it was swept to the ground by a slap. A civet slave that was supposed to catch mice and protect the house, how could it move to climb on the body? The beaver slave did not lose its head and turned around. And Pa finally got up and pushed open the door to the room. Then, she saw Su Dao move a chair and sit under the eaves, lying on his back, seemingly sleeping. Just for some reason, at this moment, Su Dao's face was pale and a few bloodless, and there was even a hidden aura of death lingering on his body. Bao looked at this scene, inexplicably felt panic, subconsciously averted his eyes away. But Su Dao, who had already felt the gaze, had already opened his eyes. How was your sleep? Su Dao's voice was a little hoarse. Pa nodded his head in a hurry. That's good. Since you're up, go wash yourself, and after you've washed your face, go to the kitchen and give my auntie a hand. Sure enough, just as Su Dao's words fell, the door to the east room was also pushed open. Lu came out first, Su Lu rubbing her eyes, leaning against the doorframe, obviously not awake. How come this rain doesn't stop? Lu took a look at the courtyard. At this time the courtyard had already accumulated a layer of water. The rainwater gathered on the tiles, flowing down from the eaves of the roof, making a sound like a waterfall. It was as if the sky had leaked. And Su Dao, who had already rested for quite a while, his face gradually regaining its rosy color, finally stood up from his chair. Today he stayed outside the city until the dawn before entering the city. Exactly how many demons and shenanigans he did not know, how many kinds of kills he also forgot. Anyway, there are his own recognized, do not know, seen, have not seen. As long as he encountered, he will be cut by a knife. This was still since he started practicing cultivation. He felt sleepiness and exhaustion so clearly. This exhaustion was both physical and divine soul. However, the harvest was also tremendous. Of the 206 bones in his entire body, the bone marrow of dozens of bones had already been cleansed at this point. In those bones that had been cleansed and completed, the marrow was like fusion gold, blossoming with a brilliant light. There was a saying that was specifically used to describe the scene inside a martial artist's body after the 5th grade had been achieved. Fusing gold into marrow and jade into bones, mercury pulp into blood and iron into tendons. Now he probably knew the meaning of this sentence, it was indeed apt. Although he didn't know exactly what it was like inside other 5th grade martial artists, it was true that his body was generally the same as described by this saying. The marrow was like golden water, the bones were like jade, the blood was like mercury pulp, and the tendons were like iron. If one could fulfill all 4 of these requirements, it would mean that one had reached the peak of the 5th grade. He was still far away from this step. The bone marrow was still left with more than 100 pieces that had not been quenched, the blood had not gone through a blood exchange, and he could not yet do the blood like mercury pulp, but the other 2 were already fulfilled. However, the improvement in martial arts was still secondary. What made him feel the most elated was actually that he had finally gathered enough of the Gui Qi needed to light up the second trunk. At this point, the second branch had already been lit up, only he hadn't bothered to receive the second divine ability yet. Joy and worry coexisted. On one side he thought, as long as it's a divine ability it's fine, no matter what it is he's happy, but on the other side he couldn't help but think that it would be better if this divine ability could solve the problems on him. That was what he really needed at the moment. Su Dao raised his head and watched as the water from the eaves of the house pooled into a turbulent stream and dripped into the courtyard, watched as Ba clumsily and restrainedly helped Yang build a fire and add firewood, and watched as his little sister mindlessly wrapped her arms around the civet slave and leaned against the threshold, her eyes closed and pretended to be asleep. Phew! Su Dao let out a long breath of relief and smiled in relief. It was so good and unreasonable, why should one suffer? Even if the avatar this time wasn't what he wanted, so what? If it's not, then just cut him for a few more nights of demonic guile. Thinking of this, Su Dao's mind sank into the mud pill palace and looked up at the giant bronze tree that towered into the endless void. With a thought, then the avatar fruit on the second branch swiftly fell down and merged into his body. Chapter 80, Disasters and Disappearances. Avatar, sigmoiding disasters and destroying dooms. Su Dao's heart shook as he looked up at the giant bronze tree with a strange gaze. However, he saw that there was no other change in the bronze giant tree other than the portion that was lit up had increased. Brother tree? There was no response. Tree ancestor? There was no response either. Su Dao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, only that he couldn't figure out whether this second avatar was originally like this. Or did what he said here last time have an effect? It was good to have spirituality, but never wisdom. That thing, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to harness it. But no matter what, this was a good thing, and just by looking at the name of this divine ability, he felt that it might have an effect. Su Dao's mind withdrew from the mud pill palace, and then he realized that there was something strange in his eyes, a hot stream from an inexplicable place, surging into his eyeballs, as if someone had probed a red-hot iron wire into them, burning and stinging. He could not help but raise his hands to cover his eyes, but between his fingers, there was even a golden light flowing out. After a long time, the stinging pain disappeared, the discomfort in his eyes was gone, but there was a sense of relief. In addition to this stream of heat rushing into the eyeballs, there is also a method of arranging and using the koi. And Su Dao finally understood how this divine ability should be used. Since it was to avoid calamities and eliminate disasters, you must first be able to observe calamities, doom, calamity, trickery, spells, evil, grievances, demonic, obscure, and other ominous chi of the heavens and the earth. This is the case with the change in the eye, and only then can you remove it by arranging the koan. Su Dao subconsciously opened the Dharma eye, and sure enough this time, the vision has changed. The county, there is its own weird gas permeation, but it is quite thin, with his previous Dharma eye realm a few invisible. Outside the city, the concentration of strange gas rises steeply, but did not gather into a wisp. And in addition to the strange gas outside the city, in the place where the stragglers gather, there is also a kind of lead-gray breath around. This was grievance chi. It is triggered by living beings. But not in the heart have a grudge can be born resentment, but to a large number of living beings convergence, and all have the heart of resentment and anger, in order to be able to be born in the sky and earth between the resentment. In addition, there is also a purple-black aura that covers almost the entire heaven and earth, and it is still getting denser at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the chi of calamity. Those who go against the way of heaven and earth, who go against the changes of the 4 seasons, who kill and create sins, and who are in danger of death, so as to violate the virtue of good life, are called calamities. Once the chi of calamity appears on a large scale in a certain place, then either an unprecedented catastrophe has occurred in this place, or a death calamity is imminent. Therefore, this chi is also known as robbery chi. The changes in heaven and earth and the changes in the human heart converge together to give birth to the hijacking chi. There are three types of calamities: large, medium, and small. The chaos of a city and a place, the disaster of a person and a tribe are all called small calamity. The change of a world and a world is the middle disaster. The doom of heaven and earth and the universe, the chaos of the celestial cycle of reincarnation, is called the great calamity. Now Su Dao sees, is the small robbery gas, however, a thought of this Yanghe County, drought for several months, has been subjected to natural disasters, and after the scourge of continuous, and now, is about to have a super quality demon trickery out of the world to make a mess, there is the gas of the disaster, is really unusual. Therefore, Su Dao also just casually swept a glance, and then looked towards his little sister who was sitting on the threshold of one side, holding a beaver slave. A tiny bit of blood-red color appeared in the depths of its spirituality. This is the cursed chi? This little bit of cursed chi, hidden extremely deep, if not for Su Dao's magic eyes having changed, it was almost impossible to see it. That blood-red light, although tiny, but the color is extremely deep, see, it has an ominous feeling. Su Dao concentrated his mind and probed into the light, and then he saw the true appearance of that bit of blood-colored light. It was a bit of curse rooted in the depths of the soul, and that curse was transformed into a mark on its spirituality, which was not regular and could not be seen as beautiful, and anyway, Su Dao could not recognize what it was. And then Su Dao turned his gaze to a Bao and Yang on the other side, and sure enough, they both had this thing on them, and then Su Dao looked inwardly at his own body. There was also. Su Dao's mind followed that blood-red light and extended, and then he suddenly realized that he was back in the mud palace. And that bit of blood-red light was emanating from that place. Su Dao looked dazedly at the ground, the place where the bronze giant tree was rooted, where there was also a blood-red mark, only at this time this mark had long been penetrated by the layers of the bronze giant tree's roots. A trace of grayish-black breath was extracted by the roots of the bronze giant tree, and then converged into the tree trunk, and then was transformed into special energy, which was fed back to Su Dao's body. Su Dao seemed to finally know where the energy feedback that seemed to come out of nowhere came from before he had even practiced cultivation, and before he had obtained the Gui Qi outside. He really thought that it came out of thin air, but now it seems not to be the case, that blood-colored mark, clearly being suppressed by the bronze tree, and as a transit station, constantly from the inexplicable place, extracting the weird gas. Therefore, this thing for themselves, from beginning to end, is not a problem, also not a threat. Su Dao withdrew from the mud pill palace and looked at the blood-colored marks on Bao and the others again. He couldn't help but touch his chin. It seemed like he knew what to do about this thing. Although, with the divine ability that he had just obtained now and was only an introductory one, it was difficult to dissolve this mark, but he didn't actually need to dissolve and uproot it, he only needed to transfer it to himself. At the same time, he was also a bit excited, as he seemed to have found a brand new way to obtain Gui Qi. After finishing his breakfast, Su Dao, who was in a good mood, prepared to go and purchase the things needed to set up the section ceremony. Lu looked at Su Dao, obviously relaxed and happy look, some surprised, obviously yesterday was a worried look, today is very different. Daoer, have you solved your dilemma? Su Dao nodded, solved. Listening to Su Dao's tone, unlike lying, Lu sighed in relief, that's good, that's good. Su Dao was about to go out, but he saw Go Lao wearing rain coming head on. At this time, the teacher did not have an umbrella, just wearing a straw raincoat and a bucket hat. Letting the rain hit his body, and then on the straw raincoat, it converged into a stream of water, flowing down the hem of the straw raincoat to the ground. Teacher? Yesterday, the teacher suddenly left, and at that time, the teacher's expression was grave, obviously having something on his mind, but today, he was actually also with Su Dao in general, with more of a relaxed as if he was relieved. Su Dao, preparing to go out? I'm going to pick up some things. What's wrong, teacher? Gu Lao nodded, you come with me. Su Dao was full of doubts and similarly put on his straw raincoat and followed behind Gu Lao. Just this direction of travel, is it outside the city? Arriving at the outskirts of the city, Gu Lao stood on a mound and waved to Su Dao on one side. Su Dao hurriedly came to stand beside Gu Lao. Su Dao, although I have taken you on as a disciple for a few months, but not for years, I have always regarded you as my own child. Su Dao nodded his head, I naturally know how teacher treats me, and I don't dare to forget. When I say this matter, I am not asking you to be grateful to me, but there are some explanations with you. Elder Gu shook his head. Su Dao was surprised in his heart, this unfolding? Why is it so much like an explanation of the aftermath? Chapter 81, Resolute Attitude. Su Dao was puzzled in his heart and wanted to inquire, but Elder Gu was directly interrupting with a wave of his hand, if you have questions to ask later, listen to me first. Gu Lao raised his hand and pointed to the distance, that's Black Mountain. Su Dao nodded his head, not bad, that was the Black Mountain. Although he didn't know much about the Black Mountain, he grew up listening to the legends of the Black Mountain. It was a place of terror and a truly bizarre land. Even now, he did not dare to easily enter the Black Mountain line, who knows what is really in that big mountain. Back then, the founding emperor of Dali, the world, the county and rule, a total of 36 counties. We are in the county will be Xining County, almost near the westernmost part of Dali, and the county and to the government to divide and rule. A county has a number of government, and even more than a dozen government. The state capital we are in, because there is a large black mountain that stretches for 10,000 miles within its borders, occupying almost half of the land within the capital, hence the name of the state capital, also known as the Black Mountain Capital. And Yanghe County is one of the 36 counties under the rule of Black Mountain Prefecture. Su Dao came to a sudden realization, finally having a slightly rough impression of this world. Although it was still unclear, it was far better than before when he had two eyes in the dark. Yanghe County is too closed, the cognition of the outside world is far from enough, and even many people's lifelong horizons are only limited to this county. For the outside world, simply do not understand. They didn't even know that the name of the prefecture they were in was Black Mountain Province. So that's how it is. It seems like the Great Li territory is huge. Su Dao let out a sigh of emotion. This was his first feeling. The size of this world was somewhat far beyond his imagination. Originally, in his mind, the Great Li should be rotten and fallen, as if it was weak and frail, but now, it seemed that to be able to occupy such a huge territory, I'm afraid it wasn't that simple. Even if it is true that the fallen, but the tiger is dead not down frame, the foundation is especially not bad. The world is big. It's so big that many people can't walk out of a county in their entire lives. Gulao nodded his head. Even he himself had never traveled out of a county's land. The farthest distance he had ever traveled in his life was just a trip from Black Mountain Prefecture to the county. He hadn't even been to many other state capitals in Xining County. Then do you know that Yanghe County is an extremely special existence even among the 36 counties under Black Mountain Prefecture? Special? Su Dao repeated these two words. What's special? Su Dao understood that his teacher had called him out, fearing that he was going to inform him of the truth about Yanghe County. Sure enough, Elder Gu continued to speak. Yanghe County is a piece of abandoned land, just because this county is located in the foothills of the Black Mountain. Black Mountain is so big, just Yanghe County is at the foot of Black Mountain? Gulao nodded. Yes, only Yanghe County is located at the foot of the Black Mountain, because all other states and counties are forced to stay away from the Black Mountain for 100 miles. The entire Black Mountain range, as well as its surrounding 100 miles, the people are not allowed to live in it. Because of the Black Mountain? It is precisely because of this Black Mountain range. Gulao's face was complicated. Yanghe County is actually a cage. Everyone born here is a caged bird. Even outsiders who stay here for more than a year will be reduced to a caged bird. Every person born here will be marked with the Black Mountain seal, and so will outsiders who have been stationed here for more than a year. Su Dao fell into silence as he sniffed, and he finally understood what that red mark deep within the spirituality of himself, his little sister, and Anyang and the others was. Previously, he had felt that this mark had an odd and irregular appearance, and he couldn't see why, but now it seemed that that might be exactly what this Black Mountain epitomized. So, senior mother will return to the prefecture once a year? Gulao nodded. You're a smart person. I reckon that you had already noticed that something was wrong at that time, and perhaps checked it out on your own, but this kind of thing wouldn't be recorded on paper, and this information is just common knowledge in the outside world, but here, it's not known to ordinary people. But it's still not right. Sensei is also an outsider, right? Why does senior mother leave every year while teacher doesn't have to? Su Dao detected a blind spot. Elder Gu nodded. This disciple of his is really quick thinking. That's because we have an official body, an official position added to our body, has its own dynastic chiluk to protect us. Even if we reside for more than a year, we won't be planted with an imprint. Su Dao suddenly realized, no wonder teacher and the others don't need to leave Yanghe every year. What effect does this Black Mountain seal have? Once planted with the Black Mountain seal, it is planted with a life-suppressing talisman. As long as one leaves the Black Mountain range of 100 miles, that seal will revive and take away one's soul and life. Even if you don't leave, the Black Mountain seal will also cut down on your lifespan and take away your spirit. That's why there are mortals whose lifespan stops at 50, the 9th grade stops at ancient rarity, and the 8th grade doesn't go beyond the period? Su Dao finally connected the dots of what he had seen in the household registration division earlier. Elder Gu was slightly surprised. It seems like you've really found out quite a lot. Is this why teacher was unwilling to agree when I first proposed to run away? Su Dao sighed. Teacher really did not agree to flee Yanghe County because of him. No wonder, teacher still stayed in Yanghe County right now because he couldn't let go of him. Otherwise, with teacher's caution, he should have lifted the bucket and run away long ago. Anyway, he and his teacher's wife were not restricted by this Black Mountain seal. However, this matter has already been thought of by master as a solution. Elder Gu changed his previous seriousness, raising his voice tone by 2 degrees, and his tone became somewhat arrogant. Su Dao froze. What solution? I went to seek out that county honorable lord last night, and he agreed to remove the Black Mountain seal for your family in a few days. In this way, you will be able to cut off your bonds and walk freely. This Yanghe County is too small after all. You should go out and walk around, see a broader world, and this Yanghe County, other than being forced to do so, almost no martial artists are willing to come here. Su Dao, however, did not rejoice but instead asked in a small voice, "What did teacher pay for this?" He didn't believe that county honor would be a good person who didn't ask for anything in return. Moreover, Su Dao still had his doubts. What realm was that county Zune? How could he have the ability to pull out the Black Mountain seal? That was a mark that was planted in the depths of the divine soul, and I'm afraid that ordinary people wouldn't even be able to find it, right? He can remove it? What kind of person is he? Second grade? First grade? Or a Zifu true lord of the Qi refining Dao? Why can't Su Dao believe it? Teacher was afraid that he hadn't been tricked. Elder Go waved his hand. "You don't need to care about this matter. When the time comes, after he steps in and removes the mark for you and the others, you will take your teacher's wife with you to leave Yanghe County and head to the prefecture city." Teacher is not leaving? Su Dao's voice suddenly raised a few degrees. Is it because of the deal with prefecture honor? Gulao was evasive. "I said you don't need to care. You guys will go first when the time comes. I will then go to the prefecture to look for you." Su Dao shook his head. "If teacher doesn't make it clear, I won't agree to leave. There is no reason to let teacher bear the danger alone." Chapter 82, Lu's entry into the pinnacle, setting up the section ceremony. Elder Ge listened to Su Dao's words and looked at the determination on Su Dao's face. His heart was very complicated, both distressed and relieved. He really did not misjudge the person, and it was not in vain that he had done so much for Su Dao. "All right. I'll tell you about it." Gu Lao was unable to do so and could only tell him all about the causes and consequences of this matter. The shock in Su Dao's heart was beyond words, and his gaze couldn't help but look in the direction of the county courthouse in the city. "He's crazy? Master also thinks he's crazy." Elder Ge nodded and joined him in looking towards the other side. "This person is afraid that he has been stuck at the peak of the 4th grade and has been pushed to the edge because he cannot find a way forward. The 4th rank of the martial Dao has a lifespan of 300. Why is he so desperate? 300 years, for ordinary people, that's the length of several lifetimes, but for martial artists, it's not that long. He's afraid that he's close to 100 years old now. If he can't break through to the 3rd rank before he's 150 years old, then the chances will drop by a few more tiers, and if he can't break through before he's 200 years old, then there'll be no hope for him in this life. In fact, it is said that after half of his lifespan, before 2/3, there is still a chance, but the hope is really small. That is to say, if he really wants to enter the 3rd grade sovereign realm, there will only be 50 years left in his golden time. He's already been stuck for decades, so what's so rare about being stuck for another few decades? Su Dao pondered, would it even be possible to be stuck for that long? He had never felt a cultivation bottleneck before, so he didn't really understand what it was like to be stuck in a realm for decades. The super great demon guile is too dangerous. Even if he had prepared for it and the teacher was involved, I'm afraid it's still dangerous. Teacher has his own means of escape. You don't need to worry. You also have the 7th grade realm now, so your main task is to escort your master's wife and the girls to the prefecture city, so that I can rest assured. Su Dao did not refuse this time. His teacher's words were correct. No matter how he did it later, he first had to escort his master's wife and the girls safely to the prefecture city before he had any room to exert himself. Good, I promise. The Shern Yang girls will be assuredly left to me. Su Dao parted ways with Elder Ge, who still needed to go back and make some preparations. Although he had a super great talisman in his hand, it still wasn't quite safe. Some other means were needed. On the other hand, Su Dao wanted to return the 3 precious pills given by his teacher, and the remaining 7 precious pills given by his teacher had now been given to Yin Changyun. Teacher only wanted 2 of them, and the remaining one was for Su Dao to keep to save his life. If it wasn't for the fact that the remaining time might be too late to refine another furnace of precious Dan, he wouldn't even want these 2, and would directly refine another furnace. What kind of person gives something to his disciple and then takes it back? On the contrary, the medicinal materials are not a big problem, since the teacher last time to refine the healing Dan, bring medicine to seek Dan is not a few people, and mainly is the healing Dan. Su Dao, on the other hand, once again came to the county magistrate's treasury. A lot of things needed when arranging the coup rituals cannot be bought in the ordinary market, so he can only go to the treasury to exchange them. He still had a batch of 1st grade pills in his hand, so it wasn't difficult to exchange some small merits. After exchanging things he didn't delay, but went straight back home. Although he was now able to remove the Black Mountain marks from others by transferring those marks to himself, he didn't intend to do it now. Let's wait and see, wait for a few days and see what Yin Changyun's bottom line is. There's time anyway. That Yin Changyun, if he is nonsense-posed, cannot get rid of the Black Mountain seal, then it means he has another plan, said that it is necessary to do to the teacher. Otherwise, when they have problems, the teacher will definitely know. Since he does not have this kind of concern, then it means that from the beginning to the end, Yin Changyun did not intend to let the teacher come back alive. But what if Yin Changyun really had that kind of means? Su Dao wouldn't mind giving it a try. Furthermore, even if Yin Changyun couldn't get rid of it, there was still a possibility that he could sense the mark, and if he found out that his little sister and the others didn't have a mark on them, Su Dao wouldn't be able to explain it. Furthermore, he was worried that there was no way to explain why the marks on his little sister and in Yang had disappeared, but now that Yin Changyun had come to the door himself, wouldn't that be just what he wanted? In the future, if others asked, he would just blame it on Yin Changyun and say that he did it. Wouldn't that be great? Simply a 1-2 punch. Just returning home, sensing that the mood of the people at home was different, Su Dao could not help but be curious. What happened? Dower, I've entered the grade? The smile on Lu's face could not be hidden at all. When Su Dao heard this, he hurriedly went forward and held Lu's wrist, carefully sensing that he had indeed entered the grade. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was a good thing. Over the past few months, his mother had been practicing incessantly, coupled with the daily supply of top-quality blood-strengthening pills, and now she had finally entered the grade. This speed was really not slow, and it was not in vain for him to spend mana every day to cleanse Anyang's roots and bones. Although Anyang's talent nowadays could not catch up with Su Dao and the others, it was still a step ahead of the average person. When he arrived at the prefecture city in the future, he would exchange it for some more precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and strengthen her roots and bones by a few more points, so that her cultivation would be even faster. He didn't intend to let Anyang cultivate the method of fighting. He only needed to keep practicing the nourishing kung fu to raise his realm. If he wouldn't fight, and living long enough would be enough. He looked at Ah Bao on the side again. In a few months, it would be time for Ah Bao to start practicing martial arts. This girl's talent was much higher, coupled with his shuffling. When she started practicing, her progress should be fast. Have a good celebration today, Su Dao said to Lu. Good, I'll go prepare. Lu was also very happy, although she herself wasn't very interested in martial arts, and didn't think of becoming some kind of supreme expert to traverse the world, but after working so hard for so long, she finally got something, so naturally, it was worth celebrating. But in truth, what Su Dao wanted to celebrate was not the matter of Anyang's breakthrough at all, but because he had now found a way to pull out the Black Mountain Seal. Lu took Su Lu and Ah Bao to prepare the celebratory meal, while Su Dao returned to his bedroom to start setting up the kui. It was somewhat similar to setting up a spell formation, or setting up an altar, and then through a special pace, a specific Dao method, and with the help of the power of the underworld, one would be able to achieve one's purpose. A day passed like this, and the rain still didn't stop. And Su Dao likewise had no intention of stopping. At midnight, Su Dao went out as usual to hunt the demonic guile. Even though he had already found a way to remove the Black Mountain Seal. However, he didn't give up this good opportunity to enhance his strength. He didn't know if he would still be able to encounter so many demon guile when he left Yanghe County in the future. For others, demonic guile was a horrible thing that ate people and harmed them, but for him, it represented strength. That was a better and purer way of increasing strength than the effects of pills. In terms of martial arts, it was just a matter of refining chi. The key was refining chi. The difficulty of refining chi was much greater than he had imagined. If he didn't use the power of the bronze giant tree in refining his own chi for the main camp, then just breaking through to the third realm, he was afraid that it would take a few years. Chapter 83. It doesn't feel right. The number of demonic guile outside the city was increasing, and their strength had also increased. For that matter, it is still the case that demonic shenanigans don't like to come out in the daytime, because there is the sun during the daytime, and between heaven and earth, it will be filled with yang and chi, and this chi and the shenanigans are in conflict with each other, and they are mutually restraining. And the county's protective array, in fact, the principle is so. The use of the formation, in the daytime to absorb the heaven and earth yang and gas, to the night and then released, so the county town, at night, although no daylight, but there is still yang and gas filled, for the evil and bizarre do not like. But do not like, just do not like, is not intolerable. If there is a demon weird hungry, will also endure this kind of dislike, into the city. This is probably the same as humans jumping into the cesspool to find food. Disgusting is disgusting, but top full. That's why there are demonic shenanigans in the city from time to time. However, this was also related to the fact that the level of the county's spell formation was too low and the yang and chi was not dense enough. These days, it was like this outside the city, but it wasn't much better inside the city, although there were spell formations, the number of which was a lot less than outside the city, but it was still far more than usual. At this time, even those with slow reactions gradually noticed that something was wrong. The frequency of this demonic guile appearing was a little too high. Therefore, now the city's Jin Demon Division, the Inspection Division, and even the Division of Military Horsepower all mobilized to begin to kill the demon Gue. That's not all. Even those big clans that have been pretending to be dead in this kind of matter have also begun to mobilize their own forces to assist the government in killing the demonic devils. This group of people's perception of danger was sometimes even sharper than that of the government. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stand for so many years, with an unending legacy. This was all the secret of survival of those great clans. And the gangs under the control of those big clans can't escape even more. A large number of manpower spread throughout the entire county, and the atmosphere in the city seemed to have become tense all of a sudden. And Su Dao only realized at this time that there were so many martial artists in this small Yanghe County city, and there were quite a few experts among them. The government is just those big clans, even there are 5 realm of experts. Though the higher 4 products do not know if there is, but 5 products in Yanghe County is not low. Thinking about it, in the end, is entrenched in this, inherited for hundreds of years of family, if even this little strength cannot be cultivated, and how to come to the office with the official arm wrestling? And how to gradually control the county government, half of the Yaman's power. Relying on money alone? In the transcendental world, money is indeed very useful, but the strength is even more important, because with strength, there will also be money and power. The strongest eat all. The ones they eat the rest of, the ones they don't want, are the things for the weak. Because there were too many martial artists in the city, Su Dao also gave up the idea of beheading the demon creeps in the city in order not to cause trouble. With these people around, those demon creeps couldn't make a big wave. Anyway, there are plenty of these things outside of the city today. On a street, Lucy and Oatmeal led a team of manpower, walking slowly. The whole process was very cautious, stopping every now and then, trying to find an abnormality in the loud rain. After searching the area under their jurisdiction and finding no abnormalities, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it was raining so heavily, they were in a cold sweat after the trip down just now. Those people behind them, more nervous than them, because, now Lucy and Yenmai also don't know what kind of luck, actually broke through the 8th grade, finally from the head of the capital to become vice captain. Even though it carried the word vice, it was still a metropolitan commander. Those behind them were either ordinary people who had practiced martial arts but had not yet entered the ranks, or they were newly promoted to the 9th rank. Their strength was even weaker, and if they really encountered a demonic guile, they would die even faster. When will these days ever end? Yenmai touched the rainwater on his face. At least you can still whine here. If you were outside the city, you're afraid you wouldn't even survive the night. Lucy let out a laugh. But they had all heard that the outside of the city nowadays was not what it used to be. The demonic guile infested in hordes, and it was unknown how many times more terrifying than here. That's not necessarily true. If we are lucky outside the city and run into that high-ranking person, the chances of surviving are still very high. Yenmai stood to the side of the eaves, ready to take shelter from the rain. Lucy beside him, as well as the crowd behind him, also followed suit and took shelter under the eaves. In the past, when there was a big drought, they looked forward to the rain, but now after 2 days and nights of rain, it still doesn't stop, so it's a bit hard to bear, especially for those of them who have to patrol the night. The good thing is that now the manpower in the city to patrol the night has increased more than several times, but also relieved a lot of pressure. I've heard that high-ranking person killed more than 100 demon tricksters in one night yesterday. Why did I hear it was over 200? Ha? Wasn't it 300? I heard that the corpses of the demons covered a layer. The people from the Department of Devil Suppression, when they went out to check it out, when they pushed the door, they were so scared that they ran backwards. Everyone spoke up, saying what they had heard from around the world. Now, I'm afraid that only those who have actually seen the corpses of those demon Gue can know the real number. Anyway, now there are even rumors of killing nearly 1,000 demon Gue claims. But there was one thing they could be sure of, that person was indeed fierce. Anyway, I'm afraid that there are only a few people within Yanghua County who can do this. But they could be certain that it definitely wasn't those few people who had stepped in to do it, because if those people had stepped in to decapitate the demonic ghosts, they wouldn't have to cover up their identities at all. How much credit would that be? How many rewards could be exchanged? If it was all used to exchange for cultivation resources, it would be enough for any one of them here to break through to the 6th grade or even a higher realm. Letting go of such a large amount of merit and so many resources, I really don't know what this person really wants. Doesn't anyone think of going out to take a look? Maybe this person is slaughtering demonic shenanigans outside the city right now. Oatmeal muttered. Who's going to look? You. I would like to go, but I'm not strong enough. A tiny 8th rank, just going out would probably be swallowed alive by the demonic guile. But those martial masters, it's always fine to just go out and take a look, right? How do you know they aren't? Lucy asked rhetorically. That's true. Oatmeal froze, but the next moment he came back to Lucy's ear. I always feel as if something isn't right this time. Lucy was being approached so close by a man, quite a bit uncomfortable, subconsciously wanting to avoid, but when he heard Yenmai's words, he subconsciously scanned his fellow subordinates standing not far away from the rain, nodded, and replied, in fact, me too. I always feel that it's not right. At first, I thought that it was just the reason that the demonic shenanigans had been making trouble lately, and I didn't have a good night's sleep, but when you said that, I feel that it's not simple. Matter is afraid that it is not simple. Then what do we do? To be honest, yesterday when I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up for no reason. I was in a cold sweat, and then, I felt that this time, I'm afraid that I'm in big trouble. Although I may not be reliable normally, but our intuition can't fool anyone. Tomorrow, we'll go seek out Medical Officer Su and ask him? Ask him for guidance? Lucy said almost subconsciously. Chapter 84 The Beaver Slave to Become a Spirit. Oatmeal nodded at his words. That was the only way, since it didn't feel right, he should seek help in time. Even if he couldn't get any help, he should try his best to probe for information, figure out the reason behind it, and then find a way to tide over the crisis. The only thing they could count on now was Su Dao. As for the others? Like their superiors and such, they didn't really feel like they could get anything out of it, and they didn't necessarily know unless they went directly to ask the rank of division master. But would people tell them? Something was obviously wrong this time, but the fact that nothing had even leaked down from the top didn't tell them anything about the situation? Rather, Su Dao was special enough, although Su Dao's grade was not high, but he had a special status. In the past, he had the identity of Elder Ji's disciple to add, and now he had the identity of a second-grade alchemist to add. All of these made Su Dao's status very high. This special status naturally had benefits, for example, being well-informed, even if he didn't have a source of information himself. But wasn't this still Gulao? The sky still has a few hours before it should be bright. When it's bright, after I get off duty, I'll go and have a meal first, and after that, we'll directly pay a visit to the door. The more Lucy thought about it, the more he felt that this matter could not be delayed. Why do we need to eat before going? Isn't it good to go right after we get off duty? Yanmai scratched his chin. Stupid, you also have to look at the time, going over so early and disturbing people's rest. Aren't you afraid that they will kick you out? Medical Officer Su is not that kind of person. Oatmeal shook her head. Lucy nodded. It's true that Medical Officer Su isn't that kind of person, but we have to be measured. Alright, I'll listen to you on this matter. Yanmai did not object. This kind of thing was obviously better handled by Lucy. Su Dao once again returned to the mansion with a body full of fatigue, and after one night, the bone marrow in his body that had been quenched and completed had increased by more than 30 more bones. This night, the number of demonic devils he killed was rather less than yesterday's, as the demonic devils he faced this time were much stronger. Demon Guile has its own sense of territory, and will not let other Guile come too close to its own position, which will be regarded as a provocation. Sometimes, they will directly devour them. Therefore, those small demon creeps either retreated or were directly forced into the city. According to the current situation, I'm afraid that it won't be long before high-level demon guile will appear on a large scale. Right now, high-level demonic guile was still quite rare. Even though he had encountered only one for several nights in a row, he could not say what would happen later. But he couldn't say what would happen later. He couldn't say that a large group of high-level demonic guile would appear. Even if it was only in the early stages, it would still be a terrifying force. The early stage was fine, he could deal with it. The middle stage would have to go all out, and if it was the peak stage, then he could only run away. That thing was classified at the same level, but in reality, it was another species. Su Dao unclipped his saber, changed his wet clothes, and was about to go out, but he turned around violently, and then he saw a white civet slave on the windowsill, squatting quietly and looking at himself with a crooked head. Su Dao. What's wrong with this cat? Surprisingly, it didn't move at all, and he had just sensed nothing. One must know that with his current realm, as long as there was a line of sight falling on his body, he would inevitably sense it. Su Dao went up and carried the cat off the windowsill, carefully inspecting it. There was no abnormality, it was an ordinary civet slave. On the contrary, it was the eyes that looked a little strange, but they only looked a little strange. The civet slave obediently allowed Su Dao to fiddle with it, and even purred sweetly from time to time. Su Dao threw it back to the windowsill in disgust. A male cat, purring so flirtatiously, there's something wrong with it. However, the cat quickly jumped down from the windowsill again and came to Su Dao's feet, walking along with him, and kept threading its way through his legs. Su Dao's mood inexplicably improved as he once again reached out and lifted this civet slave up, then reached into his pocket and took out a blood-strengthening elixir, pinched off a small piece, and stuffed it into its mouth. This is good stuff. The elixir entered his mouth, and this time when Su Dao opened his martial dharma eyes, he really did make a different discovery. This cat's spirituality is actually so high? Obviously when he just looked, but he couldn't see anything. This cat is not only able to conceal its breath, but it can also conceal its spirituality? And at this time, because of taking the elixir, stimulated by the medicinal properties, this was exposed. Especially those eyes were extraordinary and divine. Rather, it was him who had looked away before. Su Dao picked up the back of the beaver slave's neck and locked eyes with it, and the beaver slave also stared at him somewhat confused. Should I just pinch it to death? Or not? This cat's family members quite like, and he could feel that this cat's breath was clear and gentle, very different from the flavor of the weird beasts. Perhaps it would grow into a spirit beast? Su Dao shook his head, not bothering to pay any more attention. However, this civet slave was unforgivingly still following him, and it seemed that this little thing could also sense that what Su Dao fed it was useful, so the pleasing meaning in its barking became even more obvious. This cat was really going to become a spirit. Su Dao sat under the eaves of the porch and prepared to refine his chi. Ever since the avatar, guiding serving, entered the fourth realm, he didn't have to sit on his knees at all when he was refining chi and practicing. Whether he was standing, lying down or sitting, he was able to nourish his chi and practice. It was only that the rate of mana growth would be slightly slower than when sitting cross-legged with full concentration. The advantage of this is that walking, sitting, and lying down are practicing even if the efficiency is lower, but over the years, the effect is also extremely considerable. Close your eyes and practice for a while, but the civet slave is still next to the call, a little like the reaction of other cats when they smell the fishy odor. Su Dao was annoyed by the screaming, so he took out the blood-strengthening pill that he had pinched a small piece of and threw it in front of the civet slave. Here you go, but if you swallow this in one gulp, I'm afraid that if you don't die, you'll have to shed your skin. If you're really smart, then lick it slowly. In fact, he just wanted to try how smart this cat was. Even if this elixir was swallowed whole, he wouldn't die. At most, he would be in a coma for a few days. That civet slave, however, seemed to understand, got down, stretched out two paws to hold the sides of that blood-strengthening elixir, and then began to lick it up with his tongue. After licking for a while, it stopped, picked up that elixir in its mouth, turned around and ran away, probably to go hide in a hidden place. Su Dao cupped his chin, gazing oddly at the back of that civet slave's brisk footsteps, a little interesting. In fact, it's not like this cat can't be cultivated a bit, especially its ability to conceal its own breath and spirituality, which is very extraordinary, as well as the pair of pupils that are even more spiritually abundant. Although it doesn't know what purpose it serves, it's thought that it won't be too bad. Anyway, it's just some pills, it won't waste much. How much can a cat eat? Now that he could make pills himself, he naturally did not put such pills on his mind. It was no wonder that when he first paid his respects to his teacher, there was a bottle of pills in his hand. After that, the pills were almost uninterrupted, and he didn't even need to ask for them. They were directly delivered as soon as it was time. For that matter, it was still because Elder Go was worried that Su Dao would be greedy and take too much at once. So the amount of pills he gave each time was the amount that even if he ate them all at once, he could not die from eating them, so it was a painstaking effort. Chapter 85, Manhwa County is going to be finished. During breakfast, Su Dao felt that his little sister's gaze always glanced his way from time to time. Every time Su Dao raised his head to look, Sulu dodged back again, and finally Su Dao simply put down his chopsticks. Say, what's up? What do you want to buy again? No, big brother, why is that civet slave suddenly so close to you? Obviously, I coax it every day, but it doesn't care about me. Sulu instantly asked curiously. Because this little thing is smart. Su Dao couldn't say that this cat was going to become an essence, he was afraid of scaring a few people. Sulu naturally didn't believe it, but Su Dao was already ignoring her. Lu's willow eyebrows raised. Eat or not? If you don't eat, go down. Sulu immediately buried her head and ate vigorously, not daring to pester her big brother to ask again. Bao, however, didn't care much about it from start to finish, even though the cat actually belonged to her. In the past, when she was in the outer workshop, she still thought about feeding it once every meal, but now she didn't necessarily think about it for a few days. The leftovers, anyway, were all its. If there are few leftovers, there's not enough for the next meal, so it's just right for the cat, and if there's a lot left over, it's his, too, because a lot of leftovers means that the dish tastes average. Although Po wasn't a picky eater, she couldn't finish that much by herself. Anyang, starting today, take your time to pack up and pack away some of the things you're taking with you. Su Dao put down his chopsticks and spoke to Lu. Counting today, there are still 2 days left, which is the time that teacher and Yen Shanyan have agreed upon. At that time, I'm only afraid that when the Black Mountain seal removal is over, teacher will let them leave Manhwa County immediately. After all, here, one day is more dangerous than the other, it is impossible to continue to wait. So, it's just the right time to take your time to pack your bags, so that you don't have your hands full when the time comes. It was just his words that instantly made Lu freeze in place, and the movement of packing the dishes also stopped. Not only her, but also Bao and her little sister, they also looked at Su Dao with shocked faces. It was only then that Su Dao remembered that he had forgotten to tell them about leaving Manhwa County. We're leaving? Where to? Leave Manhwa County and go to the capital city. Surely you still want to leave? Must leave, it's no longer safe here. Regardless of whether or not there was this matter of the super great demon guile, this Manhwa County could not be stayed in. Just as the teacher had said, this place was a man-eating cage, staying here was chronic suicide. He might be fine, but not his mother and the girls. Lu didn't even ask any more questions, even though she was full of doubts at the moment, but she just nodded. Okay, I'll get my bags packed as soon as possible. Pick the important ones to bring, and don't take some of the odds and ends, lest you drag the trip down. To put it bluntly, they were fleeing for their lives, not just moving. A Bao at the side had kept his head down when they talked about leaving Manhwa County. His face was calm, but there was a lost color under his eyes. Su Dao looked at A Bao. What? You are unwilling to leave? Shall I go too? Po looked up in surprise. Why don't you go? Su Dao asked rhetorically. He thought that this girl was unwilling to leave Manhwa County. After all, it was a strange place thousands of miles away. A Bao nodded vigorously. Willing. That's fine then. Actually, I'll have to take you away whether you're willing or not. Even his teacher remembered exchanging 4 places from Yen Shanyan instead of 3, so how could he forget? Could it be that he usually resembled that kind of unsympathetic, even heartless person? Oh yeah, there's also that civet slave, bring that along as well. Su Dao added. Hearing this, Po finally smiled. Su Dao was about to go to the outer square medical center to take a look, but unexpectedly, a guest came to his door. These days, he had neither been on duty nor had he gone to the medical center to sit in. It was really because there were too many things to do and he was too busy. It was not easy to have some free time, but he still had to practice making talismans, especially the most difficult middle-ranked talismans. Using this to aid in combat was a huge boost, so he needed to have more on hand, and it wasn't necessarily safe to go to the prefecture city on this trip. The teacher would only send them 100 miles out of the foothills of the Black Mountain before returning, meaning that Su Dao would be needed to escort them for the next few hundred miles. Commander Yen, Commander Lu? Why are you guys here? Su Dao welcomed the two into the door. It was only when they entered the flower hall that the two stopped and no longer entered the front. Lord Su, why don't we not go in? We're soaking wet, it's not convenient to go in. Lucy looked down at his shoes with some embarrassment. At this moment, the shoes on their feet were bubbling because they had been soaking in water for a long time. This flower hall is cleaned up at first glance, how bad is it to go in and get dirty? When did you guys become so outgoing? Come on in. Su Dao was speechless, but he was still polite. Lucy still wanted to speak, but it was Yanmai who was impatient. I told you, there's no need to make all these twists and turns, Lord Su was not that kind of person. Yanmai directly stepped behind Su Dao into the flower hall, but Lucy thrown in place, not in, not out, he killed Yanmai at this time have the heart. The words of curses were tumbling in his heart, almost without repetition. Yanmai had gained a reputation for frankness and sincerity, but what about him? He had become a villain. A dog. Lucy gritted his teeth and walked in anyway. Entering the door, Su Dao was about to serve tea to the two of them, but that Yanmai was too lazy to bother with more words. Directly kneeling on the ground was a big salute. Lord Su, my old Yan is a rough man. In front of you I don't engage in those curves. I and Lu see this here, nothing else, just want to beg Lord Su to point out a way to live. Su Dao was stunned by this guy. It wasn't the first time he had met the two, he had crossed paths with them more often than not, and it was him who had given the two pills to make them break through to the 8th grade, and for these two, he also knew them well. That Yanmai seems to be rough and loose, but in fact, the inner treachery, ghost mind is the most, but he is biased in the usual pretending to be very good. And that Lucy seems to be cautious and resourceful, fine-minded, but in reality is a simple and frank person. Su Dao hurriedly pulled Yanmai up from the ground. What is Yen Tu Tong doing? Speak properly when you have something to say. In fact, Su Dao did not expect these two guys to be so perceptive. One could only say that to be able to climb up from a single Su official to a metropolitan governor and gain official status, one does have some ability. However, the fact that these two people suddenly came to his door really made it difficult for him. He did not intend to bring the two people along with him to the prefecture. Even more so, he didn't want to reveal his ability to remove the Black Mountain seal. However, he did have a pretty good impression of these two, so he could help out. Since you guys have come to the door, I won't hide it from you, this Yanghe County is indeed going to be finished. Yanmai and Lucy directly stayed in place, not realizing that the two of them were just feeling uneasy in their hearts before they thought of coming over to inquire about it, and then they heard this kind of explosive news. Please also teach me, my lord. Yanmai and Lucy bowed their heads at the same time. They both knew Su Dao's character, never the kind of person who made up his mind. Once Su Dao said that Yanghe County was going to be finished, it would definitely be finished. Alright, if you guys really want to live, then help me with a few things. Chapter 86, Pretending, Great Acting Skills. Waiting for the two of them, Yanmai and Lucy, to leave, Su Dao stood at the doorway and watched the two of them step into the roiling rain. He looked at the county city, which was almost shrouded in water vapor, and felt a little nostalgic. After all, I have been living here for more than 10 years, and it is true that if I don't do something, my heart will always be restless, and my thoughts will not be clear, but my ability is limited, so if it is possible to do so, I will definitely try my best, and if it is not possible to do so, I can only give it up, but in this way I can also ask for a clear conscience. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the heavy rain still didn't stop, and even the rain didn't weaken half a bit. Until then, those ordinary people only panicked. Could it be that after the great drought, there will be a great flood? Now even the streets above the water into a river, its depth is knee-deep, and this depth is still increasing. The low-lying residential areas have already been flooded by half, and even the inner square is almost the same, because the drainage efficiency of the ditch, completely unable to keep up with the speed of the rainfall. These 2 days, Su Dao is still hunting trick non-stop. He will see all this in the eyes, can only say that the people of Yanghe County is really plagued by disaster. Originally drought for several months, now finally raining, but is a few days non-stop pouring rain. This way, this year's food will no longer be under harvest, but the harvest. Even the people want to replant some crops to save the famine cannot. And not only did the number of victims outside the city not decrease, but it got bigger and bigger. It's not the other way around, it's the demon trick that's causing it. On weekdays, those villages and towns could barely hold out with some simple means of defense against demonic spirits. Although deaths and injuries are inevitable, they are still within the range of tolerance, but not now. Demonic shenanigans appear in droves. Once a village is attacked, the result is that there are few survivors in the whole village. Therefore, those villages and towns were the first to be hit by the wave of demons. Now, even the county town has suffered such a serious disaster, the protection level of those villages and towns is much lower than the county town. How can they withstand it? Thus, the first thing they thought of was to head towards the county town in an attempt to get shelter here. As a result, even though there were swarms of demons and devils outside the city, more and more victims gathered here. Su Dao was unable to do anything about this situation. He couldn't protect so many people even if he wanted to, so he could only try his best to kill the demon guile every night, hoping that more people would survive as a result. However, his protection was about to end. Because he would soon have to leave this place, at least temporarily. Today was the day that Gu Lao and Yen Changyun had agreed to remove the Black Mountain seal. Therefore, Gu Lao arrived at the Su family early in the morning. Are you ready? Ready. I'm talking about the luggage. Once the Black Mountain seal is pulled out, you will move immediately. It's already packed. Gu Lao nodded, then let's go. The place to remove the Black Mountain seal was at the county office, so Su Dao took Niang and the others on a carriage and went straight to the county office. Su Dao had already told Anyang and the others about this matter, so even though they were a little nervous right now, their faces remained fairly calm. When they arrived at the county office, there was a boy waiting here, and when he saw Gu Lao and the others getting off the bus, he immediately came to hold an umbrella to cover the rain. Elder Gu, His Excellency the prefecture is ready, please ask Medical Officer Su and the others to come inside. When Su Dao heard this, he no longer hesitated and directly led Lu and the others inside. The boy led the way straight into the backyard of the county office, and then he saw Yin Changyun inspecting a spell formation. The Black Mountain seal is extremely overbearing, it is impossible for me to pull it out by myself, the only way to do it is with the help of a spell formation. Before Su Dao and the others could speak, Yin Changyun spoke first. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the prefecture. Su Dao and the others hurriedly saluted, while Elder Gu also arched his hand. No need, since I promised your master, I naturally have to keep my promise. Yin Shengyan smiled and waved his hand. Enter the formation. Su Dao twisted his head to look at Elder Gu at his side, who nodded at him. Thus, Su Dao entered the spell formation with Anyang, little sister, and also Pa. Yin Changyan's face became serious, raised his hand a little, catalyzed the spell formation, and continued to pour chi and blood into the formation, and an incomparably powerful might immediately rose up from this room. The spell formation lit up layer by layer, and Su Dao only saw the surrounding void filled with golden runic formation lines, which had a unique aesthetic appeal. He secretly wondered, making such a big commotion? Could that uprooting the Black Mountain seal be real? But soon he shook his head again, he felt that it was unlikely, mainly because he knew too well how terrifying that seal really was. The Black Mountain seal on his body had long been suppressed by the bronze giant tree, but it had to be said that if it was true that that seal was generally so penetrated and extracted by that bronze giant tree's roots, I'm afraid that it would have been shattered a long time ago. The power essence of the bronze giant tree is high to a terrifying point, even now he only lit up 2 branches, but its power is not the general seal can withstand, but it is in his mud pill palace to save. That is to say, ordinary seals were simply not even qualified to be suppressed by the bronze giant tree. And for Yin Changyun to want to rely on such a spell formation and settle it was too whimsical. The power contained within that seal. Although it was weak, the essence was likewise not considered weak. Su Dao secretly opened his Dharma eyes and looked into his own Black Mountain seal. He wanted to see exactly what kind of means Yin Changyun would use to affect this seal. Su Dao's mind, in the mud pill palace, looked up, and did not let him wait long. A strange force, from the netherworld of the void dropping down, directly fell on top of the blood-colored seal that was suppressed by the roots of the bronze giant tree. But the blood-colored seal still exists, there is no change, not to mention disappeared and collapsed, only the breath suddenly disappeared. Su Dao immediately understood the role of that force. This is not to remove the Black Mountain seal, is clearly a kind of seal and cover, by sealing the seal with the outside world, but to make the seal in a short period of time will not leave the Black Mountain range in recovery. No wonder he dared to let Elder Gu send them away from the Black Mountain boundary. Because Su Dao and the others, even though the Black Mountain seal on their bodies had not been removed, as long as this layer of sealing and covering power did not dissipate, they would be able to successfully leave the Black Mountain region. It was just that after this power disappeared, they deserved to die or had to die. Su Dao withdrew his mind, and then turned his gaze to the Yin-Yang girls on the side, and sure enough, the marks on their bodies were all still there as well. Su Dao did not move, only waiting with a somewhat tense expression. After another half an hour, Yin Chengyan finally withdrew his hand and stopped the spell formation from running. Elder Gu was also nervous at the side, and when he saw that the spell formation had stopped, he immediately asked, "Is this enough?" Yin Chengyan nodded his head somewhat weakly. Fortunately, don't worry, whether this matter is true or not, when we arrive at the border of Black Mountain, naturally everything will be known, so what's the point of me deceiving Elder Gu? Gu Lao nodded. It was indeed true, whether it was true or not could be seen at the Black Mountain border, what was false could not be true. This was also the reason why he agreed to deal with Yin Changyun. Only Su Dao heart-cold laughed. This surnamed Yin can be really shameless just now in fact, the ban has long been over, the last half an hour, Yin Changyun is just there to pretend to look. He has some admiration for this person, even hard to pretend half an hour long. Chapter 87 Removing the Mark, Leaving the County Town. Su Dao and the others also rushed forward to thank him, and after that, they exchanged a few pleasantries before bidding farewell and leaving the county office. After leaving the door, Gu Lao said to Su Dao, "Immediately go home and pack your luggage, 2 hours later, we will meet at the city gates." Su Dao nodded, "I understand." Returning home, Su Dao called out to those who were about to pack their bags, the packing matter, wait a while, you guys follow me." "What's the matter?" Lu wasn't in a hurry, the luggage that should be packed was actually packed long ago, she just wanted to check again to see if she missed anything. Su Dao did not explain, this kind of thing, Anyang and the others know the truth, do not help, but instead may also lead to trouble. As long as they decided that the marks on their bodies were removed by means of yin cheng yun, that would be enough. Su Dao also didn't need to worry that they would accidentally spill the beans. Entering the bedroom, Lu was stunned when she saw the layout of the place. It was very similar to the spell formation they saw at the county office, but it was obviously different. Anyang, why don't you all stand inside? I will check for you to see if any means have been planted on your body. Su Dao gave a very reasonable explanation. Would that prefecture honorable lord even do such a thing? Lu didn't quite understand, but still brought Su Lu, about to stand into the center position of the kui. Su Dao shook his head. I don't know either, but it's always good to check it out so that I can feel at ease. Su Dao mobilized his body's mana, and his feet also moved. This was the U-steps, and then he made imaginary points in the air in his hands. After dozens of times in a row, one item that was laid down by Su Dao's own hands as a kui item began to change. There was a glistening light that flickered and hooked up, and then converged into a beam that shot into the unknowable place. The so-called kui is to communicate great power with the help of rituals to achieve one's purpose, and the source of great power is either to honor the heavens and the earth, borrowing from the heavens and the earth, or to seek help from the ghosts and the gods, borrowing from the power of the gods and goddesses. But the power of this side of the earth and sky he really do not dare to borrow. Really, this world is too weird. If the borrowed power is toxic and harmful, is not digging his own grave? Ghosts and gods he dared not borrow even more. Not to mention, he does not know, this world ghosts and gods in the end what? Even if he knows, but those ghosts and gods are hard to distinguish between good and evil, good and bad. The result of borrowing power is full of uncertainty. But Su Dao was not without other options. He directly chose to borrow with the bronze giant tree. So the object of sacrifice for this co-ritual is the bronze giant tree. With the divine differences displayed by the bronze giant tree, how could it not be called a great power? He was thinking about this when he got the second divine ability before, and then the idea suddenly came to him, and then he even tried it, not realizing that it had really come true. And the test object is exactly that beaver slave at home. At first he just suddenly thought, since people are born in the Black Mountain, there will be the Black Mountain seal. What about animals? Is not also have? This kind of mark in the end is only for people? Or as long as they possessed a soul, they would all be imprinted? And then, he really did find that mark in the depths of that civet slave's soul. So, he simply used that raven slave to do a test, just to see if his plan, and the setup of the kui was feasible. So today, when he pulled out the Black Mountain seal, he was also considered to be light on his feet. As a familiar force fell from the void, Su Dao then saw the blood-colored seals on Anyang, little sister, and Bao gradually detach themselves from their divine souls and rise from the mud pill palace, and were finally incorporated into the void. In the next moment, Su Dao felt something different in the depths of his divine soul and instantly realized that the imprint transfer had been successful. As expected, when his mind sank into it, he saw that the mark on the ground had become much darker in color, so red that it was a little black. But even so, in the depths of Su Dao's divine soul, it is not the turn of this blood-colored mark to act recklessly. Even though that mark has been strengthened several times, it is still being suppressed by the bronze giant tree. But what excited Su Dao the most was that he could feel that the amount of gui qi that the roots of the bronze giant tree were able to extract from the imprint was also much higher. This imprint, good stuff. But he didn't dare to help pull out the Black Mountain seal on a large scale. That would be looking for death. Once a top powerhouse realized that the disappearance of the seal was occurring on a large scale in Yanghe County, someone was bound to clear the source, and was bound to be able to track down Su Dao and his family. There were some things that could not withstand investigation, and once something was found out, it would be the source of trouble. And if it is just their family, not many, not conspicuous, as long as they do not publicize around, it will be very difficult to be noticed. Saying that it was Yin Chengyun who helped pull out the Black Mountain seal, in fact, this kind of statement would only be able to fool the layman and perfume those who didn't have too high an eye level. Those who really know the business will know how false this statement is once they hear it. Yin Chengyun is what kind of thing, can have this kind of ability? He has this ability, or the fourth rank? Su Dao opened his eyes. Alright, I've checked, there's no problem. Within the section instrument, everyone was relieved, then left again to pack their bags. There weren't many things that could be taken away this time, as the teacher had prepared a total of just 2 carriages, one for each family, and after ensuring space for the personnel to ride, the rest of the location was for the luggage. Nowadays, demonic shenanigans are rampant outside. The more vehicles there are, the more likely they are to be attacked and the more difficult it is to protect them. When Su Dao came out, Anyang and the others were already prepared. There weren't many things, mainly because there were too many things, there was no place to put them and they couldn't take them with them, so they all only brought a few changes of clothes and valuables. Other than that, what they brought the most was instead the dry food and drinking water that they would eat on the way. This is the most critical, because to hurry most of the time on the road, and will not stop. Sulu is now holding the civet slave, constantly stroking, the civet slave face full of lovelessness, eyes from time to stand aside a Bao, but a Bao obviously mind are not in it. Bao only holding a very small package. Su Dao will look at the shape, will know what is inside, nothing more than her mother's ashes. Other than that, there were only the clothes that Lu had prepared for her before. Those clothes, although she had never worn them, but it wasn't because she didn't like them, but because she wasn't used to them. So even if she didn't wear them, she treasured them, and this time they were also packed in this small bundle. Let's go. Get in the car. Su Dao let An Yang and the others enter the carriage. This trip would be driven by him personally. When An Yang and the others sat down, they listened to their little sister excitedly asking questions in the carriage. This was her first time going out of town, but Lu was actually going out for the first time as well, so she couldn't answer Su Lu's questions at all, and could only make things up as she went along, just to keep her quieter. Within the small carriage, there was excitement, anticipation, apprehension, and reluctance to part with the hometown where she had lived for many years. Su Dao smiled, waved the horsewhip, the horse immediately opened its hooves and crashed through the rain curtain. Su Dao did not go out of the city directly, but came to the outer square medical center. Phew! Su Dao switched on the reins and made the horse stop in front of the medical center. He gently knocked on the carriage. An Yang, come down and take a look. If you leave this time, you may never have the chance to come again. Chapter 88, Stagecoach Heavenly Son, Road Building Emperor. For Yang, once she leaves this place, the probability of returning in this life will be very small. Unlike Su Dao, who had only lived here for a decade or so, she had lived here for more than 30 years, and had married and raised a family here, so it could be said that the significance of this place to An Yang was different and heavy. Lu got off the car, stood at the door, actually a little hesitant, ready for a long time, which pushed the door into. Su Dao did not get out of the car, just waiting outside. About 2/4 of an hour later, Lu came out from the inside, eyes obviously some redness. Her eyes were obviously a little red. She had a few pieces of clothing in her hands, and Su Dao knew at a glance that they were left behind by Su Tianyuan. There's no rush, there's still time. If you want to stay longer, I'll wait. Su Dao warmly soothed. In fact, this trip, the biggest challenge is An Yang, although Su Dao has some feelings for this place, but not really to the point of attachment. As for Su Lu and the others, it was even more so. At their age, they probably couldn't appreciate the so-called feelings of home and country. To them, it was just moving home once. Lu shook her head. It's useless to see more, let's go. Saying that, she directly got into the car. In fact, what was most difficult for her was not having to get away from the countryside, but suddenly remembering Su Dao's father again. Even now, Su Dao and the others still say that Su Tianyuan is just missing, and as long as they haven't seen the body, this statement won't change. But everyone knew that this was just a comfort. Even An Yang, who was most reluctant to believe that Su Tianyuan was dead, had actually decided this fact in her heart a long time ago. Su Dao in the breakthrough after the 6th grade also deliberately went to look for, not counting on Su Tianyuan is still alive, just want to see if you can find any relics left behind, even if it is just a piece of rags or good. But unfortunately, nothing, and that black mountain he also did not dare to go too deep, just along the path that his father had walked, searched around, did not find, and finally could only give up. Su Dao took a deep breath. The rain-soaked horsewhip shook violently, letting out an explosive sound. The horse immediately spread all 4 hooves, dragging the carriage, galloping at a fast pace. At the city gates, the teacher and his wife and the others had already waited here. Teacher's mother's carriage, the person driving it was Uncle Zhong. Elder Good had kept the window door of the carriage open, and when he saw from afar that Su Dao and the others had arrived, he directly said to Uncle Zhong, "Depart. They will follow." It was just so thunderous, and throughout the entire process, there were not even pleasantries, but rather a direct rush. Su Dao wasn't surprised by this, but instead gave the horse's ass a hard whip, making it do its best to keep up with the carriage in front. They had traveled in a hurry today, and it was already midday, and by full count, there were still more than 4 hours to go, but they had to leave the Manhwa County area, which was a demonic and bizarrely hard-hit area, before nightfall. If they hadn't left this place by nightfall, it would be very dangerous. At any time, they could be attacked by the demonic guile. So, they were just rushing now. Fortunately, the horse pulling the cart is not a non-fan horse. This is a kind of Dili dynasty, specializing in cultivating the demon horse, said that the demon horse, in fact, it is not yet considered a demon, but only has a demon bloodline. But this is a little bit of demon blood, so that the horse is tall, forehead and chest scales, amazing endurance, extraordinary strength. So can easily drag the loaded carriage, but also with such a fast speed running. And this horse does not eat grass, eat meat. Each meal of nearly 100 pounds of blood food, but after eating enough, can run for a day and a night without stopping. But even so, this horse in the Dali dynasty still can only be considered inferior horse. The real good horse can be used as a war horse of the demon horse. The bloodline is more pure, the temperament is more violent and ferocious, and covered with scales, such as clad in iron armor, it is difficult to hurt the sword. And on top of the good horse, there is the dragon blood BMW, head-born hard horn, scales such as gold armor, and even able to short-distance wind. These things are naturally not available in Manhwa County. Even this inferior horse pulling a cart is extremely rare in the county, and the teachers are all picked up in the capital city. The carriage was running at a high speed, which also caused the heavy rain that fell from the sky to hit Su Dao's face at a terrifying speed, vaguely painful. Su Dao had to protect his cheeks with his chi and blood, which allowed him to see the road ahead clearly. Time flew by, and it was dusk, and at this time, Gulao and their carriage ahead finally lowered its speed. Su Dao drove his horse forward and lined up alongside him. Gulao pushed open the carriage window and waved to Su Dao. Teacher, master. Are your little sister and Bao okay? Teacher mother spoke with concern. Su Dao nodded, it's alright, but it's almost at its limit. Anyang was fine. After the martial Dao had entered the grade, this kind of bumps, although it was a little harder to bear, it wasn't too unbearable, but little sister and Bao suffered. Small children's physical strength is not comparable to adults, there is no cultivation in the body, this way down, has long been almost unable to support. Even if it has always been lively and active, little sister, at this time also has long passed out. In another 10 miles, we will reach the border of Yanghe County, there is an official post there, let's rest there for the night, and the road behind us will be easier to travel. Go Lao pointed ahead. Su Dao also let out a sigh of relief when he heard this, finally he was almost there, if he rushed madly like this again, he didn't care, but his little sister and Bao, they would only be very sick, on this or he had continuously strengthened their physical substrate during the weekdays. Otherwise just halfway there would be an accident. Big brother, how long before we can eat? I'm hungry. At this time, the little sister, who had already woken up, asked in a daze. Su Dao smiled, it seemed that his worries were a bit redundant, the first thing he did when he woke up was to think about eating, as long as his little sister was still thinking about eating, it meant that the problem wasn't too big. Hold on for a little while longer, we'll be arriving at the post station soon. I'll bring you some delicious food later. The group, slowing down their speed a little, finally arrived at the last post station in Yanghe County when it was dark. At night, the safety of the stagecoach station could still be guaranteed, because the protection level of the stagecoach station was on the same level as the county town. Even in a sense, sometimes, something could happen to the county, but nothing could happen to the stagecoach. This was to ensure the smooth and timely transmission of news, a rule left behind by the founding ancestor of the Dali dynasty. News is far more important than the gain or loss of a city or a pool, a city, or a county lost, that is just a city or a county, but the intelligence transmission is not timely, it is possible to lose the country. On the whole, the founding father is indeed far-sighted. Even now, why does the Dali dynasty stand? A large part of the role is because of the system of post stations throughout the dynasty, these seemingly inconspicuous small station, but in a sense the entire territory of the Great Li dynasty connected together. In addition, the most important thing that the wise ancestor of the Dili dynasty did was to build roads. He had started countless people, even going so far as to conscript martial artists into the labor force. Therefore, this founding prince was also jokingly called the Prince of Stagecoach and the Emperor of Road Repair. Chapter 89, Tough Journey, Temporary Rest at the Official Post. In Su Dao's opinion, this son of heaven does call it a wise and godly phrase, the post station controls information and intelligence, and building roads connects to the world. It can be said that every road, and every post station in existence, is actually an extension of the imperial power. With such insight and vigor, it is no wonder that he was able to establish such a huge dynasty. It is important to realize that this world has the existence of transcendent powers, which actually increases the difficulty of establishing a dynasty to a certain extent. Entering the post station, Su Dao found that although this post station was small, it was fully equipped, and it also had a special protective spell formation. It is of the same level as the county town, but the range is a little smaller. This is understandable, if these stagecoach station spell formations all require the county town spell formation to have such a large range, then the cost of construction would be too high. The empire's finances can't support it. After all, this kind of thing, not only is it enough to build it, it also needs to be maintained, it needs to be manned, it needs money to maintain it, and it needs to be paid for by the people who are manning it. All of this adds up to an astronomical figure. Therefore, the size of the post station is not big, only a few official houses, postmen 3 people. In some places, there were even only 2 postmen. When the 3 postmen saw the 2 carriages galloping along the official road, they were all a bit surprised and hurriedly came out to look, and when they saw Gu Lao coming down in the official uniform of the 6th grade, they bowed and saluted. Big man, even if it is a medical officer grade, in this poor countryside, the 6th grade medical officer is definitely a big man. Greetings to Lord Gu? A few stagehands suddenly realized that they didn't expect it to be someone they still knew. But in fact, it is not strange, they are the postmen, stationed here all year round, ushered in, the officials travel which have not from the road over, although not every time will stop at the post, but there are always exceptions. Gu old last year to go to the capital city to exchange with the art of refining medicine, is here to rest, although after a year, but a few people still remember clearly. In fact, this is the professional instinct, as a postman, need to face a variety of emergencies, the requirements of memory, adaptability should be far more than ordinary people, otherwise it may delay the big event. Gu Lao did not expect, these people still recognize him, this year or you? The 3 of them laughed bitterly. Lord Gu is joking, if we are not here, where can we go? On the contrary, it's Lord Gu, although we haven't seen you for a year, your elegance is even better than before, like riding on the green clouds. Gu Lao waved his hand, gossip a little later, is there any food here, get some good ones. There are children in the car. Saying this, Gu Lao directly touched out 3 blood strengthening pills. This thing is the real hard currency, here gold and silver are not as good as this. After all, this is a place where there is no village in front and no store at the back. The three of them received the elixir, and their faces were almost smiling out of their creases. Lord, go, wait a moment, we will immediately go and prepare. Su Dao helped Lu get off the bus, and carried his little sister down to a place where she couldn't get wet. When he looked at Bao again, she had already jumped down on her own, and although her face was pale, she seemed to be in good spirits. She has suffered more than anything else, and although it is hard, she doesn't have to walk on her own, she just suffers some bumps, so it's really not worth mentioning. On the contrary, that beaver slave was left in the car, is now at the car door, tentatively stretching out his claws to touch the car. Look at that look, actually afraid of being wet paws. Su Dao did not have the good taste to pick it up directly, thrown to the eaves of the little sister's arms. The little sister was instantly energized. Big brother, what if it breaks? This little thing has been a bit undisciplined lately. It's good to drop it. At this moment, Shifun Yang also got off the carriage with the help of her maidservant. In fact, Shifun Yang was in a better state than Yang. Because Shifun Yang was at the peak of the 8th grade, her strength was stronger and her realm was higher. This bit of traveling was really okay. Shifun Yang, you guys go in first, leave this place to me and Uncle Zhong. Good, come in quickly after you're done. Su Dao also had to unload these 2 carriages from the backs of the horses together with Uncle Zhong, then lead the horses to the stables and feed them. The stagecoaches were not responsible for this, the stagehands were soldiers, not officials. Although being a big-headed soldier was not necessarily more comfortable than being a Su official, there was one thing: these stagehands were directly under the Ministry of Military Affairs. The local officials had no right to intervene, and even those officials who had the military power could not be mobilized as well, unless there was a military order. Only in this way could the purity of the post be maintained. Therefore, in a way, these 3 people were not afraid of Gulao, the 6th grade, and the reason why they came out to greet the management as soon as they saw it was not because they were afraid, but purely because, in their eyes, these officials were all gold masters. Not bad, the stagecoach operator can earn money by entertaining the incoming and outgoing officials. For one thing, it's not very realistic to eliminate the ushering in and out. For another, it's also a kind of subsidy. The money earned from entertaining the incoming and outgoing officials, the public and private sectors, will be divided in half, which not only achieves the purpose of subsidizing the life of the stagecoach operator, but also earns a portion of the stagecoach station's maintenance cost. After all, most of these officials are rich. So it was perfectly reasonable and legal to earn money while doing one's job well. I heard that there was also a post station in the former dynasty, only the scale could not catch up with Dali, and although the post station in the former dynasty was also responsible for receiving officials, it was free of charge, and also set the standard of meals according to the grade of the officials. Under such circumstances, the situation of the post station is worse than 1 year, no money. Sometimes, the postman had to pay for the hospitality of the officials, so who would do it? There is also a rumor that the great ancestor of Dali was a postman in the former dynasty, but I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, it's quite a legend. Your Excellency should go in first, just leave this to me. When Uncle Zhong saw that Su Daoguo was really prepared to stay and help him unload the carts together, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Su Dao waved his hand. Uncle Zhong, don't talk nonsense, let's work together to dispose of this place as soon as possible and then go in early. He and Uncle Zhong pulled the carriage to the backyard of the post station, unloaded it again, and then brought the horses into the stables. We left in a hurry today and didn't prepare any blood and flesh, so we can only use the pills to deal with it first. Uncle Zhong tied up the horse, then he took out 2 large pills from his sleeves. It really was a great dan, one as big as a teenager's fist. What kind of dan is this? Su Dao was surprised. This dan looked like it was specially prepared for horses. No name, the master took the essence of the blood and flesh, plus some herbs refined. After the horse consumes it, not only can top hunger, but also enhance qi. It's a good thing, it's too convenient when rushing. Su Dao nodded his head. This stuff is simply a must for long-distance traveling. After all, if you feed raw meat, it's good that you can buy it on the road. If you can't buy it, you can only bring it by yourself or go to rob it. It's too troublesome. Which is as simple as now, directly a pill to solve it. Only when the 2 horses swallowed the elixir did Uncle Zhong return to the post with Su Dao. And just as Su Dao entered the door, he was energized and in a good mood because he smelled the aroma of meat. In this kind of weather, and with the tiredness from the bumpy road, nothing could be more delicious than a bowl of meat soup. I'll go take a shower and change into dry clothes. Elder Gu said to the 2 people at the door, then come over and have your meal. Chapter 90, Teacher, this is not something you can say. Took a shower, changed clothes, immediately felt dry on the body. Such weather rush, although cool, but the body is always wet. It feels like the clothes have never been dry from beginning to end. Coming to the dining room, at this time, there were already meals served one after another. Su Lu and Abao had long started to move their chopsticks. Why don't you wait for Senior Mother and the others? You guys ate first? I let them eat, you don't have to care. Senior Nyang answered from the side. Su Dao was displeased, so he went directly to Elder Ji's table, and Uncle Zhong had already sat down as well. Uncle Zhong's position in the Gu mansion is very special. He is the head butler of the Gu mansion, he is also the maternal family member who followed in, and he is also the elder who watched Shifun Yang grow up. At home, naturally, masters and servants could not eat at the same table, but outside the house, there were not so many rules. Those three even have such kitchen skills? Su Dao looked at the dishes on the table. The dishes were rich, and they even had plates. This small stagecoach station really has hidden tigers and dragons. Otherwise, do you think that officials' money is that easy to earn? Gulao let out a laugh. In fact, it's 1,000 miles than the road to the prefecture city, with countless post stations, but the three of them's cooking skills are at the forefront of so many official post stations. It's even better than many inns and restaurants. Uncle Zhong also spoke up. He had traveled to and from the prefecture city more times than Gulao, so he naturally knew this. Shenyang is a lover of food, although the meal does not require delicacies, but the flavor requirements are not low, so this journey large and small official post, inns, restaurants, have tried. And these three people can be in the forefront, really good. Tomorrow we will be able to leave the boundaries of Black Mountain. At that time I will have to go back, so I will leave this journey to you guys. Gulao's face was a bit more serious. Zhongbo naturally said yes, while Su Dao also nodded. Don't worry, teacher, my strength is still good. Well, it was indeed good. As long as it wasn't a patriarch himself, he could hack one to death if one came. Not a problem of strength, but to do things to be more cautious. You have never been out of the house, and have no experience outside. In case of more, listen to your loyal uncle. Really want to encounter insidious and vicious people, not to mention you a 7th grade martial artist, even the 4th grade, 5th grade I have also seen in the sinister trick to drink hate. In the end, Su Dao still had no experience in the Jianghu. In Gulao's eyes, Su Dao was the kind of newcomer to the Jianghu who was pure in heart and mind. If this kind of person has no one to guide him, he is afraid that he will die without even knowing how to die. Su Dao hastily nodded his head in agreement. It was hard for him to talk back and tell his teacher that he was an old six. An absolute old six who had 2 layers of martial realm, 2 layers of chi refining realm, and secretly practiced the way of talismans on the side? A pure newcomer who kills people when he first learns martial arts and goes out to the city night after night to cut down shenanigans. I've asked for a job for you in the Prefectural Medical Bureau. When you go to prefecture and settle down, you can go to the office to answer the call of duty. It is much more convenient to have an official body in prefecture. It's not easy to live there. Su Dao looked up in surprise. When did teacher arrange this? He did not know that there is this thing, just left. He was still thinking, this official probably cannot be. After all, he is considered to be running away, but do not dare to make a big fuss. It started operating half a month ago. Uncle Zhong took over the words. This is the thing that he went to the prefecture to do. Can he not know? So, you're transferring, not running. Elder Gu could not be said to have thought it through, and had long ago arranged all of this. Although it was human nature to run away with a bucket in sight of a great disaster, but this kind of thing, it was good to talk about it, but not good to listen to it. What about the teacher? Me? Elder Gu raised an eyebrow. Why do I need to be so troublesome? I'm at least a 4th grade Dan master. It's not easy for me to beg for a meal? Could it be that even within the prefecture city, 4th grade alchemists are rare? Su Dao was puzzled. Is a 4th grade alchemist that high? Is it common in all prefectures? That's not true. Gulao's smile tightened. On the contrary, the side of the Zhongbo smilingly picked up the conversation. Master and the prefecture Shang Medical Bureau Wang De Doctor is a good friend. I want you to talk too much. Gulao was a bit mortified. Could he say this? Great doctor, from the 4th grade medical officer, the grade is quite high, even in the prefectural city. This grade is also the top of the sky. Higher grade can only go to the county to find. That is to say, Guold know the capital city of the Shang Doctor Bureau a hand. No wonder casually give himself in the capital city to find a job. Teacher is great. Su Dao's words came from his heart. There was no hint of teasing, and he didn't expect that his teacher would have such connections. However, when Elder Gu heard this, his face darkened even more. Is he the type of person who likes to go through the back door? However, he still explained in a muffled voice that great physician Wang Cheng and Wang is also a pill refiner. Oh. This made sense. Medical officials were a particularly united group. This had to do with the fact that the Shang Medical Bureau did not have much say, so in this circle, medical officials were mostly more united. Even if there were disagreements, they were all within control. And the circle of pill refiners was even smaller. Although it was true that a 4th grade alchemist was not ranked in the prefecture, but Go Lao was also a famous genius alchemist, so naturally some people were willing to make friends with him. There's also the issue of your place of origin. I've also changed it for you, by the way. Same hometown as me. Su Dao's spirit was revitalized. He had thought about how to change his place of origin before. It was best not to let anyone know that their family was from Yanghe County. At that time, when he spoke with his teacher, he just mentioned it, not realizing that his teacher had kept it in his heart and had already done it. Xining County, Jinding Prefecture, Xiangfu County people. With me the same hometown as a neighbor, because I value your talent, then accept you as a disciple from childhood will bring you around. And as a result, your Su family moved out of Xiangfu County, Jinding Prefecture, and came to Black Mountain Prefecture at a very early age. Not to mention this matter, generally no one will check. Even if they do, once it involves his government, the difficulty of checking will also skyrocket. Gu Lao has obviously considered carefully, no matter what, simply Su Dao and other people's place of origin, changed to the neighboring province, so that the security will be greatly enhanced. Su Dao heart grateful, teacher for him can be described as painstaking, whether he considered, or did not consider, the teacher has thought, and made arrangements. It's just that this situation is not too auspicious how to look at it. After the meal, Gu Lao called Su Dao into the house again, saying that he still had something to explain. Su Dao thought to himself, what else is there to do that you need to avoid people? Into the house, Gu Lao closed the doors and windows. Su Dao saw this situation, suddenly also serious. Gu Lao took out a box from his sleeve, stroked it in his hand for a long time, and then handed it to Su Dao. This is what my master left behind, and it is also the pill refining heritage of our sect. Today, it will be handed over to you. My master was originally a disciple of the Danding sect, and when the sect was in trouble, the sect master allowed the least talented disciple under the sect to escape with this inheritance. Thus this led to my master's current achievements. My master his old man's lifetime wish, the only revitalization of the Danding sect, but unfortunately limited by the talent, did not achieve, which took me as a disciple. In fact, my talent is good, but compared to you in a cut. If it is really possible to revitalize the clan, probably should also be on you. Su Dao solemnly received it. But Gu Lao then said, however, revitalize the clan, this kind of thing, or do not force, that is my master's will, is really to do, should also be me to do. You do not have to have the burden, as long as good cultivation will be the inheritance to carry forward, will not be a negative me. Su Dao finally couldn't listen anymore. Teacher, this is not a good thing to say. It always feels like you are giving your last words. Chapter 91, I'm afraid the old man can't handle it. He previously in the meal, he felt wrong. The teacher that look is clearly ready to not come back, in as much as possible to explain the aftermath, which there is such, really unlucky. Because generally this kind of plot, and then continue to develop, can really is to seek benevolence. He does not want to memorize a revenge for the teacher's drama. Directly let the teacher alive is not good? Gu old face complex, although the teacher has prepared, also have escaped grasp, but this kind of thing which has a foolproof plan, in case you can't come back, your teacher's wife and the teacher's young son will be entrusted to you. Ah? Teacher has a child? Su Dao didn't care about Gu Lao's previous words, whether his teacher dies or not is not up to him, he still has to ask himself whether he agrees or not. What he was really surprised about was that the teacher had a child. He had never known about it before, and he blamed his teacher and his wife for never mentioning it. Gu Lao froze and pulled his beard. I didn't say anything about this? Of course I didn't say anything? Su Dao was speechless. Teacher and teacher's maiden were really a good match. At such an old age, how could teacher not have a child? That kid is now 8 years old, only that he has been raised in your master's mother's house, being brought up by his mother-in-law, and is usually arrogant and powerful, most likely wasted. In fact, Gu Lao's most relieved is still Su Dao itself. As for Anne still having a child, in the prefecture there is Anne's care, there is no need to worry at all. But once something happens to him, Su Dao will have to rely on himself in the future. In this box, besides a few books, there is also a talisman, a super-grade transportation talisman. There was originally more than one, but since I also needed it this time, I only left one for you to be able to save your life at critical moments. Elder Gu signaled Su Dao to open the box. Sure enough, there was a talisman paper in the box, but it was different from the talisman paper he had seen in the past. This talisman was black in color, and if he didn't look at it carefully, he could hardly see the runes on it, and this talisman paper was hard in texture, and it was obviously much thicker than ordinary talismans. Why don't you take this one with you as a teacher? One more chance. I brought 4, if these 4 can't run away, then one more won't help. Gu Lao was self-conscious that he was still quite well prepared. Apart from the talismans, there were also healing pills. Su Dao then said no more, only closing the box and solemnly putting it into his sleeve. The night was uneventful. Su Dao had a rare sleep, only to feel refreshed. To say the least, he has not slept much for almost a month. Every day, he either refines his qi and cultivates, or he goes out to the city to hunt. Even sleeping is no longer a necessity for him. After having breakfast at the post in the morning, Su Dao and the others set off again, and near noon, they finally arrived at the border of Montenegro. And the biggest change along the way is that the rain is getting smaller and smaller. To this side there is already no rain at all. It wasn't that the rain was going to stop in Yanghe County, but that they had already left the range covered by the heavy rain. Uncle Zhong was the first to stop his horse's hooves and parked the carriage next to a warning monument. Su Dao followed suit and stopped aside as well. Elder Gu got out of the car and pointed at the warning monument. Crossing over here, you can truly leave the land shrouded by Black Mountain and be considered to have broken free from the cage. This warning monument marks where the boundary of that cage is located, and there are countless warning monuments like this, completely encircling the entire Black Mountain. Elder Gu pointed to the distance again. Su Dao indeed saw another warning monument in the distance. Is it finally time to leave? Su Dao took a deep breath and was about to step over the boundary monument, but Elder Gu stopped him. Teacher? Su Dao was puzzled. Gu Lao shook his head. Bao? Get out of the car. Su Dao came to a realization, but did not say anything, only quietly watching Gu Lao call a Bao down from the car. Another sign for Pa to cross the boundary marker. Pa was a bit confused, completely unaware of what was happening, and just subconsciously obeyed and did as he was told, because the person who spoke was Su Dao's teacher. Seeing that Bao stepped through the boundary marker in a daze and was fine the entire time, only then did Elder Gu finally let out a sigh of relief. Alright, you can get on the bus now. Gulao happily pulled out a brocade bag from his bosom and shoved it into Abao's hand. This is sweet, keep it for yourself. Bao was at a loss for words holding the brocade bag. She didn't even know if she should accept this thing, and she just got off the bus and walked for a while and she got a brocade bag? What just happened? Take it, good stuff. Su Dao sensed it briefly and knew that this brocade bag contained the 3 pure lotus seeds. This lotus seed has been eaten quite a lot by my little sister. Gulao kept giving it away, and my little sister kept eating it until that thing didn't have any effect, and only then did Gulao stop. For the easy marrow and strength in the bottom, it is indeed a very good thing. And Bao, who will soon start practicing martial arts, really needs this as well. It was only when Bao reboarded the car that Gulao sighed. Su Dao, master is not a person of Lei Dao. What he did today is a villain's act. Su Dao shook his head. Teacher doesn't need to blame himself. What could he say about this matter? Could he tell Elder Gu that in fact, the marks on his little sister and the girls had indeed been removed, but not by Yin Chunyun's means, but by his own doing? So there was no need to worry at all? Could he tell the teacher that this kind of thing shouldn't be done by a little girl who didn't know anything, but that he should do it himself? Su Dao asked himself. He realized that he actually wasn't as selfless as he had imagined. If he himself didn't have a way to determine whether or not the mark on his body had been removed, then how would he choose? All people had selfishness, and Gulao's selfishness was to ensure Su Dao's safety. And Bao's relationship with him was not even close to this level. The reason why Gulao had to ask for 4 places when he traded with Yin Chengyun was also here. At the same time, from then on, he also made a deal with Bao that even Bao himself didn't know about. Trading a trial with a very small chance of losing his life for a chance to leave the Black Mountain cage, a trade that was, in fact, fair. But the only thing that was less than perfect and honorable in it was the fact that this transaction was unknown to Pa herself. She accepted the deal passively. That's why Gulao said he was being a villain. In the future, be nicer to her. It's considered to make up for it. I boasted that for half my life, I can do things for people with a clear conscience, but it's today that I broke the golden body. Gulao laughed. It's okay, no one is perfect. Su Dao actually didn't know how to comfort him for a moment, and could only nod in silence. The next road, you will have to walk on your own. Elder Gu signaled Su Dao and the others that there was no need to stay any longer and that they could depart. Shenyang pushed open the window of the car. Be careful, when you see something wrong, run away immediately. Su Dao also gave a solemn salute. Teacher, take care. I will safely deliver Senior Nyong to the prefecture city. All good children. Be obedient on the road. Prefecture city is much more lively than Yanghe County. Elder Gu arrived in front of Su Daojia's carriage and touched Su Lu and Bao's heads, while he then waved his hand casually backward and left straight away. Alas! What are you doing? What's with the parting of life and death? Su Dao sighed inwardly. It seems that this time, if you don't come back, you have to come back, mainly because these days, the teacher has set up too many flags, and he is afraid that this old man can't carry it alone. Chapter 92 Finally arrived in the prefecture, bought a house and settled down. Su Dao drove the carriage and crossed that boundary monument. During the process, his heart couldn't help but lift up. In the end, Bao and the girls were surely fine in the past, but if he was fine in the past, then it was not really possible to say. He should know that the marks on several people are all on him alone. However, he was soon relieved that the mark was still lying honestly in the mud pill palace, being suppressed by the bronze giant tree, without the slightest movement. The weather improved, just like Su Dao and his party's mood at this time. The sun shone brightly, and the road was also much better. No longer in a hurry to catch up with time, and no previous bumps, the little sister finally came back to life. Constantly poking her head out of the car window, looking at the scene outside the window, constantly asking questions. Lu was annoyed because she couldn't answer any of those questions. In the end, it was Shenyang who rescued her, and Shenyang simply came from the front car to Su Dao's car. Compared to Lu's question of a don't know, the knowledge of the teacher's wife is extraordinary. Su Dao estimates that, not to mention the women, is that many men are also far less than. Shenyang is originally from a large family, know how to reason, and once lived in the capital city. Far-sighted, she told a lot of things, that is, Su Dao also cannot help but listen to side ears. Although Su Dao has a mind far beyond ordinary people, but his so-called insights in the world is not related, so many times cannot be applied, so he is now also a real country bumpkin. There are many things he has to learn slowly. In this way, Su Dao and his party rushed on the road during the day, and at night, they stayed at various official post stations, although not every official post station was as proper as the one in Yanghe County, with both good food and wine, as well as attentive service. Most of them could only be described as average, but they had one advantage that other inns and restaurants could not compare to, and that was safety. This was more important than anything else, and with their group of people, women and children, it was convenient to stay at an official post instead. Su Dao saw them on their way, from the rare place, gradually traveling to the populated place. They know that probably they are not far from the capital city. And then they went through a number of counties, these counties compared to Yangha County, indeed to be much more prosperous. The people here, although still inevitably disturbed by the demons and shenanigans, but it is much stronger than the situation in Yangha County. After all, these states and counties near the capital city, not the kind of abandoned land in Yangha County. Finally, 2 days later, a huge city appeared at the end of Su Dao's line of sight. Hu Su Dao stopped his horse and looked from afar, his heart shocked at the majesty of the city. Wow! What a high city wall! Sulu poked his head out and looked at the distant city, shocked out loud. Is that the prefecture city? Senior Niang simply opened the door of the car, allowing everyone to come out and take a look, as she pointed at the lofty city. Not bad, that's the Black Mountain Prefecture city. This city is 33 feet tall, and it can't be crossed by anyone other than an entered patriarch, but there are spell formations on top of the city walls to protect it, with sharp pawns stationed there, and divine soldiers waiting to be deployed, so even third-grade patriarchs can only honestly walk through the city gates. Su Dao couldn't help but be staggered at what he heard. This city could actually defend against a patriarch. That is indeed remarkable. It seems like he can't just climb over the wall even if he is fine in the future. Is there a lot of demonic shenanigans in the prefecture city? Su Dao was more concerned about this. After all, it was the place where he would be living in the future, so naturally, the safer the better. It wasn't that he was afraid of the demonic guile. After all, he hunted and killed this thing, but instead he had a lot of benefits, and the general demonic guile couldn't help him, but Niang and the others didn't have this ability. Outside the city there are still many, but within the prefecture city, I heard that there have been several years without any demonic guile. Shenyang thought for a moment before she said, in recent years she didn't always live here, she only came back a few times a year, and she still got this information from the Yin family. Su Dao let out a sigh of relief, so he was relieved. Then go into the city first. Well, let's go into the city. I don't know how prepared Aquan's side is. Shenyang nodded. The number of servants in the Gu mansion was not that large, and they were all non-locals of Yangha County, all brought over from the prefecture's side. This time, naturally, they will also follow Shenyang to leave together, but those servants and maidservants were divided into two parts. Part of them were brought by Aquan and set off to the prefectural city first, and the rest of them came together with Shenyang. Aquan came here first, naturally with the task. He needs to prepare a good place to settle down in the capital city in advance, and purchase some properties. The carriage ran over the flat green stone boards, making a creaking sound, and looking up was the huge doorway. And the moment the carriage crossed over the city gate's doorway, Su Dao could clearly feel a soft and warm aura wrapping his entire body. This should be the efficacy of the mansion city's spell formation, and this power was none other than the yang and qi gathered by the spell formation. This Yangha qi is several times more dense than that of Yangha County, so it is no wonder that there have been no demonic shenanigans for several years. If the first impression of this capital city to Su Dao was grandeur, then the second impression was bustling. The sound of people, shoulder to shoulder, but it is like this. Pedestrian traffic, carriages and horses, traders shuttle, hawking, shouting, talking together, can most intuitively let a person feel the prosperity of the city. There are 33 north-south streets and 33 east-west streets in Mansion City, and these streets divide the whole Mansion City into 1,156 neighborhoods. A square can house hundreds or even thousands of households, which shows the size of the city. In other words, within this prefecture city, there were at least millions of people living. Passing through several marketplaces one after another, Su Dao finally stopped at a place in the eastern part of the city. Looking up, the name of the workshop was Pingan. And by now Quan had long been waiting at the door of the place. Greetings, young Master Su. Greetings, ma'am. When Aquan saw Su Dao and his party, he immediately went forward. Shenyang got off the carriage, looked up at the name of the workshop and nodded. That's an auspicious name. The mansion that I asked you to buy is here? Aquan nodded. This place is only 3 or 4 workshops away from Fortune Workshop. This Pingan Workshop is also a large workshop in the prefecture, and the mansion in the workshop is quite good both in terms of location and quality. Seeing Su Dao's doubts, Shenyang explained, Fugue Fang is the Fang city where the Yin family is located. The crowd then entered the market under the guidance of Aquan to inspect the mansion that was purchased. When they entered Pingan Square, Su Dao realized what the big square in Aquan's words actually meant. There were no ordinary houses in this square, they were all mansions, both big and small, totaling more than 100. These mansions are well laid out and staggered, creating a scene of their own. Indeed, at a glance, it is the residence of the rich and luxurious. The 2 mansions bought by Aquan were close to the wall of the square, almost connected together, just separated by an alley. Why here? Shenyang seemed a bit disgruntled, and the mansions were just 2 two-entry mansions. Aquan looked embarrassed. Madam, it's not that I don't want to buy a bigger one, but it's really difficult to buy 2 mansions that are connected together. That's just it, let's just stay here for now and slowly search for it later. Mainly because the time is too short, being able to find 2 suitable mansions is already Aquan doing his best. Prefecture City is not Yanha County, there is never a shortage of buyers for mansions here. Chapter 93, Selling Talismans, 10,000 Treasures House. How much did this mansion cost? Su Dao inquired. This mansion money, he is definitely going to shell out on his own, in Yanghe County, that is the teacher's family's own mansion, he lived, not good enough to buy from the teacher's hand. But here is different, that is, the teacher is also their own to buy, naturally, it is impossible to continue to take advantage of, and he is now also not short of money. There may not be much gold and silver on hand, but he has talismans and pills, even in the prefecture, this is hard currency, and the price is not low. Quan glanced at Xianyang, which meant to ask if he wanted to talk about it, but this time Xianyang didn't stop him. For one thing, now Su Dao had the ability to pay for it, and for another, this was home ownership, so naturally he had to be given some sense of accomplishment and participation. 1,000 taels of gold. Quan returned. I'll give you the money later. Su Dao nodded. It was indeed quite expensive, a single 2-entry mansion would cost 1,000 gold, but he could still afford it. This is your first property that you have purchased on your own, so I won't interfere, now that you are also capable of affording it. If I were to forcefully give the mansion to you, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to have peace of mind because of it instead. Senior Nyang did explain her reason for not blocking it. Thank you, Senior Mistress, for your understanding. Su Dao sighed in relief. Entering the mansion, the layout was similar to the 2-entry mansion he lived in Yanghe County before, and the inside had long been regulated. Quan always did things in such a meticulous manner, and the necessities of life had already been fully organized. Su Dao and the others only needed to buy some clothes for their daily needs, plus what they had brought on their trip, it would be enough. It just so happened that he had lived comfortably in the mansion in Yanghe County, and this pattern was similar, so there was no need to get used to it on purpose. The main house naturally still belongs to Su Dao, Lu's living in the east wing, while this time Su Lu and Bao live together in the west wing. It's a big place, not to mention the 2 little girls, even 2 more would be enough. Su Dao carefully inspected, saw that there was nothing wrong in the courtyard, and only then did he let go of his heart. He then said to Lu, who was packing up her clothes, and left the door. He first sought out Quan. Is there a place nearby that can buy and sell talismans and pills? Naturally, there is. If you exit Ping and Fong and walk 2 more fangs to the east, there's a Wan Bao Lu. Quan hesitated slightly. Young Master Su is selling pills? Not bad. I don't have much cash on hand, but there is no shortage of pills, and I can't use them all on weekdays. Su Dao nodded his head. Then why don't you sell it to me, young master? Quan didn't beat around the bush either. Sell it to you? Su Dao was surprised. Quan smiled and explained, actually, it's not sold to me, but to the store. The 100 Medicines workshop in Yanghe County is now shut down, but naturally, this business is not going to be put down, but rather, it's going to be reopened over here, and there's always not enough elixirs, especially low-grade elixirs, to sell. Then sell it to the store. Su Dao naturally agreed, this kind of thing that could make money and also support his teacher's business, of course he had to do it. Su Dao had accumulated quite a few first and second grade pills in his hands, all kinds of them, both those he had refined himself and those given by his teacher. Yang couldn't use them all by herself, so he simply sold them for money first, and then refined them when they were needed subsequently. He will have his own hands of pills, most of them were given to Quan estimated some, he owed the money of the mansion, directly to the offset. A full to the purchase price is not too outrageous, just according to the highest purchase price on the market, is the purchase price, not the selling price. If you buy at the selling price, then the 100 Medicine factory will not make money. If you have pills to deal with in the future, you can also look for me. Quan was quite happy. In the past, in Yanghe County, although the 100 Medicine workshop was not small, after all, the population was only so large, and the spending power was naturally limited. The prefecture city was different. Once the new store opened, the shortage of low-grade pills was huge. This was the prefecture city. As long as the quality of the pills was not a problem, there was no shortage of buyers. If Gu Lao was the only one refining, it was ultimately too few. Now that there was another Su Dao, the source of pills was instantly resolved for the most part. Not bad, even with the share provided by Su Dao, it still wasn't enough, and it might still be necessary to acquire pills from the outside to make it work. Okay. Su Dao was also quite satisfied, there was a stable sales channel and he didn't have to trouble himself. This was something that was mutually beneficial, there was no reason for him to refuse. And afterward, Su Dao still went to the Wan Bao Lu that Quan had mentioned. The talismans in his hand can still be quite a lot, especially the low-grade talismans, which are not very useful. So it's better to sell them as it's useless to keep them. Middle-order talismans can't be sold for the time being, they need to be kept and may need to be used on a daily basis. Came to 10,000 treasures building a look, will know that this name, although there is an exaggeration, but also really extraordinary, this 10,000 treasures building, a total of 5 layers, each layer of the things sold are not the same. The first layer is the secret books of magic, the second layer of the magic weapons and magic treasures, the third layer of the talisman, the fourth layer of the elixir, the fifth layer of the heavenly materials and geomantic treasures. Su Dao went in before a simple cover-up, which is common in the Wanbao building. There will always be some guests, do not want to let outsiders know their own cards and family, so as not to be missed. There are also guests will be out of some not too convenient to get out of the things, such as stolen goods, trophies. As long as there is indeed value, Wanbao Lu will not refuse anyone. They are not afraid of any trouble, since they can have this kind of backbone and clearly put words out. It also shows that the backer behind them is absolutely high and hard. Ordinary people are really found stolen goods, and with the owner of the goods have a relationship, they do not dare to target Wan Baoflorhand. After Su Dao went in, a boy immediately came forward. His attitude was enthusiastic without losing his measure, and his gesture was modest but not fawning. This makes Su Dao feel good about this store. What does the guest need? I want to sell some talismans. Buy talismans can go to the third floor. To sell? The boy was stunned. He listened to the voice in front of him. This one with a hood should be very young. He thought it was to buy things, did not expect to sell things. How many guests? What grade? 100 or so, all low grade. That boy heard the spirit of a revitalization. This is afraid of a big customer. One time out of 110, that means that the person in front of him is either able to make their own talismans or is running errands for a talisman master. Either way, they can't be offended. Su Dao had never relaxed his practice of talismans, drawing a few every time he had the time to do so, with the middle order being the majority, but there were quite a few of the lower order as well. The boy immediately brought him to the third floor quiet room and ordered someone to serve him tea. Guest, wait here, so many talismans are being traded. The little man can't be the master. I need to go and ask the steward of this building. Well, go ahead, I'll look around myself. Su Dao didn't drink that tea. He almost never drank or ate anything messy when he was outside. It had become a habit. When the boy left, he went out of the quiet room and came to the third floor exhibition hall, where things related to talismans were placed. He naturally wasn't interested in low-ranked talismans, or some talisman books. He didn't pay much attention to them either, mainly because the types of talismans he had now, whether they were low rank or middle rank, were already enough. There was no need to add more. Chapter 94, Getting a Talisman Array, Exchanging Golden Tickets. He was in the middle-ranked talisman area, but he did see quite a few types he hadn't seen before, but he was just taking a look to satisfy his curiosity. However, when he passed by a book titled Talisman Formation, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Guest is interested in this book? A voice rang out from the side. This was probably the third floor's steward. Su Dao turned around, and sure enough, he saw that the boy from just now was also following behind this person. Some interest. Dare I ask how to address you? Su Dao asked. My name is Sun. Steward Sun was very sensible and did not ask Su Dao's name. As soon as he saw Su Dao's costume, he knew that this person did not want to reveal his identity details. So it's Steward Sunday. I have some doubts. I still hope that the steward will enlighten me. There's no harm in this friend speaking. What is the difference between this rune formation and a spell formation? As soon as Steward Sun heard this, he already had a guess in his heart. I'm afraid that the person in front of him is exactly a talisman master, otherwise he wouldn't be interested in this book. This kind of person naturally need to leave some good impression, so that Su Dao can continue to sell talismans here in the future. There's not much difference between talisman formations and spell formations. They both originate from the same source. Formation is a system of its own. Non-specialized formation masters and cannot be arranged, need to inscribe formation patterns with mana, or formation flag, connecting heaven and earth and become a formation. And this talisman formation is the use of many talismans, instead of formation patterns, formation flag effect, constitute formation, so that the talisman masters do not have to deliberately study the way of formation, can become a formation. If that's the case, then what is the need for a formation master? Wouldn't it be great to directly use rune formations? Su Dao was still puzzled. Steward Sun smiled and shook his head. That's still not the same. Spell formations are applicable to more scenarios, and spell formations can not only utilize formation flags and such, but can also utilize the terrain of the mountains and rivers, constituting a large formation with the ability to change in 1,000 different ways, whereas rune formations are limited by the type of talisman, and the number of formations that can be set up is actually not many. To be precise, rune formations are also only one type of formation. It is only because it's mainly applicable to rune masters that it has been placed here. Su Dao now understood that talisman formations were also a type of formation, but there were many other categories of formations besides talisman formations. And then Steward Sun re-invited Su Dao back to the quiet room, while Su Dao also took out a large handful of low-grade talismans. Steward Sun's eyes lit up. Although this talisman grade was only low-grade, the quality was very good. That's for sure. Nowadays Su Dao's low-grade talisman-making realm has long since risen into the 4th realm, truly ascending the ranks. Can the quality of his talismans be low? The value of these talismans total 870 taels of gold. Would you like a gold ticket or a gold ingot? Or silver? How much is that book? Steward Sun thought to himself that sure enough, it seems that this one does have his eye on that book. That book costs 500 taels of silver. 500 taels of silver is 50 taels of gold. It's not too expensive, buy it. Anyway, I've just made a lot of money, so this is nothing. Okay, I'll take the book then. In fact, 500 taels of silver, this price is really not low. After all, the book can be sold over and over again. However, the demand for this type of book is not high and it is extremely targeted, so this book is specifically sold to people like Su Dao. If you sell low, you can't make much money. Buy high, and no one wants to buy. The price wasn't ridiculously high, but it definitely wasn't cheap. Steward's son, however, waved his hand. Little friend, I haven't finished yet. This book is priced at 500 taels, but I won't take any money this time, so I will directly send it to little friend, and make a friend with you. Su Dao was in a good mood. Then thank you. In the future, if I have any more talismans, I will come here to sell them. As for those gold, they will be exchanged for 800 taels of gold tickets, and the rest will be exchanged for gold ingots. Steward's son immediately had someone fetch 800 taels of gold tickets and 70 taels of gold ingots. Su Dao only then realized what kind of golden ticket is. It looks golden, like gold casting, but it is soft to the touch, as if it is some kind of special leather blending system. Its pattern on the complex and vaguely constitutes the copper coin pattern, and leather above there is a spirit light flashes. Seeing Su Dao staring at the golden ticket, Steward's son thought that he was worried about the authenticity of this golden ticket, so he voiced out, if you are not assured, I can go with you to go to the Chase Money Bank in the prefecture to verify the authenticity of the golden ticket. That's not necessary. Su Dao shook his head and put the golden ticket away. He didn't dare to ask about the details of this golden ticket. Anyway, Senior Maiden should know. Later on when he went back and asked Senior Maiden directly. If the guest needs anything else, the old immortal can also show the guest around. No need, come back next time. Su Dao took his things and left, and when he was gone, the boy standing beside Steward's son spoke up. Steward, doesn't that book of rune formations only cost 50 taels of silver? Now it is 500 taels. In the future when others ask again, you also say 500 taels, no second price. Steward's son, however, waved his hand. Although regardless of whether it was 500 taels or 50 taels, the book was given for nothing, but the value of the book had actually changed. Not its own value had increased, but the value of the favor. Maybe this book won't be able to sell a single copy in the future, but today this favor is enough to earn it back. So, the original value of this book, does it matter? Even if this guest finds out the truth, so what? He didn't receive any money. You have to be smart to do business. Su Dao came out from Wan Baolu and went directly to Shi Nyang's house. Shi Nyang was writing a letter to his master at this time, and this letter to report safety would be passed back to Yanghe County through the post, so as not to make his teacher worry. Shi Nyang. Daora, sit down first, wait for me to finish the letter, I can't be delayed. And signaled Su Dao to make himself at home, no need to be formal. Su Dao wasn't in a hurry, so he sipped his tea and waited for Shi Nyang to finish writing it and send someone to the prefecture city post. Is something wrong? It's not a big deal, I just came to ask this from Master Mother. Su Dao took out a stack of golden tickets. What's the bottom line on this? Chase golden tickets? Senior Nyang froze. Didn't you sell your pills to the store? And where did you get so much money from? Got lucky and made a small fortune. Su Dao smiled awkwardly. Seeing that Su Dao's words were a bit ambiguous, Senior Nyang didn't ask any further questions and instead took the golden ticket in Su Dao's hand and said, this is the golden ticket issued by the Chase Money Bank. In addition to the 100 taels of gold denomination, there are also 1,000 taels and 10,000 taels. What kind of material is this made of? And it's not even afraid of being imitated. Multi-treasure toad molt, this Daitong money bank is a royal money bank, set up by the great ancestor, taking the meaning of passing through the world. I heard that there is a multi-treasure toad in the royal family of Dali, and this golden ticket is made from this multi-treasure toad molt. This is the only one in the world? Well, it seems that there is really only one. That multi-treasure toad is an exotic species in heaven and earth, and even if there are too many of them, there can't be too many of them. Using its toad shell to make banknotes is naturally anti-counterfeiting. Moreover, when this is carried on the body, it enhances wealth and fortune. Really? There's also this effect? Su Dao was surprised. This thing could actually enhance wealth and fortune? That I don't know, that's what they say anyway. Senior Nyang returned the golden ticket to Su Dao. And after Su Dao collected the golden ticket, he also explained the real reason for his visit. Senior Maiden, I've had a slight feeling these past few days, and I'm afraid that I'll be able to make another breakthrough in martial arts, so I need to close my eyes for a few days. If there is something. Chapter 95, Faking Closure, Chasing to Prefecture City. Didn't you just break through the 7th grade not long ago? Why are you breaking through again? You're going to break through the 6th grade realm. Senior Nyang was very surprised. Su Dao hurriedly waved his hands. That's not true, but I should be able to reach the middle 7th rank. Master Nyang then realized, that's also very good. You only care about seclusion, my side do not need you to worry about. If I really have something to do, Anja is near the left, I will pass a message on it. Your home is also assured, I will help you take care of it. Then thank you, Senior Mother. Su Dao got up and saluted. However, speaking of the Yin family, when Senior Maiden returned to the prefecture, why didn't she go to see Yushu? Yushu was the name of the teacher's son. It was the child who was left at the teacher's mother's house without much care, and I heard that he was even spoiled by the teacher's mother-in-law. The teacher's mother froze, the smile on her face stiffened, actually inexplicably some weakness, just busy cleaning up the house, and to write letters, intent to wait for the busy finish, will be Yushu took over. Su Dao was speechless, it can't be that he forgot about it. This really does not blame the master's wife, will not put it on the heart, really is really busy, and the path to the capital city is different, now is to settle in the capital city, the preparation of nature is also different, the first time into the new house, everywhere need to re-establishment, as well as the Yangha County's industry, the open to open over, the abandonment of the abandonment of the abandonment of the same. Sudao said goodbye to leave, back home, and will be the matter with Anyang said. Anyang they naturally will not think much, only think Sudao really want to shut down, after all, his cultivation speed has been very fast, and how can I expect that he is not at all to shut down, but want to return to Yangha County. Teacher had risked so much for him, how could he stay in the prefecture with peace of mind? If something happened to his teacher because of this, he would probably find it difficult to have peace of mind for the rest of his life. If his strength was low and he was incapable of helping his teacher, then it would be fine, after all, he was not capable of doing so, but his current strength was even stronger than his teacher's, so how could he sit back and watch? That way, even if he preserved himself, I'm afraid that his Dao heart would be obscured as a result. The official post office of the prefecture, which is the center of all the post offices in the prefecture, connects the entire Black Mountain prefecture with dozens of counties under it and countless post offices along the way. It is responsible for the transmission of military information, distribution of documents, and the passage of reports. However, in addition to official business, the official post offices also have private business, that is, delivering private letters and mailing goods for officials at a high price. After all, they also need to eat. And as long as there was no war going on in the neighborhood, there was no need to deliver military information, so the post offices and stations were still idle. There is nothing wrong with them doing this to earn extra money. The letter written by my wife to my teacher was to be expedited to Yangha County through this place. The price is naturally quite high, but the teacher's wife is not so bad as to save this kind of money at such a time. If you really want to save, go directly to the civilian emergency foot delivery. The official post all a special delivery letter of the Harrier Eagle, the most spiritual, travel 10,000 miles a day, and the strength of the battle is not bad, not afraid of the general flying beasts of prey. The civil emergency foot delivery, either by artificial means, the speed is very slow, or with pigeons to pass, but pigeons this kind of thing, easy to be preyed on and killed, and the spirit is not enough, easy to get lost, resulting in the loss of letters. If it is just a general letter that is not urgent, naturally, you can use the folk urgent foot delivery, but if it is a vital letter, you can only use heavy money to let the official post office to pass on behalf of the letter. However, this is only officials can enjoy the benefits, ordinary people's business, the official post office is not to receive, not want to receive, but cannot receive. However, this is not without loopholes, such as spending money to hire an official, let him send on behalf of his. Don't look at the two seem to be no difference, the latter is just one more procedure, but is more of this procedure, but also in the invisible on the stage more a layer of limitations and constraints, so that it does not become decadent such as the existence of folk footline in general. Ah Quan handed the letter to the postman, and paid the fee, as always, expensive, and this group of people, but also ing only charge silver, do not want a copper. But looking at the Harrier Eagle with the letter, up in the air, Ah Quan heart finally became a little better. Although expensive is really expensive, but the value is also really worth it. At this time the letter is sent, probably a few hours that letter will be able to deliver to the hands of the master, this efficiency cannot be said to be not high. Ah Quan smiled and bowed to the postman, thank you, postman. No need, take the money and do the job. That stage messenger was actually an unsmiling one, but his attitude wasn't bad. It was just not as cordial as the ones he encountered a few times before. Ah Quan left the official post office and rushed towards Ping and Fong. Now he was very busy, mainly because among these subordinates at home, apart from Uncle Zhong who used to live over here for many years, he was the only one who came here first and was the most familiar with the surrounding area. But there are some errands, obviously can't let Uncle Zhong do, so to come here to send letters, also he personally come, in addition, he also have to be busy to prepare for the opening of the new store things. A full footsteps in a hurry, did not notice, not far behind it, a small piece of leaves were swept up by the whirlwind, pasted on the hem of his robe. In the street above a restaurant, a black robe sitting at the window was only pushed open a small slit, that person is sitting in the shadow, looking at the lively scene on the street out of mind. To find a person in such a huge city, it is very difficult, this city, the light of the market will have more than 1,000, each market has hundreds of thousands of households, which is millions of families, want to find a family here, is a needle in a haystack. However, Huang Ji believes that as long as you know the person well enough, it is not difficult to find, you only need to wait for him in the place where he will definitely appear. And he waited here for half a day, and finally waited for the Gu family mansion slave. And having found this slave, he would naturally lead him to the person he wanted to find. For the sake of a Sudao, he had actually traveled from Yangha County to this place, for no other reason, Sudao's talent was too good. At least that's what he's seen so far, the person with the best talent and the most spirituality, just like a worldly beautiful jade. Although the mother and child spirit seizing a ray can change the qualifications and enhance the spiritual roots, but the evil method is after all an evil method, even he had to admit this fact. Every time he used it, he would pay a great price, and he can only use it once for each armor. Under such circumstances, it would be even more impossible for him to give up on Su Dao. Only by using Su Dao as the main ingredient could he maximize the effect of this spirit seizure. If he were to seek out some poorly qualified ones with insufficient spirituality, it would be of no benefit to him. Huang Ji was in a good mood, even though the ulcers on his body had recently become a bit larger in size for some reason, but the thought of the next is the moment of harvest, his mood was pleasant. He picked up the cup of wine and sent it into the hood, and then under the black hood, there was a thin slurping sound. The sound was like the rattling sound made by the demon when it sucked the human's brain marrow, which made people shiver when they smelled it. Chapter 96 Unwelcome Guest, Behave Yourself. Late at night, Su Dao, with his strong sense of hearing, confirmed that both the Niang and his little sister had gone to sleep, and in the entire mansion, there was only Su Dao left, as well as the little civet slave, who had moved to a new home and was patrolling around the new territory. The first time it came to the mansion in Yanghe County's inner square, it was just like this. It had to walk around the mansion in a very impolite manner, and urinate on the places that looked good to it, leaving its own mark. The civet slaves do not sleep. Su Dao cannot do anything. This thing is like day and night. He was packing up his traveling clothes at this time, although so far he hadn't even determined how to get out of the city. Going over the city wall was definitely not an option. If he wasn't careful, he would become a sieve. Although his strength was good, there was still a gap between him and the third-grade Zongshur compared to the third-grade Zongshur. Even the third-grade sect master can't go over the city wall. If he messed up, he might have to die there. However, he didn't believe that such a large city would leave no loopholes at all. The big thing was to drill the sewers again. Only, as he stuffed a thick stack of middle-rank talismans into his chest and put the super-grade recluse talisman in his sleeve, a tiny sound suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Su Dao's movements gave a start. He could be sure that it wasn't a movement made by the beaver slave. In the end, he was raised in the family for a period of time. For this point he was very sure. The last time we moved, on the first night, a demonic trickster came to the door. This time, there are uninvited guests in the new house too? Feeling rather helpless, Su Dao picked up his precious sword and pushed out the door. Afterward, when he looked at the scene in the courtyard, he was stunned. A silhouette covered in black robes was standing in the courtyard, staring at him from afar. Su Dao's heart moved and he already understood who this uninvited guest was, only that he was also a little surprised, not expecting that this person would follow him to the middle of the prefecture city. He had thought that in Yanghe County, the last few days before leaving, Huang Ji would not be able to resist making a move on him, but he did not wait. And then, he thought that this person would probably do it on the road, especially on the part of the road after Gulao left. That was the most convenient. However, he had been waiting for several days in vain, and still had not waited. Just when he thought that this person had all but given up, or didn't see his talent, this person just appeared. Who are you? Su Dao pretended to be terrified. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't really formally met, and everything Su Dao knew about Huang Ji was from what he had heard from him. Not sleeping? Huang Ji opened his mouth like an old friend catching up, only that voice was hoarse and gloomy, unbearable. Huang Ji glanced around, then let out another light laugh unexpectedly. How about we make a deal? What deal? Su Dao's voice trembled a little. You leave with me, and I'll let the others in this courtyard go. How's that? It's a good deal, right? Huang Ji was relaxed. If one needed to be nervous when facing a 7th-grade martial artist, then there was no need to mix. His powerful strength gave him such confidence. Su Dao pondered for a long time and spoke with difficulty. Good. Huang Ji was in a more pleasurable mood, originally thought that coming over to catch Su Dao would still take some trouble, but didn't expect it to be this easy. After all, this is the capital city, not the county kind of place can be compared. Here protection force is very strong. The magic division of the prefectural city town and also the people from the inspection division were not only stronger individually, but they were also proficient in military formations. Once a fight broke out in the city and startled these people, and if he was unlucky enough to be entangled by them, and then waited for the top masters in the prefecture city to arrive, he would not be able to get away. But Su Dao was so obedient, that would be simple. He could even bring him out of the city without any effort. Su Dao followed behind Huang Ji, looking at Huang Ji's back. He almost couldn't hold back from drawing his sword. Never mind, it just so happened that he didn't know the way out of the city, so he followed Huang Ji all the way out of the city first. Huang Ji seemed to be very familiar with this place, making 7 turns. The whole process actually did not once encounter the night watchman. Don't think about calling for help. If you dare to make a move, I won't kill you, but I will go back and kill your mother and sister. Huang Ji threatened with a light laugh. Su Dao remained silent, just quietly following behind him, so honest that Huang Ji was somewhat incredulous. Why don't you resist? Huang Ji felt strange instead. Su Dao thought, I'm afraid of killing you directly. In fact, on top of that, there was another reason why he wasn't quite sure about the strength of law enforcement within the prefecture city, and didn't dare to casually make a move in the city. There was an explicit law in the city that the curfew started at the exact moment of midnight every morning and lasted until the beginning of the dawning of the morning. That is to say, the curfew began at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night every day and lasted until 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day. This is the time when yin and yang meet, is also the city's yin chi is the most dense, generally this time, is also the most frequent demon bazaar. The implementation of the curfew can greatly reduce casualties. Even though the city has not had any scourges for many years, this rule is still retained. After the curfew, it wasn't that you couldn't move around outside, but that you could only stay in the workshop and couldn't leave the workshop. At this time has been the end of the hour, the curfew has long been started. This time once found in violation of the curfew, if you dare to resist, kill without amnesty. If it is confessed, pardon the death penalty, the penalty of copper £100, all hacking their toes. If you are caught violating the curfew, if you dare to resist, the night watchman can be killed directly. If you confess to a good attitude, you cannot have to die, but to fine. If it is just a fine, it is fine, the fine copper £100, in fact, not much, but that last one, it is too hard. I thought you couldn't control your feet? Then I'll chop off your toes. The key is that this decree is followed by, if the offense is repeated, then hack his feet, 3 offenses, hack his head. There are also many decrees, which are not found in Manhwa County, only that these decrees are very severe, but whether or not they are strictly enforced is crucial. Therefore, before figuring out the bottom line of the prefectural government office, one cannot act rashly. Su Dao still didn't answer, and Huang Ji also led him through an underground waterway entrance, into the underground. After entering the underground, and walking for a long time, it was estimated that he had almost reached the exit near the city. Obviously at this time, Huang Ji was more relaxed than just now, because this place was already the blind spot of the night patrol's field of vision, and those night patrols wouldn't be able to come here, so his voice was also a lot louder. Don't you want to know what I brought you out for? Huang Ji spoke to himself, you are the main ingredient that I purposely selected for the child and mother spirit snatching formation. Together with those children, you will become a part of me, and then you will participate in the great Tao together and share immortality. And Su Dao finally responded this time, so, that one who secretly took the children in Manhwa County was really you? Not bad. Huang Ji's tone was actually a bit smug. Do you know why so many people chased around but couldn't get a single clue? Is it because Yen Cheng Yun helped you cover it up? Huang Ji froze. How was this voice similar to his speaking voice? But he still nodded. You are indeed smart to even guess this. It's actually not hard to guess, I guessed it when I was still in Manhwa County. However, you're working with him for that Guile Jiao as well? Chapter 97. Are you sick in the head? Huang Ji listened to these words and did not reply, because he realized that Su Dao's voice was somehow actually becoming more and more like his. He turned his head back and looked at Su Dao behind him, but he saw that Su Dao was mimicking his walking posture with a flourish. Huang Ji's face looked odd. Are you sick in the head? I'm not, are you? It was again a voice that was extremely similar to Huang Ji's. And this time, it was obviously even more similar than before. Huang Ji had a steeply creepy feeling. You? Su Dao grinned, revealing rows of white teeth in the darkness. Don't be afraid, I'm human. This time, Su Dao's voice was already 9 times similar to Huang Ji. The hairs on Huang Ji's body stood up in sweat. How dare you act like a god in front of me, unbridled? He probed out with a claw and grabbed at Su Dao. This kid clearly did not have any weird aura on his body, so it was definitely not a demonic weird possession. Since this is the case, then it is a fake. Want to use this to scare him away? Unfortunately, it's only a little smart, with his strength, even if he really meets a demon, so what, as long as it's not the peak of the high level, he will not be afraid. Alas, you people, what's the hurry? Su Dao's voice finally returned to normal. He shook his head, and similarly probed out with a fist, which struck Huang Ji right in the center of his palm. The next moment Huang Ji's face changed drastically, a terrifying force passed along his palm, his body even flew out backwards, hitting the wall behind him. Your strength. My strength is not bad, right? Su Dao let out a light laugh, but as he spoke, he had already struck out once again. A sword drew and chopped, and the blade slashed out of its sheath, bringing out a soft roar as if it was a dragon's roar. Blade intent erupted, and the light of the blade was like a practice. Huang Ji raised his hand and blocked it, his body's mana surging, mana intertwined in his hand, like holding a firm shield. Ordinary martial chi and blood could not break through this layer of his mana shield. But his mana shield, which he considered as his dependence, only lasted for a split second in the face of Su Dao's blade light, and then it shattered in response to the sound. Ka! The palm broke off flush and landed back on the damp sewer floor. Impossible. Under the hood, Huang Ji finally put the last shred of sanity. Who the hell are you? You're Marshall. No, this is mana. You have mana? But Su Dao still did not give him any response. Another knife chopped out. This time Huang Ji did not dare to resist with his physical body, but violently lifted the arm that had already been chopped off the palm of his hand, and his big sleeve opened. A talisman shot out. Middle Order Binding Talisman, Middle Order Flaming Talisman, Middle Order Thunder Fire Talisman, Middle Order Explosion Talisman. Su Dao violently retreated, then held his sword in one hand to block, while one hand probed into his bosom. Then the same handful of middle-ranked talismans were thrown out. Talisman against talisman, he hadn't learned how to properly respond to these talismans, so he would follow the stupid way. See whose talisman is powerful, see whose talisman is more. He can't, Huang Ji catch himself a 7th grade, will also bring a sack of talisman on his body. Talismans? Huang Ji's voice distorted from the difficulty of accepting the truth and became even harder to hear. Yeah, I should have thought of that. The talismans collided in the air, and a violent explosion resounded in the ground, a terrifying force that sent the already injured Huang Ji flying out once again. And in the next moment, a figure forced its way through the smoke generated by the explosion, its blade heading straight for its face. But why? Why is it that you practice the chi refining method, yet there is no mutation in your body? Why, tell me? Huang Ji hissed maniacally while subconsciously striking out. Or rather, he had already had a seizure when he was slapped backwards by the prey he had picked, when he saw Su Dao break through his own mana shield with his mana, and when he saw that he had pulled out a talisman and Su Dao had similarly responded with a talisman. Only, the next moment Huang Ji's hissing came to an abrupt end as the terrifying blade wiped across his neck, and Huang Ji's head fell down with all its roots. Huang Ji is only a chi refining 3rd realm, while Su Dao is not only a chi refining 2nd realm, but also a martial Dao 5th grade, with his bone marrow quenched over 100, his strength is already not in the same level. Su Dao looked at Huang Ji's corpse, and for a moment, he felt some inexplicable emotions. He did not expect that the person he once regarded as his archenemy would be killed by his own 2 slashes like this, and even he. He went forward and ripped off the black robe from Huang Ji's corpse, while he then furrowed his brows and violently took several steps back. What the hell? Is this still really a person? Looking at the pile on the ground, which still had a human form but was hideous and ugly, Su Dao felt a little nauseous. There were a lot of things that were originally normal that would become exceptionally horrible once they grew onto a human body. This yellow pole was covered with white curled feathers, like the stubble that had just been born on a young bird, and at the root part of the feathers, there was also a yellow accumulation of grease. So it is just, behind it, there is even a pair of monstrous fleshy wings. The more this thing looks like a young bird that has just broken its shell. If this person continues to practice, will he not really become a bird man? Su Dao rummaged through Huang Ji's black robe again before finding a small booklet called Spiritual Crane Technique, as well as a few sheets of animal skin paper with such distorted lines drawn on it. This spirit crane technique should be the chi cultivation method that Huang Ji practiced. As for the few pieces of paper, he hadn't had the time to study them yet, he would look at them when he got out of here. Su Dao also finally understood at this time why his teacher at that time specifically warned him not to cultivate the chi refining method, because this thing could really refine a person into something like a demon. If he didn't possess the bronze giant tree and rashly practiced the chi refining method, he would have ended up in the same situation. Su Dao lifted the hood on that head again. It was equally ugly and he had completely lost interest in looking at it. Su Dao pulled out a middle-ranked flame talisman from his pocket and threw it on top of Huang Ji's corpse, and the ugly and disgusting corpse was suddenly ablaze with fire. This thing was not only useful when fighting, it was also extremely convenient to use to destroy the corpse. It was a pity that he didn't have time to ask where those children had gone. However, he thought that this guy didn't take his life as soon as he came up, but wanted to take him away alive, and also mentioned the Zimu spirit seizing a ray, so he thought that they should all be alive. As long as they were still alive, then it would be good, they could always be found. As he watched Huang Ji's corpse, which had completely turned into ashes, he took out another clear wind talisman in his hand and blew away all those ashes, confirming that it didn't leave too many traces, before turning to leave. Killing, burning the body, raising the ashes, this is a whole set of process. Wait for the future has a superhuman method, or divine power, and then the last superhuman complement will be complete. In this kind of mysterious world, how to be careful is not too much. Su Dao did not return to the city, from here out, probably outside the city. Originally he was going to leave tonight. In any case, there should be an end to the Yanghe County side, whether it is for the sake of the master who is still in that quagmire, or the people of Yanghe County who have been living in the quagmire. This trip is inevitable. Along the underground waterway all the way forward, as expected, did not go far, he saw the exit. Past the exit, only to find that this is already the suburbs of the city, in front of the river. I think the city's wastewater and rainwater when it rains, it is along the underground ditch, discharged into the river. Next, go to the nearest county, and then there are 2 things to solve. First find a black robe with a hood, and then buy a horse as a means of transportation. Chapter 98 A Genius's Idea. Yanghe County, still pouring rain, counting today. This rain has been raining for a full 10 days, a day has not stopped. Lucy and Yenmai wearing straw raincoat, in knee-deep water hard walking. I just went to the inner workshop to see. Medical Officer Su left a few days ago. Yenmai wiped the rainwater on his face. This ghost place, ghost weather, added together, it was really unbearable. Do you think that Medical Officer Su is swindling us? Lucy was speechless, he didn't know what to say. Before in front of Medical Officer Su, the one who said that Medical Officer Su wasn't that kind of person was Yenmai. Now the one who suspected that Medical Officer Su had abandoned them was still Yenmai. But now he suspects that Dr. Su has abandoned them, and it's still Oatmeal who has abandoned them. Oatmeal see Lucy not pick up, suddenly snapped a smile. This is not nothing why, casually talking. I actually just have some uneasiness in my heart. Staying in a place where you know there will be great difficulties, how can your heart be at peace? What is the difference between this and waiting for death? And the most critical thing is that one does not know how one will die. Although Su Dao promised them that he could save their lives as long as he did the arranged things well, but what if? They had previously gone to Su Dao's home, seeking guidance, so Su Dao gave them a batch of pills to exchange for some materials in the mansion treasury. They then spent a few more days, little by little, placing as many of these materials as they could into the right places. Although he didn't know what purpose it served, Su Dao naturally had his intentions since he had arranged it. It couldn't be that he didn't mind having too many pills and just threw them around for fun. Don't think so much, we've done what we need to do, so let's just listen to God's fate next. We're not the only ones in Manhwa County who don't have a place to run. Lu Si was a bit more open-minded. In this county, there are hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, their situation will only be worse than them. Where is the way out for those people? Right, is Elder Gu still in the city? Yen Mai suddenly remembered something. Lu Si thought for a moment and said with certainty, still there. Oatmeal let out a steep sigh of relief, then it's okay, we probably won't die. Ha? You know again? What does it have to do with us if Elder Gu is there or not? That's Dr. Su's master. I think we might have thought wrong before. What Dr. Su asked us to prepare, I'm afraid it's not for ourselves, but for Gulao. As long as we keep an eye on Gulao, we might be able to survive. The more Yen Mai thought about it, the more she felt that this was the right way of thinking. After all, although Medical Officer Su was powerful, in the end, in terms of realm, he was far inferior to Gulao, who had already stepped into the 5th rank. Lu Si was already powerless to spit, however, he also understood that Yen Mai was purely scared by this east to west bull. The more scared she was, the more she liked to ruminate. As long as you don't take offense, you'll be fine for a while. A carriage, galloping above the official road. Su Dao, who was wearing a black robe and a hood, was sitting on top of the carriage, driving the carriage while holding a few pieces of animal skin paper for study. These several pieces of animal skin paper were obtained by Su Dao from Huang Ji. Originally he thought that it was some kind of secret manual, so he didn't put it on his mind, but then he carefully looked at it and realized that it wasn't a secret manual at all, but it was 3 array diagrams. The first formation diagram is named Voltron Formation, the second is actually a county-level protective formation, the third has no name, but compared to the complete coordination of the first two, this one looks obviously a little weird and twisted, and he took a closer look before realizing that this so-called third formation diagram is actually a fusion of the first two. Moreover, it was more like a raw and hard to put together, and did not do a perfect job. This formation diagram still left traces of many revisions. The latest traces were made in the last few days, and it seemed that Huang Ji had been trying to improve this thing by bringing it with him. Su Dao probably understood what this guy was doing. If he wasn't wrong, Yan Changyan's cooperation with Huang Ji was to ask Huang Ji to set up a spell formation against demonic shenanigans, that is, that Voltron formation. As soon as he heard the name, it was clear what exactly this spell formation was created against, the effects of which Su Dao naturally did not know, but it did not prevent him from thinking about this layer. However, Su Dao also saw and understood that this Voltron formation was at a very high level and belonged to a large-scale spell formation. It was not at all something that Huang Ji alone could set up. So Huang Ji, this guy, is also smart. He took a different approach, thought of a good way, that is, the formation grafting. Grafting the Voltron formation onto the county's protective formation, borrowing the chicken to lay the egg. In this way, only need to change, adjust some places, will be able to play out part of the efficacy of the Ambrosia Dragon Array. Although it is not possible to perfectly utilize the power of the spell formation, it is still considered to have achieved its purpose. One could only say that this fellow Huang Ji, although he was inhuman and ghostly, his talent for formations was still good. This kind of pie-in-the-sky, audacious idea had actually made it to him. I just don't know, this formation in the end is finished. If it is finished it's fine, if it is not finished, then it will be troublesome. He can't set up the formation. In the remaining time, he could at most learn how to catalyze and control the already built formation, and it would be a bit difficult for him to set up the formation by himself. Laying out this thing is not laying out the rituals, and he can smoothly lay out the rituals, but also rely on the help of the avatar, and the avatar is the beginning of the introduction. To really let him learn from scratch, it may not be how long it will take. Su Dao put a few formation diagrams into his sleeve, and then his hand would flick, the carriage began to gallop up at a faster speed. When he went to the capital city with Anyang and the others, he still needed to rest at night, and only rushed during the day. After all, Anyang and the others didn't have such a strong body and spirit as he did, and they could do both day and night traveling. After all, Anyang and the others didn't have his physical and mental strength to travel day and night. Furthermore, it was still dangerous to travel at night, and they might encounter some powerful and weird people to block their way. But Su Dao couldn't care less in order to hurry. Calculating the time, the heavy rain in Manhwa County has been raining for about 10 days now, and there are less than 5 days left before the half-month period that Yan Changyan said. Moreover, Su Dao was not sure when Yan Changyan would launch, whether he would wait for the rainstorm to end and then start, or whether he would start before the rainstorm stopped. As a last resort, Yan Changyan would definitely wait until the partners went back before starting, but if they went back too late, it was also possible that Yan Changyan could not wait. However, counting the remaining mileage, the distance to Yangha County is not far. Probably tomorrow morning will be able to arrive. At this time he can already see the thick dark clouds in the distant sky. The boundary monument that he had seen on his way here before was also not far ahead. Old man, you have to hold on, don't let anything happen. Su Dao was a little worried about his master, not because of anything else, it was really because his master had set up too many flags in front of him before, so many that he suspected that he would not be able to save them with his current strength. Chapter 99, Returning to Yangha, Dangerous. In the early morning hours, the soldiers of the Yangha Prefectural Military Division stood under the eaves of the city gate building, sheltering themselves from the rain. With the fatigue after the all-night duty, one after another yawned. You say, that county governor is really kind, even let the victims from outside the city into the city, and allow them to rest in the city at night, unprecedented, first time ever. Some people started chatting about the latest news to boost their spirits, waiting for another half an hour, there would be a rotation of soldiers, coming to take over the defense. Then they can brave the rain to eat a bowl of hot soup cake, sweat, and then go back to take a bath, that kind of comfort, only the people who just got off duty understand. For them, the fact that the prefectural governor allowed people from outside the city to stay in the city at night was something new. Though when those people entered the city, they just slept under the eaves of various houses, with no warm and dry houses and no steaming food. And if they were outside the city, at least they had a self-built shack to protect them from the wind and rain. But those people still ran like crazy to the city. It wasn't that they liked the city so much, but they couldn't afford not to run nowadays. The demonic shenanigans outside the city seemed to be converging like crazy, and the number of casualties was increasing with each passing day. These soldiers who are on guard duty at the top of the city know it best. Before those victims entered the city, every late night, they can hear the people's miserable whimpering and the demonic hissing, as well as the chilling sound of chewing. They also think that these people are quite pitiful, originally is to leave their homes, want to go to the county town to get a living, but who knows, the county town is not much of a living. If not for the order of the county governor to allow them to enter the city, I'm afraid that the people outside have long been cleaned up by the demonic scourge. Keep your voice down, is this something you and I in this position can just say? What's wrong with saying it? If we stay here, it can be said that after these people enter the city, we will be the closest people to the demon Gue. Maybe we'll die tonight. The man was not concerned. These days, every night they were afraid that those demons outside the city would not be able to hold back and forcefully invade the county. At that time, those of them who were in the way would be the first to enter the belly of the demons. That's right, just say it, although those demons have not attacked the city these days, but who knows how many days this situation can last? Tonight? Or tomorrow night? Which one of them is not afraid? What's the use of being afraid? An order from above, they can only stay here, dare to run is equivalent to the battlefield pawn, military justice. Today, not to mention outside the city, even inside the city is also panic, rumors have been rumored, this place will be a big disaster. But up to this point, the officials have not thought of running away, the big families have not started to flee, so they still have a hint of hope. This group of people living at the bottom, they are not as well informed as those above, it is impossible to know what insider information, but they also have their own survival wisdom, that is, to stare at those who are officials, rich. If these two types of people are starting to run away, that means this place is really finished. What's that? A carriage? A soldier suddenly raised his hand to point outside the city amidst the curtain of rain, and because the rain was too heavy, they couldn't see it clearly from the top of the city. Where is a carriage at this time of the day? But as the dark shadow got closer, they realized that it was indeed a carriage. The commander stationed here just glanced at the black robe sitting on the carriage, and immediately shivered, his tone trembling a bit. Quick, quick! Open the city gates! The others immediately got busy, not caring about how heavy the rain was and whether they would get wet or not. They all went downstairs, some people took off the bolts, some people turned the winches, and the thick city gates made a creaking sound, and the monument slowly opened up. The next moment, the carriage sped past, without stopping for half a moment. Only after that carriage had gone did that commander breathe a sigh of relief. Commander, was that Provider Huang? Perhaps there were quite a few people in the entire Yangha County who were happy to wear black robes and hoods, but there was only that one person who could make the commander treat him with such solemnity. Naturally, yes, you guys didn't see that waist plate? Offerings were not official positions, but they also had their unique identity tags, also known as offering tags, which were very recognizable, and there was only one of these in the entire county. The rain is too heavy, how can I see clearly, but when did this one go out? Don't ask blindly, the county zun we said in private is also said, at most it is considered an offense to the superior officer, but that Huang confession, don't mess with it. The commander cautioned sternly. This is the county minister Lord Ding Chi personally explained, although it did not say very clear, but he also heard, this Huang Feng is very strange, and even Ding Chi cannot be messed with. Later, he went to the Jinmu division to do business, far from having seen this Huang Feng, is also that time, led his heart to this Feng, full of fear. That kind of cold, tyrannical, cruel, bizarre atmosphere, said that a black robe cloaked in a demon trick, he believed, just do not believe that the robe under the load is a person. This kind of fear is not because of the grade difference, not because of the strength gap caused by awe and fear, but a physiological, from the instinctive feeling. The commander looked at the sky. You guys keep watch for a little while longer, I'll go back to the military horse division first. The others were confused, but no one dared to say that the commander retired early and slipped up. In fact, they really blamed the commander-in-chief, but the commander-in-chief remembered that the county minister Ding Chi Ding adults specially instructed them, when Huang Fengfeng back to the city, must go back to report. In the military division, the county minister Ding Chi is carrying a bowl of steaming soup cake, that soup cake above in addition to piled with beef, but also poured a layer of red-hot pepper. The commander, who had returned from the city gates, came in to see such a scene, and when his eyes swept over the bowl of soup cakes, he subconsciously gulped. If you eat such a bowl on a rainy day, it is really enjoyable, and it is also good for sweating and getting rid of wetness. Have you eaten yet? Ding Chi seemed to have seen that commander's small action and asked out loud. Not yet. Get him a bowl. Tinky raised his chin to the waiter at the side. The commander immediately clasped his fists. Many thanks to the county minister. It's not even time for a shift change at this hour, is it? Why are you back? That yellow provider is back. Ding Chi's movements lurched, but he quickly returned to normal, sending a large chopstick soup cake into his mouth. Just got back? My subordinate just saw it with my own eyes. He just entered the city and I came back to report. You did a good job. Eat the soup cake first. The people of the army, no other characteristics of meals, is a fast word, a bowl of soup cake down, that commander only feel warmed up all over, a hotness brought by the oil splash spices from the intestines and belly gradually emanate to the whole body. Another bowl? Ding Chi asked. No, I'm full. In fact, he is not full. This kind of bowl, to eat full, at least 2 more bowls, but then it seems to be not quite in line with the rules, because Ding Chi has already put the bowl, cannot let the Shangwan wait for him to use the meal. Then go back first. The commander immediately excused himself, and when he was gone, Ding Chi got up and went to the window, his ghostly gaze looking into the distance at the county office that was covered by a curtain of rain and could only be seen as a rough outline. Oh, prefectural governor, what exactly are you going to do? Chapter 100. He said it all before I even pushed hard enough. Ding Chi has always been the heart of the county dignity Chang Yun, but also clearly felt, the county will have a big event, but he actually did not get a bit of news. The only thing Ding Chi can be sure is that the county dignitary has plans, and should be related to the yellow pole, but the inside story, he did not know, the county dignitary has never said with him. However, that bad feeling of foreboding was getting worse by the day. A few days ago, he learned that the yellow pole of the Jin Demon Division suddenly left the county town and did not know where to go. He instinctively felt that there must be a problem. So he secretly instructed his subordinates to pay attention to this person's whereabouts. At this time, Huang Ji's sudden return not only did not let him breathe a sigh of relief, but instead that bad premonition, even stronger. No matter what the county Zun is planning, this time is only afraid that the distance from the launch is not far away. What should he do? Continue to follow behind the county honors? How to command the county honors, how to do. He'll die faster that way. Ding Chi has never really trusted the county Zun. That is what kind of person, no one knows better than him, thin, unrighteous, cold-blooded, vicious, venomous. But on the contrary, in front of the people to show that kind of gentle and elegant, easy to approach. The more so, he will be more and more for the fear, for such a person to do things, once he lost the value, will be abandoned at any time. Or rather, everyone would only be pawns in his eyes, all would only be sacrificed. So what should he do? Listen to the fate of heaven? He was a bit unwilling, and then he turned his gaze towards the Shang Medical Bureau. Su Dao's carriage crossed over to the Shang Medical Bureau, and as he passed by, he also just swept a glance, but unfortunately did not see any sign of his teacher. However, he didn't stop here and went straight to the Demon Suppression Division. When he arrived at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, a petty official quickly came forward. Officiant Huang. You're back? Are you still stable in the Demon Suppression Division these past few days? A hoarse and gloomy voice came from under the hood. There are no major events in the Jin Demon Division, but it's the Three Rivers gang leader Lu Jian, who has begged to see Lord Provider a few times. I asked why, but he didn't say anything, and only said that he would report back when Lord returns. The junior official's head lowered even more, stepping forward to help restrain the horse's reins. Has the county-honored lord sent someone? No. Fetch a basin of hot water and bring it to my room. Su Dao deliberately slowed down his pace, mainly because he didn't know which location of Huang Ji's room was in the Jin Demon Division. What if he made a messy entrance and attracted suspicion? Then he could only let this petty official take him there. Yes, my lord. How could that minor official dare to delay? But in a few moments, he carried a basin of hot water towards Huang Ji's room, while Su Dao intentionally stayed in the courtyard for a while, then followed behind him and entered a room. You go out. Su Dao waved his hand. That junior official did not suspect anything, because in the past days, Provider Huang was also like this. As long as it was him bathing and dressing, there could not be anyone else in the house. Waiting for that petty official to go out and close the door again, Su Dao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the disguise was successful. The next step is to deal with the most troublesome Yen Chang Yun. That person is not as easy to fool as other people, need to be extra careful, although even if exposed, with his current strength, not to be afraid, but the next plan, but also cannot be separated from Yen Chang Yun. Not bad, his aim was also to hunt down that Guile Jiao. The awakening of that Guile Jiao was a foregone conclusion, and a super great Guile that had just broken through was enough to turn the entire Yanghe County into a Jedi. So, in a way, Yen Changyun's hunting of the creepy Jiao was right in itself. There wasn't even anything wrong with him deciding to hunt the demonic Guile in the county, as long as he could really kill that Gue Jiao. Unfortunately, that Yen Changyun didn't do this for the sake of the people of the entire county, so he wouldn't care about the deaths of those people. Plus, he had even counted on him, so how could Su Dao let him go? What if Yen Changyun really survived the catastrophe? Wouldn't that be leaving himself open to trouble? Therefore, Yen Changyun must die, while Gue Jiao will kill him if he can, and if he can't, he will take his teacher away to escape. Su Dao clearly knew that by himself alone, he definitely couldn't exterminate that Guile Jiao, which was a super quality, even if it had only just broken through, so he needed to have helpers. And a collaborator was readily available, plus Yen Changyun is the initiator. There must be many other means to deal with the Guile Jiao. For example, he had the dragon formation map in his hand. He didn't believe that there was just one such targeted thing like this, and if that was true, then where did Yen Changyun get the guts to plot a super great demon trickster? However, the other person just mentioned in the mouth of that petty official also caught his attention. Lu Jian of the Three Rivers Gang? He wasn't familiar with this person was a club boss. In fact, he couldn't even get on the stage. Such a person, why would he cross paths with Huang Ji? With Huang Ji's status in the county is not something that any cat or dog is qualified to see. It is those officials who see him, even if their hearts do not like, but also to be polite and respectful. Two people who should not have crossed paths, suddenly crossed paths, that means there is a problem, because what? The son and mother spirits seizing a ray. This is the only explanation. Perhaps this Lu Jian knows where those captive children are? If his guess was correct, that would save him a lot of trouble. Hey-ya! The sudden sound of the door opening woke Su Dao from his musings. He frowned and turned his head to look. Who? You came back a day later than agreed. Yen Changyun leisurely entered the door and gently closed that room door again. I encountered something. The prefecture city is not like the county city. Messing around will kill you. Su Dao's voice was hoarse and gloomy, not too different from the voice of Huang Ji in the past. At least Yen Changyun didn't hear the difference, which made him secretly relieved. So Su Dao caught it? Aha! Su Dao nodded. Yen Changyun sat in front of Huang Ji before frowning. Why do I feel that your aura has changed? Preparations for the sub-mother spirit seizing formation. Su Dao's mind tightened, but almost instantly, he found a very reasonable excuse. Although he didn't know much about that what's-her-name sub-mother spirit seizing formation and had only heard about it once from Huang Ji, he didn't believe that Yen Changyun understood it. If he understood it, why would he ask him to set up the spell formation? It won't affect our plan, right? Yen Changyun's brows remained furrowed, obviously worried about a mistake on Huang Ji's side. It won't, but that spell formation is the only thing I can do to that extent at the moment. There's nothing more I can do unless I can enter the fourth realm. Su Dao's mind raced. This was actually testing whether that spell formation had been set up and actively guiding Yen Changyun to reveal part of his plan, so that he wouldn't be in the dark. Yen Changyun nodded. I've already seen it after you modified it. The effect is good. This has surprised me. I thought it would be good to have 10% of the effect. I didn't realize it didn't have 30% of the original erase power. Then it won't be modified. There isn't much time left now. If you modify it again, it will be easy to make mistakes instead. Su Dao's heart was greatly settled. Alright, you're better at formations than me, I'll listen to you. Yen Changyun nodded his head. Right, how about that Guyan Yen for me? Su Dao tried again. He wanted to see the teacher's position in this plan, whether it was important or unimportant. Chapter 101 Dao is the basis of the law, and the law is the use of the Dao. If it was very important, this request of his, Yen Changyun naturally refused, but if it was not important, he might be able to agree. At that time, once the plan was unleashed, the entire county would be in immense danger, so it would be better to directly put the master in front of his eyes to protect him. Yen Changyun frowned. He is the sacrifice I prepared. If the Hun heavenly armor wants to be activated, it needs a blood sacrifice, otherwise we can't break through the tricky domain of that tricky augur. Moreover, what do you want him for? Is it something from this trip to the prefecture city? Yes, there are some gains. I suspect that the source of that old man's inheritance has some connection to my clan. Is that so? That Guyon Yen did obtain a pill refining inheritance, and the clan where that inheritance is located wouldn't be the one that was wiped out by your spirit crane view, would it? Who knows? That's why I have to ask. But without him, there will be a gap in my sacrifice. Yen Changyun was still not quite willing. Dragon breaking nail, dragon binding rope, and Hun heavenly armor, this would require at least 3 martial artists of the 5th grade or above. It had all been finalized, and now it was troublesome to suddenly change it. Yen Changyun doesn't like trouble. If Guyon Yen hadn't broken through to the 5th rank, who were you going to look for originally? He did not believe that Yin Changyun did not have a backup candidate. Master had only recently broken through the 5th grade, but Yin Changyun's plans were not recently finalized. There is a 5th rank among those big clans in the county, but I don't want to move them until I have to. These people should not be a big problem if we simply just tie them to the chariot and let them help us deal with the demon Gue. After all, this is self-help, but once they are sacrificed as offerings, I'm afraid that they will do bad things instead. Yin Changyun spoke quietly. The reason why those great clans had been able to stand here for many years without collapsing was naturally that they had some substance. Once they put their lives on the line, even if they couldn't pose a threat to him, it was still possible that they would cause the entire plan to go bankrupt. What about besides them? On the contrary, there is indeed another person. Yin Changyun looked at Huang Ji. That Lu Jian you supported up is not bad. Su Dao's heart suddenly realized that this Three Rivers gang was supported by Huang Ji, which could explain a lot of problems. It's him. Su Dao nodded his head. So generous? Yin Changyun was slightly surprised. When I complete the sub-mother spirit seizing formation, he won't be of much use. It's the right time to utilize the residual value. As for the subordinates, just train another one. I'm not lacking in resources. Ha ha. Good, Ding Qi, Wang Xian, plus Lu Jian, exactly 3. Yin Changyun suddenly laughed. It's just that you need to be this ruthless, otherwise how can you deal with the super-grade demonic trickster? Ruthless or you are ruthless, 2 of his own beloved, but one of them didn't run away. Are you really so sure? Su Dao asked again. In his heart, but secretly, continue to say try to say the plan in more detail. He now even what to do or not completely clear it. What? It's close to the start of the plan and you're scared? Yin Changyun raised an eyebrow. After all, it's a super grade. Once we get careless, we'll all die. Don't worry, you only need to host the spell formation properly and leave the rest to me. Even if I do fail, you'll still have a chance to run away. Yin Changyun's words were just nonsense. Once the super grade demonic guile descended, he would only be presiding over the spell formation, and if he wanted to escape at that time, how could it be so easy to escape? Under the pressure of the domain, if the strength is too weak, the realm is too low, it is difficult to walk around, but also want to escape? Can they escape? However, he naturally couldn't tell the truth right now, just in case Huang Ji had fear in his heart and retreated from the battlefield. Without Huang Ji's power of the formation, his certainty would be 1 point smaller. Don't worry, having come this far, how can we stop here? Su Dao expressed his attitude in time to settle his heart. Yin Changyun was visibly relieved. Alright, you complete the Sun and Mother Spirit seizing ceremony as soon as possible. It must be completed before the day after tomorrow. If we can make a breakthrough as a result, we'll have a bit more certainty. Su Dao nodded. Don't worry, it won't have an impact. After Yin Changyun left, Su Dao let out a sigh of relief. Now that he already knew the vast majority of the arrangements of Yin Changyun's plan, and also knew when the plan would be unleashed, the next thing he could do was to familiarize himself with that set of spell formations as soon as possible, or at least be able to manipulate it. Thanks to the fact that Yin Changyun did not set up a defense against Huang Ji as a collaborator, so he was able to give answers to all of Su Dao's concerns under Su Dao's scrutiny. This mirror. Su Dao walked in the middle of the room, looking at the large mirror in front of him with a somewhat odd expression. This Huang Ji also has this hobby? A big man likes to look at the mirror? It's hard not to appreciate that ghostly look of his. Su Dao will be in the room of the things are checked a bit. There is nothing special, but is the yellow pole remaining talisman is quite a lot, but also our middle order talisman, low order one did not. If Huang Ji had brought all these talismans to the prefecture, then he would really have some trouble. Kryptonite players are not to be messed with. The talisman is like a raging storm to smash down. He is more powerful, also have to take off layers of skin. I don't know how long this yellow pole has been saving up for so many talismans. Talisman is not how much you want to draw, how much you want to draw. Mana, this thing is worthless, but making talismans also need to consume spiritual power, and a 3-realm refining chi cultivator, soul power, and how strong can it be? Middle order talismans, a day to draw a few dozen top day, that's it, or nothing else, only draw talismans. Furthermore, Su Dao was the only one who felt that mana was worthless, and the speed at which ordinary people absorbed the spirit of heaven and earth and refined mana wasn't as fast as he was. He was relying on the benefits of the avatar to feel this way. The average person's body mana is exhausted. Just to restore mana will have to meditate for several hours. Ha! Su Dao knocked all the way around and suddenly felt that there was a spot on the wall in front of him that didn't sound right. Su Dao cautiously backed up from the table on the lid of the teacup bowl, broke off a piece of broken porcelain, to the wall of a finger flick. With a poof, the broken porcelain broke through the wall. Shoo! The next moment, a sharp sound exploded in the house. Su Dao twitched his mouth. There really is a trap. After a few more attempts, that determined that the organ has been struck off exhausted, which went up to inspect. And then he was from that dark compartment, took out a small parcel of animal skin. This animal skin material is unknown, but soft and tough. Water and fire do not invade. Open the parcel, but it is 2 booklets, a palm thunder, a spirit crane secret talisman. The former was a spell that, even Su Dao didn't have, and he had thought it strange before. Could it be that the chi refiners in this world fought in a way that was similar to martial artists? That would be too much of a pull. Now that he saw this spell, he knew that it shouldn't be the case, perhaps it was just because that yellow pole was useless. Then he opened it to look at the cultivation requirements of this spell. Oh. Need the fourth realm to be able to cultivate, that's fine, no wonder Huang Ji didn't use it, because he hadn't learned it yet. It's something he loves, after all, he doesn't have anything in this area either. The Tao was the basis of the law, and the law was the use of the Tao. Although cultivation should be based on the Tao, the Dharma is also very necessary after all. The Dharma was initially created to protect the Tao. If one had already practiced the Qi refining law and still fought in a martial way, that would be too pitiful. Chapter 102, I'm a kind person. Fortunately, this spell cultivation requirement was the fourth realm, but where a combat spell that could be cultivated in the third realm was concerned, the danger of that yellow pole would have to be raised a notch. This spell is still very good for transition. As he lights up that bronze tree, he will obtain more and more aptitudes, although there is no combat aptitude for the time being, but there will certainly be later. Avatars are actually also laws, which are extensions of the Tao, sublimation of the law, and the essence of the Tao. Although this Palm Thunder is not as good as a divine ability, it is simple and easy to learn, and the requirements are very low, so at least in the low realm, it is still very cost-effective to use. Right now, if Su Dao was given a top-level combat aptitude, such as the Heavenly Elephant Earth, he wouldn't be able to use it, he wouldn't be strong enough, he wouldn't be able to reach the realm, and he wouldn't have enough magical power. Forcing him to use it would kill him. And then he picked up another spiritual crane secret talisman. Flipping through it, it turned out to be a talisman Dao Tome, which contains all kinds of talismans from the basic to the high level. It is a collection of talisman books in the spiritual crane one. Only, it seemed that this book only had the first half of the book, and there should be more to follow. The super-grade talismans and holy-level talismans were only mentioned above, but not described in detail. This thing was also not bad, although he used the talisman course only as an aid, it was also good to learn more. Especially those advanced talisman making methods. If he went to the government treasury to exchange them, he was afraid that he would need to exchange them with great merits. Anyway, he didn't see this on the book of small merits. In this way, it wasn't exactly unproductive, since Su Dao came to this world from an ordinary person cultivating to the 5th grade of martial arts, the second realm of Qi refining. He had only killed a total of 7 people. Naturally, there wasn't much of a chance to touch corpses and get rich. I'm so kind. Su Dao sighed from the bottom of his heart. Where were those protagonists he had heard of in his previous life that were as kind as him and not good at killing? All of them started killing from the very beginning of their cultivation, and were especially good at killing their entire family. Such a person was truly too terrifying. Su Dao shook his head and put the 2 pamphlets into his arms, then pushed open the door and waved at a small official in the distance. That petty official immediately came forward. Lord Provider, what are your orders? Go find Lu Jian, the leader of the Three Rivers Gang. Yes. The junior official immediately turned around and ran away quickly. Su Dao was already thinking about what to do with the Three Rivers Gang at this time. Lu Jian no longer needed to be in charge of him, it was quite good to be a sacrifice so that he wouldn't have to do it himself. What about the other members of the Three Rivers Gang? Kill them all? Su Dao a moment actually some heart, no, or only kill the senior, the core and backbone it. The main thing is that there are too many people, although he did not know much about the Three Rivers Gang, but he still knows its size. There were only 3 gangs in the entire Yanghe County, a Three Rivers Gang, a Black Tiger Gang, and a Giant Whale Gang. The Three Rivers Gang should be supported by Huang Ji, while the Black Tiger Gang is supported by the big clans in the county, and is in charge of the Grey Forces on land. Originally, he should have been the only one, but this Three Rivers Gang killed in halfway. The Giant Whale Gang is in charge of the Grey Forces on the water, shipping, boating, fisheries. All of these trades have the shadow of this club, also supported by the big families in the county, specializing in the water. These 3 gangs together must have tens of thousands of people, even if the Three Rivers Gang only 1/3, that also has a few thousand people all killed, that also. Too brutal. Like the kind of people who usually just hang around inside the gang, although they may oppress the people, but never harm people's lives, they can be kept. Not long after, there was a knock at the door, and a sharp breath obviously hadn't calmed down yet from the rush of running. Come in. The junior official who was previously supported by Su Dao was the first to enter. Lord Provider, Lu Jian has arrived. Su Dao waved his hand, you go down first. And then a burly figure appeared at the door, and its person gently closed the door with a dexterity and meticulousness that did not match its size before coming to Su Dao and bending down to kowtow. Greetings, Lord. I've heard that you've come to this place to find me several times. What is it? Lord, those children are already weak, and now that the weather has suddenly changed, some of them have gotten sick, and I don't dare to look for a doctor for fear of leaking the news. I have no choice but to come and ask for instructions. Lu Jian explained his intentions. Su Dao said in his heart, this person is to help Huang Ji to do the dirty work. Those children are also really this Lu Jian is raising. Seriously sick? Very seriously. I'm afraid I won't last long enough for the Lord to use them. Take me to see. Su Dao was worried that he didn't know how to open his mouth to ask about the location where those children were being held, and this was delivered to his door. It's my subordinate's incompetence. Lu Jian once again confessed and hurriedly led the way ahead. After leaving the demon suppression division and boarding a carriage, Lu Jian personally drove the carriage and carried him towards the west of the city. Su Dao only knew that the Three Rivers gang residence was in that direction. However, they did not go to the Three Rivers gang residence, but rather a residence within the Three Rivers gang sphere of influence. Entering that inconspicuous residential house, Lu Jian moved a cabinet, revealing an underground entrance. Entering the underground, immediately, an unpleasant odor hit his face, and then Su Dao saw large and small cages, one by one, placed on the ground, totaling 49. And in those cages were curled up with a skinny figure, precisely those children who had disappeared from the city before. Seeing someone come in, these children actually do not even dare to cry. Just cower in a corner of the cage, as if this can reduce their own sense of existence. Su Dao's anger rose in his heart, but his voice remained smooth as before. Is there a medicine chest available here? Yes. Lu Jian hurriedly went to search for a medicine box. Su Dao opened it and took a look. It was quite complete. And then Su Dao began to see and prescribe medicine for those sick children. In fact, it is not difficult to cure the disease, only because these children are weak and experience great joy and great sadness, coupled with the imprisonment here, the darkness of the day, the diet is crude, not enough to satiate the stomach caused by weather changes or only the cause. Su Dao first used his magic power to remove the foci for those children who were seriously ill and stabilized their conditions. And then he said to Lu Jian, grab some medicinal herbs according to these prescriptions and decoct them, and also, you should give enough food for these days, if anything happens to any of them. Then I will divide you into 49 pieces and put them in different cages. Lu Jian was trembling like sifting chaff, a 5th grade Grand Martial Master. In front of Su Dao, he was as bad as a child. It could be seen how much fear Huang Ji had left in his bones. Little one has made a note of it. Definitely won't let anything happen to them. Su Dao forcefully suppressed his killing heart and nodded before walking out of the underground space. He couldn't kill yet. If he did now, Yan Shangyun's side wouldn't be able to deliver, and his previous plot would have failed. Huang Ji really deserved to die. No, it seems to be dead, but why is he so upset? It was true that he was still too kind and let him die too easily. Chapter 103, The human heart is far more poisonous than demons. Watching Su Dao leave, Lu Jian hurriedly followed to see him off. After leaving that underground chamber, Su Dao stopped and suddenly said, "Can you tell anyone about this place?" Lu Jian quickly shook his head. "I wouldn't dare. I am the one who delivers the food. I have never told anyone." Su Dao then nodded in satisfaction. And then Lu Jian first sent him back to the Jin Demon Division before going to the medical center to grab some medicine. As for whether Lu Jian would do his job properly, Su Dao believed that he would. Even if something happened to him, he wouldn't dare to let something happen to those children. It was day and night, and Oates, who had just come home, full of fatigue, hung his straw raincoat on a beam aside. He was about to throw his saber aside with his hand as well, but then he stopped violently, and even in the next moment, directly unsheathed his saber and scanned the house with a serious look. Someone had been in this house. Oatmeal seems to be rough around the edges, but he is actually meticulous, and before every time he leaves home, he makes a small trap that is extremely easy to break, but not easy to detect. Now, that little setup has been triggered. In the next moment, his eyes settled on a small note on the table that was pressed down by a teacup. Picking up the note, Oatmeal's expression gradually changed from grave to surprise and then to doubt. The note was sent by Medical Officer Su, which was the reason for his surprise, but the things explained in the second half of the note made him puzzled. It was an address of an outer square in the west of the city, and it didn't say what it wanted him to do, only that he and Lucy should rush to this place at noon on the day after tomorrow. It must not be advanced, nor pushed back. Although Yen Mai was puzzled, he still put the note into his bosom, and then he put on the straw raincoat that he had just taken off, and went out of the door and headed straight to Lu Mai's house not far away. "You don't sleep at this hour. What are you doing at my house?" "How? Want to go to Chun Man Lu again?" Lucy opens the door to see that it's Yen Mai who's here, and is stunned. "I'm running out of money." Yen Mai shook her head, directly pushed Lu Mai into the house, going to the ing Chun Man Lu. "I'm looking for you for something." As soon as Lucy heard the tone of Yen Mai, he instantly became serious. "What happened?" Yen Mai handed the note to Lu Mai. "Take a look. Medical Officer Su is back?" Lucy took a look and was also surprised. "It should be true, it's just that it looks like Medical Officer Su means that the two of us should just know about this matter and not spread it out." Yen Mai couldn't stop scratching his head. "I can understand this, but what does the latter sentence mean? Are the two of us going to go?" Lucy thought about it. "Go, why not?" "What, are you still worried that Dr. Su will set a trap for us?" Lu Jian was speechless. "You don't even think about it. Do you deserve it? Even if we all add up now, Dr. Su could kill us with a single finger." Oatmeal nodded. "Did I say I won't go? However, what I'm curious about is actually not the location or what to do there, but the time." Oatmeal stretched out his finger and tapped the word "day after tomorrow" on the note. Lu saw that he was also in deep thought. In fact, sometimes Yan Mai is far more perceptive than him. Since Yan Mai noticed this point in time, then it means that this point in time may really be very special. So, the day after tomorrow, isn't it the time of Yanghe's shocking change? Early morning hours on the 6th day of the 9th month of the 8th year of Yuan Shua, it was the third day that Su Dao had returned to Yanghe. And on this day, the heavy rain that had been going on for 13 days without abating was actually gradually tending to get smaller. It was also on this day that countless mandarins departed from the county office with invitations in hand to various parts of the city. The Xinmu Division, the Inspection Division, the Military and Horse Division, the Clearance Division, the Household Registration Division, the River and Moorings Office, the Shang Medical Bureau, and in addition to that there were also the big clans in the county, the Lu family, the Li family, the Sun family, and the Wang family. The chief officials of each division and the heads of those big clans received the invitations at the same time the county dignitary Chang Yun, inviting all of them to deliberate at the county office. These people, either with a grave expression or a puzzled face, but no matter what, no one excused themselves and all rushed towards the county office. Su Dao likewise received the invitation, but just flipped it open and looked at it before he casually threw it aside. It's pretty damn elaborate. When he went out, he saw Wang Xian, who was also heading to the county office. But Wang Xian just glanced to his side, and then turned his head and walked away. The look is probably disgusted? This is something he has heard of. Wang Xian and Huang Ji have always been at odds, and they do not take care of each other on weekdays. So Wang Xian has such a reaction, it is not rare. Su Dao entered the county office. At this time here has already gathered all the dignified characters in the county. Either it is the chief official of each division, or it is the head of a large family. He also sought his teacher here. At this time, Gu Lao looked quite calm, and didn't seem to be worried at all about what was to come. But that's right, with the super great escape talisman in hand, the chances of being able to escape were still high, but his teacher probably didn't realize that his role in this matter wasn't to contribute to the Jiao hunt, but rather to serve as a sacrifice. So, the human heart is sometimes far more terrifying than demonic guile. Su Dao casually found a place to sit down, looking at the people in the hall, or talking to each other, exchanging ideas, or sitting upright, waiting for the main man to appear. The matter of Yin Changyan wanting to hunt the scaly dragon did not spread, so among those present, probably only Su Dao and Gu Lao were clear about it. Everyone else only knew that something big might happen next in Yanghe County, and that the matter should be led by the county honors, but no one knew exactly what it was. After they came here, they were also asking around and inquiring, wanting to know some insider information, but they gained very little. Even Ding Qi and Wang Xian, who have always been regarded as the heart of the county honors, also do not know at all, or, in fact, they know just do not want to say. However, have arrived here, cannot turn around and leave. Months of drought, another 10 days of heavy rain, today's rain weekend, should be worth happy things, but here, no one has this idea, they all from this natural disaster smelled an unusual flavor. And waited for a long time, in the crowd are beginning to be a little impatient. Yen Changyan finally appeared. Greetings, prefectural honor. The crowd all rose and saluted. Yen Changyan wore a smile on his face, no need to be polite, all sit down. The crowd took their seats upon hearing this, but their gazes were always on Yen Changyun. This one invited all of them here together today. What exactly is he going to do? Today, inviting all of you here is to tell you a message. This news is related to the survival of Yanghe County, and all of you are the mainstay of my Yanghe County, naturally have the right to know. Yen Changyun also did not talk nonsense, directly into the main topic. Other than Gu Lao, who was eating snacks with his head down, Su Dao sitting still, everyone else was looking at each other. Please also speak clearly, prefecture honor. The head of the Li family stood up and cupped his fists. The others chimed in, they wanted to see what kind of news it was that could be a matter of the county's survival. Previously, the county was in a severe drought for several months, and now it has been raining heavily for half a month. Do you know, why is this? Yen Changyan swept his gaze around. Heaven's might is unpredictable, is there not a reason for this? Someone replied. Yen Changyan shook his head, this is not a natural disaster, but a bizarre disaster. The people in the hall were silent, in fact, they were not too surprised by this news, it was not as if they had not guessed before. However, Yen Changyan's next sentence made the silence in the hall suddenly broken. Moreover, it's a super great demon guile that set off the guile scourge. Chapter 104, Covering Up, Dagger in the Sky. What did super grade mean? It meant that demonic guile was enough to turn the entire Yanghe County into a Jedi. It means that everyone here is not a match for that demonic guile. The super great demon Gui's starting point corresponds to the second grade of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, and every time a super great demon Gui came out in history, it would set off a huge disaster, and sometimes the land of a county, or even several counties, would be turned into a ghost area as a result. In the end, it could only be resolved by mobilizing Grandmaster level experts from the prefecture or even the county. Prefect, is what was said true? Is it really because the super great demon guile came out? Yes, if the super great demon guile descends here, what should we do? Many of them had only thought before that there was going to be another guile tide, and guile tides weren't necessarily caused by the emergence of a great demon, but the emergence of a great demon would definitely set off a guile tide. Sometimes the earth and sky change drastically, the spiritual energy vibration can also lead to the demons and shenanigans riot so as to impact the human city, which is the so-called shenanigans tide. A few days ago, outside the city, demonic weird gathering, the number of one day more than one day, they thought that this may be the precursor of the weird tide, but only did not expect, this time is not only the problem of the weird tide, but also there is a super grade demonic weird peeping at the side. Sitting at the top of the table, Yen Changyan seemed to anticipate this situation from the very beginning. He held a cup of tea and coldly watched the crowd below bicker. This group of people were already afraid. After a long time, the crowd below regained their composure, and the cacophony gradually disappeared. The lobby finally fell into silence once again. Everyone was silent, but their gazes were unanimously directed towards the prefectural governor at the top. And only then did Yen Changyan slowly put down his teacup. Calm down? How do you guys think you should respond? We should immediately send someone to the county to ask for help. Wang Xian thought for a moment and took the lead to speak. There was no second-grade grandmaster within the Black Mountain Prefecture, so if they wanted to resolve this matter, they would need to ask for help from the county city. It's too late. Yen Changyan shook his head. Today's rain has already tapered off, and when it stops, it will be the day when the super pin comes out. Then when will the rain stop? Almost everyone subconsciously looked outside. The rain seemed to have gotten a little lighter again than before. It will stop tomorrow. What? That's tomorrow? There's only one day left. No, half a day. The crowd once again fell into silence. This bit of time was indeed too late. This place was several days away from the prefecture city, not to mention the even more distant county city. It would take at least more than a month to go back and forth to that part of the county. By the time a month had passed, they were afraid that they would have already died. Your Excellency, did you know the inside story of this matter a long time ago? Just as everyone was thinking hard about their response, the Lu family head, however, asked a seemingly unrelated yet straight-to-the-point question. And as soon as this question was uttered, instantly everyone's face changed. Yen Changyan shook his head once again. Family Master Lu has wronged me. I only just learned of this matter. It was just that his words were too unconvincing and everyone didn't really believe him, but so what? Only Ding Qi raised his head to look at the prefectural honor, and then quickly lowered his head again, unable to hold back a chill in his heart. Since prefecture honor has summoned us here today, then prefecture honor must have had a countermeasure in mind, right? Family Lord Lu's gaze was ghostly. Su Dao looked towards this Lu family head and was somewhat surprised. There really was a smart person here. Yen Changyun and the Lu family head looked at each other for a long time, and then smiled. A certain person is not talented, but there is indeed an immature plan. County honor, please speak. The Lu family head's eyes burned. He was now 100% certain that this Yen Changyun must have known that there was a super-grade demon guile coming out a long time ago, only that he didn't know for what purpose and chose to hide it. However, he didn't continue to dwell on this question, because this question might still have value when placed a few days ago, but at this point, it was already meaningless. The only thing they could do now was not to pursue the truth of this matter, but to first listen to whether or not Yen Changyun's solution was feasible, and if it was feasible, then no matter what, even if it would fulfill Yen Changyun's true purpose as a result, they would have to fully cooperate. Because they are these local big families, there is no retreat to speak of. Those officials, as long as they are not Yanghe County people, at least there is a chance to escape, but they are these locals, but there is nowhere to escape. This is a cage, they are the prisoners. County officials such as jailers, prison fire, jailers can still escape, but those locked in the cage prisoners? That super-grade demon guile is a 100-headed guile jiao. The realm is only at the beginning of the super-grade, plus my ancestor left me some powerful magic treasures specifically for the genus of the Jiao dragon. Yen Changyun swept his gaze across the crowd below. Therefore, I need all of you to help me and hunt the guile jiao with me. In order to preserve the ocean and... I wonder what you all think. Procrastination, cover up. Until this time, Yen Changyun only figured dagger. The following people all had the intention to speak out against it. That was a super-grade demon guile. Would they be a match? If they were to take action against this kind of existence, wouldn't they be looking for death? But on second thought, they seem to have no choice. So what if they don't agree? If they don't agree, will the Scabbler Jiao retreat? At this time, they thought about what the Lu family head had said before, and they also finally figured out a lot of tricks. I'm afraid that Yen Changyun's real purpose was the Gui Jiao. He must have known about the emergence of the Gui Jiao for a long time, and the reason why he deliberately hid it was to tie the crowd to the chariot, so that even if they were reluctant, they would have to help him hunt the super-grade demon Gui. Lu Zisher, the head of the Lu family, sighed. In fact, when the super-grade demon guile appeared in Yanghe County, they had no way back. If they had gotten the news before January, they could have gone to the county to ask for help and saved themselves from the disaster, but it's all at this time now. There's no need to think of anything else. He looked at each other with the three heads of the Li, Sun, and Wang families, and then he got up and bowed his hand to Yen Changyun. County honors high righteousness, not ever abandon the Yanghe in disregard. We are grateful. Since the county honors have the intention to destroy the guile, how can we sit back and watch? Today, the four families of Lu Li Sun Wang are here to assure county honors that we will certainly assist with all our might. After all, at this time, the highest cultivation in the county is afraid of this county dignity Changyun. County Lu Li Wang Sun 4 Big, this is the same gas even branch. At this time Lu Zisher's attitude is the attitude of the four families. But the other people under the hall will be ugly. Most of them were non-locals. There was absolutely no need for them to stay here and wait for death. It looked like they still had a choice, but when Yen Changyan decided to stay and hunt the scaly pigeon, did they really dare to go? Do you really think that Yen is so easy to talk to? Ding Chi took a deep breath before rising. I am willing to perform this feat with His Excellency, the prefecture. And then Wang Xian, my subordinate, is also willing. Qin Zhan, the inspector general, looked at the county honors sitting high above him, and then looked at the four great families who had already stated their positions. Did his opinion still matter? I have no opinion either. As soon as these three stated their position, now the most weighty ones in the field and who had yet to show their attitude were only two left. One was Gu Yongyan of the Shang Medical Bureau, and the other was Huang Ji of the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 105 Dragon Blood Incense. At this time, the Cleaner Division, Household Registration Division, the River Birth 3 Division chief officials constantly raise their hands, with the sleeve to wipe the forehead cold sweat, but the eyes are fixed on the Medical Bureau Golao and Su Dao side. They naturally do not dare to take the lead in the opposition. But if someone is out, they can wave the flag, think Echo. But the result is destined to disappoint them. Gu Lao got up and nodded at the county dignitary. This move, the matter of the Yang and millions of living people, the old man in no way. With that, those few people looked towards Su Dao's side again. However, they didn't wait for Huang Ji's statement because Yen Changyan spoke first, offering Huang, is the spell formation ready? Don't worry, County Elder, it is ready. Su Dao's heart stirred. These words were not asking about the Voltron formation and the protective spell formation, but rather the Zima spirit snatching formation. Yen Changyan nodded his head, so he was relieved that Huang Ji's personal matters had been completed, so he could preside over the grand formation with all his might next. Hearing the conversation between the county eunuch and provider Huang, the remaining few people immediately felt a chill in their hearts, where they still did not understand that Huang Ji was afraid that he had colluded with Yen Changyan long ago. Thus, no matter what they thought, no matter if they were willing or not, they could only hasten to express their willingness to follow Yen Changyan in hunting augurs. Although Yen Changyan actually didn't care much about these few people, the highest cultivation of these few was only at the 6th grade realm, and they didn't even have the qualifications to be used as offerings. However, Yen Changyan still smiled and gave a response. He then went into detail about his plan to hunt the scaly dragon, the tightness of the plan, the full preparation, all staggering, and also made the crowd more convinced that Yen Changyan must have known about this matter a long time ago, in order to have such a detailed plan. However, thinking about it from another perspective, Yen Changyan was not a temporary idea, but on the contrary, it was a good thing, which showed that this plan, although treacherous, was not without the possibility of success. At least they saw hope. Su Dao looked at this scene, secretly staggered. This Yen Changyan really means great, for the hearts of the people control, has reached the realm of pure fire. Obviously, he used the crowd to achieve his own goals. But under his operation, make the crowd willingly help him, even if they are reluctant, also have to pinch the nose to help. With the great power to press people, both conspiracy and young conspiracy, making it difficult for people to resist. However, only this kind of character, this kind of mind, would also dare to strike out at the superlative demon guile. With such an arrangement, do you all have any objections? Yen Changyan finished speaking about his planned arrangement and once again spoke out to inquire. Although the Gulao below had some doubts in his heart, he did not have any interactions with that Jin Demon Division provider Huang Ji, and even never had any dealings with him. Why did the County Zun want him to act behind Huang Ji? But he did not continue to ask. On the contrary, he felt that this is not a bad thing, if not necessary. He really do not want to deal with Yen Changyan. This person's mind is treacherous and changeable, it is difficult to guess. On the contrary, although that Huang Ji is not a good person, but he is not that scrupulous. Thus, all of the people led the order, saying that they were willing to follow the arrangement of the county honor. After the others left, only Yen Changyan and Su Dao remained here. That Lu Jian has been detained by me in the Department of Devil Suppression and can be handed over to you at any time. Then I am relieved. In the early hours of this morning, Su Dao sent someone to summon Lu Jian to the Demon Suppression Division. Lu Jian naturally didn't dare to delay, and simply couldn't imagine that Su Dao would take action against him. In the unguarded, just a few talismans will be a 5th grade martial arts master to briefly fix, and then Lu Jian also want to rely on blood to force open the talisman, break the bondage, but Su Dao did not give him this opportunity. 3 or 2 break his limbs, and pull out his tongue, like a dead dog general loaded into the cage. Not to mention no defense. Even if there is a defense, Lu Jian, forced into the 5th grade of the Great Master of Martial Arts, is not his opponent. Lu Jian is probably the weakest he has ever seen. The 5th grade, then the teacher is still a few points weaker. Although using teacher as a standard is rather disrespectful, but who let this be the truth? Tomorrow, I will light the dragon's blood incense, which is taken from the deep waters of the East Sea, rumored to be made from the fresh blood of the dragon species, and has an extremely strong attraction to the genus of the dragon. Su Dao was enlightened, and the last doubt in his heart was solved. He was previously wondering how Yen Changyan should make the Guijiao appear in the right place at the right time. Although Yen Changyun has already laid a dragnet in the county, but without other means, there is no guarantee that Guijiao will definitely come here tomorrow. It seems that the reason why Yen Changyun is so sure is to rely on this dragon blood incense. However, the blood of the dragon species, and what he heard from Yen Changyin before, broken dragon nails, bound dragon rope, ambush dragon formation. Does this mean that there are really dragons existing in this world? Just don't know these so-called dragons. Is it really as he imagined the divine dragon, or some empty dragon shape of the demon bazaar just? From the county government office, Su Dao took the carriage and returned to the Jin Demon Division. At this time, although the rain is gradually small, but the water on the street has not yet receded, the carriage wheels have a small half are soaked in water. If the capital city is prosperous and lively, then the Yanghe County is the other extreme. Months of drought, days of heavy rain, coupled with the demonic trickery, this place has long been 100 industry withered. In the past, he could still see some stalls and vendors on the street, and he could still see the stores ushering in and out, but now these are gone. It was as if the city had died, and now it was just a corpse that had not yet decayed. But even so, disaster still does not stop coming to this place, just because this is a piece of abandoned land, a cage, so the people here, too, must live like rats, ants. Even if these people worked hard and diligently, from the time they were born here, something was already doomed. Sometimes, hard work doesn't change destiny. Early in the morning of the second day, the rain further diminished, and now there was only a drizzle, and all the people in the city were happy. They felt that the disaster was finally going to pass. But this was just their wishful thinking. Within the county office, Wang Xian and Ding Qi watched as the county dignitary, Chang Yun, threw a large piece of dragon blood incense into the incense burner. A few moments later, a strange aroma filled the air and spread around at a very terrifying speed. And within the incense burner even rose a column of smoke. That column of smoke condensed but not dispersed, actually straight into the sky. The next moment, the Yanghe County sky, the wind and clouds change, originally has been gradually thinning. The clouds suddenly rolled up. Thick dark clouds, as if boiling water, general drumming, and constantly reduce the height, as if the next moment will be smashed to the top of the head of the crowd. Blood red lightning flashed in the black clouds, rumbling thunder, deafening. An ominous, eerie aura fell from the high heavens, enveloping the entire Yanghe County. Aang! A sound like a dragon, but a strange hissing roar came from the depths of the clouds, which sounded as if a baby was crying, and as if a cow was screaming and a horse was neighing. Everyone's heart flinched. The tricky scaly dragon came. So fast. Chapter 106 Super Grade Falls, Tricky Domain Emerges. Su Dao wasn't at the county courthouse. He and Gu Lao were on top of that high tower at the incinerator. This was probably one of the highest places in the entire Yanghe County. The core of the spell formation was set up here, which was to facilitate him to better manipulate the spell formation. At this moment, he looked up into the sky, only to see that in the black clouds, as if there was suddenly a huge thing, that strange and hideous black shadow, was twisting and circling in the black clouds. Coming! Su Dao's heart instantly lifted. Even he had never seen such a terrifying and huge creature. Even though this place was so far away from the sky above, the size of that black shadow was still very large. In the next moment, a hideous and ugly head suddenly pierced through the clouds and probed downwards. Such an ugly head was connected to a long and slender neck, and compared to the body of a dragon, Su Dao felt that the slender and deformed neck was more like the body of a slippery snake. Terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and with it came a peculiar domain. Elder Gu, who was originally standing not far from Su Dao, was immediately pressed to the ground and unable to move. Even though this Guile Jiao was only at the beginning of the super grade, this kind of might still caused everyone's face to change greatly. What kind of greatness was this? The next moment, another head poked out from the clouds, and then the third, the fourth. As if there was no end to it, 100 heads all poked out of the clouds, such a bizarre and horrible scene that made people's bones creepy. Su Dao's face was grave. Only by actually facing this thing directly could he truly appreciate its horror. This kind of fear was not a lack of inner resolve, it was entirely from physiological instinct, completely uncontrollable. That 100-headed tricky Jiao, with 100 heads sweeping down below, saw the dense raw human chi and blood in the middle of the county, and at the same time saw the source of that column of smoke. And then, its huge body, just like that, descended from the sky with a horrifying whine, as if a mountain had smashed down from the sky. Seeing that the 100-headed Guile Jiao getting closer and closer, Yen Changyun's face was showing a maniacal smile. As the Scabbler Jiao descended, its power became heavier and heavier, and when it landed, that was when the Scabbler domain was truly formed. Yen Changyun did not dare to delay, walked to an iron cage covered with black cloth and lifted it up. It was Lu Jian, the leader of the Three Rivers gang. The people behind Yen Changyun were all shocked. This person they still recognize, although the club wherever they are is something that cannot be on the stage. But Lu Jian, after all, has entered the 5th rank, and is also considered a party of experts in the city. But this kind of character is now like a dead dog curled up in the iron cage. All 4 limbs are broken, even the tongue was pulled out. What is Yen Changyun trying to do? Behind him, Wang Xian and Ding Qi steeply had a bad feeling. At this time here, there are still Wang Xian and Ding Qi 2 people, other people are not here, but were divided in various places to guard. Even if Yen Changyun wants the 4 great families to come here, they won't come. They are willing to contribute to the Scaly Hunter, and even go so far as to take out the clan's reserves, but they are not at ease with Yen Changyun, and if they stay with Yen Changyun and get counted to death, what should they do? Yan Changyan first took out a palm-sized armor from his pocket, and then he took out a dagger and slit Lu Jian's throat without mercy. Without a tongue and unable to cry out, Lu Jian could only let out ho-ho gasps from his throat. And then Yan Changyan pressed the palm-sized armor on his neck wound. At that moment, the blood in Lu Jian's body surged up like a living thing and poured into the palm-sized armor. Wang Xian unexpectedly heard a clear swallowing sound, which made his scalp numb. That armor also gradually increased in size as the blood infused it, from the size of a palm, gradually growing to the size of a normal armor. It was only then that they could see that there was a bright red pattern on top of the armor, as if it was a living creature wriggling, or as if it was a meridian that had just been stripped out. It was disgusting, but the aura was incomparably powerful. Yan Changyan gladly put that armor on his body. As if it had been calculated, the moment it put on the armor, a huge black shadow slammed into the middle of Yunhe County. Houses shattered, sewage splashed horizontally, and that black shadow smashed a huge crater out of the ground hard. And only after that did the crowd feel that the entire Yunhe County town seemed to shake. Countless houses in the county collapsed as a result, and with just this one hit, it was unknown how many people died. Then countless heads poked out from that deep pit, among which the one with a unicorn horn opened its bloody mouth and sucked violently, and the people in its vicinity were sucked into its mouth, chewing and swallowing. It was as if the creepy scaly dragon was savoring it, and only then did blood begin to drip down from the corners of its mouth. At this moment, almost everyone in the city felt a strange force enveloping the entire city, and under this force, it became difficult for almost everyone to move. The weird domain had become a reality. Wang Xian and Ding Qi is also the same. They feel like in deep water, the air around them seems to be stagnant, even if they want to move their fingers, are very difficult. But only one person does not seem to be affected. That was Yan Chengyun, who had just put on his armor, and a strange blood flame rose from his body, which seemed to be full of ferocious aura, but allowed him to come and go freely even when he was in a weird area. Yan Changyun first leapt onto the roof and looked up to the tower of the incinerator. Huang Ji, start the formation. Buzz. During a light sound, one could only see countless golden runes flashing in the sky, which then formed a huge and incomparable spell formation. This formation was interlinked with the county's protective formation, and then a golden rope of light was extended towards the direction of the tricky augur. Voltron formation, in the legend, is specially used to deal with the true dragon formation. And for the genus of the scaly dragon, it has the ability to suppress victory. That light rope clearly didn't look thick, but when it landed on that tricky Jiao's body, it seemed to be extremely tough. One by one, the heads of the 100-headed Guile Jiao were bound by the light rope. For a moment, the superlative Guile Jiao was unexpectedly unable to break free. Afterwards, everyone was surprised to find that the aura of that creepy Jiao had actually dropped a notch out of thin air. Although it was still at the peak of the high grade, it caused countless people to be energized. Don't look at the difference, but it truly allowed them to see hope. Yan Changyun's preparation really worked. And it worked this well. Above the incinerator, Su Dao has some regrets. This array arrangement is still not complete enough. If you can really complete this array arrangement, I'm afraid that this creepy Jiao can only be captured today. This ambush dragon formation may not be enough to deal with other demons and shenanigans, but against the genus of the dragon, but there is an immediate effect. Let him some surprise its power, to know that now this array was grafted on top of the protective array, at most can play out 30% of the power. Although the bizarre scaly breath fell, but the bizarre domain still exists, just that bizarre seems to be much thinner, the strength of strong people, but also finally able to barely move the body. But want to fight, this is still not enough. Gu Lao got up with difficulty, his face was incomparably ugly. He knew that this super-grade demon Gui was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. If there wasn't this formation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to run away today, because he wouldn't even have the chance to use the talisman. Just his own face Gui domained this effort, why in front of this yellow pole, actually seems to be unaffected. Chapter 107, Please Go to Your Death. In fact, Su Dao was also very surprised. Originally, he had already prepared himself to face the shenanigans, and in the end, he could not even invoke the formation, but when the shenanigans descended, he realized that although the shenanigans were making it difficult for him, his movements were not restricted. After observing the situation, he was able to figure out the reason why he could not be suppressed by the weird domain, all thanks to the bronze giant tree in the mud pill palace. The suppression of the bizarre domain, in fact, is not purely on the physical body, but the main in the soul. The soul is suppressed, naturally the whole body stiff, that is more horrible than the physical body suppression of the power. It is no wonder that not into the master, not break the trick domain, purely because of the lack of power of the soul. Once caught in the trick domain, the soul will immediately be suppressed, as if carrying a big mountain. And the manifestation of this is that people are in the tricky domain, it is difficult to move an inch. And Su Dao saw that the spell formation was successful, so it also made him look forward to Yan Changyun's other means as well. As long as it can still be as effective as the spell formation, today's augur hunt might really be a success. Yan Changyun saw that the formation was successfully opened and had already worked. His heart was overjoyed. Huang Ji really did not let him down. He re-jumped down from the roof and came in front of Wang Xian and Ding Qi. The two of them were trapped in the tricky domain before and couldn't move, but now that the tricky domain was slightly weakened, although their movements were still restricted, they were much better than before. When they saw Yen Changyan coming over, they then wanted to salute. You guys don't need to be polite. To hunt the Guile Jiao, the spell formation alone is not enough. I still need the two of you to help me. Wang Xian clasped his fists. Please also instruct the county honors. How should we attack that Gue Jiao? Ding Qi, who was on the side, however, his face changed and subconsciously wanted to back away. Sure enough, the next moment, they heard Yen Changyan say, please also go to your deaths as a sacrifice. I still have 2 pieces of magic treasures, which require your flesh and blood cultivation in order to be useful. Wang Xian looked up incredulously, while Ding Qi, who had prepared himself mentally, was about to escape without saying a word. He was right, Yen Changyun was a cold-blooded and heartless demon. I'm afraid that when he gave them resources and nurtured them, he had already decided what would happen to them. But where would Yen Changyun give him this opportunity? Yen Changyun was already at the peak of the 4th grade of martial arts. His strength far exceeded that of the two of them, plus the two of them were suppressed by the Guile domain, while Yen Changyun was unaffected by it. The two only had time to let out a miserable scream before they were captured alive by Yen Changyun. Yen Changyun, you shall not die. Ding Qi cursed profusely. Prefectural honorable sir, we are loyal, why are you doing this to us? Wang Xian still did not understand why this was until this moment. Although Yen Changyun had utilized them, he felt that, to get rid of shenanigans for the people, it was justifiable to utilize them. As long as Yen Changyun was really able to get rid of the super-grade demon shenanigans, then all these issues were just minor points. The minor points were compromised, but the major points were not compromised. Today, he is also willing to go out, even if it is to die in the mouth of the demon Gue. He will not have complaints, but only cannot accept this kind of betrayal and abandonment. Hearing Wang Xian's doubt and disbelief, Yen Changyun's face was complex. You are an obedient one, of all the people, it is you who is the most loyal. When you said that you are willing to die for me, I believe that it is true, so isn't this opportunity given to you? In the next moment, a foot-long blood-colored spike was penetrated by Yen Changyun from the top of Wang Xian's head. Wang Xian, the head of the Demon Suppression Division, died. And then he looked at Ding Qi and shook his head. You are disloyal and deserve to die. In the next moment, he disemboweled his heart and stuffed a coil of rope into it. Ding Qi, master of the military division, dead. After waiting for a few more moments, Yen Changyun gently beckoned and saw a long blood-colored nail fly up from Wang Xian's head and fall into his palm, and another bright red rope that probed out of Ding Qi's chest like a spirit snake and then coiled onto his arm. Hun Tian armor, dragon-breaking nail, dragon-binding rope, these were all left behind by the Yen family's ancestor who wanted to hunt the scalpels. The Hun heavenly armor was refined from the blood, flesh and bones of a dead 2nd-grade grandmaster. After it was refined, it was surprisingly able to restore a portion of the sovereign domain. Although it was incomplete, it was used to ensure that one could walk in other domains without any problems. As long as the domain was not too powerful. And this Guile Jiao had only just stepped into the super grade, the Guile domain was at its weakest, so this Hun heavenly armor would allow him to easily break the Guile domain suppression. Broken Dragon Nail. In fact, the original name is not what Broken Dragon Nail, this is the ancestor in a relic found. I heard that the relic is called Breeding Dragons, in order to raise dragons to train dragons for a living, and this nail is to nail the young dragon Dragontail used. This is extraordinary, but also by the ancestor of many years of refinement, plus he got this thing, the same refinement constantly, the spirit of gradual growth, the most vicious. Binding Dragon Rope is a treasure he exchanged in the court. The legend is that in ancient times, someone with a real dragon as a mount, and this rope is a small section of the reins on the dragon car. It was already broken and lost its divinity, but it was still sacrificed in blood and soaked in snake blood every day, turning it into a fierce treasure. These 3 treasures are his true bottom card, only these 3 treasures, the cost of using them is too great. If you don't want to bear it yourself, then you can only make a blood sacrifice, with the blood sacrifice of a 5th grade Grand Martial Master or above. Yen Changyun took a step out and went straight to the huge pit in the center of the city, and along the way coldly watched the people being invaded by the bizarre domain suppression, but they couldn't move in place and could only wail and cry. The life and death of these people is not in his eyes, these people are just the bait that he has prepared. The more the population gathers, the more vigorous the chi and blood will be, and when the demon Guile sees such vigorous chi and blood, its instincts will drive it to come down and feed. Coupled with the lure of the dragon's blood incense, the Gue Jiao indeed fell into the formation without any surprise. Your honor, save me. The master of the Cleaner Division, 6th grade Martial Master Realm, could only move with difficulty in the face of this kind of weird domain suppression, and when he saw Yen Changyun appearing here, he instantly voiced out a plea for help, as this place was too close to the weird augur. Yen Changyun nodded, one step came in front of him, and then a long nail penetrated into his head, and the joy on the face of the master of the Department of Clearance was fixed. When the dragon-breaking nail was withdrawn, the color of the blood-colored nail was a few points brighter. And then he encountered the chief officer of the river park, still is the same way, the broken dragon nail on the ferocious gas even more. Just when he was about to arrive at the place where Gue Jiao was located, a ray of light shot out from the Lu family's land and went straight to the Gue Jiao that was struggling furiously after being bound to move. It was an arrow. It was the Lu clan's true heritage, but this arrow was not fired from a bow, rather it needed to gather the strength of the entire clan and jointly infuse chi and blood in order to catalyze it. This arrow is like a meteor, a flash of light. Just a moment, one of the head of the tricky Jiao will be shot. After this arrow, 6 more arrows flew out from the Lu family's land in succession. The 7 heads of the 100-headed Guile Jiao were shot to pieces. The scaly Jiao's breath weakened one more point. It was just a pity that the head shot by the Lu family was not the head of the scaly Jiao that had grown a unicorn horn, it was only the head of a snake. Chapter 108 Tragic Battle, Groundbreaking and Mountain Destroying. If he could use this to break the Guile Jiao's auger head, I'm afraid that the damage Guile Jiao would receive would be even greater, and his breath would be even weaker. But Yan Changyun was already satisfied. He had already come close to the Guile Jiao and could strike at any time, but he still hadn't moved and was still waiting. The 4 major families in the county, the Lu family is the strongest, but the other 3 families are not weak, each with their own underpinnings to treasure. What he was waiting for was for them to strike first, weakening the tricky scaly dragon by a few more points as much as possible, so that he could build his success with one strike. Sure enough, a few moments later, a book page rose from the Li family ground, shakily. And then on top of the page, a golden chop character, detached from the paper, transformed into a sharp sword across half of the city, chopping towards the Gui Jiao. In an instant, the Gui Jiao let out a wail, and 5 heads in a row were chopped off by the roots, and blood sprayed up. It was as if a rain of blood had fallen in the city. And then, each of the 2 Sun and Wang families broke the 4 heads of the trickster scaly scales again. By this time, the Gui Jiao's 100 heads had already broken 20 of them, and its aura finally slipped a small amount again. However, it was still at the peak of high rank. Yan Changyun knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, Huang Ji's side wouldn't be able to hold out, and once the formation failed, then all of his previous efforts would be in vain. Yan Changyun's hand raised, a blood-colored rope shot out from his arm, just like a speeding spirit snake. The dragon-binding rope went straight to the main head of the Gui Jiao. This is the key point of the Gui Jiao. The only way to really hit the root of the Gui Jiao is to cut through this head. The dragon-binding rope is like a living thing, began to grow longer and longer, will be weird scaly tie-in, and with the passage of time, the dragon-binding rope set tighter and tighter. As if it sensed the danger, the Gui Jiao let out a hissing roar that was several times more ferocious than before. The spell formation on his body was also bound by the dragon-binding rope. It actually became unstable for a moment, as if it was about to forcefully break free. Seeing the ghost shark. He is about to break free and regain his freedom. Once that was true, then the entire ocean river status quo was finished. No one would be able to withstand the fury of a full-strength super-grade demon guile. It was a good thing that Yan Changyun had finally released his biggest and final killer weapon. A blood-colored ray of light cut through the distance between Yan Changyun and the Guile Jiao in an instant, descending on top of the Guile Jiao's main head. Put! With a muffled sound, the main head of that tricky Jiao immediately burst into pieces. It turned into a red and black blood mist. After that, the dragon-breaking nail's momentum was slightly reduced, but it still penetrated the dozen or so heads behind the main head of the tricky Jiao. The Guile Jiao's hissing came to an abrupt end. The entire county stood still for an instant for this. It's done? Yan Xingyun's face showed joy, and Su Dao on the incinerator's blast furnace similarly showed anticipation. But the next moment, Su Dao's face changed wildly. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the Gui Jiao, and a terrifying force poured out, directly ripping the spell binding into pieces, and the dragon binding cord was also blown into 2. Su Dao stifled a grunt as a sweetness surged in his throat. This was the backlash caused by the formation being broken. The smile on Yan Changyun's face stiffened. That's not right, why is this tricky auger still alive when the main head was broken? And what's with this explosion? Yan Changyun had trouble accepting it. When the smoke and dust cleared, an aura that was several times more powerful than just a moment ago rose up from that huge pit. The furious Gui Jiao's body danced, its eyes fierce and bloodthirsty, with endless grievances, looking towards Yan Changyun in front of it. And it was only then that Su Dao realized what exactly had just happened. Seeing that it couldn't break free within a short period of time, the tricky scaly dragon directly and decisively detonated several of its heads. He used this explosion to break the Voltron formation and the dragon binding rope in one fell swoop. And this action also led to that tricky scaly head of 100 only left half of it. But now it was a super-grade demon guile that was free of any restraints and suppression, and even though it had suffered serious injuries, this hadn't changed at all. Even its breath had returned to the super-grade level, even if it was much weaker than at the beginning, but a super-grade was a super-grade. And that's not all. Su Dao saw with his own eyes that one of the snake heads of this creepy Jiao actually began to slowly change, its forehead bulging out, as if something was about to grow out of it. The snake has horns and turns into a Jiao. So even if the auger head of this tricky auger is destroyed, it will be reborn on other snake heads? Doesn't it mean that in order to kill this scaly auger, all of its heads must be chopped off? The Yan Changyun in front of the tricky Jiao was also wildly changed in color. He also did not expect this kind of change, but at this time, he could not afford to think much. Retreat must die, advance or can live. The next moment, Yan Chengyan drew his sword and rose. He still had the Hun Tian armor on his body, so he still had the power to fight, and it was the right time to take advantage of the weakest time of the Guijiao. The top martial artist of the 4th grade finally went all out at this moment, without any reservation. His chi and blood penetrated his body and turned into wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky. Swish! Yan Chengyan's movements were as fast as thunder, but in a split second, he chopped 8 or 9 heads of the Guijiao, but the Guijiao didn't even blink. Only when he was about to chop off its 10th snake head, a residual shadow flashed by. The air exploded. The next moment Yan Chengyan spat out blood and flew backwards, all of a sudden crashing from the center of the county town to the west side of the city wall. Su Dao stood high and could see far. The hit Yan Chengyan received just now was the strong snake tail of the Guijiao. Trouble! The super great demon guile really isn't that easy to kill. In fact, speaking from the bottom of his heart, Yan Chengyan was really powerful, a peak 4th grade, but he was able to fight with the super great demon guile to such an extent, even if all sorts of calculations were made in front of him, with the help of the power of the magic treasures. But it was also enough to show how powerful this person was. And at this time, the body of the Guile Jiao also finally from that deep pit, completely climbed out. Su Dao also finally see its true face. 100 heads, 99 of them are snake heads, the remaining one is the head of the Jiao, born one-horned, just so many heads and necks crowded in a body, making this tricky Jiao looks very incongruous, even called deformed. Moreover, unlike the scaly dragon in his imagination, this scaly dragon has no scales in front of its body, only slippery skin. The snakes and beasts were entangled and rubbing against each other, and looking at them gave people goosebumps. Just when Su Dao thought that Yan Chengyan was finished, a figure once again shot from the west of the city. You are indeed stronger than I imagined. I and my Yan family's old ancestor, who prepared for you for hundreds of years, and planned and prepared so much, can only achieve this extent. At this moment, Yan Chengyan's beard and hair were all open, his face was drenched in blood, and one of his legs was even showing an abnormal distortion, maniacal and hideous. But so what? I will kill you today. Yan Chengyan's blade light was like a pike, slicing through the long sky, forcibly avoiding the Guile Jiao's tail strike, swinging away from the many heads tearing at it, and once again slashing at the head that was in the process of metamorphosis. This knife went down and did not cut it off, but it also hit that head hard again, and the progress of the metamorphosis was interrupted alive. However, this is only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. If the tricky Jiao cannot be beheaded, that Jiao head rebirth thing is inevitable. As long as this tricky Jiao still had a head left, he would be able to grow it back. This was an earth-shattering fight. Su Dao watched as one Jiao and one man, desperately fighting, tearing, chopping, whipping, winding, simply doing everything. But a few moments of work, the center of the county has been completely turned into a ruin. Chapter 109, Heaven and Earth Without Limits, Chen Kuanbaro's Laws. Don't you have cooperation with him? Why are you sitting back and watching? Elder Go looked at the black robe in front of him and was somewhat puzzled. At this time, if you go over there, the two of you will join forces, and you might actually be able to win. Ge Yongyan was actually shocked. Before he heard Yan Chengyan speak about hunting the Guijiao, in his heart, he was unimpressed and even felt that Yan Chengyan was just crazy. But now he felt that this fellow was truly remarkable. Surprisingly, with the body of a 4th grade, he had beaten the Guijiao to such a degree that it had suffered a great deal of damage to its vitality, and this battle record was something to be proud of in any place. At this time, he voiced out for Huang Ji to come forward to help, not because he had a good feeling about Yan Chengyan or admiration, it was just that compared to the demon Guijiao, he still hoped more that the man would win. If the demon Gui wins this battle, then it is not difficult to imagine, this city and the hundreds of thousands of people in the city will certainly die. He might be able to escape with the help of the talisman, but the others probably won't be able to run away. Su Dao looked at Gulao leaning against the wall as a way to fight against the oppression of the Guile domain, still talking at the same time. His heart was actually a little speechless. If the teacher were to leave directly, how good, then he would have no more worries, but this old man is just a hard look, seems to be unwilling to go, as well as that leaping expression. That is really not afraid of death. The super quality recluse talisman is powerful, but it is not so powerful that it can be emboldened. That super great demon Guile, to kill the teacher, was afraid that it would only take an instant, so fast that it wouldn't even give time to launch the talisman. Yan Chengyan was able to be this brave, that was because of his realm strength, and that weird armor on his body. With that piece of armor, he can walk freely in the tricky domain of the tricky Jiao, and there is a certain increase in combat strength, protection greatly improved, so the war until now, otherwise, just now, the tricky Jiao that hit, will be able to take his life. However, even so, Yan Chengyan also to the end of the crossbow, and super great demon Gui killed head-on, which is not that simple, otherwise why must 2nd grade grandmaster to fight, even the 3rd grade are far from it. The whole process is actually Yan Chengyan was suppressed to fight, and that trick augur also do not know was out of anger or interesting, actually has not taken his life, at least he just saw which there are more than 3 opportunities, can be Yan Chengyan killed in one blow. Yan Chengyan was once again sent flying, but this time he didn't manage to get back up, he just kept spitting blood from his mouth. And seeing that his prey was already defenseless, that tricky Jiao finally lost its patience and decided to devour him as a way to heal his wounds. This was a peak 4th grade martial artist. In the eyes of the Guile Jiao, it might not understand the meaning of 4th grade, but it understood that of all the people in this city, Yin Changyun's flavor was the most enticing and sweetest. And Su Dao, who had not been making any movements, finally stood up. Alright, it's my turn too. At this time, the Guile Jiao head's depletion had also passed the halfway mark, and its breath slipped away, nearly unable to maintain the super grade realm. If he didn't make a move, he was afraid that he really didn't have a chance. Su Dao lifted his finger, and a mana finger mark shot through the air, landing in various parts of the city, seemingly without any purpose, just pointing blindly. But if Yen Mai and Lu Si were here, they would definitely be able to realize that the positions Su Dao pointed at were places where they had buried things. They took a batch of pills from Su Dao, and then exchanged them for a large amount of resources, placing them in various places in the city according to Su Dao's instructions. Although they didn't know what the use of doing so was, they still did it and didn't discount it in the slightest. The night Su Dao came back, he went around and checked, and the two of them did a very good job indeed. And those materials were prepared for a large-scale science ceremony. Su Dao's thinking was very simple. He didn't know how to set up magic formations, but he also had the ability to avoid calamities, so he could set up the ritual and borrow the power of the bronze giant tree. For this reason, during this period of time, whenever he had the time, he practiced this divine ability frantically, and hardened it to the level of the second realm of being able to handle it. At this level, this divine ability also began to truly reveal its power. What did Su Dao have on him that could truly pose a threat to the Guile Jiao? That would definitely be the bronze giant tree without a doubt. But the power of the bronze giant tree wasn't that good. Forcibly invoking it was enough to play himself to death, and his current strength simply couldn't withstand that kind of massive power. But it is not impossible to solve, so he set up this kui, divided into two parts. One part is to pull out the weird chi. Those weird chi he can't directly eliminate, but he can absorb. It just didn't require him to expend too much mana to absorb it. Buzz. A strange buzzing resounded throughout the entire Yanghe County, a ray of light shone everywhere, and then hooked up with each other, a large formation finally taking shape. Elder Go was dumbfounded as he watched the scene. You actually did prepare. Then why didn't you use it just now? Su Dao didn't have the energy to answer at this moment. The moment the kui succeeded, the Guile Jiao that was supposed to go and devour Yin Changyun's body shook violently and twisted his head to look at the high tower of the Incineration Institute. The source of this movement was that little bug over there. As an aura somewhat similar to the previous spell formation filled the air, an unprecedented rage filled its heart. Again! This is simply unforgivable. Creepy Jiao even abandoned Yin Changyun, who was about to reach his mouth, and came straight to the incinerator. It was mainly because of the damage that the Voltron formation had done to it that it was now very sensitive to these kinds of things. Once it was bound and suppressed again, today would be really dangerous. He's coming over. Gulao shouted, his hand has involuntarily touched to the chest position. Super quality recluse talisman is there. As long as the stimulation, he will immediately be able to leave. Although in this kind of bizarre domain suppression, recluse distance will be greatly reduced, but he has a total of 4 recluse talisman in his hand. Climb also climbed out. Su Dao saw the rapidly approaching figure, but his heart was unprecedentedly calm. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qian Kuan borrows the law. At that instant, the Kui Grand formation that enveloped the entire county was aglow with light, and the body of that Guile Jiao that was running around was also violently frozen. And then a majestic to scalp-numbing bizarre chi was drawn out from the body of the Guile Jiao by Su Dao with the power of the Kui, hard and fast. The Guile Jiao's aura dropped violently, and it was even more drastic than when it was suppressed with the Voltron formation before. And what scared the Guile Jiao the most was that before, the Voltron formation was suppression, but now this was extraction, and it could feel that the part of itself that it had lost could never come back. Just that even it itself didn't know what exactly was the thing that it had lost. Inside Su Dao's body, the bronze giant tree faced that majestic weird chi and swallowed as much as it could as if it was swallowed by a whale, and even shook its branches freely. And then an equally majestic power began to feed back from the bronze tree to Su Dao's body. Su Dao looked at this power as really greedy. Really want to put this power into the martial arts or refining chi on the road up, for fear of being able to straight into the 4th grade. But he immediately shook his head. This power cannot be used in this way. To kill Gui Jiao is important, even if he breaks through the 4th grade of the martial arts, with his own power now cannot kill this Gui Jiao. That feedback power was directly drawn out by him. The second part of the coefficient was finally invoked. To avoid calamities and eliminate demons was not simply pulling out ominous chi such as weird chi, calamity chi, and disaster chi. He could also borrow power from the great being for the purpose of eliminating evil and destroying demons by arranging the sectional rituals. So, this time, Su Dao was using the power of this Gui Jiao to kill the Gui Jiao. That huge power was all poured into the scrying Jiao by him, and even that wasn't enough. He also put all the mana in his body into it. The heavens and earth shook tremendously, and an unprecedented amount of light shot up into the sky, punching out a huge hole in the black clouds where the tricky augurs were converging. The sunlight shone through the hollow to the Yanghe County town below. A huge thing from the inexplicable place, show some shadow, just a shadow only, but that shadow was almost filled with the whole sky. Su Dao looked at this scene dumbfounded as he realized that the shadow was merely a branch of the bronze giant tree, and it was that second branch. The silhouette of that branch was somewhat blurred, but it was still possible to tell that its texture was pale and ancient, as if it was cast in bronze. Every trace on it seemed to be expounding on the principles of the Great Tao. He felt dizzy and nauseous just by looking at it. Chapter 110 Bronze Branch appears, one touch destroys Jiao. What is this? A miracle? Almost the moment this shadow appeared, everyone realized that the tricky domain that had been suppressing them before suddenly dissipated. Countless people rose from the ground, either taking this opportunity to hastily flee for their lives, or staying where they were, looking at the heavenly spectacle. Su Dao withdrew his gaze. This bronze giant tree was something extraordinary. I'm afraid that it was something even more extraordinary than he had imagined. He had looked at it more than once before in the Mud Pill Palace, but none of the times he had such an intuitive and drastic feeling. He calmed down, and then pointed at the tricky auger, and then the branch of the bronze giant tree similarly extended its tip and gently pointed towards the tricky auger. Roar! At that moment, the wretched hissing sound of the guile Jiao resounded for 100 miles around. There was unwillingness in this hissing sound, but more than anything else, it was fear. This kind of greatness is not something he can resist. When that shadow appeared the moment it was fixed in place, cannot move, that is not what the field, but another kind of higher, more immeasurable power. The mere sight of it made its heart fearful. As a demonic guile, it was very difficult to feel something like fear, but now it felt it, because it was death that was hidden behind this fear. Suddenly, the hissing sound of the Gui Jiao came to an abrupt end, and half of its entire body was turned into ashes and dissipated under the light point of the shadow. And that shadow also seems to have reached its limit, gradually fading away. Su Dao's feet trembled, and he only felt that his entire body was empty, with a trickle of mana left in his body, and his soul was in severe pain, as if someone was stirring his brain with a red-hot iron rod. As expected, the power of this bronze giant tree could not be used indiscriminately, and this time, even though it was only mobilized a little bit, the consequences were still too much for him to bear. The mana consumption was fine, it was quickly replenished, but the power of the divine soul was almost depleted, and he was afraid that he would need many days to recuperate. Su Dao strongly supported his body without collapsing, and then leapt down from the chimney of the incinerator. Gu Lao was frozen in place, one hand reaching into his pocket, pinching the super-quality recluse talisman, while the other hand was holding the wall behind him, supporting his trembling body. The super-grade demon guile was destroyed just like this? What was the last one that appeared? That Huang Ji even has this kind of means? Elder Gu was filled with doubts, but the black robe that was just in front of him had disappeared. Su Dao walks in the middle of a piece of rubble. Just now the big battle has long made the entire county almost destroyed. Too many people didn't die because of the demon trickster, but ended up dying when their houses collapsed. However, compared to burying all of them in the demonic shenanigans bellies, Su Dao felt that he had already done a good job, and that was all he was capable of. If it was a guile Jiao in its heyday, he would only be unable to extract the guile chi from its body, and there would be no way to use the power of the bronze giant tree to exterminate it. He only had one chance, and could only kill it with a single blow at the most certain and critical time. Otherwise, even he himself would die. Sacrificing a small portion of people to save the majority was never a simple question of right or wrong. Those who are saved deserve to be saved. Those who die deserve to die. Su Dao didn't know the answer, he could only follow his heart and do what he thought was right, nothing more. He stopped in front of a ruin. Yan Chanyun! Su Dao shouted. Just a short distance away, a figure covered in mud, water, and blood lay silently amidst the rubble just like that. Its body armor has long been broken bones and tendons all over the body. The mouth at this time is still constantly bubbling with blood. Hearing the sound, Yan Changyan turned his head with difficulty to look over to Su Dao's side. You are not Huang Ji. The voice was slurred, but Su Dao heard it clearly. What are you talking about? Su Dao moved closer, but the voice that spoke was still Huang Ji's. You aren't Huang. Pole, he doesn't have such means, you. Who is it? Su Dao, however, had no thoughts of answering. In this world full of transcendent power, secrets were secrets, and he was not allowed to spit them out even to the dead. This was his code. You are. You. Yan Shangyan seemed to have thought of something, his pupils widened violently, filled with disbelief. But in the next moment, Su Dao's hand gently tapped on the top of his head. Brother Yen, go well. I, Huang Ji, will cultivate well, and even bring your share along with me to become stronger, so that your name and mine will resound in the world. Su Dao hand strength a spit. Long ago in the dying Yan Changyan suddenly died of gas, and then Su Dao took out the middle-ranked blazing flame talisman, the whole thing into a ball of ashes. This is not enough, he will be this ball of ashes, as much as possible from the ground shoveled up, wrapped in a cloth. This thing still need to deal with it again to be able to do so. And then his eyes were placed on that piece of armor that was already in a state of disrepair. This thing is so powerful, the middle-ranked flaming talisman actually can't be burned. Should I keep it? Forget it, it's better to dispose of it altogether. The enemy's things, unless one can be sure of their safety, one should not take them easily. The second rule of mixing with the transcendent. Greed is the greatest original sin. In the transcendental world, greed is what really kills people. No matter how good this armor is, you can't take it. And then, Su Dao went to the place where the Guile Jiao had fallen. He hadn't expected any gains. After all, the Guile Chi in its body had been sucked out by himself at the beginning. Ha! This is a Jiao bead? Su Dao took out a bead that emitted a glittering light from the blood and flesh of this demonic Guile. He closed his eyes and felt the power in this bead. It was very peaceful, yet the quality was strangely high. The Guile Chi had also been plucked out by him, so only the most original and pure power remained in this. A good thing. This auger bead might be left for Yin Yang and the girls to use. Not only can this thing cleanse the roots and bones and strengthen the body, but it can also be used to break through strength. For himself, it would be a bit of a waste to use it. He himself casually killed more demonic Guile, and the power that came back from the bronze giant tree would only be better than this. The power of the bronze giant tree could not be used directly by others, but this auger bead could. Su Dao strolled through the entire battlefield again, and then found the dragon-breaking nail and the dragon-binding cord. Only at this time, these two things had already lost their power, and if they wanted to recover, they were afraid that they would need to perform a blood sacrifice. And that armor is almost the same problem, so it is also garbage. Later dispose of it and forget about it. With all matters settled, Su Dao did not stay, but quietly left. At this time, several of the biggest threats in the city were dead, so Master naturally didn't need him to worry about them. Huang Ji was gone, Yan Shanyan was gone, Super Grade Gui Jiao was gone, even Wang Xian and Ding Qi were gone, and there were only a few clans that still had some strength and had the ability to threaten his teacher's safety, but they wouldn't be able to be hostile to a 5th grade for no reason unless they were stupid. Su Dao also did not return to the Jin Demon Division, but went directly to the Three Rivers Gang, which he had said he would deal with before, and now that he has freed up his hands and feet, he naturally has to deal with it. When he passed by the residence where the children were being held, he also took a special look. The children had already been rescued as much as possible. It should be Yen Mai and Lucy, two people undoubtedly. He didn't know if these two had survived the catastrophe. Speaking of which, he had promised the two that he would protect them, so if they died, would he be considered to have broken his promise? Chapter 111, Finishing the End, Removing the Hidden Danger. In the midst of a ruin, Lucy snapped out of his senses, only to feel severe pain all over his body, with his left arm in particular being in excruciating pain. Probably broken bones, but in any case life is saved. Lucy pushed away the broken beams pressed on the body, hard to get up. Looking around, the original 2 green brick house, now only half of the room. Old Yen? Lao Yen? Lucy shouted twice, but there was no answer. His heart panicked. That guy couldn't be dead, right? Lucy immediately those large stones would clean off, and then in the pile of rubble planing up, the more digging heart ominous foreboding is more and more intense. A bit of familiar fabric was exposed by its planing a corner. He tugged, there was no movement under the rubble. Lucy's nose was sore. Mother, obviously you are most afraid of death. How come you left first? Lucy wiped his face and continued to plow up, and finally plowed out the oats. Seeing that the oatmeal was motionless, Lucy was overcome with grief and was about to cry out when he heard a violent coughing sound coming from him. Mother, you came down too? Yen Mai opened her eyes and looked at Lucy with some surprise. Why are you still relying on me? You want to stay with me even after death. Lucy's sadness dissipated. Go up as a slap on the face of Yen Mai. Dying my ass, we survived. Lucy sat on his butt next to Yen Mai. What happened today made them almost scared to death. This kind of formation they really haven't seen before. That demonic trick bite swallowed at least 1,000 people into it, just falling down from the sky and smashing into the ground. The vibration caused by it made a lot of private houses collapse, which was another large number of people died. And then the county dignity Chung Yun and the demon a big battle. Again is unknown how many people died in the aftermath of the battle. Today they saw more dead people in one day than they had seen in the past few years. Under this catastrophe, tens of thousands of people were feared dead in the city. The two of them counted the prudent, but also luckily did not stay in the place where the demonic weirdness descended, and the battle afterward, although the commotion is big, but also only the house will be shaken down. Is that super great demon Guile dead? Yen Mai was completely awake and said with some uncertainty. It should be. Lucy also did not dare to be sure. Before the two of them were buried alive, they happened to see that shadow filling the sky. The rest was not noticed. And then when they woke up, the weird domain had already disappeared, and the terrifying and thick black clouds in the sky had completely dissipated. In addition to the scene of ruins all around, it was still reminding them that what happened before was not a dreaming imagination. So we're really surviving this? Oatmeal's voice raised one more degree. Lucy laughed. Probably. The place they were staying now was near the edge of the county, and also happened to avoid the core of the great battle. If they were in the center of the county town, the two of them would probably be finished at this point. Lucy is happy, but see Yen Mai, that 8-foot man, suddenly bawling. That looked to be more sad. Even Lu Sa just calmed down the mood. Also a moment was touched. He rubbed his nose. What are you crying for? Didn't we survive? This is a good thing. Chun Man Lu is gone. Oatmeal suddenly raised his hand and pointed. That direction was originally the Spring Manor house, but now it was also in ruins. Lu Si. Oatmeal howled twice, then wiped away her tears and regained her composure. Did you just see that? Did that one setup work? Lucy nodded his head and lowered his voice. It should be right. The places where those rays of light emerged are exactly the places where we buried things before. I won't be wrong. Yenmai sighed. That person is so good. The hiding is also really deep. I'm afraid that besides us, no one knows that this person has this kind of ability. So, let's just shut up. Don't say anything we shouldn't. Lucy shook his head. Since Su Dao chose to hide, he must have his own reasons. If they reveal this information, they would be inviting trouble for themselves. It would be best to honestly pretend not to know anything. Yenmai stepped forward and helped Lu Jian. Let's go back to the inspection department and take a look. Maybe there are still a few colleagues left. Do you think we can get a promotion this time? It's good to be alive. It's good to be a small commander. The position is too high, death is fast. Lu Si, however, had a different opinion. If it was before, he might also be happy with a promotion. But now there is a change of heart, a big change. The heart has lost most of its energy. Yenmai pondered for a moment and also nodded. We are indeed quite good like this. The two of them trekked through the mud-filled ruins with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Only a small portion of the street still had a few moments of what it looked like when it was intact. Along the way, they saw numerous people who had survived the catastrophe actively saving themselves, either searching for their own belongings amidst the rubble or trying to locate their family members. They were ignorant, but they were also resilient. Just as the two of them walked past a street corner, they saw a figure standing dozens of paces away, quietly watching them. Huang. Is not right, Su. Huang offering. Oatmeal had a jolt, blessed to the heart in general, and after changing his address several times in a row, he called out a yellow offering. Lucy was first confused, thinking that they were not familiar with the yellow worshipper of the Jinmu division, but when he heard the word Su that flashed by in Yenmai's words, he reacted violently. Greetings, officiant Huang. Lucy saluted in the same manner. Su Dao nodded in satisfaction. You guys follow me. Dealing with smart people was easy. Yenmai and Lucy, the two immediately followed. The two at this time are a little apprehensive, before did not think through the matter, at this time also finally figured out, said that did not see any sign of medical officer Su. The original is to borrow this identity back. That the original yellow supply. That should be gone. Several people went all the way to the west. Yenmai looked at the environment along the way, slightly puzzled. Is provider Huang going to the Three Rivers gang? Su Dao nodded. It's to the Three Rivers gang. It needs to be cleaned up there. Cleaning up the Three Rivers gang was not all because of those children. It was more about cutting off the ties between Huang Ji's identity in this place. The more chaotic the better. The biggest beneficiary of this Jiao hunting program was Huang Ji, and the identity of Huang Ji needed to disappear, but not by way of death. It was best to be nowhere to be found, so that people would think that they had gotten the benefit of the doubt and were hiding. You two are inspectors. You should know a lot about the Three Rivers gang, the unlawful things and the evildoers, right? Yenmai and Lucy hurriedly nodded their heads. Since I understand. That will save us the trouble. Su Dao also just felt that relying on himself to differentiate was a bit too troublesome before, so he simply sought these two out. These two were in the inspection division, the government office that dealt with these gangs the most. Even if the two do not know much, but know roughly enough, Su Dao is not the kind of justice. Half of the mistakes and omissions will not allow people. Anyway, in the Three Rivers gang, 3-1 draws kill. There may be people who died in vain, but 11 draws kill. There is absolutely no innocent generation. Chapter 112, All things being equal, prepare to return home. When he came to the Three Rivers gang's residence, this place was also affected by the war and suffered heavy losses, but because it was close to the edge of the county, the senior cadres of the gang retained most of them. When Su Dao, who was wearing a black robe, appeared in this place, there were people who came forward to stop him, but one of the elders in the gang immediately came forward and kicked the blocker away. Greetings, officiant Huang. Several other elders of the gang also rushed forward to salute. As the beloved of gang leader Lu Jian, they naturally knew who was the real master of this Three Rivers gang. Even gang master Lu Jian was supported by this person in front of him. Well, you guys come in with me, and also, gather the backbone and core of the entire gang, big and small leaders to meet me here. Su Daoxin said that this is better, saving him from chasing and killing all over the city. Lord Confessor, I wonder where the gang leader is? An elder inquired in a low voice. For this person behind the curtain to suddenly visit and bypass Gangmaster Lu Jian, it made their hearts a little uneasy. He's doing my job for me. Do you have a problem with that? I don't dare to. Lord Confessor, please. The man hurriedly invited Su Dao to enter the hall. On the contrary, after seeing the two people following behind Su Dao, he was a little hesitant. This damn thing is from the inspection division, right? How did they come here as well? They are also my people, let them come in. Several people entered a large hall that was still intact, and found that the interior was quite lavishly decorated, so it was evident that the Three Rivers gang had indeed raked in a lot of money. Coupled with the fact that Huang Ji himself did not lack money, so there was no need for them to pay their dutiful money. After all, Huang Ji just needed a glove to help him handle some trivial and dirty matters. Su Dao gave the word in Huang Ji's capacity. These Three Rivers gang elders would not dare to be slow, but in half an hour, many of the backbones of the Three Rivers gang, the chiefs all gathered here. The number was about 100 people. Thinking about the scale of the Three Rivers Gang's thousands of people, this number is also appropriate. Su Dao looked at Yan Mai and Lu Si. The meaning in his eyes was, should these people be killed? Lu Jian hesitated. How would he know which of these people should be killed and which shouldn't? He really didn't know much. Instead, it was Yan Mai who nodded. They deserved to die. In fact, he knew, but he saw that this one came over today to kill people, and besides, there weren't many wrongful deaths for these people to kill. Then kill them all. Su Dao looked at the two. These people below, except for a few elders who had the 7th grade realm, the others were no more than 8th grade at the highest, so he was too lazy to do anything about it. Lucy also wanted to ask again. Yan Mai, without saying a word, drew out his belt knife and killed down below. That kind of decisiveness really let Lucy stunned. But he did not hesitate for long. See Yan Mai action. He also pulled out his sword, only because of the fracture of the left hand. The action is a little slower. Those few Three Rivers gang elders were shocked and furious, and immediately wanted to fight back, but Su Dao casually threw out a handful of talismans, and then one by one they were fixed in place, and even those 8th grade products were also the same. Middle order body binding talisman, used on them, in fact, some waste, but this is all left over from Huang Ji, not used for nothing. This time the biggest threat has been taken care of. Yan Mai and Lu see the action faster, as chopping melons and cutting vegetables in general. Not long ago the entire hall has been blood flow into the river, the entire Three Rivers gang resident no longer alive. About an incense stick later, Yan Mai and Lu see two people gasping for breath, came to Su Dao in front. Offering Huang, fortunate to be here. Yan Mai arched his hand and saluted. Su Dao laughed, you are decisive, are you afraid that I will kill you all? Yan Mai was silent. On the way here, he then suddenly remembered that he and Lucy both seemed to know too much, although the two of them did not have the idea of divulging it. Sometimes knowing too much is inherently a sin. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. However, looking for you guys today, it does have something to do with this. The two of you can no longer continue to stay in Yanghe County. At your lord's command, wherever you tell us to go, we will go. You're willing to give up this official position? Su Dao asked again. The official body of the district is nothing. We are not mixing here just to get some resources and money. Yan Mai shook his head. What about you? Su Dao looked at Lu Si again. Lu Si nodded his head as well. Going anywhere is fine. All at your lord's command. The two of them, Yan Mai and Lu Si, definitely could not continue to stay in Yanghe County. After all, they knew too much, and the best thing to do would be to just disappear and let people think that they died in this great chaos in the city. Pick 2 8th grade martial artists, find the ones that resemble your figures, disfigure their faces, put on your clothes, and throw them into the ruins. From then on you will die in this oceanic and dramatic change. The two of them moved nimbly, finding 2 that resembled them in stature, then either destroyed their faces or smashed their heads, and Oatmeal was careful to remove the most recognizable points from their bodies. When the two were done with all this, they placed the 2 disguised corpses nicely in the ruins outside before returning to resume their orders. At this time, the two of them had already put on their hoods with Su Dao to conceal their appearance. My lord, the carts and horses have been prepared. Is it time to leave the city immediately? Su Dao nodded. Not yet, you two come here. The two of them did not hesitate and leaned in close, then Su Dao shot out like electricity, and with a gentle pinch on their necks, the two of them fainted. Indeed, it is not yet possible. We still need to remove the Black Mountain seal for them, otherwise they will not be able to go out of the Black Mountain area. Although Su Dao does not want trouble, but let Su Dao kill these two people. His heart that pass and cannot pass. These two people character is not bad, never for wrongdoing, in a sense, are good people, even if the usual greasy some, but also good people. More than ever Xiao Shueshu him, but on the contrary, they are respectful. He Su Dao was never a person who killed indiscriminately. Su Dao began to set up the coup on the spot, transferring the Black Mountain seal of the two men to himself. In this way, it was considered complete. He would bring these two people to Prefecture City. It just so happens that he is not yet well established in Prefecture City, so these two people would be a supplement to bring them there. Whether it is a daily errand, or guards, are used, they spend more resources, training, so that these two breakthroughs to the 7th grade, their side is also considered to have a competent person. He also does not need 2 people more loyal, as long as they do not dare to betray is good. Throwing the two of them onto the carriage, Su Dao drove the carriage and ran out of Yanghe County in the dusk. The first and the last of this place had been removed, so it was time to leave as there was no point in staying here. Yan Changyun, who plotted the trickery, has disappeared. Huang Ji, who was the last to benefit, has disappeared, and the top management of the county has disappeared. But what does this have to do with him, Su Dao? At this time, he is still in the capital city closed door. Moreover, the only person in the county who knew that he had returned to Yanghe County was already in his car. All the places that could expose his identity that could be eliminated had already been eliminated by him. Even if the top sends someone down to investigate, most likely it will be to no avail. The fact that such a big thing has happened in Yanghe County is related to the super-grade demon guile. It is impossible for the top not to pay attention to it, even if this Yanghe County is a piece of abandoned land. Chapter 113 Montenegro's Strange Movements, Taking Orders in Crisis. If that super grade Guile Jiao hadn't died, it would have been fine, but the key was that the super grade Guile Jiao had died, and this was what really struck the heart. Where is the augur pearl? Where is the augur soul? These two things, no matter which one of them, were worth a lot of money. Moreover, more people would be curious about the means used to kill the Guile Jiao. Such a means, even if it was placed in the prefecture city, it would still be extremely remarkable. Now the Jiao bead is on Su Dao's body, but the Jiao soul should be gone. By the bronze giant tree branch shadow point, the weird Jiao directly soul flew away. There is a fart of the Jiao soul. However, that thing does not know what to do with it. Gone is gone. Su Dao is not distressed. In his opinion, that thing is not as precious as that a weird gas. Deep in the Black Mountain, this place was shrouded by a black fog all year round, not seeing the sun. Not to mention human traces, even wild beasts will not appear here. This is a real-life forbidden area. Countless horrible demons roam here, killing and devouring each other, full of blood and despair. In the core of this place, a huge black stone towers here, set a party of black stone, rather than a natural black stone mountain. This black stone mountain has been standing in this place do not know how many years. Snow, rain, wind and frost has not left any traces on it, but gradually began to have moss and grass growth on it. Just compared to other places in Montenegro, this place is still the most desolate place. The black fog that covers the depths of Montenegro is produced by this black stone mountain. Su Dao was not aware that just today, the black stone mountain that had never made any movement, actually shook a little bit, as if it was some kind of flood beast that was about to wake up from its slumber. Just this movement came suddenly, also went quickly, but in a flash, that black stone mountain also just a slight movement, then no further. However, despite this, the depths of the black mountain also became lively because of this. Numerous terrifying demonic tricksters that were as large as mountains were like dogs fleeing madly at this time. That black stone mountain, for them, is the treasure land, but also is forbidden land, where they yearn for, but also fear there. Fortunately, that black stone mountain, as if only sleeping process, suddenly turned over a general, and then continued to sleep, did not wake up. However, all of this happened in the depths of the Black Mountain, and no one saw it. Other than triggering the commotion of the demonic guile, it did not cause any other commotion. This was still the same forbidden area of life, and even the top first-grade grandmasters didn't dare to set foot here. Here, super-grade demon guile did not even have the qualifications to come close. The so-called super-grade demonic guile that the world feared was nothing more than the trash that moved around the edge of Black Mountain. Because of this, the depths of the Black Mountain are not known to outsiders, and the Black Mountain seems to have been like this since its birth. Night is falling, but Yamato County is still a mess at this point. A county honors disappeared, the inspection division Qin Chop seriously injured, Jin Demon Division Master Wang Xian died, Jin Demon Division Worship Huang Ji disappeared, the military division Master Ding Qi died. Among the chief officials of the various divisions, the only one is the Shang Medical Bureau Guiyong Yan. The household registry division Master Li Yan still survives. Either missing or dead, the entire Yanghai County officials are in a situation of no leader. Not only were the top officials of each division severely killed or injured, in fact, the lower-level officials suffered equally heavy losses, and the various divisions of the government offices almost simultaneously came to a halt. Everyone didn't know what to do, what could be done. It was chaos. As for those big clans in the county, although it is slightly better than the county office, but it is almost the same, although they only used their family's reserves to remotely attack the tricky Jiao and did not engage in a frontal battle, but the use of the clan's reserves, the wear and tear and backlash, it is not so easy to carry through. Thus, Li Yan of the Department of Household Registration gathered a large number of lower-level officials and found Gulao, who was preparing to pack his bags and run away in the Shang Medical Bureau. What? You're asking me to temporarily take over the position of county dignitary and maintain the stability of Yanha? Gulao blinked his eyes, feeling like he had heard some kind of joke. What kind of administration was he, a pill refiner, going to do? Li Yan had a bitter face. Elder Gu, at this time, you have the highest prestige and the strongest strength in the county. If you don't come forward, then what should happen to so many people in the city? Please also ask Gulao to step forward, restore order in the city, and immediately carry out relief for the victims. Just wait until help comes from the prefecture, and go wherever you wish. Gulao was speechless, but I don't know how. Li Yan coughed and whispered, I will. Gulao realized, really want to do things, can do things is this Li Yan, but he does not have this prestige. Li Yan, a small household registration department chief officer, strength but 7 products. Usually even a small transparent, he is out to raise his arm, others will also treat him as a little cute. Alright then, you have to do a good job. Gulao didn't push back anymore. This matter was good for the people of Yanha, and the timely restoration of order within the official government would also allow the timely restoration of order in the county. As long as order was restored, many fewer people would die. He was self-conscious that he hadn't put in a bit of effort in this augur hunting operation, but now he could contribute. So, he asked Li Yan to arrange for specific affairs, while he planned to open the furnace to make pills for rewarding and saving the injured. Li Yan was naturally delighted, and with this, the plan was instantly implemented. He is a small household registration department chief book, do not have the power to promise official positions, rewards, even Gulao does not have, but want to the following group of people in time to restore morale, follow the orders to do things, rewards and is essential. And Gulao gave him the urgent need. Gulao's high righteousness, after this matter, I will definitely submit a petition for Gulao. Although Li Yan was usually unassuming, he had a few tricks up his sleeve. He gathered the remnants of the military horse division, the demon suppression division, and the inspection division, and then divided them into two parts, with one part stationed on the city walls to guard against demonic and bizarre raids, and the other part to maintain order in the city and help the people in the city. After that, he also made the medical bureau with the county medical center of all sizes, timely treatment of the injured, and then ordered the household registration department, the river park, the cleaner division of the remaining officials, open the county warehouse, to the homeless for relief. After doing this, he personally went to the county's several big families, asking them to help and restrain the strength of the city's gangs. After some operations, things became well organized. The chaotic situation in the city of Yanghe County finally began to gradually calm down. Fortunately, with the arrival of the Gui Jiao, those low-ranking demons were also scared off, and no demons or guile made a mess for a while. Otherwise, even if Yanghe County survived the scabbard's mouth, it would still have to suffer huge losses. To know, at this time the county has no protective spell formation. The protective spell formation has long been broken by the slide-jiao. If there is a large-scale invasion of demons, only rely on the current remnants of the army, cannot be blocked. However, all of this has nothing to do with Su Dao. As long as there are no more super-grade demon guile, even if the teacher stays here, he will have no danger. The super-grade transportation talisman is still kept useless. Chapter 114 Returning to Prefecture City. The two of them, Yan Mai and Lucy, opened their eyes one after another, felt the environment they were in, and immediately knew that this should be on a carriage. Yan Mai touched the back of his neck, there was still some soreness, and now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. He thought that Su Dao was going to kill them. He didn't realize that he just made them pass out. Although he didn't know why this was done, surviving was enough. Awake? At that moment, a voice came from outside the car. This time it wasn't Huang Ji's gloomy hoarse voice, but the familiar voice of Medical Officer Su. The two of them, Yan Mai and Lucy, immediately lifted the curtain of the car. Greetings, Lord. The two of them were now able to call Su Dao a lord, so it would be inappropriate to call Medical Officer Su instead, and it would be a raw deal. Since Su Dao had taken them away, it meant that the two of them would be Su Dao's people from now on. Both get up, you two. I've known you for not too short a time. I believe you know something about me. It's better to support each other in the future. Su Dao's words are easy. Now the ocean and the matter is over. The whole family breaks free from the cage, and then go to the prefecture. It is the dragon into the sea, the bird into the sky, and then there is no constraints, at will. Lord, or I'll do it. Yan Mai let out a laugh. My car drives extremely well. Su Dao didn't push back. How can there be a reason for a master to drive a car for his subordinates? He entered the carriage and let Yan Mai drive the car. Lucy also wanted to go out, but was stopped by Su Dao. You stay here, there is a wound on your hand. Although I helped you heal it, you still need to recuperate for a few days. Many thanks, Lord. Lucy was sincerely terrified. He realized that he really didn't know Su Dao well enough. This lord was like an ocean, unfathomable. When you go to the prefecture city, you still need to change your appearance before you can follow me home, and in the future, the safety of your home and the small and large chores will be left to you. As the Lord commands. Although he had been demoted from being a commander to a caretaker, it also depended on who he was looking after the house. In the future, I will be responsible for all your cultivation needs. As long as you have the talent to take as many pills as you can, I won't be stingy in this regard. Many thanks, Lord. This time the two were completely relieved. Isn't this dam better than staying in the inspection division as a commander? In the future, regarding the Yanghe matter, do not mention a word about it, and do not tell outsiders that you came from Yanghe County. Just say that you are all Xining County, Jinding Province, Xiangfu County people, is my childhood with the side of the eldest follower. I was not very old when I left my hometown, so I have long forgotten about it. When I go to the capital city to find some information about Jinding Province, Xiangfu County, you can casually write down some of it, and it will be enough to cope with it. When Yan Mai and Lucy heard Su Dao being so solemn about this matter, they understood that this matter was probably very important. They didn't dare to take it lightly and just silently wrote it down. When Su Dao finished speaking, he looked at the two of them. Are there any more questions? Lucy shook his head. He had no more questions. Rather, it was Yan Mai, who was rushing the car, who was slightly hesitant. Can we talk about the Lord's realm? I am not spying on the Lord's hidden secrets, but the Lord's strength determines the proportion and manner in which we both act. Yan Mai again hastily explained. Already in the 6th grade martial master realm. Su Dao spoke quietly. It was already pretty good. He had only concealed one realm plus 2 layers of chi refining cultivation. Lord is awesome. The two men were even more pleased and convinced. With a lord this powerful, they were bound to follow him. It wasn't that the 6th grade realm was high. Rather, this young 6th pin was truly perverse. At this rate, it was feared that Su Dao would soon enter the 5th grade realm, and following someone like this would make their future more secure and brighter. In fact, at first, he did not intend to take these two under his command, but after going to the prefecture city, he realized that he was even more short of manpower instead. Mansion City, the rules are more strict, experts and powerful people are also more. The benefits of being alone are there, but there are also many disadvantages, mainly because a lot of the time to split up. Anyang is not good at attacking even if she has entered the grade now, and Bao has not yet practiced, so if he wants to grow up, he still needs time. During this gap period, there was a need for someone to be able to fill in. He had examined these two people for a long time, and he knew them well. He has also taken on his favor, so at least the probability is that he can rest assured. After 2 consecutive days of rushing, Su Dao's trio finally arrived at the prefecture city at dusk on this day. Su Dao arranged for the two to stay in the city, while he quietly returned home to Pinganfang. The entire process did not alarm anyone, except for the civet slave that stayed in his room for some reason. Su Dao looked at this civet slave, some speechless. Only this civet slave will not speak, otherwise I have the heart to silence. Really, this cat is too strange. The civet slave saw Su Dao, immediately leapt down from the beams, intimately came over, rubbed his head at his trouser leg, the purr, as if full of joy. Su Dao searched for a blood-strengthening pill from his body and threw it to the civet slave. It's kind of the first one you greeted me with, so I'll reward you. Su Dao lifted the civet slave off with a kick, then pushed the door open. He had traveled for 7 days on this trip, which meant that in the eyes of Anyang and the girls, he had been in seclusion for 7 days. It was probably time to worry. The sound of him pushing the door immediately startled his little sister, who was playing in the courtyard, and Bao, who was writing on the side. Big brother? Ama, big brother is out. Sulu immediately shouted in excitement and pounced over from the courtyard in a flash. Su Dao hugged him and spun him around in the air before throwing him aside. It's heavier again. Su Dao gave an evaluation. Sulu's face suddenly lost its joy. Bao also wanted to get up, but Su Dao waved his hand. Keep writing, it's still ugly, but it's a big improvement. And when Lu heard the news, she also immediately ran out from her room. Seeing Su Dao's figure, she finally sighed in relief. It's great that you're fine. What took you so long in seclusion this time? Lu was indeed worried. After 7 days of seclusion in a row without eating or drinking, she wondered if something had happened. If Su Dao didn't come out again, she was going to enter the door. If she wasn't worried that entering the door would disturb Su Dao's breakthrough, she would have long ago had to go in and take a look. Auntie, I'm fine, and my cultivation has made a breakthrough. Lu waved her hand. You don't need to say this to me, I'll go make you some food. You should be starving after not eating for a few days. Okay, I'll go over to Master's wife's side to check, and ask Master when he's coming over. Well, you are going to take a look. Your master's mother is also very worried after you closed down. You just happened to go and report your safety. As for your master, it hasn't come yet, and I don't know if it's okay. Lu was a little worried. They were able to come here, all thanks to Su Dao's master. Such a great favor, always unforgettable. Now Gulao has no news. She is also worried. I think there is nothing wrong. I guess there should be news coming in. Su Dao counted the time. The crisis in Yanghe County has been solved. When the teacher is done with his work, the news of peace should also arrive in the capital city. Chapter 115 Teacher's Mother's Trust. Coming to the neighboring Gu mansion. Young Master Su is out? The one who went out to greet him was Uncle Zhong. Well, I just got out of customs, so I thought I'd come over to take a look. How is Senior Maiden doing? Su Dao nodded his head. Miss is fine. Uncle Zhong smiled and welcomed Su Dao into the door. Uncle Zhong was the one who had followed Shenyang when she was in her mother's house. Even if she later married her teacher, Uncle Zhong was still referred to as Miss, while the others would only be able to refer to her as the main mother or ma'am. Just as the two of them walked a few dozen steps inside and just passed through the hanging flower gate, they saw a half-grown boy standing in the courtyard with a disdainful look on his face, staring at Su Dao from afar. Who are you? The kid snapped, his tone rather nonchalant. Uncle Zhong whispered beside Su Dao, this is young Master Yushu. Oh, so it's Gu Yushu, the child of the teacher and his wife. Seeing Su Dao not answering, Gu Yushu frowned. Who the hell are you? Why did you come to my residence? If you don't answer, I'll have someone kick you out. Su Dao somewhat wanted to laugh, and was about to speak, when he saw a figure rushing out from the house, before kicking the kid in the ass. Gu Yushu became furious and was about to get up and rebuke. Shenyang, who came out of the house with a fierce look on her face, reached out and pulled over Gu Yushu's ears. Who are you going to kick out? Say that again? Gu Yushu stood on tiptoe in pain. Auntie, I was wrong, I was just joking. Senior mother. Su Dao forced a smile and greeted his senior Nyang. Senior Nyang nodded, her hand once again exerting force. Call senior brother. Gu Yushu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll call. Only then did the senior Nyang let go of her hand, and the boy came to Su Dao with his teeth showing, and reluctantly performed a big salute. Yushu greets senior brother. Senior brother, please rise. Su Dao hurriedly helped him up. Only then did Senior Nyang step forward and peeled Gu Yushu away, out of the gate. Well, just got out of customs, came over to see Senior Nyang, and by the way, asked if there's any news from Master. I'm fine. Your master also sent a letter, saying that the crisis over there has been solved, but he can't get away for the time being. Senior Nyang's face was extraordinarily relaxed, thinking that knowing the news that master was fine, the heart that was originally lifted was finally put down. That's good. Su Dao also breathed a sigh of relief. This is my kid, he only knows how to play until now, and he doesn't know a few big words. If you see him out of tune on weekdays, just beat him up. Shi Nyang pointed at Gu Yushu again. Gu Yushu immediately shrunk his neck but saw Su Dao smiled at him, his back was even more cold. It always felt like this senior brother had a very black heart. I want to go back to my uncle's house, I want to find grandma and grandpa. Gu Yushu felt that it was a bit dangerous and started to shout. Shi Nyang's face slumped. Tomorrow you will go to your senior brother's house to recognize and read. If you dare to scream again, you won't have any food tonight. Shi Nyang looked at Su Dao again. I heard that your sister, as well as that girl Abao, were all taught by you personally? Yes. Very well taught, quick and agile thinking, clear and rigorous logic, much better than what many Fuji teach. How about this kid is given to you? Of course. Rarely master mother has something to ask for, or he can refuse, and this kid is just usually arrogant. The nature should not be bad, is bad, he can also cure. Not just a bare child. Next to Gu Yushu's face has long changed greatly, as if at any time to cry. He looked to An, who ignored him and only focused on talking to Su Dao, and then to Zhong Bo, who slowly lifted his head up to the sky as if he hadn't seen anything. As for the other maidservants and servants, forget it, these people had already turned their heads to the side. Gu Yushu resigned himself to his fate and came in front of Su Dao. Senior brother? What's wrong with senior brother? Senior brother, I was just joking, don't take it personally. Su Dao raised his hand and touched Gu Yushu's head, smiling. How could I? Come to my home by yourself tomorrow, okay? There shouldn't be any need for me to pick you up, right? Gu Yushu shook his head. How dare I let senior brother pick me up? I will definitely be there tomorrow. That's good. Su Dao nodded his head in satisfaction before thanking his senior maiden for staying for dinner and excusing himself. Anion, this senior brother is so scary, can I not go? Gu Yushu ran to An's side. In fact, Gu Yushu is not bad. In the end, it is the child of the teacher and the teacher's wife, in the weekdays, neglected to teach, and does not love to read, looks a little asshole, but that's all. In fact, character is still passable. Otherwise to the teacher and the teacher's wife's temperament, not long ago killed. Teacher's wife frowned. Your elder brother is gifted, treats people gently, acts in his own way, not to mention being talented and outstanding in martial arts. Where is it scary? Gu Yushu was anxious. It's just scary. He couldn't say for sure, but for some reason, it was clear that he had only met him once, but he always felt that this senior brother wasn't to be messed with, especially since Su Dao had just smiled at him, and he was in a trance as he saw a terrifying existence that talked and laughed beside a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Still looking for another excuse? Shi Nyang raised an eyebrow. Gu Yushu instantly stopped speaking because he didn't know how to explain. Seeing Gu Yushu finally quieting down, Senior Nyang nodded her head in satisfaction. Starting tomorrow, you will learn from your senior brother. As long as you can learn 30% of your senior brother's skills, you will definitely be able to excel in the future. In An's opinion, her own child is inferior to Su Dao by an unknown amount. She actually doesn't force Yushu to have much achievement in the future. She arranges for this kid to follow Su Dao, but also like to let Su Dao to be able to take care of the child after he has achieved a great deal in the future. This is enough. Parents love their children, and plan far and wide for them. Even if the child hasn't spent much time with them, there are some things that can't be changed. Gu Yushu nodded sullenly. What could he do? Couldn't resist. He couldn't really go to his uncle's house to hide, and if he really went, Anyang would definitely be disappointed. That senior brother shouldn't eat people, right? On the second day, in the early morning hours, Gu Yushu was still sleeping soundly under the quilt when he suddenly felt the quilt being lifted off with one hand. Senior Nyang slapped Gu Yushu on his buttocks, waking him up. Get up, your senior brother is already waiting outside the door. Gu Yushu froze. What? So early? The chickens have only crowed twice. Not sorry? Then I'll have your senior brother come in and talk to you. Senior Nyang also seemed to be able to tell that this kid was afraid of Su Dao. Gu Yushu shook his head repeatedly. No, I'll get up right away. He hurriedly climbed up from the bed, and then put on his clothes under the maidservant's service, washed up, and then carried a small book box that An had prepared, and hurried out of the house. When he came to the door, he saw a figure in a green shirt standing with his hands behind his back. Coming out? Senior. Brother. So early. Gu Yushu's tone nodded. Let's go, and from now on every day this hour to get up, and then come over by yourself. I will only pick up today once. Su Dao smiled and nodded. Gu Yushu nodded repeatedly. Senior brother, I'll take note. Chapter 116, A Rare Calm, Disciplining Elder Brother. Gu Yushu followed Su Dao into the Su residence. The Su residence was the same as the Gu residence, hardly too different, and here, Gu Yushu also saw Su Lu and Abao who had gotten up long ago. Even Lu had gotten up long ago and had started practicing in the courtyard. Ever since Anyang started practicing martial arts, no one in the family woke up late. Su Dao himself got up early, so did Bao, and after waking up early for a long time, he got used to it, while Su Lu was the one who got up when In Yang did, and she followed suit. Generally, Su Dao teaches In Yang martial arts, while Su Lu and Abo learn to read and write, and in a few months, Abo will also begin to learn martial arts. In a few months, Bao will also start practicing martial arts. Now that she has seen results in her reading, she will be able to study while practicing martial arts in the future. Su Dao insisted that only practicing martial arts, not reading, is not enough. The mind is not clear, the road is not clear, empty force, but no wisdom, it is brute force, cannot go far. Have wisdom, have knowledge, have accumulated, have the background, in order to really climb the peak of the martial arts, in order to really pursue the so-called martial arts of the road. The so-called heart of the way, in fact, is not as mysterious as imagined, but you have to understand the reason, and after understanding the reason, you need to find your own persistence and goals, and then through cultivation to practice their own goals and ideas. Through continuous refinement, so that their own ideas and their own practice, to achieve complementary, constantly promote the degree, until you no matter what time, no matter what you do, can maintain a heart not scattered. It is calculated that the heart of the Taoist success. If the talent is a little bit better, you can go further, will be their own philosophy fusion into the martial arts, create their own martial arts road. Wu Dao, Wu is the table, Dao is the root. Dao is also divided into internal and external. The so-called Dao Xian is the way of the heart. This is to seek inward, seeking the essence of man and the heart. The way of heaven and earth is the external way, and to seek this way is to seek the external way, and to seek the external way in order to strengthen the internal way is the essence of cultivation. Greetings Aunt Lu, Sister Bao. Sister Su Lu. Gu Yushu was well behaved and hurriedly saluted. Yushu is here. It wasn't the first time Lu had seen this child, who had been picked up by An for several days and naturally brought a few times. And then Su Dao arranged it into the seat next to Bao. Recognize a few words? Su Dao asked. Gu Yushu nervously shook his hand, his tone dry. I can write my name. Oh, got it, illiterate. Su Dao nodded. Gu Yushu. Still recognize a few of them. First learn this today. Su Dao threw a small booklet in front of him. This was something Su Dao had compiled when he taught his little sister and Bao how to read and write. He had rearranged the sounds and rhymes according to the pinyin method he knew and combined it with the existing Zhuyin method in this realm, and this thing should be called the simplified Zhuyin method. In this realm, most of the literate characters use the reverse cut method, the read-if method, and the word for word, etc. Compared to these methods, for beginners, his simplified phonetic method is actually simpler. Separate the sound and the word, as two systems, by learning the sound of this simple system, and then from the simple system into a more complex system. The books that Bao and the others were reading at home, Su Dao also specifically used this method to re-annotate the sounds, so that they could slowly begin to learn to read after they had become proficient in using the phonetic method. As they read, they would learn more words. It was a gradual process. The written language was actually a huge system in itself. Su Dao did not ask for this method to allow them to master the essence of the language and words, that would be delusional. His idea was to allow them to master the most basic things through the most convenient method. As for the higher level things, it was perfectly fine to wait for them to have the basic literacy before they could delve deeper into it. This method in this realm's method can't be talked about who is better or worse. His method is quick to start, but the upper limit is also low, but later on, you can rely on yourself to slowly make up for it. This realm's method of teaching knowledge is slow to start and has a long cycle, but the same content is also much deeper and wider. Su Dao didn't think of cultivating them into literary masters, just enough. Teaching someone to become a jinshi was a different method than teaching someone to be literate and read. As for Pun and the others, they won't become jinshi, and there's no need for that. Su Dao first taught Gu Yushu to recognize the sounds and rhymes. The phonetic notation method also existed in this realm, but it wasn't perfect and many phonemes weren't homogeneous, making it impossible to popularize it. The ones he taught were all optimized and simplified by himself. Su Dao taught a few times and realized that this kid was actually very smart and had a good memory, but he really still lacked discipline. This learning then continued until the breakfast moment. Su Dao nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, after you've had your meal, continue. Finish learning these within today. Gu Yushu wasn't a 4 or 5-year-old child, his receptivity was stronger and his memory was better. It wasn't difficult to learn a rough idea of the note method in a day. It would be enough to further consolidate it later by combining sounds and words. Hearing Su Dao's words, Gu Yushu only nodded his head, not having the slightest opinion, nor did he dare to have one. Just now when he was studying, he said that he needed to go to the outhouse. Su Dao's answer to him was, in his pants pocket. Although that was indeed his own excuse, he was sure that even if he was really going to the outhouse, he guessed that this senior brother would really tell him to poop in his pants pocket. What was even more frightening was that the senior brother had a smile on his face when he said that. On the dining table, Gu Yushu looked at the rice on the table and didn't move. Is it that you don't like it? Or not hungry? Su Dao picked up his chopsticks and began to use his meal. Lu came over at this time and saw this and said, "What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you." Gu Yushu was immediately ready to open his mouth, but Su Dao beat him to it. Just eat this, don't eat and starve. Then, Then can I go back and eat? Gu Yushu asked cautiously. Su Dao nodded his head with a smile. You can go back and ask the senior maiden if she will give you food. Gu Yushu's face changed color, but in the end, he still held the bowl up. It didn't really matter what he ate, but Su Dao wasn't compelled to make him accept a meal he didn't like, but rather, he was trying to figure out his temperament. It was not possible to be corrected but not corrected. These seemingly insignificant bits and pieces are what really determine character and habits. As for what he eats and uses after he learns from here, it doesn't matter, but here, he must follow the rules. Eating in the Su family was a very serious and solemn matter. As long as it wasn't someone who really couldn't eat, whether you were hungry or not, you had to be on the table. It was probably because all of them had been starved and had experienced what it meant to not be able to eat. Gu Yushu was obviously a bit uncomfortable. No one laid out food, no one served, and there were no snacks or pastries on the table. Those things could be eaten during the week, but the dining table was not allowed to be served. This was the rule set by Su Dao. Even if my little sister liked it more, this point was never violated. And there was also the rule that you could have leftovers on your plate, but the rice in your rice bowl, you had to finish it. Chapter 117, Enduring a Good Beating. After having his meal, Su Dao once again began to teach Gu Yushu the sound injection method, while there was a sudden knock at the door. Su Dao knew in his heart that it should be Yen Mai and Lu Si coming. He opened the door and sure enough, it was these two. Lord, we are here. At this time, the two had already changed their appearance drastically. One shaved off his beard, one cut his hair. Don't look at just two alterations, but in reality, their appearance had changed drastically. As long as it is not the kind of people who are particularly familiar, I am afraid that they will not be able to recognize them at all. And the two of them had only been to Su's house once in total, and they hadn't met their teacher a few times, so they weren't really familiar with each other. The two of them were marginalized figures in the government offices themselves, and their official positions were low, so how could they be remembered by everyone? They didn't have that weight. If they were in Yanghe County, this level of disguise would not be enough, I'm afraid, but here, it was completely enough. Well, come in. Su Dao nodded with satisfaction, leading the two into the mansion, and pointed to the row of inverted houses in the front yard. This is all for you two. There are beds and bedding inside. If you're short of anything, go get it yourself. He pulled out 2 ingots of gold and tossed them to Yen Mai. Oatmeal didn't push back and directly stuffed it into his arms. Thank you, Lord. And then Su Dao brought the two to meet Lu. Anyang, these are the escorts I recruited. From now on, they will live in the front yard. In the future, if Madam has any matters, no matter how big or small, just order us. Lu naturally agrees. After all, this is the person that her son found. That must be trustworthy, otherwise she wouldn't have let them live in the house. To know, the most cautious person in the house is Su Dao. Only after the two left did Lu ask in a low voice, what is the origin of these two? I saved their lives and rose to serve me. Don't worry, these two are reliable. Lu was then completely relieved. Do you want me to find a cook from Shernyan? Spare and Yang the daily labor? Su Dao asked again. Lu quickly shook her head. There are only a few of us in the house and I'm not busy. You can't just do nothing, that's also too idle. An Yang directly refused. Besides, it's easier now that I have Pa to help me. Su Dao then gave in. In fact, after An Yang's entry into the character, this matter of cooking was really nothing. Moreover, An Yang's cooking could at least be assured. One day passed quickly. Gu Yushu also finally learned the note method, although it can't be said to be completely mastered, but at least there is a preliminary impression. He then finished his dinner on Su Dao's side before waiting for Uncle Zhong, who came to take him back. As he walked on the road, Gu Yushu, his face smelly, turned to Uncle Zhong and asked, Elder Zhong, why did you come to pick me up at this time? Uncle Zhong smiled, misordered it, wait for young master to have his meal over here before going back. So it's true that if I go home at mealtime, I won't have any food to eat? Gu Yushu's eyes widened. Uncle Zhong nodded, it's true. If young Master Jr. really came back at mealtime, for that meal, he would definitely be starving. Because, even if you revert back to young Master Su's side, he won't give it again. Outrageous. Outrageous. Gu Yushu wanted to cry. Young Master Su is a man of great ability. You won't suffer if you follow him to learn things. Uncle Zhong laughed again. Gu Yushu asked rhetorically, how do you know he has great ability? Have you seen it? I've never seen him, but I've always been a good judge of character with these eyes. When Miss and Master met, he was the gatekeeper, so how could he not be right? He couldn't see through young Master Su, but it didn't stop him from knowing that Su Dao was a formidable figure. The things that his people showed were only the tip of the iceberg, I'm afraid. Even when he first saw it, he vaguely had this feeling. Moreover, this time Su Dao was in seclusion and did not come out for 7 days. He was entrusted by Lu and specially came to see it, although he did not enter the door, but he could feel it. At that time, he just said that there was nothing going on and left. In fact, he knew that there was no one in the house at all at that time. This matter, he had never told anyone outside, not even Miss. The only thing that was worth celebrating was that Su Dao's feelings for the master and Miss were true, and his cherishing of his family was also true. And that was enough. Although he didn't know Su Dao's true strength, His intuition told him that Su Dao had actually grown to an astonishing level nowadays. This was a person who was even more astonishingly talented than his lordship, yet knew how to bide his time even better. In fact, he was surprised that Gu Yushu was able to vaguely see the uncommonness in Su Dao, and that kind of fear that came from his heart was actually not Gu Yushu's irrationality, but it was precisely because of the purity of his mind, but instead, that kind of sensing was even more acute. Just like him as a bystander, but more able to detect Su Dao's hidden and unfathomable general. What do you say, how about I say a few bad words about him to Yang? Gu Yushu asked tentatively. Uncle Zhong thought carefully, young master can try, he might be able to endure a good beating. Gu Yushu was furious, I don't believe it, a mother still loves me. A quarter of an hour later, a wailing sound came from Gu Mansion. Auntie, don't fight, I won't dare anymore. If you dare speak ill of your senior brother again, I'll beat you to death. Zhong Bo, under the roof, shook his head, why bother? The old slave has said it all. Su Dao was meditating and refining his qi. In the past in Yanghe County, he chose to focus on martial arts because he was in dire need of strength, but now he decided to put in more effort in refining his qi. Of course, martial arts naturally could not be left behind, but there was no need to be as hasty as before. The matter of hunting demonic guile shouldn't stop there either. After all, this is the fastest and most trouble-free way to improve one's strength. However, I just arrived in the city, for this place is not familiar, still need to go through some exploration, and so on to figure out the situation in the city, the surrounding environment, and then do the action. It would not be beneficial to act blindly. Tomorrow, we will go to the capital city to take a look at the medical bureau, and in the meantime, a point of view. To obtain information, naturally, the most comprehensive and secure from the official start, do not have to worry about the source and reliability of intelligence. In addition, there is only an alchemy room in the medical bureau, and there are not many pills left on hand, so they need to be replenished. Nowadays, at home, Anyang, Lucy, Yanmai all need elixirs, even Bao will soon cultivate, the consumption of elixirs will increase, it is also time to make some preparations. Su Dao's mind sank into the mud pill palace and looked towards the giant bronze tree. Because of the absorption of the guile qi from the guile jiao's body, the third section of the bronze giant tree's trunk was lit up by a small section, about 1/20th of it. It's really getting harder but it's good that his strength is also rising. He raised his hand and lightly touched the trunk of the tree, and a message came back. Nourishing Kung Fu, Wu Hearth and Flame. Martial Arts, Mirage Sea Silent Blade, Peak, Open Mountain and Pound the Sea Fist, perfected, Golden Pupil of Martial Arts, mastered. Realm, Wu Dao, 5th grade beginner. Immortal Path, Enlightenment, early stage. Longevity, 300. Healing Arts, Lu Deng Xiaofeng. Aptitude, Guiding and Serving Food, Quan, Deng Xiaoyuan. Disaster Avoidance and Disaster Relief, 2. Talisman, Basic Talisman, Wu Pure Fire. Lower Level Talisman, Deng Ji Deng. Medium Ranked Talisman, 3, Ease of Use. Higher Level Talisman, Uninitiated. Dandao, 3, Easy to Use. Spells, Palm Thunder, Uninitiated. Chapter 118, Dotting the Shangri-La Medical Bureau. The second day, early morning. Su Dao hadn't finished punching the open mountain pounding sea fist once in the courtyard when he saw Gu Yushu limping in. Good morning, senior brother. As soon as Gu Yushu saw him, he immediately bowed and saluted, much more disciplined than yesterday. Su Dao nodded, go and review what I taught you yesterday, ask if you don't know, within 3 days, if you can't master it, you're afraid you'll have to endure a beating. Su Dao looked at Gu Yushu's buttocks and said in a sly tone. Gu Yushu's face changed color as he nodded repeatedly. Not long after, Anyang and the others also got up, practicing boxing and reading, the courtyard was harmonious. In the end, even Lucy and Yanmai from the front yard were also watching Su Dao practicing boxing. When Su Dao finished a flurry of punches, Yanmai asked, Lord, what is this punch of yours? It's so powerful? The mountain opening and sea pounding fist. Su Dao said back. Yanmai had a look of I'm not well read, don't lie to me, I've seen this kung fu before, it's sold at street stalls for 5 silver coins a copy. 5 coins? Su Dao's voice raised 2 degrees, I spent 1 or 2. Is this a matter of money? That fist of yours was incredibly powerful, in a trance, it had the intention of opening mountains and breaking the sea, just being closer, it gave people the feeling of facing a landslide straight on. Is it really the fist of opening mountains and breaking seas? Su Dao saw that he didn't believe it, so he went to the house and took out the fist book. Yanmai and Lucy came together and looked at it for a long time, then looked up at Su Dao, their faces oddly complicated. The boxing manual was indeed the same kind of groundwork they had once seen. Even the boxing style Su Dao practiced had a vague shadow of this boxing style, but it just didn't have the right flavor. The feeling was that this broken boxing method could be sold for 5 coins of silver at most, but the boxing methods practiced by Su Dao could be sold for 50,000 taels by taking out just one style. You guys want to learn? Su Dao asked. Yanmai and Lucy nodded their heads in succession. This fist technique was powerful at first glance, how could they not want to learn it? And although boxing is only technology, but when the technology is high to a certain level, can also be the law, technology law, this is the relationship between the trunk and the branches of the tree. Complementary to each other, technology can be God. A fist technique could even accelerate martial arts cultivation and body hardening. Then follow and learn. Su Dao didn't care, anyway. This boxing method of his, bought for 1 or 2 silver pieces, really wasn't worth much. After having breakfast, Oatmeal had already prepared the car to drive. Nowadays, their family could finally keep a horse. Before, it wasn't that they didn't have the space or the money, it was that they didn't have anyone. Now, Lume and Yanmai have taken over the work of raising the horses, and they don't have much to do anyway. Most of the things in the house don't need to be managed by them, and there are only a few people in the house. So they only needed to prepare the car and drive when Su Dao needed to go out, take care of the driving, come back to feed the horses, or help the family pick up some things and run errands, and the rest of the time, the two of them could cultivate and sleep. Then, they were surprised to find that they were even more free here than in the inspection division. The money was even more, and the resources were even more manageable, so what's the point? Now, you are letting them go back to be the Inspector General of the Department of Justice. They are not lazy to go back. That is a life-saving job, who love to do who do. Although to Su Dao is also sell their lives, but they also found, Su Dao usually low-key terrible, not to mention even an enemy, that is, with people red face or less. You can't even meet such a master's family by hitting the lantern. After walking for a while, Oatmeal suddenly stopped his horse and turned around to ask, "Lord, do you know how to get to the medical bureau?" Su Dao was silent. He knew. Oatmeal scratched his head. "I don't know, we just came here, we're not familiar with this place at all." The two of them looked at each other wide-eyed for a while. Su Dao was helpless. Go to Shernyan's residence, look for Uncle Zhong. When he came to Shernyan's residence and explained his intentions, Shernyang was also in tears. "You plan to answer the dawn today?" "Well, it's been so many days since I've been here, it's about time to go." "Well, it's good to go and have a look. This is the prefecture city after all, it's not comparable to that small place in Yanhwa County. Then by the way, stroll around the city, familiarize yourself with this side can be more prosperous than Yanhwa." Uncle Zhong smiled as he got into the car and drove Yanmai aside, then drove Su Dao away. Asked Uncle Zhong to know, the government city, dedicated 8 square market is the resident of each division, the government office, the inspection division, the town of magic division, the cleaner division, the household registration division, the river moorings, the military and horse division, the Shang medical bureau, each occupies an exclusive square. Except for the military horse division, all other divisions are located on one street, which is the central Kirin Street. The military horse division, on the other hand, was on a street close to the city wall. In addition to that, like the inspection division and the demon suppression division, there were many other residences on many streets. A single station, radiating several neighboring markets. This is to facilitate timely response to various emergencies in the city. After all, the prefecture city was too big, with over 1,000 workshops. It took them a small half-hour to arrive at the central Qilin Street even when they took the specialized carriage lane. Just this was still because the street where their peaceful place was located, Whitewater Street, was not far from the central street. Otherwise, wouldn't it take 1 or 2 hours just to go on duty every day? Phew. Uncle Zhong stopped the carriage and pointed ahead. That's the Shang Medical Bureau. Su Dao got off the carriage and took a look. It was worthy of being a government office that occupied a single square. It was indeed grand. In fact, here can see more than just the Shang Medical Bureau, but also can see just to the left of the government offices, inspection division, Demon division and other government offices. Then young master will be busy first. I'll try to pick him up again when it's time to go off duty. By the way, I'll take him on another run so that he won't fail to remember. Uncle Zhong looked at Oatmeal on the side. It was unknown where young Master Su had found a servant, but he was even an 8th grade martial artist. Alright, you guys go back first. Seeing the two leave, Su Dao then arrived in front of the door of the Shang Medical Bureau. There were also soldiers guarding the door of the medical bureau. Just as he approached, a soldier asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, you may not trespass on the important place of the government office." "My humble servant Su Dao is here to answer the call of duty." The soldier nodded and asked, "Do you have the paperwork?" Su Dao froze. There really wasn't any, but he pulled out from his body his confession from Yanhwa County. "Is this thing okay? Yanhwa County?" The soldier looked at it. "No. It's useless here, this is the capital city, you can't take a Yanhwa County." Su Dao frowned. What to do? Is it difficult to wait for the teacher to come? Is there anyone here that you know well? Someone who can corroborate your identity? Su Dao thought for a moment. Is Dr. Wang here? The soldier's mouth twitched. Are you sure it's Dr. Wang? Su Dao nodded. Sure. Then I'll go in and inform, you wait here. The soldier pulled his leg and ran. In fact, Su Dao was also helpless. His teacher had only told him at that time that he could come here to serve after arriving at the prefecture, but the paperwork or anything else really hadn't been given. He also thought that in Yanhwa County's telltale official seal works. Which thought people do not recognize this, but he can also see, this soldier did not intentionally make things difficult, but is to help, otherwise generally see you do not have the paperwork, said not to let in, let alone help to go in to inform. Chapter 119, The Good Old Man, Dr. Wang. Inside the Shang Medical Bureau, the soldiers didn't dare to delay and went straight into the Shang Medical Bureau's Grand Doctor's office, which was an official office exclusively belonging to the 4th-ranked medical position. Only to reach from the 4th grade doctor level, only qualified to have this kind of official office, that is, this place is Wang de Doctor personal office space, general people are not qualified to do business here. You said his name is Su Dao? From Yangha County? A white-haired, white-bearded old man looked up at the soldier at the door and inquired. That man did say so. The soldier nodded his head. Su Dao. Oh, I remember, Gu Yongyan's disciple. Wang Chengyan had a dazed look, finally remembering. You bring him in, forget it, I'll go with you. The soldier froze, thinking, that person comes from such a big place? Surprisingly, he made Grand Dr. Wang personally go to pick him up? Isn't there something wrong with this? Wang Chengyan did not think so much, he was thinking that his good friend Gu Yongyan has always said that this disciple of his is a genius in the alchemy of the road, but also gifted. He is really curious, Gu Yongyan this disciple in the end what kind of, and I do not know how to compare with their own that disciple. Wang de Doctor quickly came to the door of the Shang Medical Bureau, the guard is trotting behind it, his strength can be compared to this ordinary-looking little old man is far from it. Even if this because of age, breakthrough is hopeless, and chi in blood or decline, far less than the peak of the prime, but that is also the top of the 4th grade of the peak of the great masters. Su Dao saw an old man with a white beard and white hair, coming in a hurry, his heart was immediately surprised, this is not Wang Chengyan Wang Grand Doctor, is it? No, I just casually said, and have never met, but even personally go out to see? It is really with the teacher as a friend, with this seniority and status, he is also unable to afford this. My son has met the great doctor. Su Dao hurriedly saluted. Regardless of whether or not this was a friend of his teacher, with this age alone, as Su Dao's senior, it was only right to accept this salute from him. Seeing Su Dao's polite and humble demeanor, Dr. Wang's first impression of him was very good, nodding, Su Dao? From Yangha County? Su Dao nodded repeatedly, exactly. Truly a talented man. Grand Dr. Wang stroked his beard. Gu Yongyan's disciple? Elder Gu is none other than my master. Su Dao didn't dare to hide it. How come he didn't come? Dr. Wang was a bit curious, didn't he say that he would come to the prefecture to ask for an errand when he had finished the first and last of Yangha County? It's said that there's been some changes over there, so he can't get away for the time being, but I guess he should come in another 10 years. Well, no wonder you're the one who came here. Dr. Wang nodded, come in with me. Walking on the road, Dr. Wang added, your confession came down a long time ago, I personally went to do it, so it was also sent to me here, not distributed elsewhere, outsiders will not know. Just that pawn, also just do their part, don't make it difficult for him. Su Dao was surprised, this old man, afraid is not a good old man but he can say, he came to this world, the only one in a high position, but can pay attention to this and other details, pay attention to this and other small people, even if it is the self-master in fact cannot do. His own master, virtue is not bad, and has a compassionate heart, he is willing to set up a shed to give porridge, willing to save people from suffering, but he cannot do this kind of step of Wang de Doctor. Su Dao's heart immediately admired this Wang de Doctor, really worthy of the name of the great doctor. This is not just a medical skill, but also a moral character. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of villain, not to mention that he didn't make things difficult for me, even if he really did, I won't take it to heart. Su Dao smiled. Grand Dr. Wang twisted his head to look at Su Dao, seeing his frank expression and clean eyes, he nodded his head in satisfaction, old Ji's disciple, how is his medical skill, how is his dance skill, let's not talk about it, but his character is at least passable. After entering the interior of the Shang Medical Bureau, Su Dao realized why a Shang Medical Bureau had to occupy an entire workshop. First of all, there are a lot of people, whether it's medical officers or officials, the number is extremely high, and the coming and going is extremely hasty. But even so, they saw Su Dao, who was led by Grand Dr. Wang himself, and were all very curious about Su Dao's identity. Those people naturally saluted and greeted when they saw Grand Dr. Wang, and Grand Dr. Wang duly introduced Su Dao as a newly appointed colleague. The key is not tired, introduced over and over again, Su Dao are looking confused, but the heart is very touched. With today's Dr. Wang this time, in the future, not to say in the Shang Medical Bureau horizontal walk, but also will not be bullied. In addition to more people, there are also more houses. Here, the medical bureau is not like Yangha County, 3 or 2 buildings, no matter what are crowded together. Here is divided into the Dan room, which is the storage of pills, an alchemy room, and there is a pharmacy, but also another clinic, as well as for the patients to rest temporarily live in the ward. The more Su Dao looked, the more surprised he was, this is simply similar to the pattern of modern hospitals in the past life. The area is clearly delineated, and the powers and responsibilities are clearly defined. The advantage of separating the various departments like this is to increase efficiency. You have to know that the medical bureau is responsible for the entire capital city. It can be imagined how heavy its workload is. If in Yangha County that way, everything together, low efficiency not to mention, once a short period of time too much patient influx, will also cause chaos. There is the public kitchen. If you are hungry, you can go here to eat. There are meals there 3 times a day, and the flavor is excellent. Grand Dr. Wang suddenly pointed to the largest room and said, "This is a wonderful person." This person didn't say anything when he just passed by the Dan room, the pharmacy, and the medical department, but the first thing he pointed out to Su Dao was the place to eat. However, this public kitchen flavor is very good. He is believed, is the Yanghua County. The public kitchen food is also very good, belongs to the top of the Yanghua division. And then walked a cut, Wang the doctor and pointed to a place said, "This is the place to receive salary. Aishang Medical Bureau of Officials, all do not have to go to the Qingliang division of the signing of the salary. Are they counted, sent here to save us to run? Oh, really small old man, food problem solved, then solve the wage problem, then the following is not to solve the accommodation problem?" Sure enough, Dr. Wang pointed to a row of houses at the far end. That is the official lighthouse, for those who stay on duty and those who don't have a room in the city. The bedding and supplies are all complete, so there's no need to prepare anything else. However, you shouldn't be able to use this. Your master doesn't lack money. Or rather, all alchemists were not short of money, and even most of the medical officials, even if their hands were not considered wealthy, they were not too short of money. One of the important reasons was that as a medical officer of the Shang Medical Bureau, then when exchanging pills produced by the Shang Medical Bureau, the cost was halved. This discount could be said to be quite large. Even mandarins could receive a 20% discount. This kind of benefit is second to none amongst the various divisions and ministries. Even if the Department of Demon Control hunts and kills demons and devils and doubles the reward, it is still not as real as this benefit. Although most of the time, the Shang Medical Bureau can only produce low-grade elixirs of 1 to 3 grades, and the middle-grade elixirs are very few, but for most people, 1 to 3 grades of elixirs are what they are in lack of. Chapter 120, Examination and Shock. This was because when they were still at the stage where they needed to use 1st to 3rd grade elixirs, that was the stage where they were at their weakest and had difficulty accumulating wealth. When they really reached the point where they needed middle-ranked elixirs, it would mean that their strength had already entered the realm of martial masters above the 7th rank. At this kind of realm, if you still can't make money, then you're probably just like that, and that's all you're going to get in this life. Therefore, even the official of the Shang Medical Bureau is extremely popular, but unfortunately, the official of the Shang Medical Bureau is not that good, not have the strength can be. You have to need to know a lot of nursing, herbs, medicine and other knowledge, in order to be able to become the official, as a medical officer to assist. It can be said that the officials of the Medical Bureau have the potential to become medical officers. In fact, most of the bottom-level medical officials were promoted in this way. This system greatly alleviated the problem of the lack of medical officials, and incidentally solved part of the problem of the inheritance and cultivation of the medical path. Thus these officials, compared to the officials of other divisions, were different, roughly equivalent to the difference between technical and skillful talents. Outside of the Medical Bureau medical officials, even in the wife of the wife, but also then the other departments of the officials have a competitive edge. After visiting these places, Dr. Wang finally came to the Grand Medical Department. This is the place where the old man handles his official business on weekdays and sees patients and saves people. If it's not here, it's probably within the alchemy room. Grand Dr. Wang signaled Su Dao to enter. From the drawer, he took out a confession document, as well as the brand new medical officer's seal. A full 8th grade physician? He was originally a positive 9th grade physician only, but he was unexpectedly promoted 2 grades in a row. You are now a pill refiner. What's so rare about a 2-rank promotion? Even if you are given a from the 7th grade, it is still possible. However, the above looked at your age and didn't dare to put down a seal. Grand Dr. Wang explained. Many thanks to Grand Doctor for running around for the kid. Su Dao thanked again. There are no outsiders here, so you don't need to be so polite. Just take it easy. Grand Dr. Wang gestured for Su Dao to sit down. Let me ask you, how many grades of Dan can you refine nowadays? 2nd grade. What grade is the Dan into? Top grade. Hiss. Grand Dr. Wang raised his hand and pinched his beard, his eyes filled with shock. You didn't lie to me, did you? Kid wouldn't dare. Su Dao was helpless. You really don't have to lie to me. Great. Dr. Wang nodded. What kind of luck did you have with this talent? Guiyong Yan. He had? Su Dao laughed. It was my traitorous luck that I ran into my master. Hearing this, Wang the doctor's heart was even harder. With such a good talent, he still defended his master like this. It was evident that he was a grateful one who knew how to honor his manners. You come with me. Naturally, Grand Dr. Wang could not believe whatever Su Dao said and directly took him to the alchemy room. The alchemy room of the Prefecture City Shang Medical Bureau can be more than just a Dan room, a few Dan furnaces. That's simple, a total of 10 Dan rooms. Each Dan room has 5 large and small Dan furnaces. Grand Doctor, want to make pills? A Dan servant came forward to inquire. Compared to that place in Yanghua County where Elder Gu didn't use it and the alchemy room was going to be dusty, here in the alchemy room, each room had several Dan servants to act as Dan master's assistants. Picking and handling herbs, opening the furnace to take medicine, and after the end of the alchemy room cleanup and many other trivial matters can be helped by them to solve. Of course, if you prefer to refine pills alone, they can also exit the room, or stand guard at the door to prevent others from disturbing you. Although this does not usually happen, it is a clear indication of the thoroughness of consideration in the prefecture's Shang Medical Bureau and the importance it places on alchemists. This kind of service was something that no other medical officer in the medical bureau had. Is the Dan room clean? Grand Dr. Wang directly inquired. It is proper since. That Dan servant nodded his head repeatedly, while there was some excitement in his eyes. Could it be that great Dr. Wang was going to open the furnace again? In fact, these Dan servants are also mandarins, it's just that their kind can't continue to be promoted, much less have the opportunity to be promoted to an official. However, this position is still very sought after. The mandarins, if no one care, simply cannot do this, is considered to be a good place to grab the head. In the 6 departments in one bureau, the richest and the easiest is naturally the medical bureau, and within the medical bureau, the richest and the least seen is naturally the pharmacist. Hanging out in front of the pill refiners every day, wouldn't it be better than being in front of the other medical officials? If these big brother a furnace of pills out of the furnace, the mood is happy directly reward 10-8 will not be developed? 10 or 8 is naturally an exaggeration, but in reality, as long as it is a low-grade elixir out of the furnace, those alchemists casually reward the finished elixir, but it is really not rare. Sometimes a furnace of Dan into Dan more than 10 is rewarded 4 or 5 is also there. This is the creation that belongs to a Dan servant. Go fetch a second-grade blood strengthening pill, the ingredients for the wound healing pill. The Dan servant knew as soon as he heard that it didn't seem like it was Grand Dr. Wang who was going to open the furnace, but rather this young adult who was following behind Grand Dr. Wang. It is important to know that as a middle-ranked alchemist capable of refining the 5th-grade treasure pills, nowadays, in the Shang Medical Bureau, the status of the lofty, unrivaled, not only because of the official position, but also because of its seniority. Later, after a few more young alchemists in the Shang Medical Bureau, this is almost never refining low-rank pills. The worst is the 4th-grade Baodan. Refine it for me. Grand Dr. Wang raised his hand and pointed. Su Dao naturally wouldn't push back. This was an examination and an instruction. How could an ordinary person have this qualification? This is a 5th-grade fire crystal? Su Dao looked at the bottom of the Dan furnace. The fire was obviously fiercer and the temperature was higher and more stable. With a 4th-grade fire crystal, I'm afraid it doesn't have this effect. Not bad, try it? Okay. Su Dao first checked the herbs and realized that the quality of the herbs was similarly better than Yanghe County. It was clearly the same kind of herbs, but the difference was actually quite large. It was evident that the cultivation of medicinal herbs on this side of the prefecture was far more developed than the county. Moreover, the harvesting of the herbs and the preparation of the herbs was also very elaborate. Afterwards, Grand Dr. Wang watched Su Dao begin to refine the 2nd-grade blood strengthening pill, and the entire process flowed smoothly, and he was amazed in his heart. But it wasn't that the fact that Su Dao could refine the 2nd-grade Dan itself that surprised him. What he was really surprised about was that Su Dao's entire process, no matter which step it was natural, not too tight, not too slow, and just right, with a feeling of lifting a heavy weight like a light weight. Many beginner alchemists, even if they were able to refine a certain kind of elixir, even if the quality was not low, they did not have this kind of naturalness and confidence. This feeling may not seem to be related to becoming a Dan, but in reality, it was very much dependent on talent. It was also commonly referred to as the Grandmaster's aura. This kind of thing, some people who refine pills for their entire lives didn't have it, but others, such as Su Dao, who had learned to refine pills for only half a year, had already been born. What kind of demon is this? As long as an alchemist who had reached this realm, refining pills that had been thoroughly learned would become easier, take less time, have a higher rate of pills, and be of better quality. I still ask for Elder Wan's guidance. Su Dao put the finished Dan into a jade bottle and placed it in front of Elder Wang. Chapter 121, Entering the Mealxia Hall. Grand Dr. Wang, however, was a bit lost in thought and surprisingly did not react for a while, only pinching his beard with his hand. It was only when Su Dao said it a second time that Grand Dr. Wang nodded his head numbly and casually took the elixir to check it out. 12 pills in one furnace, all the grains are of top quality. This rate of pills, this rate of top quality, is simply appalling. He had never heard of anyone else being able to refine so many top-grade pills in one furnace. Many people were able to refine top-grade pills after their refining skills came up, but it was impossible for them to have such a flush of quality in a single furnace. Many of them had 1 or 2 upper-grade pills, with the rest being middle-grade, lower-grade, or even waste products. In order to achieve the top quality of all the grains, it requires the person refining to reach a very terrifying degree of control. Whether it is the temperature of the flame or the fusion of the medicinal properties, it is all the same. Other people refining 10 top-grade Dan, afraid to need 2 or 3 furnaces, less lucky, or even 4 or 5 furnaces, but in Su Dao's place, 1 furnace is enough. Only a year has passed since I've seen you. Has old GE's art of refining pills already reached this level? Grand Dr. Wang looked at the pills and was silent for a long time before he said. Su Dao didn't know how to take these words. Could it be that teacher doesn't have this skill either? That's me fighting for it, right? Teacher really can't do this kind of a furnace full of top grade Dan. First grade Dan is fine, but not second grade. The first grade is only a few kinds of medicinal materials, the second grade has already broken through 10 kinds, the difficulty of its refining is not as simple as addition. Thus, Su Dao, who didn't know how to answer, simply went to refine the second furnace of healing Dan. The difficulty of refining the healing pill was even higher than the second grade blood strengthening pill. This was because its herbs reached a staggering 19 types, almost breaking 2. Normally, only a third grade elixir would be refined using 20 or so herbs. But for Su Dao, it still wasn't difficult. When he was in Manhwa County, he was already able to refine a top grade second grade Dan. No wonder your master said that you are gifted. Wang the doctor has some taste, this kind of disciple if let himself to cultivate. Forget it, robbing people disciple thing, he still can't do it, and what if he really snatched it? Like Su Dao, this kind of genius, he doesn't like to be constrained. At that time, he might even make enemies because of this, and that would be more loss than gain. On the contrary, the positive 8th grade great physician position that I got for you before is a bit low. Su Dao hastily shook his head, proper 8th grade is just right, it's already not low, it's only been a few months since I became a 9th grade, it's not good to rise too fast. Good, then let's wait a little longer. Grand Dr. Wang nodded, in the future, you can take medicinal herbs at any time in the Shang Medical Bureau, only that half of the resulting pills need to be surrendered to the division, how about that? Su Dao nodded his head, since there was nothing wrong with it, the collection of Dan materials was very difficult, the herbs needed to refine the Dan were not ordinary herbs, a lot of them were spirit medicines, which couldn't be purchased in the market outside. They are either monopolized by the imperial court, or by feudal lords or great clans, and the prices are extremely high. Spirit medicine this thing, unless it is a certain undiscovered secret realm, or the general public cannot get involved in the dangerous land, otherwise for thousands of years, the harvest has long been harvested, relying on the wild spirit medicine is far from being able to satisfy the needs of the cultivators in this realm. The number of cultivators in this realm is a very exaggerated number. The number of elixirs consumed each year is equally astronomical, so artificially cultivating elixirs is unavoidable. And not all places in the world are suitable for growing spirit medicines, and spirit medicine cultivation techniques are not for everyone, that's not something that an old farmer can grow by planting the ground, planing a pit, and not lacking water and fertilizer. That thing is not low on the requirements of the spirit of heaven and earth, and these places, either in the hands of the court, either in the hands of the cultivation of large schools, or in the hands of the big families, but not in the hands of ordinary people. Therefore, grasping the supply channels of spiritual medicines is in effect grasping the pill refiners, this reasoning can be established. Take what you want and pay half of the proceeds, this price is not low, but it is still very cost-effective. It was considered a win-win cooperation between the pill refiners and the court. When you have a higher level of Dan Master, this ratio will be further reduced. If you don't want to succumb to a great family, or a sect immortal sect, the imperial court is actually the most suitable for us. Great Dr. Wan was also happy to see Su Dao agree. In fact, he still had one more thing to say. Nowadays, the imperial court's control over the world was not as good as it was during the time of Taizu, and the restrictions on officials were actually very loose. At a time like this, what is the point of going to those sects if not to come in and eat public food? The brain is sick. I'll save it, thanks for mentioning it to Mr. Wang. Su Dao wasn't stupid, nowadays he was eating official food well, he was stupid to leave the system. You go pick an alchemy room, in the future that alchemy room will be used by you personally. Elder Wang led Su Dao out of the alchemy room, pointing at the several alchemy rooms next to him. There are still 3 left empty, so pick whichever one you fancy. When your master comes, it will be the same. In other words, not counting me, there are actually 7 alchemists in the Shang Medical Bureau? Su Dao was truly surprised this time. How could there be so many pill refiners in a small prefecture Shang Medical Bureau? You have to know that Manhwa County has pharmacists only because Gulao is there, but other counties, there are none, not to mention pharmacists, even the alchemy room does not have one. Manhwa County that alchemy room, our Yin Changyan single-handedly get up, specifically for Gulao established. It is also considered a courtesy. In that case, this guy is not useless. Indeed there are 7 people, 2 of them are the old immortal's untalented disciples, one has been initiated for 20 years and can now refine 3rd grade Dan, one has been initiated for 1 year and can barely refine 1st grade Dan. Compared to you, but it is far worse. Su Dao, however, felt that this old man was really powerful. Not only was he himself a middle-ranked pill refiner, but he had also cultivated 2 lower-ranked pill refiners, and from the sound of it, the talent was actually quite good. After all, not everyone is Su Dao, on the hand will be, at a glance, plus the soul is naturally strong, but also has a refining chi cultivation, if so his speed is still as slow as a tortoise crawling, that can only be said to be too obtuse, is not suitable for eating medicine refining this bowl of rice. These rooms are all the same? Naturally they are all the same, that is, the ones used by the old man are also the same, letting you choose is just for you to pick the one that suits your eyes, that's all. Great Dr. Wang was very patient, or rather for the supreme geniuses, he had always been very patient. As soon as Su Dao heard this, he instantly knew that there was really nothing special about it, and it was really just a random choice, so he didn't bother to pick, so he chose one with a good name, the meal hall. The name of this hall is taken from the absolute grain to stop eating, dining xia drinking do, reflecting the natural phase system. There are also rumors that the ancient wonders do not eat the earth's grains, daily haunts the sacred mountain, hunger and sunrise, thirsty drink dew syrup, people close to the mountain, also known as the immortal, eat gas also, long life eternal life also. The moral is very good, at the same time the art of alchemy, but also really cannot be disconnected from the practice of longevity. Chapter 122 Incident in Manhwa County. In this case, you will belong to the medicine refining hall of the Black Mountain Prefecture's Shang Medical Bureau. The rules of the pill refining hall are not as strict as the other departments and halls of the Shang Medical Bureau. As long as you can complete the tasks explained by the above, the rest of your time can be freely arranged. That is, if you don't come on duty, you only need to bring a message. This much freedom? Su Dao's heart was delighted. Elder Wang also smiled. That's natural. However, if there are emergencies within the prefecture city, you also need to be there. For example, a large number of casualties among the officials in prefecture city, and a large area of bizarre disasters around prefecture city. Furthermore, there are times when you need to be sent out into the prefecture. My 2 disciples are now among the 2 counties to the left of prefecture city. There's also outposting to the lower counties. What is this? Technical poverty alleviation? How often does this happen? Once a year is fine, just half a month at a time. Su Dao was instantly relieved. It wasn't like he was going to Manhwa County anyway. Apart from Manhwa, which was a special place, the other counties were originally spread around the prefecture, and were not far away. If you are lucky and go to a left county, you can even go in the morning and come back in the evening. It is very convenient. As the 2 were talking, a minor official suddenly came with hurried footsteps. Senior Dr. Wang, the prefectural governor, invites you to go to the prefectural office. Says he has something important to discuss. Grand Dr. Wang's footsteps lurched. Did it say what's the matter? Aside from this mess of the Shang Medical Bureau, and alchemy and pharmaceuticals, he was not interested in or willing to get involved in anything else. Therefore, generally speaking, if there was no need for him to go to the government offices, he would not bother to go. Coupled with his rank from the 4th grade, can be said to be the highest grade a prefecture can achieve. Anyone who meets have to give a few points of face, also let Wang Lao so. But I don't know, what happened today, even let the prefecture Zun specially come to notify him to go to the deliberation. In that case, I'm afraid it's not a small matter. I heard that it was a drastic changeover at Manhwa County. The specifics, I don't know. The minor official chose to slightly leak some information. In the prefecture, there was no shame in flattering this person. When Wang Lao heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at Su Dao. Manhwa County? Su Dao also had a surprised look on his face, and then a thoughtful look. Are you thinking of something? Su Dao nodded. Yesterday, the teacher came with a letter, did mention a mouthful, said that there were some changes in Manhwa, but it has been calmed down, so that we don't have to worry. The specifics were not said in the letter. Other than that, I don't know much about it. I've been coming to the prefecture for nearly a decade. Elder Wang nodded. It seems that something big did happen in Manhwa, but it's good that your master is safe. Then I will go to the prefecture office to take a look, so you can go around the place by yourself. Good day, Elder Wang. Su Dao sent Elder Wang away. In his heart, he was thinking that the prefecture city side was afraid that they had already received the news yesterday, only to react today. After all, belonging to the official paperwork letter, it is impossible to come slower than a private letter. For this result, Su Dao is not surprised. This time the matter is too big, pressure is certainly cannot be suppressed, is bound to cause the attention of the capital city, and may even trigger the county attention. The disappearance of a prefectural governor and the loss of almost all of the county's top officials, coupled with the news of the emergence of the super-grade demon guile, is not a trivial matter, but a major event that will break the sky. Hunting is super-grade demon guile. Even if it was placed in a county, it would be a great event, let alone in the prefectural city. Sending people down to investigate, that's for sure. After all, the news that the super-grade Gui Jiao is dead can't be hidden. So many people are watching, can't let all those witnesses disappear, right? Not to say Su Dao is not that kind of person, cannot do this kind of thing. Even if he is really this kind of person, will be the people of the county to silence. That is also a taboo big thing, the above tracking more ruthless. Because this is, to the Dali dynasty, the provocation of the prefecture county, slaughter a city. Today you dare to slaughter a city, what are you going to do tomorrow? It's just a matter of provoking the Dali dynasty, the key is the latter. At the local level, provoking the authority of the prefectural city, or the county city, that was the most damaging situation. To hold a prefecture, or a county, completely in your hands, what was needed was authority, and when your authority was provoked, or even shaken as a result, then you were done for. If you are simply just dissatisfied with the court, or even dissatisfied with the current emperor, apart from the emperor who may care, others probably really don't care. Master, as the only remaining major official in Manhwa County, as well as a martial arts powerhouse, was being questioned and investigated, that was for sure, and it was something he had been secretly worrying about. However, thought the problem is not big. After all, this matter, the master's participation is really not big. The whole soy sauce, all rely on Su Dao to take the fly, for more internal knowledge is not complete. Moreover, there was also Wan Lao, a friend in the prefecture. With just a word, the others would have to give face. Now I only hope that the investigation will be over sooner or later, so that master can get out of that rotten puddle sooner. Su Dao did not choose to go home, nor did he choose to wander around within the Shang Medical Bureau. After all, he was not familiar with any of the people here, and it looked awkward to wander around. Therefore, he chose to enter the meal xia hall to refine his pills. Now that the pills on hand were almost depleted, he couldn't use them himself, but there were suddenly a few more consuming pills at home, so he needed to replenish them as soon as possible. By the time he arrived here, the Dan servants assigned to the meal xia hall had also arrived, and had even cleaned and tidied up the place. A man and a woman. But is it Lord Su? When the two men saw someone enter the hall, they immediately stopped their work and came up to greet him. Yes, what are the names of the two of you? Su Dao did find it novel to see a female official here. There are naturally female officials, but the number is very small. Generally women either work as slaves and maidservants, or marry at the right age and teach their husbands and children, or learn a martial art and venture into the world, but it is indeed rare to see them working as officials in the yamen. And the number of women officials, the number is even less. Subordinate Mao Chun. Junior Mao Xia. Su Dao raised his eyebrows. You two are brother and sister? The two of us are siblings. The woman named Mao Chun replied. She was generous and eloquent, and had a dry aura about her. On the contrary, it was Mao Xia, who had a thick character, was not good with words, and was clearly fearful of Mao Chun. Well, it's understandable. Sister beats people, never soft. Su Dao guessed that these two people were afraid that their origins were not too bad, and those who could enter the Hall of Medicine Alchemy as Dan servants, where there were poor people and ordinary people. Even if they enter the Shang Medical Bureau as officials, there is no family that is too poor. If it is true that the family is too poor, there is no money and no energy to learn the way of medicine. Not to mention, to be a Dan servant, its requirements will only be higher than when the ordinary medical official requirements not only need to be through the medical theory, can discern thousands of drugs, but also need to have a certain understanding of the alchemy of pharmaceuticals, otherwise you can only come to help. Sister and brother as colleagues, it is rare. I'm afraid that the entire Shang Medical Bureau is also unique, right? Su Dao nodded his head. Chapter 123 Dan Servant Siblings. Mao Chun's martial arts realm had an 8th rank, while Mao Xia was at the peak of the 9th rank. The strength was not considered strong, but among the mandarins, it was really good. At least they had all entered the rank. There were still many mandarins who had never entered the rank. With the strength of these two people, in fact, the transfer to the medical officer is also enough. Both through the medical science, there is also cultivation in the body. With the strength of the two of you, why don't you turn into medical officers? Since you are able to enter the alchemy room, I think there is some strength in your family, so it shouldn't be difficult to make some slight arrangements, right? How can I say this profession of Dan servant? If you say that he has many benefits, that's true, but if you say that there are limitations, that can't be covered up either. There is no upward promotion channel for a Dan servant, unless you can learn to concoct pills just by watching. But this hope was small. If becoming an alchemist was this easy, then there wouldn't be only 7 alchemists in the entire Shang Medical Bureau. Although talent and hard work were indispensable to success, in the Tao of pill refining, something like talent was indispensable, and without talent in this Tao, it was impossible to make up for it by simply relying on hard work. I am very interested in the Tao of pill refining. Mao Chun did not hide it. Mao Xia, on the other hand, glanced at her own sister. My sister is interested in the Tao of pill refining. Su Dao cried and laughed. This Mao Xia was completely dominated by Mao Chun. And then he secretly opened his martial Tao golden pupil and swept the two. But the result was somewhat disappointing. The spirituality on the two was not low, and it was a step stronger than the vast majority of people. One could only say that they might have barely reached the threshold of a pill refiner, but to say that they were geniuses, to say that they were gifted, that would be bull. The spirituality on these two people was not even as good as that on Su Lu and Pa. It wasn't that such people couldn't learn alchemy and pharmaceuticals, but their learning speed would be much slower than a true genius, and their future achievements would be limited. Just ask which alchemist would choose such a person as a disciple? If Su Dao's spirituality was only at such a level, would Master honor him for it? Although it was a bit inappropriate to say this, the truth was that Elder Gu probably wouldn't even put him in his eyes, and although he wouldn't try to make things difficult for him based on his character, it would be delusional to think that he would look at him differently and look at him in a favorable light. With that kind of energy and resources, it would be better to find two with good martial arts talent and cultivate them as henchmen. It was no wonder that the two had been in and out of this place, but had not been accepted as disciples by pill refiners. The main reason was that many pill refiners knew that it wasn't cost-effective. Then you two work hard. Su Dao didn't say anything to discourage people. He had no grudge against the two, so why be the villain? Moreover, his perception of this pair of siblings was not bad. Without the cunning hypocrisy of an ordinary petty official, instead, they appeared to be energetic and vigorous, which was rare. Many thanks, Lord Su. Both of them were very happy, not because of Su Dao's words, but because of Su Dao's attitude. This superior official did not have that kind of condescension, much less looking down on them. This showed that they were lucky, which was naturally worth being happy about. May I ask Lord Su, when Lord Su is refining medicine, may I watch and learn? Only watching and listening, not speaking. Mao Chan was slightly apprehensive. It did seem a bit abrupt to make such a request right after meeting, but she also knew that this kind of opportunity was rare, and if she gave it up, then she wouldn't know when the next time would be. Su Dao thought for a moment and nodded. As long as I don't specifically ask you to leave, you can stay in the alchemy room. Although the Dan servant itself was the one who could enter and exit the hall while the alchemist was refining pills, whether or not he could stay in the hall to watch the alchemist refining pills depended on the alchemist's own wishes. Some alchemists like to be alone and don't like to be disturbed by others, let alone letting people watch, especially if they are not talented enough. Many thanks, Lord Su. Mao Chan sniffed with a joyful expression. Mao Xia similarly saluted, who let him be interested in pill refining, itself was not very interested. He came here only because of his sister Sake, that's all. However, he actually knows that his sister's talent is average. There is no pill refiner willing to teach her the method of pill refining. His own talent is just like that, to come here, that is, met Su Dao this kind of good talk, but the most essential problem cannot be solved, everything is meaningless. Is it possible that his sister does not know that his talent is average? Probably no, but he did not dare to ask, not to mention dare not say, afraid of being killed. Is your excellency going to make pills? Mao Chun calmed himself, the more this time, the more calm he had to be, never get carried away. Su Dao saw her regain her composure this quickly, and secretly nodded in his heart. There were indeed a few doors. Well, help me prepare the materials for the first grade second grade blood strengthening Dan, each. 10 copies. Su Dao looked up at the sky. 10 portions each, in fact, probably won't be able to finish refining today, even if he is now handy at refining a first grade second grade elixir. The process of refining a furnace of elixir is there, the order of medicinal fusion is there, the time will be shortened and speeded up, but in the end, it's still not possible to drastically reduce it. Mao Chun and Mao Xia naturally didn't dare to be slow and immediately went to the pharmacy to prepare the medicinal materials. Fortunately, in the pharmacy, the most materials were for first and second grade pills, and they were all pre-packaged, which was also for the convenience of the alchemists to access them. It couldn't be helped, who made the pharmacists really the dads in the Shang Medical Bureau? It could be said that the alchemists were the bread and butter of the officials up and down the Shang Medical Bureau, and the main source of welfare for the Shang Medical Bureau was actually the alchemists. Pharmacist refining pills, but the benefit is the entire Shang Medical Bureau. Under such circumstances, the status of the pharmacist in the Shang Medical Bureau could be imagined. Now it was also the case that Su Dao's identity as a pill refiner hadn't been completely spread yet, otherwise where would he have the energy to refine pills at this time? And coupled with the fact that he was the person that Grand Dr. Wing personally picked up from the door, these two pieces of news together were enough to let everyone know that this person Su Dao was by no means simple. It would have been just as well if he had said it, but if he hadn't, in 2 more days, Su Dao would have become the son of the county governor. Rumor is something that tends to spread the more widely the most unreliable one spreads. Afterwards, Su Dao began to refine pills. The first grade, second grade pills were no longer difficult for him to refine. After refining a furnace, Su Dao began to feel that this is too slow. A furnace of first grade pills need half an hour. How can this be? If 10 copies of first grade pills are refined, today's day is almost over. Can the remaining 9 materials put together refining? This is equivalent to the enhancement of medicinal properties to 9 times. The rest of the process is unchanged, that is, at the end of the condensation of Dan, when splitting the Dan, need to pay attention to, cannot get them as a material. Think so, theoretically there is no problem. Su Dao after several times of speculation, more and more feel that this is very high feasibility. However, he didn't really take 9 ingredients at a time to try it out. Even though it was only a first grade blood strengthening pills ingredients, its value was still quite expensive. Once it was refined and spoiled, it was really a pity. Chapter 124-4 Combined Refining, Efficiency Increases Greatly. Su Dao wasn't that kind of loser. Even if all these medicinal herbs he had taken for nothing, he still felt heartbroken. In the Shang Medical Bureau, it is not true that there is no limit to what you can take. If that is the case, then the Shang Medical Bureau will go bankrupt in a few days. Pharmacist refining can be due to refining failure and loss of medicinal materials, but the same kind of pills can only be taken 5 times a year for free. 5 times are failed, the back of the medicinal materials can still be taken, but every failure need to pay to make up for their own money. At most, a refiner can only apply for the herbs of a higher grade of elixir. For example, if Su Dao was currently a second-grade alchemist, then at most he could only apply for the medicinal materials to make third-grade pills. And he couldn't go over the top to apply for the fourth-grade Padan medicinal materials. Similarly, if you are a second-grade alchemist, you can only receive 5 third-grade medicinal materials for free each year, and if you succeed, then naturally, you will become a third-grade alchemist, and you will still be able to continue to take medicinal materials in the following years. If you fail all 5 times, then this grade of medicinal herbs can only be temporarily close to you, or you can pay for it yourself. How could the makers of those rules above have left too obvious a loophole? This kind of rule can greatly increase the utilization rate of medicinal herbs and reduce waste. If you are at a sufficient level of pill refining and fail within 5 times a year, then you can completely make unlimited medicinal materials. If it's more than 5 times, you don't have to pay for all the herbs, but the materials you wasted in the failed refineries will come out of your own pocket. It could be said that this limit was actually already very good, and for those who were truly powerful, the difference between having this limit and not having it was not that big. For newcomers to pill refining, you can get 5 gratuitous refining opportunities, and that's 5 times for each type of elixir. It's also extremely precious. If you were to collect the herbs yourself, it would take both energy and huge amounts of money. Therefore, even Su Dao didn't dare to waste the herbs at will, as he took 2 portions from it and combined them together before starting to refine it again. Mao Chun on the side stared with wide eyes, wanting to raise her voice to inquire, but immediately remembered the word she had said when she pleaded with Su Dao earlier, to only look and listen without speaking, so she immediately shut up. People should have dreams, but at the same time, they must also keep to the basics. Mao Chun could easily guess Su Dao's thoughts and mind. In fact, as long as he was not stupid, he could guess it. This was disliking one material at a time, it was too slow. So he wanted to use this tricky method to increase the speed, refining 2 or even several portions at a time. It was equivalent to turning several furnaces of Dan into one. But is it really that simple? If it were really simple, wouldn't this method be in use? Since ancient times, pill refiners were all geniuses, and even if they weren't all, as long as there was a smart person in existence, there was no way that they wouldn't discover this method. It was impossible that they wouldn't have discovered this method, but why hasn't it been spread now? There was no other reason, it was just a failure. This method, it seems to increase only one of the medicinal materials, but in fact, it raises the requirements for the mastery of the number of medicinal properties, increasing the difficulty of the fusion of medicinal properties. More medicinal materials. The flame should also be changed. Boil a ladle of water, and boil a pot of water cannot be the same. Therefore, the increase in materials also means an increase in difficulty. As soon as Su Daofu started, he felt the difference between the two. The medicinal materials increased, the nature of the medicine was more obvious, more tyrannical, and difficult to control, and the requirements of the flame temperature rose. However, these were a little difficult for Su Dao, but not impossible to accomplish, so apart from a little bit of ups and downs at the beginning, the back became smooth as he made adjustments. His powerful divine soul power allowed him to adjust, analyze, and fuse the medicinal properties as if he were a butchered bull, observing the patterns in his palm, and with mana in the middle to harmonize and suppress. It made the entire process smooth and unparalleled. Separating the liquid, condensing the Dan was accomplished in one fell swoop. Mao Chun and Mao Xia, who were on the side, saw Su Dao wrapping up his work and immediately went forward to pull up the lid of the furnace, using a copper spoon to scoop up the elixir in the furnace. 23 pills had been formed, and all of them were of the highest quality. The 2 of them looked at each other, both were shocked, but it really came true? Just like this? Just how high was this Lord Su's attainments in pill refining? How terrifying was his talent? Moreover, as bystanders, they could easily realize that this was actually Su Dao's first attempt at doing so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have temporarily changed the 3 medicinal herbs to 2 when he took the medicine, and it was obvious that this Lord Su didn't know whether it would be successful or not beforehand. The 2 of them were still in shock. Su Dao took the pill to check it out and found that it was slightly affected. It should be caused by some unfamiliarity for the first time, and it should be much better later on. Naturally, he couldn't be satisfied with just combining 2 herbs into one, he still had to keep trying. This time, Su Dao took 3 portions of herbs. He was a cautious person, and when he succeeded this time, he would decide whether or not he wanted to continue adding more based on the difficulty of the refining process, as well as the results of the refining. Gradual progress, not to be greedy. Mao Chun and Mao Xia were dumbfounded at the sight. 3 portions now. Will it work this time? Although they both felt that Su Dao was probably crazy, at the same time, they expected this one to succeed. If this person could really still succeed, then it would show that the furnace just now was not a coincidence, and it would also show that the superior officer they were following was really very impressive. After the first time, the second time, Su Dao instead felt very relaxed, and although the number of medicinal ingredients had increased, it wasn't too outrageous. When the 3rd furnace of pills came out, Mao Chun and Mao Xia immediately pulled up the lid of the furnace and raised the pills. 33 pills were formed, all of which were of the highest quality. Mao Chun's hands were already trembling, and even Mao Xia, a person who wasn't actually very interested in pill refining, was inexplicably excited at this moment. He knew that they had witnessed history today. Su Dao looked at the remaining ingredients of the first-grade blood-strengthening pill, which happened to be 4. Try it out, while the hand is in the right place. And so the 4th furnace of elixir began. The 2 people next to them were all tense, but instead Su Dao was more relaxed and casual. The truth was also true, although he didn't want to waste herbs for no reason, but if he really failed, it was actually nothing. This time Su Dao clearly felt the difficulty. For medicinal herbs, in terms of the number of individual plants added up to more than 30, each medicinal herb became quadrupled, and its medicinal properties also became quadrupled. Such difficulty could be imagined. Not long after, even Su Dao's forehead began to sweat. Mao Chun's eyes were sharp, and he immediately reached out from his pocket to wipe Su Dao's sweat with a handkerchief. After half an hour, with Su Dao dividing the liquid and condensing the dan, the refining finally ended. Su Dao breathed a long sigh of relief. This time the difficulty was more than doubled compared to the 3 portions just now. It is really difficult to control. The medicinal properties of the various herbs is like a wild horse. Its nature is difficult to tame, bringing him great pressure. It's best to refine 3 portions at the same time, as this consumes much less of his mind than 4 portions. Perhaps when his strength was higher and his divine soul power was stronger, 4 portions could be easily managed, or even 5 or 6, but for now, it was still the most cost-effective to combine 3 portions. Chapter 125. Inside the government office, all the officials gathered together. Lord Su. Su. Mao Chun's voice was trembling. 45 pills of Changdan, 40 of top grade, and 5 of medium grade. Su Dao nodded. Sure enough, it was still a bit of a stretch. The problem appeared in the last step of condensing dan. The number of dan condensed at one time was too much, resulting in the loss of medicinal properties at the back to be a bit large. 5 of them only became medium. However, even so, a furnace that produces 40 top grade dan is still an extremely terrifying number. According to the current speed, in the future, refining first grade dan would probably be without any pressure. It was just that I didn't know what step I could achieve with the second grade dan myself. It just so happened that I would try it today as well. Su Dao received the pills, and this time, he got a total of 108 superior first grade blood strengthening pills, and 5 medium first grade blood strengthening pills. According to the rules, he would need to surrender 54 of the top grade pills, and the rest would be his own. So he took out 54 pills from them and handed them over to Mao Chun. Send these into the dan room later. Mao Chun looked at the pills in his hand and reminded in a low voice, in fact, you don't have to surrender this many. The above is calculated according to 10 pills in a furnace, and then 1 top grade can be exchanged for 2 medium, so if all the top grade pills are surrendered, the number can be further reduced by 30%. If that's the case, then wouldn't we only need to surrender 35 top grade pills this time? Mao Chun thought briefly before nodding. Indeed. Su Dao retrieved 19 of the grains, then you can go hand the rest over to the dan room later. And then he took out 3 top grade pills and 5 medium pills from his own bag. These are your rewards. If you work diligently in the future, you probably won't be short of pills. Mao Chun and Mao Xiai immediately thanked him. In fact, Mao Chun didn't really want this kind of reward. She was more interested in requesting Su Dao to teach her the way of pill refining. But after all, she has a self-awareness, did not dare to speak. Today is just the first time to see, then open the mouth to put forward this kind of request. It is too much to get an inch. However, this Lord Su was really not stingy. The top grade dan had taken out 3 grains. Normally, when alchemists rewarded their dan servants, they would only take out the ones that were of lower quality even though they had become dan. A top quality dan, even if it was only a first grade, it was still worth a lot of money. However, other people wouldn't be as efficient as Su Dao. It was only less than half a day, and he had refined 10 furnaces of dan, and the average person wouldn't be able to refine 10 furnaces of dan in a day. Although the first grade pills only need a small half-hour time, but the alchemy needs to consume the heart and blood. People are not made of iron, always have to rest to recover. Like Su Dao, after refining 10 stoves, he still didn't feel the slightest bit tired. After that, Su Dao began to try to refine the second-grade blood strengthening pill using this method. Again, 2 portions to start with, and then slowly increase it when it succeeds. Inside the government office of Montenegro Prefecture. At this time, the government honored Nangong Nei frowned, looking down at the various divisions of the chief officials from various places to come in turn. Jiang Taiqing, the head of the Zhendemon division, had already arrived. Jiang Fu, the head of the inspection division, was similarly sitting upright, and Gong Zuxiu, the head of the military horse division, was competing with the pastries in front of him. Gong Zuxiu in the end is the military origin, character sloppy, not so many rules. See, there is food. They directly asked Nangong Nei can eat. Nangong Nei can how to answer? Do not say do not eat. Do not let eat that you on what? And then, this guy will be unimaginative eating and drinking, half without restraint. In fact, this is also the habit. If it is in the army, you eat and drink too civilized, will certainly be fellow officers laugh as a pussy. In fact, this time, he's so unimaginative eating and drinking, is a very rude thing. Did not see Jiang Taiqing and Jiang Fu are not slanting eyes, simply do not want to have too much communication with this guy, mainly because I feel a little ashamed. However, Nangong I did know Gong Zuxiu very well, know that this is a jerk, and there is no intention to be rude in front of him, so never mind. And Nangong I also with this generosity, let Gong Zuxiu has been only its head. Cleaner Division Secretary Liang Zui is still in the lower state and county inspection. Today is certainly not come. As for the household registration department, river moorings, so just forget it. Come also not very useful. Wang Lao of the medical bureau should arrive, and when Wang Lao arrives, we will begin to talk about business. Nanganni saw that the crowd was already vaguely agitated, so he spoke out to calm them down. And Gong Zuxiu, hurry up and stop eating, wipe your mouth. It's about to be deliberated on, eating like this, what's the decent thing to do? As soon as his words fell, he saw a small boy come with quick steps. Prefecture Zun, Dr. Wang is here. Quickly, please come in. Nanganni immediately got up. Although he was a government honored, but in front of Wang Lao really can't put up a fight, mainly because this seniority is too old, coupled with the 5th grade pill refiner, connections to the county, the official rank has been from the 4th grade, whoever sees have to give a few points of face. He is a government honored but is only the 5th grade only. Of course, the two are not in the same system. The normal promotion of officials not only need to match the strength, but also have to stay up seniority. These two kinds of look at the end, but also have to look at the background. You have no background. What makes people let you do this position? Medical officer system is much more convenient, especially the pharmacist. You just have to have the strength. That promotion speed is absolutely fast, amazing. Of course, you have to be good enough at refining medicines. Otherwise, you have to rely on seniority to get up. Seeing that the prefect had stood up, the other few people, who could not sit still, also got up one after another. Mistress of the house, I'm late. Wang Cheng'an immediately made amends. Elder Wang doesn't need to be polite, take your seat. Nanganni waved his hand, signaling the crowd to take their seats. Those who should be here had basically arrived, those who hadn't were either not in the city and couldn't make it back, or there was no need to come. Like the household registration division, the river and mooring division, if you let them come, they will just be puppets on the side, listening to them talk. The main thing is that the matter under discussion today really doesn't have much to do with their jobs. This government has called you all here today, for reasons that I'm sure you've heard about. The crowd below nodded, but Gong Zuxiu was blunt. I have heard a bit, but what exactly is the situation? It is still necessary for the prefecture to be more detailed. He was the only one here who dared to speak to the prefecture's father in such a manner. Although this man's straightforwardness would sometimes offend people, at the same time, it was also very pleasing in many cases. At least those who truly understood him would easily trust him because of this character. There's a bizarre disaster in Yanghua County, a super-grade bizarre augur has come out. The crowd's expression was condensed, super-grade demon tricky that is how terrifying existence, every time out of the world, inevitably set off a monstrous catastrophe, that is, they also have to be afraid of. Even has been greatly grinning. Gong Zuxiu heard this, is also a serious look. In the face of this kind of existence, no one dares to be careless, although that super-grade demon trick far away in the ocean end, but what if? What if that demonic monster, after devouring the population of a county, is not satisfied and sets its sights on other counties in the Black Mountain province, or even the capital city? At that time, the situation would not be the same as it is today. None of them here can stay out of it. Chapter 126. The government city shakes. Wang Cheng'an also brought his heart up. Guiyongyan is in Yanghua County. If there is a super-quality tricky augur there, wouldn't it be? It's not right. Wang Cheng'an suddenly remembered what Su Dao said just now, saying that his master had come to the letter. Since there is a letter over, then it means that his person is not in trouble. It was not affected by the super-grade demon guile. But what did this Guiyongyan rely on to survive in front of this kind of scourge? Moreover, why did he send Su Dao to Prefecture City? In order to make this happen, he even went so far as to beg before himself. One must know that although the two were close friends and had exchanged many words in the past in the field of pill refining, Guiyongyan had never opened his mouth and begged him. That is, he had the intention to let Guiyongyan not go to the Black Mountain House to take up employment, but also by its refusal. According to Guiyongyan's words, a gentleman's friendship is as light as water. If it was mixed with too many other things, the friendship would be worthless. Therefore, with his understanding of Guiyongyan, unless he was forced to do so and had no way out, it was definitely impossible to beg to himself. But this begs the question, Guiyongyan sent his disciple ahead of time. Does it mean that he already knew about the super-grade demon guile before? It was because he was worried that his disciple would be affected in this scourge that he did so? Could it be that there is something inside this? Wang Cheng'an mind electric turn, although a time has a lot of ideas, but did not speak out to break, that is their own good friend. If there is really something inside, he could not make a betrayal of things. Instead, he had to help cover it up. And look at how the government said. Nanganni saw the crowd's reaction and opened his mouth to pacify them. You don't need to worry, that super-grade demon guile is already dead. This time, the crowd's reaction was even greater instead. All of them looked at Nanganni unanimously with disbelief all over their faces. A super-grade demonic guile, appearing so suddenly and then dying so suddenly? This was a rare occurrence. But an expert from the county city just happened to pass by this place and helped solve it? Inspection Division Master Jiang Fu opened his mouth to ask. This was also the thoughts of the others. The one who could kill the super-grade demon guile was either a more powerful demon guile or someone from the county city, even their prefecture city. In the face of this kind of super-grade demon guile, the means were extremely scarce, unless they invited the treasure of the Jinfu. But since it is the treasure of the town hall, it is naturally used to guard the town hall. How can it be lightly moved? How can it be lightly moved? The government city is not a place of complete peace and stability, not afraid of demonic shenanigans rampant. Moreover, the treasure of the town want to start, the cost is too big, whether it is for people or for resources, the cost is too big, nothing who wants to use that. Enable once, a city of several years of savings will instantly into nothing. The user also want to lose half of the martial arts blood, serious and even loss of life. The former okay, recuperate for a few years on the recovery over, but the latter, that is who is afraid. Only like the martial artists this really long life people can understand the preciousness of longevity and the beauty of longevity. They already felt that their longevity was not enough, so where could they squander it here? So, come to think of it, it wasn't a more powerful demonic trickster who had struck. Then it could only be that there was a high-ranking person from the county who had made a move. Although Black Mountain was a dangerous land, it was also a strange land. Among them are countless treasures, spiritual medicine everywhere. Those who really have the ability also like to go to the edge of the location of the experience search. As long as their luck wasn't too bad, they would always be able to harvest something. Moreover, who could not be curious about Black Mountain? Even Montenegro House is named after Montenegro, which shows its weight in the county. Nangong Ini shook his head. If it was really the county's experts who killed the demon Gue, why would I have summoned all of you here today? Then how is this super great demon Guile? Yanghe County itself hunted this Guile Jiao down. Nangong Ini had a complicated expression as he let out this exclamation-like word. The crowd below was dumbstruck, disbelief in their eyes. Gong Zuxiu even pulled out his ears with his pinky finger. Prefecture Zun mustn't be joking, Yanghe County? How is that possible? With those of them, how can they kill the super great demon trickster? How strong can a county be? How can a county be so powerful? And they even let them succeed. Who would believe that? They had initially thought that they would hear the news of Yanghe's overthrow, and they were all already thinking in their minds about how they would comfort the house father. Although that Yanghe is an enclave, abandoned land, but in the end is under the rule of the Black Mountain province, belonging to the jurisdiction of the South Palace. Once lost, the above will still be accountable, of course, but also just accountability. Over the years, dolly up and down, this kind of thing is not the first time it happened, not rare. A county was destroyed, you cannot still dismiss the governor's position? What are you talking about? But they never thought that the last thing they heard was this rock-bottom news. Nangong Ini shook his head. I didn't joke, that Yanghe County really hunted down that tricky scaly dragon to avoid the scourge of annihilation. However, the county dignity Chang Yun disappeared. Yanghe Jinmu Division Master Wang Xian died, Inspector Division Master Qin Chop seriously injured, Military Horse Division Master Ding Qi died, Jinmu Division Offerings Huang Ji disappeared. Anyway, 6 divisions and 1 bureau of the chief official, finally only left the Household Registration Division Li Yan, with the Shang Medical Bureau Guiyong Yan too. Wang Qingnan's heart stirred and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at Fu Zun. Is there any more inside information in this? Nangong Ini nodded. Elder Wang is as discerning as a torch. Guiyong Yan of the Yanghe County's Shang Medical Bureau and Li Yan of the Household Registration Department have already submitted a report stating the beginning and end of this matter, that Yan Chengyun purposely withheld the news of the super great demon Guile with the intention of hunting the Guile Jiao and taking its Jiao Dan, and then teamed up with the Jin Demon Division's provider Huang Ji to set up this trap. What kind of origin does that Yan Chengyun have, to have this kind of boldness? He is a person of several grades of strength. How could he dare to plot a super great demon Guile? Who gave him the courage? Zhang Taiqin, the head of the Demon Suppression Division who had never spoken, opened his mouth. That Yan Changyun is the county city Yan family, Yan Jin's youngest son, according to Li Yan's investigation. Yan Changyun in order to hunt this augur. Preparation for decades, Hanser specialized in the genus of the scaly dragon's treasures, and in order to activate these treasures, personally killed Wang Xian and other blood sacrifices, which will be the tricky scaly dragon, but its people dying of serious injuries. I do not know where to go, but in the end, Jin Demon Division, Huang Ji surprisingly great power, with no idea of what kind of means, will be the tricky scaly dragon beheading, and then also disappeared. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The original inside there is this kind of hidden information. This Yan Changyan can be really ruthless, in order to hunt augur, even take the official blood sacrifice, make this kind of treacherous things. But that Huang Ji is also who? Listen to the meaning of the government, this time the death of the super quality trick augur. The main reason fell on the body of this person? But they had never heard of such a strong person. Although they really don't know much about the experts from the sect, but whoever can solve the super great Gui Jiao is not a nameless person? It shouldn't be like this. Even if they were intentionally hiding it, they should have revealed some wind. Chapter 127, I'll keep this person. And what is the origin of that Huang Ji? How could he have such tactics? Which great sect disciple is he? Wang Chang'an was puzzled. This person was so powerful, how come he had never heard of his name? Could it be that he was a heavenly pride of some great sect? From the spirit crane view in the county town. Lingyi Guan? I'm afraid it's not a small sect at the end of the line. They haven't heard of this sect either. They thought it was just Huang Ji, a person they hadn't heard of, but now they found out that they hadn't even heard of its sect. Well, the disciples of the spirit Krangwan, I'm afraid that these two people have known each other for a long time, and that's why they have this kind of scheme, but we have not been there in person, and we know very little about this matter, and now we are just guessing here will not help, and in the end, we still have to go and investigate. Nangong and Ei looked at the crowd. This matter has become so big, and so many officials have died, we can't deliver without investigating. Jiang Taiching of the Demon Suppression Division side. The county above will definitely come down to inquire, or even personally send someone to investigate. If we sit back and watch, Sheriff Chen will have to peel off a layer of our skin. Although nowadays the Dili dynasty has varying degrees of control over various places, for places like Xining County, it is even a bit beyond their reach. But the county for the control of the government is relatively high, not that the county can cause much influence on the side of the city, but the county side of the masters are really more, masters are big, you dare to blow up the thorns, the above will dare to do you for a new, all depending on the strength of the word. Even if you are a young bang, that must first have young bang, you are to pretend also have to pretend a look of loyalty to, as for how you think in your heart, and what plans, they will not care. So, I called you all here, check is certainly to check, that yellow pole where? Is Yin Changyun alive or dead? Are there any other hidden agendas afterward? These are all to be verified one by one. Otherwise, when the county comes, we will be in trouble if we don't know everything. The Demon Suppression Division, the Inspection Division, and the Military Horse Division all need to send out their manpower, and as for Elder Wang, this time, I'll also be troubling you to help them match up the accompanying medical officers, as well as the elixir supplies. We respectfully follow the orders of the prefect. The crowd would not dare to be slow, not only because this matter was personally explained down by the prefectural governor, but also because it was closely related to themselves. Then who will lead the team? Gong Zhu Xiu inquired. Investigating such a big event, this line of people naturally needed an officiating person, and any lighter weight wouldn't do. So it was definitely necessary to choose one from the few of them. Jiang Taiching, you are the most cautious and meticulous, good at searching and investigating, this trip will be led by you. Nangong and I thought about it, Jiang Taiching, this person was in charge of the Demon Suppression Division, but he was extremely talented in criminal justice, and was still above Jiang Fu. He would be the most suitable. As for the other people cannot be lightly moved, in the end, although this matter is not small, but the safety of the city is a big deal. Once all left, resulting in the loss of the other, that would be a great sin. After Master Jiang goes to Yanghe County, he can go and find Gu Yongyan, the chief official of the medical bureau, and explain our relationship, and he will definitely help. Wang Cheng'an, however, suddenly spoke up and interjected. The crowd was all looking at Wang Cheng'an with some surprise. Oh? That Gu Yongyan actually has a connection with Elder Wang? I'm not going to lie, that person is a close friend of mine. When Master Jiang goes there, as long as he states his intention to go, he will definitely not shirk his duties. That's good. Jiang Taiching immediately nodded his head. Wang Chengnan's heart was finally relieved. Why did he suddenly speak out and mention Gu Yongyan? Could it be that Jiang Taiching went to Yanghe County and would not go to Gu Yongyan? Now Gu Yongyan is the highest ranking official in Yanghe, so who would he find if not him? The reason he said this, he really wanted to say, Gu Yongyan is his friend, do not be difficult. This is a kind of protection. Jiang Taiching, this person's ability he is aware of, and the means is very cool. If he goes, will certainly be interrogated. In case of slight irregularities, Gu Yongyan is afraid not to die but also to take off layers of skin. And with his words, Jiang Taiching is really find out what to, have to give a few points of face, and will not deliberately make things difficult, the line of cool means. As for Jiang Taiching dare not disregard the sentiment, arbitrary action, then you let him try. Although Wang Cheng'an can't beat him, but he can make the refiners in the Shang Medical Bureau go on a collective strike with a single word. In a short period of time, the stock of elixirs may not be bad, but as long as a month, the entire public office of the prefecture will have to drink the northwest wind, and don't even want to have a grain of elixir unless you go to other prefectures, or even counties to buy it yourself. Here these people, which is not a person elite, naturally able to hear the meaning of the words of the old man Wang, investigation and inquiry Gu Yongyan can be, but shall not go too far, this person he bailed out. In addition to this matter, there is another matter to be discussed today. Just when the crowd thought that today's visit was only for the matter of Yanghe County, Nangongniai opened his mouth again. The crowd sat down, wanting to hear what else was going on. The matter of whether or not the curfew of the prefecture is abolished. Well, it's really another big deal. And this matter is even more closely related to them. Especially the Demon Suppression Division and the Inspection Division, once the curfew was abolished, then their pressure would skyrocket. Jiang Taiching frowned, prefect, although since that incident, there has been no demonic shenanigans in my prefectural city for several years, I'm afraid that stopping the curfew hastily is not a good idea. Jiang Fu also nodded, his inspection division also had the same view, although the curfew was tiring and the workload wasn't small, but compared to after the curfew had been lifted, it was nothing compared to the curfew. This big city, once the curfew is liberalized, what will be the scale? Once the demonic and bizarre things happen, they are afraid that they really have to die of exhaustion, think of the liver shaking and trembling. As for the military division of the Lord Zhu Xiu is indifferent, not as a last resort, their military division will not intervene in the city's security affairs, even if it is a scourge of the demon bazaar that is also internal affairs. Only when there is a large-scale invasion, such as a tidal wave of demons, will it be the turn of their military division to take the field. They are only responsible for the invasion of foreign enemies, or the situation inside the city is really difficult to control. There is a government honored personally under the transfer order, otherwise it is a bystander. If there is no scourge of demons and shenanigans, in fact, they are even stationed in the city is out of order, who puts the barracks in the city? But the world of demons and shenanigans, for the scourge of the heavy, the barracks really put outside the city, even if it was swallowed by the early dry wipe clean. This matter is not that simple, not that we don't want, cannot abolish. Nangong Nei shook his head, this matter he also felt headache. Within the prefecture city, there were quite a few big clans, and even the ordinary residents, their clamor for lifting the curfew was also higher than a year. They had suppressed it for some years, and now they could no longer suppress it. The faces of all the people were all ugly, how could they not know what Mr. Fu said? This matter is really not a few of them say can decide. They were still able to force it before, but with the city being free of shenanigans for several years, coupled with the pushback from those great families, if they still wanted to force it now, they were afraid that it would cause chaos. Chapter 128, Wealthy and Powerful Now. This is not the kind of small place in Yanghua County in the so-called big family, although it is true that also inherited for hundreds of years, but ultimately limited by the place, not on the stage, at best, is the poor countryside of the rich and powerful family. When it comes to the capital city, how dare they call themselves a family? They were not qualified. But those families in the capital city can be different. These people have a wide range of connections, very strong, even the government will have to retreat. These families have a long heritage, deep roots, the clan masters like clouds, which are not good to mess with. Without the support of these families, they can't even spread their arms and legs in the capital city. The city is so big, millions, nearly 10 million people, which countless strong people, pricks all over the place, such as forests of big families, how much manpower on their side of the government, tube? Can they manage it? This is the real government and the big clan to rule the place. In the event that those big clans and the government have a suspicion, turn the face, in the future, do not need to explicitly oppose, just need to be positive, quietly make some trips, they will have to disorganize themselves. Then what does the prefect think? Release the curfew? This curfew was originally set up to defend against demonic shenanigans, how can it be lightly abolished? Once something goes wrong, how can it be done? Zhang Fu asked in a loud voice. We can't continue to force it, but we can't just let go of the curfew, so let's just give them an opening and appease them a little. Nangongni was obviously also well thought out. How to liberalize an opening? The people are all puzzled. To liberalize is to liberalize, not to liberalize is not to liberalize, where there is a half open, half open? In the future, we can choose 3 to 4 days a month to liberalize the curfew of the whole city, how about it? In this way, although Eurasian Demon Division and Inspection Division will be very busy, they will not be unable to free their hands. In that case, it won't be good for them to continue to push. The crowd thought about it, it wasn't impossible, although there were 3 to 4 days every month, the Department of Devil Suppression and the Department of Inspection would have a much higher workload and steeper pressure as a result, but in the end, it wasn't day to day, so it was barely acceptable. As for continue to pressure those big families, naturally is not desirable. The situation in the city of Fu, it is rare to stabilize down, they also lived a few years of peace, who also do not want to let the city of Fu mess up. So, all the people nodded and agreed, and then they left the government office. Each of them went to deploy manpower and set up the work. Inside the Shang Medical Bureau, Su Dao was still refining pills. The second-grade blood-strengthening elixir was not difficult to refine in 2 parts, and it was accomplished in one go. The 3 parts were finally difficult to refine, but he had a scare and finally managed to get it out of the furnace. As for the 4-part combination, he simply didn't bother to try, not because he was afraid of not being able to succeed, but because there was no need. He wasn't here to show off his skills, but to find a way to increase the efficiency of refining pills, and 3 combined refining was already enough. However, even so, when he will 10 second-grade blood-strengthening Dan medicinal materials used up, also to the dusk, at this time the other people should be off duty has long been off duty home. Originally still quite lively Shang Medical Bureau, but also a lot of cold. Su Dao sat down to restore his body's magic power, and in the meantime, relieve his mental fatigue, refining so many pills in a row, even he found it difficult. His divine soul is powerful, but it is not without boundaries, and his mana is thick, but it is not without end. And Mao Chun and Mao Xia were counting the pills. Lord Su, second-grade blood-strengthening pill, 107 pills of the top grade. 35 need to be surrendered, leaving 72 left. Mao Chun spoke. For those that need to be surrendered, those that should be sent to the Dan room, send them to the Dan room, and help me load the rest. Su Dao spoke, take 2 grains from it yourself. The wealthy Su Dao, because he had found a way to increase the efficiency of alchemy, he was naturally happy today, and with a wave of his hand, he once again handed out rewards. Thank you Lord Su for your love, but I don't dare to accept this elixir. Mao Chun, however, shook his head. I'm just a dance servant. How can I not know how to be satisfied and accept the reward again and again? Su Dao laughed. You have said it's a reward. If you sense it today, you will reward it. You may not necessarily have this opportunity in the future. These two people are Meal Xiahol and the dance servant, the same as also his subordinates. In the future, this Meal Xiahol is both his alchemy place, but also office resting place. More rely on these two people to take care of. As long as he does not open his mouth, these two people will always follow him, so this kind of subordinate relationship will continue for a long time. He is a superior officer, how can he be stingy, although the precious pills, but he is not short of this thing. Rewarded then rewarded, let these two people return to the heart, there will be no harm. Reward should be small but thick, fewer times, but more, so as to leave a generous impression on the recipient. He got hundreds of pills a day, but each reward was like a drop of water, so he could not avoid being criticized for being stingy. It would be better to reward more at a time, but reduce the frequency accordingly. Moreover, this kind of reward can be Su Dao's habit, but it cannot become the recipient's habit. This is very important. A temperate, but generous reward is what makes the reward precious, and conversely, it will make it a habit for the recipient to receive the reward, and without the reward, he will not do his best with his heart. When Mao Chun heard Su Dao's reply, he finally stopped excusing himself. Thank you, Lord Su, for your generous reward. This was a top-grade second-grade blood-strengthening elixir, and it was also an elixir that she could use for her current cultivation. It was naturally precious to her. And then the two of them sent Su Dao away. They stayed behind and had to register the surrendered pills in the inventory. These were all very important. Su Dao also needed to refine a certain number of pills each year. This was his duty, while pills exceeding this number would be credited. Although it is a lot less than directly exchanging elixirs for merit, but this merit would have been picked up for nothing, and no one would mind too much. When Su Dao left the gates of the Shang Medical Bureau, he saw a carriage that was parked not far away. Uncle Zhong and Yen Mai were sitting on top of the carriage, and when they saw Su Dao come out, they immediately drove the carriage closer. Young master. Lord. Well, I've kept you waiting. I was busy refining pills today, so I was delayed for some time. Su Dao raised the box in his hand. Yen Mai looked at the huge box in Su Dao's hand. Her heart was shocked. How many pills must this contain? All of them were refined today? It didn't take long to wait. This road, Xixia also made 2 trips. I think that I will be able to transport young Master Su alone in the future. Uncle Zhong pointed to the oats on the side. Yen Mai and Lu Si naturally couldn't continue to use their original names in the prefecture, even their looks were made to cover up. How could this kind of breakage be left? So Su Dao then 2 names, one is Yen Xixia, one is Lu Chengfeng. Although these two people do not understand the meaning of these 2 names, but feel that this name is not bad, so also should be. In fact, Su Dao also wanted to let Lu Si called Lu Sik already or Lu Xiu, but he was afraid that Lu Si cannot suppress, he also cannot suppress. Don't worry, Lord, I've memorized this road, I'll make sure there's no mistake. Yen Mai also nodded his head. Today he followed Zhongbo, not only familiarized himself with the road from Ping and Fong to the Shang Medical Bureau, that is, even the other important places in the city, he also ran a trip, for the prefecture city already have a good idea. Chapter 129 Little Auntie is the most righteous. He was now responsible for driving Su Dao to and from the city, so naturally, he had to be extremely familiar with the city. Although currently Su Dao will only go to the medical bureau on duty, other places will not necessarily go, but now do not go, does not mean that the future do not go, cannot go to find Uncle Zhong every time. So he begged Uncle Zhong to take him to some important places today. And that's not all, after Su Dao goes on duty tomorrow, he still has to continue to run around the city and try to touch all the places once. Do have a good idea, as long as the mention of the place, you can think of the nearest route. Tough luck to you too. Su Dao smiled as he got into the car. He was still assured of Yen Mai. This man looked rough, but he was actually meticulous. What he was told to do, he would naturally be able to do it well. There was no need to worry. Young Master Su doesn't need to be like this. In the future, if there is a dispatch, just go to the residence and bring a message. Uncle Zhong knew Su Dao's position in Elder Gu and Mrs. Hart. It was comparable to his own son. Now, he has even handed over his own son to Su Dao. My lord has said too much. Yen Mai is not much to say. He and Su Dao's relationship, and Zhongbo is different. He is now to Su Dao as the main, say so much to do what, polite and not very meaningful, he just need to do their own thing on good. Did young Master Su see Dr. Wang today? Uncle Zhong asked about another matter. He knew that his master and Grand Dr. Wang were close friends, and that Su Dao's transfer was only accomplished because his master had begged Grand Dr. Wang. This is a rare thing for the old master to do. He was usually most intolerant of such things, but in Su Dao's case, he made exceptions time and time again. See, a gentle elder who treats me with great care. Su Dao nodded his head. I also took a new official status today, and now I'm in the 8th rank. Entering the pill refining hall to serve and work. Congratulations, young Master Su. Congratulations to the Lord on his high promotion. Both of them were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect to be highly promoted just after arriving here. 2 consecutive promotions did count as a high promotion. But the two were only surprised. However, they were not surprised. After all, with Su Dao's talent, it was a matter of time, and if Su Dao was not too young and had not risen several levels in a row within a few months, which was a bit inappropriate, otherwise the grade would have been even higher. Second ranking pharmacist, do a 7th ranking is also possible, that is, cannot do the 7th ranking, from the 7th ranking is always enough. Teacher is safe and sound over there in Yanghe, and after finishing the first and last, he will probably come to the capital city soon. It should be so. Uncle Zhong nodded his head. Before the old master stayed alone in Yanghe County, he was also much worried. Now that he was finally safe and sound and had survived the calamity, how could he not be happy? Yanmai was about to say, the prefecture city is indeed more comfortable than Yanghe staying over there, but suddenly reacted, his and Lucy's identity now is hidden, no one else knows that they are from Yanghe, except Su Dao, that is, the rest of the Su family don't know, naturally can't let Uncle Zhong know. It's not that he suspects that Zhong Bo can't keep a secret, but he can't cause trouble, so he swallowed the words and asked, Lord, Zhong Lao, what's the scene over there in Yanghe? I've always heard about it, but I've never been there. Uncle Zhong sighed, that side is not a good place to be, staying in the capital city is quite good. Only then did Jinmai smile, that's true, the prefecture city is quite good. With his lordship's ability, he might even be able to take me to the county town to see more in the future. County city I have never been there either, it's really regrettable. Uncle Zhong was also yearning. Municipal cities are not comparable to Yanghe, but county cities are much more superior to municipal cities. For a county, for everyone, that is the existence of the Holy Land, all the talented and ambitious people, which do not want to go to the county city to break through a time. County means more precious resources, more clear cultivation path, means famous teachers and celebrities, means a bright future. But this is only for talented people, no talent and no wealth, or find a small place to live peacefully for the rest of their lives, so instead of comfort. It is not easy to live in the county. The group returned to Ping in place with a smile and a laugh. Uncle Zhong returned to Go Mansion, while Su Dao returned home with Yen Mai. Go Yushu was still in the mansion and did not leave, only but was not studying, just playing with Su Lu and the others. It is this kid is obviously elsewhere as a mongrel, but in Su Dao home is careful, face Su Lu this than his younger sister, is also avoided in every way, instead like a sufferer. This is not all because of Su Dao's reason, in fact, there is also the reason of the teacher's wife. The teacher's wife directly put the word, if Guyushu provokes Su Dao, she doesn't care, naturally there is Su Dao to clean up, but if it is bullying Su Lu, then he is finished, just as if there is no this son. Guyushu was shocked and confused, and even once suspected that he was not born. However, he did not dare to disobey. Seeing Su Dao come in, Guyushu immediately stood up from the ground, his body straight, senior brother. Elder brother. Su Lu also pounced on him. I came back a bit late today and didn't bring you food, but I will definitely buy it for you all tomorrow. Bao also nodded to Su Dao. As for talking greetings and such, she was dumb and probably didn't know what to say. Even now, being able to greet Su Dao in this manner was already an improvement. Su Dao casually grabbed the little civet slave dawdling at his feet, glanced at Guyushu, and asked Su Lu at the side, is he still obedient today? Su Lu cocked his head in thought. Guyushu, on the other hand, was so tight that his forehead was sweating. Luckily, he heard Su Lu say, today, it's okay, reading books is still serious, and there's no leftovers for dinner, so he doesn't pick and choose what he's allowed to eat. Guyushu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and in his heart he praised this little ant for being righteous enough. Well, quite good, tomorrow dusk, I will be on you these days learned, the examination school, if there will not be, do not understand, while this before, ask well, learn well, if the examination school is not. Su Dao laughed, did not continue to say. Guyushu looked at that familiar smile at Chill. The bit of joy in his heart just now, suddenly disappeared. And then Su Dao said to Yen Mai who was not far behind him, have Lu Chengfeng come over. Although Yen Mai did not understand what Su Dao was up to, he still immediately turned around and went to call Lucy to go. Su Dao, on the other hand, opened the box in his hand and took out the elixir from it. The elixir that was promised to the two of them should be honored from today onwards. Nowadays, the second grade blood strengthening Dan, only Lucy and Yen Mai 2 8th grade have the demand. Anyang is only the 9th grade, the demand is only a 1st grade Dan. 10 pills for a bottle can be used for January cultivation, there are even more. Some people with poor digestive ability, the medicinal power of a 2nd grade elixir would require 5 or 6 days to digest and absorb. Otherwise, the medicinal power would instead stagnate in the body and be harmful. He now had 72nd grade blood strengthening pills on hand. It was enough for 2 people to use for a few months. Sure enough, when the 2 came and saw the pills Su Dao handed them, they were both pleasantly surprised. Generous, too generous, directly giving a bottle at a time, and said well, a bottle every month in the future. Chapter 130 The repair is a heart gas. Not only one person a bottle, but also the top quality of the elixir. In the past they in the inspection division, every month to take a small merit exchange elixir, at most also exchange medium quality of the elixir, after all, so the highest cost effective. For them, the difficulty of obtaining small merits is not small, not compared to Su Dao, like this, can casually get a large handful. No matter what, they could also directly exchange them for pills. Pills were the most necessary resource for martial artists, and the main source was to exchange them from the government treasury with small merits. If you don't want to use small merits to exchange, then you can only go to the market to buy them. Just spend money to buy, easy to say, but far from that easy. The market circulation of pills, not only the number and categories are greatly restricted, is the price is also incredibly high. To their low-grade officials, where there is so much money? Officials' salary, used to live, is indeed enough, but want to use to buy resources, but is far from enough, unless corruption and enrichment. At that time, the two of them were not loved by the superior officer in the inspection division, and they even had fewer chances to gain credit, plus they did not like to extract grease from those bitter hags, so after their strength entered the 9th grade, they did not move for several years. If it is not Su Dao to provide pills, so that they break through to the 8th grade, I'm afraid that today is still stuck in the peak of the 9th grade, cannot move. It is true that a martial artist needs a certain amount of talent, but at the same time the path of martial arts, the talent requirement for a martial artist is actually already very low, especially in the early stages. The importance of resources for a martial artist is far more important than talent. You have talent without resources, as usual, cannot break through, and if you have sufficient resources, talent is average, but also can break through to the higher level faster. Good talent, and resources, at most, is the cultivation speed faster, for the pill's digestive ability is stronger, that's all. Why were they willing to follow Su Dao and leave their homes and come to the prefecture city thousands of miles away? Not only because they admired Su Dao's methods and strength, but also because they knew that following Su Dao would enable them to obtain cultivation resources. People tend to profit, even loyal people, instinctively actually tend to profit. Su Dao is not averse to this. Thank you, Lord. After the excitement, Lucy and Yanmai bowed their thanks at the same time, their faces solemn and incomparable. Cultivate well, if you don't understand, feel free to ask me, and break through to the 7th rank as soon as possible. The two men's talent could not be said to be particularly excellent, it could only be said to be fair, but the assessment of fair was actually not low. If not, it would not have been possible to break through to the 9th rank when they were minor officials, and turn them into officials. It is a pity that the two were delayed for some years. The age is still a little too big, have been 30 or 40 years old. If they didn't grab some time, the subsequent path of martial arts would be difficult to follow. Martial cultivation was all about grabbing time. On the contrary, it was in Yang. Su Dao wasn't worried, because although Yang wasn't too young, her talent was better than these two, plus he used his mana to wash and refine her qualifications and roots every day, her cultivation speed wasn't slow. Yes, Lord. The two of them bowed again. There's no need to be so polite in the future, since you followed me, I naturally won't treat you poorly. Su Dao wasn't afraid of spending resources on the two, he was afraid that these two didn't have that ability to consume resources. If the two broke through even faster, it probably wouldn't be faster than Su Dao, and it wouldn't be faster than his alchemist grade increase. In a few days, he would start attempting the refining of 3rd grade pills. Elder Gu had already handed over the pill refining inheritance to him, it was just that he hadn't had the time to study it because he had been busy all this time. He felt that he was learning more and more things nowadays, and that he was running out of time. Martial Dao, Chi refining, talismans, pill refining, martial techniques, talisman formations, and the most important of all, avatars. Divine aptitude to raise the realm, also need to cultivate and use, will not you get put aside. Then you will be able to improve by yourself, there is no such thing as a good thing. The first time you get an avatar, it's just to get you started. Of these, martial arts and rune formations were put on the back burner by him, and didn't dedicate too much time to paying attention to them, just taking some odd hours to study them. But martial arts and chi refining, this is the main business, cannot be slack. Now his Black Mountain seal was strengthened, the daily number of Gue Chi than the original is much more, although it is not as good as directly killing the demon Gue to draw, but it is better than a long stream of water, and safe, do not attract attention. This was considered a fixed gain of Gue Chi, so even though he had temporarily stopped killing demonic guile now, his strength was still slowly progressing. Of course, this slowness of his was only relative to the peak of his cultivation speed, which was that period of time when he was frantically beheading demonic guile every night. This is the prefecture city, what should be low-key still needs to be low-key, not a small place like Yanhua. If people really want to investigate, there are still ways. There might even be a way to specifically target this kind of person. Transcendence is reasonable but also unreasonable. Talismans and medicine refining, he was also unwilling to give up. Talismans can be used in battle, even for him, it is also a supplement during battle, for strength enhancement has significant enhancement. The medicine is for the sake of his family and subordinates. His need for pills was almost zero, but Niang and Xiaomei couldn't live without them, plus this skill could also bring him a huge amount of wealth. Multiply the wind, you go over to Senior Niang's side later to pass on a message that Yushu is not going back today. Su Dao looked at Gu Yushu, who was standing straight over there, not quite daring to move, and spoke to Lucy. Yes. Lucy obviously wasn't too comfortable with the new name, and only reacted when Yanmai tugged on the corner of his coat. Gu Yushu was a bit confused. Senior brother, am I doing something wrong? Being left behind like this? He knew that as long as Lu Chengfeng had gone to the mansion to spread the word, his mother would inevitably agree, even though his mother didn't know what elder brother was going to keep him here for. No, what? You want to go back? Su Dao asked rhetorically. Go Yushu wouldn't dare to refuse, although the senior brother, in fact, hadn't even touched him until now, but he was just afraid, instinctively afraid. Su Dao nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Go Yushu, who was obviously a bit formal, he then added, Here, as long as you can accomplish the goals and tasks I've set, and don't break the rules I've set, you can actually feel free to be more casual. Go Yushu reluctantly smiled and nodded repeatedly. In fact, the study tasks given by Su Dao were not heavy, and there were not many rules, so after these 2 days of pondering, Go Yushu gradually adapted to it. Although it was not as free and spontaneous as before, and he could do whatever he wanted, it was still quite fulfilling. Children are playful by nature, there is no excuse for this. Su Dao did not suppress it. It's not wrong, Su Dao didn't suppress it. What he wants is to smooth out the bad edges of Go Yushu's nature, but not to smooth out all of his nature, that would be contrary to his ideas. A person without a temperament was not destined to achieve too much. The cultivation of a martial artist is the cultivation of a heart, the cultivation of a temperament. Even the heart is gone, how can one climb up the martial arts path if they are only being obedient? Chapter 131 Jiao Bead Refining, Enhancing Root Bones. After having dinner, Su Dao called Anyang and the others into the room together, and Go Yushu, who had been apprehensive in his heart, was also among them. Because of the uneasiness in his heart, when he ate dinner today, he ate extraordinarily carefully, but he didn't dare to pick at his food, much less say anything about the food he didn't like. Lose give him clip what he will eat, the bowl is a grain of rice have not left, for fear of being Su Dao pick out the problem. At this time to see the senior brother will call them all, the heart instead of a relief, it seems to be not for their own, then it is alright. Su Dao took out a few futons and sat down with one on each knee. Even the youngest Su Lu also obediently sat down. I got a treasure the other day, but it's not very useful to me, but it's of some use to you guys. Su Dao took out a fist-sized bead from a box. It was the same Jiao bead that he had previously obtained in Yanghe County. It was too much of a pity for him to use it, and although it could probably forcefully push his cultivation to the 4th rank, he wasn't lacking in ways to enhance his martial arts. The bronze giant tree's enhancement of the martial Dao was a descending blow, not at all comparable to an external object. However, it was extremely cost-effective if it was used to improve the qualifications of Anyang's girls and enhance their base. The Jiao bead was not an unusual item. If Su Dao used it up, he himself wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to get something like this next time. Super Great Demon Guile was easy to find, but Super Great Guile Jiao was hard to find. The genus of the dragon is still too few, or too hard to find. If it was really everywhere, Yen Shang Yun, there would be no need to spend so much effort for this item. Originally, this Jiao bead is taken from the tricky Jiao, is obtained, also dare not be used indiscriminately, but now the weird power has long been purified by Su Dao eradication, leaving only the purest Jiao dragon power, the most precious. Su Dao dares to say that the value of this Jiao bead is probably even more precious than the holy pills, which can help people from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade of the most precious treasure. If people were to know about the existence of this item, there would probably be countless people flocking to it, and even the sovereign realm would be moved. This item can help the 4th grade break through to the 3rd grade, and naturally, it can also greatly increase the strength of the 3rd grade, greatly shorten the time it takes to break through to the 2nd grade, and it can also change the qualifications, increasing the chances of breaking through. What is this? Anyang looked at the gray, unimpressive bead, and was a bit curious. The treasure obscured itself, and unlike the beginning when she got this item, the augur bead at this time looked like a poorly colored glazed bead. Picked it up on the road. Su Dao casually perfunctory, Lu instantly understood that the origin of this object is not good to say. This was also considered a tacit understanding between the two mothers. If it can be said, Su Dao naturally will not hide. If it is inconvenient to say, then Su Dao will be very heartless to find an excuse. Lu will also immediately understand its mind, no longer pursue the question. Today's matter must not be spoken to outsiders. Su Dao once again urged that this item must not be divulged, not only for fear of attracting trouble for himself, but also for fear that Anyang and the others would draw fire to themselves. The value of this thing was enough to make people covet it. Su Dao's gaze swept over Gu Yushu. He was most uneasy about this kid, not that he thought this kid was that kind of bad guy, but he was afraid that this kid didn't know what was important, didn't take it to heart, and casually spit out something. Gu Yushu saw Su Dao's eye color, his heart trembled. Senior brother, I don't dare, I promise to beat myself to death and won't say anything. In fact, Su Dao originally did not intend to let Gu Yushu also participate in, but the master teacher mother treats him like a mountain of grace, if he is not even some return, peace of mind to bear, that inevitably also to inappropriate son. Directly with this object to return to the master teacher, also not good, to the wisdom of the master, afraid of seeing this object will be able to guess the hidden secrets. So can only use this benefit in this cheap senior brother. As for master teacher's wife's side, let's wait for later. As for when to inform his master of his true cultivation, he hadn't thought about it yet. To be honest, from the beginning he had worshipped Elder Gu as his master. It was with a purpose, with an impure mind, it was to look for a backer, to obtain an official face shelter. But he also did not expect master and mother treat him like a son, which makes him feel ashamed. Now this situation, he did not want to break. Master has a difficult time, he will secretly help, he got the benefits, will also think of leaving a share to the master. Dour, there's no need to be this harsh, although Yushu is a bit naughty, he also knows the importance of lightness. Lu sees Gu Yushu scared to death. In fact, even she herself has never seen Su Dao's eyes this stern. Gu Yushu immediately nodded his head when he heard this, and looked at Aunt Lu gratefully. Sure enough, Aunt Lu still treats him the best. It's not that I don't believe him, but this matter is very important. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid that he'll cause himself to lose his life. Su Dao sighed. Yushu, after leaving this door, today's matter will rot in your stomach. Anion, you guys are the same. Never spill the beans. Everyone nodded solemnly. Su Lu was still a little confused, but nodded all the same. Seeing Su Dao this solemn, Gu Yushu also became serious. He probably knew now that this thing might be really precious. After that, Su Dao stopped talking and mobilized his magic power to draw out a strand of Jiao Dragon Qi from within the Jiao bead. And then he divided this strand of Jiao Dragon Qi into 4 parts, and put each of them into a few people. He didn't dare to put this power into everyone at once. This bead doesn't seem to be big, but it actually contains an extremely huge power, which is the core of the super great Gui Jiao, the source of all the power. Immediately, everyone felt hot and dry. There was a feeling of being roasted with fire. Don't move around, bear with it and carefully sense that power. He first said to a few children who had yet to cultivate. And then he said to the amanuenses who had already entered the product, mobilize your qi and blood and digest it as quickly as possible. Don't look at just this strand of Jiaozhu's power, it was actually already very powerful, and the effect was much better than Su Dao using his mana to cleanse them once. After all, the effect of Su Dao's mana wasn't specifically used to cleanse their qualifications, it was just an incidental effect resulting from the special nature of Su Dao's mana. At a low realm, it might still be useful, but at a higher realm, when the qualifications reached a bottleneck, it would be useless. The power of this augur bead, on the other hand, could break the bottleneck and make a person's root bone go further. In fact, this thing is used to enhance the realm, probably can let Yang enhance to a very high realm, but he feels that this use is not a waste, used to enhance the root bone mainly, is the right way, is the long-term plan. Realms were easy to obtain, but root bones were hard to raise. Su Dao made a prediction, by the time Yang and the others finished consuming this augur bead, probably everyone's qualifications would be close to the point of dragon posture and phoenix color. Like Su Lu and Abao, who already had high qualifications, they would probably enter this realm steadily. What's the meaning of dragon's posture and phoenix's beauty? That is the martial arts cultivation, the best root bone qualification. Dragon posture is the best root bone of a man, and phoenix color is the best root bone of a woman. The so-called dragon and phoenix, not that people really have the characteristics of the dragon and phoenix, that is not a person, but a freak. Chapter 132, Dragon and Phoenix, Superior Roots and Bones. Dragon, the longest of the scales and insects. Can be dark and bright, can be fine and huge, can be short and long. Spring equinox and ascend to the sky, autumn equinox and dive into the abyss. Its horns like a deer, its head like a camel, its eyes like a rabbit, its neck like a snake, its belly like a mirage, its scales like a fish, its claws like an eagle, and palm like a tiger, ears like a cow. Can be described as a set of thousands of scale insects advantages in one, is a real physical set of masters. The phoenix is the bird co-owner, the emperor of the feather class, also is the feather class advantage set in one. And the dragon and phoenix in the martial arts qualification root bone, the same as this kind of symbolism. Martial arts root bone in the tiger back and bare waist, be waist ape arm, plate rib gnarl tendons, chi and blood like a tiger, dragon and tiger power, as fast as running horses, eye-born pupil, born without leakage, steel and iron bones and so on, a lot of special root bone. Ordinary people only need to get one of them, will be able to in the martial arts road by leaps and bounds, and the so-called dragon and phoenix is the so-called special root bone talent set. Many of these talents are combined with each other, so that a person's root and bone qualifications can reach the pinnacle. This is the so-called dragon and phoenix qualifications. If Yin Changyun has this kind of qualification, probably will not be stuck at the peak of the 4th grade. Su Dao stood by the side and waited for a few people to finish digesting the power of the augur bead, and then he induced another strand and injected it into everyone's body. 2 or 3 strands per day, this augur bead can probably be used for a long time. Qualification change also needs time and process. Like that kind of overnight transformation into a supreme genius, it was either a change or a lie. If the root and bone qualifications were changed all of a sudden, the person wouldn't be able to support it. Unless that person's own cultivation was deep enough to be able to support such a drastic change. Today, the highest cultivation of Anyang and the girls is only the 9th grade, and the others are even ordinary people who have never touched cultivation. The power of the augur bead is injected too much, and can't be digested at all, but after a period of time, after Anyang and the girls are adapted to it, a one-time can be more to attract some. The reason why he is in such a hurry to use up the Jiao beads, naturally, he is also worried. The prefecture has already begun to investigate the matter of Yanghe. It is estimated that the county will be alarmed. At that time, all the people who have left from Yanghe, there is a possibility that they will be stared at. Although Su Dao didn't think that they would be able to suspect him, but what if? How was it safest to keep this thing, the Jiao bead? That was of course to use it up directly. He just didn't believe that those people might have something to track the auger bead, but it was hard to find out the auger bead after using it up. When the 3 strands of the Jiao bead's power were completely digested, Su Dao then let a few people leave, and he had to start practicing as well. No matter how many preparations were made, how many cards were hidden, and how cautious things were done, the cultivation realm was the root. Now the large barren field in his lower dantian has been moisturized with a half-acre-sized blessed field. Although it was still very small compared to that endless wilderness, the progress was actually very obvious. The mana in his body was more abundant, and the quality of the mana was also higher. In terms of martial arts, although it was placed second to chi refining by him, it was not a relaxation. After all, it was the fastest way to gain strength. Nowadays, the bone marrow of more than 150 bones in his body had been tempered. The golden-colored bone marrow, creating precious blood, made the chi and blood in his body even more robust, and when he finished quenching the bones of his entire body, and then he would be able to carry out the first blood exchange. Therefore, his strength was actually rising every day. It was just that it wasn't as rapid as the period of time when he hunted and killed the demonic guile. However, it was time to spend some time exploring the situation of the demonic guile around the prefecture city, and even though his cultivation speed wasn't slow nowadays, he wouldn't mind being a bit faster. Not being able to be invincible to the prefecture city made his heart uneasy. The county city of Xining County, a gigantic city that was dozens of times more massive than the Black Mountain Mansion. The city was 66 feet tall and was built with special stone, resembling a mythical city. Even if it was only seen from afar, it gave a horrifying sense of oppression, as if someone had piled up a mountain range raw on flat ground. And that towering city wall, but also all over the various ruins, just look at it will let a person have a kind of dizzy feeling. It would cost an unknown amount of money to build such a huge city. When the great ancestor was still alive, he had suppressed the world, and the strength of the Dili dynasty had reached its peak, but even with this kind of strength and heritage, he had only created 36 cities like this in the country, that is, 36 counties in the world. The construction of each county city had consumed a massive amount of resources. 36 in a row almost caused the finances of the then greatly to collapse. It was only a founding father like Taizu who had this kind of vigor, otherwise, would ordinary emperors have this kind of ambition and determination? But invested so much, is also worth it. It is because of the 36 giant city, can suppress the 36 counties of the land. And to ensure that these 36 counties to maintain thousands of years of peace and stability. Although nowadays, the king's power is weak, but still has not collapsed, which to a large extent, originates from this system. Unless the 36 counties rebel together and defy the royal authority, you just have to pretend to be a loyal official and a good general. As the founding father of Dali said, Dali is big for beauty, and the big of Dali is the big of the territory, the big of the city, the big of the country. And these cities, in fact, in a sense also symbolizes the imperial power, that is a big mountain in the heart of the world, so maintain thousands of years, it is still difficult to completely shake. 30 miles east of the county, there are mountain peaks towering, and a Taoist temple is located here. The name of the temple is Lingyi. Spiritual crane Guan has a long heritage, from the time of the founding of the country has existed, because of the help of Taizu conquest of the world has been successful, Taizu decree to give the spiritual crane mountain to sit in the clan's land. At the time of its heyday, this Lingyi Guan is also a big clan in Xining County. However, the years are merciless, when the founding ancestor died, the clan began to go downhill. The strength of the master of this view is also not as good as one generation, and to be able to keep the legacy intact until now is actually already very remarkable. However, the decline of the sect power, not all blame Lingyi Guan poor management, but the times are inevitable. In the end, the spiritual crane temple is not one of the top clans. When the imperial power is in full bloom, such as Lingyi Guan and other midstream forces, the impact is the biggest. Dali dynasty doesn't even need to do anything, will be able to intercept a large number of top geniuses, while the clan forces can only go to pick the rest. This was also the reason why the spiritual crane temple always had no successors. If a clan itself is strong enough, the influence is also horrible enough, this situation is able to alleviate one or two. After all, the imperial power is not always flourishing, can always be supported to the imperial power weak that day. Some clans have carried, to today's natural more and more prosperous, while some clans did not carry, that can only be cut off the heritage, or down to no one asked. Although the spiritual crane temple has not reached the point of no one to ask, but in fact, not too much better. But tonight, the spiritual crane Guan, which almost no one would come to in normal times, was actually visited by someone. The disciple guarding the mountain gate, seeing the black shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him, his heart jumped violently. What a terrifying existence. And to go so far as to leave the city alone to climb the mountain at such a time, it must be an expert without a doubt. Chapter 133 Yen Family Changdao, Spirit Crane Lord. Dare I ask your holiness, what is the purpose of climbing the mountain late at night? That disciple who was guarding the mountain gate didn't dare to be negligent, in case he made a wrong remark and brought trouble to the mountain gate. Regardless of whether Spirit Crane View would be destroyed as a result, he would certainly not survive. Spirit Crane will swallow him alive. This is not his exaggeration, but describes the fact that the goddess of mercy really can eat people. Of course, they also ate people, just not as uncouth as the goddess. The disciple said and walked closer to the black shadow. Only then could he see the person's appearance: white face, soared eyebrows into the temples. The end is a good looking. This disciple does not think that the age of this person, as the face looks so young, this temperament and majesty, is simply young people cannot learn. In addition to the face of the art, it can only be a very high realm. The figure glanced at the disciple, and then finally spoke: "My name is Yin Chengdao." That disciple's body trembled, his face shocked. "County City Yin family." Yin Chengdao nodded his head. "I seek your master, Lord Spirit Crane. Your Holiness, please follow me." That disciple did not dare to delay and directly turned around to guide Yin Chengdao up the mountain. The Yin family of the county city was truly a top family, with the family head Yinjin at the second-grade Grandmaster realm. His eldest son, Yin Chengdao, was even more outstanding, having long since entered the third-grade Grandmaster realm. No matter which one of them was placed in county city, they were all big shots. This disciple knew about the Yin family in Xining County, but not because of these two. He has not seen these two. He knows the Yin family because he knows another Yin family. Yin Changyun. He said that he was the youngest son of the Yin family, but in fact, he was nothing more than an illegitimate son. This person also had a reputation as a genius in the beginning, and was able to enter the 4th rank at a young age. But then he was lost to the masses because he was stuck at the peak of the 4th grade for more than 10 years and was not allowed to enter the door of the 3rd grade sect master. And Yin Changyun somehow got acquainted with Huang Ji, a disciple of the spiritual Crane Temple, and became his confidant. Now that this patriarch had sought out the mountain gate, he was only afraid that he had come precisely for Yin Changyun. Could it be that Huang Ji had caused trouble outside? The disciple shook his head. What did this matter have to do with him? Although Huang Ji wasn't the top genius of the spiritual Crane Guan, nor was he the chief of the Guan, he was still the core of the true tradition who had entered the 3rd realm and had accomplished chi refining. And he himself, but is just a mountain door watchman. What is the interest? The disciple led Yin Chengdao to the place where Lord Spiritual Crane practiced, took a deep breath, forced down the fear in his heart, and reported: "Master, the Yin family from the county town is coming." Although he knew that Master should still be awake at this time, because at Master's level, sleep was actually meaningless to him. However, at such a time, if he still came to disturb, in case Master was displeased, he might end up in a miserable situation. He stood respectfully and waited for a response, while thinking wildly with apprehension, but in a few moments, his forehead was actually sweating slightly. Fortunately, today the Master was not angry. The door in front of him that is almost rarely opened, as if by a gust of wind. That disciple hurriedly reached out his hand as an invitation. "Venerable Yin, go in." Yin Chengdao nodded and took a step into that dark room. To be honest, if not for something, Yin Chengdao was unwilling to come to this ghost place. The whole view up and down, it is estimated that only the one who has just guided the way still has a few human appearance, because that cultivation is the lowest. And the others, not demonic trickery, more like demonic trickery. After Yin Chengdao entered, the door that was opened, again as if by an invisible hand, violently closed. Yin Chengdao didn't even look back and went straight to the depths. Within a short time, he saw the so-called Spirit Crane Lord on a futon in the innermost room. The successive masters of the spiritual Crane Guan were all known by the name of Spiritual Crane, because this master, whose cultivation had reached the 4th realm of chi refining, was known as the Spiritual Crane Superior. Don't look at only the 4th realm of chi refining, but the 4th realm of chi refining is enough to overcome the 3rd grade of martial arts masters. If he reaches the peak of the 4th realm, he will be able to save his life even against a 2nd grade grandmaster. Therefore, even Yin Chengdao was informed of his arrival and did not fail to be courteous. This was respect, and this Lord Spirit Crane, too, had the qualifications to gain his respect. Yin Chengdao has met the superior. Yin Chengdao bowed to the massive figures above the futon. And the massive black shadow finally made a move, like a lump of meat suddenly coming to life. "You are Yinjin's eldest son?" Yin Chengdao nodded his head, and then sat cross-legged across from Lord Spirit Crane. He could feel 2 lines of sight that were like substance, sweeping over him non-stop. The feeling was like having a wet tongue, licking non-stop over his body. This feeling can be really bad. No wonder his father wants him to take this journey. He looked at the appearance of this Spirit Crane Lord, his face expressionless, but in his heart, he felt a little nauseous, because although this one was called a lord, he was actually no longer quite able to see the human form. This was simply a lump of still alive meat, spread on the futon. Gray feathers then grew out from this lump of meat. A pair of hairless meat wings gathered in front of his body. When this person spoke, a face that was barely regular stretched out from that pair of meat wings. What a good root and spirit! No wonder it's possible to step into the 3rd grade sovereign realm at such a young age. That voice was hoarse and gloomy. As it spoke, there was the faint sound of swallowing saliva. Your Yin family and my Spirit Crane view do not have many encounters. Then why are you here today? For the sake of my family's unproductive sinner. Yin Chengdao didn't beat around the bush, and even more so, he didn't like to fight with people. If it wasn't for the fact that his father didn't want to come, he wouldn't have come to this hellish place. Oh, Yin Changyun? That bastard son of your Yin family? What happened to him? Dead. Yin Chengdao raised his eyebrows slightly. Dead? That's rare, in this county. Who dares to touch your yin family members? Lord Spirit Crane was finally aroused by a hint of interest. Moreover, if he's dead, then he's dead. Why did he come to my Spirit Crane temple? The Yin family had two patriarchs in one family, including a second-grade Grand Patriarch, which could be described as powerful, and even the equally powerful lineages would not offend them easily. Surprisingly, there was still someone who dared to kill this person? Although Yin Changyun is only the illegitimate son of my Yin family, and is not taken seriously, and even my father did not take him particularly seriously, he is after all the bloodline of my Yin family. I cannot take him seriously, but others cannot. This also includes Shangren's Spirit Crane Temple. Yan Qingdao's eyes stared at the supreme person of the spiritual crane with a deadly gaze, and within his words, he was suddenly overflowing with murderous intent. Oh? How do you say that, little friend? Could it be that someone from my Spirit Crane Guan caused Yin Changyun's life? Lord Spiritual Crane was truly puzzled. Where did this matter come from? He meditated day in and day out, only seeking immortality. Who would care about a Yin family bastard? Huang Ji is your disciple, right? Yan Chengdao questioned again. This time, Lord Spirit Crane did not deny it. Did Huang Ji kill him? Aren't the two of them close friends? Lord Spirit Crane was also a bit surprised. Was this Huang Ji sick? Why did he strike at Yin Changyun? Although it was just a bastard, even the supply of resources was limited, but this kind of person, again, could not be messed with. The Yin family could regard him as a pig or dog, and no one would care if they killed him, but this kind of person could not die at the hands of an outsider. Because, that is a provocation to the Yin family. Chapter 134, Xiang Zhuang dances with a sword, intentions of Pei Gong. That sinner and your Guan disciple Huang Ji, in the Black Mountain Prefecture's Yanghe County, had the audacity to plot the super-great sneaky Jiao, and now that sinner and your Guan disciple are both nowhere to be found. Yan Qingdao's tone loosened a bit. Those words just now were to show his attitude, not to really make an enemy of the Spirit Crane Lord. This old monster had lived for an unknown amount of time, and although his appearance looked inhuman, his strength was terrifying. The Yin family also does not need to completely fall out with it. His father Yanjin in his arrival is also so explained. Missing? Isn't that still not determined to be dead or not? Lord Spirit Crane was puzzled. Missing, that's just the news coming back from outside. In the end, that bastard has my Yin family's bloodline, thus leaving a life disc in the clanland, and at this time, the life disc has been shattered. Yan Chengdao didn't cover it up. I see, so the Yin family thinks that my disciple killed him? Couldn't it be that he died while hunting the Guile Jiao? Although the Yin family is powerful, the Spirit Crane Temple is not defenseless, which is the reason why the black pot is snapped on one's head right away? At least alone in front of this kid, not enough to do so. The reason why he is so patient, not scrupulous about the person in front of him, but scrupulous about the Yin family's current head of the family Yanjin. Yan Chengdao paused for a moment. Gui Jiao was killed by them. What? Lord Spirit Crane's eyeballs suddenly animated, and those eyes, which were originally cloudy and dirty, suddenly bloomed with a brilliant divine light. That sinner of my Yin family took away 3 treasures from his home, the dragon-breaking nail, the Hun heavenly armor, and the dragon-binding rope, which are all treasures specifically used to overwhelm the genus of dragons and snakes, so there is indeed a chance to heavily damage the Guile Jiao. Yan Chengdao said here, but then shook his head. If that's the case, it's actually still not enough to kill the super-grade creepy Jiao, but the news coming from over there, that creepy Jiao is indeed dead. Greed suddenly arose in the eyes of Lord Spirit Crane. That was a super-grade Guile Jiao. If he could swallow the soul of the Guile Jiao, he was afraid that he would be able to break through the 5th realm in one fell swoop. I already know about this matter. I will check as soon as possible. If it is really Huang Ji's doing, I will definitely give an explanation to the Yin family. How about it? Lord Spirit Crane, thinking of Huang Ji's disappearance, did that mean that Huang Ji had gotten the Gui Jiao's relics? If he could find that rebellious disciple, he would have gotten the Jiao soul for nothing. This was a great tonic, much more beneficial than eating a human. If we find Huang Ji and it is indeed Huang Ji's doing, Huang Ji will have to die, and then we will give the augur bead to the Yin family. Yan Chengdao made a condition. If we find out that it is not Huang Ji's doing, then we will join forces to track down the real culprit, and the Gui Jiao's remaining treasure. I will likewise only need the Jiao bead. How about that? Spirit Crane Lord nodded, although the Jiao bead has a role for him, but it is not necessary, dispensable, far less than the Jiao soul that is of great benefit to him. This condition can be agreed. Therefore, this Yin Chengdao came here. The real purpose is not for the so-called Yin Chengyun, but is in with the spiritual Crane Guan ventilation, altogether to take the Jiao bead and Jiao soul. Tomorrow I will send my disciples down the mountain and travel far to Black Mountain Province. Will the Yin family be traveling with us? Yin Chengdao shook his head. It's better to check separately. Don't worry, my Yin family won't make an enemy of your Guan in order to monopolize the Gui Jiao relics, and the Jiao soul is useless to martial artists like me. Lord Spirit Crane nodded his head. It was indeed useless, rather, the Jiao bead was extremely helpful to martial cultivation. In front of me, this Yin family potential dragon Yan Qingdao's root and bone qualifications are excellent. But if you can get the help of the Jiao beads, the root and bone qualifications can be further advanced, then it will really become a submerged dragon in the abyss. The name Changdao is a reference to the Great Tao. Just by looking at the name, I know that Yenjin has high hopes for this son. If your view has gained something first, I hope you won't hide it. Now that the other forces have gotten the news, they have already been moving around and have probably even arranged for people to go over there, so it's best for us to join forces. The relics of the super great Guijiao were very rare, no one would be unmoved, even if they couldn't use it themselves, their own descendants could use it as well. In fact, Yan Changdao secretly hated Yin Shangyun in his heart at this time. This bastard does not know from which hidden place in the family turned out the records about the trick scaly. Because time is too far away, they have long forgotten about this matter, that year the elders also long gone. However, this obstacle had some luck and discovered this kind of hidden secret. And even really let him wait until the 100-head trick snake successfully transformed into a Jiao. Just hunting this matter as the scaly bastard on his own, even a little wind did not reveal to the family, if it is notified in advance he and his father, their father and son teamed up, for fear that the scaly beads have long been obtained. Why is it like this today, but also carefully search and trace? If the time dragged long, the augur beads were used, then it is not no gain? What an asshole. Su Dao pushed open the door of his room. Today's weather was great, and along with it, his mood was also very good. Not long after, Anyang got up and started practicing martial arts in the courtyard, and then but a quarter of an hour later, Bao and Sulu also got up. So, where is Gu Yushu? Yesterday, because it was too late, this kid did not go back, but stayed right here in the mansion. The master has already risen, but this kid has not yet risen? Su Dao's face closed with a smile, walked outside the room where Gu Yushu was staying, pushed the door and entered, and saw that Gu Yushu was still hugging the pillow, sleeping on the couch with his mouth watering. He mercilessly lifted the covers and lifted the sleeping Gu Yushu from the couch with one hand. Gu Yushu was awakened and subconsciously opened his mouth to shout angrily, unbridled. Who is this person? However, before the words were finished, they were violently stopped, and he violently remembered. This didn't seem to be at home, but in his senior brother's residence. Then who had just pulled him up from the couch? Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw the expressionless Su Dao standing on the side looking at him. Senior. Brother. Going to get up? Su Dao nodded. Hurry up. Don't keep me waiting. Gu Yushu hurriedly nodded and was about to turn his head to find clothes to wear. But a moment later, Gu Yushu suddenly looked bitter. Senior. Brother. What's wrong? I can't get dressed. Su Dao took a sharp breath and suppressed his irritation. Really, you don't know how? I've never worn it. Gu Yushu was careful. Su Dao could only forcefully hold back the urge to punch someone and started directing the kid to dress himself. Only after Gu Yushu had put his clothes on with his hands and feet did he say, from today onwards, the clothes are yours to wear. If you let me know that someone is helping you to put them on, I'll chop off one of your hands. Mark it down. Gu Yushu nodded. Su Dao's face finally eased up when he saw his good attitude. Let's go out and wash up. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. You'll wash yourself, right? How dare Gu Yushu say he won't? She just nodded. I will. That's good. If he really didn't know how to do it, he would really be angry. It's not like you're a 3 or 4-year-old child. How dare you clothe yourself and feed yourself? Now there is still a chance to teach. If they are older, these things can be learned, but the negative impact of these habits will be rooted in the character, accompanied by a person for life. Chapter 135, Efficiency pulled full, 20 furnaces a day. Su Dao had always been conscientious in his work, and since Senior Niang had entrusted Gu Yushu to teach him, he could not work perfunctorily. Moreover, Gu Yushu's talent is actually not weak, and stubborn but not evil, just being spoiled. It's just that he's been spoiled. A little bit of temperament grinding will be fine. There was no need for him to spend too much effort. After breakfast, when Su Dao went out, Yanmai had already set up the carriage and was waiting at the door. In his hand, he was still holding a burrito, continuously stuffing it into his mouth. Just eating this? Su Dao was a little surprised. These 2 people's home is not care about the meal, mainly because there are no other servants in the house. Cooking all and Yang to do their several meals is already enough. If you had 2 pot-bellied man, it would be even more troublesome. The front yard also has a kitchen. Lucy and Yanmai can cook by themselves, but by the looks of it, these 2 people do not look like a man who can cook. Think about it, in Yanghe County, these 2 people either go to the restaurant, not enough money to go to the public kitchen, but also dislike the inspection division of the public kitchen food is poor, but also go to the medical bureau to rub rice. Now, these 2 people come to Su Dao as a businessman. Su Dao, in addition to give 2 people pills, monthly salary is also to give. He is now not bad money, give natural generous. This one is just fine. I've already eaten a bowl of soup cake earlier, this is an after-dinner snack. Oatmeal smiled shyly. Su Dao's mouth twitched as he looked at the burrito in his hand that was bigger than his breakfast total. If you guys don't want to cook, you can go and look for a servant girl who can cook and wash clothes on weekdays. I guess you guys are too lazy to deal with this, but the servant girl can only be in the front yard and is not allowed to enter the backyard. Su Dao thought for a moment and said. Their family didn't want to add more manpower, mainly because it was hard to find reliable ones. Many things in the backyard were not allowed to be seen by outsiders. But Yenmai and Lucy too obviously do not look like people who can take care of daily chores. Cooking will not, washing clothes is also a whole too needed, sewing and mending that is even more do not expect. Finding a maid of honor to do this in the front yard is still possible. Yenmai hesitates. I also know that the Lord is new to this place, cannot find a person who cannot rest assured. I and multiply the wind also think, first this way to cope with, and wait for a period of time to say. Yenmai was cognizant of Su Dao's caution, what goes up must come down, so the two of them were also learning this style of doing things, which was why they did not dare to casually lead people through the door. It's not a problem to always be like this. Put it in the front yard first, examine it, and if it's credible, entering the backyard is also something to consider. Su Dao is not the kind of rigid person, there is nothing confidential in the front yard, even if there is mischief in his heart, he can't make any big mess. Yenmai nodded, good Lu. When the Lord is sent up to the Shang Medical Bureau, I will go search for one with Ride the Wind. I think you guys might as well start a family as soon as possible. Su Dao sighed, two big men, it wasn't like being a bachelor all the time, they couldn't even save money. Yenmai smiled awkwardly, okay, the Lord also helped us both think about it. Yenmai sent Su Dao to the entrance of the Shang Medical Bureau. Today the entrance was still guarded by that familiar-looking soldier. When that soldier saw Su Dao approaching, he subconsciously looked at him several times, seemingly a little nervous. What's your name? Shan Feng. The soldier had a difficult look on his face, but he didn't dare to hide it. Could this person be here to trouble him? But he didn't seem to have done anything excessive yesterday. He has heard that this is not a simple ordinary medical officer, but a pharmacist, not to mention that he is a pawn, even other medical officers do not dare to offend. A reward for you. Su Dao pulled out a first-grade blood-strengthening pill from his sleeve and threw it to the young soldier named Chen Feng. Chen Feng took it with his hands and feet and hurriedly saluted again to thank him. At the same time, his heart was greatly relieved. It turned out that he had been overthinking things, and he hadn't expected that not only did he not find trouble with him, but he had also rewarded himself with an elixir. Su Dao nodded and left. He did not want anything from this person, nor was he buying people's hearts, he was merely in a good mood and went along for the ride. On the way, he met many of his colleagues who he had just met yesterday, and those colleagues greeted him. In fact, most of the people here didn't know much about him, only knowing that he was personally let in by Grand Dr. Wang, and that he was also a pill refiner. Some of them weren't even sure of Su Dao's full name until now, but it didn't stop Dan Master Su from calling him affectionately. There was no shortage of pharmacist refiners in the prefecture city Shang Medical Bureau, counting Grand Dr. Wang, there were 7 of them, one more, one less, for them it was actually not a big impact, but the one as young as Su Dao was just this one. No wonder Elder Wang paid so much attention to him. Master Dan Su was new to this place, if there is anything he is not comfortable with, feel free to come and find us. A 7th grade medical officer said with a smile. In the medical officer system, the name of the 7th rank position was medical officer, from the 7th rank was medical officer, and the full 7th rank was grand medical officer, which had its origins. Medical officer 9 products 8 products, although with an official body, there are documents and seal, but the reason why it is called an official, but also just lift, really can be called an official is also 7 products, to 7 products, even if it is placed in other systems, this grade is also recognized by others. There is a saying in the imperial court, called the 7 sesame officials, and 7 under the product, that is not even as good as sesame, said the official is really a bit reluctant. Although this positive 7th grade great medical officer is not a pill refiner, but the seniority is not shallow, can mix to this point, or some ability. However, he was still quite enthusiastic towards Su Dao, as if Su Dao was the positive 7th rank. Thank you, Grand Medical Officer. Su Dao arched his hands repeatedly. That 7th grade Grand Medical Officer lowered his voice again. I heard that a new alchemist has come within the Shang Medical Bureau, so today, other than the 2 disciples of Elder Wang, all the other alchemists have arrived. Su Dao froze, is this not here to find himself in trouble? What, his long-awaited pretending and face-punching session is coming? Thank you, Medical Officer, for reminding me. Su Dao was calm, he didn't cause trouble, but he was never afraid of things either. When he came to the front of the Mealxia Hall, he saw that there were 4 people whispering something over there. Seeing Su Dao approaching, those people immediately stopped talking, but Master Dan Su? Those few people hurriedly saluted. Su Dao was stunned and also hastily returned the salute. It is precisely me. This tone of voice and attitude, it doesn't seem like he's here to look for trouble. I am sure Bao, this is brother Fonhua, this is brother Lin Shifu Lin, and this is brother Rong and Rong. I heard that a fellow colleague has newly arrived, so I've come to meet you. Shi Bao not only introduced himself, but also made it a point to introduce the 3 people next to him and explained his intentions. His attitude was humble and courteous. Su Dao more and more confirmed that he had thought poorly before. Greetings brother Shi, brother Feng, brother Lin, brother Rong, I'm new to the treasure land, I should be the one to take the initiative to visit a few of you, I didn't expect you all to come first, I'm really rude. There is no need for that, there is one more thing that I came over today and would like to ask brother Su. Shi Bao said, somewhat embarrassed. And the other few did likewise, all blushing immensely. There's no harm in brother Shi speaking up. Then I'll be blunt, I heard that brother Su yesterday, but 6 or 7 hours, alchemizing 20 furnaces? Chapter 136. First this, then that, then this. Su Dao didn't expect them to come for this matter. He didn't think much of it and just nodded. Indeed, is there anything wrong? There's nothing wrong, it's just that. It's just that we want to ask brother Su just how he did it. Bao waved his hand repeatedly. The others also had curious faces, ears perked up. What they had come for was for this matter. Su Dao wasn't aware of just how big of a ripple it had caused yesterday when Mao Chan sent those pills Su Dao had refined to the Dan room for acceptance into storage. Several pill refiners who were not in the Shang Medical Bureau had also rushed here overnight to determine the authenticity of this matter. That was 20 furnaces of pills. Even if half of them were first-rate pills, it was enough to shock everyone's jaws off. Like the second-grade blood-strengthening pill, the third-grade alchemist Bao, who had the highest alchemist grade among them, wanted to refine it, but only 3 furnaces a day, and if they were to force themselves to squeeze it regardless of the consequences, 5 furnaces would be the maximum. And after forcibly squeezing himself like this, I'm afraid that he would have to rest for several days before he could completely recover. But Su Dao refined 20 furnaces of pills in one day yesterday, and was still able to be on duty on time today. Is this a human being? In fact, they have already prepared Su Dao not to come today, the reason why waiting here, but also to take a chance, if they are not worried about going directly to Su Dao's residence, some abrupt, and disturb Su Dao to restore the heart. I'm afraid that last night would have gone. When Su Dao heard this question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. How else can he do it? Isn't it just throwing the herbs in and then refining them? First this, then that, and then this. Became. Seeing that Su Dao didn't answer right away, Bao and the others were a little disappointed and thought that Su Dao didn't want to talk about it, probably because it involved some hidden secrets. So Bao added, if it is a matter of privacy, brother Su doesn't need to say anything. Such secret techniques, how can they be easily told? That's not true. Su Dao hastily shook his head, and then he told the process of how he refined these pills. While Bao and the others were more and more shocked the more they listened, and in the end, they were already dumbstruck. Several portions combined and refined? Su Dao nodded. I also thought that one copy at a time was too much of a waste of time, so I thought that I had to find a way to save time. I didn't realize that it would actually be feasible. I see, brother Su is truly amazing. I can't wait. Bao and the others sighed out. It turns out that this matter is this simple, but they know that they are afraid that it is also useless. A few copies of the combined refining where is that simple? Don't look at just one more portion of medicinal herbs, or a few portions. But a slight change in the whole body. What is the difference between that and refining a completely new kind of medicine? And still difficult kind. They are not people who know nothing about refining medicines. It is because they have been immersed in this path for many years that they understand how heavenly this method Su Dao said is. It is not something that an ordinary person can do at all, and Su Dao is only able to do it because he is exceptionally gifted. Furthermore, they are not little cuties. They had thought of this method a long time ago, and even if they hadn't thought of it, their predecessors should have thought of it as well. However, thinking does not mean that it can be done. From this, they admired Su Dao even more. Seeing this reaction from a few people, Su Dao thought for a moment and then said, why don't I refine it once more, and you all observe and give some guidance? Really? Bao and the others were immediately surprised. There was still a chance in their hearts. What if Su Dao really had special skills? If they were to observe Su Dao's alchemy, maybe they could learn something. Naturally true, I came here today originally to refine pills. Su Dao nodded his head. In fact, he really didn't come here today to refine pills. Rather, he had come to find Elder Wang to inquire about matters concerning Yanghua County. That matter was related to himself in the end. Even if he had dealt with the head and tail, it was hard to say that he would be able to hide it from everyone, in case someone followed the clues and checked over. He can also have a psychological preparation. Afterward, Su Dao entered the meal xia hall, and Mao Chan Mao Xia and the two of them had already been waiting here. Su Dao asked Mao Chan to fetch 3 ingredients for the second-grade blood-strengthening pill. But the medicinal materials had only just been sent over, and the news that he was going to refine the pills had somehow spread again, and then Elder Wang unexpectedly came as well. Elder Wang. Su Dao hurriedly got up and saluted. Bao and the others did the same. Wang Cheng'an nodded, don't worry about me, and refine the pills. Wang Lao is actually just looking calm. In fact, the shock in his heart is not less than a few other people, but in the way of identity, must be reserved, so this time to come over. He also wanted to see the several copies of the combined refining, exactly what is going on. Su Dao followed the good advice and started refining the Dan. After all, he had already refined it several times. This time he was more comfortable with refining it. Nearly an hour later, the Dan came out. The people have come close to watch, and then all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Not only was the refining successful, but it was also considered to be of superior quality. The process they have watched, can't learn, or this is simply not something that can be mastered just by learning. The key still falls on the word talent. It was Elder Wang who had fallen into silence at this time. He had known before that Su Dao's talent for refining medicines was excellent, but he had not thought that he had underestimated it. No wonder Guiyong Yan was so proud of this disciple of his when he spoke of him several times. If it was his disciple who had this kind of talent, he was afraid that he would be talking about him every day. With your talent, third-grade pills are not difficult for you. Elder Wang finally gave his evaluation. I haven't tried it yet, but I was planning to find time to try it first. Su Dao nodded his head. He felt that he shouldn't have any problems with anything under the 5th grade Baodan. Thank you, Brother Su, for being so frank. We have benefited a lot today, so we won't bother anymore. I just don't know, after the next duty today, can Brother Su show his face and have a drink together? Sure. Bao and the others reacted from the shock and immediately got up to take their leave. Su Dao nodded his head. To be able to drink with all of you, it's Mr. Su's good fortune. In that case, then after the next duty, I will go with you. Sure. Bao looked at Elder Wang again. Elder Wang. Wang Cheng'an, however, shook his head. You young people go by yourselves. I won't join in the fun. You won't feel comfortable if I go. After Sure Bao and the others left, Elder Wang was still holding the furnace of pills and scrutinizing it. When he saw Su Dao turn around, he opened his mouth and asked, I saw you just wanting to say something. Do you have something to say? Su Dao said in his heart, Elder Wang is really an attentive person. He just slightly showed a little bit of meaning, and this person noticed it. Elder Wang, I wanted to ask about the matter of Yanghe. My master is still over there and has not returned yet, although a letter has been sent to say that it is safe and sound, but ultimately there is some worry. The teacher was still in Yanghe County, so the excuse was readily available. This saved Su Dao a lot of work. No need to sidestep the purpose lest it be exposed. Don't worry, there's nothing serious about your master. Lord Fu Zun has already ordered Jiang Taiqing, the head of the Department of Jin Demon Division, to personally lead the trip. Although this person acts coolly and fiercely, but I have already pointed out that your master is my dear friend. He will also give me a few points and will not make things difficult. Chapter 137 Demon Guile's Guile is the true face. Has this matter even gotten this big? Su Dao sighed, to the extent that even the prefecture city had to send out manpower to investigate? Elder Wang shook his head. Not only the prefecture city, but also the county city has been alarmed, and the county governor personally ordered that this matter must be investigated. Now people are already on their way here. County city? Su Dao seemed to be taken aback. The county city is so far away from the Black Mountain prefecture, how can they know so quickly? How difficult is that? The exchange of letters between a prefecture and a county is not comparable to that between a prefecture and a state or county. The one that delivers the news is a true middle-ranked spirit bird, the piercing lark. Its speed is like electricity, traveling tens of thousands of miles in a day. This powerful? Well, it's a pity that the number is too small and cultivation is too difficult. This spirit bird only lays one egg in its entire life, and there are still some that cannot hatch, so the number grows extremely slowly. And the wild lark is extremely angry. Once captured, it will not drink or eat, starving itself to death. Su Dao's purpose had already been achieved, knowing the movements of the prefecture city, even the people who were sent there, and who led them. At the same time, he also got news from the prefecture city's side, although it wasn't detailed, but at least he could know that just as he had expected before, someone from the prefecture city's side had indeed become interested. This is not a good thing for Su Dao. The more powerful the person who came, the more unfavorable it would be for him, and the more skillful the means, the more likely he would be involved. But at the moment, he doesn't have a good solution. He can't just go and intercept the county magistrate, right? Not to mention whether Su Dao can beat them. Even if he can, the key is when they will come, where they will come from, how many of them will come, how many ways they will be divided into, and whether there is a difference between the dark and the light. He does not know anything about these, rashly start, but fell into the hands of the enemy. Really worrying. Although he climbed out of that quagmire in Yanghe County, but the muddy spots on his body have not yet been washed clean. One could only wait quietly for this gust of wind to pass. By the way, Elder Wang, I heard that within the prefecture city, there hasn't been a bizarre disaster for several years now? Su Dao changed the topic. This matter was also one of the things he was most concerned about right now. He didn't know much about the demonic and bizarre things in the prefecture city and its surroundings, and now that there was a ready-made person to ask for advice, he couldn't miss it, which was better than him looking up information on his own. After all, some things belong to the hidden secrets, even cannot fall on paper. With Wang Lao's attitude towards him, afraid to get Su Dao from the paperwork, cannot see things. However, Wang Lao's reaction was a bit out of his expectation, because he saw that Wang Lao's face suddenly became a bit complicated, and he also sighed. Not bad, this matter is true. At least it is true within the prefecture city. Outside of the prefecture city, there are still a few demonic guile. After all, there are also mountains surrounding the prefecture city, although these mountains are not as dangerous as the Black Mountain, but for the demonic guile, it is still a precious place to live. Wang Lao then said. Su Dao nodded his head. Mansion City covers too large an area. It is impossible to be surrounded by endless plains. It is surrounded by mountains on three sides. Only one side of the terrain is quite flat. Although those mountains were not as vicious as the Black Mountain in terms of reputation, the demonic shenanigans bred in them were still as numerous as the tides. Moreover, the greatest threat of demonic shenanigans around the prefecture city does not come from the mountains, but from the water. Su Dao's heart stirred, and he suddenly remembered the large river he saw that day when he left the city. That day the sky was dark, did not get a full picture, but only heard the waves as angry, like thunder. We know that the flow of the river will not be small. That river is a tributary of Tongtian Daodu. And Tongtian Daodu is a dangerous level no less than Black Mountain's Daodu. From time to time, there are demonic shenanigans that go up the river and wreak havoc on the party. Su Dao finally had a rough impression of the distribution of demonic shenanigans around the prefecture city, and it would be enough for him to find and confirm the rest. However, I still don't understand, why is it possible to not see any demon creeps within the prefecture city for several years? Su Dao was puzzled. Since it was said that the mansion city had not seen the scourge of demonic shenanigans for several years, it also meant that at least a few years ago, this place was not like this. So how did the mansion city manage to do this? Although the protective spell formation of the mansion city was powerful, it was not without loopholes. Even if it can prevent the attack of the external demonic guile, I'm afraid that it can't stop the demonic guile from breeding in the city. There must be other reasons in here, and I am afraid that this is exactly the reason why Elder Wang's face looked so complicated just now. Elder Wang pondered for a moment before he said in a low voice, because a few years ago, the scourge of a super-grade demonic guile appearing in the world also occurred within the prefecture city. Su Dao was shocked. Super-grade demonic guile? The horror of that trickery scourge, even now I can't forget it. The mansion city suffered heavy losses because of it. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end the mansion Zun made a move to activate the treasure of the mansion to exterminate the demon trickery at the cost of his own serious injuries, the trickery scourge would have caused the entire mansion city to topple over once and for all. But what does this have to do with the fact that there was never a scourge in Mansion City afterward? Although Su Dao was shocked at such hidden secrets, was there a relationship between the two? Regarding this, we have also speculated that it could be that a certain aura is left behind after the death of a super-grade demon guile. From there, it suppresses the birth of demonic guile and allows other demonic guile to avoid it. I see. Although Su Dao felt that this statement was a bit forced, he couldn't find a more appropriate explanation. Moreover, when he was in Yanghe County, after he killed that super-grade guile Jiao, the demons and guile around Yanghe also retreated one after another, so I just don't know if the scourge of demons and guile is also gone within Yanghe County later on? Unfortunately, he left that day and didn't stay for a few more days, so he didn't know much about the situation there. Can there be a detailed account of this bizarre disaster? Su Dao tentatively inquired. There is, but you don't have enough authority right now. Those detailed records are classified as hidden, only a few people can view them. Elder Wang glanced at Su Dao, meaning that he should not think about it, involving the super-grade demon guile. Where was it that simple? After that guile disaster, the prefecture Zun personally ordered that those volumes be sealed, except for a few people who still have the right to access them. The rest of the people do not have the authority to know about them. In fact, it was also not permitted for him to tell Su Dao this. Why? The super-grade demon guile is dead. Why is it still sealed? If it is made public, it will also allow others to have a reference if they encounter the same situation. Su Dao didn't quite understand. Those situations you mentioned only apply under super grade. It's because the super grade demon guile won't really die. They are able to resurrect. Su Dao said. Are you kidding me? Let's just say that the tricky augur was resurrected after he took the augur bead and destroyed the augur soul. How else could it be resurrected? That's simply not common sense. This is the demon guile. If it can be simply killed, then why add the word guile after demon? Demon guile, demon is nothing more than an appearance. The word guile is the true appearance. Su Dao's mood fluctuated. Today he unexpectedly knew this hidden secret. So every place, even after exterminating a super-grade demon guile, will try to block the news about it and rarely reveal the name of the demon guile, the characteristics? Chapter 138 The Unkillable Super-Grade Demon Guile. Precisely, the super-grade demon guile is already an extremely special existence, and even after they are exterminated, they will reappear when certain conditions are met. And the more people who know the detailed intelligence of that demon guile, the greater this probability is, and the faster the speed of rebirth will be. That's why every time after a super-grade demon guile appears, even though it has been exterminated, the relevant information will still be sealed, with the aim of letting the public's impression of it gradually fade into oblivion. Su Dao took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Elder Wang. Many thanks for your guidance, Elder Wang. It's good that you know these words yourself, don't go out and spread them around. These things shouldn't be known at your level, and if messy rumors cause the prefecture Zun to blame you, I won't admit it. Elder Wang once again cautioned. Su Dao nodded his head. Kid knows, and will never spread it around. If Elder Wang did not say this, he would probably need to wait until a long time before he would have the chance to know. It seemed that a super-grade demon guile could be called super-grade, definitely not only because of its strength, but also because of its bizarre characteristics. Can that super-grade guile Jiao be resurrected? What are the conditions that need to be met for a super-grade guile Jiao to be resurrected? The more Su Dao thought about it, the more confused his mind became, and he still knew too little. A group of people were riding green scale horses on the official road. Those horses were covered in green scale armor, with sharp teeth in their mouths, their shapes were hideous, and they were extraordinary at a glance. The leader of this pedestrian rode a green scale horse is even more extraordinary. The green scale horse forehead actually has a small bulge, as if there is a small horn, buds waiting to bloom. This is a horse close to the level of Dragon Blood BMW Good Horse, that is, the entire Black Mountain House. This kind of good horse is not much. This group of people is Jiang Taiching and his party, who set off from the Black Mountain Prefecture and traveled towards Yanhe County. Thanks to the extreme speed of the green scale horse, they set off from the capital city yesterday, and today they have already arrived at the border of Black Mountain. Jiang Taiching stopped his horse, and the people behind him similarly stopped their horses. Lord Division Master, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? My subordinate immediately dispatched people to investigate. Someone came forward to inquire. Jiang Taiching looked at the boundary monument and shook his head. After this monument, it's the boundary of Black Mountain. Behind him, all the people's expressions were condensed. They had never been here, but it didn't prevent them from knowing the name of Black Mountain. Taking a step back, the name of the Black Mountain Mansion was named after this mountain, thus showing the weight of this mountain. And they do not know nothing about the ordinary people, for the many secrets of Montenegro, or know some, such as Montenegro boundaries, unless you have an official body, or not long to live, stay time shall not be more than a year each time, and other taboos. Even if their strength reaches the realm of a grandmaster, this taboo still applies. The more they understood, the greater their fear of Black Mountain became, so if not necessary, they would never easily set foot here. Even if each of them possessed an official body, the biggest threat, the Black Mountain Seal, was useless to them. But this feeling of handing over one's fate to experience and the unknown was really hard to bear. What if this rule changed? What if it becomes that even if you have an official body, you can't resist the Black Mountain Seal? What if it turns out that as long as you step into the boundaries of Black Mountain, you will be planted with the seal? All of these are possible. If not, why is it called tricky? All be careful, there are too many weird places in this place. Remember not to go deeper into the jungle and not to act alone. Jiang Taiching once again urged caution. This might seem a bit trivial to the onlookers, and even many of them were far inferior to these people in terms of both strength and rank, but they were able to travel between Yanhe and Prefecture City without any fear. It really wasn't that Jiang Taiching and the others were timid, but out of caution. Yes! The crowd roared in response. And then once again, the reins were loosened, and the horses regained their speed, advancing towards Yanhe. Almost by dusk today they would be able to arrive at the county town of Yanhe. Only, for this investigation, Jiang Taiching heart bottomless, this is not the capital city. His power here in fact did not expand, but was subject to a number of restrictions. Can mobilize the resources is also very little. Under such conditions, wanting to investigate something is really a bit difficult. In the treasures brought over this time, whether it can help in the investigation, he also does not know. Even, at the time of leaving, the county Zun had specially explained that this time he came over to focus on blocking the flow of information about the super-grade Guile Jiao, minimizing its influence, and then rebuild the Yanhe County protective spell formation as soon as possible. As for the investigation of the incident, as well as tracing the whereabouts of Huang Ji is secondary. You want to say that he was not interested in the Jiao bead? That was for sure. He was also stuck at the peak of the 4th grade nowadays, so he naturally knew how much that thing would help him. However, he is self-aware that even if he gets it himself, he is afraid that he won't be able to keep it. Listening to the prefecture Zun, he said that for the sake of that augur bead, the Yin family of the county had sent people, and other forces were also involved. In this situation, it was better for him to be honest, lest he die without knowing how. Although he himself was the head of the demon suppression division of a prefecture city, in front of those truly powerful people, this status was nothing. It did not truly shelter him. At this time, Su Dao, who was far away from the prefecture city, was being invited to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a drink. As pill refiners, they still had a very high degree of freedom, so naturally, they wouldn't really wait until dusk when the men were off duty. Su Dao and Bao, several people, talking and laughing, came out from the Shang Medical Bureau. Yanmai had a surprised look on her face, and hurriedly jumped down from that car in the distance, and trotted over to Su Dao's body. Lord, why are you so early today? Is it going back right away? Su Dao shook his head as he pointed at Bao and the others not far away. Going out for a drink with my colleagues, you come with me. He actually doesn't really like to participate in this kind of banquet, but now that he is new to this place, Bao and the others are warmly invited. He can't afford to refute the face of his fellow colleagues, but in the future, it is able to refuse away. Have that time to drink and brag. Martial arts training is not better? Although the meat and wine is good, but far less than the beauty of the great Tao. Bao and the others' carriages led the way in front, while Yanmai followed at the end with his carriage. Their knowledge of the capital city is naturally not as good as Bao and the others. How could they know where the Drunken Immortal Mansion was? Old Yen, be alert in recent days, always keep an eye on the surroundings, whether there are people out of place. Su Dao's voice came from behind the car curtain. Yanmai did not move, not even returning his head. Instead, he gently nodded and whispered back, got it. If you find something wrong, don't make a sound, and don't act rashly. And first come to inform me, then make plans. Yanmai's heart flinched, but is there something happening? Don't ask or think too much, just in case. Yes. Yanmai immediately shut up. Since Su Dao said this, there was naturally a reason for it, just listen. This was something he still did well and trusted Su Dao enough. After all, this was all what he had learned from his experience in Yanghe County. Chapter 139, Lifting the Curfew, Undercurrents Lurk. The drunken immortal building really lived up to its name. As soon as Yanmai arrived here, he was overcome with emotion. Compared to this, what is the Chunnan building in Yanghe County? Tacky. Tacky. Tacky as hell. This is also accompanied by a woman, but not like Yanghe County Chunmanlu that hate to expose the body can reveal all exposed, but wrapped up tightly, a look of a lady of the house. Yanmai searched hard in his mind, and then finally came up with a word to describe dignified. There are no lewd words, no flamboyance, and the charm is also internal charm, containing but not revealing, and wanting to say yet to rest. But to say the most powerful, or those who look cold and icy, a look of refusal, not be disturbed by the red dust look. But also inadvertently lifted the drop of the green silk, or frown slightly knit, or a smile that is collected. Oatmeal is really an eye-opener. On the contrary, Su Dao was not impressed. What had he not seen before? This up and down, he only saw one thing, and that was expensive. However, it had to be said that the owner of this room was definitely a master at figuring out people's hearts. The girls in here, no matter which one is taken out, must have a craft to fall back on: poetry and song, zither and chess, calligraphy and painting, not to say that they are proficient in everything, at least they must have a skill. At this time, Sherbao walked to Su Dao's side and whispered, "Brother sure often comes?" Su Dao asked with a smile. Sherbao, however, shook his head. "I have come, but I don't come very often. We are not like Brother Su, who has the means to quickly refine pills, and just completing the number of pills required by the Shang Medical Bureau each month is already very tiring. The rest of the time, we still have to use to practice martial arts and learn the Dan Dao. There is always not enough time." Fenghua, Lin Chifu, and Roman on the side also nodded in agreement. Today, we invited Brother Su here, firstly to receive Brother Su, and secondly to thank Brother Su for not hiding anything from us and sharing the myriad techniques. Although we can't learn it for the time being, it's not Brother Su's fault, it's only our lack of talent. After several people took their seats one after another, Fenghua opened his mouth to explain the reason. Several others nodded their heads. With a talent like Brother Su's, in the future, I'm afraid that high-grade pills and super-grade pills will be able to come in handy. At that time, don't forget the friendship of drinking together today. You all are too flattering to me. I'll fill this cup. Su Dao directly raised his cup. Afterwards, the table was filled with drinks and laughter, but no one paid any attention to any women. Those few women who were ordered by them to pour wine and stroke the zither were directly cast aside by them. To be honest, these people, all of them are pharmacists, where there will be a lack of money. What tricks have not seen, see more, but also that, and these people are not willing to mediocrity, whether it is the martial arts, or refining medicine, they have not been lax. On the contrary, other things, really not worth mentioning. When the wine was flowing, Sherbao simply waved his hand and drove those women away. Su Dao and the others didn't care at all, but it was Yanmai and the other guards and servants who followed them who felt a bit sorry for them. At one time, they all secretly slandered their own master in their hearts. It was too much of a waste. Does Brother Sure have any hidden secrets to tell? Fenghua and the others were not surprised. This Brother Sure was well informed and always revealed some hidden news every time he drank. It was also considered one of the pleasures of drinking together for them. Do you guys know that in a few days, the curfew will be lifted in the prefecture city? What? The crowd was shocked at the words. Even Su Dao was like this. The curfew policy had been in place since the years of the great ancestor, and it had been continued to this day, never broken, and it was heard that there was only an exception for the imperial capital, divine capital, and the sudden lifting of the curfew here. Did it contain any other meanings? You should know that the curfew policy has been written into the great enjoin of the great ancestor, that is the ancestral system. Because the city hasn't seen a scourge for several years, you're going to violate the ancestral system and lift the curfew? That was indeed a reason, but it didn't carry enough weight. It's not a complete lifting of the curfew, it's just that 3 to 4 days a month are set aside to lift the curfew. Shippo continued. As long as this opening is made, lifting it for 1 day is actually no different from lifting it completely. Su Dao shook his head. Either you don't lift the opening at all, where is this, lifting it for 3 or 4 days and not lifting it for the rest of the time? A cover-up. Exactly this reasoning. What in the world do these people think? It's not easy to live a few years of peace and quiet, then they want to create waves out of thin air. Once the news of Black Mountain Mansion lifting the curfew gets out, it's bound to cause an uproar. At that time, what would the county think? What would the divine capital think? Black Mountain Mansion's peaceful days would all be shattered as a result, I'm afraid. This was definitely not good news for Su Dao, but this was currently only his own speculation. How the matter would develop later on, he couldn't predict and could only wait and see what would happen. Actually, all of you don't need to worry, this matter has very little to do with us. What we did in the past, we will still do in the future. Sherbao persuaded. It's also true that the things involved in this are really not something we can participate in. Hearing this, the crowd relaxed again. Thus, the crowd began to push their glasses again. The banquet ended at dusk, and Su Dao even had time to make it back to his home for dinner. My lord, isn't it a good thing to lift the curfew? Yanmai was also beside him just now, so there was some doubt in his mind. This prefecture city had not seen any demonic shenanigans for several years, and it was indeed quite safe, so lifting the curfew, what impact would it have? At most, it would be a bit chaotic at first. Perhaps. Su Dao nodded his head. There were actually quite a few people like Yanmai who had such thoughts. And there was no point in worrying about it now. It was still important to enhance his strength. Returning home, he accompanied Yang and the girls for some more meals, and then Su Dao specially took out time to examine Gu Yushu's studies in the past few days. The result was a bit of a surprise to him. Gu Yushu passed, and the whole process was error-free, so it is clear that he really spent effort and energy. And then it was to continue to receive the power of the augur bead to cleanse the qualifications and bones of the people. It was a slow process, but he had to speed up the time and get rid of this augur bead as fast as possible. This thing has been left in the hand. He is not at ease, always feel that it is a disaster rather than a blessing, although only intuitively vague sense, but in the transcendental world, this kind of sense but by have to be taken seriously. Therefore, he could only speed up the speed of transferring the power of the augur bead. As Yang and the girls gradually adapted, he pulled out a little more power each time. Although it had only just started 2 days ago, the effects had already begun to show initially. The people's root bones had already begun to undergo some sort of divine change. Su Dao had purposely checked that there was nothing wrong, and only then did he put his heart down, indicating that this change was normal. It was late at night, and Su Dao, who had yet to fall asleep and was still meditating, snapped his eyes open before skillfully changing into his night clothes and pinning on his precious sword. Prepare to go out. Or rather, prepare to leave the city. After inquiring about the situation around the prefecture today, it was only natural to go out and take a look in person. If one encounters demonic shenanigans, that would be even better. Those could be one's own sustenance. Chapter 140 By the banks of Zhuoshui, the great blasphemy of Tongtian. It was already past midnight, and under curfew, the vast prefecture city had long since fallen into a state of silence. In fact, the curfew time of this world has been very short. According to Su Dao knows, the real strict curfew from the night will start until the next day dawn, so this is almost completely deprived of the people's nightlife. However, it was hard to imagine how prosperous such a large city would be once the curfew was lifted. Su Dao still followed the same route he took when he first left the city. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Huang Ji. Not only did he help him point out a path, he also helped him take the blame. On the way, he also ran into several waves of night rangers from afar, and these night rangers were much more elite than the night rangers of Yanhua County. The lowest cultivation level was at the 9th rank realm, and the 9th rank was only a minority, with most of the 8th ranks going upwards, and although there was only one 6th rank leading each team, the 7th rank was in the minority. To know, the 6th grade realm in the Yanhua County are enough to do a division of the chief official is slightly insufficient, but at least to do a deputy by no means a problem. But in this capital city, but only the night patrol leader. When a martial artist reaches the 7th grade realm, his or her chi and blood can be released outwardly, able to attach to a weapon, more lethal when fighting and killing, and able to truly cause damage to demonic guile. While the 6th grade is the actual martial artist realm, that is a very different level from the martial artist. One could only say that it was truly worthy of being a prefecture city. Su Dao also found that these night patrols, no matter the speed or position, are extremely sophisticated. Chapter and verse, if not guessed correctly, this is the method of battle formation. This thing is that he is afraid, such a team of night patrol, if there is no battle formation, he can kill them all in a moment, but if there is a battle formation, then be careful. To the 6th grade martial arts master is the core of the battle formation, enough to cross the ranks of the battle. Not to say that he could kill the 5th grade, that would be too much of an exaggeration, but the circumstantial resistance was undoubtedly. If Su Dao wasn't special, he was afraid that he would have to be the same as the other 5th grade, retreating from the night patrolman. An ordinary 5th grade, once he was entangled by the night rangers and didn't get away for a short period of time, there would immediately be more squads of night rangers swarming around him. Battle formations can be stacked. One squad of night rangers can only resist, 2 squads can win head-on. If it is 3 to 4 squads, the 5th rank will die for sure. However, if they fought so hard, even if they did kill the 5th ranked Grand Martial Master, it would still be a lose-lose situation, and the martial artists who formed the battle formation would lose a lot. But if it really comes to a critical moment, fight or die, not fight also die, then it is better to fight, in case the one who survives is himself. In the days of the great ancestor, he relied on the advantages of battle formations to win the world. Nowadays, after thousands of years of development and perfection, the power of the battle array can be imagined. But to say that the strength of Dali's soldiers now exceeds that of Taizu's time, that's also bull. Even if the military formation is powerful, the people who set up the formation are human beings after all. Nowadays, Dali has been in peace for a long time, the soldiers are slack armament, but the strength of the decline is very serious. Human essence cannot be compensated by battle array alone. This is also the reason why the divine capital's control over the world's counties is declining year by year. If the divine capital still has millions of strong soldiers, which of the world's counties would dare to go against the grain? Entering the underground from the entrance, Su Dao's spirit could not help but loosen up. Walking on the ground, he instead had a feeling of being on his back. He did not know whether it was because the protective spell formation of the prefecture city was too powerful or what, but Su Dao had always been able to feel a faint sense of threat. This sense of threat did not come from someone specifically targeting malice, but rather a feeling that came from intuition. In other words, there were many things that could pose a great threat to him within the mansion city. For example, the treasure of the mansion city that Elder Wang had spoken of. Although he was not clear on what this so-called treasure of the mansion city was, it did not prevent him from being fearful of it, and something that was capable of destroying a super-grade demonic guile would not be simple? Moreover, apart from that, what is the treasure of the town hall? In the town of the prefecture, there may not be any second-grade great masters, but there must be third grade. Third grade could be called a grandmaster, and the current Su Dao was by no means his opponent. It was said that there was a chasm between the third-grade Zhongshe realm and the fourth-grade top martial artist, and Su Dao's current strength was probably in the middle of this chasm. Passing through the dark underground world, Su Dao once again drilled out from that exit, and sure enough, he heard that rumbling water sound that sounded like thunder again. Last time, because he was in a hurry, he didn't pay attention to this place and only noted that there was a big river here. Today he deliberately came here, immediately was shocked by the scene in front of him. The river is more than 100 feet wide, its depth is unknown. The river turbid waves, water turbulence, like a struggling evil dragon. This river is called Zhuo water, Zhuo person, flow down drop also. This river in front of me doesn't look like a drop of water in any way, but the reason for this name is because Zhuo water is a tributary of the Tongtian Great Dystopia, and compared to the width and vastness of the Tongtian Great Dystopia, Zhuo water is really like a drop of water in general, and it's not worth mentioning. It was hard to imagine what kind of spectacular scene the Tongtian Great Ditch was. Zhuo Shui flowed through the western part of the prefecture city, and then suddenly took a turn to pass between the two mountains to the west, flowing into the distance. Whereas Su Dao and the others had traveled to the east when they entered the city, which was why they hadn't seen the river at that time. However, Su Dao stood beside this Zhuo water and quickly became confused. How should this demon Gui go about finding it? Waiting for the demon Gui to come ashore? He couldn't go into the water to look for it, could he? His strength is good, but that's on land. Once he goes into the water, he will lose 50% of his skills. He is not proficient in water. Yanghe County, there is no big river, that is, he did not have the opportunity to go. Now although there is cultivation in the body, into the water will not easily drown, but the water does not die, and fighting in the water, that is two concepts. Su Dao cannot put himself in an unfavorable place. He means a lot, but is not a mortal body. Su Dao pondered for a long time. His heart was a little disappointed. Could it be that he had to divert to the hills around the prefecture city? He turned his head to look at the rolling hills in the distance. These hills were naturally not as lofty and majestic as the Black Mountain, but they were definitely not bad either. The situation on the mountain can be complicated. One is that he is not clear about the situation on the mountain, for the distribution and strength of the demonic weirdness is not clear. It is not wise to rashly fall into the weirdness nest, if the luck is not good, and then come across what super quality demonic weirdness, that can be the end of it. He is now not the opponent of the super-grade demons. Kill the tricky Zhao. He is a coincidence. Not only the tricky Zhao itself was seriously injured, he also set up the science and technology, can be said to be well prepared. Even so, kill a tricky Zhao, still let him weaken for a few days before he completely recovered. And once he fell into a weakened state on the mountain, wasn't that looking for death? Therefore, even if he killed a demon Gui Zhao, he never entered the mountain, which was the demon Gui Zhao's home turf. But close to the capital city is his home ground. Here he has the advantage of location and people. Even if he is not defeated, he can retreat into the city in time, and even if he needs to recuperate, he can find a safe place. Therefore, at present, it seems that he can either look for those wandering demonic shenanigans in the surrounding area. Whether he can find them or not, it all depends on his luck. Either that, or this Zhuo Shui in front of us.